Billions globally were dragged into the samsara world. Monsters roam, crises abound, only awakening talents offers a chance for survival. While others worry about awakening even an F-rank talent, Suchen silently looks at the 3 SSS-rank talents lighting up his panel. Endless devouring, devour all things and turn them into your own. Super transformation, turn stone into gold, transform the rotten into the miraculous. Eye of insight, see through illusions and directly point to the origin. Starting with a royal flush, this world is about to change. Chapter 1, 3 SSS Talents. A low-key start. Welcome to the samsara world, a world of danger and opportunity. Good luck. The cold, mechanical voice woke Suchun from his sleep. He jolted upright, finding himself not in his bed, but in a bare wooden cabin, clad only in simple white cloth. The Heavenly Tao has assigned you to Novice Village number 250, 2,000 people. A game-like panel appeared in his mind. Name, Suchen, level, 1, 0/100, attack, 7, defense, 0, speed, 9. Average stats, Suchen mused, just as the chat box in the corner exploded with messages from panicked players. He noted the real names and avatars, appreciating his own handsome face. Draw novice gift packs in 2 minutes, chance to awaken talents. The Heavenly Tao announcement ignited hope. Suchen prayed nervously. 2 minutes later, a chest appeared and automatically burst open, shooting 3 dazzling golden lights into his mind. Congratulations player, awakened SSS rank talent, endless devouring. Congratulations player, awakened SSS rank talent, super transformation. Congratulations player, awakened SSS rank talent, eye of insight. WTF. 3 SSS ranks? Suchen was stunned, his previous bad luck finally paying off. He eagerly checked the descriptions. Endless devouring, devour anything to enhance yourself. Super transformation, reforge the mundane into the miraculous. Eye of insight, see through illusions, grasp the essence. Talent effects improve with level. This is insane. Suchen's breathing quickened. He immediately used Eye of Insight on the cabin, novice cabin, stamina recovery speed x2 while resting. Reminder, awakening SSS talent grants a new leveling system. Suchen checked his level bar, 0/50, EXP needed halved? Announcement, for awakeners in novice village number 250. The chat box erupted again. Only 4? Soon, 3 revealed themselves: Zhang Yuanshan, F-rank Defensora, Gu Haitang, D-rank Heal, Cold Beauty, Joey, C-rank Lightning, Arrogant Youth. They were instantly showered with praise, especially Joey. Suchen watched silently, deciding, hide the talents, develop carefully. Facing questions about the 4th Awakener and Joey's taunt, probably trash talent, too ashamed to show, he even echoed the sentiment, perfectly blending into the unawakened crowd. Chapter 2, a broomstick start? A timely sword. Announcement, cabins unlocked. Familiarize yourselves in the plaza. The wooden door opened automatically. Suchen stepped out. Seeing others armed with swords, daggers, spears, or shields, even stat-boosting accessories, he realized his gift pack only gave him talents, no weapon. Can't exactly fight with my bare hands, right? He muttered. His sharp eyes spotted a worn-out broom leaning against his cabin wall. Eye of Insight confirmed, a useless old broom. Alright, you'll do. Suchen slung the broom over his shoulder and walked calmly towards the bustling plaza, perfectly playing the part of the unluckiest newbie. In the plaza, players grouped up, showing off their gear. Damn, just an iron sword, plus 4 attack. You're lucky, I only got a novice dagger, plus 2 attack. Someone got a bracelet, plus 10 attack. Suchen silently gathered intel with Eye of Insight. Reminder, 1 hour team-up window, cannot team up after time expires. The team-up function opened, making the plaza even more chaotic. Someone noticed Suchen and his broom. Hey buddy, what did you get? Don't tell me it's a talent? Are you the last awakener? Instantly, all eyes were on him. Suchen nonchalantly held up his broom. I got this. After a moment of stunned silence, the plaza erupted in thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha, a broom? Holy crap, the king of bad luck. Dude, just stay here and sweep for us. Even Joey on the high platform sneered, trash. Amidst the ridicule, Suchen remained unfazed, though inwardly planning, a weapon is necessary. Just then, a sweet, clear voice said, here, take this iron sword. Suchen looked up. It was Lin Xiaolu, the pretty girl who had encouraged him earlier. She offered him an iron sword, another strapped to her back. I got lucky, pulled 2, she explained with a smile. Thank you. Suchen felt a surge of gratitude. This was truly help in his time of need. When I get stronger, I'll definitely repay you with something better, he said earnestly. Okay, I'm Lin Xiaolu, I'll be waiting. She regretfully mentioned her team was full. After Lin Xiaolu left, Suchen felt his super transformation talent activate upon holding the iron sword. He eagerly returned to his cabin. With a thought, he activated super transformation on the sword. The iron sword shimmered, its blade turning grayish-white, the hilt gaining an ancient feel. Transformation successful. Iron Sword transformed into Lesser Profound Iron Sword, attack +8. Attack doubled. Su Chen rejoiced. His total attack was now 15, 7 base +8 sword. Attempting another transformation failed, level too low. Seems there are limits. He slung the Lesser Profound Iron Sword onto his back and walked out again. Chapter 3, The Loner, Devouring and the Rat King. Announcement, Novice Village Open. 2 days until collective task. Failure equals collective obliteration. The threat of death spurred everyone into action. Teams formed rapidly. However, a burly man, Wu Meng, martial arts coach, ATK 20, wielding a +6 glaive, loudly declared, "Only sheep flock together. I'm going solo for faster EXP," and strode out of the village. A few minutes later, reminder, novice village member Wu Meng killed by LV. One gnawing rat. The village went silent with shock. Wu Meng's swift death terrified everyone, extinguishing thoughts of solo play for most. Su Chen remained committed to going solo. As he stepped past the village's former light barrier, player chose to go solo. Gained title, Loner. Title bonus, attack +5, speed +5. Reminder, if still solo at LV. 5, title upgrades to Lone Wolf. +10 stats outright. Su Chen checked his panel, attack, 20 is speed, 14 sword +8, title +5, base 7 is equal to 20 ATK, title +5, base 9 is equal to 14 SPD. Top tier stats instantly. Outside the village, the plains were littered with gnawing rat corpses. Eye of Insight, LV. One gnawing rat, pack animal, ambushes from below. No wonder Wu Meng died. Su Chen approached a relatively intact corpse and activated Endless Devouring. Devour successful. Speed +1. Can even gain stats? Su Chen began excitedly cleaning up. Devour successful. Speed +1. Devour successful. Speed +1. Reminder, level too low. Max 3 devours per LV. 1 monster type. Limits, expected. His speed reached 17. He felt noticeably lighter. Just then, more Heavenly Dao reminders. Novice village member Wang Lan killed by LV. One gnawing rat king. Novice village member Zhou Yong killed. The chat box filled with panicked discussions about the rat king's strength and elusiveness. Su Chen proceeded cautiously and found Wu Meng's body, glaive missing. He activated Endless Devouring on the corpse. Devour successful. Attack +3. Total attack 23. As he was about to leave, a mound of earth rapidly approached. Bang! A giant black rat, over a meter long with fur like steel needles, burst from the ground, its blood-red eyes fixed on Su Chen. LV. One gnawing rat king, strongest LV. One monster, excels at burrowing, extremely fast. So it's you. Su Chen drew his Lesser Profound Iron Sword, bracing himself. But then, he noticed the king was covered in wounds, even missing a front paw. Heavily injured? My chance. The king lunged, its speed greatly reduced. Su Chen easily dodged and slashed its back, drawing blood. The king screeched and tried to burrow away. Trying to run? Su Chen leaped, plunging his sword deep into the king's back. It shrieked, thrashing wildly, but couldn't dislodge Su Chen, who held onto the embedded sword. He twisted the hilt, agony causing the king to finally collapse. As it lay dying, it made one last desperate lunge. Su Chen met it head-on, thrusting his sword straight into its gaping maw, piercing its throat. Killed LV. One gnawing rat king, EXP +30. Level 1, 30/50ths. Announcement, gnawing rat king has been killed. Gnawing rats will no longer respawn on the novice plains. The chat box immediately filled with complaints. Who killed the rat king? How are we supposed to farm EXP now? In fact, Su Chen was the one who felt uncomfortable. He hadn't killed a single rodent and hadn't gained any experience from one. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and said, "Alright, everyone stop arguing. I think there's nothing wrong with killing the rodent king. It has already killed 2 of our members. If we don't get rid of it, who knows who will be next? Besides, no one knows if killing the rodent king will stop the spawning of rodents. Let's all prepare and head into the forest together." Everyone had just been complaining, but now that Zhang Yuanshan had spoken fairly, naturally no one brought it up again. They began discussing the matter of entering the forest. Nowadays, Zhang Yuanshan's status in the novice village had gradually overshadowed Zhou Yi, mainly due to his character. Su Chen looked at the massive black giant rat in front of him and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Speed +3 ha. Su Chen exhaled. It wasn't a wasted effort. Gaining 3 points in speed. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Su Chen attack, 23 defense, 0 speed, 20 level, 130/50ths. Looking at the panel, Su Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. This was already a top-tier existence in the novice village. He couldn't remember any level 1 player with attributes higher than his. Of course, it was possible that some exceptionally talented individuals had not revealed their attributes. Putting away the panel, Su-Chen glanced at the chat box. He learned that many weak teams were preparing to follow behind the stronger teams. Although there were few opportunities to gain experience this way, at least they could preserve their lives. Su-Chen also decided to follow behind these people. After all, the more people there were, the more monsters would be killed, and he could pick up the spoils from behind. Soon, based on the information in the chat box and the footprints on the ground, he pinpointed the location where the main group entered. The forest. The trees here were extremely dense, and sunlight could hardly penetrate, making the environment quite eerie. Su-Chen took the secondary Xian iron sword off his back, held it in his hand, and cautiously walked in. Although his attributes were high and his combat power was decent, his defense was still 0. If he were ambushed by a monster, it would be disastrous. In any case, caution was the priority. A path had already been cleared by the main group, and Su-Chen followed it. Moving forward, Novice Village Zhongjing was killed by a level 1 monster. Grey Wolf Novice Village Wujian was killed by a level 1 monster, Ring-tailed Snake. As Su-Chen advanced, the system continuously prompted information about players being killed. Listening to these alerts, Su-Chen's expression grew serious. It seemed the forest was indeed much more dangerous than the novice grassland outside. Su-Chen continued to walk cautiously deeper into the forest. At that moment, he suddenly caught a whiff of blood in the air, indicating that a battle had definitely taken place. Nearby, there was a high probability that there would be monster corpses. Using his sense of smell and the traces around him, he followed the clues. In a thicket, he discovered the corpse of a wolf. Level 1 monster Grey Wolf, known for its speed, still agile in the jungle. Possessing sharp claws and fangs, the wolf's body was covered in knife wounds, and there was an arrow wound in its throat. It was clear that it had been besieged by humans, a pitiful sight. This was the strength of the team. A single wolf had no power to fight back under siege. Su-Chen stepped forward and activated his talent directly. Devour successful. Speed +2. He actually gained 2 points in attributes, it seemed. This grey wolf was stronger than the rodent. After devouring, Su-Chen once again raised his sword and followed the footsteps of the main group to advance. Soon, he encountered the corpses of 2 more grey wolves. The condition of the 2 grey wolves was similar to that of the previous one. They had both been ambushed. Su-Chen was not polite at all and directly devoured the attributes of the 2 grey wolves. This time, he gained another 4 points in speed attributes. Now, Su-Chen's speed had reached a terrifying 26 points, which even surpassed his attack power. He felt that if he ran now, he would definitely be swift as the wind, and the grey wolves might not even be able to catch up to him. This greatly boosted his confidence. If he encountered a beast he couldn't defeat, he could simply escape. Suddenly, sounds and shouts from humans came from not far away. Hurry up and chase. Don't let it get away. This thing is definitely more valuable than the grey wolves. Don't worry, it's injured. It can't run for long. We can wear it down. Don't be careless, archers, keep shooting. Let's finish this quickly. To avoid long nights and dreams. These voices were not far from Su-Chen and were heading this way. He didn't want to be discovered, so he found a bush to hide in. Just as he stepped into the bush, a white shadow suddenly flashed out ahead, moving at incredible speed. However, Su-Chen still saw its true form clearly. It was a completely snow-white wolf, with not a single other color on its body. Su-Chen quickly activated his inside eye. Level 1 Rare Beast White Wolf. Extra rewards upon killing a rare beast? And extra rewards? Su-Chen couldn't let this opportunity slip by. He leaped out of the bush, sword in hand, and chased after it. The white wolf was startled by Su-Chen's sudden appearance, and immediately unleashed all its potential, desperately running forward. But this also caused its wounds to tear open, blood flowing from them. Su-Chen noticed its speed had increased significantly, and he was shocked. His own speed was already fast, but this white wolf's speed was even more terrifying. It was definitely far beyond an ordinary grey wolf. No wonder it was a rare beast. But Su-Chen's speed was not slow either, and he was fiercely pursuing it through the forest. Thus, a man and a wolf raced through the woods. However, the white wolf was injured, with an arrow lodged in its hind leg, and blood had already stained part of its white fur red, resembling plum blossoms in the snow. Soon, the white wolf felt its stamina waning. It had already been chased and blocked by multiple teams. It was at the end of its strength, and with excessive blood loss, it knew it couldn't shake off the humans behind it. It gradually slowed down, closing the distance to Su-Chen. Seeing this, Su-Chen knew it couldn't run anymore, so he prepared to attack when the distance was sufficient. But at that moment, the white wolf, which had been running ahead, suddenly turned back and lunged at Su-Chen. Su-Chen's eyes widened, and he quickly brought his sword in front of him. Clang! The white wolf's sharp claws collided with Su-Chen's long sword. At the same time, due to the tremendous impact, Su-Chen was knocked to the ground. The white wolf took an absolutely advantageous position and lunged directly at Su-Chen's throat. The blood-soaked maw of the white wolf was mere inches away, and Su Chen could already feel a wave of heat rushing towards him. Yet he remained calm, gripping his longsword tightly and thrusting it fiercely towards the wolf's neck. With a squelch, the sword pierced horizontally through the wolf's neck, freezing all its movements in that instant. In the end, Su Chen was just a moment faster. He then withdrew the sword from the wolf's neck and pushed its corpse aside, lying down on the ground. Gasping for breath, he had just narrowly escaped death and needed a moment to recover. Moreover, he had expended quite a bit of energy while chasing the wolf earlier. This encounter had taught Su Chen not to underestimate any creature. Their will to survive was incredibly strong. If pushed to the brink, they would fight back fiercely. Kill level 1 White Wolf. Experience plus 50. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 2. Attack plus 10, speed plus 10. Name: Su Chen. Attack 33, defense 0, speed 36, level 230/100. Wow, leveling up granted so many attributes. Seeing these bonuses, Su Chen sprang up from the ground in a leap. He could feel the immense boost the attributes provided him. Player has killed a level 1 rare beast, rewarded with a basic teleportation scroll. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of white light appeared. Su Chen found a brown leather scroll in his hand. A basic teleportation scroll? What is this for? Su Chen immediately activated his inside eye. Basic teleportation scroll can randomly teleport to any location within a radius of 500 meters upon use. Note: this scroll is a one-time item and will disappear after use any location within a radius of 500 meters. This is a perfect escape tool. While 500 meters isn't too far, in this jungle where visibility is extremely limited, it was enough to shake off any pursuers, as they wouldn't know where he had teleported to. Damn it, how did that white wolf get so fast? It vanished in just a moment. Follow the blood trail, it can't have gone far. Nearby, voices interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. He knew it was those chasing the white wolf following the blood trail. He immediately picked up his sword and approached the wolf's corpse. To activate Endless Devour. Devour successful. Speed plus 2, attack plus 2. Not bad for attribute points. After the devour was complete, Su Chen quickly left the area. He had taken a significant advantage from them and preferred not to cross paths with them again. Su Chen moved swiftly, running far away and stopping behind a tree. At that moment, messages kept popping up in the chat box, and he couldn't help but take a glance. Who the hell is it? Who shot our team's beast? Son of a bitch, if I find you, you'll regret it. Su Chen looked at these messages, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was no saint, he would certainly take advantage of such opportunities. Moreover, it seemed he was the only one in the entire novice village who hadn't formed a team. As long as there was a chance to grow stronger, he wouldn't let it slip by. Only by continuously growing stronger could he survive, otherwise he might be the next to die. I need to find more beast corpses to devour and grow stronger as quickly as possible. After the recent encounter, Su Chen felt an even greater urgency to become stronger. If he had been just a bit slower, he might have been the one to die. With a thought, he immediately opened the map and coordinates to check the location of the main group. After the chase with the white wolf, Su Chen had deviated from the main group's route. Fortunately, the system had a map feature, but it only displayed the areas Su Chen had traversed. The other places were pitch black, but with just this, Su Chen was able to smoothly return to the path he had just taken. After observing for a while, he confirmed the route and began to move towards the rear of the main force. After walking for a while, he suddenly caught a faint fragrance in the air. Strange. How could there be a scent in the forest? Could there be wildflowers here? Although Su Chen was curious, he had no intention of figuring out the reason. After all, this was a place no one had ever come to, filled with dangers everywhere. Curiosity could be deadly. He continued to follow the route he had determined on the map. However, the further he walked, the stronger the fragrance became, transforming from a fresh scent to a sweet aroma. This was the scent of fruit. Su Chen immediately recognized it. Could there be fruit trees nearby? Despite being cautious, Su Chen couldn't resist the temptation and began to follow the scent. After walking another 10 meters or so, he discovered the fruit tree. The tree was enormous, with a trunk so thick that 5 or 6 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, and its branches were lush, resembling a large open umbrella. On the branches hung various sizes of pale yellow fruits. Su Chen quickly used his inside eye to take a look. 100-year white spirit tree bears fruit every 3 years, can produce white spirit fruit. White spirit fruit, after the first consumption, it can enhance physical fitness and significantly restore stamina. Enhance physical fitness, significantly restore stamina. What a good thing. There were so many white spirit fruits here, wasn't this a windfall? Su Chen couldn't wait to go over and start picking. Chirp, 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 chirp. Suddenly, a flurry of chirping sounds erupted around him, startling Su Chen back. He instantly retreated into the bushes to hide. At that moment, he noticed several white birds circling above the white spirit tree. These birds were about twice the size of pigeons and had long, sharp beaks. Level 1 Monster White Spirit Bird lives near the White Spirit Tree, loves to eat white spirit fruit. Characteristics: extremely protective of their food, adept at launching aerial attacks with sharp beaks. It seemed this was their territory. Su Chen carefully observed the surroundings. He was now only 7 or 8 meters away from the White Spirit Tree. Beneath the tree, there were 5 or 6 crystal clear pale yellow fruits on the branches. Su Chen was confident he could gather these fruits in a matter of seconds. But the question was how to escape afterward. Although his speed was fast, it couldn't match that of flying birds. Su Chen frowned. Did he really have to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? Suddenly, he remembered that he had a teleportation scroll in his pocket. A bold plan formed in his mind. He took out the teleportation scroll and set the direction and location for the teleportation. Then, he fixed his gaze on the white spirit fruits, took a deep breath, and dashed out at 100-meter sprint speed. When the white spirit birds noticed an intruder, they immediately charged down from the sky. Su Chen was equally fast, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the base of the White Spirit Tree. Once under the tree, he quickly plucked 3 white spirit fruits that were growing together. At that moment, the white spirit birds had already swooped down, rapidly approaching Su Chen. Su Chen's body was also moving quickly. He ran to another spot where 3 fruits were growing and quickly began to pick. 1, 2. When he picked the third one, he could already feel the rush of wind behind him. He dared not be greedy any longer. Quickly holding the fruits tightly while focusing his mind. Activate the scroll. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure, along with the white spirit fruits, vanished from the spot. Bang! 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 Many white spirit birds couldn't stop in time and crashed into the tree trunk like a white waterfall. The remaining white spirit birds quickly realized what had happened and immediately came to a halt. At the same time, they chattered incessantly, as if discussing where that person had just run off to. 500 meters away from the white spirit tree, at the limit distance. Whoosh! Su Chen's body appeared here, accompanied by a blue glow. Phew! That was really close. I almost got pecked by those damn birds. At this moment, he was holding 5 crystal clear fruits in his arms. The white spirit fruit emitted an extremely tempting sweet fragrance. Without thinking much, Su Chen directly grabbed one fruit and took a bite. Wow! So delicious! The white spirit fruit melted in his mouth, incredibly sweet, and Su Chen couldn't help but finish it in 2 or 3 bites. The fruit flesh he swallowed transformed into a warm current that flowed into his body. His physique was undergoing a change, feeling exceptionally refreshing. Consuming white spirit fruit, physique enhanced, attack +3, defense +1. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It actually had a defense attribute. This was extremely rare. Although it was only 1 point, it excited him even more than the 3 points of attack. Su Chen moved his body a bit. He could feel that he had indeed become a little sturdier. Moreover, after such a long journey and 2 battles, his stamina had been nearly depleted. But now, after consuming the white spirit fruit, he felt energetic, his whole body filled with strength. It truly restored his stamina significantly. He just wondered if eating another one would add more attributes. Su Chen immediately activated his inside eye to check the white spirit fruit in his arms. White spirit fruit. First consumption enhances physique and restores stamina. Subsequent consumptions will only restore stamina. It seemed that wouldn't work, otherwise, if he ate all the fruits from that tree, he would be invincible. After the recent boost, Su Chen couldn't wait to glance at his status panel. Name: Su Chen attack, 38 defense, 1 speed, 38 level, 2, 30 out of 100. Looking at these stats, the corners of Su Chen's mouth slightly lifted. So far, everyone showing off their attributes in the chat box didn't have stats as high as his, and they were far behind. After all, the highest level among them was only level 2, with attack and speed each increased by 10 points. This was also because they needed 100 experience points to reach level 2, and it was a team effort. So the experience was shared. With Su Chen's current strength, he was confident he could take on any level 1 monster alone. But Su Chen didn't let that make him arrogant. After all, true strong individuals never flaunt their abilities, they just level up quietly. Then, he stuffed the remaining 4 white spirit fruits into his chest pocket. He looked down at his chest muscles. A bit ostentatious. The white cloth shirt given out in the novice village had a pocket at the chest area inside the clothing, and Su Chen had no choice but to put them there. Forget it, a real man doesn't sweat the small stuff. After tidying up, Su Chen continued to move towards the rear of the main force. The path taken by the main force was relatively safe, and most importantly, there were monster corpses to scavenge. However, Su Chen had already devoured 3 level 1 gray wolves, reaching his limit. Now he could only look for other monster corpses to consume. Announcement: in 3 hours, the top 10 combat power rankings of the 250 novice village will be announced, and those on the list will receive rewards. Combat power rankings? Su Chen was overjoyed upon seeing this. He was very confident about making the list. After all, who had his monstrous talent? Even if others reached level 3, their attributes wouldn't be as high as his. At this moment, the chat box was also buzzing with excitement. The combat power rankings are about to be announced, then we'll know who the strongest person in our novice village is. It must be our boss Joey. Let me tell you the truth. Our boss has already reached level 2 and is pushing for level 3. Wow, boss Joey is already level 2? I'm still level 130/100. Many people in the novice village were still level 1. After all, only a little over 2 hours had passed. Immediately, many began to praise Joey. Joey looked at the various praises about himself in the chat box, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Somewhere deep in the jungle, a burly middle-aged man was holding up the head of a wild boar. Glancing at the announcement in the novice village, a smile crept onto his lips. Battle power ranking? Interesting. At the forefront of the main force in the novice village, two powerful teams were clearing the way ahead, led by the awakened talents Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang. Although both of their awakened talents were more supportive in nature, this greatly reduced casualties within the team and played a crucial role. Brother Yuanshan, you're so strong, you'll definitely make the ranking, eh? Pretty girl said with a smile. Zhang Yuanshan smiled back. Let's hope so, let's keep moving forward. But everyone should be careful. I can feel that the deeper we go, the more dangerous it becomes. The people in the team nodded in agreement, they could all sense it too. Although the monsters inside were also level 1, they were much stronger in combat power than those on the outskirts. After a brief rest, Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's team continued to delve deeper. At this moment, Su Chen had returned to the rear of the main force and began hunting monsters. Along the way, he encountered the corpses of 2 ring-tailed snakes. After successfully devouring them, Su Chen gained 4 points in attack attributes. As he walked, Su Chen noticed some footprints on the ground that separated from the main force. There were also some animal tracks on the ground. This meant that a battle must have occurred ahead. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately followed the footprints. The monsters cleared by the main force were mostly gray wolves and ring-tailed snakes. Su Chen had already reached his limit in devouring these 2 types, so he had to find another way. A few minutes later, he followed the footprints to a swampy area. There were no trees here, but there were wild grasses taller than a person, and the ground was muddy, making it easy to sink in if one wasn't careful. Fortunately, a path had already been trampled out ahead. Su Chen cautiously walked along the footprints. Soon, he saw a massive corpse in a depression. His heart leaped with joy, and as he got closer, he realized it was the body of a wild boar. Its body was more than twice the size of a normal wild boar, and its tusks were enormous. Level 1 monster, wild boar, tough skin and thick meat, great strength but not very agile, classified as a strong level 1 monster. A strong level 1 monster. It seemed this guy had quite a bit of experience. Su Chen extended his hand and activated his talent, Endless Devour. A beam of white light flew from the wild boar's body towards him. Devour successful. Attack plus 3 points of attributes. It seemed its strength was comparable to that of the rodent king. After the devouring was complete, Su Chen continued to follow the footprints deeper into the swamp. Since someone was ahead clearing the path for him, Su Chen wasn't too worried about dangers ahead. After walking for a while, he soon heard the sounds of fighting coming from ahead. Su Chen bent down, quickened his pace, and rushed towards the sound of the battle. Soon, he arrived near the fight and found a patch of grass to hide himself. He crouched down and peered through the gaps in the grass to observe the battle ahead. This is an 8-person team besieging a raging wild boar. Why do these people look so familiar? Su Chen pondered while stroking his chin. It's her. Su Chen spotted a graceful figure. It was Lin Xiaolu, who had given him an iron sword in the novice village. So it's their team, no wonder they look somewhat familiar. At this moment, their 8-person team had clear divisions of labor, with 2 burly men holding shields to fend off the boars' attacks. Meanwhile, the members wielding iron swords and short blades were continuously hacking at the boar's legs, while archers in the distance provided harassment. Su Chen recalled the corpse of the wild boar he had seen earlier. Both of its hind legs had been chopped off, and its body was covered in wounds. It seemed their tactic was to incapacitate the boar first, then begin the siege. Once that was done, it would be like fish on a chopping board. At this point, one of the boar's hind legs was already bleeding profusely. This successfully enraged it, but fortunately it wasn't very fast, and one leg was severely injured, while the humans had shields to block its attacks. As long as the boar launched an attack, it would definitely be countered from behind. The battle had reached a fever pitch, and the 8-person team held an absolute advantage. Poochie. A flaw in the boar's defense was seized by a black-faced man with a knife in the team, and he swiftly severed one of its hind legs. Well done, boss. Awesome, boss. Cheers erupted from the team, and their attacks became even more ferocious. The boar, having lost one hind leg, collapsed to the ground, letting out a series of roars. But it was all in vain. Having lost its ability to move, it posed no threat to the 8-person team. The members wielding swords and knives immediately rushed forward. to hack at the boar on the ground. Under the siege of the crowd, the boar soon breathed its last. After killing the boar, the 8-person team all gained experience. Great. I actually got 10 points of experience this time. Why did I only get 3 points? That's too little. Who told you to always stand at the back when fighting monsters? Look at how fierce our boss is. Boss, how much experience did you get this time? Someone asked. 20 points, the black-faced man grinned. Wow, the boss is indeed the boss, getting so much experience. One of the girls looked at him with admiration. After their discussion, Suchen finally understood that the experience gained from team monster hunting was distributed based on contribution. This made it much fairer, preventing those who worked hard from getting the same experience as those who slacked off. However, the experience they gained as a team was still pitifully low. After all, the experience from a monster had to be divided among 8 people. But despite this, everyone was still very happy. This was much faster than leveling up by picking up small monsters at the back of a large group. Alright, everyone regroup, we'll go find the next wild boar soon, the black-faced man said, scanning the area. After the previous battle, each member of the 8-person team had varying degrees of injuries. Even Lin Xiaolu and another girl had bruises on their faces. Moreover, Su Chen remembered that their team had been full with 10 members in the novice village, and now they had clearly lost 2 members. They needed to rest after the battle, so they sat down on the spot to recover their stamina. This place really was the right choice. The wild boar gives 50 points of experience, and it's not hard to deal with. Yeah, since we got here, our experience has been increasing rapidly. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu sighed sadly. Alas, it's just a pity for Shui Yong and Lu Ming. Saying this, Lin Xiaolu lowered her head. The others also showed sorrow upon hearing this. The man with a dark face walked over, patted Lin Xiaolu's shoulder, and said, Xiaolu, don't be too sad. This world is inherently full of dangers, and casualties are inevitable. I'm fine, Brother Hong, Lin Xiaolu replied softly. Not far away, Su Chen, hidden in the grass, activated his inside eye on the man with the dark face. Name, Hong Wan Quan attack, 25 defense, 0 speed, 15 level, 223/200. His attributes are so low. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Just now, during the battle with the wild boar, he was quite fierce, which made Su Chen overestimate his strength. But among the 8-person team, he was already the strongest. Su Chen's current attribute panel is attack 45 defense, 1 speed, 38 level, 230/100. His attack is 20 points higher than his, and his speed is more than double. No wonder he thought Hong Wanquan's speed was so slow just now. With Su Chen's current strength, he could easily overpower Hong Wanquan, and even single-handedly take down a wild boar would be no problem. After all, his speed could be considered monstrous. The wild boar couldn't even touch him. But he still had no intention of meeting these people. He just wanted to wait until they had rested before devouring the attributes from the wild boar. However, it was clear that these people needed to rest for a while, and Su Chen couldn't just hide there indefinitely. He decided to wander around first to see if there were any demon beasts to hunt, and then come back to devour the attributes. Just as he was slowly backing away, he accidentally stepped on some dry grass, making a noise. Who's there? Come out. Prepare for battle. The 8-person team immediately got into a battle stance. The young man with the bow raised his bow and aimed in that direction. Su Chen let out a helpless sigh, slowly walked out of the grass, and said, Don't be nervous, I'm human. The 8 people opposite him did not pose any pressure on Su Chen. With his speed, he could easily shake them off. But he hadn't done anything wrong, and besides, he wasn't afraid of them, so there was no need to hide. Su Chen? Lin Xiaolu looked at Su Chen in surprise. Hong Wanquan turned to Lin Xiaolu and asked, Xiaolu, do you know him? Lin Xiaolu nodded. Yes, he's my friend. Hearing this, the tense group slowly relaxed, and the bows aimed at Su Chen were lowered. Lin Xiaolu then asked, What are you doing here alone? Where are your teammates? I saw footprints on the ground and followed them here. My teammates are still waiting for me outside. Su Chen pointed towards the jungle. Before Lin Xiaolu could speak again, another girl in the team suddenly realized and said, Oh, it's you. No wonder you look familiar. Xiao Xue, who is this person? I don't recognize him, the burly man with the shield asked. Chen Shui and several other team members then explained the situation in the novice village, and everyone understood why Lin Xiaolu knew Su Chen. Chen Shui then grinned and said, You're not secretly following Xiaolu, hoping to join our team, are you? But at this moment, the leader of the team, Hong Wanquan, spoke up. No, our team already has enough people. Adding one more will only be a burden. Their team of 8 was already quite large. In fact, most strong teams only had 3 or 4 members. With so many people fighting against the demon beasts, many couldn't even get involved, especially the weaker ones, who would instead drag the entire team down and level up slowly. He had to think about the whole team. However, at this time, Lin Xiaolu looked at Hong Wanquan and said, Brother Hong, it's very dangerous for Su Chen to be here alone. Why don't we let him join us? Seeing Lin Xiaolu speak up, Hong Wanquan didn't oppose anymore, but looked at the others. The other team members also didn't say anything. In this world, good-looking people are treated differently, especially beauties like Lin Xiaolu. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Hong Wanquan reluctantly said, "Alright then, for Xiaolu's sake, we'll let you join our team." To his surprise, Suchen spoke up, "No need, my teammates are waiting for me outside the swamp, I can join them soon." He didn't want to team up with others, as it would not only expose his talents but also slow down his progress. Lin Xiaolu frowned, slightly worried, and said, "But it's really dangerous here, what if?" Suchen smiled nonchalantly, "It's fine, don't worry about me. I just came through here alone, I can go back the same way." Saying this, Suchen turned and left. Watching Suchen's departing figure, Chen Shui pouted, "Really, Sister Xiaolu, you invited him like that and he still won't come. He has his own team, I'm just worried about his safety." At this moment, someone teased, "Xiaolu, why are you so concerned about him? Do you have a crush on him?" "I don't. Don't say that." "Ha, still denying it, your face is all red." Lin Xiaolu immediately covered her face and this action proved her guilt. "Ha ha, everyone saw that and you still say no." Hong Wanquan laughed along, "Xiaolu, if I had known this would happen, I would have forcibly kept that kid here." "Brother Hong, I didn't." At this time, the 8-member team was filled with laughter, dissipating the earlier sadness. On the other side, Suchen opened the map and marked the place where he had encountered Lin Xiaolu. After they all left, he would go back to devour the attributes of that wild boar. But just as Suchen had not walked far, a woman's scream came from behind. "Ah! Oh no! Their team is in trouble." Without hesitation, Suchen turned around and ran back in the direction he had just come from. As he got closer, he could hear the sounds of fighting ahead. Suchen drew the long sword from his back and arrived at the hiding spot from before. Here, he saw the scene ahead. Lin Xiaolu's team was entangled with a toad that was bigger than a cow. This toad was nearly 2 meters tall, with a round body and a huge belly. In front, a sturdy man with a shield was blocking the massive toad's attacks. Several others armed with short weapons were surrounding it, while a young man in the distance was continuously drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Unfortunately, their attacks couldn't inflict any damage on the toad, they couldn't break its defense at all. On the other hand, Lin Xiaolu's side was completely unable to withstand the massive toad's charge. Suchen activated his inside eye to see what kind of monster this was. Level 2. Demon Beast. Swamp Frog possesses a flexible long tongue, can swallow prey into its belly, has extremely strong jumping ability and astonishing defense. What? Level 2 Demon Beast? Suchen frowned tightly, this was the first level 2 Demon Beast he had encountered. No wonder its strength is so formidable. This 8-person team simply can't handle it. But it's fortunate that its size is too large and its body isn't agile enough to attack the enemies behind it. Otherwise, several members of the team would probably have already fallen. At this moment, a slender young man holding a bow and arrow said, "What kind of monster is this? Why is its skin so thick? The arrows can't penetrate at all." "That's because your attack power is too low. The opponent is a level 2 Demon Beast." However, Suchen didn't have time to waste on idle talk. They were in battle, and every minute and second was incredibly important. He charged out from the bushes and shouted to the archer, "Don't panic. Aim for its eyes." Hearing this, the young man came to his senses and began shooting at the swamp frog's eyes. Whoosh! The feathered arrow flew accurately toward the swamp frog's round eyeball. However, at that moment, it sensed danger and twisted its plump body. Zing! The arrow struck its hard shell and then slid off. The swamp frog noticed the archer in the distance posed a greater threat to it, so it opened its wide mouth and shot out its long tongue toward the young man. "Watch out!" Suchen warned. At the same time, he drew his secondary black iron sword and continued to close in on the swamp frog. Unfortunately, the archer's speed was limited and he couldn't dodge in time. The swamp frog's tongue wrapped around the young man and then it quickly retracted its tongue. The man, ensnared by the tongue, looked at the rapidly approaching gaping maw with a look of despair on his face. At this moment, his teammates also reacted, with someone shouting his name, "Hanji." No! But it was all too late. The archer Hanji had already been swallowed by the swamp frog. In front of it, humans were like mere mosquitoes. Moreover, the entire process from the tongue extending to Hanji being swallowed took only a few seconds. At this speed, no one at the scene, except for Suchen, could react in time. "Bastard! I'll chop you to death, you monster!" Hong Wanquan roared, charging toward the swamp frog. The members of the team, seeing this scene, rushed forward to surround the swamp frog. They couldn't let it attack with its tongue again, otherwise they wouldn't be able to withstand it and could only engage it in close combat. But at that moment, it kicked off with its powerful hind legs and leaped into the air. It jumped about 7 or 8 meters, directly escaping the encirclement. "Don't let it create distance, continue the assault," Hong Wanquan commanded. Unfortunately, by the time everyone reacted and turned to charge at it, it shot out its tongue once more. This time, its target was Lin Xiaolu. Whoosh! The long tongue shot swiftly toward Lin Xiaolu, who was standing to the side. In the blink of an eye, the swamp frog's tongue covered the 7 or 8 meters distance. The tongue wrapped around Lin Xiaolu's slender waist, and in the next second, it was about to retract. By the time Lin Xiaolu realized what was happening, it was already too late. She understood she was about to be swallowed by the demon beast as well. At that moment, a complex emotion appeared on her face. She didn't want to die yet. The others, witnessing this scene, were all taken aback, with some wanting to rush to her aid. But their speed, compared to that of the swamp frog, was like slow motion. At this critical moment, Su Chen finally arrived on the battlefield. He gripped the secondary Shen iron sword and swung it towards the tongue of the swamp frog. Crack! A cold light flashed, and the frog's tongue was severed. Lin Xiaolu's body also fell as a result. Howl! The remaining half of the frog's tongue retracted, and it couldn't help but let out a few mournful cries. What a fast sword, someone exclaimed. Once the others reacted, they immediately rushed to pull Lin Xiaolu up from the ground. After a series of roars, the swamp frog glared angrily at Su Chen, its powerful hind legs springing up again. It opened its large mouth and lunged directly at him, intending to swallow Su Chen whole. Seeing this, Su Chen remained calm. He gripped a long sword tightly and executed a sliding maneuver, passing beneath the swamp frog. At the same time, he swung the sword towards the frog's belly. Slash! The blade sliced open the frog's belly, spilling out a mix of red and white insides. This series of actions had only existed in his imagination, but with the attribute boost, he was now able to perform it. As the swamp frog's belly was torn away, its body fell helplessly to the ground. Its innards spilled out, creating a bloody scene. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the monster was surely dead. At that moment, a figure fell out from inside. It was Han Ji, who had just been swallowed. He was covered in slime and had fainted. Han Ji, how are you? The team members rushed forward to check on Han Ji's injuries, and seeing him unconscious, someone kept slapping his face. Wake up, Han Ji. Soon, they managed to rouse him. When Han Ji woke up, he looked around in confusion and asked, slightly dazed, am I dead? Is this heaven? How come you all are dead too? He had truly been on the brink of death. Dead? You're not dead. Su Chen saved you. That's right, none of us are dead. Su Chen not only saved you but also saved us. Su Chen? At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to Su Chen, who was squatting on the ground, propping himself up with his sword, gasping for breath. Just a moment ago, he had unleashed tremendous potential, which had also drained a lot of his stamina. Kill level 2. Monster Swamp Frog. Experience plus 70. Congratulations, player level increased to level 3, attack plus 15, speed plus 15, attack 60, defense 1, speed 53, level 30/250. The 70 experience points were just enough for Su Chen to level up to level 3. Reminder, level increased to 3. Eye of Insight talent enhanced. What? The talent has been enhanced. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and couldn't wait to see what changes had occurred. Upon activation, his gaze began to sweep around. He could see all the movements and trajectories of the members of this small team clearly. He could even predict their next moves. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel internally. This greatly enhanced his combat power. Being able to anticipate the opponent's attack in battle meant he would always have the upper hand. While Su Chen was excited, he also noticed a few people walking towards him. He stood up and looked at the person in front, who was none other than Han Ji, the one who had just been swallowed by the swamp frog. Han Ji approached him with a grateful expression. Hello, my name is Han Ji. Thank you for saving my life. As he spoke, Han Ji extended his hands but then realized they were covered in slime and pulled them back. Su Chen smiled in return. No problem, your archery skills are quite good. If it hadn't been for the lack of power and slow speed of his arrow just now, it would have likely hit the swamp frog's eye. Hang smiled and scratched his head. I've been learning archery since I was young, and I never expected to actually draw this weapon after coming here. At that moment, Hong Wanquan walked over. Hank's archery skills are indeed impressive. He is one of the main combat forces in our group. Then he came in front of Su Chen and said solemnly, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you just now, our team might have been done for. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also began to express their gratitude. Su Chen could see that they were genuinely thankful, and there was admiration in their eyes. We are all compatriots. It's only right to help each other in times of difficulty, Su Chen said with a smile. Hong Wanquan nodded, just about to speak. But at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the surrounding bushes. Everyone immediately became alert, grabbing their weapons and focusing their gaze on the source of the noise in the bushes. Suddenly, a wild boar charged out from the underbrush. Everyone panicked because most of them were injured, and some had lost their combat ability. Moreover, their formation was terrible. Some were gathered around Su Chen, while others were scattered around the depression. They were all injured or exhausted. After experiencing a brush with death, everyone had relaxed their guard, leading to this situation. The wild boar charged in and directly collided with the nearest person. This person was injured and had no time to dodge, and it looked like he was about to be gored by the boar. Suddenly, a cold light flashed again. Crack! The wild boar's head flew off, its body sliding forward a distance due to inertia. It came to a stop right in front of the injured person. With a splatter, blood gushed out from the neat wound on the wild boar's neck. At this moment, Suchen stood beside the boar's corpse, sword in hand. Killed a level 1 wild boar. Experience plus 50, level 3, 50/250. Everyone present was dumbfounded by this scene. The wild boar they had struggled so hard to fight was now killed in one blow by Suchen. Is this even human? It's infuriating how much stronger some people are. Hong Wanquan looked at this scene, equally astonished. They hadn't directly felt Suchen's strength when the swamp frog died at his hands earlier. They had never encountered a swamp frog before and didn't know it was a level 2 monster. However, they had dealt with several wild boars and were well aware of the strength of such monsters. But to see a wild boar killed so easily by Suchen was hard for them to believe. To be honest, Suchen himself wasn't clear about his strength until after the battle with the swamp frog. He realized that his current attack power and speed had reached a terrifying level. Now, with wild boars and grey wolves, he could kill as many as came at him. Seeing that everyone was shocked by his strength, Suchen fortunately squatted down, turned his back to the crowd, and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Attack power plus 3. Then, taking advantage of the fact that no one was there to disturb him, he walked over to the swamp frog and the wild boar's corpse from earlier. Devour successful. Defense plus 1. Devour successful. Attack power plus 3. Suchen was delighted to find that the swamp frog's attribute was defense. At the same time, he could feel his physique strengthening, which was the benefit of the increased defense. Suchen, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaolu walked over from the side, and she had also sustained some minor injuries. Oh, I just wanted to observe the weaknesses of these monsters so it will be easier to deal with them in the future. Suchen casually fabricated a reason. Lin Xiaolu praised him. I didn't expect you to be so attentive. No one in our team thought of this. Suchen smiled and didn't respond. After all, it was just an excuse he came up with. Thank you for saving me earlier, Lin Xiaolu said. You don't need to be so polite. If it weren't for you giving me your iron sword in the novice village, I wouldn't have even made it out of there. Without a weapon, Suchen really didn't know what he would have done. At that moment, Chen Shui from the team ran over, excitedly saying, Suchen, you were amazing just now. You killed a wild boar with one sword strike, it was so cool. Yeah, Su Chen, how did you do that? The wild boar's defense is really strong, our knives couldn't even cut through. The others in the team gathered around, looking at Suchen with admiration. Suchen smiled and said, if you work hard to level up, you can do it too. After saying that, he looked at Hong Wanquan and asked, what does your team plan to do next in this situation? Their team was almost entirely injured, and their combat power was estimated to be less than half. Dealing with a wild boar would likely be difficult. The best course of action now was to return to the novice village, where the wooden houses had the ability to restore stamina and heal injuries. However, recovery was quite slow, especially for those who were more seriously injured. Hong Wanquan glanced at his teammates and then looked at Suchen, saying, I just talked to them and everyone is unwilling to return to the novice village to recuperate. Suchen showed a puzzled expression. Hong Wanquan continued, the recovery in the wooden house is too slow, going back and forth could take a whole day. The others chimed in, yeah, the system only gives us 2 days to level up, and if we fail the mission, we'll all die. We also want to level up quickly and not hold everyone back. Suchen used his insight. I'd scanned them and found that most were level 1 and hadn't reached level 2 yet. With such combat power, they likely wouldn't be of much use in the collective tasks in the novice village. So we planned to find Gu Haitang in the main group and ask her to help us heal our injuries. Suchen nodded. He remembered that many people had thanked Gu Haitang in the chat box for healing their injuries. This had led everyone to develop a habit of seeking her out when injured. So, you plan to catch up with the main group now? Suchen asked. That's right, Hong Wanquan nodded. Then it's just on the way, let's go together. With his current strength, he no longer needed to hide behind and collect monster corpses. Leveling up this way was too slow. It was better to kill monsters in front and absorb their essence. Moreover, he had already maxed out the attributes of the wild boar, so staying here wasn't worth it. Really? Suchen, you're going to join us? That's great. Chen Shui immediately became excited. The faces of the others also showed signs of joy. With such a strong ally by their side, they felt reassured. Lin Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with a different light. Hong Wanquan quickly expressed his gratitude to Suchen, as he had previously worried about the current situation of the team. If they encountered any issues on the way, it would be disastrous. Now, with the strong Suchen accompanying them, they felt much safer. Thus, the group tidied themselves up and set off. Soon, they returned to the jungle with Su Chen leading the way. Not only was his speed astonishing, but he also possessed the eye of insight, with observational skills far beyond ordinary people. He could detect any movement at the slightest rustle. Brother Su Chen, didn't you say your team was waiting for you in the jungle? Where are they? Chen Shuetian curiously asked. I left that team, Su Chen replied, still looking ahead. Ha? When? Chen Shui was taken aback. Just when you asked me, Su Chen smiled. Ha? This left Chen Shui completely stunned, standing still. Han Ji walked over to her and said, Xiaoxue, are you silly? Brother Su Chen is so strong, he doesn't need teammates. He was just making an excuse before. Only then did Chen Shui realize, so Brother Su Chen is a lone powerhouse. Suddenly, Su Chen, who was walking ahead, drew his sword and slashed at the bushes ahead. Crack! The bushes were neatly cut away, and a corpse of a ring-tailed snake fell out. Its body was severed in half, curling on the ground but soon became still. Kill level 1 ring-tailed snake. Experience plus 20. The ring-tailed snake is primarily known for its strong venom and ambush tactics, often delivering a fatal blow to its prey at critical moments. It had caused the demise of many novice village players. However, its defense was weak and it offered little experience. Su Chen crouched down and absorbed its attributes. Absorption successful. Attack power plus 2. Now, the number of ring-tailed snakes he had absorbed had reached its limit. He had already absorbed all the common beasts around the jungle's perimeter. Brother Su Chen is so powerful, if I were in front, I would be in trouble. Su Chen turned to them and reminded, you all be careful, don't get too close to the bushes or piles of leaves. The people in the team nodded in agreement. The group continued forward and soon encountered some corpses of gray wolves and ring-tailed snakes. Su Chen had already absorbed these, so they didn't waste time and quickened their pace. Before long, they caught up with the large team that was moving slowly ahead. Although it was called a large team, these groups were not clustered together but scattered around. This way, each team had a chance to encounter beasts, and if any issues arose, they could look out for each other. Su Chen led them quickly to the front, where they saw Gu Haitang and others. Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's teams were at the forefront, but they were not together. Instead, they were separated by a distance, advancing in the same direction. In Gu Haitang's team, there were only 6 members, but under Su Chen's keen observation, it was discovered that 4 of them had already reached level 3, and the one with the lowest level was already at level 2. With their team's combat power, dealing with 5 or 6 wild boars was not a problem at all. When Hong Wanquan saw them, he immediately jogged over. He came to ask Gu Haitang to help them heal their injuries, which was naturally their team's business. He felt embarrassed to ask Su Chen to help them with this. At this moment, the members of Gu Haitang's team also noticed Hong Wanquan running towards them. They stopped in their tracks and had already guessed the purpose of Hong Wanquan and the others. After all, the people in their team were all injured. A young man holding an iron sword impatiently said, "Why is someone coming again? Didn't I already say in the chat box that the injured shouldn't come to us? Can't this guy see? Exactly, does he really think this is a hospital?" Gu Haitang, tall and with a somewhat pale complexion, said, "Alright, everyone, let's keep it down." The sword-wielding man frowned and said, "Sister Haitang, you're just too kind-hearted. Why bother with them? Their injuries have nothing to do with us." "Yeah, Sister Haitang, it's because you keep treating others that your level hasn't gone up. We're all from the same novice village, how can I just stand by and watch them suffer?" Gu Haitang had always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. At this moment, Hong Wanquan had already run over and Gu Haitang didn't continue speaking. He earnestly explained his purpose for coming. Zhao Zhuo, holding the iron sword, directly said, "Sister Haitang has already exhausted her stamina treating you and she can't use her talent. For now, you should go back." This, Hong Wanquan was a bit confused. He didn't know that using talents would consume stamina. Gu Haitang had treated quite a few people before, and her stamina had indeed been depleted. This also meant she hadn't fought many monsters and gained very little experience, making her the lowest level in the team now. Gu Haitang stepped forward and said, "Don't listen to him, call your teammates over. Let me take a look at their injuries first." Hearing this, Hong Wanquan's face lit up with joy, and he immediately waved to his teammates. Seeing this, Zhao Zhuo curled his lips and said nothing more. The teammates quickly rushed over, and Han Ji warmly greeted them. However, they seemed to look down on these people, and no one paid attention to Han Ji. Instead, the men from Gu Haitang's team all turned their gazes towards Lin Xiulu. A beauty is always the center of attention. Gu Haitang first checked their injuries. They weren't particularly severe, with the worst being some fractures. Zhao Zhuo, seeing this scene, said with dissatisfaction, "With injuries like yours, how can you even ask Sister Haitang to treat you? Yeah, Sister Haitang's talent consumes stamina. Can't you just go to the novice village to recuperate?" Hong Wanquan and the others showed embarrassed expressions. They hadn't known before that using talents would consume stamina. Su Chen also learned this for the first time. After all, his talent could be used freely without any side effects. He could also see that Gu Haitang's complexion was indeed not good, likely due to overusing her talent and being exhausted. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu stepped forward with an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, we didn't know that treating others would consume stamina. Still." Gu Haitang interrupted her, saying, "It's fine, but I can only treat you 3 more times at most." Hong Wanquan immediately thanked her repeatedly. "It's okay, 3 times is enough. Thank you so much." In the end, 3 of the most seriously injured individuals from their side walked out. Gu Haitang stepped forward and activated her talent, using healing on the 3 individuals in turn. A faint green light flew from her palms and entered the bodies of the 3 injured. Their wounds were healed to a large extent, but Gu Haitang's healing talent was still insufficient to completely cure them. However, this was already quite good, as it at least helped them regain their combat strength. The 3 stepped forward to thank Gu Haitang. She nodded slightly, but at that moment, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her complexion seemed even paler than before. Su Chen observed everything closely. After a moment's thought, he took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and walked over to Gu Haitang. "This is a fruit I picked from a tree. Eating it can restore stamina." As he spoke, Su Chen handed over the white spirit fruit. As soon as the fruit was taken out, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air, causing many to swallow hard. "Can this really restore stamina? Is there such a good thing?" Zhao Jia and the others cast curious glances. Lin Xiaolu and the others also looked at Su Chen in surprise, not expecting him to have such a thing. Gu Haitang did not hesitate and reached out to take the white spirit fruit. She had already exhausted most of her stamina, and if this fruit could truly restore it, it would be a tremendous help to her. Holding the white spirit fruit, she took a small bite and an aromatic flavor burst forth, the fruit melting in her mouth. Soon, she finished the entire fruit. A wonderful sensation arose within her. She felt incredibly refreshed, and her stamina was continuously recovering. Her originally pale complexion also became rosy. Then, she noticed that after eating the white spirit fruit, her attributes had increased, including the most precious defensive attribute. This fruit can actually increase defensive attributes. Gu Haitang looked at Su Chen in surprise. The others were equally astonished upon hearing this. Their defensive attributes were all 0, and even leveling up hadn't increased them. Now, a single fruit could enhance defense. It only increases the first time you consume it. Its main effect is still to restore stamina, Su Chen explained. Gu Haitang also felt that her body was filled with energy again. The previous fatigue completely swept away. A single fruit had restored her stamina to full. How amazing! Such a fruit must be very precious. Thank you so much, Gu Haitang said gratefully to Su Chen. "It's nothing, you provided healing for everyone too," he replied. The reason he took out the white spirit fruit for Gu Haitang was also due to her selfless actions earlier. With her stamina restored, Gu Haitang treated all the injured members of Hong Wanquan's team. Now, Zhao Zhuo and the others had nothing to say. Instead, they kept staring at Su Chen, having already felt the effects of that fruit. Not only could it increase defensive attributes, but it could also restore stamina, which was immensely appealing to them. A sense of greed began to grow in their hearts. After all the injured had been treated, Hong Wanquan and the others expressed their gratitude to Gu Haitang once more. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Zhuo called out to them, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned to look at Zhao Zhuo, including Su Chen. Zhao Zhuo walked towards Su Chen with a smile and said, "May I ask how to address this brother?" Su Chen. He glanced at Zhao Zhuo and felt that he had ulterior motives. Su Chen. Zhao Zhuo nodded and continued, "We have already seen the effects of that fruit. I wonder if you could lend us a few more." Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and he immediately understood that he was eyeing the Bai Ling fruit. Hong Wanquan and the others also showed wary expressions. "Zhao Zhuo, what are you talking about?" "That belongs to someone else," Gu Haitang said coldly. Zhao Zhuo smiled at her. "Sister Haitang, don't be anxious, let me finish." Then he said earnestly, "You see, these people's strength is not impressive. Having such a good thing in their hands is simply a waste. It would be better to give all these fruits to us so that they can be put to their maximum use." They were mainly interested in the fruit's ability to restore stamina. After several hours of exploration and fighting, their stamina was rapidly depleting. They had to stop and rest to recover their stamina every so often, which wasted too much time. Otherwise, their levels would definitely be higher now. Zhao Zhuo continued, "In that case, during the collective mission in the novice village, our elite levels will also be higher, and who knows, it might play a crucial role then." As he spoke, he didn't forget to remind them, if the collective mission fails, it will be a collective wipe. At that time, keeping these fruits will be useless. He spoke with great righteousness, as if everything was for the sake of the novice village. After he said this, many people in the team were swayed. They echoed, "Zhao Zhuo makes a good point. This fruit restores our stamina, so we can level up faster. Yes, this way we can better help the novice village. Aren't we all here to help each other? If we have something like this, we should share it." Gu Haitang looked at these teammates in shock. She didn't expect so many people to choose to stand with Zhao Zhuo. She had underestimated human greed, especially in a situation where one could die at any moment. They would definitely seize any opportunity to become stronger. Suchen could understand these people, but understanding did not mean he would compromise. You just said that this fruit can only reach its maximum effect in your hands? On what basis are you so sure? Zhao Zhuo replied as if it were obvious, because my strength is greater than yours and my level increases faster than yours. Wasting time recovering stamina for me is different from you wasting time. If your strength were greater than mine, I would willingly let you have this fruit, but he smiled and shook his head, his face full of disdain. Only the strong deserve better resources. You think you qualify as strong? Su Chen sneered. Hearing this, Zhao Zhuo's expression darkened. I have already reached level 3. I don't know what level you are now, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Do I have to teach you a lesson for you to understand how to respect the strong? In the entire large group, there were hardly any with a higher level than him, not to mention those who had been lagging behind or acting alone. He was very confident that he could easily defeat Su Chen. Then, let's give it a try, Su Chen said casually. Zhao Zhuo was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so tough, knowing he was weaker yet still wanting him to take action. Then don't blame me. Zhao Zhuo drew his sword, intending to teach Su Chen a good lesson. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Gu Haitang wanted to speak up to stop and resolve the conflict, but it was too late. Su Chen drew his sword and transformed into a shadow, charging towards Zhao Zhuo. Seeing Su Chen's terrifying speed, Zhao Zhuo wanted to raise his sword to defend, but in the next moment his movement stopped, because a sword was already pressed against his throat. The tip of the sword only needed to move forward a little more to pierce his skin and enter his throat. Zhao Zhuo immediately raised his head, his face full of terror, his heart racing, and his body dared not move. This was the closest he had ever been to death. The others were also shocked by this sudden scene. They did not expect that Zhao Zhuo, the strongest in their team, would have no way to defend against Su Chen. Although Hong Wanquan and the others knew that Su Chen was very strong, they did not expect the gap between the two to be so large, with the outcome decided in almost an instant. Several teams not far away witnessed this scene, including Zhang Yuanshan's team. Wow! Look over there. Isn't that Zhao Zhuo being pointed at with a sword? Who is the person opposite him? It really is Zhao Zhuo. He is one of the top combat powers in our main force. How could he be threatened by someone with a sword? After seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan immediately rushed over. He did not want to see infighting among humans. His teammates followed him, as they were relatively familiar with the people in Gu Haitang's team. They all wanted to see what had happened. Now, do you understand how to respect the strong? Su Chen asked, sword in hand. Zhao Zhuo, with the sword pressed against his throat, did not dare to nod, fearing that he might accidentally touch the sharp blade. He swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, I understand. I understand. Only then did Su Chen lower the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Zhao Zhuo immediately took a few steps back, gasping for breath, while looking at Su Chen with a terrified expression. Anyone else who thinks they are stronger than me can come challenge me. Su Chen's gaze swept over these people. They avoided his gaze, no longer displaying the arrogance they had before. Zhao Zhuo was already considered the strongest among them, and even he had no way to defend against Su Chen. If they went up to challenge him, they would likely meet the same fate. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshan and the others arrived. He first glanced at Su Chen, then turned to Gu Haitang and asked, what happened? What's going on? Gu Haitang also came back to her senses from the shock and recounted what had just happened to Zhang Yuanshan. After hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan coldly glanced at Zhao Zhuo, who lowered his head in shame. Not only because he had harbored greedy thoughts, but also because he had been silenced by Su Chen's sword. It was evident that Zhang Yuanshan held considerable authority among these people. Su Chen couldn't help but use his inside eye on him, but he can only see the other party's level. Level 4? Su Chen was somewhat surprised that Zhang Yuanshan's level was so high. No wonder Zhao Zhuo was so obedient in front of him. Compared to Gu Haitang, who was only level 2, level 4 Zhang Yuanshan had much more deterrent power. This is the importance of strength? Su Chen did not want to waste time here and turned to leave directly. Please wait. Zhang Yuanshan's voice came from behind. Su Chen turned around to look at him. Is there something else? Zhang Yuanshan said with a face full of apology. This matter was wrong on Zhao Zhuo's part, and it has caused you trouble. I am truly sorry. Hearing this, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Zhang Yuanshan then looked at Zhao Zhuo and said sternly, aren't you going to apologize? Although Zhao Zhuo was reluctant, he stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, I was bewitched. Zhang Yuanshan's actions earned him the goodwill of Hong Wanquan and the others. Su Chen glanced at the downcast Zhao Zhuo, said nothing, and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. His only thought now was to quickly increase his strength. If he hadn't demonstrated absolute power earlier, the white spirit fruit would have already been snatched away. Perhaps that would have prevented the events that followed. Therefore, in this world, strength is still the most important thing. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, the young girl beside Zhang Yuanshan, with a delicate face, said discontentedly, "Hey, brother Yuanshan has avenged you, why do you have this attitude?" Su Chen stopped, smiled, and said, "What avenged me is my strength. If an apology counts as avenging, then when Su Chen had pointed his sword at Zhao Zhuo earlier, he could have made him apologize too." "You?" The girl was furious, feeling that Su Chen was too arrogant. "This brother, may I ask your name?" Zhang Yuanshan inquired. "Su Chen." After saying that, he took another step to leave. Hong Wanquan and the others were also preparing to take their leave when Zhang Yuanshan persistently said, "Su Chen, are they all your teammates?" "No." Su Chen's answer remained concise. "Then where are your teammates?" Zhang Yuanshan wanted to ask where Su Chen's teammates were. Su Chen felt that he was asking too many questions and wasting too much time, so he didn't answer and walked forward. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan shook his head with a helpless smile. His purpose in asking these questions was simple. He wanted to invite Su Chen to join them. He had witnessed Su Chen's strength and knew he was a powerhouse on par with him. Unfortunately, since the other party had no such intention, he let it go. However, although he let it go, the girl was immediately displeased. She quickly caught up with Su Chen, blocking his way and saying, "Hey, brother Yuanshan is talking to you, is this your attitude?" In the entire novice village, who wouldn't show respect to Zhang Yuanshan? This was not only because of his strength but also due to his character. Even the unruly Zhou Yi wouldn't ignore Zhang Yuanshan. Only this guy in front of her was too arrogant. "I am not obligated to keep answering his questions," Su Chen said calmly. "You?" Zhou Xiaoke was infuriated and turned to Zhang Yuanshan, saying, "Brother Yuanshan, you should teach him a lesson so he knows your strength." "Xiaoke, stop making a fuss. No, if he doesn't let you finish your words today, he can't leave." Zhou Xiaoke crossed her arms, looking unreasonable. "Forget it." Su Chen felt very helpless encountering someone like this. He could only look at Zhang Yuanshan and say, "If you have something to say, just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush." Zhang Yuanshan smiled and said, "Actually, I wanted to invite you and your team to join us." With Su Chen's strength leading a team, it would definitely be more than enough to pave the way in the front of a large group. "Here we can support each other, and there are more monsters here than in other places, so we won't waste time looking for them." Hearing Zhang Yuanshan's invitation, before Su Chen could speak, Zhou Xiaoke exclaimed first, "What? Brother Yuanshan, you actually want him to join us? How can that be? Having one more person means one more strength. With Su Chen's power being so strong, what can't he do?" For Su Chen, this was indeed a good choice. But his innate skills would easily be discovered in a large group. The risk was too great. He definitely felt he was more suited to being alone. "Sorry, I'm used to being alone," Su Chen declined. Zhang Yuanshan's expression showed slight disappointment. As he nodded, "Alright, everyone has their own aspirations." Zhou Xiaoke, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that this annoying guy Su Chen would agree. She then stepped aside and walked back to Zhang Yuanshan. Su Chen turned to leave, and Hong Wanquan and the others gradually followed. After these people left, Zhang Yuanshan suddenly woke up, carefully pondering Su Chen's last words. "Alone? He said he's used to being alone?" Zhang Yuanshan frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. "Brother Yuanshan, what are you talking about?" Zhou Xiaoke looked at him curiously. The others around Zhang Yuanshan also turned to him. Then, Zhang Yuanshan shared his thoughts with them. "What? Are you saying that Su Chen is a lone wolf with no teammates?" Zhang Yuanshan nodded. "Based on my speculation, it should be like that. But, how is that possible? How could he survive alone in such a dangerous environment at the beginning?" Zhou Xiaoke's face was filled with disbelief. Zhang Yuanshan stroked his chin and said, "We can only say that his strength is even greater than it appears." He suddenly remembered something. There were 4 awakened talent users who had shown up in the novice village. Only one remained. Could that person be Su Chen? He didn't voice this thought, as it was still just a guess. If that's the case, then his strength is indeed very strong. Gu Haitang also somewhat agreed with Zhang Yuanshan's statement. The Bai Ling fruit was not something just anyone could obtain. If there really was such a fruit tree, without protection from beasts, it would have long been devoured by the wild animals in the jungle. Zhou Xiaoke, still unconvinced, said, "So what if he's a lone wolf? He still isn't a match for brother Yuanshan." Zhang Yuanshan smiled and shook his head. He then looked at everyone and said, "Alright, everyone, let's not waste time, we continue forward." On the other side, after Su Chen and the others distanced themselves from the large group, he turned to Hong Wanquan. "Brother Hong, what are your plans next?" Hong Wanquan was quite a bit older than Su Chen and was a responsible leader. Upon hearing this, Hong Wanquan immediately said, "We plan to stay behind the large group for now and level up first." Their previous encounter with a level 2 beast in the swamp made them realize that some places were better left untraveled. Otherwise, one careless move could lead to death. That does sound much safer. Su Chen also agreed with Hong Wanquan's decision. He then added, then let's part ways here, I need to head deeper into the jungle. Hong Wanquan nodded, alright, be careful. Su Chen's strength had already surpassed their small team, so it was indeed not suitable for him to stay with them. Alright, may we meet again by chance. Su Chen smiled and waved at everyone. They all waved back at Su Chen. Although they had anticipated this, Lin Xiaolu's face still couldn't hide her disappointment. She waved at Su Chen, her red lips slightly parted, softly saying, be careful. Soon, Su Chen's figure disappeared into the jungle. Let's go, stop looking, he's already out of sight. Chen Xuan nudged Lin Xiaolu with her shoulder. After bidding farewell to Hong Wanquan and the others, Su Chen once again embarked on a journey alone. However, this time he was no longer filled with the previous panic and tension. After experiencing several battles, he had grown increasingly confident in his own strength. Moreover, the increase in his level had brought about changes in his talents. The Eye of Insight allowed him to catch the opponent's next move, and his observational skills had also improved. This was a tremendous boost to his combat power. At this moment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed once more. Announcement: the 250 Newbie Village Combat Power Ranking is now open. First place, Li Xiu. Second place, Longwu. Third place, Su Chen. Fourth place, Joey. Fifth place, Zhang Yuanshan. 10th place, Zhao Zhua. Note: the combat power ranking only considers basic attributes and does not include talent skills. Reminder: the combat power ranking will be updated in real time based on combat power. Before the collective task in the newbie village begins, ranking rewards will be distributed. First place reward, silver treasure chest. Second place reward, bronze treasure chest. Third place reward, wooden treasure chest ×2. Fourth to 10th place reward, wooden treasure chest. Su Chen was somewhat surprised when he saw the combat power ranking. I can only rank third? It seems that there are indeed hidden strong players in the newbie village. However, it was also within reason. Previously, he hadn't spent much time hunting monsters to level up. Among 2,000 people, there were certainly some extraordinary individuals who had temporarily surpassed him. With his current strength, unless faced with a group of level 1 monsters, he had no trouble dealing with other individual level 1 monsters, easily defeating them in one strike, and even some weaker level 2 monsters could be taken down effortlessly. Next, he needed to focus on hunting monsters to increase his strength. The first place must belong to him. At this moment, the chat box was already buzzing with activity. This was the most direct way to see who the strongest players in the newbie village were. Ha, Huan, didn't you boast that you definitely have a place on the combat power ranking? Now that the list is out, where are you? Huan was the most active person in the chat box, and his strength was not weak. He often bragged, "You're talking about me," but I see that those who often boast about how strong they are didn't make the list either. After some playful banter, they began discussing the strong players on the combat power ranking. Among them, the top 3 were the most intriguing. These 3 had hardly made an appearance in the chat box. I really didn't expect that Joey and Zhang Yuanshan could only rank 4th and 5th. It seems that the real big shots are quietly developing in the shadows and won't flaunt themselves everywhere. Hey, does anyone know the top 3 on the combat power ranking? How strong are they? At this moment, someone stepped forward to answer. I know, I've seen this Su Chen. It seems he just had a conflict with Gu Haitong's team and defeated Zhao Zhua in one move. What? Is it Zhao Zhua who was ranked 10th? That's right, it's him. At this time, a fangirl also chimed in. Yes, I saw it too. Su Chen is so handsome. Not only does he look good, but his moves are also impressive. That scene was witnessed by many, and they began to discuss it. Zhao Zhua looked at the discussions in the chat box, his face darkening, but there was nothing he could do. It was a fact that he had been defeated by Su Chen in one move, and he didn't dare to stand up and refute it now. He had originally been pleased with himself for making it onto the combat power ranking, but now he would rather not be on it at all. He had completely become a stepping stone for Su Chen, and now the chat box was filled with discussions about the two of them. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were also somewhat surprised when they looked at the combat power ranking. He hadn't expected that Su Chen would be so strong. He had thought that with his hard work and leveling up, there shouldn't be many who could surpass him in the newbie village. But now it seemed that there truly were people beyond people. But the most surprising was Zhou Xiaoke, as Su Chen was actually ranked higher than Zhang Yuanshan on the power ranking. This power ranking doesn't take into account innate abilities. If we consider innate talents, brother Yuanshan, you would definitely be stronger than him, Zhou Xiaoke managed to say after a long pause. Zhang Yuanshan smiled and said, since I have innate talent, how can you be sure he doesn't have any? What? Brother Yuanshan, are you saying? Before Zhou Xiaoke could finish, Zhang Yuanshan continued, those who can awaken their talents are definitely not mediocre. The one who awakens their talent must be among those 3. I've seen Su Chen, but I still don't know who Li Xiu and Longwu are. This was not only his confusion but also that of others. In the novice village, Su Chen had at least appeared in the public eye, but Li Xiu and Longwu had never shown themselves. Zhou Yi, who had originally been very arrogant and thought the first place was already in his pocket, suddenly turned pale upon seeing the power ranking. He had awakened a sea-level talent and his efficiency in killing monsters was far superior to that of ordinary people. But the result was only 4th place, which he found hard to accept. At this moment, there were also people in the chat box intentionally or unintentionally mocking those who had previously praised Joey. Joey's teammates couldn't stand it anymore. They stood up and said, "Don't you see what's written below the power ranking? Exactly, if we consider innate talents, brother Joey would definitely be first." But no matter how they argued, Joey was still in 4th place. Joey then said to his teammates, "Alright, stop wasting your breath. Since the power ranking is updated in real time, I will take back the 1st place now. Let the facts silence these people." In the depths of the jungle, a burly middle-aged man pulled his machete out of a black panther. He then glanced at the published power ranking. Li Xiao. He repeated the name in his mouth. After cleaning the blood off his knife with the panther's corpse, he said, "Let you stay in 1st place for a while longer." At the same time, by a small stream in the jungle, a thin man with twin swords on his back arrived at the stream. He bent down to scoop up some water. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of rushing wind came from behind him. He turned around sharply to find a patterned giant python launching a surprise attack from behind a large rock by the stream. Looking for death, the man drew his twin swords like lightning. Crack! He slashed out with both swords simultaneously, and the giant python was instantly cut into 3 pieces. He then sheathed his swords and went to wash his face in the stream. Glancing at the power ranking, it was as expected. He was in 1st place. On the side of Hong Wanquan and the others, they also saw the power ranking. "Oh my, brother Su Chen is actually ranked 3rd, stepping on Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan," Chen Shui said with admiration on her face. Han Ji also chimed in, "That's for sure. Brother Su Chen is so powerful, I think being 1st isn't too much." Su Chen was not very satisfied with his ranking. He needed to prepare to hunt monsters and level up. He wanted to take back the 1st place as soon as possible. At this moment, filled with fighting spirit, he raised his sword and headed deeper into the jungle. After walking for a while, he saw a gray wolf ahead staring at him. When the gray wolf realized that only Su Chen was present, it quickly charged towards him. Just in time, Su Chen gripped his sword and met the charge. When they were close enough, the gray wolf leaped into the air, opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, aiming to bite Su Chen's neck. With his insightful eye, Su Chen had already caught on to its movement. He tightly held his long sword and sidestepped the wolf's pounce. At the same time, he thrust his sword towards the airborne gray wolf. Slash! The blade pierced into the wolf's neck, going from left to right. Kill 1st level monster gray wolf, experience plus 30, level 3 100/250. Su Chen withdrew his long sword, wiped the blood off on the wolf's corpse, and continued on. The gray wolf's attributes had already been devoured by Su Chen 3 times, reaching the limit. That was why he needed to head deeper into the jungle to kill new monsters to consume. Moreover, the monsters deeper in the jungle were more numerous and stronger, providing more experience points. The announcement of the power rankings had filled many with fighting spirit. Those whose names were not on the list were desperately hunting monsters to level up, hoping to make it onto the power rankings. This way, they could not only earn rewards but also boast in the chat box, gaining a horde of admirers. Meanwhile, those on the list were striving to improve their rankings. Especially the top 4 on the power rankings, each was working hard to kill monsters and level up. Joey even asked his teammates, "Every time he killed a monster, how about it, has my ranking improved?" Each time, the answer was naturally negative. His teammates couldn't help but remind him that without leveling up or having items to boost him, his power wouldn't increase. "Once I reach level 5, the 1st place will definitely be mine." Joey was already level 4, but unfortunately, the experience needed to reach level 5 was considerable, and he was still far from it. At this moment, even Zhang Yuanshan was working harder than ever to kill monsters and level up. While Su Chen was heading deeper into the jungle to kill monsters, others were not falling behind. But what set him apart was that he needed only half the experience of others to level up, which was quite unfair. While on his way, Su Chen suddenly noticed a ring-tailed snake coiled around a branch ahead. Although the snake was not larger than normal, its colors were exceptionally vibrant, giving Su Chen an extreme sense of danger. Moreover, if it weren't for Su Chen's insightful eye, which provided terrifying observational skills, it would have been difficult to spot it lying in ambush on the high branch. 1st level venomous ring-tailed snake contains potent venom. Humans below level 5 will die upon contact. Killing it grants snake venom toxin, a venomous ring-tailed snake. Death upon contact for those below level 5? Su Chen secretly rejoiced at his insightful eye, otherwise he might have fallen into its trap. Gaining toxins upon killing it? A snake venom that could directly kill humans below level 5 should be quite powerful. Su Chen pretended not to see the venomous ring-tailed snake and continued to pass beneath the branch it was coiled around. The venomous ring-tailed snake flicked its tongue, its head following Su Chen's movement. When Su Chen was beneath the branch it was coiled around, the venomous ring-tailed snake launched a swift attack. It dove down from the branch, heading straight for Suchen's neck. Always alert to what was above him, Suchen drew his long sword and swung it out. The sword carved a semicircle in the air, slicing the venomous ring-tailed snake's body in two. Crack! The two halves of the snake fell to the ground, curling up for a moment before becoming still. Kill first level venomous ring-tailed snake. Experience plus 50, not bad. A full 50 experience points. Suchen's face lit up with joy. Then, on the ground where the venomous ring-tailed snake had died, a transparent small vial appeared, containing a green liquid. Suchen picked it up. Deadly ring snake venom can kill any level 3 beast, has slight effect on level 4 beasts. It can actually kill a level 3 beast. This poison is impressive. Before the battle, I can apply the snake venom to my sword, and as long as I injure a level 3 beast, it will surely die. After putting away the snake venom, Suchen stepped forward and activated Devour on the deadly ringed snake. The ringed snake had already been devoured to its limit by Suchen. I wonder if the deadly ringed snake can still be devoured. Devour successful. Attack power plus 2. It actually works. It seems that as long as they are not the same type of beast, I can devour them 3 times. After completing the devour, Suchen set off deeper into the forest. The direction he chose was the same as Zhang Yuanshan and the others, so the routes were parallel. If he encountered any powerful beasts, he could run to them for help. After all, there is strength in numbers. Just as Suchen was thinking this, he suddenly spotted a huge gray wolf on a small hill ahead. It was at least twice the size of an ordinary gray wolf, and its fur was darker. Suchen immediately used Inside Eye to scan the gray wolf. Level 2 Beast Gray Wolf Leader. Overall strength far exceeds that of ordinary gray wolves. Can summon nearby ordinary gray wolves to fight for it. Killing it may yield items. A gray wolf leader? If I kill it, will ordinary gray wolves stop appearing? Suchen pondered, recalling how he had killed the rodent king last time. The novice grassland no longer spawned rodents. While he was still hesitating, the gray wolf leader in the distance had already noticed him. It stood up from the hill, its large body towering, and stared intently at Suchen. Then it bared its sharp teeth and let out a series of low growls. How dare it intrude alone into its territory? It was simply asking for death. It scratched the ground with its claws and leaped down from the hill, charging wildly towards Suchen. Seeing this, Suchen no longer hesitated. Since the gray wolf leader dared to come looking for trouble, he would not show mercy. Suchen drew his sword, using Insight Eye to keep a close watch on the charging gray wolf leader. The gray wolf leader was incredibly fast. Originally, there was a distance of over 100 meters between them, but in just a few seconds, it closed the gap and was right in front of Suchen. Its speed surpassed that of any athlete on Blue Star. Even Suchen now could not match its speed. As Suchen entered its attack range, it lunged directly at him. Whoosh! The sound of wind broke as the gray wolf leader's body lunged towards Suchen. Suchen chose not to take the hit head-on. Instead, he used Inside Eye to gauge its attack range and dodged to the side, causing the gray wolf leader to miss. That previous lunge was a 100-meter sprint, combined with its large and sturdy body. Even Suchen would find it hard to withstand. Moreover, even if he managed to block the attack, he would be knocked to the ground by the immense force, putting him at a disadvantage. After dodging, Suchen quickly got back on his feet, sword in hand, facing the gray wolf leader. At this moment, the gray wolf leader was about 10 meters away from Suchen. After failing to land a hit, it did not rush to attack again but instead turned its body and circled around Suchen, looking for a flaw. Suchen was also observing its weaknesses with his Insight Eye and circled in the opposite direction. Thus, after one person and one wolf had circled halfway around each other, the gray wolf leader lost patience first and launched another attack. Its speed was still terrifyingly fast as it lunged at Suchen again. Fortunately, Suchen possessed the Insight Eye and was able to predict its attack position in advance, narrowly dodging it. Damn! How is this guy so fast? The gray wolf leader's speed was so abnormal that Suchen couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for the Insight Eye, it would have been far from easy for Suchen to evade the gray wolf leader's attacks just by relying on speed. How on earth was he supposed to deal with this? Suchen was suddenly at a loss. If he couldn't compete in speed, he would fall into a passive situation. After the gray wolf leader missed its attack again, it became somewhat annoyed. Its speed was clearly faster than Suchen's. Yet every time it tried to attack, Suchen always managed to dodge in advance. This made it abandon the idea of continuous lunging attacks and decided to go for a series of strikes instead. Awoke! The gray wolf leader let out a low growl and charged at Suchen. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Suchen, opening its massive jaws to bite at Suchen's thigh. Suchen anticipated its attack and immediately raised his left leg, sidestepping the bite. At the same time, he swung his longsword towards the gray wolf leader's back. Clang! The longsword struck the gray wolf leader's back, producing a metallic clash. The blow felt as if it had hit stone, numbing Suchen's hand. However, the gray wolf leader still recoiled in pain, arching its back down. The strike had cut through a layer of skin on its back, but its spine had blocked the sword from going deeper. What kind of monster is this? Its bones are so hard? Su Chen was certain that if that strike had hit an ordinary grey wolf, it would have been cleaved in two. Unfortunately, he was facing a level 2 demon beast, the Grey Wolf Leader. At this moment, the Grey Wolf Leader recovered and lunged at Su Chen's chest again with its bloody mouth. Su Chen was quick and immediately blocked with his longsword while stepping back half a step. Clang! The Grey Wolf Leader bit down on the longsword. Su Chen's movements did not falter. He gripped the hilt tightly and forcefully pulled the sword from the giant wolf's mouth. Slish! The longsword slid past its gaping maw back in Su Chen's hands. At this point, the Grey Wolf Leader's mouth was dripping with blood and it became increasingly frenzied. It raised a front paw and swung it at Su Chen. The giant wolf's paw was as large as half of Su Chen's face, and a single strike could severely injure him. But Su Chen was not to be underestimated. He raised his sword and struck at the giant wolf's paw. I don't believe your claws are as hard as bones. In an instant, Su Chen's longsword collided with the giant wolf's paw. Swoosh! The giant wolf's front paw was neatly severed by more than half. Awooke! The Grey Wolf Leader let out a pained howl. Su Chen did not miss this opportunity. He swiftly moved to the side of the giant wolf. He thrust his longsword towards the giant wolf's neck. The Grey Wolf Leader sensed the danger and abruptly turned its body. Thud! The longsword pierced into the side of the giant wolf's chest, getting stuck against its bones. Otherwise, the sword could have gone deeper, but even so, it inflicted considerable damage on the Grey Wolf Leader. It was already too weak to continue fighting Su Chen and directly turned to flee towards a small mound. Su Chen gripped his longsword tightly and immediately gave chase. The Grey Wolf Leader was injured, and now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate it. One of the giant wolf's front paws was severed by Su Chen, making it unable to run fast at all. Moreover, every time it ran, it would tear its wound, blood continuously gushing from its injury. Seeing Su Chen still pursuing it became both anxious and furious. This human actually dared to hunt it down on its own territory. Awooke! The Grey Wolf Leader howled as it ran. Immediately, howls echoed from all around, some near and some far. Su Chen was startled. He knew he had to deal with the Grey Wolf Leader quickly. Otherwise, if those Grey Wolves came to help, it would be troublesome if the Grey Wolf Leader managed to escape. With that thought, Su Chen unleashed all his speed. He quickly closed the distance between himself and the giant wolf. Damn beast! Die! Su Chen slashed at the Grey Wolf Leader's hind leg with his sword. Crack! With all his strength, Su Chen's sword directly severed one of the Grey Wolf Leader's hind legs. Bang! The Grey Wolf Leader lost its balance and fell to the ground while running. It was disoriented from the fall, struggling to turn its head to see what was behind it. But all it saw was a flash of cold light as a long sword pierced its throat. The pursuing Su Chen had sealed its throat with a single strike. Killed level 2 monster Grey Wolf Leader. Experience plus 100. Congratulations. Player level increased to level 4. Attack plus 20. Speed plus 20. Who? Leveling up to level 4 actually granted a total of 40 attribute points. It seemed that as levels increased, so did the bonuses. Su Chen also felt the changes within himself. His speed and strength had improved, and if he were to face the Grey Wolf Leader now, winning would not be so difficult. At this moment, Su Chen glanced at his status panel. Name: Su Chen. Attack 90, Defense 2, Speed 73, Level 40/400. The 100 experience points from the Grey Wolf Leader had just allowed Su Chen to reach level 4. Looking at these attributes, Su Chen felt quite satisfied. Oh right, he almost forgot to absorb the attributes of the Grey Wolf Leader. He wondered how many attributes it could add to him. With these thoughts, Su Chen reached out toward the giant wolf's corpse. Absorption successful. Attack plus 1, Speed plus 3, Defense plus 1. Great. He actually gained a defense attribute. Su Chen was overjoyed. The giant wolf's speed and defense were its strong points, which was why he could absorb so many speed attributes. At that moment, Su Chen noticed a silver bracelet had appeared next to the giant wolf's corpse, seemingly out of nowhere. He walked over, picked up the bracelet, and examined it with his inside eye. Attack Enhancement Bracelet doubles the next attack, cooldown time 15 minutes, doubles the attack. Although it was only for one use, it could bring a tremendous boost to his combat power. Awooke! At that moment, a series of wolf howls echoed around Su Chen. The howls grew closer. Soon, he saw 4 or 5 Grey Wolves appear ahead. It seemed they were the Grey Wolves nearby who had come to rescue their leader after hearing its cries for help. Just in time. Upon seeing them, Su Chen felt delighted instead of worried, putting the bracelet on his right wrist. Now that he had just reached level 4, he was looking for a place to practice, and these Grey Wolves had come right to him. The 5 Grey Wolves, seeing the giant wolf's corpse on the ground, immediately bared their sharp teeth and charged at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dare to show weakness, raising his sword and charging forward, ready to take on the 5 Grey Wolves alone. The two sides quickly engaged in battle. A gray wolf lunged forward first and Su Chen swung his sword directly at its head. Crack! The gray wolf's head was split in two. Kill level 1 monster gray wolf, experience plus 30. This was the effect of Su Chen's high attack power. At that moment, 2 more gray wolves flanked him from the left and right. Su Chen leaped into the air, dodging the 2 gray wolves' attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he landed, the other 2 gray wolves pounced on him with incredible speed. Su Chen swung his sword forward. Slash! The sword tip sliced through the throats of the 2 gray wolves, severing their necks. Thud! Thud! The bodies of the 2 gray wolves fell from the sky, becoming 2 corpses. Kill level 1 monster gray wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 monster gray wolf, experience plus 30. In just one encounter, Su Chen had slain 3 gray wolves. Now, his speed and attack power far exceeded that of these gray wolves, making it effortless for him to deal with them. The remaining 2 gray wolves, seeing Su Chen's strength, immediately had thoughts of retreating. They stared at Su Chen, their bodies slowly backing away. However, at that moment, several more gray wolves rushed over from a distance. They had also come in response to the howl of the gray wolf leader. These gray wolves formed a pincer attack with the 2 that were originally planning to flee. This gave the 2 gray wolves the confidence to continue fighting. They doubted that Su Chen could remain calm under a pincer attack like before. A few more have come? Then let me kill them all at once. Despite being surrounded, Su Chen's face showed no signs of worry. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. With his current speed, combined with the Eye of Insight, these gray wolves would find it difficult to even touch him. The gray wolves on both sides coordinated perfectly and launched their attacks simultaneously. Su Chen charged towards the 2 gray wolves. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 flashes of cold light and the 2 gray wolves met their end. At that moment, the gray wolves behind him also arrived. And Su Chen turned around. Again, flashes of cold light erupted and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Kill level 1 monster gray wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 monster gray wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 monster gray wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 monster gray wolf, experience plus 30. A series of kill notifications brought a smile to Su Chen's face. In less than 2 minutes of battle, he had dealt with all these gray wolves by himself. Su Chen glanced around him. There were wolf corpses everywhere and blood covered the ground. He had killed a total of 8 gray wolves, earning 240 experience points. Unfortunately, the attributes of these gray wolves had already reached their extraction limit, otherwise he would have gained quite a few more attributes. However, his harvest was already substantial. A typical team would spend a lot of time just finding 8 gray wolves. These gray wolves had saved him a lot of time. Just as Su Chen was about to leave and continue forward, he noticed a flurry of messages popping up in the chat box. He couldn't help but click to check them out. Wow! Everyone, look! Su Chen's ranking has risen. He's now in 2nd place. Really? He pushed that Long Wu down. It seems Su Chen's strength has improved again recently. Su Chen is amazing. Surpassing Long Wu is just a piece of cake for him. He'll soon surpass Li Xiu and become number 1 on the power rankings. Of course, brother Su Chen will definitely become number 1. It's just a matter of time. Immediately, many fans and admirers of Su Chen came out to praise him. After all, Su Chen was not only strong but also very handsome, so he naturally had no shortage of admirers. It is estimated that his popularity in the novice village is now second only to Zhang Yuanshan, and he can compete equally with Zhou Yi and Gu Haitang. After seeing the content in the chat box, Su Chen quickly took a look at the battle power rankings. Sure enough, he was currently in 2nd place, with Li Xiu still in 1st. It seems that he had just leveled up and surpassed Long Wu. However, this Li Xiu is quite impressive. Even though he has already reached level 4 and absorbed so many attributes, his battle power is still not as high as Li Xiu's. It seems this person is a master. At that moment, Long Wu actually appeared in the chat box. The 1st place in battle power rankings belongs to me. Let those 2 stay in this position for a while longer. I will take back the rankings sooner or later. This was his first sentence in the novice village, and it also allowed everyone to see his appearance. He was a somewhat rugged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and just by looking at his face, one could imagine his sturdy physique. Wow! Long Wu has appeared. Big shot. How did you level up so fast? Do you have any secrets to share with us? Long Wu, what level are you at now? Seeing Long Wu appear, the chat box instantly became lively, with everyone bombarding him with questions. Unfortunately, after he finished that sentence, he disappeared from the chat box. But after his appearance, Zhou Yi also stood up to speak. The 1st place is mine, Zhou Yi's. No one can take it from me. Zhou Yi's words reignited everyone's emotions. They began to discuss who could become the 1st in the 250 novice village. Many felt that Zhou Yi had the highest chance, as he was a C-level talent. In terms of killing monsters and increasing battle power, he would definitely be the fastest. Others thought it could be Su Chen. After all, he had shown absolute potential, just breaking through from third to second. There were also those who believed it would be Long Wu and Li Xiu, as they both fit the persona of hidden masters. Many arrogant individuals stood up, claiming they would compete for the first place. In battle power rankings, Su Chen naturally aimed to secure the first place in battle power rankings. However, he was now troubled. A level 1 monster only provided about 30 experience points. Now, he needed 400 experience points to level up, and these level 1 monsters were relatively hard to encounter. After all, Su Chen didn't always have the same luck as earlier, with so many Grey Wolves coming to provide him experience, especially since the Grey Wolves had just rushed over. Now, encountering a Grey Wolf here would probably not be easy. At this rate, the leveling speed was too slow, and it would be difficult to secure the first position. Su Chen was considering whether to head straight to the deepest part of the forest. There would definitely be more level 2 or even stronger monsters there, providing much more experience. Just then, the voice of the Heavenly Tao came through. Announcement: a special monster will be released in the 250 Novice Village. Special monster: a monster with corresponding battle power will be released based on the overall battle power assessment of the Novice Village, requiring the cooperation of everyone in the Novice Village to defeat. Reminder: killing the special monster will yield a large amount of experience, and anyone who participates in the kill or deals damage to the special monster will receive corresponding experience. A special monster? A large amount of experience? Hearing this, a joyful expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? If he could kill the special monster, the first place would definitely be his. At the same time, the chat box was once again buzzing with excitement. The group who had been discussing the power rankings immediately began to strategize on how to deal with the special demon beasts. Reminder: special demon beasts have been released, and all members of the Novice Village can see the real-time location of the demon beasts. Wow, this is amazing. I was just worrying about how to find the special demon beasts. This is simply a blessing from the heavens for our Novice Village. As long as we participate in the kill, we can gain experience. Great! Let's all go and surround the special demon beast. If we wait too long, there will be nothing left. The chat box erupted in cheers. With the location of the demon beast known, how could so many of them fail to kill a special demon beast? Su Chen immediately opened his map. He quickly saw a red dot appear on the map, which was slowly moving. This should be the special demon beast. Confirming the location of the demon beast, Su Chen immediately drew his sword and rushed towards it. He was not very close to the special demon beast. The special demon beast had been released at the outermost edge of the jungle, which was likely the area with the most people from the Novice Village. If he arrived too late, he was genuinely worried that the special demon beast would be killed by the crowd. At the same time, on Zhou Yi's team side, a man with a sharp face asked Egu, "The special demon beast has appeared, should we go?" They were also deep in the jungle, far from the special demon beast. The man asked this out of concern that they might arrive too late and make the trip in vain. Of course. The special demon beast belongs to me, I'm definitely going, Zhou Yi said confidently. This was a great opportunity to level up, and he certainly didn't want to miss it. At this moment, in two other places deep in the jungle, two figures were also swiftly moving through the trees. Their target was also the special demon beast. At this moment, nearly everyone in the Novice Village was rushing towards the special demon beast. Everyone regarded this as an opportunity, yet they all overlooked the potential dangers of the special demon beast. Only Zhang Yuanshan felt that something was off. Leading the way, he suddenly stopped. Zhou Xiaoke, seeing Zhang Yuanshan stop, couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yuanshan, what's wrong?" "I have a bad feeling," Zhang Yuanshan said, frowning. Zhou Xiaoke didn't understand what Zhang Yuanshan meant. Zhang Yuanshan didn't explain to her but directly opened the chat box and typed, "Everyone be careful, since the special demon beast was released after an overall power assessment, it definitely won't be easy to deal with. It's best to wait until everyone is gathered before we go after it." However, the excited crowd didn't take Zhang Yuanshan's words seriously. "Oh, what's there to be afraid of? We have over 100 people here, can't we handle one demon beast?" "Exactly, Zhang Yuanshan, you're being overly dramatic. No matter how strong the special demon beast is, can it withstand the siege of so many of us? Yeah, several members of our team are level 2, and our power isn't much weaker than yours." Some even thought Zhang Yuanshan was trying to delay them so he could arrive first and take action, fearing they wouldn't get any experience in the end. A person named Chao Hai thought this way and directly said in the chat box, "Everyone, don't listen to him. Once we get there, we'll just kill the demon beast. I see he just wants to take our experience." "Exactly, let's finish it quickly. The fewer people there are, the less experience will be shared." Zhang Yuanshan looked at these chat messages and felt a surge of helplessness. He had said what needed to be said, and since these people weren't listening, he had no other way. What's wrong with these people? "Brother Yuanshan, you kindly warned them, and they're even maliciously speculating about you." As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoke prepared to defend Zhang Yuanshan in the chat box. At this moment, Gu Haitang, who was with them, walked over. We should hurry up and get there. I also think this special monster is definitely not that simple. Zhang Yuanshan nodded, then grabbed Zhou Xiaoke's arm and rushed towards the monster's location. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't settled the score for you yet. Zhou Xiaoke, with one hand being held, started running after Zhang Yuanshan. Meanwhile, Su Chen was constantly comparing the location of the special monster on the map as he made his way there. He also noticed the activity in the chat box and felt that Zhang Yuanshan was absolutely right. Based on the overall strength of the novice village, the special monster released would definitely not be weak. He was very clear about his own strength. Even if he was surrounded by dozens of level 1 or 2 humans, he could easily break through, as his speed and attack were no match for these people. Only level 3 humans could pose a certain threat to him. In their eyes, those at the top of the combat power rankings could at most deal with some wild boars or grey wolves alone. After all, they had not witnessed the strength of Su Chen, Li Xiu, and others. Even Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan, only their teammates knew their true strength. They must have greatly underestimated the strength of the special monster. Moreover, the special monster would definitely not be weaker than Su Chen and Li Xiu, and might even be much stronger. A powerful monster like this could not be dealt with just by having more people. It required strong individuals to work together. At this moment in the chat box, Xiao Hai said, our team has arrived. It seems this special monster is ours. Someone else said, first come, first served. Everyone in the novice village, we won't be polite. These were the teams that were closest to the special monster and arrived first. But not long after, the kill notifications appeared. Novice village Xiao Hai was killed by the special monster, Rampaging Giant Ape. Novice village Fangping was killed by the special monster, Rampaging Giant Ape. Novice village Lu Xiaomei was killed by the special monster, Rampaging Giant Ape. Novice village Kong Yuanyuan was killed by the special monster, Rampaging Giant Ape. Continuous news of novice village members being killed came in, all of whom were those who had approached the special monster first. At this moment, the chat box fell silent. Everyone was stunned. In just a short while, more than a dozen novice village members had already died at the hands of the Rampaging Giant Ape. Moreover, the team that had first surrounded the Rampaging Giant Ape had now completely collapsed. Their encirclement seemed so fragile. At this time, someone couldn't help but ask in the chat box, hey, are there any survivors who fought the Giant Ape? Is this guy really that strong? Others also wanted to know the answer to this question. Oh my god. It's terrifying. This giant ape stands over 3 meters tall and is impervious to blades and guns. You all better not come to your deaths. A girl said, woo-woo, this giant ape is too scary. One of my teammates was killed by it with a single punch. Yeah, it can also use a wooden stick as a weapon, and it's very fast. It can jump 10 meters high in a single bound. With so many teams here, they're all starting to flee. Luckily the giant ape hasn't chased after us, otherwise everyone would be done for. In the chat box, everyone was describing just how terrifying this giant ape was. This made many weaker teams reconsider their plans. Originally, the vast majority of people in the novice village were heading towards the giant ape. Now, however, it had turned into the vast majority of people avoiding the giant ape. Of course, there were exceptions among some teams and strong players. On Zhou Yi's side, a man with a sharp face asked worriedly, Gu, should we still go? According to the descriptions in the chat box, their team was definitely no match for this giant ape. At this moment, Zhou Yi's face was also serious, but he said decisively, let's go. But the man hesitated, and the other teammates also looked troubled. Zhou Yi continued, what are we afraid of? We won't be the only team there. I refuse to believe that in such a large novice village, no one dares to stand up against the giant ape. Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's team, upon seeing the kill notification, also looked grave and stopped. Honestly, if these people listened to you, how could they end up losing their lives for nothing? Zhou Xiaoke pouted. Gu Haitang looked at Zhang Yuanshan and asked, what should we do next? This giant ape is even stronger than we imagined. Relying on just our 2 teams, I'm afraid. At present, there were basically no teams in the chat box willing to come and hunt the giant ape. They would rather level up slowly in a safe place than participate in such a dangerous endeavor. Zhang Yuanshan also knew that their 2 teams were not enough, so he pondered for a moment. He then opened the chat box and typed, anyone who wants to continue dealing with the giant ape can come to this place to gather with me. Saying this, Zhang Yuanshan sent out his location. Zhou Xiaoke, seeing this, asked, Brother Yuanshan, are you planning to unite these strong players from the novice village to deal with the giant ape together? Zhang Yuanshan nodded. That's right. Their thoughts should be the same as ours. They all want to kill the giant ape for experience. But their individual or single team strength is simply not a match for the giant ape. To kill the giant ape, everyone must unite. Soon, someone responded to him. Oh my! Such a dangerous beast, I advise you not to try anymore. It's best to avoid it. Yes, this giant ape is stronger than you can imagine. It's simply not something we humans can deal with. Many people were terrified by the giant ape. They had never seen such a powerful beast before. Zhang Yuanshan looked at these comments, frowning, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was a great opportunity to level up. Was there really no one willing to stand up against the giant ape? Gu Haitang also came over and said, "It seems everyone is intimidated by the giant ape's strength. No one is willing to team up against it anymore." But just then, Suchen spoke up in the chat box. "Okay, I'm heading over to you now." Wow! Suchen has shown up. Suchen, don't be impulsive. This giant ape's strength is extremely abnormal. What do you know? Suchen is the second strongest in our novice village. His strength must be extraordinary. Suchen's appearance excited many people and boosted their morale. Why is it him? Zhou Xiaoka muttered softly. Although she had some minor conflicts with Suchen, she still had to admit in her heart that Suchen's strength was top-notch in the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan smiled upon seeing Suchen's response. He then said in the chat box, "Alright, we'll wait for you here." Soon, someone else responded to Zhang Yuanshan, "Our team will be there soon." This person was Zhou Yi, who was also worried about not being able to find help. Just then, Zhang Yuanshan stood up. Great! Now Zhou Yi has shown up too. The giant ape is in for it. Yes, Zhou Yi's team and Zhang Yuanshan's team are filled with strong fighters, even some from the battle power rankings. Now they will definitely be able to kill the giant ape. The chat box was filled with optimism, with a general belief that they would be able to defeat the giant ape. But at that moment, some who had faced the giant ape directly spoke up. "You are underestimating the giant ape too much. Yes, you haven't seen the giant ape's strength and don't know its terrifying aspects. In my opinion, the giant ape is not something we can deal with at our current stage." Their comments silenced the chat box once again. Most of them indeed had never seen the giant ape. But judging by the frequency of the giant ape's kills, this creature was indeed very terrifying. Just then, two more people in the chat box expressed their intention to meet up with Zhang Yuanshan. These two were the mysterious powerhouse Li Xiu and Long Wu. Their appearance instantly reignited the chat box. This was Li Xiu's first appearance, and everyone was surprised to find that he looked very young. He seemed to be about the same age as Su Chen, with a sharply defined face but very thin, and his skin appeared somewhat pale. He looked as if he had suffered from a serious illness. It was hard to imagine that such a sickly-looking young man was the top player in their novice village. "Li Xiu, I'm your fan. Which team is Li Xiu from? Li Xiu, how are you so powerful?" Li Xiu's appearance brought many lurking participants out of hiding in the chat box. Wow, even those two are here. Zhou Xiaoka was also excited. The other team members were equally thrilled, as they were about to meet the top few players on the novice village's battle power rankings. Zhang Yuanshan, however, remained calm, as if he had anticipated the arrival of these two. He knew that both were lone wolves, and even if they were confident, they wouldn't dare to face the giant ape alone. So it was the best choice for them to team up against the giant ape. Before long, Zhou Yi and the others arrived first. Then came Su Chen, who had come alone. The others understood that Su Chen was a lone powerhouse. Previously, he had been with Hong Wanquan and the others. They had thought Su Chen was part of a team, but now it seemed he was on his own. "Su Chen, we meet again. I knew you would come this time," Zhang Yuanshan said with a smile. When Zhou Yi saw Su Chen, his expression froze. Wasn't this the kid who had drawn a broom at the start and had been mocked by him? He hadn't noticed before that he was actually Su Chen, the second on the battle power rankings. Zhou Yi immediately turned his head away to avoid the awkwardness. Naturally, Su Chen did not take the initiative to acknowledge him and walked towards the enthusiastic Zhang Yuanshan. Soon after, Long Wu also arrived. He was indeed tall and sturdy, nearly 2 meters tall, and the cloth clothes he wore were stretched tight by his muscles. He held a large machete in his hand and was draped in a black panther's skin. Coupled with his wild demeanor, he looked like a savage. When everyone looked at him, their expressions changed slightly. Seeing that everyone was looking at the black panther skin on him, Long Wu explained, "This skin is from a rare demon beast I killed, and the Heavenly Tao rewarded me with it. Wearing it increases defense." Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the Black Panther skin. Black Panther skin dropped from killing the rare demon beast Black Panther. Defense +3. It actually had 3 points of defense. He currently only had 3 points of defense in total. It seemed that he wasn't the only one with opportunities in the novice village. "I see." Zhang Yuanshan quickly stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically. Long Wu was not as proud and aloof as everyone thought. Instead, he was very open and cheerful, quickly blending in with everyone. The last person to arrive was Li Xiu. He was small in stature, looking quite young, and carried 2 dual daggers on his back. His build was a stark contrast to Long Wu's. If it weren't for his name on the battle power list, everyone might have thought he was just a child with no combat power. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the dual daggers on Li Xiu's back. Tier 2 weapon, Swift Wind Dual Daggers, attack +15, speed +10. Tier 2 weapon. It actually added so many attributes, it seemed. Li Xiu also had his share of opportunities. Under the skeptical gazes of everyone, Longwu stepped forward and said, "Hey, are you the Li Xiu on the battle power list? Is it just a coincidence with the name? You can't impersonate someone if you die." As he spoke, Longwu reached out to place his large hand on Li Xiu's shoulder. Li Xiu quickly swung out his left hand. Slap! He directly knocked Longwu's outstretched hand back. Longwu shook his hand, not feeling embarrassed at all, and smiled at everyone. "Looks like this one is real." Now, most of the people on the battle power list were here. At the same time, everyone noticed a problem. The top 3 on the battle power list were all lone strong fighters. Could it be that being alone was really stronger than teaming up? At this moment, Joey even had the thought of whether to leave the team. After Longwu's earlier interruption, the atmosphere became lively. Everyone eagerly approached Li Xiu to ask various questions. After all, he was the first person from their novice village. In response to these questions, Li Xiu only said one thing: "When are we going to deal with the giant ape? Look at you, how boring. Everyone has gathered here. With great difficulty, we should." Longwu was about to say they should drink and celebrate when he was interrupted by Li Xiu. "I don't have time to waste on this." Suchen also spoke up. "That's right, everyone shouldn't waste time. Dealing with the giant ape is the priority." Zhang Yuanshan thought the same, looking around and saying, "Alright, with so many of us, we should be enough, so let's set off." The strong fighters on the battle power list were basically all here, and they also had many level 3 strong fighters, with the weakest being level 2. This was already the top combat power of the novice village. If they couldn't deal with the giant ape, then there was no hope. Following the coordinates of the giant ape on the map, the group quickly arrived at its location. "This is it. The giant ape is about 500 meters ahead," Zhang Yuanshan said, looking at the map. At this point, they had arrived in the grassy area just outside the novice village, where there were many tall grass patches obstructing their view. "So what are we waiting for? Let's charge in together and take it down," Longwu said impatiently. Zhang Yuanshan replied, "I think we should plan a bit first." Su Chen quite agreed with Zhang Yuanshan's suggestion. If they rushed in all at once, they wouldn't be able to maximize their strength and might even lower their effectiveness due to poor coordination. But the others didn't have the patience to listen to his plan. "Alright, no need to waste words, let's go in together, I'll lead the charge." With that, Longwu dashed straight towards the giant ape. Li Xiu silently followed, with Su Chen closely behind, and Joey was equally unwilling to fall behind. Zhang Yuanshan and the others could only rush up after them. When Su Chen was 200 meters away from the giant ape, he saw it half sitting in the tall grass. As mentioned in the chat box, it stood 3 meters tall, its brown fur like steel needles, and its massive iron fists were enormous. The muscles in its upper limbs were incredibly exaggerated. No wonder a single punch could kill a player. At that moment, the resting giant ape also sensed the humans rushing towards it. Roar! It let out a loud roar towards Su Chen and the others, then directly charged on all fours. Meanwhile, no one on Su Chen's side hesitated, they all rushed towards it. Rampaging giant ape, a special monster deployed based on the overall strength of the novice village, possessing powerful attack and defense capabilities. The distance between the two sides continued to close. In the novice village, Su Chen and Li Xiu were at the forefront, followed by Longwu, while the others were left behind. Su Chen and Li Xiu were the first to reach the giant ape. To their surprise, the giant ape's first target was actually Su Chen, who saw it swing its fist towards him. Whoosh! The massive fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, came crashing towards Su Chen. Anticipating this, Su Chen dodged the blow with a swift movement. Bang! The giant ape's fist struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. At that moment, Li Xiu seized the opportunity to draw his twin daggers and leaped to slash at the giant ape's shoulder. Poochie! The twin daggers left 2 shallow wounds on the giant ape's shoulder. Seeing this, even the indifferent Li Xiu showed a look of astonishment. His full-force strike had barely harmed the giant ape. "Take another hit from me." Longwu, wielding a large cleaver, had arrived as well. He leaped up, gripping the cleaver with both hands, and swung it at the giant ape. But by then, the giant ape had already reacted, its face contorting with anger. It swung a fist directly at Longwu. Bang! Longwu's cleaver collided with the giant ape's fist. However, he was instantly sent flying over 10 meters away, while the giant ape's fist only bore a faint scratch. It didn't even cut through its thick fur. Meanwhile, Su Chen was not idle. He had already circled behind the giant ape, gripping his sword and stabbing at its back. Whoosh! Su Chen's full-force thrust only penetrated the giant ape's body by an inch. The giant ape felt the pain in its back and immediately swung its long arm backward. Whoosh! Fortunately, after Su Chen's failed strike, he quickly withdrew his sword and dodged the blow. On the other side, Li Xiu continued his assault without any pause. He didn't believe that every inch of the giant ape's skin was that tough. This time, he aimed for the giant ape's throat. This was the giant ape's weakest point, but also the most dangerous one, as the throat was right under its watchful eyes. Li Xiu jumped up, swinging his twin daggers towards the giant ape's neck. But the giant ape's reaction speed was not slow. One of its arms quickly came back to defend, blocking in front of it. Clang! The twin daggers struck the giant ape's arm, and Li Xiu landed. However, the moment he touched the ground, his expression changed drastically. Oh no! The giant ape's other fist was already hurtling towards him, and there was no way to dodge it now. At that moment, a faint golden shield appeared around Li Xiu. Bang! The giant ape's fist was momentarily blocked by the shield. Immediately, the shield was covered in countless cracks and exploded in an instant. Li Xiu seized that fleeting moment and dodged the punch. Zhang Yuanshan, who arrived shortly after, was panting heavily. It was he who had activated the defensive halo at the critical moment. The taciturn Li Xiu also cast a grateful glance at him. If it hadn't been for Zhang Yuanshan just now, he would have been severely injured, if not dead. You beast! Let me show you my lightning. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thick bolt of white lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning released by Zhou Yi at this moment was even larger than when he was in the novice village. Crack! The lightning struck the giant ape's back, leaving a charred mark. The giant ape grimaced and touched its back. Then, it let out a roar and pounded its chest a few times. It charged directly at Zhou Yi. Anyone could see that the giant ape was truly enraged this time. No way, Zhou Yi muttered. Everyone scatter! Surround it! Zhang Yuanshan commanded. The crowd immediately dispersed, but the giant ape continued to chase Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi began to run in a panic, not knowing where to go. The others circled around to attack the giant ape from behind, but unfortunately, their attacks had no effect on it. Even Li Xiu couldn't harm the giant ape, let alone the others. The giant ape completely ignored their attacks and continued its mad pursuit of Zhou Yi. Why is it always chasing me? Zhou Yi said, looking distressed, while he unleashed lightning again towards the giant ape. Crack! The lightning struck the giant ape's nape, causing it to become momentarily dazed and stop in place. Su Chen, who had been chasing behind the giant ape, quickly seized the opportunity and leaped up, swinging his sword at the giant ape's back. Clang! The sword left a scratch on the giant ape's back. Although it cut through its fur, it still couldn't injure it. The giant ape quickly recovered from its daze, let out a roar, and continued to charge at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's face changed dramatically. He had just managed to create some distance from the giant ape with the previous lightning strike. Now, in the blink of an eye, it was about to catch up to him again. Zhou Yi, don't be afraid. I can still release the defensive halo. Zhang Yuanshan shouted to Zhou Yi. With such a large giant ape chasing him, how could he not be scared? Moreover, Zhang Yuanshan's defensive halo could only block the giant ape for a moment. Lightning is best aimed at its eyes. Su Chen, who was trailing behind, reminded. I wanted to. Every strike I make is aimed at its eyes. Zhou Yi replied helplessly. Unfortunately, his lightning talent had not yet reached a masterful level, making it impossible to accurately target the giant ape's eyes. The giant ape was much faster than Zhou Yi. If it weren't for his lightning and the distractions from the others, he would have been caught long ago. But now, it was only a matter of time before the giant ape caught up to him. Zhou Yi was currently the only one who posed any real threat to the giant ape. That's why the giant ape ignored the others. They were merely scratching its itch. Only this electric-wielding fellow in front of it was a threat. What should we do now? Our attacks have no effect on it at all. Zhang Yuanshan fell into deep thought. The others gradually became despondent. Their attacks were like mere tickles to the giant ape. And Zhou Yi was about to be caught by the giant ape. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. This time, Zhou Yi's aim improved, hitting the giant ape right on the top of its head, causing it to fall into a brief daze again. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen raised his sword and slashed at the giant ape's back. This time, the silver bracelet on his right hand emitted a white glow, enveloping his hand. Then, Su Chen swung his sword down. Sizzle! This strike directly cut through the giant ape's flesh, leaving a shocking wound on its back. Roar! The giant ape, in pain, instantly snapped out of its daze and let out an angry roar. It then turned to look at the human who had attacked it, its expression somewhat astonished. The human who was just scratching himself now surprisingly managed to break through its defenses. Not only did it not expect this, but the others in the novice village were equally astonished. In the eyes of the giant ape, Su Chen's level of danger had greatly increased. It immediately turned around and began to chase Su Chen. Zhou Yi, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief. Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately took off running, while shouting to the others, attack the wound on the giant ape's back. That area had already been breached by Su Chen. The others quickly reacted and began to attack the giant apes. Wound! Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air and directly pierced the giant ape's wound. The giant ape cried out in pain and its movements slowed down. Zhang Yuanshan and the others seized the opportunity and attacked the giant ape. Although their attacks did not always hit the giant ape's wound, with so many attacks coming down, some were bound to strike the wound. Yet it still did not give up on chasing Su Chen, fearing that while attacking others, Su Chen would strike it again and it wouldn't be able to handle that. In reality, Su Chen's attack-enhancing bracelet had already entered cooldown. At that moment, Li Xiu, wielding dual daggers, reappeared. Taking advantage of the giant ape being attacked and slightly sluggish, he directly slashed his dual daggers horizontally at the giant ape's wound. Slash! Li Xiu's dual daggers perfectly aligned with the giant ape's wound, causing it to tear even wider. At the same time, the wound deepened, revealing the stark white bones inside. Roar! The giant ape bellowed and swung a fist backward. Li Xiu had already retreated, so the punch naturally missed, but it also pushed back the pursuers behind it. Good! Seeing the effect of that strike, Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but cheer. As long as they continued to attack the giant ape's wound, it wouldn't be long before it couldn't hold on. But the giant ape wasn't foolish. Knowing it was at a disadvantage, it immediately erupted with a strong will to survive and sprinted into the jungle. Its speed was now faster by at least 30 to 40%. Zhou Yi, don't let it get away, Zhang Yuanshan shouted. Zhou Yi immediately unleashed lightning again. Crack! The lightning momentarily blocked the giant ape, which shook its head and continued to run into the jungle. Su Chen seized that moment, leaping up and landing on the giant ape's back. The giant ape naturally felt someone on its back, but with all four limbs on the ground running, it had no time to pay attention to Su Chen. Wow! Su Chen is so bold. He actually dared to jump on the giant ape's back. Isn't he afraid of being smashed? Su Chen's actions left the others behind in shock. Stop discussing that. Hurry up and chase. Zhang Yuanshan and the others closely pursued the giant ape. Unfortunately, the giant ape, running for its life with all its might, was not something they could catch up to. Soon, the giant ape disappeared from their sight, completely vanishing into the jungle. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were left panting, some already stopping to catch their breath. This giant ape's ability to escape is truly top-notch. I thought its defense and attack were terrifying enough. I didn't expect it to run this fast. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Yuanshan said to them, "We can't stop. Su Chen is still on the giant ape's back. If we don't hurry, he'll be in trouble." Someone waved their hand at him and said, "Forget it, we can't catch up to the giant ape. By the time we do, Su Chen will definitely have been dealt with." Yeah, this Su Chen is really reckless, daring to jump on the giant ape all alone. Let's just wait for the prompt that he's been killed. It should come soon. At this moment, Zhou Shouka, panting, looked at these people and said with great dissatisfaction, "How can you say such things? Su Chen went up to fight for our novice village." Gu Haitang walked over and said, "Forget it, since they don't want to continue chasing, let's go after them." After saying that, she directly headed in the direction where the giant ape had disappeared. With Gu Haitang and Zhang Yuanshan leading the way, many others followed suit. On Zhou Yi's side, the sharp-nosed man found a comfortable spot to sit down, then said to Zhou Yi, "Gu, do you think Su Chen is an idiot, daring to go alone? Hey, Gu, where are you going?" Zhou Yi had already picked up his iron sword and chased after them. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still on the back of the giant ape, tightly gripping its brown fur. Otherwise, he would be thrown off. Riding on the giant ape's back was even more thrilling than a roller coaster. The jolting made Su Chen's insides feel like they were about to be dislocated, and the scenery around him was changing rapidly. With one hand gripping the giant ape, Su Chen used the other hand to stab at it with his sword. Poochie! The long sword slipped off before it could pierce in, unable to break through its defenses at all. And on the giant ape's back, Su Chen couldn't even hit its wounds. Damn! If it weren't for the attack doubling, I wouldn't be able to break through its defense at all. Su Chen fell into a state of distress. In a one-on-one situation, it would be hard for him to hit the giant ape's wounds. This way, he couldn't hurt the giant ape unless he waited for the cooldown of the enhancement bracelet to end. Wait! Su Chen suddenly thought of the ring-tailed snake venom he had on him. This stuff could kill a level 3 monster and was also effective against level 4 monsters. He didn't know what level the giant ape was. Without thinking too much, Su Chen immediately took out a small bottle containing the venom from his pocket and poured all the snake venom onto his long sword. Soon, the giant ape ran a distance, shaking off the pursuers behind it. At that moment, it suddenly slammed to a stop and reached back to grab Su Chen. Su Chen had already anticipated this move. He used the inertia to leap to the front of the giant ape. Whoosh! The giant ape's other fist smashed down towards Su Chen. After landing, Su Chen quickly retreated again, dodging this punch. Roar! The giant ape roared and continued to attack Su Chen. Bang! 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 Su Chen kept dodging as the giant ape's fists struck the surrounding sturdy trees. One by one, the large trees fell. His speed was about the same as the giant ape's, but he had the inside eye, which allowed him to catch the giant ape's movements in advance. Moreover, in this jungle environment, it was very advantageous for smaller humans, for the massive giant ape movement was very inconvenient. While dodging, Su Chen was also looking for the giant ape's flaws. The only way he could inflict damage on the giant ape now was to attack its back wounds. Only by finding such an opportunity would Su Chen strike. Roar! Soon, the giant ape couldn't hit Su Chen and became even more irritable. Boom! 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 It attacked the surrounding obstructive trees more violently and its speed increased. But in this state, the giant ape was also more likely to expose flaws. At the moment when two large trees fell, taking advantage of the giant ape's limited vision, Suchen circled around to its back. It's my turn. Suchen unleashed all his strength and stabbed at the giant ape's wound. Sizzle! The blade pierced through flesh and blood, deeply embedding itself into the giant ape's body. Roar! The giant ape let out a roar that shook the surrounding birds away, audible for several kilometers. This sword truly hurt it and dealt a heavy blow. After succeeding with the strike, Suchen did not hesitate and directly withdrew his long sword, retreating quickly. The heavily injured giant ape immediately fell into a frenzied state. Boom! 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 The giant ape swung its fists and attacked everywhere, causing trees to fall in clusters and shaking the ground violently. Watching the frenzied giant ape, Suchen quickly retreated. At this moment, the giant ape seemed blinded by rage, only focused on attacking everything around it. It completely failed to notice that Suchen had already distanced himself from the area. The surrounding trees and bushes were completely destroyed by the giant ape, and large areas of the jungle were flattened. This guy is terrifying when he goes berserk, Suchen thought, marveling at the destructive power of the giant ape in its rage. But soon, the giant ape's movements slowed significantly, becoming unsteady. Bang! The giant ape's body shook violently before it collapsed to the ground. At this point, Suchen noticed that the wound on the giant ape's back, where he had stabbed it with his sword, was oozing dark green blood. Great! The poison has taken effect. It seems that the venom from the highly toxic ring snake really works on this giant ape. Suchen cautiously approached. The giant ape lay there like a small mountain. The wound on its back continued to ooze green blood. Seeing this, Suchen immediately understood that this creature was definitely not going to survive. However, there was still no kill notification. Could it be that this guy was playing dead? Suchen picked up a piece of half-broken wood from the ground and threw it at the giant ape's head. Thud! The wood hit the giant ape's head and it showed no reaction. Unwilling to give up, Suchen picked up a stone from the ground and threw it with all his might at the giant ape's head. Bang! The stone hit the giant ape's head solidly, causing it to spring up from the ground. This time, it really hurt. When it got up and saw Suchen, it charged at him furiously. So it was just pretending to be dead. Suchen jolted and quickly retreated. Fortunately, he had been cautious and maintained a safe distance from the giant ape. The rampaging giant ape ran incredibly fast. It quickly caught up and threw two heavy punches at Suchen. Relying on the terrain and his inside eye, Suchen narrowly dodged these two punches. At the same time, he felt puzzled. This guy was almost dead from the poison, yet still so fierce. But soon, he understood what was happening. He saw that the pursuing giant ape was slowing down, its punches becoming weaker. Finally, the giant ape could no longer suppress the effects of the poison. After swinging its fists a few more times, it fell heavily to the ground. Kill special beast, rampaging giant ape. Phew! Suchen let out a breath. This guy was finally dead. So that was just a last burst of strength before it died. When the giant ape had stood up again and chased him, he thought it was invincible. Meanwhile, in the chat box of the novice village, someone had already mentioned Suchen's pursuit of the giant ape. What? He dares to chase the giant ape alone? This Suchen must be crazy. What do you know? This is what true heroism looks like. How many of you have the guts to do this? Guts? In the end, it's still a dead end. In this world, staying alive is the most important thing. Yeah, if you lose your life, what good is courage? By the way, the Suchen has some skills. He actually managed to last this long without being killed by the giant ape. Announcement: Special Beast Rampaging Giant Ape has been killed by Suchen from the novice village. The Heavenly Tao will soon allocate experience based on the contribution to the kill of the rampaging giant ape. Two pieces of news instantly ignited the entire novice village. Wow! Suchen is amazing 666. This is too awesome. Suchen single-handedly killed the giant ape. I just want to ask, who else is there? Even those who had just said Suchen was doomed were now standing up to shout about how impressive he was. Zhang Yuanshan and the other pursuers heading towards the giant ape stopped in their tracks upon seeing these two pieces of news. They looked at each other, their faces showing disbelief. How could this be possible? How did Suchen do it? At that moment, they even doubted their own eyes, thinking they must have seen it wrong. Suchen had killed the giant ape, not the other way around. They had just fought the giant ape and knew how terrifying its strength was. Any one of them would not be able to withstand a single punch from the giant ape in a one-on-one fight. During the chase after the giant ape, they had been afraid to see the news of Suchen being killed. But the result was that Suchen had killed the giant ape. Even Li Shou's face showed a rare expression of disbelief. He immediately ran towards the last place the giant ape had appeared, wanting to see what had really happened there. After a brief pause, everyone else also ran in that direction, eager to understand what was going on. When they arrived at a scene, they were instantly dumbfounded. My God! Looking at the surroundings, Zhou Xiaoke couldn't help but exclaim. The jungle within 100 meters was in ruins, almost flattened to the ground, with giant apes' fist and footprints everywhere. Looking at these scenes, everyone could imagine how intense the battle had been here just moments ago. Meanwhile, Suchen stood unharmed beside the giant ape's corpse. This scene was deeply etched in everyone's hearts, lingering for a long time. Suchen also felt the gazes of the crowd behind him, so he straightened his back and continued to stand there, enjoying the admiring looks directed at him. At that moment, someone described the scene in the chat box. Suchen is really too strong. The battle with the giant ape destroyed the entire forest. No way. Is this for real? Was the battle that intense? Absolutely true. I'm right here at the place where Suchen fought the giant ape. If you don't believe me, come and see. Saying this, he sent the coordinates. That I have to go take a look. Maybe I can see Suchen in person and ask him how he did it. I want to go too. I need to ask if he needs a girlfriend. Hey, Suchen is mine. No one can take him from me. Over by the giant ape, Li Xiu was the first to walk towards Suchen, and the others quickly followed suit. How did you do it? Zhou Xiaoke couldn't help but ask. This was the question everyone present wanted to ask. Standing on the giant ape's corpse, Li Xiu noticed something odd about the giant ape's wounds. Poisoned to death? Suchen nodded and said, "That's right. I happened to kill a highly poisonous ringed snake earlier and obtained its venom. I applied the toxin to my sword, and the giant ape died after being poisoned." Suchen spoke very casually, as if he were talking about something trivial. But no one would take this as a trivial matter, nor would they believe that things were as simple as Suchen described. The scene before them was the best proof. Announcement. Calculation complete. Experience for killing the giant ape is now being distributed. After the voice of the heavenly Tao ended, beams of light fell from the sky, illuminating those who had fought the giant ape. I can't believe it. I only slashed the giant ape twice and didn't even break its skin, yet I got over 10 experience points. Same here. I just scratched the giant ape with my bow and arrow, and I also got over 10 experience points. Damn it. It's really unfair. I got hit by the giant ape and my whole body feels like it's falling apart, and I only got 8 experience points, Longwu said in the chat box. He was knocked away by the giant ape right at the start and took a long time to recover after landing. Zhang Yuanshan received 50 experience points, which was not bad. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, gained 100 experience points because he used lightning on the giant ape several times. However, the damage from the lightning was limited. Its main effect was to stun the giant ape for a moment. Li Xiu received over 150 experience points as his dual blades struck the wound on the giant ape's back, causing significant damage and tearing the wound even larger. Since we all got so much experience, how much experience should Suchen, who killed the giant ape, get? Yeah, the giant ape was basically killed by Suchen alone, so he must have gained a lot of experience. In the chat box, everyone became curious about how much experience Suchen actually received. Even Li Xiu and Zhang Yuanshan were very curious. Kill the rampaging giant ape. Experience plus 800. Congratulations. Player level increased to level 5. Attack plus 25. Speed plus 25. Detected that the player is still a lone wolf. Title automatically upgraded to Lone Ranger. Title bonus. Attack plus 15. Speed plus 15. Defense plus 1. Looking at this series of messages, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corners of Suchen's mouth. At the same time, he opened his own panel. Name: Suchen. Attack 131. Defense 4. Speed 116. Level 5640/800. This wave directly boosted Suchen's combat power significantly. He could already feel the tremendous change in his body. If he faced the giant ape now, he wouldn't be so helpless. Meanwhile, his ranking on the combat power leaderboard also rose by 1 position, directly becoming the number 1 in the 250 novice village combat power ranking. Wow! You guys, quickly look at the combat power leaderboard. Suchen has become the number 1 in our novice village. Really? That's amazing. I didn't expect brother Suchen to not only be handsome but also so strong. I love him so much. This isn't surprising. Suchen fought the giant ape alone. I just want to ask, who else is there? For a moment, everyone in the novice village believed that this number 1 on the combat power leaderboard was well deserved for Suchen. Flattering and admiring words for Suchen filled the entire chat box. Even Li Xiu had nothing to say. Killing the giant ape alone was something he could never achieve. He got off the giant ape's corpse and said to Suchen, "This first place is yours. I have no objections. But this is only temporary. I will do my best to take this first place back." After saying that, he turned and walked into the jungle. "Alright, I'll be waiting for you," Suchen said to his back. Suchen was very confident about holding the first place on the combat power leaderboard. This was not only because he could absorb the attributes of the monsters but also because he needed only half the experience to level up compared to others. That was quite a cheat. "Hey, don't forget about me. I'm Joey, and I'm also a man who wants to fight for first place." Joey also spoke up, unwilling to be outdone. If Longwu were here, he would definitely jump in as well. Looking at Li Xiu's back, someone couldn't help but say, "Hey, do you think Li Xiu is going to fight monsters and level up again? Doesn't he get tired?" "Yeah, I'm almost dead tired myself. I wish I could just lie down and take a nap right now." After the intense battle and full-speed chase just now, everyone's stamina was nearly depleted. The main reason was that they had been fighting monsters outside the novice village for a long time and their stamina was already low. If Suchin hadn't consumed a white spirit fruit in between, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on either. At this time, Zhang Yuanshan spoke up, "Our stamina is almost used up and it's not too far from the novice village. We plan to go back and rest for a while. Does anyone want to join us?" Suchin naturally didn't need to, as he still had 3 white spirit fruits on him. If his stamina ran out, he could just eat a fruit. Zhou Yi, seeing that Suchin didn't need to rest, decided to stay and fight monsters instead of taking a break. If Su Chen and Li Xiu took this opportunity to leave him far behind, that would be bad. Zhang Yuanshan knew that Su Chen had stamina restoring fruits, and seeing Joey wanting to stay made him smile. "Joey, don't push yourself. If you run out of stamina and end up dying at the hands of a monster, that would be really frustrating." Just now, his teammates hadn't caught up, and now Joey had kicked him out of the team. Currently, he was pretty much alone. Alright, let's just go back and rest for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and I doubt you can gain much experience. With that, Joey turned and walked towards the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan and the others waved goodbye to Su Chen and headed to the novice village as well. Su Chen also bid them farewell, and after they left, he approached the corpse of the giant ape. He hadn't had the chance to absorb the giant ape's attributes yet. He wondered how much attribute a giant ape with such strength could provide. Su Chen reached out his hand towards the giant ape's corpse and began to absorb. Absorption successful. Attack +8, defense +2, speed +3. Not bad. There were actually 2 points of defense. The increase in defense made Su Chen feel that his physique had strengthened a bit and he could take hits better. Then he opened the chat box to check. Most of the people in the novice village had nearly exhausted their stamina, and most were already feeling fatigued. Those who had depleted their stamina returned to the wooden houses in the novice village to rest, where there was a double recovery effect for stamina. However, they were also surprised to find that it was already afternoon, yet they felt no hunger at all. It seemed that there was no need to eat here, but stamina would still be consumed. At that moment, someone in the chat box said, "Big discovery. Big discovery. Drinking from the stream in the jungle can restore some stamina." This news excited everyone, including Su Chen. Someone immediately asked, "Is that true? Don't lie to us." "It's true. I just wanted to taste the stream water in the jungle, and when I took a sip, it was sweet and my stamina recovered a bit." Then, someone else stood up to say, "Yeah, there are also some spiritual herbs and such. Eating them not only strengthens the body but also restores stamina." Su Chen nodded slightly at these messages. It seemed that those edible things in the jungle could restore stamina. As soon as this was said, some people couldn't wait to try it out. Joey was one of them. He had already arrived at a small stream. Taking a sip of the stream water and munching on some grass, he muttered, "Damn it. When have I ever suffered like this? Do they really think we're water buffaloes? Glug glug." Despite saying that, Joey buried his head in the stream and started drinking heartily. The discussion in the chat box continued. "It seems to have some effect. After drinking the stream water, I regained my strength, but I feel a bit bloated." "That's not right. I ate so much grass, yet it had no effect at all. Could it be the grass is wrong?" The fool upstairs. "Only spiritual herbs can restore strength. What use is eating wild grass by the roadside? Do you really think you're a sheep?" Joey felt insulted upon seeing this message and immediately threw away the wild grass in his hand. Su Chen, on the other hand, planned to continue deeper into the jungle. Since even someone like Li Xiu, who had no spiritual fruit to restore strength, was working so hard, he had no reason to slack off. Just as Su Chen was about to leave directly, someone nearby called out his name. "Su Chen." Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Xiaolu and her group rushing over. Han Ji ran the fastest, and when he arrived, he looked at Su Chen from left to right and asked, "Brother Su Chen, are you okay? Are you hurt?" The others nearby were equally concerned, and the worry on Lin Xiaolu's face was evident. "I'm fine. What are you all doing here?" Su Chen was a bit surprised. He had just killed the giant ape not long ago, and he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. "As soon as we heard you were going to deal with the giant ape alone, we rushed over," Chen Shui said. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of emotion. The terror of the giant ape was known to everyone in the novice village. He had thought that once they knew he was fighting the giant ape, they would keep their distance. But unexpectedly, there was a team willing to come and help him despite the danger. "Aren't you all afraid of the giant ape?" Su Chen asked. Han Ji immediately replied, "You're our lifesaver. If you're in danger, how can we not come to help?" Last time their team encountered a level 2 swamp frog. If Su Chen hadn't shown up in time, they might have been completely wiped out, and Han Ji would have certainly died. Saying this, he glanced at the giant ape's corpse beside him, scratched his head, and muttered, "But it seems we came a bit late." Chen Shui added, "On the way here, Sister Xiaolu kept mentioning your name, I don't know how many times." Lin Xiaolu shot Chen Shui a glare and turned to Su Chen, saying, "It's good that you're okay. When we saw the news of you facing the giant ape alone, we were all scared to death. At that time, they all thought Su Chen would be killed by the giant ape. Don't worry, I'm very cautious about my life and won't do anything reckless," Su Chen reassured them. Hong Wanquan looked around and said, "I didn't expect what was said in the chat box to be true. This place has been destroyed like this. Yeah, Su Chen, you're too strong. How did you do it? Right, you must have fought the giant ape for 300 rounds. Su Chen smiled, "I don't have that ability. This was all done while the giant ape was in a frenzied state. Just looking at the giant ape's corpse makes me feel scared. I didn't expect you, Su Chen, to kill the giant ape all by yourself. Su Chen, your strength should be able to easily kill a level 1 monster now, right? Su Chen, what level do you think this giant ape is?" Not only did Su Chen kill the giant ape by himself, but he was also currently the first person in their novice village. Naturally, they had a lot of questions they wanted to ask him. Su Chen answered each of these questions one by one. After a while, Hong Wanquan saw that it was about time, stood up and said, "Alright, Su Chen must be eager to go hunt the demon beasts and level up, so let's not waste any more of his time." Upon hearing this, everyone reluctantly gave up their questions and began to say goodbye to Su Chen. As they were leaving, Su Chen said to them, "If you encounter any danger, contact me in the chat box and I will rush over as quickly as possible." If he was in danger, they would come to help him without hesitation, so if they were in danger, he would definitely go help them. "Okay, we will." Hong Wanquan nodded emphatically. Then, Su Chen turned and hurried into the depths of the forest. At that moment, more people arrived. At the scene, they first saw the destruction around them and gasped in amazement. Then someone spotted Su Chen walking towards the forest. "Hey! Everyone, look, Su Chen is over there," someone pointed and said. The crowd turned to look in the direction the person was pointing. It really is Su Chen. "Hey! Su Chen, don't go. We came specifically to see you. Brother Su Chen, I love you." The atmosphere was just like that of a celebrity meet and greet. Hearing these words, Su Chen quickened his pace. He didn't want to stay here and be treated like a star idol. "Sister Xiaolu, it seems you have quite a few competitors," Chen Shui whispered to Lin Xiaolu. What she got in return was a roll of Lin Xiaolu's eyes. Su Chen hurried into the forest, shaking off the crowd behind him. At that moment, he discovered that his super transformation talent could be used again. It should be because he had leveled up to level 5, allowing him to activate the talent on the secondary Xian Iron Sword once more. He immediately pulled the secondary Xian Iron Sword from his back and began the transformation. Transformation failed. Item quality too low. It actually failed. It seems that the same item cannot be transformed indefinitely. Previously, Su Chen thought he could just keep using this sword and transform it once his level was high enough. Now it seemed that this idea wouldn't work. But then, Su Chen suddenly remembered that he had an attack enhancement bracelet. He hadn't been able to transform it before due to insufficient level, but now he should be able to do so. Su Chen immediately activated the super transformation on the bracelet on his wrist. As the talent activated, the originally smooth silver bracelet began to develop some patterns. These patterns gradually connected together. Transformation successful. Attack enhancement bracelet transformed into attack frenzy bracelet. It worked. Su Chen quickly checked the effects of the transformation. Attack frenzy bracelet can make the next attack deal triple damage. Cooldown time 15 minutes triple. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. Now he was even more confident in dealing with those heavily armored demon beasts. Announcement: a player capable of killing special demon beasts has been detected in the novice village. Special demon beasts will now begin to spawn. First kill of a special demon beast will yield extra rewards. Note: special demon beasts will only appear for 2 hours, disappearing after 2 hours. Upon seeing this message, everyone in the novice village was taken aback. One raging giant ape was already enough for them to handle, and now they were going to spawn special demon beasts directly. What the hell? Are they trying to make it impossible for us to survive? If those special demon beasts spawn, I won't even dare to leave the novice village. Hey, don't panic, just open the map and take a look. Map? Oh, it turns out their locations are marked. I can just avoid them. Indeed, these special demon beasts, like the previous giant ape, were marked on the map, but their strength was definitely not as formidable as the giant ape was selected based on the overall strength of the novice village. This is great. I was just worried about not having a place to grind for levels. Su Chen immediately opened the map to take a look. Since there were only 2 hours, he naturally had to deal with the nearest special monster first. Moreover, a first kill would grant extra rewards. Su Chen was sure that Li Xiu and the others were also on their way to deal with special monsters. It's you! He immediately chose the nearest special monster and rushed towards it. Although this was the closest distance for Su Chen, it still took him nearly half an hour to arrive. The environment in the jungle was too complex, greatly limiting his speed. Upon reaching the marked location on the map, Su Chen discovered that it was actually a cave. No way, do these special monsters spawn with their own nests? Su Chen drew his sword and cautiously walked into the cave. As soon as he stepped inside, a strong smell of blood wafted out. At that moment, he noticed 2 wild boar corpses on the cave floor. They looked like they had just died, with 2 bull-sized holes in their heads completely pierced through. Judging by the wounds, they didn't seem to be caused by human weapons. This meant that there were more terrifying creatures in the cave, likely that special monster. Su Chen became even more cautious, his nerves taut, with his inside eye activated at all times. The deeper he went into the cave, the darker it became, but the space inside gradually expanded. The cave eventually reached an end, revealing a circular space. Just then, Su Chen suddenly spotted a giant python, thicker than a barrel, appearing ahead. Whoosh! Su Chen immediately took a step back, ready for battle. However, the giant python remained motionless, leaving Su Chen puzzled. But its body was too long for him to see its full form, so he dared not act recklessly. Level 2 monster, pattern giant python, huge in size, capable of swallowing a wild boar whole, with astonishing constriction power. Level 2 monster. So, it wasn't that special monster. This set off alarm bells in Su Chen's mind, and he quickly looked around the cave. But the surroundings were completely empty, there was no sign of any monsters. Wait, the map indicated that this was the place, how could there be none? Hold on, it seemed there was one area he hadn't checked. Thinking of this, Su Chen slowly raised his head, and the sight above made his scalp tingle. He saw a gigantic spider staring at him from above, with several monsters wrapped in spider silk around it. Whoosh! The spider swiftly launched an attack, one of its legs thrusting violently towards Su Chen. With his inside eye, Su Chen dodged it directly. Crack! The spider leg plunged deep into the ground. Its legs were black and smooth, like iron pillars. If Su Chen had been a moment slower in dodging, that leg could have pierced through his body. The wild boars at the cave entrance were a cautionary tale. After the spider missed its strike, its leg was stuck in the ground and couldn't be pulled out immediately. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen swung his sword at its long leg. Slash! A cold light flashed, and the spider leg was severed in two. Howl! The spider let out a painful scream, retracting its severed leg while leaving half of it on the ground. Drip drip! Green liquid oozed out from the spider's severed leg. It seemed that this spider's defense was far inferior to that of the giant ape, and its speed wasn't much faster either. Overall, its strength was nowhere near that of the giant ape, which relieved Su Chen. But just then, the spider suddenly spat out a white silk thread from its mouth. Whoosh! The thread spread in midair, forming a large white net that wrapped around him. Su Chen quickly dodged, avoiding the incoming spider web. Pooh! Pooh! The giant spider continued to spit out silk towards him. But Su Chen, agile as ever, managed to evade them all. Is that all you've got? Su Chen taunted. As it failed to hit him repeatedly, the black spider's mood grew increasingly irritable. It crawled down from the top of the cave and kept closing in on Su Chen. While approaching, it continued to spit out silk. Whoosh! 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 It was getting closer and the silk was coming out faster, significantly reducing Su Chen's reaction time. But Su Chen was waiting for it to get closer. If it remained on the walls or ceiling, he would have no way to deal with it. However, when it attempted to attack him at close range, it also provided Su Chen with an opportunity to strike back. As the spider drew nearer, it cornered him. It was evident that Su Chen's space to dodge was shrinking, and being ensnared by the silk seemed like just a matter of time. Whoosh! The spider spat out white silk again, and Su Chen sidestepped to avoid it. This time, he didn't just dodge to the side but took a risky sidestep. Then he quickly advanced with his sword towards the spider. After each time the black spider spat silk, it would have a brief moment of rest. Su Chen seized this opportunity, leaping up and bringing his sword down from above. At the same time, he activated the power-enhancing bracelet on his wrist. Buzz! A white light surged from the bracelet, enveloping Su Chen's right hand that held the sword. The dazzling white light illuminated the entire cave, clearly revealing the spider's full form. Su Chen took aim at its ugly head and swung down with his sword. The spider sensed the danger and immediately raised one of its front legs to block its head. Crack! The sword, wrapped in white light, severed the spider's front leg. The blade's momentum did not diminish and continued downward. Pooh! The sword plunged into the spider's head, splitting it in half. Instantly, a variety of disgusting, viscous liquids flowed out. Its legs went limp and its entire body collapsed. Kill Special Monster Sharpleg Spider, Experience plus 200, congratulations, player level increased to level 6, attack plus 30, speed plus 30, name, Su Chen attack, 169 defense, 6 speed, 149 level, 6, 40/1600. After killing the spider, Su Chen directly leveled up to 6, his strength surging once again. But That wasn't all. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, player completed the special monster first kill task. Reward wooden treasure. Chest ×1. A white light appeared in the cave and a wooden box materialized out of thin air. A wooden treasure chest? Su Chen remembered that this was a reward for making it into the top 10 of the combat power rankings. He didn't expect to receive one just for the first kill of a special monster. He wondered what was inside. Su Chen eagerly approached to open the box. Congratulations, player obtained a fine iron sword, attack power +8. Inside the treasure chest lay a shiny long sword, which Su Chen took out. Fine iron sword? Su Chen recalled that the sword he had was originally an iron sword, and after one transformation it had already reached its limit. Its attack power was only 8 points, the same as the secondary mysterious iron sword he had. However, this fine iron sword could still be transformed. Su Chen immediately activated his talent on the fine iron sword. Transformation successful. Fine iron sword transformed into mysterious iron sword, attack power +16 with piercing effect. Great! It actually transformed into a mysterious iron sword, doubling the attack power. Most importantly, it also had a piercing effect. Su Chen directly put the secondary mysterious iron sword behind him and gripped the mysterious iron sword in his hand. He wanted to test the piercing effect, and the spider corpse in front of him was the best experimental subject. He gripped his sword and lunged fiercely at the spider's body. Whoosh! The black iron sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The blade pierced smoothly into the spider's corpse. Not bad. Su Chen was quite satisfied with the black iron sword he had just acquired. When performing a direct stab, the black iron sword not only moved faster but also greatly increased its lethality. It seemed this was the effect of the piercing ability, which could definitely catch an enemy off guard during a confrontation. The sword's blade was darker in color and heavier than the lower-grade black iron sword. It felt very comfortable to use. Then, he looked around the cave. He had been too busy fighting to observe it closely. Now that he had dealt with the spider, Su Chen discovered that this cave belonged to a patterned giant python. It must have been living peacefully in the cave, only to be killed by the giant spider that suddenly intruded. The dead beasts around were all captured by the spider. So many beast corpses. Su Chen began to examine them. Many of these beasts had not been devoured by him yet. He first devoured the sharp-legged spider. Devour successful. Attack +6, speed +3, not bad. Su Chen then walked towards the patterned giant python. Devour successful. Attack +5. Next, Su Chen looked up. The various types of beasts had lost their lives and were bound by spider silk. He didn't hold back and devoured them one by one. Devour successful. Attack +2. Devour successful. Speed +2. Devour successful. Attack +1. These beasts were all level 1, and among them were some weaker birds that only provided 1 attribute point. However, combined, he had gained 7 or 8 attribute points. This trip was not in vain. Just from devouring attributes, he had consumed over 20 points. He also obtained a good item like the black iron sword, making it a profitable venture. When he walked out of the cave, he noticed a notification he had forgotten to check. Notification: Su Chen from the 250. Newbie Village has completed the first kill mission. Subsequent kills of special beasts will no longer yield rewards. At that moment, the chat box exploded with messages. Su Chen, big shot. You're amazing. You actually completed the special beast first kill mission. Ha! What's so surprising about that? I guessed it long ago. Who else could it be but Su Chen? Exactly, Su Chen is now the top player in our newbie village. Looking at these messages, Su Chen did not feel proud. With 3 SSS level talents awakened, if he couldn't dominate the newbie village, that would be embarrassing. At that moment, a message caught Su Chen's attention. Brother Su Chen, come save us, a special beast is chasing us. This was Chen Shui messaging in the chat box. Ha! If you're being chased by a special beast, can't you just run? Why bother big shot Su Chen? Yeah, Su Chen is very busy, he doesn't have time to deal with you. At this point, Chen Shui replied, this special beast is too fast, we can't shake it off, and it seems to be coming straight for us. Chen Shui and the others were very anxious. They had been circling around the special beast on the map, but this special beast was heading straight for them, and according to the map, the distance between them was getting closer. This indicated that the special beast was approaching them quickly. Su Chen immediately typed in the chat box, send me your location. I can't believe it. Su Chen actually replied, oh my gosh. Not only is Su Chen powerful, but he's also such a nice person. I really love you more and more, big brother. Su Chen directly filtered out these useless messages. Soon, Chen Shui sent her location. Su Chen immediately said, great. I'm heading over now, you all retreat to my position. As he spoke, Su Chen sent his location and rushed towards Chen Shui. Awesome. Su Chen is already on his way. I told you he would come to save us. Chen Shui happily told her teammates. However, Hong Wanchuan's face was serious. He immediately spoke up, "Everyone, don't stop. Quickly move towards the position Su Chen sent." Su Chen was still quite far from them, while the special monster was getting closer. Hong Wanquan was very worried that they might not reach Su Chen before the special monster arrived. The others also saw the coordinates sent by Su Chen, and their expressions were equally tense. But one by one, they ran desperately towards Su Chen's coordinates. With their current strength, they could only run when encountering the special monster. They had no ability to fight back. While fleeing, everyone maintained a basic formation, with Hong Wanquan and a few stronger individuals bringing up the rear. Just as they had not run far, a terrifying roar echoed not far behind them. Chen Shui glanced at the map and found that the special monster had already reached their rear. She paled and said, "What should we do? The special monster is catching up." At that moment, a look of determination flashed across Hong Wanchuan's face. He stopped and looked at his teammates. "You all go first. I'll hold it off." "Captain, how can we?" Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Hong Wanquan immediately scolded, "Go. Your strength can only make you cannon fodder if you stay. I'll hold it off for a while and maybe everyone will survive. I'll stay too. I have a bow and arrow and I can harass it from a distance. My presence will be very helpful." Han Ji stepped forward and said, "I'll stay too." "Me too." In an instant, several level 2 strong individuals in the team chose to stay and hold off the special monster. Time was of the essence, and Hong Wanquan didn't persuade them further. He nodded at them and then waved to the remaining people, shouting, "Hurry up. If you don't leave now, none of you will get away." Lin Xiaolu remained rational. She knew that having these people stay would only be a burden, distracting their teammates from protecting them. She nodded at Hong Wanquan and the others, then led the way towards Su Chen's direction. Chen Shui waved goodbye to these people with tears in her eyes. Not long after they left, the terrifying roar echoed again from behind them. Roar! This time, the roar was even closer, and the sound was more shocking. "Everyone, prepare for battle!" Hong Wanquan shouted. They all showed tense expressions, turning to face the direction of the roar, gripping their weapons tighter. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A massive beast emerged from the bushes in front of Hong Wanquan and the others. This allowed them to see the true form of the special monster. It was actually a hyena taller than a person, with sharp teeth and claws, a row of bone spurs on its back, and a strong, pungent smell of blood emanating from it. Upon seeing it, Hong Wanquan and the others understood. No wonder it could always lock onto their positions. It was relying on its dog-like nose. After spotting Hong Wanquan and the others, it did not attack directly but instead extended its crimson tongue to lick its sharp teeth. It slowly approached them, seemingly waiting for them to make the first move. "Everyone, don't rush. Wait for this beast to attack us first," Hong Wanquan immediately commanded. "As long as the hyena takes the initiative to attack, it will definitely fall into their encirclement. If they take the initiative to attack, they will surely expose flaws to the hyena, which will pick them off one by one." Seeing these people huddled together, with no intention of attacking, the hyena no longer waited and pounced directly at them. "Come on." On the other side, Chen Shui ran while constantly murmuring, "Will the captain and the others be okay? Is that special beast particularly powerful? What if something happens to them?" Although the others didn't say much, their solemn expressions revealed their current feelings. Newbie village Hong Wanquan was killed by the special bloodthirsty hyena. A notification struck Lin Xiaolu and the others like a bolt from the blue. They all stopped in their tracks at the same time. Some looked ashen, some were bewildered, and some found it hard to accept this reality. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but glance back at the spot where Hong Wanquan was, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks. "Woo woo, Captain Hong." Chen Shui broke down in tears. Lin Xiaolu was the first to recover from her shock. She immediately looked at the others. "We need to keep going. Otherwise, Brother Hong will have sacrificed for nothing." The others also reacted. Chen Shui nodded. She understood this reasoning, so she followed the others, crying and running. Su Chen, who was rushing towards Lin Xiaolu and the others, felt a bit incredulous upon seeing this news. The reliable Captain Hong was killed by a beast just like that? Does this mean they have already encountered the special beast? Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. Then, he unleashed his body's maximum speed and rushed towards Lin Xiaolu and the others. After the notification of Hong Wanchuan's death, a few more people fell victim to the bloodthirsty hyena. They were all members of Lin Xiaolu's team who had chosen to stay behind. At this moment, on the battlefield of the bloodthirsty hyena, several human corpses lay scattered on the ground. Now, only Han Ji remained, weakly leaning against a tree. One of his legs and one of his arms were already bloodied and mangled from the hyena's claws. At this moment, his right hand still tightly gripped the bow, while his bloodied left hand pulled out an arrow. "You beast! If you have the guts, take an arrow from Grandpa Han," Saying this, Hanji strained to draw the bow and shot the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow was easily dodged by the hyena. Even if Hanji were uninjured, it would be difficult to hit such a fast-moving target, let alone his current state. After dodging the arrow, the hyena cast a disdainful glance at Hanji, then turned and ran towards the direction of Lin Xiaolu and the others, following the scent. In its view, this severely injured Hanji would die sooner or later. It was better to save time and look for other prey. The bloodthirsty hyena was inherently murderous. Its existence was for slaughter. Bastard! If you have the guts, don't run. Stay and fight me to the death. Hanji couldn't help but curse angrily. However, the bloodthirsty hyena completely ignored him and quickly disappeared from his sight. At the same time, Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang each led their own teams towards the bloodthirsty hyena. The bloodthirsty hyena was the closest to them, so they planned to take down this special beast first. Both of their teams were among the top in the entire novice village. Dealing with these special beasts, which were not too strong, was naturally a piece of cake. Brother Yuanshan, the few who were just killed by the bloodthirsty hyena seemed to be those who were previously following Su Chen, someone in the team noticed. After checking, another person spoke up. That's right, it's them, and they even called for help from Su Chen in the chat box. Su Chen is also heading towards the hyena. He won't steal the experience from the bloodthirsty hyena, will he? Zhang Yuanshan glanced at the chat box and said, "Stop talking nonsense, saving people is the priority. Their team is still being chased by the bloodthirsty hyena." Just then, Chen Shui called for help in the chat box again. They were about to be caught by the bloodthirsty hyena. Zhang Yuanshan immediately quickened his pace, and the others followed closely behind him. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were closer to Lin Xiaolu and her group, and soon they met. When Chen Shui saw Zhang Yuanshan and the others, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Great, we're saved. Chen Shui stopped and gasped for breath. Lin Xiaolu and the others also relaxed a bit. Zhang Yuanshan, holding his iron sword, stepped forward and said, "You all come behind us, the bloodthirsty hyena is already chasing us." Zhao Zhua also drew his iron sword and confidently said, "Leave it to us from here on." Lin Xiaolu nodded, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone caught a strong, pungent smell of blood. Whoosh! The figure of the bloodthirsty hyena sprang out from the bushes ahead. It was large, with strong limbs, constantly exuding a bloody scent. Its eyes, the size of copper bells, scanned Zhang Yuanshan and the others, showing no sign of retreat. Zhang Yuanshan stared at the bloodthirsty hyena and reminded his teammates, "This special beast is not simple. Everyone be careful. Humph, vile creature. Die." Zhao Zhua directly charged at the bloodthirsty hyena with his sword. In front of the two beauties, Gu Haitang and Lin Xiaolu, he naturally wanted to show off. Seeing Zhao Zhua rush out of the team, Zhang Yuanshan immediately said, "Zhao Zhua, don't be impulsive." However, Zhao Zhua didn't listen. In his view, even if he couldn't defeat the bloodthirsty hyena, he could still retreat safely. But the reality was far from what he imagined. The bloodthirsty hyena was much stronger than he thought. Swish! The bloodthirsty hyena pounced towards Zhao Zhua, moving incredibly fast. Zhao Zhua had no time to react before the hyena was already in front of him. Buzz! A faint golden defensive shield appeared around him, and the hyena's claws collided with the shield. Bang! In an instant, the defensive aura Zhang Yuanshan had released for Zhao Zhua was shattered by the hyena's claw. But it was precisely this moment that bought Zhao Zhua some time to react, and he immediately retreated. Sizzle! Although Zhao Zhua retreated in time, he was still caught by the hyena's claws. A deep claw mark was left on his chest, exposing his ribs. The intense tearing sensation made Zhao Zhua scream in agony. If it hadn't been for Zhang Yuanshan's defensive aura just now, he would have already lost his life. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhang Yuanshan and the others had arrived, shielding him behind them. "Everyone, don't scatter, stay together so it won't dare to attack." Zhang Yuanshan immediately instructed those around him. Now, no one dared to be careless. They had all witnessed the strength of the bloodthirsty hyena. However, as long as they concentrated together, if the bloodthirsty hyena dared to launch an attack, it would definitely face their siege. Previously, Hong Wanquan and the others had planned the same, but their strength was far too inferior to that of the bloodthirsty hyena. Zhang Yuanshan and the others adopted this method, which could effectively deal with the bloodthirsty hyena. The bloodthirsty hyena fixed its gaze on Zhang Yuanshan and the others, slowly circling around them. Zhang Yuanshan and the others understood that the bloodthirsty hyena was looking for their weaknesses. As long as it caught even a hint of a flaw, it would launch a swift attack. They did not dare to be careless, keeping their eyes on the bloodthirsty hyena at all times. From the previous encounter, apart from Zhang Yuanshan, no one in their team could match the bloodthirsty hyena in a one-on-one fight. After all, even the 10th on the combat power ranking, Zhao Zhua, the strongest among their two teams besides Zhang Yuanshan, was severely injured by a single claw of the hyena, so they were even less capable. They had underestimated the strength of the special demon beast too much. Both sides fell into a tense standoff, neither daring to launch the first attack. But at that moment, the bloodthirsty hyena suddenly turned its head and looked in another direction. Soon, they heard some noises coming from that direction. Someone was rapidly approaching them. Everyone became even more tense, and part of their attention shifted to that direction. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure appeared. There, his speed equally terrifying. At the moment he appeared, Lin Xiaolu and Chen Shui finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. Zhang Yuanshan's teammates also showed joy. At first, some of them were worried that Su Chen's appearance would steal their experience. But now they were incredibly happy that Su Chen had shown up, as the strength of the bloodthirsty hyena far exceeded their expectations. If they continued to clash with the bloodthirsty hyena, casualties would definitely occur. And no one knew if the next to die would be themselves. Su Chen, be careful, this guy's speed is quite abnormal, Zhang Yuanshan reminded in time. Su Chen nodded and walked towards the bloodthirsty hyena with his sword. The bloodthirsty hyena licked its teeth with its tongue, revealing a cruel expression. It could sense that this human was different, but the fact that the other dared to approach it alone was simply seeking death. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty hyena unleashed all its power and charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen held the sword, and the power-enhancing bracelet on his wrist emitted a white light, enveloping his sword. Facing the aggressively charging bloodthirsty hyena, Su Chen did not dodge but charged directly at it. The distance between them closed in an instant, and the bloodthirsty hyena lunged again. Its massive body aimed to crush Su Chen beneath it. But Su Chen swung his sword and struck out. Crack! A flash of white light passed, and the bloodthirsty hyena's two front paws were severed cleanly. Bang! Losing its front paws, it fell to the ground in a heap. Su Chen quickly turned around and thrust his sword down at the immobile bloodthirsty hyena. Thud! The enchanted iron sword, with its piercing effect, plunged directly into the hyena's head, pinning its head to the ground. The bloodthirsty hyena stared with bulging eyes and soon breathed its last. Kill Special Demon Beast Bloodthirsty Hyena, experience plus 200. Su Chen stepped on its head, pulled out the sword, and reached out to absorb the hyena's attributes. Absorption successful. Attack power plus 5, speed plus 4. Then, he turned and walked towards Zhang Yuanshan and the others. Is this the power of the first on the battle power ranking? These people stared blankly at Su Chen, the bloodthirsty hyena that had posed a huge threat to them before. He had actually killed it with just one encounter. Although they all knew about Su Chen killing the giant ape by himself, they had not witnessed that battle with their own eyes, but now it was happening right in front of them. Even Zhang Yuanshan was somewhat shocked. He realized the gap between himself and Su Chen. Su Chen, you're really amazing. The bloodthirsty hyena is nothing in front of you. Su Chen is so strong, killing the bloodthirsty hyena with just 2 swords, truly worthy of being first on the battle power ranking. These words came from their hearts. Even Zhou Xiaoka had to admit in her heart that Su Chen was indeed very powerful. How is it? Any casualties? Su Chen asked Zhang Yuanshan. We're fine, but Zhao Zhuo is injured and may not recover in a short time. Their team had Gu Haitang, who had already used healing on Zhao Zhuo once. The wound had healed a bit, but it would take some time to fully recover. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanshan looked over at Lin Xiaolu and the others not far away, revealing a look of regret on his face. It's their team. Lin Xiaolu and the others were very downcast, lacking the joy of having survived. All that remained was endless sorrow. Su Chen could understand their feelings, and he walked towards them with heavy steps. Su Chen, Captain Hong, he was killed by the bloodthirsty hyena while trying to save us, Chen Shui said, wiping her tears. Lin Xiaolu added with a sad expression, and Ding Jian, Deng Yong, Wang Jin, they all chose to stay behind to save us. The other teammates lowered their heads upon hearing these names. Su Chen was about to say something to comfort them, but Lin Xiaolu suddenly looked up and said, wait, Han Ji hasn't been killed by the hyena. Her words reminded the others in the team, and they all recalled. The ones who chose to stay behind also included Han Ji, but the Heavenly Tao had not issued a message about his death. This meant he was still alive. Where is he now? Su Chen asked. I'll take you there. Lin Xiaolu immediately turned and ran towards the place where they had separated from Han Ji and the others. Su Chen followed closely behind, and Gu Haitang, seeing this, also followed. She guessed that it wouldn't take long. Soon, Lin Xiaolu arrived at the place where they had parted from Hong Wanquan, which was also where they had fought the bloodthirsty hyena. Various broken bodies lay scattered around. Lin Xiaolu suppressed her grief and began to search the area. Before long, she found Han Ji behind a tree. At that moment, he was sitting on the ground, leaning against the tree, his breath weak, clearly having lost too much blood. Why are you here? Where's that hyena? Han Ji asked in panic. Don't worry, it's dead. Su Chen's voice came from behind Lin Xiaolu. Upon seeing Su Chen, Han Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su Chen, it's good that you're here. Don't talk for now, you're seriously injured. Su Chen turned to Gu Haitang and took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket, handing it to her. Sorry to trouble you. He knew that Gu Haitang would need to expend a lot of energy to treat Hanji's serious injuries, so he generously took out the white spirit fruit. Gu Haitang was not pretentious, she nodded and accepted the white spirit fruit. Hanji was indeed severely injured. Without the white spirit fruit to boost her energy, she wouldn't be confident in being able to heal him. I'm counting on you, Lin Xiaolu also said. Don't worry, I'll do my best. With that, Gu Haitang stepped forward and activated her talent. A green light flew from her palm, directly enveloping Hanji's wound. This caused his injuries to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Gu Haitang's complexion also worsened, and just as she was about to give in, she took the white spirit fruit that Su Chen had given her. After some treatment, Hanji's injuries had mostly healed, and he was able to stand and walk. Thank you so much, Hanji said gratefully to Gu Haitang. He had thought he would die here. Gu Haitang remained silent and nodded, saying, your external injuries are healed, but you still can't fight. For a while. You'll probably need to recuperate in the novice village. Hanji scratched the back of his head and smiled. It's fine, I'm just glad to be alive. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually faded as he looked at Hong Wanquan lying nearby and his former teammates. At that moment, the others arrived, and upon seeing the scene before them, they all showed expressions of sorrow. In the end, everyone worked together to bury them here, so their bodies wouldn't be left to rot in the wilderness. By this time, evening was approaching, and the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the land. Night would soon fall. The jungle at night was very dangerous, as human vision would significantly decrease, while the beasts would not be affected. Everyone planned to return to the novice village to rest, both to recover their strength and to wait for the night to end. However, Su Chen did not intend to go back. Right away, having just consumed a white spirit fruit, he was full of energy. Moreover, he still had one white spirit fruit left. With the eye of insight, his observational skills far exceeded those of ordinary people, and even at night, he was hardly affected. Thus, day and night were basically no different for him. Su Chen, are you really not planning to return to the novice village with us? Lin Xiaolu came over to confirm again. I'm not going back, I still have a white spirit fruit. Brother Su Chen is really diligent and impressive. He's already so strong but still wants to continue grinding for levels. Chen Shui exclaimed from a distance. Just be careful, those beasts will definitely be stronger at night, Lin Xiaolu advised. Don't worry, those beasts pose no threat to me at all right now. Su Chen planned to continue deeper into the jungle to hunt higher-level beasts. Lin Xiaolu nodded. She had already witnessed Su Chen's strength. By the way, I almost forgot. Here, take this. Su Chen suddenly pulled out the secondary Xian iron sword from behind him and handed it to Lin Xiaolu. This sword was lighter than the Xian iron sword, so Lin Xiaolu would likely find it more comfortable to use. What is this? Lin Xiaolu looked at Su Chen. I said before that I would return a better one to you. Now I'm keeping my promise. Lin Xiaolu smiled, recalling what Su Chen had said in the novice village. She hadn't taken it to heart. She didn't expect Su Chen to remember. Alright, I'll accept it. Seeing that Su Chen still had another sword, she took the sword from him. Once it was in her hands, she realized that this sword actually added 8 points of attack power, which was double that of her original iron sword. After saying their goodbyes, Su Chen was about to turn and leave when the voice of the Heavenly Tao sounded again. Emergency notice, Novice Village 144 has initiated a Novice Village competition against Novice Village 250. All members will be teleported to the Novice Village Square. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen felt a dizzying sensation. After stabilizing his stance, he found himself in the square of the Novice Village. Surrounding him were the other 250 novice villagers, all as bewildered as Su Chen, not knowing what had happened to be teleported back by the Heavenly Tao. What on earth is going on? We were still fighting the demon beasts and then we were teleported back by the Heavenly Tao. Yeah, but I was teleported while on my way back to the novice village. I just heard the Heavenly Tao mention something. A competition? What is that? The crowd in the square was buzzing with discussion. At that moment, the Heavenly Tao provided an explanation about the competition. Novice Village competition, initiated by 144 Novice Village. The winning side will allow all players in the Novice Village to increase their attack by 5 points and speed by 5 points. The losing side will decrease their attack by 5 points and speed by 5 points. What the hell? The competition was actually initiated by 144 Novice Village? I thought it was something the Heavenly Tao came up with again. Novice Village competition? Are we going to compete against other Novice Villages? Oh my god. My attack is only 9 points and my speed is only 7 points. If I lose 5 points, won't I be finished? Me too. I'm only level 1, my stats are so low. If I get reduced further, how will I survive? Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. If we win, we can gain 10 points in attributes. Exactly. Who says we will definitely lose? Let's just go for it. Reminder, 144 Novice Village has chosen Team Arena Battle. Team Arena Battle. Each side of the Novice Village sends out 5 contestants to duel on the arena. The side that kills all opponents or knocks them off the arena wins. As soon as the announcement was made, 5 beams of light appeared on the high platform in the square. It was clear that the 5 participants were to step directly into the beams of light. Team arena battle? Only 5 people can participate? I thought it was a full novice village brawl. Since only 5 can participate, we definitely need to choose the strongest 5. Let's go by the rankings on the power list. Currently, the top 5 on the power list were Su-Chen, Li Xiu, Longwu, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Yuanshan. These 5 had the highest combat power, and 2 of them even had special abilities. Su-Chen was a given, with his record of single-handedly battling the giant ape. Li Xiu and Longwu also had impressive combat power, and the others lacked confidence in being stronger than them. Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan were both at high levels, and more importantly, they possessed abilities that others did not have. The 5 of them represented 250 novice village, and no one else had any objections. The 5 stepped forward from their respective teams without hesitation. Zhou Xiaoke cheered for Zhang Yuanshan. Brother Yuanshan, you have to do your best and win for our novice village. Brother Su-Chen, you have to do your best too. Whether I can survive depends on you all. Su-Chen, big shot. You must win. Upon reaching the high platform, Su-Chen nodded at them. He would do his best. Although 10 points in attributes was not much for him, he didn't want to see the people from his novice village, those he was familiar with, have their attributes reduced by the heavenly Tao. With me, Zhou Yi, here, this competition is as good as one. Zhou Yi said confidently. We will do our best to win, Zhang Yuanshan said calmly. Not knowing the strength of the opponent, he didn't dare to speak too boldly. Li Xiu remained as silent and withdrawn as ever, indifferent to the noisy crowd below. Longwu patted his chest with his large hand and said, Don't worry, if they want to win, they'll have to step over my corpse. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Soon, the 5 arrived at the beams of light on the high platform and stepped into them one after another. Whoosh! The beams of light shone briefly before disappearing, and the 5 who had been standing in the beams also vanished. On the high platform of the square, a huge light screen appeared. The screen displayed a fighting arena with 5 people on each side. This was clearly the scene of the novice village's competition arena. Great! I didn't expect we could still watch the match. The crowd in the square was filled with excitement. The 5 people who had been teleported to the arena were scanning their surroundings. The arena was large enough that even 20 people fighting at the same time wouldn't seem crowded. There were no barriers around the arena, just the void of darkness surrounding it, with nothing else present. Note, if knocked off the arena or if one voluntarily concedes, the heavenly path will automatically send them back to the novice square. However, if there are casualties during the battle, everything will be reflected back to the individual. This meant that if you were killed in the arena, it was truly death. That's really cruel, Su-Chen remarked. Longwu waved his hand and said, If any of you can't hold on, just concede. After all, I'm here. Longwu. Zhang Yuanshan also said, That's right, everyone, don't push yourselves too hard, just do your best. If you really can't win, then there's nothing we can do. At that moment, 5 figures appeared on the other side of the arena. Among these 5, 2 had somewhat unusual physiques. One was less than 1.6 meters tall, holding a samurai sword taller than himself. The other was nearly 2 meters tall, extremely stout, with a waist thicker than a barrel, and looked to weigh around 400 to 500 pounds. He also held a long-handled hammer. From their appearances, Su-Chen and the others could discern some clues. They're actually from Sakura country, Zhang Yuanshan frowned and said. Clap. Longwu, hearing Zhang Yuanshan's words, clapped his hands and said, I thought so. No wonder they look so punchable. They're them. Su-Chen and the others also recognized them. From their attire, it was clear they were from Sakura country. Since they are all from Sakura country, that means the fat guy is a sumo wrestler, Su-Chen said, looking at the big man. This was easy to tell from his hairstyle and physique. Li Xiu nodded in agreement. That should be right, and the other few are all holding samurai swords. Knowing that the opponents were from Sakura country, the 5 of them felt an even stronger desire to win. Both sides have 3 minutes of preparation time. 3 minutes later, the duel officially begins. In front of both sides, there was a transparent defensive wall blocking them at the edge of the arena. It seemed they intended to let them fight after 3 minutes. Longwu drew his large machete and struck it against the transparent wall. Bang! The transparent wall showed no reaction. Instead, it left Longwu's hand numb. It's really sturdy. Longwu stepped forward to touch the spot he had struck. Since this is a rule set by the heavenly path, we probably can't break it, Su-Chen said. At that moment, laughter came from the opposite side. It was the man with the samurai sword laughing, and he was speaking in Sakura language. Damn it! That short guy seems to be laughing at me. Longwu immediately clenched his fists. If it weren't for the transparent wall in front of him, he would have rushed over to hit the other person. Zhou Yi then raised his middle finger at the opponent. Baka! This internationally recognized gesture indeed worked, causing some on the opposite side to start cursing. Although they only understood the beginning, they realized the other side was insulting them. Who the hell are you cursing at? The hot-tempered Long Wu pointed directly at the person on the opposite side. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but pat Long Wu on the shoulder and said, "Forget it, don't stoop to their level. Let's discuss our tactics for later." Su Chen nodded as well. This was the time to strategize. Although Long Wu looked rough and had a fiery temper, he understood the importance of priorities. This was not the time to bicker with the enemy. "That short guy with the knife poses the biggest threat to me," Li Xiu said, staring at the short, stout figure. "How do you know that from this distance?" Zhou Yi asked. "Intuition. I have a strong intuition, and the strongest on their side is that knife-wielding shorty," Li Xiu said confidently. "Humph." Zhou Yi immediately showed a disdainful smile. Li Xiu shot him a glance, and a murderous intent suddenly radiated from him. Don't doubt a killer's intuition. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Li Xiu and his earlier words, Zhou Yi immediately shut his mouth. The others also looked at Li Xiu in astonishment. This seemingly young Li Xiu was actually a killer. "Understood. In any case, we just need to be cautious of that knife wielder." Su Chen chose to trust Li Xiu's intuition. The others had no objections either, and Zhang Yuanshan spoke up. "Then let's start discussing our tactics. I think this way, we have Joey's lightning for long-range attacks, and my talent is the defensive halo, which is good at defense. As long as we protect Joey and let him unleash lightning from the back for long-range attacks, if the enemy can't break through, they'll be the ones to lose in the end. This tactic is not bad. It should be the safest method for now." Su Chen nodded, agreeing with Zhang Yuanshan's strategy. Before understanding the overall strength of the opponent, defense was the safest approach. "I have no objections." "No problem." Li Xiu and Long Wu immediately agreed. They also felt there was no issue with the plan. Only Joey looked proud. "What's there to plan? My sea-level talent lightning will definitely fry them." His lightning was quite powerful. He didn't believe that human flesh could withstand it. So, as long as the enemy took a hit from his lightning, they would be severely injured if not dead. "Don't be careless. What if the enemy has a similar talent?" Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but remind him. At that moment, a man from the opposing side stepped forward and spoke in the language of Sakura country. "Hey, over there, our samurai family's Mr. Sandao Ci Lang is ready to offer your 5 heads as a sacrifice to his sword." Immediately, the short guy holding the samurai sword made a provocative gesture towards the 5 of them. "Humph, how dare you make such a move? I'll be the first to chop you down." Sandao Ci Lang's actions successfully enraged Joey and Long Wu. Long Wu had his fingers creaking as he glared angrily at the opponent. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but remind them, "Don't forget our plan. Focus on defense first." Su Chen felt that these two had probably completely forgotten the earlier plan. 3 minutes ended. The battle officially begins. As soon as the voice of the heavenly Dao fell, the transparent wall in front of both sides disappeared. The 5 opponents charged at them in unison. Su Chen and the others maintained their formation, rushing towards the center of the arena with their weapons. They didn't want to fight with their backs against the edge of the arena. The 4 of them charged at the front, while Joey lagged a step behind. Fortunately, Joey and the other 2 were not so impulsive and were following the plan. The one leading the charge on the opposing side was the big, fat sumo wrestler, and Su Chen was matched against him. As he charged over, he raised a large hammer above his head and swung it down towards Su Chen. Behind Su Chen were his teammates, but he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he thrust the black iron sword straight out. The black iron sword activated its piercing effect, increasing its speed and attack power. He directly stabbed it against the descending giant hammer. Clang! Su Chen's sword met the giant hammer head-on. The large man opposite was taken aback. He did not expect anyone to withstand his hammer without any harm. Li Xiu seized this opportunity and charged at the large man, swinging his dual blades. Clang! Just as the dual blades were about to strike the sumo wrestler, a katana came across, blocking Li Xiu's attack. The sumo wrestler also took the chance to step back a few paces. Sandao Ci Lang looked at the expressions on everyone's faces with a disdainful smile, as if he did not take Su Chen and the others seriously at all. "How arrogant! Taste my lightning!" Crack! A thick bolt of white lightning struck down from above, aimed directly at Sandao Ci Lang. He looked up in surprise, then quickly retreated. Bang! The lightning struck the spot where Sandao Ci Lang had just stood, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Seeing Joey able to unleash lightning, the people from Sakura country showed some shock on their faces. They all stopped in their tracks, choosing not to charge forward. Sandao Ci Lang said something to them in Sakura language, and they all nodded. "Damn, this guy is so fast." Joey was a bit annoyed that his attack had missed. "Don't rush, use lightning to attack the others first. I don't believe they all have such speed," Zhang Yuanshan immediately commanded. But at that moment, Sandao Ci Lang, with a cold smile, beckoned Joey with his finger, signaling him to come on. "Alright, let's see if I can strike you down." With that, Joey charged forward, realizing that these people were afraid of his lightning. This gave him enough confidence. Joey, come back! Zhang Yuanshan shouted. But at this point, Joey was already on the offensive, chasing after Sandao Ci Lang with a flurry of strikes. Sandao Ci Lang kept retreating to the side. The remaining four had no choice but to follow to prevent him from being surrounded. In an instant, the originally planned formation turned into chaos and everyone was caught in a melee. Su Chen's opponent was the extremely hefty sumo wrestler. At this moment, the large hammer in his hand kept smashing down at Su Chen, but Su Chen skillfully dodged. Bang! 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 The stone floor of the arena was immediately pounded into one pit after another. He had just taken a hammer head-on. Although he wasn't injured, his hand was numbed from the impact, so he knew that facing the opponent head-on was not a wise choice. While dodging, Su Chen was also looking for an opportunity to attack. He planned to use the large man's size and clumsiness to defeat him. Su Chen moved agilely around the hefty body, continuously slashing at the fat man's body with his long sword. Clang! Zing! Clang! But each attack was blocked by the fat man. The large man's speed was not slow. He defended against Su Chen's attacks without a gap. Damn! How is this fat man's speed so fast? This could be said to be the most agile fat man he had ever seen. No matter where he attacked, the opponent could block it. At this moment, a smile appeared on the fat man's face as he laughed in Sakura language. Hehe, my awakened talent enhances my speed. To defeat me with speed is just a pipe dream. Although Su Chen couldn't do anything to him for the time being, he also couldn't attack Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen was able to predict what his next move would be. Got it. After a prolonged stalemate, Su Chen suddenly thought of a way. Since the rule was to knock the opponent off the stage to win, there was no need to fight to the death. Su Chen began to dodge towards the edge of the ring. Baka, is dodging all you can do? The sumo wrestler who had been unable to hit Su Chen was instantly enraged. His attacks became more frantic, but they were completely uncoordinated and posed no threat to Su Chen. As Su Chen dodged and retreated, he quickly found himself at the edge of the stage. At this moment, the 250 newcomers watching from the novice square all wore serious expressions. In their eyes, Su Chen simply couldn't withstand the sumo wrestler's attacks. Cornered, defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Shelu, watching from below, clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, her worried expression evident. Oh no, that sumo wrestler is too strong. Su Chen can't hold on at all. It looks like he's going to be eliminated first. Sigh, this Su Chen is really embarrassing our novice village. He can't even fight back. And he's still the number one on our novice village's combat power list, representing us in battle. It's just too weak. Yeah, how did he even defeat the giant ape? I now suspect that the giant ape was injured by someone else, and he just picked up the pieces. Most people on the observation platform no longer had faith in Su Chen. However, the teammates beside Lin Shelu were all supportive of Su Chen, and hearing such comments made them quite unhappy. Hanji stepped forward and said, if you were capable, why didn't you go up just now? All you can do is talk nonsense here. Chen Shui followed up. Exactly, if you went up, lasting 2 moves would be impressive. The person who was retorted was left speechless. His strength was worlds apart from Su Chen's. He had said that out of great hope for Su Chen, believing he was the key to victory. But now, seeing him being pushed back by the sumo wrestler, they naturally felt very dissatisfied. Yet they also knew that if they went up, they probably wouldn't even withstand a single blow. On the stage, Su Chen had already reached the edge. If he took a step back, he would fall off. The sumo wrestler with the large hammer smiled. Hehe, let's see how you escape now. Saying this, he brought the hammer down. Bang! 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 But the hammer's attack range was limited, and Su Chen could rely on his insightful eye to predict where it would land, constantly dodging to the sides. This only made the sumo wrestler who had been unable to hit Su Chen even more furious. Seeing this, Su Chen beckoned him with his finger. You fatso, come at me if you dare. This action completely enraged the sumo wrestler. After realizing the giant hammer was ineffective, he placed it on the ground. Then, he spread his legs, bent his body, and extended his strong arms, assuming a sumo stance. He planned to use his area of expertise to push Su Chen off the stage. Su Chen had been waiting for this moment. He shifted 1 foot back and slightly lifted it. On the observation platform, some people held their breath, nervously watching this scene, while others could already envision Su Chen being pushed off. Ah! The sumo wrestler roared and lunged at Su Chen. His arms were long, sealing off the areas on both sides. The two were already very close, and no matter how fast Su Chen was, he couldn't dodge. But Su Chen had anticipated this move. He leaped up directly. He jumped right over the sumo wrestler's head and used his head as a leverage point. With one hand pressing down on his head, he vaulted over him. This caused the sumo wrestler to miss, and he also arrived at the edge of the ring, swapping positions with Su Chen. His reaction was very quick, realizing he hadn't pushed Su Chen off. In an instant, he turned around to grab Su Chen, intending to throw him down. But Su Chen was faster. At that moment, he had already lifted his leg. Down you go. Bang! Su Chen kicked him off the stage. His plump figure disappeared from sight after falling below the ring. Wow! Su Chen is so powerful. Ah! Su Chen is so handsome. Su Chen is too strong. He eliminated the opponent's strongest fighter. I told you Su Chen is amazing. How could anyone doubt the authenticity of him killing the giant ape? Cheers erupted from the spectator stands, and those who had just blamed Su Chen were now left dumbfounded by the scene before them. Lin Xiaolu also smiled, and Han Ji jumped up excitedly. I told you, Su Chen definitely didn't use his full strength just now. He was just teasing. Meanwhile, on the new village square of the 144th novice village, a wave of curses arose. Baka! What is that fool Yamamoto Musashi doing? To be toyed with in his most familiar territory, what a complete idiot. Fortunately, we still have Lord Sandow Teru. He will definitely chop those Dragon Country scum into pieces. At this moment, the situation on the stage was already very clear. Li Xiu had forced his opponent to forfeit. His strength was indeed formidable. Long Wu also had the upper hand, wielding his large knife, forcing his opponent to defend. Even Sandow Teru was pushed to the edge of the ring by Zhou Yi. Only Zhang Yuanshan was suppressed by his opponent, who also wielded a katana. His strength was stronger than Li Xiu and Long Wu's opponents. Moreover, it was obvious he had trained in swordsmanship and was likely from a samurai family, just like Sandow Teru. The situation was looking very good. Now Su Chen and Li Xiu had freed up their hands. They just needed to wait for the two of them to arrive and rejoin the battlefield to end the fight. In the novice square of the 250th novice village, everyone wore smiles, as if the 10 attribute points were already in their pockets. Meanwhile, in the 144th novice village, the angry curses continued unabated. Baka! Which fool decided to start the competition? What a stupid decision. Now look, the overall strength of our novice village is going to decline. The sumo wrestler, who had just been eliminated, Yamamoto Musashi, said, a bunch of fools. How could Lord Sandow Teru be so easy to deal with? He hasn't even used his full strength. Another one of Li Xiu's opponents also said, that's right, even if we all get eliminated, Lord Sandow Teru can turn the situation around. He's just toying with the opponent right now. Lord Sandow Teru hasn't even used his talent yet. Three-Knife Taro had already reached the edge of the arena. I see you're not as formidable as Li Xiu said, just a coward who can only run away. Joey sneered. Three-Knife Taro smiled without speaking. Even when pushed to such a point, there was no trace of panic or tension on his face. Let's see how you dodge this. Joey unleashed his lightning again. Crack! A bolt of white lightning struck down from the sky, and Three-Knife Taro was forced to the edge of the arena with nowhere to hide. Yet at that moment, instead of showing any fear, a cold smile appeared on his face. Foolish Dragon Country people, let me show you what true power is. His 5 fingers rested on the hilt of his sword, and with a swift draw, he slashed directly at the lightning. Clang! The lightning sparked against the samurai sword, but Three-Knife Taro remained unaffected, swinging his sword again towards Joey. What? Joey was shocked. This was the first time his talent had been directly countered by someone else's attack. At this point, he had no follow-up means, and Three-Knife Taro's sword was already right in front of him. It's over. Joey is done for. This guy with the sword is too strong. Is he cheating? Yeah, Joey's lightning can kill wild boars in one hit, yet he managed to deflect it with a single slash. And he wasn't even affected. He can attack again. The people in the novice village watched this scene, equally incredulous. This short guy with the sword seemed almost like he was cheating. But just then, a pale yellow light shield appeared around Joey. Clang! The samurai sword struck the light shield, momentarily halting it, and Joey took the chance to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan, already at a disadvantage in defense, was caught off guard and had a sword swung down at him. You dare to be distracted while facing me? Die! The opponent, wielding a samurai sword, swung down directly. Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly sidestepped, trying to evade this fatal blow. Unfortunately, the opponent's sword was too fast. Although Zhang Yuanshan avoided a critical hit, the samurai sword still struck his shoulder. Swoosh! The samurai sword sliced down his shoulder, cleanly severing one of his arms. Zhang Yuanshan! Su Chen couldn't help but shout upon seeing this and quickly rushed towards him. Zhou Yi, who had just retreated, also witnessed this scene. At that moment, his mind went blank and feelings of guilt, unease, and fear surged within him. Just then, a hand clapped on his shoulder and a deep voice said, "Don't get distracted, focus on the battle." After saying that, Li Xiu rushed forward with his sword to confront Three-Knife Taro. The long-faced man opposite Zhang Yuanshan did not give up on his attack. He raised his samurai sword and aimed to strike Zhang Yuanshan again. Die! The long-faced man's sword was about to fall again. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Crack! The long-faced man had to retreat, narrowly avoiding the electric strike. It was Joey who had timely released the lightning, forcing him back. Otherwise, Zhang Yuanshan would surely not have dodged this blow. Su Chen also rushed over at this time, positioning himself to shield Zhang Yuanshan and readying his sword to face the opponent. Zhou lightning talent had entered cooldown, and he drew his sword to avenge Zhang Yuanshan. Su Chen immediately said to him, "Leave this to me. Go help Li Xiu." He had also witnessed three-knife Taro's strength and knew that Li Xiu couldn't handle it alone. This time, Zhou didn't act impulsively and obediently went to help Li Xiu deal with three-knife Taro. "Another one? You two are going to die." The long-faced samurai immediately raised his sword and swung it at Su Chen. Su Chen met the attack with his sword. Clang! Clang! After just two exchanges of blades, the long-faced samurai was forced to retreat repeatedly. His attack power was far inferior to Su Chen's, and he was pushed back after just two clashes. After all, Su Chen was someone who could directly confront Yamamoto Musashi. After repelling him, Su Chen did not pursue the victory but said to Zhang Yuanshan behind him, "You should forfeit immediately. Leave this to us." Zhang Yuanshan's wounds were bleeding profusely, and he had basically lost his fighting capability. If he didn't receive urgent treatment soon, it would be difficult for him to survive. A hint of unwillingness appeared on Zhang Yuanshan's pale face. "Trust me, with me here, they can't win," Su Chen emphasized again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanshan no longer hesitated. He nodded and weakly said, "It's up to you." After saying that, his body disappeared from the arena. In the next moment, he was sent back to the novice village square by a beam of light. Gu Haitang and the others immediately surrounded him and began to treat him. Zhou Xiaoke watched from the side with tears in her eyes. On the arena, Su Chen tightened his grip on the black iron sword and his gaze turned cold. The long-faced warrior opposite him also grew serious. From their earlier exchange, he realized he was not a match for Su Chen. However, as long as he could hold this person off until Lord Sandaijiro was free, he could take him down. Su Chen aimed to defeat his opponent quickly so they could join forces against Sandaijiro. It was likely that Li Xiu and Zhou wouldn't be able to hold him off for long either. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure vanished from his spot and he launched the first attack. Clang! 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 Su Chen's sword was as fast as lightning, forcing his opponent to retreat repeatedly, constantly on the defensive. At that moment, he truly witnessed Su Chen's real strength. Slash! He made a mistake, and Su Chen seized the opportunity, landing a direct strike on his arm. A blood mark instantly appeared on his arm. Su Chen not only surpassed him in attack but also in speed. Every blow he delivered was incredibly difficult to defend against, and the scratches on his body increased. Soon, he could no longer hold on and wanted to forfeit and leave the arena. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Su Chen's sword came piercing toward him. This strike was faster, more precise, and more ruthless, giving him no chance to dodge. The long-faced warrior's face turned pale with shock. In a panic, he crossed his sword in front of him, trying to block Su Chen's strike. Bang! The sword he held crossed in front of him met the tip of the black iron sword, creating a spark. But the moment his sword touched the tip, it was deflected away. Put! The black iron sword pierced through his body without any hindrance. Su Chen delivered a heart-piercing blow to the long-faced man wielding the sword. "Well done, Su Chen. Let these Sakura country people know the power of our dragon country. Su Chen is truly amazing. He defeated the opponent in just 2 or 3 strikes. No wonder he's my idol." This is also revenge for Zhang Yuanshan. That long-faced man deserved such a fate. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuanshan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were sure to win this match. Zhou Xiaoke clenched her fists tightly, and her gaze toward Su Chen changed completely. Originally, when she saw Zhang Yuanshan's arm severed by that long-faced warrior, she had hated that warrior to death. But now, seeing him pierced through the heart by Su Chen, she felt a great sense of satisfaction. Moreover, her view of Su Chen had undergone a tremendous transformation. On the arena, the long-faced warrior did not die immediately after being pierced by Su Chen's sword. He quickly chose to forfeit, and his body along with his weapon vanished from the arena. However, in their novice village of 144, there were no awakened healers or similar talents. So when he returned to the novice village, everyone looked at him with indifference. "Help me!" The long-faced warrior covered his wound with one hand and reached out to the crowd with the other. Someone disdainfully said, "TCH, you were the ones who initiated the novice village competition. Now you've been defeated by the Dragon Kingdom people. What a disgrace to our Sakura nation. A true warrior should die on the battlefield. You actually fled in the face of battle. What a shame for a Sakura nation warrior. You've brought shame to our Sakura nation. It's already good that we didn't make you commit seppuku." Thud. The long-faced warrior could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, looking desperately at the people of the novice village. He never expected that after fighting for them, he would return severely injured, and instead of choosing to save him, they would stand by and make cold remarks. You all, cough." He pointed at them, unable to bear it any longer, and spat out a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. The crowd ignored him, their faces tense as they looked at the situation in the arena. Now, with the long-faced warrior eliminated, only Sandao Jiro and another burly man remained on the arena. Sandao Jiro was fighting 2 opponents alone, showing no signs of losing, and appeared to be handling it with ease. Long Wu's side had already beaten the opponent to the point of near collapse. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly rushed towards Sandao Jiro. This person posed a significant threat, and Su Chen felt that he was not giving it his all. Sandao Jiro also sensed the change in the arena's situation. He gradually put away his playful expression and began to take things seriously. I didn't expect Ida to be defeated so quickly. I wanted to play with you all a bit longer, but it seems I have to use my full strength now. As he spoke, his figure began to blur. Whoosh! Then, he actually split into 2 clones. These 2 clones looked exactly like him and charged towards Su Chen and Long Wu. My game has just begun. All 3 Sandao Jiros simultaneously revealed cold smiles. My goodness! Am I seeing things? How did this guy with the knife suddenly multiply into 2? I saw it too. This guy split 2 of himself from his own body? Not only were the spectators from the novice village shocked, but even Su Chen and the others did not expect this. Su Chen immediately used his inside eye to look at Sandao Jiro. C-level talent clone technique summons 2 clones with the same strength as oneself to assist in battle, lasting for 5 minutes. The clones will automatically disappear upon the death of the true body. Note, this talent is a fixed talent with no growth potential, so it was a talent. A fixed talent, no wonder he was so strong from the start. Unlike Zhou-Yi's lightning, which is a growth talent that increases in power with level changes, Su Chen's talent is even more so. As his level increases, his talent will produce unexpected effects. At this moment, his inside eye also revealed Sandao Jiro's true body. The one heading towards Long Wu was the true body. He wanted to place his true body in an absolutely safe position. Naturally, being opposite Long Wu was the safest. Seeing this, Su Chen did not hesitate and turned to rush towards Long Wu. Currently, Long Wu was engaged in combat, noticing that a Sandao Jiro was approaching him. What kind of monster is this? 3 of them appeared at the same time. His expression turned tense and his attacks became fiercer, trying to defeat his opponent before Sandao Jiro arrived. But the power difference between the 2 sides was not significant and he could not quickly take down his opponent. However, at that moment, Su Chen reached Sandao Jiro first. Take my sword. The Shin Tai sword came piercing from the side. The speed was incredibly fast. The opponent had no time to defend at all. Su Chen's sword pierced through the opponent's forearm, blood dripping from the tip of the sword. Long Wu seized the opportunity, swinging his large knife down directly. The opponent looked on in terror at the descending blade, unable to dodge in time. The thought of giving a flash through his mind, and then his body vanished from the spot. Bang! Long Wu's blade struck the ground. This kid runs pretty fast. Saying this, Long Wu looked at Su Chen and said, thanks. Su Chen nodded, watching the 2 Sandao Ci Lang charging towards them, his expression still grave. Be careful, the hard battle is just beginning. With that, Su Chen took the initiative to meet the true form of Sandao Ci Lang. Long Wu was not to be outdone, his fighting spirit soaring as he charged forward with his large knife. The 2 immediately engaged in combat with the 2 Sandao Ci Lang. Dang! 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 I must say, Sandao Ci Lang's swordsmanship was exceptionally exquisite, every strike landing perfectly. If it weren't for Su Chen possessing the eye of insight, able to predict the landing positions of his strikes, he would have been completely defenseless against him. But Long Wu was not faring as well. His attributes were significantly inferior to Su Chen's. Facing the continuous attacks from Sandao Ci Lang, he appeared exceptionally strained. If it weren't for his robust physique and rich combat experience, he would have likely been defeated already. Meanwhile, Li Xiu and Zhou Yi were being pressured by Sandao Ci Lang's long knife forced into defense. This won't do, we'll eventually be found out and defeated, Li Xiu said while defending. What should we do? Zhou Yi also knew that continuing to defend like this was not an option. I'll create an opportunity for you to break free. You use lightning to attack him. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded, knowing that his lightning was much more effective than close combat. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiu's attacks became frenzied, focusing solely on offense. This did temporarily suppress Sandao Ci Lang, but the opponent's long knife also left multiple wounds on him. Seizing the chance, Zhou Yi broke free from Sandao Ci Lang's attack range and launched a lightning attack at him. Crack! White lightning fell about to strike Sandao Ci Lang. However, he dodged with a swift movement. For a strong opponent like him, it was difficult to hit him directly with lightning. Zhou Yi didn't expect to hit him with just one strike. He began to prepare a second lightning attack. But at that moment, he noticed Sandao Ci Lang charging towards him after dodging. Whoosh! Sandao Ci Lang almost instantly reached Zhou Yi's side and slashed out with his knife. Zhou Yi hurriedly raised his iron sword to defend. Bang! In a panic, Zhou Yi was struck by Sandao Ci Lang's blade, causing his sword to fall to the ground. Without pausing, Sandao Ci Lang swung horizontally again. Without a weapon, Joey had no way to counter the strike. If this blow landed on him, it would be enough to cut him in half. Give up. Li Xiu uttered 2 words. Upon hearing this, Joey immediately chose to concede. Whoosh! Sandao Ci Lang's blade struck the air. Behind him, Li Xiu had already caught up, his dual knives slashing down directly. This Sandao Ci Lang actually dared to ignore him and attack Joey directly. Then let him pay the price. Poochie! Li Xiu's dual knives left 2 deep cuts on Sandao Ci Lang. But Sandao Ci Lang seemed to feel no pain at all. Unaffected, he turned and continued to attack Li Xiu. What? Li Xiu was taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a person. Even when he was in the assassin organization, he had never seen anyone who could act as if nothing had happened after taking a knife strike. What he didn't know was that the figure before him was merely a clone. He truly felt no pain, no fatigue. At this moment, Li Xiu was already at the end of his strength. The 2 sides had fought for a long time, and just now he had exhausted all his energy to create an opportunity for Joey. As a result, he had sustained serious knife wounds. Ping! Ping! Faced with the unyielding Sandao Ci Lang, Li Xiu's defense was becoming increasingly difficult. Yet he held on until the very last moment, choosing to forfeit just as Sandao Ci Lang was about to deliver a finishing blow. His body then vanished from the arena. Instantly, this clone freed its hands and rushed directly towards Su Chen's battlefield. Meanwhile, on Long Wu's side, he was struggling alone, with more and more knife wounds on his body. Blood had already stained his white clothing, but he remained filled with fighting spirit and actively launched an attack. Ha ha! Come on! Let you see the might of our Long Kingdom people. The real Sandao Ci Lang looked on with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. But this is where it ends. If you don't forfeit now, you'll soon die under my blade. Su Chen saw that Long Wu was gravely injured, with several wounds already exposing his ghastly white bones. Forfeit now. Leave this to me. Su Chen shouted at him immediately. Long Wu's condition was critical. With the slightest misstep, he could lose his life to Sandao Ci Lang's blade. Hearing this, Long Wu was taken aback. Can you handle it alone? The reason he fought so fiercely was that he saw only himself and Su Chen left on the field. He thought that at least he could hold off one opponent. If he left, Su Chen would have to face 3 Sandao Ci Langs alone. But there was no time for him to think further. The clone Sandao Ci Lang's attacks continued to rain down like a storm. Long Wu swung his blade repeatedly to counter, but the tiger's mouth of his hands had already been shattered. His movements gradually slowed. He was no longer able to fend off Sandao Ci Lang's attacks. At this rate, Sandao Ci Lang would only need 2 or 3 strikes to finish him off. At that moment, he looked deeply at Su Chen and then chose to forfeit. Although he had the determination to fight to the death, he would not do something foolish like throwing his life away. Thus, only Su Chen and Sandao Ci Lang remained on the arena. However, there were 3 Sandao Ci Langs, while Su Chen was alone. With Long Wu's exit from the arena, the 144 newbie village erupted in cheers. Lord Sandao Ci Lang is mighty. Wipe out all the trash from the Long Kingdom. Before, there were even fools questioning Lord Sandao Ci Lang's decisions. Now with these 10 attribute points, aren't they already in our pocket? So this is the true strength of Lord Sandao Ci Lang. We misunderstood the samurai before. After seeing Sandao Ci Lang defeat 3 people from the Long Kingdom in succession, they believed victory was assured. They were about to receive that reward of 10 attribute points. Each of them was beaming with joy and pride. In contrast, the 250 newbie village was mostly ashen-faced, with only a few still holding on to hope, nervously watching the light screen. It's over. Now the arena only has that swordsman and Su Chen left. What should we do? We can only say we lost this match. Sigh, my 10 attribute points. Woo-woo, my attributes are already low enough, and now I have to lose 10 attribute points. The heavens really don't want me to live. In the square of the newbie village, there were constant sounds of shaking heads and sighs, with some girls with low attributes crying outright. Even Zhang Yuanshan, who had just stepped down from the arena, lowered his head in silence. He could no longer bear to watch. It's all my fault, I'm too weak, Joey muttered to himself in a corner, his eyes vacant. He was the only one who had stepped down from the arena without sustaining much injury. After stepping down from the arena, although the people in the novice village didn't say anything, he could feel that their gazes towards him had changed. Even those who used to admire him and were his teammates no longer looked at him favorably. His status in the novice village had plummeted from the clouds to the depths. Li Xiu tightened his fists again, his eyes fixed on the light screen. Long Wu, while being treated, also did not take his eyes off the light screen. In the entire 250 novice village, not many people had faith in Su Chen anymore. At that moment, a graceful figure stepped out from the crowd, her gaze resolute as she said, "Everyone, don't lose heart. I believe Su Chen can definitely defeat his opponent and win this match." This person was Lin Xiaolu, who still had absolute confidence in Su Chen. But someone glanced at her and sighed, "Don't be naive. Su Chen is strong. But in a one-on-one, that swordsman with the knife isn't his match. but now it's 1 against 3. No matter how powerful Su Chen is, he can't handle 3 equally strong swordsmen at the same time. Yeah, but losing to that swordsman with the knife is unavoidable. His strength is indeed formidable. We have to accept it. No, I won't accept it. I believe Su Chen can definitely defeat his opponent. Han Ji stepped forward and said, I also believe Su Chen can win. Me too. In an instant, many people stood up to choose to believe in Su Chen. Although Su Chen couldn't see the scene, it reignited hope in many people in the novice village. Seemingly moved by them, Zhang Yuanshan lifted his head and his pale face showed a bit more hope. Long Wu opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Because he had just fought with Sandao Xiai Lang and knew how strong he was, rationally speaking, Su Chen had no chance of winning. Can he win? Joey looked blankly at the light screen. Then he said he must win. He didn't expect that the Su Chen he had mocked in the novice village before had now become the hope for victory for the entire novice village. On the arena, Sandao Xiai Lang had already distanced himself from Su Chen. In the previous battle, he had also consumed quite a bit of stamina, especially in maintaining the fight with his clones. His real body's combat power was no longer at its peak, but he had no worries at all because his 2 clones had already arrived. They surrounded Su Chen in a triangular formation. He did not immediately launch an attack but instead gave Su Chen a thumbs up, then turned the thumb down towards him. This was a typical gesture of humiliation. He believed victory was already in his grasp. Seeing this scene, the 144 novice village erupted in cheers. Woohoo! Ha ha! Lord Sandao Xiai Lang humiliate these dragon country people well. That's right. Let them know that our Sakura country is the strongest. Meanwhile, on the side of the 250 novice village, everyone was furious upon seeing Sandao Xiai Lang's actions. That damn short Winter Melon actually made such a gesture. It really infuriates me. I really hope Su Chen can teach that short Winter Melon a good lesson. He's too arrogant. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. After all, the opponent is stronger. At this time, saying anything sarcastic is pointless. Just cheer for Su Chen. On the arena, Su Chen naturally wouldn't let him off easily, directly giving him the middle finger and sneering, to defeat you, I only need 1 sword. Although Sandao Xiai Lang couldn't understand what Su Chen was saying, he knew that the other party was definitely mocking him. You're looking for death. This made his expression darken, and he decided not to give Su Chen a chance to forfeit. At that time, he would directly attack Su Chen with all 3 bodies. Although his clones only lasted 5 minutes, it had only been half that time so far. Moreover, in his view, he and the 2 clones only needed 2 or 3 rounds to completely defeat Su Chen. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. After several exchanges, Su Chen also realized that his attributes were slightly stronger than his opponent's. However, this person had superb swordsmanship, and in their clashes, he had always maintained the upper hand due to his sword skills. Now, he was about to face 3 Sandao Xiai Langs of equal strength. Su Chen touched the silver bracelet on his wrist. He hadn't yet used his attack frenzy. He had been looking for an opportunity because, when fighting against a master like Sandao Xiai Lang, each of his attacks might not even hit. So he had to find a moment when Sandao Xiai Lang wouldn't dodge to unleash this triple attack. The 3 Sandao Xiai Langs had surrounded Su Chen, and they would definitely launch their attacks simultaneously. Even if Su Chen was strong, it would be impossible for him to defend against attacks from 3 sides at once. At that moment, he recalled the information about the clone technique. As long as he killed the real body, the clones would automatically disappear, and an idea suddenly emerged in Su Chen's mind. Sandao Xiai Lang, however, was no longer waiting. The 3 figures launched their attacks at the same time. Die! The 3 raised their long samurai swords and slashed at Su Chen. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way for him to escape the encirclement or withstand the attacks. At that moment, everyone in the 250 newbie village held their breath. Lin Xiaolu even thought about asking Su Chen to forfeit. She had hoped he could win, but she also understood that it was just her naive wishful thinking. Others thought the same. They seemed to be ready for the next second when Su Chen would disappear from the arena and appear in their newbie village square. In the face of such an attack, forfeiting might be the best choice. However, Su Chen would not give up easily. Not only did he not forfeit, but he also gripped his sword and lunged at Sandao Xiai Lang. At the same time, the bracelet on his wrist emitted a glow, enveloping the sword blade as he thrust it forward. If you have the guts, take my sword. This strike not only activated the power frenzy effect but also carried the piercing effect of the Xian Tai sword. The might of this sword was simply unstoppable. Sandao Xiai Lang also sensed this. Although he didn't understand why Su Chen suddenly unleashed such terrifying combat power, he knew he couldn't advance to attack the real body. He immediately positioned his long sword horizontally in front of him, ready to defend. As long as he blocked this sword, Su Chen would definitely be hit by the clones on either side, and he would surely die. However, he underestimated the might of Su Chen's sword. With triple attack power plus the piercing effect, this strike was enough to take his life. Yet, he was unwilling to retreat and evade the sword's edge, for that would render the encirclement ineffective, allowing Su Chen to break free. Moreover, his warrior's honor wouldn't allow him to step back. Come on! Sandao Ci Lang shouted, raising his sword to block. Clang! The moment the sword and blade met, the sword in Sandao Ci Lang's hand was deflected. His arms, holding the sword, went numb. Meanwhile, Su Chen's long sword pressed forward, striking true. Thud! Su Chen's sword pierced his heart and penetrated his body. A look of disbelief appeared on Sandao Ci Lang's face. He couldn't believe. He hadn't even blocked a single strike from his opponent. How could he suddenly unleash such strong attacks? He felt his life slipping away quickly, and without hesitation, he immediately chose to forfeit. His figure then disappeared from the arena, and the two knife-wielding clones behind Su Chen, who had already struck down, also vanished in an instant. At the same time, the figure of Sandao Ci Lang appeared in the square of the 144 newbie village. But the blood hole in his chest was still oozing blood. He directly pulled out a snow lotus flower from his pocket and swallowed it. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wound on his chest actually began to heal. Before long, the blood hole in his chest disappeared, and he returned to his original state. However, his stamina had indeed been significantly depleted, and at this moment, his gaze turned to a leaderboard. Su Rue? I remember you. You will eventually die under my knife. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in their newbie village, with many people cursing him and the other participants. Baka! You fools actually lost to the Dragon Kingdom people. Fools. Big fools. You've made us about to lose 10 points in attributes. This time, the Dragon Kingdom is riding on the head of our great Sakura country. It's simply intolerable. The square of the 144 newbie village was filled with curses. And when the 250 newbie village saw Su Chen strike Sandao Ci Lang, there was first a moment of silence, the quiet atmosphere lasting several seconds. Then, the square of the newbie village erupted in a chorus of cheers like a tsunami. Wow! Su Chen, our hero of the newbie village. Wow! Brother Su Chen, my superhero. I love you to death. Am I dreaming? Did our newbie village really win? Su Chen defeated Sandao Ci Lang? Even Lin Xiaolu felt that everything was so surreal. Su Chen had indeed won, just as she had hoped. Wow! Su Chen, you are my big brother. Long Wu jumped up in excitement. It's all my fault. If I had listened to Zhang Yuanshan back then, it wouldn't have. Zhou Yi initially blamed himself, muttering to himself. But soon, the cheers around him pulled him back. He looked up. Wait, did we win? Once he realized, his reaction was similar to Long Wu's. Wow! Su Chen, you're amazing. And when Zhang Yuanshan saw this, a smile slowly appeared on his face. His sacrifice had not been in vain. Su Chen, you truly did not disappoint everyone. What a powerful sword, Li Shou murmured. If he had switched places with Sandao Ci Lang, he, too, would have been unable to withstand that sword. At this moment, only Su Chen stood alone on the arena, holding his sword. Successfully defeated Sandao Ci Lang, inheriting the rookie leaderboard ranking of 97 rookie leaderboard? What is that? Before Su Chen could think much, the Heavenly Dao had already teleported him back to the 250 newbie village. Announcement: the 250 newbie village has won this newbie village competition. Everyone gains 5 points in attack and 5 points in speed. The participants of the winning side will receive the blessing of the Heavenly Dao. As soon as the words fell, everyone noticed their attributes had increased. Ha ha, it increased. It increased. My attributes increased. I also increased a full 10 points in attributes. This is so awesome. Me too. My little sister was just a weak girl with no strength to crush a chicken, but now even an ordinary adult man is no match for me. Not only that, but 5 green beams of light descended from the sky. These 5 beams directly illuminated Su Chen and the other 4 participants in the battle. They were astonished to find that their injuries had instantly healed. The knife wounds on their bodies healed in the blink of an eye, and their lost stamina returned as well. They felt completely revitalized, restored to their peak condition. Could this be the blessing of the Heavenly Dao? The most exaggerated among them was Zhang Yuanshan, whose lost arm visibly grew back. Zhang Yuanshan's face first showed shock, then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhou Xiaoke pointed at Zhang Yuanshan with one hand while covering her mouth in disbelief, saying, Brother Yuanshan, your arm has grown back? Zhang Yuanshan moved his arm a few times and said, yes, just like the original. At this moment, the entire 250 newbie village erupted in cheers. Many even wanted to throw Su Chen into the air to celebrate, but he refused. All players in 144 newbie village lose 5 points in attack and 5 points in speed. In the square of 144 newbie village, there was a scene of weeping and wailing. Baka, my attributes have been reduced. I only have 5 points in attack and 2 points in speed now. Me too, damn it. I feel like my movement speed has slowed down so much, any random monster could take my life. That damn bastard Sandao Ci Lang. He actually harmed us like We need to settle the score with him. Exactly. It's all his fault. Let's go find this bastard and settle the score. Previously, the people of Newbie Village praised and boasted about Sandao Ci Lang, and now they hated him just as much. After all, this Newbie Village competition was initiated by him. And after inciting the public's anger, Sandao Ci Lang directly fled Newbie Village. A bunch of foolish things. Once I raise my strength, anyone who dares to offend me again will be finished with a single strike. Taking advantage of the night, Sandao Ci Lang stepped back into the jungle outside Newbie Village. After the victory celebration, everyone in 250 Newbie Village felt a bit tired. They had fought all day, and now it was nighttime, the entire land shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, the square and streets of Newbie Village were lit by torches, preventing it from being too dim. Meanwhile, Su-chen took the opportunity during the cheers and celebrations to check the rookie leaderboard for defeating Sandao Ci Lang. Rookie leaderboard: top 100 strength rankings in the northern region of the Eastern Continent's Newbie Village. Eastern Continent? So there are many more Newbie villages. Here, no wonder Sandao Ci Lang could only rank 97. The only way to climb the rookie leaderboard, challenge and defeat opponents on the leaderboard to inherit their ranking. Challenge qualifications can be obtained through tasks and treasure chests. Rookie leaderboard rewards: daily rewards will be provided based on your ranking. Currently ranked 97. Reward: bronze treasure chest times 1. Wow. A bronze treasure chest? Su-chen remembered that the second place on the Newbie Village strength leaderboard could only receive a bronze treasure chest at the end. Now, being 97th on the rookie leaderboard means he could get a bronze treasure chest every day. This is too awesome. He immediately saw an icon of a bronze treasure chest appear on the system interface with a 24-hour countdown below it. So that's how it is. He just needs to stay on the rookie leaderboard for 24 hours to receive the bronze treasure chest. After the joy, Su-chen didn't plan to rest in Newbie Village. He had already been blessed by the heavenly Tao, and his body was in peak condition. If he didn't take advantage of this time to level up, it would be a waste. He knew that the collective task in Newbie Village only had one day left. He didn't know what he would face then, but he can only do his best to improve his strength. The other four who also received the blessing of the heavenly Tao thought the same way. They are all at their peak state now, and it's impossible for them to stay in the novice village to recuperate. At this moment, Joey walked towards the severed arm that Zhang Yuanshan was looking at and asked, "Why did you save me back then?" At that time, Zhang Yuanshan faced the fierce attack from the enemy but still gave him the defensive aura. He couldn't believe that Zhang Yuanshan didn't know what kind of peril he would face if he had kept the defensive aura for himself. You have the lightning talent. Staying on the field has a greater impact and is more likely to help us win, Zhang Yuanshan said seriously. He was only thinking about winning the competition at that time. Zhou Xiaoke stood by, pouting as she looked at Zhou Yi, her hostility having diminished significantly. This was also because Zhang Yuanshan's arm had fully recovered. Otherwise, she would never have forgiven Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi himself wouldn't forgive himself either. He clenched his fist and said, "I, Joey, owe you a life." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the dark outside of the novice village. After the earlier arena battle, he was well aware that his strength had been pulled apart. Now he certainly had to work hard to level up and enhance his strength. He was aiming for the top of the battle power rankings. At least there's some sincerity. Zhou Xiaoke's expression softened a bit. Zhang Yuanshan smiled, not taking Zhou Yi's words to heart. He didn't blame everything on Zhou Yi. The one who chose to give the defensive aura to Zhou Yi was himself, and he wouldn't blame others. Su-chen glanced over this way, then directly stepped towards the outside of the novice village. However, a graceful figure appeared ahead. Our novice village's great hero, going to level up again? Lin Xiaolu asked with a smile. Su-chen returned the smile. Yes, there's only one day left until the collective task in the novice village, and according to the way of heaven, they definitely won't let us pass easily. Lin Xiaolu nodded. The collective task was like a sharp sword hanging over all their heads. It constantly reminded them to work hard to level up and enhance their strength. If they failed the novice village collective task, they would be collectively wiped out. So, that's why you all fought so hard in the arena, right? Lin Xiaolu suddenly asked this question. At that time in the arena, Li Xiu and the others held on until the last moment, risking being killed just to hold back Sandao Ci Lang. Zhang Yuanshan even lost an arm because of it. Su-chen was the same. If he hadn't defeated his true self just now, he wouldn't have had the chance to forfeit. Because at the moment he struck Sandao Ci Lang, two of his clones were already wielding knives and coming at him. Moreover, if it weren't for Sandao Ci Lang's urgency to save his life, those two clones would have definitely been able to land that blow. In that case, it might have resulted in mutual destruction. Furthermore, before the competition ended, they didn't know which side would receive the blessing from the way of heaven for winning. Yet they were risking their lives. That 10 points of attributes were crucial for them. But for a strong person like Su-chen, it was nothing. This not only shocked Lin Xiaolu but also made the others in the novice village admire Su-chen and the others even more. I just don't want to lose, especially not to the people from Sakura country. But the moment he stepped onto the arena, his thought was that he must win. That's right. If I lose to those scum from Sakura country, I won't feel good about it. Longwoo's carefree voice came from behind the two. At this moment, Longwoo was fully armed again, holding a torch that he probably picked up from the roadside of the novice village. He smiled at the two and said, "Alright, I'm just passing by, so I won't disturb you too. I need to hurry and level up. I didn't expect you to work so hard, Brother Longwoo," Lin Xiaolu said with a smile. Although they were all blessed by the heavenly Tao and full of energy, the fatigue in their hearts was unavoidable after a whole day of intense battles. "I have to work hard, that kid Li Xiu has already slipped away, and even if I can't compare to Su Chen, I at least have to be stronger than that kid Li Xiu, right? I'm off." After saying that, he whistled while shouldering his big sword and quickly walked out of the novice village. After glancing at Longwoo's back, Lin Xiaolu said to Su Chen, "Alright, I won't take up your time any longer. Just be careful." "Don't worry," Su Chen nodded and then turned to leave. Lin Xiaolu watched Su Chen's figure disappear from view before turning back to her wooden house to rest. Reminder: the novice plane has switched to night mode, and some monsters will undergo mutations, significantly increasing their combat power. As soon as Su Chen stepped out of the novice village, a reminder popped up. Mutated monsters at night? I wonder what they will turn into. Su Chen wasn't afraid, instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. He walked on the same grassland as during the day, with a cool breeze blowing. The novice plane at night was exceptionally cold. But for Su Chen, whose physique and attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, this bit of chill was nothing. However, the darkness of the night made Su Chen hesitant to advance too quickly. Although he had the Eye of Insight, his vision was still very limited, partly because his level wasn't high enough for the Eye of Insight to allow him to ignore the darkness. Just as he was walking towards the jungle, he suddenly saw a glowing object with 2 points of light ahead. Su Chen immediately drew his sword. Then, 1, 2, 3, countless red dots appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen realized that these glowing objects were nothing other than pairs of eyes. Moreover, these numerous red eyes were continuously closing in on Su Chen. Level 1 mutated monster, bloody rodent, violent temperament, fond of blood, significantly enhanced strength. It was actually a mutated rodent. It seemed that after night fell, these rodents had reappeared. Su Chen charged forward with his sword, attacking the numerous bloody rodents. Swish, swish, swish. Su Chen's figure darted through the swarm of rodents, his sword following him like a shadow. With every swing of his sword, a bloody rodent was cleaved in half. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of bloody rodents. Kill bloody rodent, experience plus 20. 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 With Su Chen's current strength, dealing with these bloody rodents was a piece of cake. He killed as many as he encountered, and his experience skyrocketed. Unfortunately, these rodents weren't foolish. Upon sensing the strength of their enemy, they all burrowed back underground. Put! Su Chen pierced the last bloody rodent on the ground with his sword, nailing it to the ground. They run pretty fast. After the rodents burrowed underground, Su Chen had no way to deal with them. However, these bloody rodents had given him quite a bit of experience. Each one provided 20 points, and he had just killed over a dozen. His experience increased by 340 points, bringing his level to 6,580/1600. It seems that although the novice plane at night is dangerous, leveling up is faster. Su Chen then devoured the attributes of 3 bloody rodents. Devouring successful, speed plus 2. Devouring successful, speed plus 2. Devouring successful, speed plus 2 directly increased by 6 points of speed, which is double that of an ordinary rodent. Not bad. Starting off with a gain, Su Chen was instantly full of energy. He walked towards the jungle, and this time no rodent dared to show its head and attack him. He smoothly arrived in the jungle, which was even more eerie at night. If it weren't for Su Chen's inside eye, he probably wouldn't be able to see anything in this lightless jungle. He really didn't know what Li Xiu and the others were going to do. Did they have to carry a torch while fighting? That would be too much trouble. But they each had their own methods. Long Wu directly stuck a torch behind him. Joey could release lightning from his palm, which was similar to the effect of a torch. As for Li Xiu, he was a top assassin from the Dragon Kingdom, having participated in various special training since childhood. Blind combat and nighttime assassinations were his specialties, but none of these were as useful as Su Chen's inside eye. Relying on his inside eye, he began to walk deeper into the jungle. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly sprang out from the bushes ahead, rushing towards Su Chen. Level 1 mutated beast, Phantom Grey Wolf. Good timing. Su Chen raised his sword to confront it, directly striking the Phantom Grey Wolf's hardest skull with one blow. Crack! Blood splattered. The skull shattered. The Phantom Grey Wolf instantly collapsed to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Killed Phantom Grey Wolf. Experience plus 50. Devouring successful. Speed plus 4 now. Su Chen could deal with beasts of this strength with a single sword strike. Even if they were mutated, it didn't matter. Suchen continued deeper into the jungle. These level 1 beasts provided him with very little improvement. As he walked, Suchen noticed a blue glow ahead. This was very conspicuous in the dark jungle, and without hesitation, he rushed towards the light source. Suchen was no longer the cautious person he used to be. With his strength, he was confident he could dominate the outskirts of this jungle. Following the light source, Suchen arrived at a cave. The blue glow was emanating from the blue grass growing at the cave. Entrance. First-tier spirit grass. Blue glimmer grass grows at night, retracts underground during the day. Consuming it can increase attributes or gain experience. Increase attributes? Gain experience? This spirit grass was too powerful. And there must be more than a dozen of these blue glimmer grasses at the cave entrance. He was about to strike it rich. Suchen immediately stepped forward to harvest the blue glimmer grass. Then, looking at the several blue glimmer grasses in his hands, he planned to use super transformation to see if he could transform the spirit grass. He had already tried the white spirit fruit before, which showed that his level was too low to transform it. But transforming spirit grass should be easier than transforming spirit fruit, right? He immediately began his attempt. He activated super transformation on the blue glimmer grass in his hand. The blue glimmer grass gradually withered away as his talent activated, turning into a withered grass. However, a brighter blue light appeared in his hand. Transformation successful. Blue glimmer grass transformed into blue glimmer grass essence. Wow! It worked! Suchen was instantly energized. And soon he transformed all the blue glimmer grasses. Then he began to consume them. Consumed blue glimmer grass essence. Attack +5 consumed blue glimmer grass essence. Speed +5 consumed blue glimmer grass essence. Experience +50. These more than a dozen blue glimmer grass essences directly gave Suchen an increase of 25 points in attack power, 15 points in speed, and 300 points in experience. It was simply exhilarating. It seemed that there were opportunities everywhere in this jungle. After consuming all the essences, Suchen noticed the cave in front of him. Without the blue luminescent grass, the entrance had become incredibly dark, and the cave was even more so. Should he go in and take a look? Suchen pondered while stroking his chin. Since there was so much blue luminescent grass at the entrance, there might be even more good things inside. Fortune favors the bold. Suchen immediately decided to enter the cave and explore. After all, this was still the outskirts of the jungle, and there shouldn't be any particularly powerful beasts. Moreover, he was quite confident in his own strength. Once inside the cave, Suchen became increasingly cautious, with his insightful eye constantly watching ahead. The ground of the cave was marked with numerous dragging traces, clearly indicating that large beasts resided within. As he walked, Suchen discovered blue light emanating from further inside the cave. He felt a surge of joy. Could it be more blue luminescent grass? It seemed he had come to the right place. However, as he approached and saw the object emitting the blue light, he was taken aback. There lay a lizard the size of a crocodile, gnawing on the carcass of a wild boar. The blue light was coming from the scales on its back. Level 3 beast, blue scale giant lizard, possesses extremely strong defensive scales and a robust tail, with an astonishing biting force. It was actually a level 3 beast. This was the first level 3 beast Suchen had encountered, and he wondered about its strength. But just from observation, Suchen could feel that the lizard's scales were incredibly hard. It would be difficult to break through. With sheer force, he could only look for its weak points or use his attack frenzy bracelet. Suchen continued to observe in the shadows and found that there was only one blue-scaled giant lizard, and its attention was entirely on the wild boar carcass. He quietly crept up behind the giant lizard. The lizard was still chewing on the boar meat, completely unaware that a human was standing behind it. Getting closer, Suchen noticed a bare spot on the lizard's forehead that was not covered by scales. It seemed this was the lizard's weak point. Suchen suddenly burst forth, leaping onto the giant lizard's back and thrust his sword toward its forehead. Crack! The piercing effect of the black iron sword was triggered. Thud! The sword plunged directly into the lizard's forehead and pierced through its mouth. All its movements came to a halt, and it died without understanding what had happened. Killed level 3 beast, blue-scaled giant lizard. Experience plus 150. Suchen crouched on the giant lizard's back and slowly pulled out his sword. Only 150 experience? Suchen was quite dissatisfied. The strength of this level 3 beast was comparable to that of the special beast, the sharp-legged spider, that he had killed before, but the experience was 50 less. However, it was still acceptable. Suchen had dealt with it effortlessly, practically a freebie. Suchen then activated the Devour ability on the lizard's corpse. Devour successful. Defense plus 1, not bad. It was actually a precious defensive attribute. Suchen felt that his body had become much sturdier, and a level 1 beast would probably find it very difficult to injure him now. After jumping down from the giant lizard, he began to explore the cave. The cave was not high, so Suchen didn't have to worry about being attacked by beasts hidden above. Moreover, this was already the end of the cave, and there were some white bones. of beasts scattered around. It was clear that this was the lair of the blue-scaled giant lizard. At that moment, Suchen noticed a chest hidden in a corner of the cave. What a wooden treasure chest? He immediately ran over and found that it was the same wooden treasure chest he had obtained before. He didn't expect there to be a treasure chest in the cave. Suchen was ready to open the chest, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. What's going on? Is this chest not meant for me? Suchen was suddenly puzzled. Bang! 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 Suchen swung his sword at the wooden chest in a flurry of strikes. Please do not destroy the treasure chest. Reminder: players need to complete the cave exploration to open it. Current progress 1/2. Complete the exploration? What does this mean? Suchen couldn't figure it out. At that moment, he heard some movement behind him and immediately turned around. He saw another blue-scaled giant lizard blocking the cave entrance completely. Upon seeing it, Suchen instantly understood what the 1/2 progress meant. It turned out that there was still one giant lizard left to deal with. The giant lizard charged at Suchen. The intruder. Suchen gripped his sword and prepared to fight. The giant lizard launched a bite at Suchen first, which he dodged by sidestepping. Then, Suchen swung his sword at the giant lizard. Clang! Clang! The black iron sword struck the lizard's scales, producing sparks. The scales are so hard. The impact from striking the lizard's scales made Suchen's hand feel a bit numb. Looks like I have to hit its forehead. However, in a direct confrontation, it was indeed not easy to stab the giant lizard's forehead. Got it! Although this giant lizard had strong defenses, it moved slowly. As it lunged to bite him, Suchen instantly jumped onto its back. Hitting its forehead from the back was much simpler. Once the giant lizard noticed Suchen on its back, it began to thrash wildly, trying to throw him off. But quick-witted Suchen thrust his sword down. Thud! This thrust also had a piercing effect, directly stabbing into the giant lizard's forehead. Killed level 3 monster blue-scale giant lizard, experience plus 150. The giant lizard's body lay motionless on the ground as Suchen pulled out his sword. Blood immediately gushed from the lizard's forehead. The giant lizard's inability to attack an enemy on its back became its fatal weakness. After jumping off it, Suchen activated Endless Devour again. Devour successful. Defense plus 1, he gained another point of defense. Not bad. Suchen returned to the wooden treasure chest and tried to open it. This time, he was indeed able to open it successfully. Congratulations player, you have obtained Ice Silk Robe. Defense plus 4, inside the chest lay a brown robe, which Suchen immediately took out. This robe was more delicate and smooth, and it felt very sturdy, much stronger than the one he was currently wearing. Not bad. However, Suchen did not put it on directly, as he could still perform a transformation on the Ice Silk Robe. The quality of this Ice Silk Robe was similar to that of the Fine Iron Sword, and Suchen's current level allowed for transformation. As Suchen unleashed his talent, the Ice Silk Robe began to change. The threads in the robe transformed into fine steel wires. Transformation successful. Ice Silk Robe has been transformed into Ice Silk Armor. Defense plus 10. Wow. 10 points of defense. That's incredible. Suchen's total defense was only 8 points. With the addition of the 10 points from the Ice Silk Armor, it became 18 points. Suchen eagerly put on the armor. Although it was a bit heavy, that weight was nothing to Suchen now. Moreover, after putting on the armor, Suchen felt a sense of security envelop him. This armor filled the last gap in his defenses, so he no longer had to worry about being scratched by monsters during battle. After exploring the cave again and confirming that there was nothing left inside, he directly exited the cave. Stepping out of the cave, Suchen continued deeper into the jungle. The experience provided by the surrounding monsters was simply too little. Moreover, Suchen felt that with his current strength, he should be able to handle level 4 monsters. On his way into the depths of the jungle, Suchen also saw quite a few level 1 monsters, but he didn't waste time on them. When these level 1 monsters saw Suchen's speed, they all got scared and fled far away. Soon, Suchen actually passed through this jungle, and ahead was a small patch of grassland. Not far ahead was another jungle. Reminder: you have stepped out of the beginner monster area and are about to enter the intermediate monster area. Beginner monster area, monster levels 1 to 3. Intermediate monster area, monster levels 3 to 6. Suchen learned for the first time that monsters are also divided into areas. However, this is probably a rule to protect these low-level monsters and humans. After all, the strength of high-level monsters is simply too strong. If they appeared in low-level areas, it would be hard for anyone to compete. Without hesitation, Suchen drew his sword and charged into the intermediate monster area. As soon as he stepped into the intermediate monster area, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his mind. Detected that the player has entered the intermediate monster area. Area chat system activated. As soon as the voice fell, Suchen saw a group chat-like feature appear next to the chat box. There were only about 20 people inside, all with real avatars and names. Wow! A newcomer has arrived. Come out and say hello to everyone. "Hey, this is a little handsome guy, really rare," said a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth full of vigor. She was one of the few women in this group chat, named Shinlan. He hesitated and sent a message. Suchin didn't expect that after entering the intermediate monster area he would join a strange group chat. But, after some conversation, he understood what this group chat meant. It consisted of all members who had entered the intermediate monster area from the surrounding 100 novice villages. With a total of 200,000 people across 100 novice villages, only these 20 or so had entered the intermediate monster area in just one day. The people here could be said to be 1 in 10,000. Suchen also learned from their words that the intermediate monster area was much larger than the beginner monster area, and at least no one had walked out yet. Moreover, the most important point was that they could encounter each other in the intermediate monster area. It could be said that the intermediate monster area was interconnected with the surrounding 100 novice villages. "By the way, I haven't asked which novice village you're from," Qinlan asked. "I'm from novice village 250. 250? That number is quite unique," someone commented. "You are the first from novice village 250 to enter the intermediate monster area, so you should also be the top of your novice village's strength ranking." Most of the people here were basically at the top of the strength rankings. "I wonder if Suchen has made it onto the newcomer ranking?" Qinlan suddenly asked. At this moment, someone couldn't help but say, "Alright, Qinlan, we all know you've made it onto the newcomer ranking. Can you not ask everyone who comes in?" "Hee, I'm just asking. If you have the ability, why don't you get on the newcomer ranking and show me?" Suchen replied, "I'm ranked 97th on the newcomer ranking." Hearing that Suchen had already made it onto the newcomer ranking surprised everyone in the group chat. "Wow! Suchen, you're amazing. Among the 30 of us, including you, only 3 have made it onto the newcomer ranking. Just luck." Suchen didn't expect that only 3 had made it onto the newcomer ranking in total. Then, Shinlan said in the group chat, "I'm ranked 89th on the newcomer ranking." 89th. Hearing this ranking, Suchen felt a wave of emotions rise in his heart. He had seen the strength of Sandao Ci Lang, who was ranked 97, and he had to exert all his effort to defeat him. And this Qinlan is actually ranked 89th on the newcomer list, which indicates that her strength is considerably greater than that of Sandao Ci Lang. She must be stronger than me as well. It seems there are quite a few powerful individuals among those who came here from Blue Star. I can't limit my focus to just a novice village. Among these people, there are surely many who have awakened their talents. After witnessing stronger individuals, Su Chen's desire to grow stronger intensified. He exited the chat and resolutely headed towards the intermediate monster area. The environment here looked much more dangerous than the beginner monster area, especially at night. Su Chen was exceptionally cautious, as if he had returned to the feeling of stepping into the jungle for the first time. Suddenly, a shadow burst out from above ahead. Su Chen immediately drew his sword and looked up at the shadow. He discovered that it was a swarm of bats. Level 3 monster, bloodsucking. Bat, moves at night, gathers in groups, loves to feed on blood. The bats were incredibly fast, forming a black cloud in the air, heading towards Su Chen. So many? Su Chen was taken aback and immediately swung his sword, trying his best to protect his head. Slash, slash, slash. Kill level 3 monster, bloodsucking bat, experience plus 100. Kill level 3 monster, bloodsucking bat, experience plus 100. The bloodsucking bat suffered casualties under Su Chen's sword attacks. However, their sharp claws and fangs also struck Su Chen. Bang, bang. Sparks flew from the ice silk armor on Su Chen's body. Soon, the black cloud of bats was dispersed by Su Chen. However, there were some blood marks on his neck and wrists where the armor did not cover. If it weren't for his strong defense, these bats would have likely torn his flesh apart. Just after the black cloud was dispersed, it quickly regrouped behind him, preparing to launch a new wave of attacks. What the hell? They're coming again. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately took off running with his sword. The individual strength of these bats was not strong. If it were one-on-one, Su Chen could easily take them down with a single sword strike. But when they gathered together, their combat power increased significantly. Su Chen could only avoid their attacks and keep running into the jungle. The jungle was filled with various trees and plants that could obstruct the bat's flight. As Su Chen ran, he looked back, only to find that the bats were still hot on his heels. Still chasing me? He quickened his pace and headed towards the denser trees. However, the bat army had no intention of easily bypassing Su Chen. They continued to pursue him relentlessly. But soon, they were affected by the chaotic branches around them and fell behind. After twisting and turning through the jungle, they lost track of Su Chen. The black cloud circled around a few times without finding Su Chen before leaving in one direction. At this moment, behind a large rock, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Phew! He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, slowly sitting down. The continuous travel and the recent escape had drained a lot of his stamina. Being Able to sit here and rest was the happiest thing for him right now. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found that a bear, as large as a small mountain, had appeared in front of him at some point. At the same time, the bear's panel appeared. Before Su-chen, level 4 monster, enraged bear, incredible strength, astonishing defense, irritable, extremely strong territorial awareness, level 4 monster. Extremely strong territorial awareness? This couldn't be its territory, could it? In the next moment, the enraged bear directly stretched out its massive paw and swatted down towards Su-chen's head. Whoosh! Su-chen immediately bent down and rolled to the left, narrowly dodging this deadly strike. Bang! The large rock he had just been leaning against was directly smashed into a pit by the enraged bear, with fragments flying everywhere. If that paw had hit Su-chen's head, it would have been enough to crush his skull. Su-chen quickly drew his sword and aimed a strike at the bear's back. Thrust! The long sword pierced into the bear's back and it quickly turned around. Su-chen also pulled the sword out at that moment. Splurt! Blood immediately gushed from the bear's wound. Roar! The enraged bear was instantly filled with rage. This damned human not only intruded into its territory but also dared to injure it. It raised its massive paw again and swatted at Su-chen. Once again, Su-chen relied on his agility and keen insight to roll backward and evade the attack. Bang! The blow shook the ground, leaving cracks on the surface. This power is too strong. Seeing this scene, Su-chen knew he absolutely could not take a hit from it. Otherwise, even a deity couldn't save him. At that moment, a series of sounds came from behind. It was the group of blood-sucking bats returning. They must have heard the commotion and come back. At this time, Su-chen found himself caught between the swarm of bats and the enraged bear in a very dangerous situation. However, he did not panic. Instead, he pondered a countermeasure in his heart. But the enraged bear did not give him that opportunity and launched another attack. The swarm of bats also did not pause, diving straight towards Su-chen. Bang! The bear's massive paw was once again dodged by Su-chen, crashing down onto the ground. This time, he did not retreat but leaped up, landing on the bear's arm. He then jumped a few steps along its arm to its shoulder. Su-chen's movements were fluid, startling the enraged bear. It thought to itself, how could this human be so bold? Once on the bear's shoulder, Su-chen did not stop. He jumped up, preparing to leap behind the bear. At the same time, he turned in midair and slashed backward with his sword. Slash! A bloody mark appeared on the back of the bear's neck, the sword cutting through the thick fur and revealing a patch of bright red flesh. At that moment, the blood-sucking bats also arrived. They were immediately attracted by the scent of blood emanating from the bear. One by one, they rushed to bite at the bear's wound. After all, the blood from such a giant bear was far more than what Su-chen's small frame could offer. The bear was attacked by the swarm of bats and immediately swung its fists wildly at them. However, the bats were extremely agile. Every time it swung its paw, they managed to scatter and evade, continuously circling around the bear to attack it. The bats moved like a massive cloud of dough. Each time the bear's paw struck, they would dip down to avoid the bear's assault. After all, its paw swinging speed was far slower than Su-chen's sword strikes. Roar! Roar! The bear couldn't hit the bats and roared in anger. Moreover, bats were constantly feeding on its blood from the wound, making it difficult for it to defend itself. What a stupid bear! Su-chen sighed from the side. Although this guy was incredibly strong, its body was not agile enough. At that moment, some bats that had been scattered by the bear noticed Su-chen watching from the side. They immediately formed a small cloud and charged towards him. With just this number, you dare to come at me? Faced with this number of blood-sucking bats, Su-chen was no longer afraid. He directly raised his sword and met them head-on. Slash! 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 Su-chen struck out several times, and a few bats instantly fell from the cloud, turning into lifeless bodies. Kill third-level monster bloodsucking bat, experience plus 100. Kill third-level monster bloodsucking bat, experience plus 100. In one go, he killed 5 bloodsucking bats and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 7, attack plus 35, speed plus 35, defense plus 3. In the midst of battle, Su-chen had enough experience and his level directly increased to level 7. At the same time, another prompt appeared. Reminder, level increased to 7. Endless Devour talent has been enhanced. Can now devour talents of players of the same level. Seeing this reminder, Su-chen trembled all over, almost unable to hold the sword in his hand. He could actually devour talents directly? This was too outrageous. If Su-chen encountered a human corpse with a talent, wouldn't he gain that talent after devouring it? Thinking of this, Su-chen became excited. Moreover, he had just leveled up, and his burst of strength was even stronger now. He drove the blood-sucking bats to scatter and flee, looking for their main force. Su-chen did not waste any time and directly devoured the attributes of the 3 blood-sucking bats he had just killed. Devour successful. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. Devour successful. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. Devour successful. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. The attributes of these blood-sucking bats were quite low, but that was mainly because their individual strength was weak. He took the opportunity to glance at his own panel attributes. Name: Suchin attack, 258 defense, 21 speed, 218 level, 7330/3000. Not bad. Suchin could feel that he was much stronger now than during the rookie village competition. On the other side, the battle between the Furious Bear and the blood-sucking bats was still ongoing. The Furious Bear was gradually running out of stamina, mainly because it had lost too much blood. The blood-sucking bats also suffered casualties, with many bats that couldn't dodge in time being swatted dead by the Furious Bear. Roar! The Furious Bear let out a roar at the dark clouds, shaking them back a few steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it directly dropped to all fours and began to run in one direction. Still want to run? Suchin immediately chased after it, unwilling to let this juicy prey escape. This was a level 4 monster, and it would definitely provide a lot of experience points. After a brief pause, the dark clouds also chased after it. Thus, the Furious Bear was being pursued simultaneously by Suchin and the blood-sucking bats. However, the terrain here was complex and not suitable for flying, so the blood-sucking bats quickly fell behind. Only Suchin continued to pursue relentlessly. Soon, the giant bear led Suchin to a huge cave entrance. This was a naturally formed cave with a very large entrance, and one could see all the way to the back. This should be the lair of the Furious Bear. Upon arriving here, it stopped running and turned around to bite at Suchin. However, due to excessive blood loss, its movements became slow and its body looked dizzy. Suchin leaped up, landing on its back, and thrust his sword towards the wound on its neck. This wound had already been enlarged by the blood-sucking bats. Poochie! The dark iron sword, with its piercing effect, plunged deep into the giant bear's neck. Suchin was no longer the Suchin from before. His strength had increased again due to leveling up. Gurgle gurgle. Blood continuously gushed from the giant bear's neck. The Furious Bear could no longer withstand its injuries. Its vision darkened and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Kill 4th level monster Furious Bear. Experience plus 500. Suchin stood on the giant bear, pulled out his long sword, and extended his left hand to activate Endless Devour. Devour successful. Attack plus 8. Another 8 points of attack attribute. After devouring, Suchin jumped down from the corpse of the Furious Bear. He began to examine the cave, wanting to see if there were any treasure chests here. At that moment, he noticed drag marks on the ground. Suchin followed the marks and directly arrived behind a giant rock in the cave. Here, Suchin discovered a human corpse. There's actually a human corpse here. Suchin was somewhat surprised. In their novice village of 250, apart from him, no one else had come to the intermediate monster area yet. This meant that this person could only be from another novice village. He saw that the chest of the human corpse was completely caved in, and the internal organs were probably unrecognizable. It looked like it had been smashed like this by a giant bear's paw. Although Suchin currently had high defense, if he were to face an enraged bear head-on, his situation would likely not be much better than that of the person on the ground. Alas, you really are unlucky. Just arriving in the intermediate monster area and encountering a level 4 monster. However, Suchin thought, again, he wasn't much better off. Not only did he encounter an enraged bear, but he was also chased by blood-sucking bats. But it was fortunate to have the help of the blood-sucking bats, otherwise Suchin wouldn't have been able to kill the enraged bear so easily. He silently mourned for the corpse for a moment. Suchin then activated his Endless Devour. While it was time to mourn, it was also time to devour. However, this time, unlike previous devours, a green light actually flew out with Suchin's devouring of the corpse. Devour successful. Player gains E-level talent teleportation. What the hell? It's actually a talent. Suchin's Endless Devour had just upgraded to the point where it could devour talents, and he directly encountered a human corpse with a talent. His luck was really good. He immediately opened his talent to check. E-level talent teleportation can instantly move within a small range. Once, cooldown time 30 seconds, only 30 seconds. So fast. Note, this talent is a fixed talent with no growth potential, so that's how it is. No wonder it's just an E-level talent. Suchin couldn't wait to try it out. He concentrated his mind. In an instant, his body disappeared from its original spot. He reappeared about 4 or 5 meters ahead, and after the cooldown time ended, he tried a few more times. The maximum distance is only 5 meters, it seems. It can only be used in battle. Not much help for escaping, Suchin said, stroking his chin. But then a smile appeared on his face. However, this is a huge help for combat. Suchin could use his inside eye to predict his opponent's next move, then directly teleport to the gap in the opponent's defense to deliver a fatal blow. This was a big win. This talent could significantly increase Suchin's combat power, and he was now eager to find an opponent to test his new talent. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao sounded again. Reminder, someone has challenged you to a rookie leaderboard match. Do you accept? You currently have 3 chances to refuse. If you accept the challenge and win, you will receive a wooden treasure chest ×1. Someone wants to challenge me? Su-Chen decisively clicked to accept. With his strength, he was not afraid of challenges at all. Moreover, there was a treasure chest to win afterward. After choosing to accept, Su-Chen's body disappeared from the cave. The next second, his body appeared on the arena. This arena was much smaller than the last one, only enough for 2 people to duel. Rookie leaderboard. Challenge rules: knock your opponent off the arena, or if the opponent concedes, you win at the same time. A figure also appeared opposite him. Upon seeing this figure, Su-Chen's face showed a look of astonishment. Because the figure opposite was none other than the 3-blade Taro he had fought last time. Hadn't he been pierced through the heart by his sword on the arena? How was he still fine now? He saw 3-blade Taro with his arms crossed in front of his chest, his katana standing upright in his embrace. Upon seeing Su-Chen, a cold smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect to see you again," said Mitsuru Sanda in the language of cherry blossoms. Su-Chen immediately adjusted his emotions, feeling no fear at facing Mitsuru Sanda. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. A defeated foe, and you still dare to seek death?" Su-Chen knew he couldn't understand, so he raised his middle finger at him. "Baka. This time, I will definitely kill you. Let you know the price of daring to offend me." Mitsuru Sanda immediately drew his katana. At the same time, his body quickly split into 2 clones, which fearlessly charged at Su-Chen. His main body remained in place. This time, he had learned his lesson. His main body stayed aside to watch the show while the clones dealt with Su-Chen. Su-Chen also charged at him with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Su-Chen and the 2 clones of Mitsuru Sanda engaged in battle. On the arena, the clash of blades created a flurry of light and shadow, and Su-Chen could only defend against the 2 clones, having no time to attack. The watching main body of Mitsuru Sanda noticed that Su-Chen's combat power had increased during this time. In a one-on-one duel, he was no longer a match for him. "Damn it! This guy is leveling up so fast, it seems I must finish him off this time." Mitsuru Sanda's killing intent towards Su-Chen intensified. He did not plan to give Su-Chen a chance to forfeit or surrender. His main body began to slowly close in on Su-Chen, intending to deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. Now, Su-Chen fighting against 2 clones was already his limit, leaving him no room to spare. If his main body found the right moment and struck decisively, Su-Chen would definitely be caught off guard. Su-Chen naturally noticed this. He was waiting for Mitsuru Sanda to approach him. Because his teleportation distance was limited, he currently could not teleport directly behind Mitsuru Sanda, and he was restrained by the 2 clones, unable to get close to the main body. So, he was waiting for Mitsuru Sanda to take the initiative to close in. Clang, clang. While engaged in battle, Su-Chen kept an eye on Mitsuru Sanda's position. As long as the distance was sufficient, he would immediately unleash a thunderous strike to take down his opponent. Mitsuru Sanda, of course, did not expect that Su-Chen could gain another talent during this time. He looked at Su-Chen with a smug expression, his katana always on guard against Su-Chen's sudden attack. Having learned from the last time he was defeated by Su-Chen, he maintained a safe distance this time. He planned to retreat as soon as Su-Chen unleashed a 3-fold attack. As long as he dodged that strike, he knew Su-Chen would have no follow-up means left. Weak little Dragon Kingdom person. Prepare to die. Mitsuru Sanda had reached a position from which he could attack Su-Chen. At this moment, the corner of Su-Chen's mouth slightly lifted. In the next instant, his body vanished into thin air. Ping, ping. The katana in the hands of the 2 clones struck the ground. Seeing this scene, Mitsuru Sanda was instantly stunned. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly disappear? Could it be that he forfeited? Doubt arose in Mitsuru Sanda's heart, but at that moment he felt a chill at the back of his neck. At the same time, the sound of wind breaking echoed behind him. Sanda Taro wanted to turn around to see, but it was all too late. Crack! A cold light flashed by. Sanda Taro's vision uncontrollably rolled violently, and he saw his own headless body standing in place. And Su-Chen had swung the sword from behind him. How could this be? How could Su-Chen appear behind him? This question he never figured out until his death. As his head fell to the ground, the 2 clones also collapsed with a loud bang. "Now, you should be unable to live," Su-Chen said, looking at Sanda Taro's head. At the same time, Su-Chen thought of something and immediately walked towards Sanda Taro's corpse, activating Endless Devour. He wanted to see if he could devour Sanda Taro's talent here. As Su-Chen devoured, a ball of yellow light flew out from Sanda Taro's corpse. Devour successful. Player has obtained C-level talent clone technique. C-level talent clone technique summons 2 clones with the same strength as oneself to assist in battle, lasting for 5 minutes. Wow! It actually succeeded. And it's a C-level talent. Su-Chen was overjoyed. He had already experienced the power of the clone technique. Before he could experiment, the heavenly path had already teleported him back to the cave of the Furious Bear. After landing, the voice of the heavenly path sounded. This challenge's winner, Su-Chen, maintaining the original ranking and rewarding a wooden treasure chest. As soon as the words fell, a wooden box appeared in front of Su-Chen. He immediately opened the box and saw a bright red spirit fruit lying inside. It's actually a spirit fruit. Crimson blood fruit. Consuming it can enhance mental power. Reaching level 7, Suchen found that his super transformation could now transform spirit fruits. Without hesitation, he activated super transformation on the crimson blood fruit. Transformation successful. Crimson blood fruit has been transformed into premium crimson blood fruit. Premium crimson blood fruit. Consuming it has doubled the effect of a regular crimson blood fruit. Not bad. Suchen immediately swallowed the premium crimson blood fruit. A surge of spiritual power rushed from his mouth directly to his brain, making his mind more ethereal and his vision clearer. Consuming premium crimson blood fruit, mental power greatly enhanced. Although Suchen could rely on the Eye of Insight to capture the opponent's movements and enhance his observation, it required a lot of energy and he would feel exhausted after each battle. But now, with the enhancement of mental power, he could easily do this. It seemed to be the benefit of the mental power boost. After consuming the crimson blood fruit, Suchen suddenly remembered that he still had a white spirit fruit on his chest. Since the crimson blood fruit could be transformed, the white spirit fruit should be no exception. Suchen immediately took out the white spirit fruit and began to try. Transformation successful. White spirit fruit has been transformed into century-old white spirit fruit. Indeed, it could be done. Century-old white spirit fruit. Consuming it can enhance physique and self-healing ability. Enhance self-healing ability. It can also enhance physique? No wonder it's a century-old white spirit fruit. The enhancement of physique would not only increase defense but also enhance Suchen's stamina. As for self-healing ability, that was an incredibly powerful attribute. After the transformation, Suchen immediately swallowed the century-old white spirit fruit in 2 or 3 bites. Consuming century-old white spirit fruit, physique and self-healing ability enhanced, defense +2, and incredibly refreshing. Sensation spread throughout Suchen's body, and his stamina was rapidly recovering. Soon, his stamina reached a full level. Moreover, he was surprised to find that the bloodstains on his body, scratched by the bats, were miraculously healing. Although not very obvious, it was enough to demonstrate the effect of the enhanced self-healing ability. Not bad. Suchen began to experiment with the clone technique again. With a thought, 2 clones split from his body. These 2 avatars cannot speak and are also controlled by Suchen. Controlling them consumes a lot of physical strength and energy, but fortunately, Suchen's mental power has just been enhanced. After manipulating the 2 avatars for a while, Suchen discovered that although they also wielded the Xian iron sword and had the power-enhancing bracelets on their wrists, appearing identical to himself, they did not benefit from these items. The avatars lacked the attack power provided by the Xian iron sword, could not use the bracelets, and could not utilize other talents. Only their attributes were the same as the main body. It seems that this avatar technique has its limitations, he thought. Nevertheless, Suchen was already very satisfied. Gaining 2 new major talents was undoubtedly a huge boost to his combat power. Now, Suchen felt that his ranking on the rookie leaderboard should be able to rise a bit. However, he had not yet obtained the qualification to challenge anyone on the rookie leaderboard. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the cave. Du Chong, are you sure it's in here? I'm sure. This is the place. Li Yao was killed by the giant bear in this cave. You 2 stay outside, I'll go in and take a look. Hearing someone approaching, Suchen quickly retracted the 2 avatars back into his body. Zhongwu, you must be careful, this giant bear is likely a level 4 monster, a male voice said. A light and agile female voice replied, so what? If it's a level 4 monster? Zhongwu is ranked 85 on the rookie leaderboard, he can take down level 5 monsters. At that moment, Suchen saw a man holding a tang knife walk in. Suchen sheathed his sword and walked towards him. He did not have the Eye of Insight, and his observational skills were far inferior to Suchen's. He only heard footsteps approaching him. The sound did not seem to come from a monster. Who's there? He called out first. Suchen responded, it's me, my name is Suchen. The giant bear has already been killed by me. Hearing that the other party was human, Bai Zhongwu relaxed a bit but still tightly gripped his tang knife. Suchen? Are you the one who just arrived in the intermediate monster area? At this point, Suchen had walked into his line of sight. That's right, it's me, Suchen replied calmly. Seeing that Suchen had sheathed his weapon, he also returned his tang knife to its scabbard. So that's how it is, Bai Zhong. Wu nodded, then shouted towards the cave entrance, Du Chong. Nun. You can come in now. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures quickly appeared in the cave. Zhongwu, you solved the giant bear so quickly? Yeah, Zhongwu, we didn't hear any commotion outside. Bai Zhongwu smiled and said, it wasn't me, it was brother Suchen who killed the giant bear. At this moment, the 2 also noticed Suchen standing aside. Suchen? Du Chong looked puzzled. Xia Enen, however, recognized Suchen's identity and suddenly realized, oh, so it's you, the one who just came from the 250 novice village. You really killed that giant bear? Du Chong asked in astonishment. Previously, he and Li Yao had faced the giant bear and could only take hits, and Li Yao had accidentally died at the bear's hands. Now, Su Chen had actually killed the giant bear all by himself. Su Chen pointed to a spot and said, "The giant bear's corpse is over there." Du Chong immediately ran over to check, and after confirming that the giant bear was indeed dead, his expression became even more surprised. "It's actually true." Xiaonan spoke up, "What's so surprising about this? Su Chen is on the rookie leaderboard after all." At that moment, Du Chong realized that Su Chen was someone on the rookie leaderboard. He had not been paying attention to the messages in the group chat before. Du Chong quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. We came here to take revenge for Li Yao, but I didn't expect you to have already avenged him for me." Du Chong and the deceased Li Yao were from the same novice village. After Li Yao was killed, he encountered the strongest player in the group chat, Bai Zhongwu, as well as Xiaonan. Upon learning about his situation, Bai Zhongwu was also willing to help him take revenge. But who would have thought that the giant bear had already been killed by Su Chen? "No need to thank me, I only discovered the body here after killing the giant bear," Su Chen said, turning to leave the cave. "Wait a minute." Bai Zhongwu suddenly called out to him. Su Chen turned back, looking at him with slight confusion. Bai Zhongwu walked over to explain, "And then I encountered a spirit fruit tree at a certain location before, but there are a group of spirit monkeys guarding it, and I'm looking for helpers to compete for the spirit fruit. I wonder if you're interested." "A spirit fruit tree?" Su Chen immediately thought of the white spirit fruit tree he had seen before, which had quite a few white spirit fruits on it. However, the value of the white spirit fruit is only significant the first time it is consumed. Further consumption only increases stamina. So after Su Chen's strength increased, he didn't waste time picking white spirit fruits. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, "Sure, where is that spirit fruit tree?" After all, he had no particular goal at the moment and didn't know where to go next. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bai Zhongwu nodded, "Alright, I've already sent the location in the group chat. Several people are willing to come over. Let's meet up with them first and then head to the spirit fruit tree together." Hearing Bai Zhongwu's words, Su Chen glanced at the group chat. Sure enough, he had already posted the information, and 4 people were not far from here and willing to come. Among them was Qin Lan, who had spoken to Su Chen earlier. Bai Zhongwu immediately took the lead, with Su Chen and the other 3 following behind. In this place, everyone was in the habit of not wasting time. They set off as soon as they decided to go. On the way, Su Chen asked, "Is that fruit tree very big?" Xiaonan immediately replied, "Yes, very big. There are dozens of monkeys on the tree." Bai Zhongwu also chimed in, "Not only are there many monkeys, but there are also many spirit fruits." "I see." Su Chen understood immediately. No wonder they needed so many people to help. Seeing that Su Chen was easy to talk to, Xiaonan asked, "Su Chen, what level are you now?" "Level 7, Su Chen replied. But in reality, his attributes were much higher than those of a level 7 human. If you counted his talents, he could probably take on 4 or 5 level 7 humans by himself. "Oh, that's impressive," she nodded. Meanwhile, Du Cheng's face was filled with shock. He thought he was already quite strong. He was among the top 3 in his novice village, but he didn't expect to be so far behind in levels. "By the way, what is your talent?" Xiaonan asked again. She never considered that the other party might not have a talent, as someone who could reach this level in strength in such a short time surely needed a powerful talent to achieve it. Moreover, most of those who had come to the intermediate monster area at this time had awakened their talents. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the question. He now had 5 talents, but which one should he tell her about? At that moment, Bai Zhongwu, who was leading the way, immediately said, "Anan, talents are a secret for everyone, don't ask about them casually." "Oh, okay. You'll see soon enough." Su Chen also did not clarify. Along the way, Xiaonan asked many more questions, making Su Chen inwardly sigh at how talkative she was. At the same time, he learned from her that Bai Zhongwu and she were from the same novice village and were teammates. Soon, Bai Zhongwu brought the 3 of them to the agreed meeting place. 3 people had already gathered here, and they were just one short of being complete. Bai Zhongwu stepped forward to greet them. They all came from different novice villages. Each one was almost the strongest in their own novice village. However, upon seeing Bai Zhongwu, they were all very polite. After all, Bai Zhongwu was ranked 85th on the rookie leaderboard, much stronger than they were. "Is everyone here? I hope I'm not late." A gentle female voice sounded from behind the group. Qin Lan appeared, holding a long sword with a sheath, standing gracefully behind everyone. "Not late, we just arrived," Bai Zhongwu replied. "That's good. Ha, why is there one more person?" Qin Lan noticed the discrepancy in numbers. She then looked at the extra Su Chen, and a smile immediately spread across her face. "So it's you, Su Chen, little brother." Su Chen felt uncomfortable hearing that title. It was one thing to say it in the chat box, but to say it to his face was a bit much for him. "Just call me Su Chen. I'm not that young anymore. Don't be shy, Su Chen, little brother." Qin Lan laughed as she walked towards Su Chen and placed her hand on his shoulder. Su Chen's expression became a bit awkward as he turned his head to the side. Sigh, this must be the trouble that comes with being too handsome. Xiaonan stifled a laugh beside him, and the others exchanged knowing glances at Su Chen. Bai Zhongwu also glanced at Su Chen, then said to everyone, "Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off." "Yes, let's hurry up and go." Su Chen seized the opportunity to escape from the enthusiastic Qinlan. Bai Zhongwu led the way ahead, with the others closely following. Behind him, he discovered that the spirit fruit tree protected by monkeys was not far from here. They moved quickly, and soon they arrived. When they saw the spirit fruit tree, apart from Bai Zhongwu and Xiaonan, everyone else showed expressions of shock. The spirit fruit tree before them was enormous. It would take 10 people to wrap around its trunk. However, it wasn't very tall. The roots twisted and turned beneath it, while the branches and leaves above formed a canopy, blocking out the sun. The area covered by its branches was vast, and beneath it lay a patch of grass. 1,000-year monkey fruit tree, grown for over 1,000 years. It serves as a habitat for the spirit monkey of the monkey fruit. On several of the tree's branches, there were a few scattered red spirit fruits resembling peaches. The reason everyone could see so clearly in the dark was that in front of the large tree, there was a small lake. The lake emitted a ghostly blue light, illuminating the area and making it seem like a fairyland. This was also why Su Chen and the others were so astonished. "This place is beautiful, right? When my brother Zhongwu and I came here for the first time, we had the same expressions as you guys," Xiaonan said softly. Under the big tree, several spirit monkeys were on guard, and the group was hiding behind the bushes. Level 3 monster. Spirit monkey possesses a certain level of intelligence, can use some weapons and tools, agile, can move freely among the trees. Level 3 monsters? Su Chen noticed that the spirit monkeys under the tree were holding sharpened wooden sticks. It seemed they indeed had some intelligence. "How are we going to pick the spirit fruits?" Qin Lan asked. Previously, when Bai Zhongwu called them over, he hadn't mentioned his plan. At this moment, Bai Zhongwu whispered, "Here's what I plan to do. First, I'll send a group to lure these spirit monkey guards away, while the remaining group will quietly pick the spirit fruits while the monkeys are asleep." There were still quite a few spirit monkeys sleeping in the trees. "Why not just go up and grab them?" Su Chen asked. In his view, the combat power of these level 3 spirit monkeys was not high, and they were all experts here, more than capable of dealing with dozens of spirit monkeys. Plus, they could take the opportunity to gain some experience. Xinlan also agreed strongly. "Yeah, Su Chen is right. We can just go directly, no one can stop me with a sword." The others nodded silently. Spirit monkeys were not considered strong among level 3 monsters. They could all handle them easily. Bai Zhongwu immediately shook his head to reject this suggestion. "No, there are more than just level 3 spirit monkeys in the trees. I've seen level 4 spirit monkeys before, and I suspect there's a monkey king up there." Hearing about the level 4 monsters, they all calmed down. Although level 3 and level 4 only differed by 1 level, the strength of monsters increased exponentially. "Alright, we'll follow your lead, but who will lure these spirit monkeys away?" Qinlan countered. They were all strangers to each other. If she lured the spirit monkeys away, what would stop the others from taking the spirit fruits and running off? Su Chen and the others clearly had the same concerns. Bai Zhongwu had already thought of this. He said generously, "I organized the people, so I'll lure the spirit monkeys away while you all pick the spirit fruits. Just make sure to save a few for me." Upon hearing this, the others looked at Bai Zhongwu with a bit more respect. "Du Chong, you come with me," Bai Zhongwu suddenly said. "Ha?" Du Chang's expression changed. "I probably won't be able to lure away many spirit monkey guards by myself. Having you with me will make it more effective." "Alright." Du Chong could only agree. After they made their plans, the two immediately stepped out from the bushes and circled to the other side of the big tree. Bai Zhongwu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at a spirit monkey. Bang! The stone hit the spirit monkey's head accurately, startling the dozing spirit monkey guard awake. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The spirit monkey guards immediately began to chatter, and the one that was hit pointed at Bai Zhongwu, chattering incessantly. Bai Zhongwu quickly threw another stone. Whoosh! This time the spirit monkey dodged, but it continued to chatter. Meanwhile, Du Chong was not idle, using words to taunt. "Come on, stupid monkeys. Hurry up and chase me." 6 or 7 spirit monkey guards could no longer hold back and charged at the two with wooden spears. Seeing this, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong immediately ran away. It wasn't that they couldn't handle these few spirit monkeys, but if a fight broke out here, the noise would surely wake the other spirit monkeys. Moreover, if the spirit monkey guards realized they were outmatched, they would definitely wake up the other monkeys. Their strategy was to avoid waking the other spirit monkeys and quietly deal with these guards. They've succeeded over there, now it's our turn. Su Chen saw that many spirit monkey guards had chased out, and he immediately prepared to act. The others also silently approached the monkey fruit tree. Su Chen walked at the forefront, having already drawn his sword and held it in his hand. "Su Chen, brother, let's attack together later. One of us can deal with one spirit monkey guard, is that okay?" Lan whispered to Su Chen. After the distraction caused by Zhongwu, only 2 spirit monkey guards remained under the tree. As long as they dealt with these 2, the spiritual fruits on the tree would be theirs. I can handle it alone, Su Chen replied. Ha! Lan was taken aback. She didn't expect Su Chen to be so confident. Immediately, Su Chen charged forward with his sword. Hey! Why is he charging in alone? That's too risky. What if he wakes up the other spirit monkeys on the tree? The others expressed their confusion even though there were only 2 spirit monkeys below. However, killing them without alarming the rest of the spirit monkeys on the tree was no small feat. The 2 spirit monkeys saw a human rushing towards them and immediately raised their spears, baring their teeth at Su Chen. As Su Chen got closer, in the next moment his figure vanished from sight. Whoosh! At the same time, 2 Su Chens appeared behind the 2 spirit monkeys. Slash! Slash! The swords in both Su Chen's hands pierced the back of one spirit monkey's head, directly penetrating its skull, with the sword tips protruding from their foreheads. The 2 spirit monkeys fell without making a sound. Kill level 3 monster spirit monkey, experience plus 150. Kill level 3 monster spirit monkey, experience plus 150. Then, Su Chen devoured their attributes. Devour successful. Attack power plus 5. Devour successful. Attack power plus 5. Wow. What was that move just now? It looked so fierce. That's too strong. 2 spirit monkeys were instantly killed. Even Lan was a bit stunned. So impressive, Su Chen, brother, no wonder you're on the rising star list. They were amazed, but they didn't forget why they were there. One by one, they quietly ran towards the monkey fruit tree, as the other spirit monkeys were still sleeping on the tree. They had to seize this time to quickly pick the spiritual fruits from the tree. Su Chen had already started moving. He split into 3, with 3 Su Chens climbing towards the tree simultaneously. This scene surprised the people behind him again. Once on the tree, the 3 Su Chens spread out and headed towards the nearest spiritual fruits. It must be said that this 1,000-year-old monkey fruit tree was indeed very large. Even when they looked up, they could only see the massive, intertwined branches. This tree seemed like a tall building, home to countless spirit monkeys. Soon, the others also climbed up the tree and began to pick fruits. However, the spiritual fruits here were very limited and scattered, likely having been eaten by the spirit monkeys on ordinary days. On a tree branch, Su Chen discovered several corpses of monsters, which were probably the food hunted by the spirit monkeys. Without hesitation, Su Chen devoured the attributes of these corpses. Devour successful. Attack plus 4. Devour successful. Speed plus 3. After devouring these corpses, Su Chen continued to search for spiritual fruits. The others were also racing against time to find and pick the spiritual fruits. At this moment, Su Chen, standing in the tree, noticed the small lake that emitted light. From the tree, he could see the scene on the lake's surface more clearly. A deep blue glow radiated from the bottom of the lake, as if there were extraordinary treasures hidden there. Su Chen quickly used his inside eye to look at the lake's surface. Hidden instance, one of the entrances to the Qian Kuan secret realm. The Qian Kuan secret realm? Beneath the small lake was actually the entrance to a hidden instance. Su Chen was taken aback. Howl! Howl! But just then, the sound of monkeys calling came from not far away. Bai Zhongwu also said in the chat box, "Quick, retreat! 2 spirit monkeys are coming back." Seeing this, Su Chen, disregarding the instance, immediately controlled his clones and his main body to retreat together. What? Those spirit monkeys are back so soon? Damn! I just picked 2 spirit fruits. But they all dared not linger any longer and hurriedly retreated down the tree. Su Chen was the one who had harvested the most. After all, he was acting with 2 others. At this moment, he regrouped with his 2 clones and placed the spirit fruits they had picked into his main body's pocket. He then retracted the 2 clones back into his body. Keeping them out was too exhausting and not conducive to escape. Just as they descended from the tree, they saw 2 injured spirit monkeys running towards them. The 2 spirit monkeys froze for a moment upon seeing their nest invaded by humans, then they erupted into fierce howls. Roar! The roar shook the lake's surface, creating ripples, and chaos erupted among the monkey fruit trees. Chitter, chitter, chitter. A series of monkey chattering sounds came from the tree. Run! They all knew the spirit monkeys had awakened, and they all rushed outside. At this moment, there was a loud commotion from the tree, as if something was coming down. Bang! 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 3 enormous monkeys jumped down from the tree, directly blocking Su Chen and the others' path. These 3 monkeys were not only larger than ordinary monkeys, but their arms were white. Level 4 monster Iron Arm Spirit Monkey possesses incredibly hard arms, agile body, and immense strength. Damn it! Get out of my way! A burly man on Su Chen's side saw the Iron Arm Spirit Monkey blocking the way and charged forward with a machete. Take this! Clang! The man's slash was blocked by one of the Iron Arm Spirit Monkey's arms. At the same time, the other fist of the Iron Arm Spirit Monkey struck out. Bang! This punch hit a man in the abdomen. Poof! The man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back. No wonder it's a level 4 monster, Shinlan murmured. The 3 iron-armed spirit monkeys did not charge at them but were waiting for the other spirit monkeys to surround them. What do we do now? Xiaonan was almost in tears. The other spirit monkeys were also climbing down from the trees, getting closer to Su Chen and the others. We must break through. We can't be surrounded by the spirit monkeys, Shinlan said. Charge with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen had already rushed forward. One iron-armed spirit monkey clashed its arms together, making a clanging sound. Then it took 2 steps forward, ready to face Su Chen. But Su Chen's body suddenly vanished from its sight. The next moment, Su Chen's body appeared in mid-air behind it, and the black iron sword in his hand was already slashing down at its neck. Crack! A flash of cold light passed, and the head of the iron-armed spirit monkey fell. Killed level 4 monster iron-armed spirit monkey, experience plus 400 with 1 sword. He killed the iron-armed spirit monkey, leaving the few people behind him dumbfounded. Su Chen, brother, so fierce, Shinlan said, staring blankly ahead. At the same time, the other 2 iron-armed spirit monkeys, seeing their kind killed by Su Chen with 1 sword, immediately roared and charged at Su Chen. At that moment, Xiaonan suddenly said to him, Su Chen, I'll increase your attack power. As she spoke, she activated her talent, the attack aura, towards Su Chen. A red circle appeared beneath Su Chen's feet. Su Chen felt his body filled with strength, and his attack power surged significantly. So this is Xiaonan's talent? It seems similar to Zhang Yuanshan's defense aura. Whoosh! At this moment, an iron-armed spirit monkey rushed over, alighting right in front of Su Chen. Su Chen immediately swung his sword down, using his attack frenzy to unleash 3 times the attack power. The iron-armed spirit monkey raised its indestructible arm, trying to defend against Su Chen's attack with that iron arm. Su Chen's sword struck the iron arm of the spirit monkey. Crack! With Xiaonan's attack aura combined with Su Chen's attack frenzy bracelet, an immense power was unleashed. This sword directly severed the iron arm of the spirit monkey. Awoke! Awoke! The iron-armed spirit monkey, having lost an arm, howled in agony and ran to the side. The other iron-armed spirit monkey, seeing this, looked at Su Chen with eyes full of fear. At this moment, the others also gathered around Su Chen, and they all attacked the remaining iron-armed spirit monkey together. Clang! 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 After hastily blocking a few attacks, the iron-armed spirit monkey made way and fled to the side. Now, there were no more obstacles in front of them, and the group rushed forward. The spirit monkey horde behind them continued to pursue relentlessly. At this time, these monkeys were all incredibly furious, wishing they could skin Su Chen and the others alive. Su Chen and the others each displayed their abilities, running towards different directions in the jungle. The spirit monkey horde also split into many groups to chase after those fleeing in different directions. Su Chen ran in the same direction as Xiaonan. With Su Chen's speed, he could easily shake off the pursuers behind him, but Xiaonan was considerably slower. Not wanting to leave her behind, Su Chen slowed down. As a result, they were unable to shake off the spirit monkeys behind them. After running for a while, Su Chen suddenly stopped, then drew his sword and turned around. Seeing this, Xiaonan also stopped, panting and asking, Su Chen, can't you run anymore? Su Chen, sword in hand, looked at the approaching spirit monkeys and said, I need experience, and how can I refuse this experience that's coming to me? Ha! Hearing Su Chen's response, Xiaonan's little face was filled with surprise. Although the spirit monkeys chasing them weren't many, probably only a dozen, it was still quite challenging for the 2 of them to deal with so many. The spirit monkeys chasing them saw that Su Chen and Xiaonan had actually stopped. They also halted, baring their teeth and growling at the 2 from a short distance away. Then, a spirit monkey, stronger than the others and holding a wooden spear, stepped forward. It charged at Su Chen. Su Chen also raised his sword to meet it, and at the same time, an attack aura appeared beneath his feet again. Su Chen was instantly filled with power, and he swung his sword forward. The spear-wielding spirit monkey immediately raised its spear, trying to block Su Chen's strike. Crack! The wooden spear was split in half by Su Chen's sword, and the strike continued unimpeded, hitting the spirit monkey. Thud! With one sword strike, this spirit monkey was slain. Kill level 3 monster spirit monkey, experience plus 150. At the same time, the remaining spirit monkeys rushed towards Su Chen. But in the next second, Su Chen's body vanished from the spot. Whoosh! He reappeared behind several spirit monkeys and split into 3. 3 Su Chens simultaneously thrust their swords at the surrounding spirit monkeys. Put! 3 spirit monkeys were pierced through by the long swords, needing their demise. Kill 3rd level monster spirit monkey, experience plus 150. Kill 3rd level monster spirit monkey, experience plus 150. Kill 3rd level monster spirit monkey, experience plus 150. Wow! So cool! Seeing Su Chen's talent fusion technique, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled. Then, the 3 Su Chens stood in 3 different positions and attacked in different directions. With the defensive aura, Su Chen grew more courageous in battle, continuously slaying spirit monkeys with his long sword. In just a moment, the spirit monkeys that had chased them out began to flee in panic. Su Chen did not recklessly pursue, his clones were about to expire. Moreover, who knew how many spirit monkeys and iron-armed spirit monkeys were left by the monkey fruit tree? Su Chen merged back into one, retracting his sword. He then found a spirit monkey to devour its attributes. Devour successful. Attack +5. He hadn't had the chance to devour the attributes from the iron-armed spirit monkey he killed earlier, so he certainly couldn't waste this last spirit monkey's attributes. After the recent battle, he had gained nearly 1,000 experience points. Quite a bountiful harvest. Su Chen, was that your talent just now? It was so cool. Xia Anan exclaimed as she walked over. It was okay, mainly because these spirit monkeys aren't very strong, Su Chen humbly replied. The spirit monkeys' advantages lay mainly in teamwork and a certain level of intelligence. But in terms of individual combat power, they were even weaker than some second-level monsters. It's a pity you're not my teammate. I can't share all this experience with you, Xia Anan said with a face full of regret. Previously, when she was with Bai Zhongwu, hunting monsters, she only needed to provide an attack aura from the side to gain experience without fighting. Su Chen immediately smiled and said, "No worries, I'll share an extra spirit fruit with you later." He could easily kill those spirit monkeys thanks to Xia Anan's contributions. Really? Xia Anan immediately brightened up. Su Chen nodded, of course, but for now, let's go find Bai Zhongwu. Okay, then I'll hurry up. Mentioning the spirit fruit, Xia Anan became full of energy again. The two headed towards the place they had agreed upon earlier. In front of the cave of the Furious Bear, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong were waiting. This was the meeting point they had agreed upon in advance. I really didn't expect these monkeys to be so cautious. After seeing us kill a few spirit monkeys, they turned and ran, Du Chong said. After they had lured away those spirit monkeys, they planned to deal with them once and for all. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkeys sensed something was wrong and fled. Despite their pursuit, 2 spirit monkeys managed to return to their lair. The strength of the spirit monkeys isn't strong, their advantage lies mainly in their intelligence. They probably saw through our intentions, Bai Zhongwu said, a worried expression appearing on his face. What I'm afraid of now is that they won't be able to retreat in time and will be left behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Lan jumped out from a nearby pile of stones. Looks like I'm the first to arrive, she clapped her hands and said cheerfully. Didn't you come together? What about Anan and the others? Bai Zhongwu immediately asked. A smile appeared on Xin Lan's face. Look at you getting so anxious. Don't worry, Xia Anan is retreating with Su Chen, she's definitely safe. Su Chen, when it comes to Su Chen, Xin Lan's eyes lit up. That's right, you don't know, this time we owe it all to Su Chen. He's amazing, not only can he teleport but he can also create clones, just like Sun Wukong. After Xin Lan's description, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong looked at her with skepticism. At that moment, there was a commotion nearby, and Su Chen and Xia Anan arrived. Look, they're here. If you don't believe me, just ask them, Xin Lan said, crossing her arms. Anan, are you guys okay? Bai Zhongwu stepped forward to ask. I'm fine, Xia Anan shook her head, then looked at Su Chen beside her. This time we really owe it to Su Chen. Without him, we probably wouldn't have made it out. Then, she and Xin Lan exchanged words, recounting the battle that had taken place at the lair of the spirit monkeys. After hearing this, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong couldn't hide their shock. A single sword strike to kill a level 4 iron-armed spirit monkey and splitting into 3 to fight against a dozen spirit monkeys. These words were astonishing. It's just relying on talent and items, Su Chen humbly said. But that's still your combat power. It seems the title of the number 1 in the intermediate monster area belongs to you, Bai Zhongwu laughed. Previously, he had been jokingly called the number 1 in the intermediate monster area. After all, he ranked highest on the rookie leaderboard. Su Chen smiled, his goals were far beyond that. The group waited in front of the cave for a while longer, but still, there was no sign of the remaining 3. By now, the sky was beginning to brighten, the darkness receding like a tide. Strange, why haven't they come yet? Could something have happened? Xia Anan frowned. Bai Zhongwu, looking grim, said, they're still in the group chat. If they encountered difficulties, they would definitely ask us for help. Moreover, if they had met with misfortune and lost their lives, their names wouldn't appear in the group chat, but their names are still there. Bai Zhongwu's meaning was clear. After picking the spirit fruits, the 3 had likely run off with them. Su Chen glanced at the sky and said, it seems they really won't be coming. So much time had passed, even if they crawled, they should have made it by now. Those 3 bastards. Xin Lan gritted her teeth. Xia Anan also looked unhappy. Then, the 3 took out the spirit fruits they had picked. The bright red monkey fruits emitted an enticing fragrance. Monkey fruit, after consumption, it can strengthen the body, significantly enhancing both attack and speed. Su Chen had picked a total of 3, Xin Lan had 2, and Xia Anan had only 1. Damn it! Those 3 who ran off each have at least 2 spirit fruits, Xia Anan pouted. They had put in the least effort yet ended up running off with the fruits they had picked, which made her very unhappy. Don't be angry. Just because they ran off with the spirit fruits doesn't mean their gains are greater than ours, Suchen said with a smile. What do you mean? Xia Anan asked, puzzled. The others also looked at Suchen. Suchen extended his hand towards a bright red spirit fruit in front of him and used super transformation. The red monkey fruit, under the influence of Suchen's talent, became even more vibrant and emitted a richer fruity aroma. Transformation successful. Monkey fruit has been transformed into premium monkey fruit. The effect of the premium monkey fruit was still double that of the ordinary monkey fruit. Wow, how amazing. What kind of technique is this? I feel like the energy contained in this spirit fruit has doubled. Bai Zhongwu and the others were all astonished at this scene. At the same time, they were also very confused about what kind of technique this was. If it were a talent, then hadn't Suchen already demonstrated his avatar talent before? But they all knew that this was someone else's opportunity, so it was better not to ask. Casually, even Xia Anan managed to control her curiosity. Suchen directly transformed all the spirit fruits that he and the others had picked. Then, he gave one spirit fruit each to Bai Zhongwu and Xia Anan. Qinlan gave one spirit fruit to Du Chong. No way, you've helped everyone so much, I can't take your spirit fruit anymore. Xia Anan pushed away the spirit fruit that Suchen offered. Although Suchen had said he would give her one of his spirit fruits before, she felt embarrassed to accept it now. In the end, after Xia Anan's refusal, Suchen was the only one who had 2 spirit fruits, while the others had 1 each. After the distribution, everyone planned to consume the spirit fruits directly. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed from the sky. Everyone immediately looked up and saw a giant black eagle diving towards them. Level 5 monster, Gale Eagle, excellent vision, sharp beak, and strong claws, often launching surprise attacks from the air. Its first target was Qinlan, and its claws reached directly for her head. But Qinlan reacted quickly and jumped down from the large rock. With a clang, the large rock where Qinlan had just stood was struck by the Gale Eagle's claws, creating sparks. Failing to hit, the black Gale Eagle flew back up into the sky. The group quickly huddled together to prevent the Gale Eagle from attacking again. It's after the spirit fruits in our hands, Bai Zhongwu immediately analyzed. Otherwise, with so many people here, the Gale Eagle wouldn't suddenly attack them. It's just a level 5 monster. When it attacks next, we'll all strike together and take it down, Suchen said immediately. However, the Gale Eagle circled above them but did not launch an attack. It realized that trying to snatch the spirit fruits from so many people was a very dangerous thing. Seeing this, Suchen voluntarily stepped away from the group, walked to the side, and directly raised the bright red monkey fruit in his hand. Suchen, this is too dangerous, that's a level 5 monster, Qinlan said anxiously. The others were worried to see Suchen actively becoming bait. They had no confidence in resisting a level 5 monster's attack. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as it dares to come, I will make sure it doesn't return. Suchen held the monkey fruit in one hand while the other hand was already on the sword hilt. The Gale Eagle in the sky saw this scene and its eyes sharpened. It adjusted its position and dove straight towards Suchen. The speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. If Suchen didn't use his talent, he would definitely not be able to dodge this strike. I've been waiting for you. Suchen withdrew the hand holding the monkey fruit and immediately drew his long sword. At that moment, the Gale Eagle's claws were about to touch Suchen. Whoosh! In the next moment, Suchen disappeared from his spot, appearing behind the Gale Eagle out of thin air, and swung his sword down at its back. Instantly, his body split into 3, and 3 Suchens simultaneously swung their swords down. The middle Suchen's wrist erupted with a white light. Poochie! The 3 swords struck the Gale Eagle's back at the same time. In an instant, the Gale Eagle's back was drenched in blood, and 3 hideous wounds appeared. The deepest of the sword marks nearly split its body in half. Caw! The Gale Eagle let out a mournful cry, and its body crashed heavily to the ground. Suchen pressed on with the victory, the 3 of them standing in different positions, their dark iron swords thrusting forward. Put! The 3 swords simultaneously pierced into the body of the Gale Eagle, and now it was completely dead. Killed level 5 monster Gale Eagle. Experience plus 600. Dropped a rookie leaderboard challenge token. Soon, a token appeared beside the Gale Eagle's corpse, with the character new printed on it. Rookie leaderboard challenge token. Can challenge any player within 10 ranks of your own on the rookie leaderboard. Finally, he could challenge someone on the rookie leaderboard. He was already eager to raise his ranking a bit more. Suchen stepped forward, collected the token, and reached out to absorb the attributes of the Gale Eagle. Absorption. Successful. Speed plus 6, attack plus 4, jumping ability enhanced. Suchen felt that his legs were stronger than before, and he could definitely jump further now. At the same time, his level also reached level 7, 2530/3000, and he was about to level up to 8. At this moment, Suchen noticed how quiet it was behind him. He turned around and found Shinlan and the others staring at him in shock. You just actually killed a level 5 monster by yourself. Du Chang's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. So cool, brother Su Chen. Impressive, Bai Zhongwu murmured, previously thinking that Xiaonan and Shinlan's descriptions were exaggerated. Now it seemed that their descriptions had not even come close to conveying Su Chen's strength. Although the Gale Eagle was a level 5 monster, its advantage lay in its ability to fly with strong attack and speed. But its defense was weak, which is why it suffered so badly against Su Chen. Su Chen, was that your talent just now? It was really cool. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen it, Xiaonan still looked at him with admiration. This move was something Su Chen had thought of on the spot, using teleportation to move to the enemy's defensive gap. Then he used the clone technique to attack the enemy from 3 different positions, leaving them defenseless. That's right, it's my talent, Su Chen admitted calmly. Since it had already been revealed, there was no point in hiding it. Moreover, he could tell that Xiaonan and the others were decent people. Crunch! Shinlan took a big bite of the monkey fruit, her cheeks puffed up as she said, hurry up and eat the spirit fruit, in case something unexpected happens. Everyone agreed with her, immediately taking out the spirit fruits to eat. Su Chen was no exception, he finished off a monkey fruit in just 2 or 3 bites. Soon, he had swallowed both monkey fruits. Consumed premium monkey fruit. Physique enhanced, attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. Consumed premium monkey fruit. Physique enhanced, attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. Great. It actually added so many attributes, it was almost like leveling up directly. This trip was truly a big win. Moreover, the spirit fruits not only increased his attributes but also replenished Su Chen's stamina. Now his stamina had fully recovered to its peak. The other 4 also wore smiles on their faces, having all received attribute boosts. At that moment, Shinlan suddenly said, we have a new quest in the novice village. I'll head out first. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in her mind just now. Okay, goodbye, Sister Shinlan. Xiaonan waved at her. The others nodded in acknowledgement as well. Goodbye. After bidding farewell, Shinlan immediately left, looking quite anxious. I need to continue leveling up by fighting monsters. See you all if fate allows. With that, Du Cheng turned and left. Soon after, Bai Zhongwu also said, Su Chen, we need to return to the novice village as well. See you if fate allows. All right. Su Chen nodded. Goodbye. Xiaonan waved at him. In no time, only Su Chen remained outside the cave, and he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he took out the rookie challenge token he had obtained from defeating the Gale Eagle. He was ready to start the challenge, as with his current strength he should be able to improve his ranking a bit. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. I can only challenge players within a difference of 10 ranks, Su Chen muttered to himself. This was the rule of the challenge token. If a player was not on the list, they could only challenge those ranked 90th or lower. Su Chen opened the rookie leaderboard and began searching for targets within his challenge range. Jing Yang, Ruan Wei, Zhao Wuji, one name after another appeared before Su Chen's eyes. At the same time, he also saw Qin Lan at rank 89. Soon, his gaze settled on rank 87, which was the highest rank he could challenge. This name was Fuji Ichiro, a name from the Sakura country. Alright, it's you. Su Chen immediately decided to challenge him. After activating the challenge token, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded. Challenge invitation sent. Waiting for the other party's response. Please don't refuse. Fuji Ichiro accepts the challenge. The rookie leaderboard challenge officially begins. Great. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, and then he was teleported to the challenge arena. The next second, Fuji Ichiro's figure appeared across from him. He was a middle-aged man with a square face, his eyes revealing a fierce and cold-killing intent. His gaze was fixed on Su Chen as he spoke. Foolish guy. You dare to challenge me? Are you ready to face death? Su Chen was not intimidated by his aura. Instead, he sneered, I hope you can last a few more moves against me. The next moment, the challenge began. Fuji Ichiro drew a large, broad sword from his back and charged directly at Su Chen. Su Chen also drew his black iron sword, ready to fight. This time, he planned to use his signature Talon combo move. This would not only catch his opponent off guard but might also prevent them from using their own talents in time. As both moved quickly, the distance between them continued to close. Die! Fuji Ichiro roared, baring his teeth. Just as they were about to clash, Su Chen suddenly vanished from his spot. Fuji Ichiro found himself staring at a blank space, having lost track of Su Chen. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his back. Without hesitation, Fuji Ichiro chose to roll forward. Put! Behind him, 3 Su Chens simultaneously thrust their swords forward. However, thanks to Fuji Ichiro's timely roll, he avoided a fatal blow. One sword missed entirely, while the other 2 struck his shoulder blades on either side. Put! After rolling forward, Fuji Ichiro quickly turned to face Su Chen. But now he was confronted by 3 Su Chens. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Fuji Ichiro raised his sword, his gaze darting among the three Su-chens. At this moment, 2 bloody holes on his back were continuously oozing blood. The intense pain was constantly stimulating his nerves. Not bad, you actually managed to dodge my move. Su-chen was indeed a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to react so quickly. However, this was where it ended. Even without using this move, just relying on his clones was enough to defeat him. In the next moment, one Su-chen stepped back while the other 2 Su-chens advanced with their swords drawn. Whoosh! The 2 Su-chens launched an attack from both sides. Clang! Clang! Bang! Fuji Ichiro, wielding a blunt knife, defended repeatedly but was still forced back by the 2 Su-chens. Each time he raised his arm to swing the knife, it tugged at the wound on his back. His wound had already bled quite a bit and he grimaced in pain, sweating profusely. The fierce arrogance he had just moments ago was gone. The real Su-chen was ready to activate his power bracelet at any moment to slay him here. But in the next second, as Fuji Ichiro was about to be overwhelmed, his whole body suddenly turned red and he began to swing his knife violently at Su-chen. Clang! 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 In this red state, Fuji Ichiro became more and more courageous, with both his attack and speed increasing exponentially. The 2 Su-chens could only retreat and defend. How did this guy suddenly become so fierce? Is this his talent? Su-chen speculated. Ha, useless trash, now you've seen the power of Fuji. After forcing back the 2 Su-chens, Fuji Ichiro laughed heartily as he swung his knife toward the Su-chen who had not yet joined the fight. Su-chen immediately raised his sword to meet him, and the other 2 Su-chens quickly rejoined the battle, swinging their swords at Fuji Ichiro. However, seeing this, Fuji Ichiro launched an even more ferocious attack on the Su-chen in front of him. With a significant increase in his attack power, every strike he made left the Su-chen before him struggling to defend. The other 2 Su-chens found it hard to stop his assault as his speed had also greatly improved. While attacking, he was also able to defend well. Bang! Bang! With his continuous attacks, the Su-chen being targeted found it increasingly difficult to fend off his strikes. Finally, Su-chen made a defensive mistake and was caught. Thud! He directly severed the arm of the Su-chen holding the sword. Die! Then, he ignored the attacks from the 2 Su-chens on either side and swung his knife directly at the head of the Su-chen in front of him. Slash! This strike cleaved the Su-chen before him in half from head to toe. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it revealed endless confusion. Because after he split the Su-chen in front of him in half, there was no scene of blood gushing out. Instead, he simply vanished before his eyes, and even the arm that Su-chen had dropped on the ground disappeared. How could this be? Fuji Ichiro was shocked. The one in front of him was actually a fake. Meanwhile, from his side, the other 2 Su-chen's sword blades had already stabbed toward him. One of the Su-chens even had a white light emanating from his hand. Ichiro Fuji took advantage of the fact that his talent had not yet reached its peak, immediately breaking free from the encirclement and then positioned his wide wooden sword in front of him. Clang! Ding! The 2 swords struck the blade of the wooden sword, and the one infused with power was immensely strong. It directly knocked the wooden sword from Ichiro Fuji's hand, sending his body flying backward. Bang! Ichiro Fuji fell heavily to the ground, and at the same time, the red hue on him quickly faded. A wave of weakness swept over him. This was a symptom that followed the end of his talent, causing his combat power to drop to about 10%. Meanwhile, Su-chen pressed the attack, thrusting his sword toward Ichiro Fuji's throat on the ground. As long as he killed him, he could devour his talent. Just as Su-chen's sword was about to pierce him, Ichiro Fuji's body vanished from the ground. Clang! The sword tip struck the arena, creating a shower of sparks. Damn! So close! Winner of this challenge, Su-chen, challenge successful. Ranking swapped with Ichiro Fuji. In the next moment, another avatar of Su-chen merged with himself, and then he was teleported away. Whoosh! Su-chen's body reappeared in front of the cave, and the sky was now bright, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Now, his ranking on the rookie leaderboard had risen to 87, and he saw that his rewards had changed to a bronze chest and a wooden chest. After rising 10 places, he received an additional wooden chest. Not bad. The only regret was that he hadn't killed Ichiro Fuji. His talents seemed to be of the explosive type, looking quite good. After consecutively obtaining 2 talents, Su-chen felt the tremendous boost that talent could bring to his combat power. This made him eager to continue devouring talents. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his mind. Detected that 2 people in the 250 rookie village have reached level 6. A random task will be assigned for the 250 rookie village. Oh, it should be Li Xiu who has reached level 6, and Su-chen was about to enter level 8. He wondered what task the heavenly Tao would assign them. Task matched for the 250 rookie village, beast killing challenge. Challenge rules: be the first to kill to meet any of the following criteria to win. 1. Kill 100 level 2 beasts. 2. Kill 50 level 3 beasts. 3. Kill 20 level 4 beasts. 4. Kill 10 level 5 beasts. 5. Kill 1 level 6 beast. Reminder: a total of 10 rookie villages will participate in this challenge. Each winner will receive 200 experience points, and each failure will deduct 100 experience points. The winning side will also receive additional rewards, distributed based on each person's contribution to the kills. What the hell? This isn't a task, it's clearly a competition against others. What are you afraid of? We have the great Su Chun with us. With him around, how can we lose? Yeah, with the great Su Chen, this challenge is ours to win. Now, Su Chen had become the faith of the 250 rookie village, as if as long as he was there, the 250 rookie village would never lose. Reminder: during the challenge, a public chat channel will be established so members of the participating rookie villages can speak in it. As soon as the voice of the Heavenly Tao fell, Su Chen saw that another chat channel had appeared in the chat function. At this moment, the chat channel was already buzzing with activity. Yoshi, the victory of the challenge belongs to our 149 rookie village. What are you rookie villages? Our rookie village has the warriors of the Miyamoto family. What Miyamoto family warriors? They're all trash. Let me tell you, our rookie village's lord Fuji is a strong contender on the rookie leaderboard. Victory belongs to our 146 rookie village. It was shocking to see how competitive it was. The other 9 novice villages participating in this competition are all from the Sakura country. The Heavenly Tao is even worried about their language differences, so it thoughtfully translates every statement into dragon language. Meanwhile, the chat box in our 250 novice village has already exploded with activity. Oh my, what's going on? We've been placed right in the den of the Sakura country. I bet this is the work of the Heavenly Tao, deliberately putting us among these Sakura country folks. Even Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Heavenly Tao is really something. Long Wu directly said in the chat box, what are we afraid of? We should compete with these Sakura country scum and let them know the power of our dragon country. Exactly. Our dragon country isn't afraid of their Sakura country. Right, it's just a tiny place. Our dragon country is a vast nation. How could we fear them? In an instant, the entire 250 novice village was filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Regardless of whether the opponents were from the Sakura country, just looking at the 200 experience points, everyone was determined to win. At this moment, in the challenge match chat channel, someone noticed the newly joined 250 novice village. Their novice village numbers ranged from 141 to 149, very orderly. The 250 numbered novice village seemed out of place. Hey, why isn't anyone from the 250 novice village speaking? At this time, someone from the 144 novice village noticed this number and their emotions instantly became agitated. Baka! It was this 250 novice village last time. They are the damned dragon country people. We should target them. Oh, how do you know the 250 novice village is from the dragon country? The 144 novice village immediately recounted the events of the last competition. Baka! A bunch of fools. You actually lost to the dragon country. This is simply a disgrace for our Sakura country. Exactly. You are not worthy of being from our Sakura country. In an instant, the chat channel was filled with voices scolding the 144 novice village, making them unable to lift their heads. However, despite the scolding, they did not slack off, each starting to hunt demon beasts in their respective novice villages. Meanwhile, the people in the 250 novice village also did not relax. They began to work even harder to kill demon beasts. At the top of this chat channel, the kill progress of the 10 novice villages was being recorded. Su Chen was the same. He exited the chat channel and began searching for level 5 demon beasts in the intermediate demon beast area. This was the highest level of demon beast he could currently handle. As long as he killed 10 level 5 demon beasts, he would win the challenge match. However, after searching for more than half an hour in the intermediate demon beast area, he didn't encounter a single level 5 demon beast. He only killed one level 3 flying bird, which gave him pitifully little experience. Looks like I need to go deeper. This could only be considered the outskirts of the intermediate demon beast area, where high-level demon beasts were very rare. Half an hour later, Su Chen walked out of the jungle and saw a fairly large desert ahead. This shouldn't be considered the outskirts anymore. Su Chen continued towards the desert, wanting to find some high-level demon beasts. As he stepped into the desert, a small sand pile next to him suddenly shot out a black scorpion tail. Boom! The scorpion tail rushed straight towards Su Chen with incredible speed. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, he immediately activated his teleportation ability. Whoosh! His figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared 5 meters behind. Bang! The scorpion tail struck the ground directly. At the same time, a giant black scorpion burst out from the sand pile. Its body was enormous and its tail was thicker than Su Chen's thigh. Level 5 Demon Beast Desert Poison Scorpion, skilled in camouflage, often hiding beneath the sand, with strong defense and a tail that carries deadly poison. Finally encountered a level 5 monster, but this guy is really toxic, hiding under the sand. If it weren't for Su Chen's teleportation, he might have been caught off guard just now. But that was also because Su Chen was too eager to find high-level monsters and didn't carefully observe his surroundings. Ha! The desert scorpion, having failed its sneak attack, charged directly at Su Chen. Whoosh! At a sufficient distance, it swung its tail again, aiming to stab Su Chen. This time, Su Chen, prepared, directly thrust his sword forward. Clang! The black iron sword pierced the scorpion's tail's poisonous stinger, creating a shower of sparks and a metallic clashing sound. Su Chen's arm tingled slightly, and the scorpion immediately retracted its tail. In the next moment, its tail tip suddenly shot out a stream of green liquid. Whoosh! This green liquid was incredibly fast, but fortunately, Su Chen's insight eye had sensed it in advance. He sidestepped to avoid the green liquid. Hiss, hiss. The area behind him, covered by the liquid, emitted a sound of corrosion. It had sprayed corrosive poison. If he had been hit just now, his soft armor would probably have been corroded with a hole. Su Chen didn't dare to be careless. His body split into three, fully engaging the scorpion. Su Chen didn't plan to give it another chance to spray poison from a distance, and the three of them charged at the scorpion with their swords raised. This was the first time the scorpion had encountered such a situation. Wasn't it supposed to be one-on-one? How did it turn into 1 against 3? But it still swung its pincers to fight back. The two sides were about to clash when Su Chen suddenly disappeared from his original spot again. Whoosh! In the next moment, he had unknowingly arrived behind the scorpion. Bang! Bang! Two of his clones were already engaged in battle with the scorpion ahead. Su Chen, in his true form, noticed that the scorpion's tail was segmented, and at the joint positions, it was the weakest part of its defense. Seeing this, Su Chen slashed down at the joint of the scorpion's tail with his sword. Thud! This sword cleanly severed the scorpion's tail. Hiss! The scorpion let out a painful cry. At the same time, green venom gushed out from its severed tail. Whoosh! Su Chen's true form leaped onto the scorpion's back. At this moment, the scorpion's two pincers were fully occupied defending against the attacks of the two clones. It had no time to pay attention to Su Chen on its back. Su Chen, on its back, thrust his sword down at its head. Thud! The black iron sword plunged deep into the scorpion's head, and green liquid flowed down the sword tip onto the ground. Bang! The scorpion's body went limp and crashed heavily to the ground. Killed level 5 monster Desert Scorpion. Experience plus 700. Killed Desert Scorpion. Dropped speed boots. Congratulations, player level. Increased to level 8, attack plus 40, speed plus 40, defense plus 5. Wow! It actually dropped equipment and leveled up. He didn't rush to check the dropped equipment. Instead, he first opened his panel to take a look. Name: Su Chen. Attack 369, defense 32. Speed 290, level 8, 430/6000. Talent: Endless Devour, Super Transformation, Inside Eye, Teleportation, Clone Technique. Not bad. Su Chen was very satisfied with his attributes. They had far surpassed what was expected for his level. However, it couldn't be ruled out that others might also have had fortuitous encounters, consuming some divine fruits or herbs. After reaching level 8, Su Chen found it even easier to deal with level 5 monsters. He went to the scorpion's corpse and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. After that, he picked up the boots next to the scorpion's corpse. They were smooth brown leather boots, without any decorations, but they were still many times better than the cloth shoes he was wearing, which everyone had a pair of. Boots of speed, speed plus 10, movement speed plus 25%. Su Chen focused his thoughts and directly activated the super transformation on the boots of speed. Transformation successful. Boots of speed have been transformed into leather boots of speed, speed plus 15, movement speed plus 50%. With the successful transformation, the leather boots changed from brown to dark brown, looking more ancient and textured. Su Chen immediately put on the leather boots of speed. This made him feel incredibly light, as if he were flying while walking. The increase in movement speed was quite important for Su Chen. He needed to search for level 5 monsters everywhere, and moving slowly would waste a lot of time. Meanwhile, the chat channel of the challenge competition was already filled with mocking voices. Ha, those trash dragon country people, they've only killed 10 level 2 monsters so far, they're definitely going to lose. Weak dragon country people, how can they compare to our great cherry blossom country? The victory in this competition must belong to us, Cherry Blossom Country. In the chat channel of the 250 novice village, everyone was working together to form teams to find level 2 monsters. Although the number of level 2 monsters needed to be killed was the highest, most people in the novice village could only kill level 2 monsters. Moreover, in the low-level monster area, the number of level 2 monsters was greater than that of level 3 monsters. Therefore, other novice villages also chose level 2 monsters as their standard. At this time, the novice village of Cherry Blossom Country, which had killed the most level 2 monsters, had already killed more than 10. The 250 novice village had only killed 10, but it was not the worst. Among the 10 novice villages, it was considered quite good. However, many people overlooked one point, which was that among the 10 novice villages during this time, apart from the 250 novice village, no other novice village had killed any level 4 or higher monsters. Only the 250 novice village had killed one level 5 monster. After all, everyone's attention was focused on the number of level 2 monsters killed, believing that this was the key to victory. Sigh, level 2 monsters are so hard to find. We've been looking for so long and haven't found a single one. Yeah, if the number of level 2 monsters was the same as that of level 1 monsters, our novice village would have been far ahead by now. Exactly, I really don't understand why those Cherry Blossom Country people are so arrogant. It's not that we can't kill level 2 monsters, it's just that we can't find them. Nowadays, most of the teams in their novice village were already capable of dealing with level 2 monsters. It's just unavoidable. After all, their novice village has a talent awakener who can explore monster locations. Wow, that's just too ridiculous. At this moment, they also realized the problem. Some people from Cherry Blossom Country had already started to boast in the chat channel about the talent abilities in their novice village. It turned out that in the novice village that had killed the most level 2 monsters, there was someone whose talent was to scout the surroundings, making all monsters unable to hide. This was why they could kill monsters so quickly. This is bad. There's no way we can compete with them now. Zhang Yuanshan stood up to stabilize the morale. Don't be discouraged, everyone unite, and don't give up until the end. That's right. I'm not willing to admit defeat directly. We must fight until the last moment. Exactly, they have scouting talents, but I have lightning, they find quickly, and we can kill quickly too. For a moment, the people of the 250 novice village rallied their spirits and continued to search for and kill monsters. Suchan also closed the chat box and saw the progress of other novice villages. He knew he had to act faster. Currently, the others had already killed more than a dozen level 2 monsters, while he had only killed one level 5 monster. However, he had at least reached the heart of the intermediate monster area, where there should be quite a few level 5 monsters. Not long after he walked out, Suchan saw a mound of earth moving quickly towards him. This scene felt strangely familiar. Suchan had encountered such a mound on the novice prairie as well. The mound stopped less than 5 meters away from him. Bang! A giant sand-colored rat burst out of the ground, extending its long, sharp claws towards Suchan. Level 4 monster long-clawed sand rat, skilled in burrowing. With a keen sense of smell, its long claws can easily crush stones. Suchan had already drawn his sword, and in the next second, his body appeared on the back of the giant rat. He stabbed down at the back of the long-clawed sand rat. Poochie! The sword struck, and blood splattered. Bang! Suchan stepped on the fat body of the sand rat and landed directly. Gee! The pain made the sand rat emit a shrill cry. In the next second, Suchan gripped the mysterious iron sword embedded in the sand rat's body and forcefully slashed forward. Zila! The fat body of the rat was split in half from the middle. Killed level 4 monster long-clawed sand rat. Experience plus 400, devoured successfully. Speed plus 4, attack plus 3. Suchan immediately devoured the attributes of the long-clawed sand rat and then left the area. Time was tight, and he didn't want to waste too much time on this level 4 monster. After walking for a short while, Suchan saw a massive brown-yellow lizard corpse ahead. It was much larger than the blue-scaled giant lizard he had seen before. Its neck had been bitten through by something, and there were several bite marks on the corpse, which was already starting to smell. It seemed that monsters also fought among themselves. Suchan wanted to go over and devour the attributes of this giant lizard. But at that moment, the giant lizard's corpse suddenly moved a few times, and a large black bird jumped out from behind the lizard. Level 5 monster vulture, carrion eater, extremely fast, strong attack. Power. Great. Another level 5 monster. Suchan was not surprised but rather pleased. This was exactly what he was looking for. The vulture stood on the giant lizard's corpse, its cold eyes fixed on Suchan, as if warning him not to approach its food. However, Suchan paid no heed to its warning and charged directly at the vulture with his sword drawn. The vulture was enraged by this action and immediately spread its wings, creating a gust of wind as it flew quickly towards Suchan. Whoosh! Its flying speed was indeed fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Suchan. Caw! The vulture let out a sharp cry and directly extended its steel-like claws towards Suchan's chest. Clang! Suchan swung the mysterious iron sword to deflect the vulture's claw attack. At the same time, his body split into 3, with the other 2 clones simultaneously thrusting their swords towards the vulture's body. At this moment, the vulture was blocked by the real Suchan in front and had no time to dodge. Poochie! Too long. Swords pierced through the vulture's feathers and directly stabbed into its body. Caw! The vulture let out a mournful cry, flapping its wings vigorously as its body shot upwards. Still want to run? The real Su Chen immediately used teleportation to appear above the vulture. Slash! A cold light flashed, and the vulture's featherless head was severed. The headless vulture plummeted from the sky. Killed level 5 monster vulture. Experience plus 600. Devoured successfully. Speed plus 6. Attack plus 5. With these two talents, Su Chen found it much easier to kill monsters. Then, he came to the side of the brown giant lizard's corpse. Devour. Successful. Attack plus 6. Speed plus 2. Defense plus 1. Huh? This giant lizard has pretty good attributes. It seems to be a level 5 monster. Just as Su Chen thought this, a heavy sound of footsteps came from beside him. Thud. 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 A giant lizard of the same kind approached with heavy steps. Level 5 monster. Desert giant lizard, huge in size, incredibly strong, covered in thick skin. Indeed, it is a level 5 monster. Su Chen observed the giant lizard with his sword. Its movements were slow, but its skin looked extremely tough just by looking at it. Su Chen lacked confidence in breaking through the giant lizard's defense. The giant lizard slowly approached the corpse of its kind, opened its massive mouth, and began to prepare for a feast. The giant lizard was also a scavenger. Moreover, judging from the bite marks on the corpse of the giant lizard on the ground, it was very likely killed by its own kind. Smash! Smash! At this moment, the giant lizard buried its head in the food, completely ignoring Su Chen beside it. Perhaps in its eyes, this inconspicuous human posed no threat to it at all. Furthermore, this human was not even enough to fill its gaps between teeth. Feeling ignored, Su Chen was quite angry. Alright, it really doesn't take me seriously. He immediately circled to the back of the giant lizard, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, the giant lizard was completely wrapped in thick skin, leaving him unsure of how to strike. Monster faced the sword. Su Chen faced the giant lizard's belly from the side and thrust his sword down. This sword had a piercing effect. Swoosh! As soon as the tip of the sword touched the giant lizard's skin, he felt a tremendous resistance. After all, Su Chen's attack power was not low now. The Xian iron sword pierced through the giant lizard's thick skin, the tip shallowly embedding into its belly. Whoosh! The giant lizard felt the pain, immediately stopped eating, and turned its head around. Its eyes revealed anger and surprise. This human could actually break through its defense? Whoosh! It swung its massive tail, sweeping directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen pulled out the sword embedded in the giant lizard and leaped off the ground. Whoosh! He successfully dodged the sweeping tail. Roar! The giant lizard twisted its body, turned its head, and lunged at Su Chen to bite. However, its speed was very slow, and before its massive mouth could reach Su Chen, he had already dodged aside. While dodging, Su Chen was also searching for the giant lizard's weakness. Roar! The giant lizard opened its mouth wide again and lunged at Su Chen. This time, Su Chen did not choose to retreat but leaped up directly, landing on the giant lizard's head. He stood on top of the giant lizard, aiming his sword at its eyes. The eyes were the weakness of most monsters. If no other weakness could be found, attacking its eyes was the best choice. This was also the only place on the giant lizard not covered by thick skin. Whoosh! The speed of the long sword was incredibly fast, aimed straight at the giant lizard's eye. Thud! The sword pierced directly into the giant lizard's eyeball and deeply embedded itself. Roar! The giant lizard let out a roar, and a yellow liquid flowed from its pierced eyeball. Standing on top of the giant lizard, Su Chen gripped the Xian iron sword tightly and pushed down again. Thud! This time, the Xian iron sword directly penetrated into the giant lizard's skull. Roar! The giant lizard was still roaring, desperately shaking its head, trying to throw Su Chen off. Su Chen held onto the giant lizard with one hand while pulling out the Xian iron sword with the other. Swoosh! Blood gushed out from the giant lizard's pierced eye. After pulling out the long sword, Su Chen aimed again at its other eye. Thud! The sword pierced through the giant lizard's other eye and into its skull. The giant lizard was much more docile now. After swaying unsteadily and taking 2 steps forward, it suddenly collapsed heavily to the ground. Bang! Its heavy body caused the surrounding earth to tremble slightly. Kill level 5 monster desert giant lizard. Experience plus 700. Devour successful. Attack plus 6. Speed plus 2. Defense plus 1. Not bad. I've already killed 3 level 5 monsters. Su Chen sat on the head of the giant lizard and began to check the progress of other novice villages. The village with the most kills of level 2 monsters was still Novice Village 146, which had killed 25 level 2 monsters. Meanwhile, Novice Village 250 had killed 19 level 2 monsters. Su Chen's current speed barely surpassed that of Novice Village 146, but he couldn't be careless. He needed to maintain this speed and continue searching for level 5 monsters to kill. Huff! Suchen jumped down from the giant lizard's corpse and continued walking into the desert. After a short while, he noticed huge footprints all around him. Suchen recognized at a glance that these were the footprints of the desert giant lizard. So many footprints, how many giant lizards are there? Looking at the ground covered in prints, Suchen couldn't help but marvel. But a smile appeared on his face. If there were indeed many giant lizards here, he could save a lot of time. Suchen followed the footprints ahead. Soon, he saw an area surrounded by giant rocks. The footprints led directly there. It seems that must be the giant lizard's nest. Suchen tightened his grip on the black iron sword and quickened his pace towards the giant lizard's nest. With the ability to teleport and create clones, Suchen's courage grew bolder. Most importantly, the giant lizards moved very slowly, and even if there were many of them, they posed very limited threats to Suchen. Huff! Arriving at the edge of the giant lizard's nest, Suchen leaped up onto a giant rock. He crawled on top of the rock and looked into the nest. The scene inside the nest was not as he had imagined, with giant lizards everywhere. Instead, there were only 2 giant lizards lying on the ground asleep. Generally speaking, when monsters are sleeping, it is the best opportunity for a sneak attack. However, the giant lizards closed their eyes while sleeping, and their bodies were covered in thick skin. This left Suchen at a loss for how to proceed. Should he use the power-enhancing bracelet? Previously, when dealing with giant lizards, Suchen hadn't found a suitable opportunity to use this move. After all, if he couldn't kill the giant lizard in one strike, it would be even harder to kill it afterward. But now, the giant lizard lay there sleeping, directly exposing its vital points. Swish! Suchen flipped and jumped down from the giant rock, landing directly inside the nest. Like an assassin, he approached the sleeping giant lizard step by step with his sword drawn. Reaching the side of the giant lizard, Suchen activated the power-enhancing bracelet's ability. Whoosh! A white light instantly enveloped Suchen's sword arm. Swish! Suchen thrust his sword towards the giant lizard's neck, which was one of its vital points and had weaker defenses than its head. Puff! The sword plunged deep into the giant lizard's neck, piercing through from the side. Sizzle! Blood gushed out from the wound. At the same time, the giant lizard woke from its slumber, suddenly opening its eyes to find its neck pierced by a sword. Roar! It opened its mouth wide and let out a fierce roar, and blood immediately surged into its mouth. At the same time, its life force quickly drained away with the blood. However, its roar also woke up another giant lizard nearby. This giant lizard opened its eyes and saw its kin lying in a pool of blood, with a human standing beside it. Suchen also noticed that the other giant lizard had awakened. He stepped on the giant lizard's neck and pulled out the long sword. Puff! After the sword was pulled out, a bloody hole appeared in the giant lizard's neck, continuously oozing blood. This giant lizard fell into a frenzy, charging wildly towards Suchen. Suchen did not intend to continue fighting it. This guy had sustained a fatal injury and wouldn't last much longer, so there was no need to waste energy on it. Facing the charge of the giant lizard, Suchen flipped over and landed on its back. Then, he jumped high into the air, aiming for the head of another giant lizard. This giant lizard was not willing to back down either and immediately opened its large mouth to bite at Suchen, who was leaping in midair. But in the next second, Suchen's body suddenly moved forward several meters, directly appearing in front of the giant lizard. Whoosh! Then, his body split into 2, with both Suchens thrusting their swords towards the giant lizard's eyes simultaneously. This sudden change left the giant lizard with no time to react. Thud! The 2 swords pierced into the giant lizard's eyes and directly into its brain. Wow! The real Suchen pulled out his long sword and flipped over to land on the giant lizard's head. The other clone also returned to his body. Bang! At the same time, the massive desert giant lizard collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Kill level 5 monster desert giant lizard. Experience plus 700. Suchen stood atop the giant lizard's head and reached out to absorb its attributes. Absorption successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. The other giant lizard, having lost too much blood, lay weakly on the ground. That had already been its last struggle. Kill level 5 monster desert giant lizard. Experience plus 700. Great! That's already 5. They just needed to kill 5 more level 5 monsters, and their novice village would achieve victory in the challenge. At this moment in the challenge chat channel, someone noticed that Novice Village 250 had already killed 5 level 5 monsters. Baka! What's going on? The Dragon Country people actually killed 5 level 5 monsters? Impossible. Those despicable Dragon Country people must be cheating. How could they possibly have the ability to kill level 5 monsters? Exactly. We don't even have level 4 monsters here. How could anyone kill level 5 monsters? Cheating is truly despicable. A group of inexperienced Sakura Country people began to discuss heatedly in the chat channel. They even foolishly wanted to protest against the heavens. Their discussion was also seen by the people in Novice Village 250. The people in Novice Village 250 were equally puzzled. What's going on? When did someone in our novice village kill 5 level 5 monsters? Yeah, I'm also curious. Has someone in our novice village really killed level 5 monsters? Not only them, but even Zhang Yuanshan and Zhou Yi were equally shocked. Although they had all killed level 3 monsters, they had never seen level 4 or level 5 monsters. Now, to think that someone in the novice village had killed 5 level 5 monsters was astonishing. It must be the great Suchun who did it. His strength is so strong, he definitely killed the level 5 monsters. Right, we still have the great Suchun. I was wondering why he hasn't appeared recently. He must be secretly killing monsters. Great Suchun, did you really kill those level 5 monsters? But some raised doubts. How is that possible? No matter how strong Suchun is, he couldn't have killed 5 level 5 monsters in such a short time. The people of Novice Village 250 were all speculating whether it was indeed Suchun who had killed the level 5 monsters. At this moment, Suchun also noticed the content in the chat channel and he immediately admitted it calmly. That's right, I killed the level 5 monster. As soon as these words came out, the 250 Novice Village erupted. Wow, it's really you. Suchun, big shot, you truly are my idol. That's amazing. Ha ha, great. With Suchun here, our Novice Village is sure to win. Suchun reminded them again, but don't slack off, keep working hard to kill level 2 monsters. That will also help you improve. Okay. Suchun, big shot, we won't be lazy. Don't worry, Suchun, we will also kill monsters to level up. Suchun's appearance was like a shot of adrenaline for them. Now, each of them was full of motivation and energy. In the challenge chat channel, there were still many questioning whether the 250 Novice Village had cheated. Someone from the 250 Novice Village stood up to refute. Humph. That's just you guys being trash. If you can't kill a level 5 monster, you think others can't either. Exactly, cheating? You think this is a game where you can just claim cheating? The people from Sakura country in the chat channel were displeased to see the 250 Novice Village standing up to refute. Suddenly, it became a heated argument. One person from Sakura country said, "You must have cheated. Our Lord Fuji Ichiro is so powerful, yet he has never killed a level 5 monster. How can you from Dragon country do it?" Suchun couldn't help but smile slightly at the familiar name. He directly said in the channel, "Fuji Ichiro? Are you talking about my defeated opponent? If he hadn't surrendered so quickly back then, he would already be a ghost under my sword." Suchun's words caused the chat channel to explode. So this Fuji Ichiro is Suchun's defeated opponent. What nonsense are you saying, Dragon country person? How could Lord Fuji Ichiro lose to you? That's utter nonsense. Lord Fuji Ichiro is a warrior of honor. How could he easily surrender? Suchun immediately stated, "If you don't believe it, you can ask him. I have now taken his place on the rookie leaderboard." As soon as this was said, many began to inquire about Fuji Ichiro, wanting to know if what Suchun said was true. Under pressure, Fuji Ichiro came out and said, "One loss doesn't mean anything. Suchun, don't be arrogant. I will win back soon." Seeing this, the people of the 250 Novice Village immediately became excited. Previously, many had boasted in the chat channel about how powerful Fuji Ichiro was. Now, everyone realized that such a powerful figure was actually Suchun's defeated opponent. It's actually true. Suchun really defeated Fuji Ichiro. Suchun is really amazing. What a bunch of trash from Sakura country. Weren't you all bragging about your Sakura country warriors before? Now you're all mute? Come out and speak. For a moment, the people of the 250 Novice Village, who had been holding back for so long, finally felt relieved. They directly occupied the challenge channel. Many from Sakura country fell silent, secretly cursing Fuji Ichiro for bringing shame to their country. Damn Fuji Ichiro, you are truly a disgrace to Sakura country. Fuji Ichiro, you should withdraw from Sakura country. You don't deserve to be one of us. That's right, as a warrior, to surrender, you should commit seppuku. In an instant, the attitude of these people from Sakura country towards Fuji Ichiro underwent a huge change. Those who had previously boasted about him now turned to scold him. This shift even made the people of the 250 Novice Village click their tongues in amazement. Suchun no longer paid attention to the chat channel and exited directly. He still needed to hunt 5 level 5 monsters, just 5 more to complete the challenge. This is the habitat of the giant lizards. There should be many of them here. Why are there only 2? Doubts arose in Suchun's mind. Roar! Roar! At that moment, a series of roars came from the distance. For Suchun, who had just fought a giant lizard, this sound was all too familiar. It's the roar of the giant lizards. Could it be that someone is battling them? Suchun immediately ran towards the source of the sound. He needed to kill the level 5 monsters quickly. Discovering their traces was not something he could miss. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from Suchun, the ground was covered in yellow sand. For humans dressed in simple clothes were surrounded by several giant lizards. From the traces on the ground, it was clear that both sides had already clashed. Damn it! Why is their skin so tough? We can't break through their defenses at all, a square-faced man wielding a long knife said anxiously. A petite girl cried out, woo-woo, I told you not to come here, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, we're all going to die here. Stop crying, who says we're going to die here? The tall woman holding a spear had a determined look in her eyes. It seems they are all level 5 monsters, and their defenses are extremely strong. We can't fight them head-on, we need to find a way to break out. The man with the bow spoke calmly. At this moment, the giant lizards, having surrounded them, did not charge directly but instead moved closer together. The encirclement was tightening, and the massive heads of the giant lizards slowly approached, their tongues flicking out. We can't wait any longer. Let's break out together. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows flew swiftly from his bow, aimed directly at the eyes of a giant lizard. The giant lizard quickly turned its head to dodge. Bang! Bang! The 2 arrows struck its thick skin. At this time, the other 3 had already rushed towards this direction. Each of them wielded their weapons and attacked the head of the giant lizard. Clang! 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 Their attacks were not weak. Although they did not break through the giant lizard's defenses, they managed to make it dizzy, creating a gap in the encirclement. Now's our chance. Let's charge! Out together, the square-faced man shouted. The movements of these giant lizards were slow. If they could break through the encirclement, the lizards would not be able to catch up with them. However, just as they reached the side of the giant lizard's body, it regained its senses. It twisted its body and swung its tail towards the 4. Whoosh! The giant lizard's tail swept across, sending the square-faced man flying back and forcing the other 3 to retreat again. Roar! The giant lizard let out an angry roar, and the movements of the other giant lizards immediately quickened. Damn it! The tall woman looked around in panic. The square-faced man got up from the ground and asked the man with the bow, Jiang Chuan, what should we do now? Jiang Chuan furrowed his brows. Facing such a dire situation, even he, who was usually calm, felt a surge of panic. Not to mention the girl beside him who was still crying. Swish! Just as the 4 were in despair, 2 figures suddenly appeared above the head of the giant lizard in front of them. The 2 simultaneously thrust their swords towards the giant lizard's eyes. Thud! The 2 swords plunged deep into the giant lizard's eyes. Whoosh! Then, the 2 figures simultaneously withdrew their long swords, and blood gushed out from the giant lizard's eye sockets. Miraculously, the 2 figures rejoined into one. Roar! The giant lizard let out a wail, and then its massive body collapsed to the ground. Bang! As its massive body hit the ground, the surrounding yellow sand was also stirred up, spreading out in all directions. They could only see through the yellow sand a dark figure standing atop the giant lizard's head. Kill 5th level monster desert giant lizard. Experience plus 700. The 6th one. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. At this moment, the 4 were shocked beyond measure, as the 5th level monster, which seemed incredibly powerful and invincible in their eyes, was actually killed in an instant by the person before them. Not only them, but even the nearby giant lizards were taken aback by this sudden scene. Aren't you planning to leave here? Su Chen asked. This reminded the 4 that they were still surrounded by the giant lizards. They immediately ran towards Su Chen. As they passed by him, Jiang Chuan said, "Thank you." The other 3 also cast grateful glances at Su Chen. At this moment, the nearby giant lizards reacted as well, charging towards the 3. But Su Chen, with a sword in hand, blocked them all. Whoosh! Whoosh! He continuously utilized his agile form and enhanced jumping ability, weaving between the giant lizards, dodging their attacks, and looking for opportunities to stab at their eyes with his sword. The 4 who had just run a short distance stopped upon hearing the commotion behind them. Are we just going to run away and leave him there? Isn't that a bit ungrateful? Xu Yon, holding a large knife, said. The tall woman, Li Ying, put down her spear and said, "We all witnessed his strength just now. He can kill giant lizards in an instant. Are you still worried about his safety?" Tong Xian, standing nearby, looked at the 2. "But he just saved us. Shouldn't we thank him properly? Aren't you afraid of those giant lizards anymore?" Li Ying asked. Tong Xian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. With that hero around, what's there to be afraid of those stupid lizards? You're not falling for him, are you? Should you offer yourself to him later? Li Ying teased. Tong Xian immediately lowered her head, shyly saying, This isn't very appropriate." This made Li Ying roll her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chuan stepped forward to return to the main topic. "Alright, since he saved our lives, we really can't just walk away. Let's go back and see if there's anything we can help with. If it's too dangerous, then we can only pray for his safety." The other 3 immediately agreed to this decision and headed towards the place where Su Chen was fighting the giant lizards. When they returned, they found that their worries were unnecessary. Su Chen was toying with several giant lizards, jumping and teleporting over their backs and heads. At this moment, another giant lizard fell into a pool of blood, and one had already been severely injured by Su Chen's stab. No matter how strong their defenses were, as long as Su Chen stabbed the same spot several times, he could pierce through their skin. That's 7 already. Just 3 more kills and the victory in the challenge will be ours. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, not expecting to complete the challenge so quickly. There were still 4 giant lizards around, one of which was severely injured. It was only a matter of time before they became Su Chen's victims. Whoosh! Su Chen teleported again to the back of the injured lizard. Its nape had already been pierced by Su Chen's continuous stabs, creating a bloody hole. Just 2 more stabs would completely kill it. Just then, the ground around them suddenly shook. Su Chen quickly crouched down to steady himself on the giant lizard's back. The 4 watching from the side also quickly plunged their weapons into the ground to stabilize themselves. Boom! A huge worm suddenly burrowed out of the sand. Its body was like a cow's intestine, entirely red. The head resembled a gigantic meat grinder, with countless teeth distributed around it, fierce and terrifying. Level 6 monster, desert worm, huge in size, capable of swallowing massive objects, and can spit out highly corrosive stomach acid. Level 6 monster. Even Su Chen was taken aback by this sudden scene. The 4 people beside Jian Chuan were even more frightened, their souls nearly escaping them. Boom! The desert worm twisted its massive body and opened its terrifying mouth to bite down on a giant lizard nearby. Put! The giant lizard's tough skin was no match for the desert worm. A large chunk of flesh from its back was instantly swallowed by the worm. The giant lizard's life came to an abrupt end. Goodness! It's treating the giant lizard as its food, Su Chen exclaimed. At this moment, several giant lizards around were scared and scattered in all directions. This included the one under Su Chen's feet. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt a bit anxious. He needed to kill these giant lizards to complete the challenge task. But with the current situation, he could only choose to chase one giant lizard. Su Chen immediately decided to deal with the one under his feet first, and he thrust his weapon into the wound on the giant lizard's neck with all his might. Put! With one strike, the giant lizard's movements came to a halt. Then, Su Chen delivered another strike to finish off the giant lizard. Killed level 5 monster, desert giant lizard. Experience plus 700, that's 8. Just 2 more level 5 monsters to win. Su Chen's experience points also reached level 85630/6000, and he was about to level up to level 9. Roar! At this moment, the desert worm bit down on another giant lizard and began to devour it. Another giant lizard had already run far away. Damn! This monster worm is ruining my good fortune. Originally, Su Chen was about to kill enough, but now a worm had appeared out of nowhere, and he had to search for level 5 monsters again. Whoosh! Su Chen jumped down from the giant lizard's corpse, preparing to leave the area. It was still quite dangerous here. Who knew if the desert worm would attack him? Over here. We're over here. Tong Xian stood up and waved to Su Chen, signaling him to come over. Seeing this, Su Chen ran towards them. The 4 waited for Su Chen to arrive without speaking, then turned and ran off into the distance. This was not a place to talk. If they were targeted by the worm, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, their size was no match for the giant lizard, and they were not enough to be considered a snack for the desert worm. Otherwise, they would definitely be the primary targets. The group ran to a large rock before stopping. Before Su Chen could speak, he saw messages popping up continuously in the chat channel. He immediately clicked to check. Ha ha! Victory now belongs to our Sakura Nation, you bunch of trash from Dragon Nation. Even if someone from Dragon Nation can kill a level 5 monster, what's the use? You'll still lose to us from Sakura Nation. Long live Sakura Nation. Our Sakura Nation is always the strongest. Seeing these messages, Su Chen felt puzzled. He had already killed 8 level 5 monsters. Victory should belong to their 250 newbie village, so why were these Sakura Nation people shouting? Then, he took a glance at the progress of the other novice villages. When he saw that Novice Village 146 had the highest progress at 146, he was immediately shocked. Novice Village 146 had actually killed 81 level 2 monsters by this time. How is that possible? Where could they find so many level 2 monsters in such a short time? Su Chen was greatly puzzled, and he flipped through the records above. Only then did he understand that the awakened scout talent in their Novice Village had discovered a huge snake den. Inside were level 2 poisonous snakes, and they had killed a large number of level 2 monsters from there. Moreover, they were still exploring inside continuously, killing the level 2 poisonous snakes. It's over. This time it's really over. The kill count of Novice Village 146 is skyrocketing. Damn it. I see that the heavens are favoring those people from Sakura country, allowing them to find such a lair of level 2 monsters. Everyone, don't be afraid. Their speed is fast, but Su Chen's speed is not slow either. He has already killed 8 level 5 monsters. Yes, as long as Su Chen kills 2 more, we will definitely win. The people of Novice Village 250 had now placed their hopes on Su Chen. Relying solely on their speed to kill level 2 monsters, it was impossible to compete with Novice Village 146. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart tightened. Only he knew that the reason he had killed so quickly was that these level 5 monsters were gathered together. If he wanted to kill more level 5 monsters now, he would have to go look for them again, which would take more time. And looking at the progress of Novice Village 146, he clearly did not have the time to search for level 5 monsters. Damn it! Am I really going to lose to those people from Sakura Country? Su-chen clenched his fists, but at that moment he suddenly thought of a way. In this challenge, killing 10 level 5 monsters was required, while only 1 level 6 monster was needed. As long as he took down that desert worm, they would also win the challenge. But that worm was clearly much harder to deal with than the giant lizard. A slight mistake could lead to being swallowed whole. That would mean certain death. But now he had a reason to go. The Dragon Country could not lose to Sakura Country. For the sake of Dragon Country, he had to do it. After a brief moment of thought, Su-chen immediately drew his sword and headed towards the location of the desert worm. Jiang Chuan and the others had just stopped to lean against a boulder, catching their breath when they saw Su-chen turn back. They were immediately puzzled. Li Ying hurriedly asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "To kill that worm," Su-chen replied without looking back. "Are you crazy?" Xu Yong exclaimed in shock. Li Ying even doubted her own ears. Tong Xian covered her mouth in surprise. Just the sight of that worm was enough to give her nightmares, let alone fighting it. After being shocked, Jiang Chuan calmly analyzed, "That worm is not an ordinary monster. I estimate it is a level 6 monster, very powerful." Before he could finish, Su-chen said, "I have a reason to go. Our novice village is competing with the novice village from Sakura Country. We can only win by killing that worm, otherwise, we will be defeated by them." After saying that, Su-chen took a step forward, preparing to run back. "Wait!" Jiang Chuan's voice rang out again. Su-chen, a bit impatient, stopped and turned around. He had already explained clearly. Did they still want to stop him? Jiang Chuan took down his bow and arrow and said, "I'll go with you. I'm a ranged attacker, and with my talent, I can definitely help you." His talent was Eagle Eye, which, when activated, would enhance his vision tenfold, allowing him to see even the smallest things. This greatly improved his archery ability. After hearing this, Su-chen looked at him deeply, and he must have known the dangers of this journey. Unexpectedly, upon hearing it was for the honor of the Dragon Kingdom, he chose to help Su-chen without hesitation. "I'm going too. Let's take on that Sakura Country," Xu Yong said, raising his big knife. Immediately, Li Ying raised his spear and said, "Since it's for the honor of our Dragon Kingdom, how can I be left out? I want to go too." "You can't leave me here alone," Tong Xian said, looking aggrieved. Although she was very afraid of the desert worms, there was no other choice now. Su-chen looked at them and nodded. "All right, then let's do something big together." In the desert, shrouded in yellow sand, a terrifying worm was gnawing on the corpse of a giant lizard. Its delicate and smooth body was completely exposed. The giant lizard's corpse had already been swallowed halfway. Not far away, Su-chen and the others were climbing up a mound of earth. "Wow, this is too terrifying," Tong Xian said, covering her eyes in fear. "You can stay here and watch us fight," Li Ying said. "I'll sneak around to its back for a surprise attack, and you guys just need to attract its attention from here." After saying that, Su-chen ran directly towards the worm with his sword. They didn't have time to formulate any battle plans, and Su-chen didn't intend to let them get involved in such a dangerous fight. With their strength, if the worm targeted them, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. Su-chen jogged over to the corpse of a giant lizard to use it as cover. The worm, focused on its meal, didn't notice that someone had stealthily approached its long body. Getting closer, Su-chen discovered that the worm's skin was also very tough. Although it might not be as exaggerated as the giant lizard, it still looked quite hard. Is this a level 6 monster? A level 6 monster not known for its defense has a defense that rivals that of a high defense level 5 monster. Swish! In the next moment, Su-chen sprang up, thrusting his sword into the worm's body. Put! The long sword plunged directly into the worm's crimson body. At that moment, Su-chen activated the Power Frenzy bracelet, enveloped in white light. He pulled the sword horizontally inside the worm's body. Sizzle! The black iron sword opened a long gash on the worm's body. This strike severely injured the desert worm. Hiss! Hiss! The worm, feeling intense pain, raised its head and let out a strange cry. Then, it turned its head towards Su-chen, opening its terrifying mouth wide. Su-chen immediately withdrew his long sword and retreated. Boom! The desert worm twisted its massive body and chased after him. "It's our turn to make an appearance." Jiang Chuan immediately raised his beastskin bow, knocking an arrow, his eyes deepening at that moment. Then he shot an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow flew swiftly towards the worm's mouth. This arrow was shot using his eagle eye skill, and it accurately struck the worm's mouth. Put! The arrow entered the worm's mouth, successfully halting its advance. Poochie! After a few twitches, the worm spat out the bloodied arrow, now broken in two. This arrow had clearly hurt it. Hiss! It let out another angry cry and then changed direction, charging towards Jiang Chuan and the others. "Run!" Jiang Chuan immediately ordered. The four of them instantly ran in different directions. The desert worm wriggled its body, chasing after Jiang Chuan. The wounds inflicted by Su Chen on its body continued to ooze blood with its violent movements. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately circled around to the back of the worm and chased after it. Soon, the desert worm sensed Su Chen following behind and turned its head to bite at him. Whoosh! Su Chen's body vanished, evading its terrifying jaws. At the same time, he reappeared on the worm's body and split into three. Put! The three Su Chens simultaneously thrust their swords down. Instantly, three bloody holes appeared on the worm's body. Whoosh! Su Chen then pulled out his sword and successfully leaped off the worm. After landing, the three Su Chens merged into one and sprinted in a single direction. Behind them, the desert worm was furious, twisting its body to chase after Su Chen. Again. At that moment, Jiang Chuan's arrow shot over once more. Whoosh! This arrow accurately pierced into the desert worm's wide mouth. Hiss! The desert worm let out a strange cry and turned to chase after Jiang Chuan. But at this time, Su Chen circled back behind it, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Sensing this, the worm turned around to pursue Su Chen. However, Su Chen wore speed-enhancing boots and was naturally fast, making it difficult for the worm to catch up. Moreover, Jiang Chuan was attacking from a distance, so the worm couldn't directly pursue him. Thus, the two of them had the worm spinning in circles while the others couldn't intervene at all. Hiss! Finally, the desert worm became completely enraged. With a roar, it stopped and spat out a highly corrosive acid towards the running Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly dodged to the side. Crash! Although Su Chen dodged in time, some acid still splashed onto his back, corroding his ice silk armor into a patch of black. Such strong acid. Without the ice silk armor, Su Chen would have been in serious trouble. The worm, seeing the acid hit Su Chen, directly burrowed underground. Instantly, they lost track of the worm. Su Chen quickly flipped back up, gripping his black iron sword tightly and ready to use teleportation at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan stood on a rock with his beast-skin bow, scanning the surroundings. Boom! Suddenly, the ground around Jiang Chuan shook violently. Bang! The next second, the desert worm burst out of the ground right in front of him. Prepared, Jiang Chuan immediately drew his beast-skin bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! This arrow hit the worm's mouth again, preventing it from spitting out acid. Hiss! But the worm, with its massive mouth, tried to swallow Jiang Chuan whole. Jiang Chuan reacted quickly, leaping off the rock and rolling to the side. The worm missed its bite but swung its enormous body towards Jiang Chuan. With no space to dodge the worm's massive form, Jiang Chuan was directly flung away. Bang! After landing, Jiang Chuan felt as if his body was about to shatter, his internal organs nearly displaced from the impact. Whoosh! The worm twisted its massive body closer to Jiang Chuan, wanting to swallow him whole. At this moment, Jiang Chuan had temporarily lost the ability to move and struggled to get up from the ground. However, the worm was already close to him. Just then, Xu Yong, wielding a large knife, and Li Ying, holding a spear, arrived. They charged towards the worm from either side, flanking. It's big worm. Take this knife. Xu Yong swung his large knife fearlessly at the worm. But the worm wouldn't just stand there to be struck. It twisted its body and lashed its tail at Xu Yong. Bang! Xu Yong was flung away before he could even get close to the worm. At this moment, on the other side, Li Ying had already grasped her spear and leaped towards the worm. Put! The tip of the spear plunged directly into the worm's body, but it did not advance an inch further. The worm, in pain, turned its head and bit at Li Ying. She hurriedly withdrew. However, her speed could not match that of the worm, and she was about to be caught and swallowed. Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong had already lost their fighting ability, while Su Chen was still rushing over. Seeing this scene, Tong Xian couldn't help but shout, "Sister Ing!" She suppressed the fear in her heart, put down her sword, and raised her hands in front of her. "Ugly monster! Don't chase my sister Ing!" Then, a dazzling light surged from her hands. Whoosh! The light transformed into a sphere and rushed towards the worm. Bang! The light sphere struck the worm, slamming its raised body down to the ground. Li Ying took the opportunity to distance herself from the worm. The power is actually this great? Su Chen, who was rushing over, was taken aback. This should be the little girl's talent, but the power surprised him. The area where the worm was hit by the light sphere showed large scorch marks. After recovering, it raised its head again and shook it a few times before looking at Tong Xian. Hiss! The worm let out a strange cry and suddenly burst forth with incredible speed towards Tong Xian. The violent movement kicked up the surrounding yellow sand. The momentum frightened Tong Xian's little face pale. "Don't come after me. I didn't mean it." She picked up the iron sword from the ground and started to run. The worm was clearly enraged by her earlier display of talent, and its speed was much faster than before. Tong Xian, however, was not running fast, and soon the worm was about to catch up to her. Hearing the increasingly close sounds behind her, Tong Xian was so scared that she started to cry. Woo woo, don't come over. Suchen was almost there and immediately shouted to Tong Xin, hold on a little longer. I'm coming to save you. But at that moment, an accident happened. Tong Xin tripped over a stone hidden in the sand. Woo woo, it hurts. She fell hard, with many small stones embedded in her palms. The worst part was that the worm was still writhing towards her. Lying on the ground, Tong Xin saw the worm charging at her with fierce momentum, and her face instantly showed a look of terror and panic. Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll fight you. Tong Xin threw away the iron sword in her hand and raised her hands in front of her, striking a threatening pose. But the worm would not understand this, nor would it believe that a weak human could inflict any fatal harm on it. However, in the next second, a dazzling white light began to gather in Tong Xin's hands again. This time, it was even larger than before and continued to condense. The worm continued to crawl towards Tong Xin, and the light sphere in her hands had grown larger than a basin. Sweat beads covered her forehead, and her face turned extremely pale. Whoosh! The worm was almost upon Tong Xin, and she launched the light sphere. Bang! The light sphere struck the wound on the worm's body that Suchen had carved with his sword. Boom! The light sphere burrowed into the worm's body, producing a tremendous sound, filling the area with dazzling white light. Xiao! Xin! Li Ying couldn't help but shout. The hearts of the other three rose to their throats. The final scene was truly terrifying. A gigantic worm lunged toward Tong Xin. They could already foresee the worst outcome. But soon, the white light gradually dissipated, and everyone's vision slowly returned. They saw the massive desert worm's body collapse right in front of Tong Xin. A large hole had been blasted into its body, nearly splitting it in two. At that moment, the worm lay on the ground, incredibly weak. Meanwhile, Tong Xin had fallen to the ground, unconscious. Although the worm hadn't attacked her, the excessive use of her talent had directly exhausted her body. Whoosh! The worm, enduring the pain in its body, raised its head, preparing to swallow the unconscious Tong Xin whole. Swish! But in the next second, Su Chen appeared above the worm's head, and his body split into three. Su Chen's wielded swords and stabbed down at the worm's head, the most vulnerable part of its defense. Poochie! 3 long swords simultaneously pierced the worm's head. Bang! The desert worm straightened its body and fell, red-yellow. Liquid flowing from its head, a foul smell wafting through the air. Whew! Finally dead. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Killed a level 6 monster, desert worm. Experience plus 1500. Congratulations, player level increased to level 9, attack plus 45, speed plus 45, defense plus 8, endless talent has been enhanced. Currently, each type of monster can be devoured 6 times, inside eye has been enhanced. Vision doubled, the experience from killing the desert worm directly leveled Su Chen up. Moreover, both talents were enhanced due to the level increase. More importantly, their dragon country had won this time. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Before this, the chat channel of the challenge match had already boiled over with excitement among the 146 newcomers. We've already killed 98 level 2 monsters, we just need to kill 2 more, and victory will belong to our 146 newcomer village. That's right, victory belongs to us, you dragon country can never compare to our Sakura country. Ha ha, weak dragon people, you are destined to fail. Meanwhile, the people from the 250 newcomer village fell silent. They saw on the kill panel that their level 5 monsters had only been killed 8 times, and they knew they were doomed to lose. After all, it was difficult for them to even encounter a level 3 monster, let alone a level 5 monster. Alas! What a pity, we were just 2 level 8 monsters away from victory. Damn it! Su Chen is already impressive enough, just give him some more time, and we can definitely win. We can only say it was bad luck that this Sakura country brat found a large monster nest. They were already prepared to accept defeat calmly. But just then, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the minds of everyone in the 10 newcomer villages. Notice, 250 newcomer village. Su Chen successfully killed 1 level 6 monster. 250 newcomer village wins this kill challenge. Boom! This news spread. Everyone was stunned. They even doubted their ears. The final victory actually belonged to the 250 newcomer village, to the dragon people. They had directly killed 1 level 6 monster and achieved victory. Everything came too suddenly, delivering a heavy blow to the Sakura country people. Oh my god, the winner is actually a dragon person. Baka, what the hell is going on? Victory is not ours in Sakura country? This must be cheating. That's right, those despicable people from the Dragon Kingdom must have used underhanded means to win. At this, the people of the 250 novice village could no longer hold back. A bunch of useless fools. If you can't beat us, just say we cheated. Can't you have a bit of ambition? Can't you see that it was our Su Chen who killed a level 6 monster to win? Do you still dare to say we cheated? The one who spoke most arrogantly was Longwu. Listen up, you little brats from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Your Cherry Blossom Kingdom is trash, and you will never be able to compete with our Dragon Kingdom. This statement made the people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in the chat channel furious, their faces turning red, yet they couldn't find a retort. Announcement: the 250 Novice Village has won this kill challenge. Each person receives 200 experience points. All other novice villages have 100 experience points deducted from each person. As soon as the announcement was made, beams of light shone down on everyone. In the 250 Novice Village. Wow! They directly gave us 200 experience points. That's more than I got from killing monsters in a party for half a day. Ha! With these 200 experience points, I'll level up to level 3 right away. This is amazing. My strength has increased again. Thank you so much, Brother Su Chen. Although this experience was pitifully small for Su Chen, for those at lower levels, they couldn't level up as quickly as he could. Meanwhile, in the other novice villages of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, everyone had 100 experience points deducted. What the hell? My experience was deducted, and I actually dropped from level 2 back to level 1. Baka! All my hard work for half a day was wasted. A female player from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom cried out, "Woo-woo, I didn't have enough experience to deduct, and it actually turned negative." Announcement: in this kill challenge, Su Chen's kill contribution reached 100% and he will receive a special reward. Su Chen directly killed a level 6 monster and no one from the 250 novice village participated. Therefore, this reward belongs solely to Su Chen. In front of Su Chen, a spinning wheel appeared, adorned with various accessories, weapons, and spiritual fruits. This was the reward given to him by the Heavenly Tao, allowing him to draw a reward from the lucky wheel. The pointer on the wheel quickly stopped at a sword. Whoosh! The next moment, a beam of light shone down, and a sword with a sheath appeared in Su Chen's hand. Excellent Tier 1 weapon, Qingfeng Sword. The blade is incredibly sharp. Attack power plus 30, and it has an armor-piercing effect. Excellent Tier 1 weapon? Su Chen used his inside eye to scan the black iron sword in his hand and found it to be an ordinary Tier 2 weapon. As for the previous iron sword, it was a weapon without a tier. At this moment, the introduction of weapon tiers appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Weapon tiers, from high to low, are ordinary, excellent, and superior. Each tier is further divided into Tier 1 and Tier 2, and the differences between them are significant. Whoosh! 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 He drew the Qingfeng sword and swung it a few times in front of him. He had to admit that excellent weapons were indeed easy to use. However, Su Chen would not be satisfied with just this. He focused his thoughts and used super transformation on the Qingfeng sword. As the super transformation was activated, a faint glow began to flicker on the Qingfeng sword. Transformation successful. The Qingfeng sword has been transformed into the Qingguang sword, attack power plus 50, with armor piercing and bleeding effects. Qingguang sword, excellent Tier 2 weapon, not bad. It even adds a bleeding effect. In that case, if the demon beast is hit by the Qingguang sword, its wounds won't heal and will continuously worsen its injuries. It belongs to continuous damage. Whoosh! 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 Su Chen swung the sword forward again, the Qingguang sword emitting a brilliant blue light. He placed the Shin Tai sword on his back. This sword could be used by his clone later. Although the clone possesses the same weapon as him, it cannot gain the weapon's bonuses. Therefore, there is still a certain power gap between the clone and the main body. Now, this Shin Tai sword can add attack power and piercing attributes to a clone. The kill challenge has ended. The challenge chat channel will soon disconnect. Our Sakura Nation will definitely win back next time. Next time? You had your chance, but you were useless. Yeah, useless Sakura Nation, go home. At this moment, the crowd in the 146 newbie village suddenly fell into a frenzy. Ah, damn. What's going on? A snake. It's an incredibly huge snake. This is the Snake King in the cave. We killed so many little snakes, and now it's here to take revenge for them. Following that, there was a wave of curses and wails, but soon, this chat channel completely disappeared. Ha, these little brats from Sakura Nation finally got their comeuppance. So satisfying. I thought it was the heavens favoring them, letting them find a snake's nest, but they not only lost but were also retaliated against by the Snake King. The reason we were able to win is all thanks to Su Chen. Yeah, Su Chen single-handedly led our newbie village to victory. In the 250 newbie village, everyone kept praising and complimenting Su Chen. However, Su Chen's attention was not on the chat channel. He sheathed the Qingguang sword and ran towards Tong Xin. The recent kill of the desert worm was also thanks to Tong Xin, otherwise he would have had to fight another tough battle. At the same time, Su Chen was somewhat surprised by the talent skill Tong Xin had just used. The rating of this talent was definitely not low, even stronger than Zhouyi's lightning. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. At this moment, Liang had arrived by Tong Xin's side and shook her awake. However, she still looked a bit pale, her eyes unfocused. How is she? Is her injury serious? Su Chen asked. Liang looked up and said, "It's fine, just severe exhaustion, no external injuries." Then she glanced at Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong, who were rushing over, and said, "In our situation, we can only return to the newbie village to recuperate." Su Chen nodded and said, "I'll escort you out. The demon beasts in the desert are generally level 4 and 5, which are quite dangerous for them now." He planned to escort them out of the desert. After all, they ended up like this because they helped him deal with the worms. At this moment, Tong Xian, lying in Li Ying's arms, weakly asked, Did our dragon nation win?" "Yes. Thanks to you, we won." Su Chen didn't expect that. Tong Xian was still thinking about this. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a smile immediately appeared on Tong Xian's face. Soon, Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong also limped over, and upon hearing that their dragon nation had won, smiles spread across their faces. "Great! My injuries weren't in vain." After their excitement, Su Chen said, "Wait for me a moment, I'll escort you out of the desert." He hadn't forgotten that he still needed to devour the desert worms, and his endless devour had been enhanced, allowing him to devour the same type of demon beast 6 times now. Arriving in front of the worm's corpse, Su Chen extended his hand. Devour successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8, defense plus 3. Subsequently, Su Chen devoured the attributes from several nearby giant lizard corpses. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. After devouring the attributes, Su Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Attack 469, defense 50, speed 369, level 91130/10,000. It actually required so much experience to level up later. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. It seemed that merely killing monsters was not enough to quickly enhance his strength. He also needed sufficient opportunities to obtain spirit fruits and spirit herbs. These could directly enhance strength, and some could even provide experience. Currently, with the increase in attributes, Su Chen felt his power had grown stronger, and his defense attribute had reached 50 points. Those lower-level monsters could no longer inflict damage on him. Moreover, he discovered that his insight eye could observe even farther, clearly seeing the movements of grass and wind hundreds of meters away. It seems this is a level increase, and my talent has also improved. Unfortunately, the clone technique and teleportation were fixed talents and could not be enhanced. Otherwise, the ratings of these two talents wouldn't be so low. Higher-rated talents would be stronger than these lower-level talents as one progressed. After finishing these tasks, Su Chen walked towards Jiang Chuan and the others, escorting them to the edge of the desert. "Alright, we can walk on our own from here," Jiang Chuan said proactively. They were among the strongest in their novice village. Although injured now, they could still handle some level 3 and 4 monsters. Su Chen was about to nod when he suddenly noticed 3 pairs of brown-yellow eyes peering at them from a patch of grass a few hundred meters away. "I think I should escort you into the jungle," he said, and then he took the lead, walking ahead. As he approached the patch of grass, 3 black shadows suddenly sprang out from the grass, pouncing towards Su Chen. They were 3 black leopards, but much larger than ordinary tigers. Su Chen was already prepared. He drew his azure sword and swiftly thrust it at the central shadow, moving as fast as lightning. Thud! The sword pierced directly through the leopard's skull. Killed level 4. Monster Shadow Leopard. Experience plus 500. Then, he quickly drew his azure sword again and slashed horizontally at another shadow leopard beside him. Slash! The long sword precisely cut through the neck of this shadow leopard, severing its head. Killed level 4 Monster Shadow Leopard. Experience plus 500. The last shadow leopard had already leaped into the air, about to pounce down on Su Chen. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure vanished from the spot, appearing directly in midair behind the shadow leopard the next second. Thud! A sword pierced through the back of the shadow leopard's head into its mouth. Killed level 4 Monster Shadow Leopard. Experience plus 500. Indeed, it's a good sword. Su Chen had just pierced through the hard skull of the shadow leopard, as if stabbing into a sponge, without any resistance. It seems this is the effect of armor piercing. However, it is mainly because Su Chen's attack power is high enough, while the shadow leopard's defense is not strong. So impressive. Tong Xian looked at him with admiration. The other 3, though silent, wore expressions of utter astonishment. Even though Su Chen had already demonstrated absolute strength before, witnessing him effortlessly kill 3 shadow leopards up close stirred waves of emotion within them. "Once we enter the jungle, we shouldn't encounter any level 5 beasts again. Let's part ways here," Jiang Chuan said. But Su Chen replied, "Wait a moment." After saying that, Su Chen walked over to the 4, and under their astonished gazes, he used super transformation on all their weapons. Their weapons all upgraded to a higher tier. The shock on the faces of the 4 deepened. What is this? Jiang Chuan was somewhat at a loss for words. Su Chen not only amazed them with his strength, but also with his incredible methods. Su Chen said, "You all helped me a great deal, consider this a reward." Without their help, it would have been difficult for Su Chen to complete the kill challenge against level 6 beasts before reaching the 146 novice village. Moreover, transforming these weapons was merely a small effort on his part. Then, taking advantage of the fact that they had not yet recovered from their shock, Su-chen directly said, "We shall meet again if fate allows." After saying that, Su-chen turned and walked deeper into the desert. He resumed his solitary monster hunting journey. By now, it was already afternoon and the time for the rookie leaderboard rewards was drawing closer. In the chat channel of the intermediate beast area, the number of people had increased from over 20 to more than 200. During this time, more and more people were stepping from the beginner beast area into the intermediate beast area. To Su-chen's surprise, he found that Li Xiu was among them, indicating that he had also arrived in the intermediate beast area. However, very few had ventured into the desert, as they did not possess Su-chen's strength. In this unexplored desert, there were indeed many beasts. Su-chen had not walked long when he saw a mound of earth moving quickly in the distance. Whoosh! Without a word, Su-chen drew his azure sword and charged forward. Thud! As he approached the mound, Su-chen leaped and thrust his sword into it. Squeak! With a mouse's cry, blood seeped out from the mound. Killed level 4 beast Longclaw. Sand Mouse. Experience plus 400. The Longclaw Sand Mouse had not even had the chance to break through the surface before Su-chen killed it with a single strike. He then reached out his hand towards the sand mound. Devour successful. Speed plus 4, attack plus 3, shoo. At that moment, a sound of scraping from the ground surrounded him. Su-chen looked around and discovered that not far away, a large yellow python was crawling towards him. Level 5. Beast Yellow-Scaled Giant Python, huge in size, immense strength, possesses strong defensive scales, a predator in the desert. There are indeed quite a few beasts here. Su-chen pulled out his azure sword from the ground and walked towards the giant python. As he got closer, he noticed that the giant python indeed had reflective scales on its body. However, this was insignificant to Su-chen. He was confident he could break through the giant lizard's defenses now, not to mention the scales of this giant python. Whoosh! As he approached the giant python, Su-chen suddenly accelerated, his speed boots allowing him to move like the wind. The giant python immediately raised its head, preparing to attack. But Su-chen leaped up, holding the azure sword, and struck down at its head. Thud! With a single slash, azure light erupted, and sparks flew as he cleaved through the scales on the giant python's head. At this moment, the armor-breaking attribute of the Qingguang sword took effect, directly shattering the giant python's scales. The long sword left a gruesome scar on its snake head. Hiss! Blood gushed from its head, enhanced by the bleeding effect of the Qingguang sword. Bang! The giant python's head slammed back down to the ground, its massive body coiling and stirring up the yellow sand beneath it. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it bled to death, but Su-chen wouldn't waste time waiting. He wanted to give the giant python a quick end. Whoosh! Su-chen used teleportation to arrive at the python's 7-inch position, stabbing down with his sword. Thud! This sword pierced directly through the python's scales, deeply embedding itself in its body. With this thrust, the previously thrashing giant python's body suddenly stopped moving. Kill level 5 monster. Yellow-scaled giant python. Experience plus 700. Devour successful. Attack plus 5, speed plus 3, defense plus 1. Su-chen immediately withdrew the Qingguang sword and continued walking deeper into the desert. Now, even if he encountered a level 6 monster, he wouldn't be afraid. There was nothing to fear in the intermediate monster zone. Not long after, Su-chen discovered a water source ahead. It was a small lake, not very large, with very shallow water, as if it would completely dry up soon. The ground was covered in monster footprints, and there were scattered rocks and hills all around. It seemed this was a place for monsters to drink water, as water sources in the desert were extremely scarce. Su-chen decided to wait here for a while to see if any monsters would come by. He hid behind a large rock. Before long, a figure indeed appeared. However, it was not a monster, it was a human carrying several weapons on his back. He sneaked behind a rock, set down all the weapons he was carrying, and hid them one by one. Then, he took out a necklace with an orange gem hanging from it. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" "So happy," Su-chen said, having appeared behind him without him noticing. The sudden voice startled him, and he quickly tucked the pendant back into his pocket. He immediately turned to face Su-chen. "Who are you? What do you want?" Su-chen crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask you where there are monsters around here." This guy had come deep into the desert, so he must have encountered quite a few monsters. Meng Chang, seeing that Su-chen indeed had no intention of attacking him, relaxed his tense heart. However, he was puzzled by Su-chen's words. He had come to the desert with his teammates to avoid monsters, yet this guy wanted to find them. After sizing Su-chen up, he was immediately attracted by the Qingguang sword in Su-chen's arms. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted sword with its sheath, Meng Chang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "Hey, if you want to find monsters, you asked the right person. I've been wandering around here for a long time and know exactly where there are monsters." "Oh, really? Su Chen became interested. Meng Chang grinned, revealing 2 large yellow teeth, and said, "Yeah, I know a monster den where the monsters are all weak, and there are quite a few of them. I guarantee you can have a good time killing. I was just worried about not having anyone to go kill those monsters with, and then I ran into you. Isn't that a coincidence?" "It is quite a coincidence," Su Chen replied with a slight smile. "Let's go, hurry up and follow me." After saying that, he eagerly wanted to take Su Chen over, not even planning to take the weapons hidden behind him. "What about those weapons?" Su Chen reminded him. "They're a hassle to carry, so let's leave them here. For now." Meng Chang waved his hand. Seeing Su Chen still standing in place, he hurriedly urged, "Come on, if we take too long, someone else will find out." Only then did Su Chen follow him, and along the way, he learned that this guy was named Meng Chang. His teammates had all been killed by monsters, leaving him alone. The weapons he had before were proof of that. They hadn't walked long when they actually arrived at the cave Meng Chang mentioned. From the other side, it looked like a small sand dune, and the entrance was not large, just enough for one person to pass through. "This is it," Meng Chang pointed at the cave. Su Chen glanced around and saw many footprints on the ground. This definitely wasn't something one person could make. Moreover, Meng Chang had said there were many monsters inside, yet he dared to walk in directly. When Meng Chang reached the cave entrance, he waved to Su Chen, "Hurry up and come in." Su Chen nodded and followed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The two passed through a dark passage and arrived at a more spacious area. It turned out to be an open airspace with fine sand continuously sliding down from above. Huge stones surrounded them, and ahead was a dead end. It didn't look like there were any monsters here at all. "Meng Chang, where are the monsters you mentioned?" Su Chen asked. "Right in front, behind that big rock." Meng Chang pointed to a huge stone ahead. He stopped, pretending to be scared, not daring to move forward. Su Chen stepped forward with his sword, passing right in front of Meng Chang. At that moment, a fierce look flashed across Meng Chang's face, and a dagger slipped from his sleeve, gripped tightly in his hand. Now, the two were only a person's distance apart, and Su Chen had his back completely turned to him, focused on the large stone ahead. He believed that if he struck suddenly from this position, Su Chen would definitely not react in time. Whoosh! He raised the dagger and aimed for Su Chen's neck, intending to pierce it. Clang! A flash of blue light appeared, and the dagger in Meng Chang's hand was knocked away. How could this be? Meng Chang's face was filled with confusion. He didn't even know what had happened when the dagger slipped from his hand. "Your acting is too poor, and your strength is even weaker," Su Chen commented. Just now, he had deliberately left this flaw to see how Meng Chang would act. If his methods were impressive, Su Chen still had teleportation. Saying this, Su Chen walked towards him with his sword. Meng Chang steeled himself and drew the straight knife in his hand, swinging it at Su Chen. But Su Chen was far too fast. Another flash of blue light. Thud! Meng Chang's hand holding the knife, along with the knife itself, flew out. Thud! Blood sprayed from Meng Chang's severed wrist. Ah! Meng Chang fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding wrist and screaming in agony. Get ready to say goodbye to this world. Su Chen never showed mercy to such people. Seeing this, Meng Chang, frightened, quickly said, "You can't kill me. I still have teammates. If you kill me, they won't let you go." "You still have teammates?" Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Meng Chang saw Su Chen stop and quickly nodded. "That's right. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Their strength is very strong. They will definitely find you, and then they will." Put! Su Chen pierced his throat with a sword. He could no longer speak, only the sound of blood gurgling from his throat remained. He stared wide-eyed at Su Chen in disbelief. "I hate being threatened by others the most," Su Chen said coldly. Sizzle! He then withdrew his long sword, and Meng Chang breathed his last. Su Chen activated Endless Devour on Meng Chang's corpse. Devour successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8. It seemed this guy's level wasn't low, which wasn't surprising. After all, those who could explore here wouldn't have low levels. However, in front of Su Chen, he was utterly defenseless. During this time, Su Chen had devoured quite a few attributes. Su Chen stepped forward and took the straight knife from his hand, converting it. Conversion successful. Ordinary first-tier straight knife has been converted to ordinary second-tier tang knife. Second-tier tang knife, attack plus 18, speed plus 4, direct slashes will increase power. Not bad. Su Chen remembered that Bai Zhongwu wielded this weapon. He placed the tang knife on his back, preparing to leave it for his clone to use later. A person could only gain the enhancement of one weapon's attributes, so even if Su Chen held this knife, it wouldn't increase his attributes unless he replaced the Qingguang sword. Then, he looked at Meng Chang's corpse and noticed that the pocket on his chest was bulging. Su Chen stepped forward and pulled out an orange pendant from his pocket. Defense pendant can be activated with thought, can release a defensive light screen anywhere around the body. Great! It was actually a defensive item. During their earlier confrontation, Meng Chang hadn't had time to use it before being killed. After all, the gap in strength was too great. Even if he had used it, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Su Chen put the defense pendant around his neck. but at that moment a strong smell of blood reached Su Chen's nose. Following the scent, he looked towards a large rock and the smell was coming from behind it. Su Chen walked towards the large rock, holding the sheath of the Qingguang sword. Upon reaching the rock, the scene before him filled him with anger. Several human corpses were piled together, their blood already dried and black. It seemed they had all been lured here and killed by Meng Chang and his teammates using various schemes. Although Su Chen had anticipated this, seeing such a scene still made him furious. Meng Chang deserved to die. At that moment, there was a commotion at the cave entrance. Really? This trip was a waste. These people are either too strong in numbers or overly cautious, a burly man carrying an iron rod said with dissatisfaction. A shrewd man holding an iron sword replied, "Yeah, I've worn my mouth out, and they still won't come with us." The fierce-looking man in the middle spoke up, "All right, stop complaining. Haven't we gained enough? Just those weapons alone, I estimate we can sell for a good price." "Ha, you're still the smartest, boss. So many treasures are much faster than us struggling to kill monsters to increase our strength." The three of them, while talking, directly arrived at the open area of the cave. When they got here, they found that a stranger was standing in what was originally their territory. The three immediately drew their weapons, ready for battle. "Who are you? How did you get onto our turf?" the burly man shouted. The fierce-looking leader grinned, revealing his teeth. "Looks like we've got ourselves a fat sheep delivered right to our door, and he seems to have quite a few treasures on him." Su Chen not only held a delicate azure sword in his hand but also wore soft armor, with a power bracelet on his wrist. Around his neck hung a newly acquired defensive pendant, making him look like a walking treasure. Before Su Chen could speak, the shrewd man poked the leader and said, "Boss, look on the ground, that seems to be Old 3. The leader, Yang Hai, raised an eyebrow. "You actually killed Old 3, you've got some skills, kid." "It seems the beast I need to kill today is you." Su Chen slowly drew his azure sword and said, "These people, who slaughtered their own kind in the reincarnation world, were even more despicable than beasts. You don't think killing a Meng Chang will be enough to deal with us, do you?" Yang Hai sneered. "Brothers, let this kid see our strength." With that, the three men charged at Su Chen, weapons drawn. Facing their encirclement, Su Chen took the initiative and charged straight at the shrewd man. Whoosh! Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast. A flash of azure light passed, and he thrust his sword forward. The shrewd man saw Su Chen rushing towards him and suddenly increased his speed, creating multiple after-images of himself. Whoosh! He retreated quickly, successfully dodging Su Chen's thrust. What incredible speed! Even Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "You think I'm an easy target?" "You're mistaken," the shrewd man sneered. At that moment, the burly man with the iron rod and the leader Yang Hai had already charged in with their weapons. Su Chen met their attacks with his sword. Clang! Clang! Su Chen deflected their attacks with two swift strikes. The two were forced back by the impact of the azure sword, both shocked by Su Chen's terrifying speed and power. It was as if he was crushing them. After pushing them back, Su Chen pressed the attack, swinging his sword at Yang Hai. Slash! The sword moved with incredible speed, a flash of azure light, and the blade cut across Yang Hai's chest. The blade tore through his clothing, leaving a long gash on his chest. "Ah!" Yang Hai grimaced in pain, clutching his wound as he stumbled back. Su Chen ignored him and used teleportation to appear in front of the burly man with the iron rod. He slashed at the man's throat. Slash! The burly man's neck was severed. His eyes wide with shock, the iron rod falling from his hands as he knelt, clutching his throat. At that moment, the fast-moving shrewd man had just arrived behind Su Chen, ready to attack. However, upon seeing his teammate killed by Su Chen's sword, fear spread across his face, and he began to reconsider. Su Chen's strength was too overwhelming, even a sneak attack would be futile. Whoosh! Realizing he was outmatched, he turned to flee. With his speed-enhancing talent, he indeed ran fast. But Su Chen was not slow either, having absorbed numerous speed attributes and equipped with speed-enhancing boots. He quickly caught up and thrust his sword. Thud! The sword pierced through the back of the man's head, the tip emerging at his forehead. Slash! Su Chen withdrew his sword and immediately walked towards the fallen Yang Hai. Yang Hai was on the ground, clutching his bleeding wound, his face twisted in agony, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Seeing Su Chen approach with the dripping azure sword, Yang Hai gritted his teeth and pulled a scroll from his pocket. In the next moment, blue light flashed around him, and Yang Hai's body vanished from the spot. Whoosh! Not far away in the desert, Yang Hai's body reappeared amidst the blue glow. Damn it! I've run into a tough opponent. But luckily, I have this treasure. At this moment, although Yang Hai had escaped the cave, the long wound on his chest continued to bleed profusely. This was the bleeding effect caused by the Qingguang sword. Yang Hai's face was extremely pale, and he immediately took out the healing spirit herb he had previously snatched. The situation improved a little, and he dragged his severely injured body away from there. In the cave, Su Chen was very familiar with the blue light. It was the primary teleportation scroll he had used before. I didn't expect this guy to have this. If I had known, I would have dealt with him first. Suchen felt a pang of regret. He was the leader among the four, so he definitely had the most treasures. However, despite that, his gains this time would still be substantial. The three bandits were all bulging with loot, and he had certainly plundered quite a bit. Suchen walked over to the body of the shrewd man he had killed and found 2 yellow spirit fruits on him. After converting them, he consumed them directly. Consumption successful. Attack power +10, speed +5. Consumption successful. Attack power +10, speed +5. At the same time, a warm current spread throughout Suchen's body, replenishing his stamina. The 2 spirit fruits restored Suchen's stamina to its peak. Then, Suchen converted the iron sword on the ground into a secondary Xian iron sword and placed it on his back. Currently, Suchen already had several weapons on his back, which was quite cumbersome. However, these weapons were of no help to him. But for others, these weapons were treasures, especially those that had been converted by Suchen. After all, most people without opportunities still wielded basic weapons, without any rank. After rummaging through the shrewd man's belongings, Suchen did not forget to devour his attributes. Devour successful. Player gains F-level talent speed enhancement, fixed talent. Double speed after use, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown time 1 hour, another talent. Suchen was delighted. He had just been surprised at how fast this guy was, and it turned out to be due to a talent. Reminder: F-level speed enhancement and E-level talent teleportation belong to the same type of talent and can be fused. Do you choose to fuse? It can actually be fused? Suchen immediately chose to fuse. With teleportation, he felt that the speed enhancement was somewhat redundant. Fusion successful. E-level talent teleportation distance increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, upgraded to top-tier E-level talent 10 meters. This significantly improved his strength. With a longer distance, Suchen could launch surprise attacks on his enemies more effectively. Originally, Suchen thought that this fixed talent could not be enhanced. Now it seemed that as long as he devoured talents of the same type, he could gain an upgrade through fusion. Of course, those who did not possess endless devouring abilities would definitely not be able to enhance such fixed talents. Suchen arrived again at the corpse of the burly man, who also had a yellow spirit fruit on him. After transforming, Suchen collected it for later use, as this item could restore stamina, and consuming it now would be a waste. Then, he extended his hand and used Endless Devour on the burly man. Devour successful. Attack +18, speed +6, not bad. This was higher than the attributes of those level 5 monsters, almost catching up to level 6 monsters. After the devouring was complete, Suchen looked at the iron rod in the burly man's hand. This was also a basic iron rod without any rank, and after taking it in hand, Suchen transformed it into an ordinary first-tier weapon. However, it was long and heavy, and carrying it around would be cumbersome, yet leaving it here would be a pity. Although there was currently no shop or trading system in the novice village, based on Suchen's experience, these things would be available soon. By then, weapons that were not needed could be sold. Suchen placed it back down and walked towards the several corpses behind the stone. The items on these corpses had all been looted by these few people. The weapons that Meng Chang had been carrying earlier probably belonged to them. Moreover, Suchen guessed that Meng Chang had intended to monopolize this batch of weapons. After encountering Suchen, he planned to kill him and pin the blame on him. I have avenged you, you can rest in peace now. Suchen stepped forward and devoured the attributes of these people. Devour successful. Attack +8, speed +4, devour successful. Attack +9, speed +6, devour successful. Attack +11, speed +6. The attributes of these people were generally not high. It seemed Meng Chang and his group were picking on easy targets. After the devouring, Suchen's attributes increased significantly. At this point, he began to worry again about where to put the weapons. Furthermore, Meng Chang had hidden 5 or 6 weapons near the water source, and if Suchen carried all of them, it would greatly affect his combat effectiveness. But at that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in Suchen's ear. Reminder: the player's ranking on the rookie list has been maintained for 24 hours, and rewards will be issued to you. In the next second, a beam of light appeared before Suchen, and a bronze chest and a wooden chest appeared simultaneously. This was the reward Suchen received as the 87th player. He first looked at the bronze chest, then at the wooden chest, and said, "Let's start with you." Suchen stepped forward and opened the wooden chest, revealing a pair of brown leather bracers inside. Basic armor leather bracers. Wearing them increases defense by +3. Suchen then used super transformation on them. Transformation successful. Leather bracers have been transformed into ancient leather bracers. Defense +6. The color of the ancient leather bracers deepened, and they became noticeably thicker with additional straps. Suchen put on the bracers. "Not bad," he said, quite satisfied. Although the defense increase wasn't substantial, they looked much better aesthetically. Moreover, they could protect his wrists, which was probably their greatest function. After opening the wooden chest, Suchen turned his attention to the bronze chest. He hoped this bronze chest would bring him a surprise. After stepping forward and opening the chest, a silver ring with patterns appeared inside. Basic. Space ring used for storing items contains 5 cubic meters of space. Great. It was actually a space ring, which was perfect for Suchen to store those weapons. Suchen picked up a ring from the chest and put it on his hand. With a thought, he saw the storage space inside the space ring. The shape of this 5 cubic meter space could change according to Su-chen's will. Su-chen immediately transformed the space into an oval shape, placing the weapons on his back and the iron rod on the ground inside. This made Su-chen feel light. Then, with a thought, a tang knife appeared in his hand. Not bad. Now it's convenient to take out weapons during battle. After trying out the ability to freely retrieve items from the spatial ring, Su-chen also put the green light sword in. Now, Su-chen felt even lighter. He walked out of the cave and headed towards the place where he had previously discovered the water source. There were also weapons hidden by Meng Chang there. However, when he arrived near the water source, he was stunned by the scene before him. Surrounding the water source was a herd of elephants. There were huge elephants everywhere, and they seemed to have chosen this water source as their resting place. Moreover, there were a few giant elephants wandering around the place where Meng Chang had hidden the weapons. It seemed that the weapons would have to stay there for now. Su-chen immediately used his inside eye to scan the nearest giant elephant. Level 5 monster, savage giant elephant, huge in size, incredibly strong, with thick skin and slow-moving. These giant elephants were even taller than ordinary elephants, and their skin was noticeably very tough. However, Su-chen was not worried about breaking through their defenses. After all, his current attack power was quite high, and he had the green light sword with armor-piercing effects. But the sheer number of these giant elephants was overwhelming. If they were startled and charged at him, Su-chen would definitely be unable to withstand it. However, the experience that could be gained from such a large herd of elephants was immeasurable. But to kill these giant elephants, I need to focus on stealth. I can't alert the entire herd. Su-chen crouched down, using the cover of a large rock, and approached a solitary giant elephant that was farther away from the herd. When he was not far from the giant elephant, Su-chen had already drawn out the green light sword and held it in his hand. Although this giant elephant was alone, it was still not far from the herd by the small lake. Su-chen knew that killing it without alarming the herd would be quite challenging. He had to ensure a one-hit kill. For others at a similar level to Su-chen, this would be nearly impossible. After all, they would likely struggle just to deal with a giant elephant, let alone kill it in one blow. However, Su-chen had just received an upgrade to his teleportation talent. This talent was very suitable for assassination. Su-chen reached a large rock about 15 meters away from the giant elephant. He gripped the green light sword tightly and dashed out from behind the rock. Upon hearing the noise, the giant elephant raised its massive head to take a look. It saw a human charging towards it with a glowing green sword. The giant elephant was immediately startled. Whoosh! But before it could react, Su-chen's body suddenly vanished into thin air. This made the giant elephant doubt whether it was seeing things. But the next moment, Su-chen appeared beneath its head, thrusting the green light sword. Thud! The long sword accurately pierced through the giant elephant's throat, and with a swing of Su-chen's wrist, it sliced open its throat. Feeling the pain, the giant elephant wanted to roar, but blood gushed from its throat, and it couldn't make any sound at all. It didn't even have time to react before Su-chen killed it. Killed level 5 monster, savage giant elephant. Experience plus 800. Bang! The giant elephant's body suddenly fell to the ground with a loud noise. Not far away, a few other giant elephants looked this way, but the body of this giant elephant was blocked by a boulder. Those elephants couldn't see anything at all. Indeed, a surprising 800 experience points. After gaining these 800 experience points, Su-chen's level rose to level 94030/10,000. He then reached out and devoured the attributes of the giant elephant. Devour successful. Attack. Power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. After devouring, Su-chen did not hear any other sounds around him. It seemed that this assassination was a success. Su-chen climbed onto another large rock, exposing only his head, scanning the surroundings for the next prey. Soon, he locked onto another lone giant elephant. Su-chen crouched down again and cautiously approached the giant elephant. When he reached the side of this giant elephant, Su-chen's teleportation ability had cooled down. This time the distance was sufficient, and he directly used teleportation to appear beneath the giant elephant's neck. The green light sword in his hand pierced out directly. Put! The giant elephant's neck was penetrated. Blood gushed out, and it couldn't make any sound, collapsing directly to the ground. Bang! This sound did not disturb the herd of elephants at all. Killed level 5 monster wild giant elephant. Experience points plus 800. Devour successful. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Another one. Su-chen felt a surge of joy. If he could kill so many giant elephants, it would greatly enhance his strength. However, there weren't many lone giant elephants left. Su-chen currently only saw one giant elephant that was relatively far from the others. The other elephants, although not in the herd, were still in groups of 3 to 5. If he killed one of them, it would definitely alert the other giant elephants. Forget it. Let's deal with this lone one first. Su-chen crouched down again and used the same method to sneak close to the giant elephant. Using the same technique, a flash of green light passed. Put! The giant elephant fell directly to the ground, blood pouring from its neck. Killed level 5 monster wild giant elephant. Experience points plus 800. Devour successful. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Su-chen pulled out the green light sword, climbed onto a large rock, and secretly observed the surrounding elephants. The elephants in the middle of the water were playing in the water, while the scattered elephants were also in groups of 3 to 5. Moreover, they were closer to the herd. Any noise could alert them. But now Su-chen had no other choice. He could either retreat or take the risk to kill a few more. After observing for a while, Su-chen headed towards the place where Meng Chang had hidden the weapons. There were still 3 giant elephants wandering nearby. Just those 3. Su-chen planned to kill them and then grab the weapons there and run. After reaching a large rock near the 3 giant elephants, Su-chen split his body into 3. He gave one of his clones the green light sword and the other clone the black iron sword. He held the tang knife himself, as he still had the power frenzy bracelet on his wrist. No matter what weapon he used, he could deliver a fatal blow to the giant elephant. After distributing the weapons, Su-chen began to look for an opportunity. The 3 giant elephants were now not far from the rock, only about 5 meters away, which was also the reason Su-chen chose to attack them. At this moment, only one giant elephant was facing this way, while the other 2 had turned their heads in different directions. This was a perfect opportunity. The 3 Su-chens charged out simultaneously towards the 3 giant elephants. The giant elephant facing the rock saw 3 humans rushing towards it. It was immediately startled. It prepared to make a sound to alert its companions. Unfortunately, the true target of Su-chen was it. Whoosh! In the next moment, Su-chen, wielding a tang knife, had already arrived beneath the giant elephant's neck. At the same time, a brilliant white light erupted from his hand as he swung the knife towards the elephant's throat. With a whoosh, this strike, empowered by the strength-enhancing bracelet, directly severed the elephant's throat, cutting through its neck halfway. The giant elephant let out no sound and simply collapsed. Kill level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience plus 800. Devour successful. Attack plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. After killing the elephant, Su-chen immediately devoured its attributes. The other 2 giant elephants naturally heard the commotion and quickly turned their heads to look this way. But at that moment, Su-chen's 2 avatars had already arrived, both controlled by him. One of them charged towards one giant elephant at high speed. Whoosh! The avatar wielding a green light sword pierced the elephant's throat with a single strike, causing it to fall without making a sound. Kill level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience plus 800. Meanwhile, the other avatar, holding a black iron sword, also thrust his long sword towards the elephant's throat. Whoosh! This sword also sank into the elephant's throat. However, the attributes of the black iron sword were far inferior to those of the green light sword, not to mention that the green light sword had an armor-piercing effect. Therefore, the black iron sword only penetrated halfway into the elephant's throat and did not go through completely. Roar! The intense pain made the giant elephant roar out. This cry made Su-chen's heart sink. At the same time, the elephant swung its massive trunk towards Su-chen. Bang! Avatar Su-chen was directly flung away. The elephant's throat continued to bleed profusely as it turned to rush towards the main force. Su-chen, quick-witted, controlled another avatar and charged towards the giant elephant with his real body. The elephant's speed was already slow, and now, severely injured, it was even slower. The 2 Su-chens quickly caught up, each delivering a finishing blow to the elephant's throat. Whoosh! Slash! A knife and a sword ended the life of this giant elephant. Kill level 5 beast, savage giant elephant. Experience plus 800. Devour successful. Attack plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Su-chen immediately devoured the attributes of this giant elephant. When he looked up, he noticed that some of the surrounding elephants and the herd near the water source were all looking this way. They were stunned by the sight before them, astonished that a human dared to hunt their kind in front of them. Roar! In the midst of the herd, an unknown giant elephant let out a thunderous roar. The other elephants, hearing this call, charged towards Su-chen. In an instant, dozens of giant elephants were rushing towards him, kicking up clouds of yellow sand around them. This momentum made Su-chen feel as if he were facing an army of thousands. However, he did not panic. Instead, he immediately turned and walked towards the corpse of a giant elephant. Devour successful. Attack plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. He had previously left one giant elephant's attributes uneaten, and after completing the devour, he had fully consumed the attributes of the giant elephants. Meanwhile, another avatar stepped forward to retrieve the weapons that Meng Chang had hidden earlier and ran towards the real body. Su Chen quickly stored these weapons in his spatial ring. At this moment, the giant elephants were already very close to Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen did not retract the 2 clones back into his body but instead controlled them to run off into the distance. His true self followed suit, and as he passed a large rock he used teleportation to appear behind it. Meanwhile, the 2 clones continued to run forward. Boom! Boom! A frenzied herd of elephants charged after the 2 clones with great momentum. However, as they chased, the 2 Su Chen suddenly vanished. This left the pursuing wild elephants confused, and they all stopped, shaking their massive heads in search of Su Chen's figure. At this moment, Su Chen, hidden behind the large rock, immediately escaped in another direction. These giant elephants, unable to find him, would surely return, and if they discovered him, then it would be disastrous. With so many elephants, he would likely be trampled to death. After a bout of running, Su Chen distanced himself from the herd and arrived at the slope of a dirt hill. He took out the weapons he had just acquired. These weapons included knives, swords, and bows, but they were all basic weapons without any rank. Su Chen used super conversion to transform them into ordinary first-tier weapons. Then, he stored them back in his spatial ring. Now, he had quite a few weapons on him, all at least ordinary first tier. At this time, most of the members of the novice village were still using basic weapons, with only a few possessing ranked weapons. Su Chen could be considered quite wealthy. Of course, this was all thanks to Meng Chang and his band of robbers, whose spoils had fallen into Su Chen's hands. The only regret was letting that leader escape. As the head of the 4-man group, he must have had the most treasures on him. After putting away the weapons, Su Chen continued walking into the desert. By now, the sky was already dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun painted the corners of the sky red. It wouldn't be long before this place turned into night mode. However, Su Chen was no longer afraid of this. After enhancing his inside eye, his vision was stronger than before. Even at night, his sight would not be affected. Just a few steps into the depths of the desert, Su Chen saw 3 people walking towards him. Upon closer inspection, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. The person in the middle, who was hunched over and holding his chest, was none other than Yang Hai, who had escaped from Su Chen earlier. What a coincidence! This time, you won't escape from me, Su Chen said as he took out the Qingguang sword from his spatial ring and strode towards them. This group consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Aside from Yang Hai, the other 2 looked quite young, like a couple. The woman's name was Qi Jinxiu, petite and charming, with delicate features. The man was named Zhao Hong, tall and decent looking. Brother Yang Hai, how far is that heavily injured beast from here? Qi Jinxiu asked, standing beside Zhao Hong. The 2 had encountered Yang Hai while exploring the desert, and found him severely injured. They had given him a healing herb from their supplies. Yang Hai was immensely grateful and had told them a secret, saying he had discovered a severely injured level 6 beast in the desert. Unable to kill the level 6 beast due to his own injuries, he planned to take the 2 of them to slay it. Upon hearing this, the 2 eagerly followed Yang Hai. Not far, just ahead, Yang Hai said, holding his chest and panting heavily. His expression looked very uncomfortable. However, in reality, his injuries had already healed significantly with the help of the 2 healing herbs. His current weakness was all an act meant to lower the guard of the 2. Moreover, from what he had learned earlier, he knew that only the male had awakened a powerful talent and was quite strong. The female was just a pretty face, lacking any combat ability. When the time comes, all I need to do is sneak attack this man and stab him to death with 1 sword. As for this woman, she's quite attractive. After having some fun with her, I'll kill her too. Just thinking about it feels great. Yang Hai was calculating in his heart, and an involuntary smile appeared on his face. Alright, let's move quickly. Zhao Hong, unaware of Yang Hai's thoughts, just wanted to kill the level 6 monster as soon as possible. After all, he had never killed a level 5 monster. The highest he had ever killed was a level 4 monster. The experience from a level 4 monster was already enough for him. So how much experience would a level 6 monster give? Zhao Hong was already daydreaming about it. But as the 3 of them walked, a young man holding a sword appeared ahead. Hey, there's someone up ahead. Qi Jinxiu pointed forward. Yang Hai, who had been looking down, immediately looked up. He didn't want anyone to ruin his good plans. But upon seeing, his blood seemed to freeze, and his heart temporarily stopped beating. It's him. This was the fear that came from the depths of Yang Hai's heart. Brother Yang Hai, do you know him? Qi Jinxiu noticed something was off with Yang Hai. Yang Hai's eyes were fixed on Su Chen. His throat moved up and down as he nodded. Quick, let's go, we need to hurry. At this moment, his face had turned pale with fear, and he turned to run. Why? We still need to kill the level 6 monster, Zhao Hong asked in confusion. He didn't want to leave without killing a level 6 monster. Yeah, is that person really that terrifying? Yang Hai's mind raced, and he immediately said, you don't understand. That person is a bandit. All my teammates were killed by him, and the injuries on me were also caused by him. What? The 2 were shocked simultaneously. But at this moment, Su Chen had already arrived. His speed was too fast. Seeing that, He couldn't escape. Yang Hai decided not to run anymore. He planned to use these two to stall Su Chen, perhaps even find an opportunity to counterattack. He shouted at Su Chen, "Isn't it enough that you killed my teammates? Now you want to kill me too? People like you don't deserve to live," Su Chen said coldly. Looking at the imposing Su Chen, Shi Jinxiu's sense of justice surged. "What are you doing? We are all compatriots. Do you really need to be so ruthless?" Shi Jinxiu said angrily. Zhao Heng stepped forward and said, "What Jinxiu said is right, we are all compatriots. How can you do such a thing?" Su Chen glanced at the two. If he hadn't realized they weren't Yang Hai's teammates, he would have already acted. Before Su Chen could speak, Yang Hai immediately put on a pitiful look and said, "I'll give you all my belongings, just spare me." Hearing this, Shi Jinxiu immediately said, "Brother Yang Hai, don't be afraid, with us here, you won't be in danger." Zhao Heng also chimed in, "That's right, if he wants to kill you, he has to ask my spear first." Hearing the words of the two, Yang Hai showed a grateful expression on his face. "Great. With you here, I can relax." At the same time, he shot a provocative look at Su Chen. If Su Chen were to deal with him and start fighting with these two first, that would be interesting. He knew that this Zhao Heng was not weak and had talent as well. When the two were engaged in battle, he could sneak attack, and then it would be a case of the clam and the snipe fighting, with the fisherman benefiting. Yang Hai was smugly calculating in his heart, and his smile grew even more pronounced. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng held his gun, watching Su Chen with extreme vigilance. But in the next second, Su Chen's body vanished from the spot, and the hearts of the three tightened. Yang Hai suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He wanted to dodge to the side, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Swish! A flash of blue light passed, and Yang Hai's head was severed from his neck. Thud! Yang Hai's head fell directly to the ground, his eyes wide open, struggling to accept the situation. He never expected that, faced with his maneuvering, Su Chen would choose to strike without a word. He didn't even last a single exchange before Su Chen ended him. Not only him, but Zhao Heng and Shi Jinxiu were even more taken aback. It was also the first time they had seen such a scene in the reincarnation world. Shi Jinxiu's pretty face turned pale, her trembling finger pointing at Su Chen as she said, You actually killed brother Yang Hai." Su Chen looked at Yang Hai's corpse and said coldly, "I said, people like him don't deserve to live." As he spoke, he reached out to absorb Yang Hai's attributes. Absorption successful. Attack plus 17, speed plus 8, then, right in front of Shi Jinxiu and Zhao Heng, he stored the sword in Yang Hai's hand into his spatial ring and began to rummage through Yang Hai's belongings, as if he regarded the two of them as air. This made Shi Jinxiu even angrier. She didn't know where her courage came from as she said, "You're really too much. To obtain someone else's belongings, you actually resort to murder. People like you." Before she could finish, she saw Su Chen lift his head and look at her coldly. At that moment, Shi Jinxiu felt a wave of fear. The strength and decisive killing intent Su Chen had just displayed had already made Zhao Heng too afraid to speak. He gripped his spear tightly, his face tense as he looked at Su Chen, thinking that if Su Chen had targeted him, he wouldn't have been able to escape. All he wanted now was for Su Chen to take Yang Hai's belongings and leave quickly. He didn't even expect Shi Jinxiu to dare to accuse Su Chen. After glancing at Shi Jinxiu, Su Chen lowered his head and continued to collect Yang Hai's belongings. "The reason I killed Yang Hai and his teammates is that they wanted to kill me." "Why? Did they want to kill you?" Shi Jinxiu asked innocently. "Because they are robbers who wanted the items on me, and before this, they had already killed several people." Upon hearing this, Shi Jinxiu couldn't help but retort, "Impossible. Brother Yang Hai isn't that kind of person. Why should I believe you?" At this moment, Zhao Heng even wanted to cover her mouth to stop her from speaking. If this continued, they might end up getting killed because of her. Su Chen had already collected all of Yang Hai's belongings. He stood up and said, "You don't need to believe me, so if you want to take revenge for him, then go ahead." Su Chen completely disregarded the two of them. Anyone chosen as a target by Yang Hai surely wasn't that strong. Shi Jinxiu clenched her fists, wanting to rush forward, but was timely stopped by Zhao Heng. "Xiu, don't be impulsive," he whispered to Shi Jinxiu. Then he looked at Su Chen and said, "We believe you." After collecting Yang Hai's belongings, Su Chen didn't linger and turned to leave. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Shi Jinxiu couldn't help but say, "Brother Heng, are we really just going to let this bandit go?" Zhao Heng glanced at Shi Jinxiu and smiled wryly. "If he really is a bandit, then the two of us would already be corpses." Shi Jinxiu looked at Zhao Heng in disbelief. "Brother Heng, you're so powerful, are you still not his match?" Zhao Heng shook his head. The strength Su Chen had just displayed far exceeded his own. At that moment, Shi Jinxiu also understood, so that means Yang Hai really is a bandit. After walking a distance, Su Chen took out the items he had scavenged from Yang Hai. This guy had quite a lot on him. There were 3 spirit fruits and a silver white necklace. Basic attack necklace. Wearing it increases attack power by plus 10. A necklace? Su Chen already had a pendant around his neck. He wondered if wearing 2 would have overlapping effects. He first used super conversion on the necklace. Conversion successful. Basic attack necklace has been converted to a normal tier 1 attack necklace. Attack power plus 20 after the conversion. Suchen directly put the necklace around his neck. Reminder, only one accessory of the same type can be worn. Excess accessories will not provide effects. Sure enough, it didn't work. Suchen took off the necklace. Although 20 points of attack power was considerable for him, the defensive pendant was more important. After all, Suchen didn't lack the 20 points of attack power, and the defense provided by the pendant could be very useful at a critical moment. Suchen converted the 3 spirit fruits, but their quality wasn't high. Even after conversion, the effects were limited, mainly restoring stamina. Consumption successful. Attack power plus 8, speed plus 8. Consumption successful. Attack power plus 8, speed plus 8. After consuming 2 spirit fruits, Suchen's stamina was restored to its peak. He stored the remaining spirit fruit, and with the one he had kept earlier, Suchen had 2 spirit fruits in hand. At that moment, his gaze fell on a black disc, which he had also taken from Yang Hai. This black disc was about the size of a plate and had 3 indentations on it. What is this? Suchen had felt strange when he first obtained it, so he immediately used Insight Eye to look at the disc. Basic Element Fusion Device. Collect the Forest Mark, Desert Mark, and Snowfield Mark to gain any elemental ability. Basic Element Fusion Device? What is an elemental ability? Just as Suchen was puzzled, the voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed again. Basic Elemental Ability. Ability strength is not inferior to sea-level talent, and more elements can be obtained for upgrades later. Not inferior to sea-level talent. It can be upgraded later. Suchen's heart surged with joy. This was a good treasure. Elemental abilities sounded very powerful. Task reminder. Locations for obtaining marks have been marked on the map. Players can go to the mark locations to obtain the marks. Suchen quickly opened the map to check, and sure enough, the locations for the 3 marks were all marked. But the location of the desert mark is too close to me. Wait, isn't that the water source where the wild elephant herd is located? So the desert mark is here. Since it's so close to him, Suchen immediately turned around and headed back. Now, the collective task in the novice village will start after tonight. Suchen wanted to gather this element before they collective task began to gain an elemental ability. For Suchen at this moment, this was much stronger than the power boost from leveling up. Soon, Suchen was about to return to the location of the elephant herd, but before that, he saw 2 figures ahead. It was Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Hong, whom he had just encountered. Honggo, we've come so far and still haven't seen the level 6 monster that Yang Hai mentioned. It seems he really was lying to us. Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Hong were coming this way to see if the level 6 severely injured monster that Yang Hai spoke of actually existed. It seemed that Yang Hai was indeed deceiving them. Yeah, you can know a person's face but not their heart. I didn't expect Yang Hai to plan to scheme against us. Zhao Hong sighed. Then he added with relief, fortunately, we met that person just now, otherwise, we might have really fallen into Yang Hai's trap. That means we misunderstood him, Qi Jinxiu said, lowering her head in shame. If I get the chance, I would like to apologize to him in person. Zhao Hong nodded upon hearing this. Yeah, I was thinking the same. If only. Before he could finish, Zhao Heng stopped, his gaze fixed on a direction, frozen in place. What's wrong? Qi Jinxiu followed his gaze and saw Suchen walking towards them. Instantly, she was frightened, her face turning pale. He wouldn't be coming to kill us for treasure, would he? After all, with Suchen's strength, it would be more than enough to take them down. Moreover, in this desert, no one would know if he killed them. Just a moment ago, they were saying they wanted to apologize to Suchen, but now that he was really back, they were at a loss for what to do. However, Suchen was a principled person. As long as they hadn't wronged him, he wouldn't commit such acts of murder and robbery. Suchen held the Qingguang sword, glanced at the 2, said nothing, and continued on his way. Zhao Hong tightened his grip on the spear, looking tense and ready for battle. But Suchen treated them like air and walked right past them. Zhao Hong let out a sigh of relief. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. At that moment, Qi Jinxiu spoke up. Hey, we misunderstood you before, I'm sorry. She sincerely apologized to Suchen. This took Suchen by surprise. He didn't expect her to apologize for this. He stopped, turned, and said, you'd better leave here quickly, it will be very dangerous soon. Because soon, Suchen might engage with the elephant herd, and when the herd went wild, the area within several kilometers would be unsafe. Seeing that Suchen actually responded, Qi Jinxiu was no longer so afraid. She asked, why? Are you going to fight the monsters? Our strength is also quite strong, we can help you. No need. Suchen turned back and continued towards the elephant herd. With the speed boots enhancing his speed, he quickly disappeared from their sight. Hongge, let's follow him and take a look. Saying this, Qi Jinxiu ran after him. Ah! Xiao. Zhao Hong shook his head and followed helplessly. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and stars began to twinkle above, with moonlight spilling over the desert. The visibility here was much better than in the jungle, and with the enhancement of the Eye of Insight, Suchen's vision was not affected at all. He arrived at a hill near the water source and looked down. At this moment, the giant elephants were gathered near the water source, lying on the ground and entering sleep. Seeing this scene, Suchen felt a surge of joy in his heart. These giant elephants were all asleep, making it much easier for him to take the desert mark. In Suchen's view, this desert mark must be hidden in this small lake. However, when he opened the map to check the location of the desert mark, he found that the marked position on the map was actually in the center of the elephant herd. Suchen immediately looked towards the center of the herd. A grayish-white giant elephant, significantly larger than the others, lay in the very center. Level 6 monster, Savage Elephant King, the leader of the savage elephant herd, with attributes far exceeding those of ordinary giant elephants. Killing it will yield the desert mark. Hiss. Suchen gasped in surprise. It turned out that the desert mark could only be obtained by killing this elephant king. This was troublesome. Not to mention the strength of the elephant king, just the sheer number of giant elephants surrounding it made it impossible for Suchen to handle. Moreover, the elephant king was surrounded by so many giant elephants, layer upon layer. At this moment, Suchen couldn't even get close to the elephant king, let alone kill it. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the vision of these giant elephants was certainly limited, plus they were still asleep. He could quietly sneak up to the elephant king, kill it, and then slip away. At that time, he could use his speed and teleportation ability to escape, perhaps even outsmart the herd. However, this plan was quite risky, but he couldn't think too much about it now. He had to go for it. Hey, what are you doing here? A voice from behind interrupted Suchen's thoughts. Qi Jinqiu and Zhao Hong had actually caught up with him. The two of them were not foolish, they could see that Suchen was not the type to kill innocents indiscriminately. Moreover, his strength was so formidable that they wanted to follow him to see if there was a chance to pick up some scraps. Didn't I tell you that it would be dangerous? Here soon? Suchen glanced at the two. We're not afraid of danger. Earlier, I teamed up with Brother Hong to kill a level 5 vulture, Qi Jinqiu boasted. Zhao Hong chimed in. That's right. We mainly want to see if we can help with anything. Suchen saw through their little intentions, but he didn't pay them any mind and instead stepped down the hill. As Suchen walked down the hill, Qi Jinqiu and Zhao Hong arrived at the spot where he had just been standing and looked down. Wow, there are so many elephants here, Qi Jinqiu exclaimed, her mouth agape. There were about 30 or 40 giant elephants, all lying together asleep. Zhao Heng's eyes widened as he saw this. He can't be planning to take action against these elephants, can he? Oh my gosh, these elephants look even more formidable than the giant lizards we encountered before. He alone. Qi Jinqiu found it hard to believe that Suchen would take on these giant elephants by himself. Suchen swaggered over to the vicinity of the herd, and the giant elephants were all in deep slumber, completely unaware of his arrival. After all, their savage elephant herd was a top-tier group in this desert. Usually, no other monsters dared to attack them, so these giant elephants had not developed the habit of keeping watch at night. With the azure sword in hand, Suchen moved like an assassin, weaving between the bodies of the giant elephants. Watching from the hill, the two felt their hearts racing, thinking to themselves that this person was incredibly bold. If he woke the elephants, they could probably crush him with a single step. At this moment, Suchen was still jumping and weaving on the body of the giant elephant. His light body, even when landing on the giant elephant, would not wake it. After a series of leaps, Suchen arrived at the center of the herd and saw the sleeping wild elephant king in the middle. This was even smoother than he had imagined. These giant elephants showed no signs of vigilance. Of course, this was also thanks to the nightfall, which had lulled the giant elephants into a deep sleep. With a flash, Suchen drew out the azure light sword, its blade emitting a faint blue cold glow. Standing on the body of a nearby giant elephant, he found the right position, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the sleeping elephant king. He only had this one chance. If he failed, it would be difficult to kill it again. Could it be? Is he really going to attack the biggest elephant? On the hill, Qi Jinqiu and her companion were once again shocked by Suchen's actions. Since this was the only opportunity, Suchen naturally had to use all his strength. His body split into three, and the three Suchens leaped simultaneously from the giant elephant's body, swinging their swords towards the elephant king's neck. However, at that moment, the sleeping elephant king suddenly sensed danger. It opened its eyes wide and saw three dark figures attacking it. The elephant king was instantly alarmed. It immediately swung its massive trunk, sweeping towards the three Suchens. In midair, Suchen had no leverage to dodge. Bang! Bang! Two of the clones were sent flying by the giant trunk, while the remaining true self used teleportation to arrive directly at the elephant king's neck. Whoosh! A brilliant white light erupted from Suchen's hand as he activated the frenzied attack bracelet. At the same time, the long sword in his hand thrust forward. The armor-piercing effect of the azure light sword, combined with triple attack power, was enough to break through even the wild elephant king's sturdy defenses. Thud! The azure light sword plunged directly into the elephant king's throat, preventing it from even letting out a sound. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed continuously from the wound. But the Elephant King, true to its title, did not die immediately. Instead, it struggled to stand up. Suchin pulled out the azure light sword and performed a backflip to avoid being trampled by the Elephant King. As the massive wild Elephant King stood up, the two clones charged in again. They both aimed for the Elephant King's neck. Thud, thud. Although the clones lacked the enhancements of the azure light sword and the bracelet, their attacks were not weak. They left two bloody holes on the Elephant King's neck, hastening its demise. After being stabbed twice more, the Elephant King had no chance of survival left. It furiously stomped towards Suchen in front of it. Boom, boom. But its speed was far too slow for Suchen, who easily dodged. However, the sound of the Elephant King's foot crashing down created a tremendous noise, waking the surrounding giant elephants. Damn! Why won't this guy just die? Suchen felt a bit anxious. If it were an ordinary giant elephant, it would have already died from a pierced throat. He didn't expect the Elephant King's vitality to be so tenacious. Roar! Roar! As the surrounding giant elephants continued to awaken, they saw the Elephant King being attacked and let out deafening roars. At the same time, they charged towards the three Suchens in the center. Suchen hurriedly recalled the two clones. Then, he jumped onto the back of a giant elephant to avoid being trampled. Whoosh! Whoosh! But what followed were massive trunks swinging towards him. Swish! Suchen could only rely on his agile form, constantly jumping and dodging on the body of the giant elephant. This was also thanks to the enhanced jumping ability he had gained from killing the Gale Eagle earlier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to weave through the herd. But it was like dancing on the edge of a knife. If he wasn't careful, he could be flung away by a giant elephant's trunk. Then came the continuous trampling attacks from the herd of elephants, so he could not afford to make any mistakes. However, in such a situation, his stamina was rapidly depleting, and he could not hold on for much longer. His speed would soon slow down. But before he could no longer hold on, the savage Elephant King had already fallen to the ground. Bang! Indeed, even the most tenacious Elephant King could not withstand being pierced in the throat and suffering from blood loss. Kill level 6 monster Savage Elephant King, experience plus 1600. Hearing this prompt, Suchen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He leaped and jumped to the side of the Elephant King's corpse, and sure enough, he saw a special mark emitting a yellow light. He stepped forward to pick up the mark and placed it in his space ring. Congratulations, player has obtained the desert mark. Then, Suchen extended his hand and activated Endless Devour on the Elephant King's corpse. Devour successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 4, defense plus 4. Who? Just after finishing devouring the attributes and preparing to leave, two enormous elephant trunks suddenly appeared above Suchen's head. Like massive iron rods, they came crashing down towards him, and he had no time to dodge. In a moment of crisis, Suchen focused his mind and immediately activated the orange pendant. On his chest, a light yellow defensive disc appeared above his head. Bang! Bang! The two enormous elephant trunks smashed down, and the disc instantly developed numerous cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Suchen jumped to the side. Crash! The next second, the defensive disc shattered, but the two elephant trunks also lost their power. After dodging, as soon as Suchen landed, an incredibly thick elephant leg came crashing down towards him. Suchen nimbly dodged this kick and, taking advantage of the leg still being in the air, climbed directly onto it. Boom! This kick caused the ground around to tremble. Once on the back of the giant elephant, Suchen determined his escape route and began to jump back and forth towards the outskirts of the herd. He unleashed his fastest speed and quickly reached the edge of the herd. Whoosh! He jumped again, landing on the back of another giant elephant. Just as he landed, an elephant trunk swung towards him, and Suchen hurriedly jumped in another direction to evade. But another trunk swung from that direction as well. Bang! Suchen didn't even have the chance to use his teleportation. He was directly struck by the trunk. Although Suchen was fast and incredibly agile, he was still hit by the giant elephant. Fortunately, this trunk flung him outside the herd. Bang! After landing, Suchen felt dizzy and his whole body ached. This was still with Suchen wearing soft armor and having extremely strong defense. If a person of the same level were to be flung like this by a giant elephant, they would probably have several bones shattered. The giant elephant's attack power was indeed formidable. Boom! 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 After Suchen landed, several giant elephants at the edge charged towards him. He hadn't even had time to get up when one giant elephant had already rushed over. This giant elephant stomped down towards Suchen on the ground. In this state, Suchen was already too weak to immediately get up and jump to evade. Boom! The elephant's leg stomped down, shaking the ground around, and yellow sand was kicked up. But there was no sign of Suchen escaping. In the distance, Jinsho gasped, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes fixed on the spot where the giant elephant had stepped. It's over, he got crushed by the elephant. Zhao Heng's eyes were also filled with horror. As he recalled the earlier scene, he had thought Suchen would kill the Elephant King among the herd and leave calmly. He never expected such an outcome. Zhao Heng sighed and said, "Sai, you can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet." His actions were too reckless. At the same time, the giant elephant that had stepped on Su Chen lifted its foot and the other elephants gathered around. But where was Su Chen's figure beneath its foot? Not even a hair was left. A few meters away, behind a large rock, Su Chen leaned against it, gasping for breath. That was really close. If it weren't for my life-saving techniques, I might have really been done for. In that critical moment, Su Chen had used teleportation to move directly behind the rock and hide. This also created the illusion for Qi Jinxiu and the elephants that he had been crushed. However, it had been truly perilous. He had been just a hair's breadth away from being flattened. But he had successfully collected the desert element, so it wasn't all in vain. He took out the black disc, where the desert element was already embedded in the corresponding position, emitting a faint yellow glow. At that moment, his gaze caught the pendant on his chest, and he noticed a small crack had appeared on his orange pendant. No way? This pendant is actually a consumable that can be damaged after use. During the battle, the defense created by the pendant had been shattered by the giant elephant, which was likely the reason for its damage. However, this pendant should be quite special, just like the space ring on Su Chen's finger. For now, there was no way to perform a super transformation. It seemed he would have to wait until his level increased and the super transformation was enhanced before he could proceed with the transformation. Su Chen opened the map to check the locations of the remaining two elements. Among them, the forest element was in the forest he had passed earlier, but it was still quite far from his current position. The ice element, however, was deeper in the desert and closer to Su Chen. He immediately decided to retrieve the ice element first. After that, he would return to collect the forest element and then head straight back to the novice village. By then, the collective task would likely begin. Time was of the essence, so Su Chen set off towards the ice field. Behind him, the herd was still rampaging due to the death of the Elephant King, trampling the ground around them, causing tremors, and their roars were continuous. Under the moonlight, Su Chen ran wildly, and soon he saw the snow-covered land and mountains ahead. The snowfield actually bordered the desert, which was impossible in the real world. But here, Su Chen found nothing strange. He took out the azure sword from his space ring and headed towards the snowfield. Based on past experience, the snowfield was definitely more dangerous than the desert, and the beast levels here were certainly higher. After all, this was deeper into the intermediate beast zone. As soon as he stepped into the snowfield, Su Chen felt a wave of coldness hit him. The temperature here was indeed much lower than in the desert. However, Su Chen had consumed many spirit fruits, enhancing his physique, and his defensive attributes helped as well. This bit of cold posed no harm to him. Just as Su Chen stepped into the snowfield, a few gray-white giant wolves lying nearby immediately opened their eyes. They had caught the scent of prey. Su Chen was still running towards the location of the ice element, but he soon noticed several pairs of glowing eyes behind him, following him. "I didn't expect to encounter beasts right after arriving. Let's deal with you first." Su Chen stopped, turned around, and drew his azure sword. The speed of these snowfield wolves was very fast. As Su Chen stopped, the snowfield wolves immediately chased after him. Level 5 monster, snowfield wolf, extremely fast, sensitive sense of smell, strong skeletal defense. Right from the start, it was a level 5 monster. It seemed that the overall strength of the monsters in this snowfield was indeed stronger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two snowfield wolves lunged directly at Su Chen. Su Chen's body split into three, with two clones wielding swords slashing at one snowfield wolf each. Meanwhile, the other two snowfield wolves circled to Su Chen's sides, attacking from the left and right. Su Chen, holding the green glowing sword, thrust it towards the left snowfield wolf. Thud! The sword pierced directly into the open mouth of the snowfield wolf, penetrating its neck from the inside. Killed level 5 monster, snowfield wolf. Experience plus 700. Congratulations. Player level increased to level 10, attack plus 50, speed plus 50, defense plus 15. Super transformation talent has been enhanced. Currently able to transform special items. He leveled up. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he had no time to check. At that moment, the snowfield wolf on the right had already lunged in front of Su Chen, its sharp claws ready to tear into his back. Whoosh! But in the next second, Su Chen's body vanished and reappeared at its side. Su Chen swung his sword again. Slash! The sword cut directly into the snowfield wolf's belly, slicing it open. Since this guy had strong skeletal defenses, Su Chen aimed for the areas protected by those bones. Bang! The snowfield wolf yelped in pain, its body crashing heavily to the ground, its innards beginning to spill out. Su Chen stepped forward again and delivered a final blow to the wolf's neck, ending its suffering. Killed level 5 monster, snowfield wolf. Experience plus 700. At this moment, the two clones were also engaged in intense combat with the other snowfield wolves. The two snowfield wolves were about to give in. Su Chen first devoured the attributes of these two snowfield wolves. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 6. Devour successful. Attack +6, speed +6. Soon, the two clones managed to kill the two Snowfield wolves, ending the battle. Killed level 5 monster, Snowfield Wolf. Experience +700. Killed level 5 monster, Snowfield Wolf. Experience +700. Su Chen recalled his clones and then opened his attribute panel. Name: Su Chen. Attack 698, defense 82, speed 490, level 92430/20000. After the previous devouring and item enhancements, Su Chen's attributes had reached a terrifying level. Now, dealing with level 5 monsters was a piece of cake for him, and he could also handle level 6 monsters. At this point, he could single-handedly kill the level 6 desert worms he had encountered before. Therefore, he was very confident about obtaining the Snowfield Elemental Mark. Although this was a Snowfield, it was also a mid-level monster zone, so there shouldn't be any higher-level monsters appearing. Devour successful. Attack +6, speed +6. Devour successful. Attack +6, speed +6. Su Chen did not forget to devour the attributes of the remaining two Snowfield wolves. Then, he looked at the spatial ring on his finger. After the upgrade, his super transformation had improved, and he could now transform the spatial ring. With a thought, the ring on his finger changed, and the patterns on it gradually became more intricate and numerous. Transformation successful. The basic spatial ring has been transformed into an ordinary spatial ring, capable of holding 10 cubic meters. Not bad. The space had actually doubled. It had previously contained so many weapons that it felt a bit cramped. Now, it was much more spacious inside. Then, Su Chen discovered that the pendant around his neck could also be transformed. He immediately transformed the defensive pendant as well. Transformation successful. The defensive pendant has been transformed into a defensive crystal pendant, enhancing its defensive capabilities after the transformation. The orange defensive pendant became more translucent, but the crack still remained. He tucked the pendant into his clothes and continued toward the location marked by the Snowfield mark. According to the map, Su Chen wound his way into a mountain range. I wonder what kind of monster I need to kill to obtain this Snowfield mark. Su Chen was not naive enough to think that the Snowfield mark was just waiting for him at the marked location. A fierce battle was definitely required. Upon arriving at the marked spot on the map, Su Chen found himself in a hollow surrounded by huge footprints in the snow. Deep within the hollow, a snow lotus emitting a ghostly blue light bloomed in a crack in the mountain. Precious ice crystal snow lotus, a healing holy medicine. Consuming it can quickly restore injuries. The lower the level of the consumer, the better the effect. The grades of spiritual herbs and fruits are ordinary first tier, ordinary second tier, precious, rare. It was actually a precious grade spiritual herb. This was the first precious spiritual herb Su Chen had encountered. When Sandao Ci Lang was gravely injured and dying, he had consumed the ice crystal snow lotus, which showed its effectiveness. However, although Su Chen was excited, he did not rush over to pick the snow lotus, because beneath the snow lotus, 3 giant beasts, resembling small mountains, were sleeping. Su Chen hurriedly used his inside eye to scan the area. Level 5 monster. Frost white bear, strong power, tough skin, and flesh, inherently violent, prone to madness. Su Chen looked over at another white bear nearby, which was still a level 5 frost white bear. These two white bears were sleeping outside, and inside was an even larger bear with glowing ice crystals on its back. Level 6 monster Ice Crystal Bear King, tasked with guarding the ice crystal snow lotus. Parts of its body are covered with extremely strong ice crystals. Killing it will yield the Snowfield mark. Indeed, it was a level 6 monster. Su Chen drew his azure sword and walked toward the 3 giant bears, all of which were asleep. It was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Whoosh! But just as he stepped into the bear's den, the sleeping Bear King behind him suddenly opened its enormous eyes, as big as copper bells. Roar! The Bear King, upon seeing a human intrude into its territory, let out an angry roar. This startled the 2 nearby sleeping white bears, which quickly got up and looked down at Su Chen. The 3 massive beasts stood upright, staring at Su Chen with eyes the size of copper bells. But Su Chen showed no fear or hesitation. Holding the azure sword, he walked steadily toward the 3 giant bears. The Ice Crystal Bear King regarded the tiny human, approaching it with indifference. It took 2 steps back and plopped down, leaning against a massive rock, lazily watching Su Chen. The 2 nearby white bears also dismissed Su Chen, seeing him as such a small human. With a single swipe, they could turn him into a meat patty, and at most, he could only scratch their itch. 2 polar bears stood upright and swaggered towards Su Chen. Thud! 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 Their paws struck the ground, creating a tremendous noise. The weight of one polar bear was estimated to be nearly that of a wild giant elephant. Moreover, they had more muscle, were more agile, and had a wider range of attack methods. In just a few steps, the 2 polar bears reached Su Chen. Whoosh! One of the polar bears directly swiped its paw down at Su Chen, who was on the ground. Su Chen jumped up, dodging the attack. Bang! The polar bear's paw hit the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. At that moment, the other polar bear formed its paw into a fist and swung it towards Su Chen in midair. Whoosh! The polar bear's punch was powerful, accompanied by a fierce wind. However, Su Chen's body vanished into thin air and the polar bear's punch swung empty. Swish! Su Chen reappeared at the back of the polar bear's neck and thrust his sword forward. Poochie! The sword pierced through the polar bear's neck from behind, the long tip emerging from its throat. Hiss! Su Chen pulled out the long sword. Bang! At the same time, he kicked off the polar bear's back using the force to perform a backflip and land gracefully. The polar bear, with its throat pierced, swayed left and right, its paws making a huge noise on the ground. Bang! Then, it collapsed to the ground. Kill level 5 monster. Frost polar bear. Experience plus 800. Seeing this scene, the previously lazy ice crystal bear king suddenly widened its eyes. One of its subordinates had been killed just like that? By a seemingly weak human? The other frost polar bear, witnessing its companion's death, let out a roar and charged at Su Chen, vowing to avenge its comrade. Whoosh! It extended its massive paw to swipe at Su Chen. Swish! But Su Chen rolled to avoid it and jumped onto its arm. Swish! On the polar bear's arm, Su Chen leaped again, this time heading straight for the bear's front. In the bear's eyes, Su Chen's body was rapidly approaching. Crack! A flash of blue light passed and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, a massive bear head was severed. Su Chen cleanly beheaded the polar bear without any hesitation. Clap! Then, Su Chen landed gracefully. Behind him, the enormous polar bear body slowly fell to the ground. Boom! The ground shook once more. Kill level 5 monster frost polar bear. Experience plus 800. Not bad. Another 1,600 experience points gained. On the way to collect elemental marks. Being able to kill so many monsters is truly great. Moreover, this is more efficient than Su Chen searching for monsters to kill everywhere. Roar! While Su Chen was pleased, the angry roar of the Bear King sounded behind him. This roar seemed to shake the entire mountain range, indicating the Bear King's level of fury. How could it not be enraged that 2 of its subordinates were killed by a human? Bang! 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 After the roar, the Bear King strode directly towards Su Chen, shaking the ground beneath him. Its size was a circle, larger than that of a polar bear, with glowing ice crystals on its back and arms. When it reached Su Chen, it swung a fist down. Su Chen jumped again, dodging the blow. Bang! The Bear King's fist left a deep imprint in the ground, much stronger than the marks left by the 2 polar bears. In midair, Su Chen swung his sword towards the Bear King's neck. However, the Bear King's speed was astonishingly quick, raising its other arm to shield itself. Clang! The azure sword struck the ice crystals on the Bear King's arm, sending sparks flying around. These ice crystals were harder than steel. The sword only left a scratch on the surface without breaking through. Instead, Su Chen felt a slight numbness in his arm from the impact and he quickly retreated. The hardness of the ice crystals shocked him. Just as he steadied himself after retreating, the Bear King charged at him again, not giving Su Chen a moment to breathe. Bang! It slammed down again, but Su Chen dodged once more. However, after evading this strike, another punch came crashing down, relentless. Bang! Bang! Boom! To his surprise, the Bear King's speed was also incredibly fast, its paws continuously smashing towards Su Chen. He could only keep dodging, falling into a passive position. Soon, he was forced into a small corner with nowhere to escape. The Bear King's ice crystal-laden arm swung towards him. Su Chen immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocky wall of the mountain. Bang! After hitting the wall, Su Chen slid down. At this moment, his arms throbbed with pain, and he felt as if his internal organs were about to burst. Fortunately, his high defense and decent physique prevented him from being seriously injured. He just needed a moment to recover. Roar! However, the Bear King had no intention of giving Su Chen a chance to recover. It charged at him again. Su Chen's mind raced and his body split into 3, with 2 clones wielding swords attacking the Bear King from left and right. Bang! Clang! Boom! The 2 clones engaged in battle with the giant bear, shaking the ground and sending sparks flying. Su Chen bent over, clutching his chest as he got up from the ground, his eyes fixed on the Bear King. As soon as it showed a defensive flaw, Su Chen would strike. Although its ice crystal defense was strong, the areas not covered by ice crystals were similar to those of an ordinary polar bear. As long as Su Chen found the right moment, he could also deliver a fatal blow to the Bear King. However, this creature was truly difficult to deal with. It not only knew how to use ice crystals for defense and offense but was also very fast. In a one-on-one situation, it was quite challenging for Su Chen to take action. But now, the 2 clones could restrain the Bear King. Roar! Soon, the Bear King became somewhat irritated by the 2 clones attacking from both sides. Every time it focused on attacking one clone, the other would appear, forcing it to defend. Its attacks became frantic and fierce, but it revealed many flaws. Su Chen was waiting for this opportunity. He raised his azure sword and directly joined the battle. Whoosh! Su Chen seized the moment, leaping up and striking down at the Bear King. The The Bear King had just repelled the two clones and could only hurriedly raise its arm to block Su Chen's attack. In midair, Su Chen's long sword emitted a dazzling white light as he swung down. This strike aimed at the Bear King's elbow joint, where there was no protection from ice crystals. Crack! The white light flashed and the Bear King's arm was cleanly severed, falling to the ground. Roar! The Bear King immediately covered its severed arm with its hand and let out a skyward howl. As soon as Su Chen landed, he activated his teleportation ability. Whoosh! His body flashed and he appeared right in front of the Bear King. The Bear King, seeing Su Chen suddenly teleporting in front of it, widened its pupils in surprise. It wanted to reach out and swat at Su Chen, but it was already too late. Crack! A streak of blue light flashed and Su Chen's sword sliced through the Bear King's throat. Splat! Blood immediately splattered out and Su Chen rolled to the back of the Bear King. The Ice Crystal Bear King extended its uninjured arm to cover its bleeding throat, but it was of no use. Bang! It first knelt on both knees, then its entire body collapsed to the ground. Boom! Its body hit the ground with a tremor and blood flowed out. Kill level 6 monster Ice Crystal Bear King. Experience plus 1800. Su Chen's level also rose to level 10, 5830/20,000. At the same time, Su Chen recalled his two clones and reached out to devour the Ice Crystal Bear King's attributes. Devour successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 10, defense plus 5. This Ice Crystal Bear King had strong combat power, so it provided a lot of attributes. After devouring, Su Chen noticed a blue mark appearing next to the Bear King's corpse, and he immediately went to pick it up. Congratulations player, you have obtained the Snowfield mark. Su Chen placed the Snowfield mark into the black disc in his hand. Now, he only needed the forest element. Once he gathered all three elements, he would be able to obtain elemental abilities. He couldn't wait to experience the power of elemental abilities. Then, he approached the corpses of the two frost white bears and devoured their attributes. Devour successful. Attack plus 8, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Devour successful. Attack plus 8, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Not bad. He gained so many attributes again. After finishing the devouring, Su Chen's gaze suddenly turned to the ice crystal snow lotus above the stone wall. This snow lotus grew on a smooth cliff with no protruding stones to climb on. However, this was no challenge for Su Chen. Whoosh! He quickly made his way to the bottom of the stone wall, then took a running start and leaped up 5 or 6 meters. Just as his body was about to fall back down, he used teleportation. He landed right next to the snow lotus, and with quick reflexes, Su Chen wrapped the snow lotus in his arms. At that moment, his body was rapidly descending. He held the snow lotus in one hand and drew his blue sword with the other, stabbing it into the stone wall. Sizzle! Sparks flew. The blue sword left a long scar on the stone wall, and Su Chen reached a sufficiently safe position. He pushed off the wall with one foot, pulled out the blue sword, and performed a backflip, landing gracefully. Clap! After landing, he raised the palm-sized snow lotus in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. The healing holy medicine could quickly restore injuries and could also be consumed during battle. When he was on the verge of being heavily injured, taking it would not only heal him but also catch his opponent off guard. Su Chen carefully stored the snow lotus in his space ring, placing it in a separate corner. Then, he immediately set off on the road back to the forest. Under the moonlight, a figure moved swiftly. It was Su Chen. He had returned to the desert and was not far from the forest. Suddenly, a massive scorpion tail emerged from a nearby mound of dirt. Crack! The scorpion tail lunged directly at Su Chen's head. Su Chen drew the green light sword from his spatial ring and slashed out. Crack! The scorpion tail was severed in two, green liquid gushing from the break. Su Chen leaped forward again, stabbing at the mound of dirt with his sword. Thud! The green light sword pierced through the sand pile, directly impaling the poisonous scorpion, which had no chance to escape the sand. Kill level 5 monster desert poison scorpion. Experience plus 700. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Su Chen continued to kill and devour, then sheathed his sword and continued on his way. How could these little level 5 monsters dare to provoke him? They truly had no regard for their lives. As Su Chen hurried along, his stamina was quickly depleting. During his journey, he consumed one of the 3 spirit fruits he had left. Soon, he returned to the jungle where the monster levels were generally lower than those in the desert and snowfields. He wondered if this forest mark would be easier to obtain than the other 2 marks. Following the hints on the map, he quickly arrived at a place with extremely dense trees. Towering trees surrounded him, their massive branches blocking out the sky completely. Not a sliver of moonlight could seep through. The ground was intertwined with various huge tree roots. After arriving here, Su Chen looked around. The large trees all grew in abstract, twisted shapes. The bark resembled the wrinkles on a human face, and the curved branches looked like arms, giving off a somewhat eerie vibe. The map clearly marks this place, but why are there no monsters here? Su Chen wondered, opening the map again to confirm. At that moment, a large tree behind him stirred. The wrinkles on the bark lifted, revealing a pair of dark green eyes, while the branches of the tree reached out towards Su Chen. At the same time, he heard rustling sounds coming from behind him. Whoosh! He immediately drew the green light sword and spun around. As he turned, he saw two thick branches wrapping around him. Su Chen was alarmed. He quickly swung his sword at the branches. Crack! Crack! The branches, as thick as thighs, were severed by Su Chen. He also caught sight of the dark green eyes on the tree. Level 6 monster Twisted Tree Spirit. Parasitic and towering trees can manipulate trees at will and traverse through them. Its true form is a spirit within the tree. Level 6 monster? It seemed he had underestimated the situation. To obtain the forest mark, he would need to kill a level 6 monster. And it was a parasitic type monster. This meant its true form was within the trunk. While Su Chen observed, the tree spirit manipulated the roots on the ground, launching an attack to ensnare him. Rustle! Rustle! The roots seemed to come alive, wrapping around Su Chen's legs. Crack! 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 Su Chen swung his sword, severing the encroaching roots. However, the roots were endless, and the branches from the tree surged towards him like vines. No, I need to find an opportunity to attack this tree spirit. Surrounded by trees, even if he were to exhaust himself, he could never chop them all down. He had to eliminate the root cause. Crack! Crack! He slashed through the branches in front of him and thrust his sword towards the center of those dark green eyes. Seeing Su Chen's ferocity, the eyes abandoned the tree and shot out from it with incredible speed. Whoosh! Its body transformed into a green light, diving into another nearby tree. Thud! Su Chen's long sword pierced directly through the large tree. Next to it, another large tree opened a pair of dark green eyes once again. At the same time, the branches on the tree regained consciousness and reached out towards Su Chen. Crack! Crack! Su Chen swung his sword again, severing these branches, and then directly slashed at the pair of eyes. Thud! The green sword left a deep mark on the tree, but the tree spirit had already slipped away long ago. Its speed was too fast, leaving Su Chen no chance to use teleportation to kill it outside the tree. Crash! After the tree spirit burrowed into the tree, it once again controlled the branches to attack Su Chen. Damn it! This guy was too cunning, hiding behind and manipulating the branches to attack Su Chen. In a place tangled with roots and branches everywhere, Su Chen also found it difficult to use the clone technique. After all, the space was already small, and adding 2 more clones would only hinder his movements. However, the previous 2 attacks had allowed Su Chen to notice the tree spirit's flaw. Crack! Crack! He severed the obstructing branches with 2 sword strikes, preparing to launch a third attack. Whoosh! He leaped directly into the air, aiming for the 2 pairs of eyes on the tree. The tree spirit was already prepared. The moment Su Chen jumped, it immediately darted out from the tree. Transforming into a green light, it burrowed into another large tree nearby. Whoosh! Su Chen's body also vanished from the air, appearing behind this large tree. At this moment, the tree spirit that had entered the tree had just opened its eyes, and it had already lost track of Su Chen. This was the flaw Su Chen had found. After the tree spirit burrowed into the tree, it couldn't open its eyes immediately to control the tree. He had to take advantage of this time to deal with both the tree and the tree spirit. Whoosh! Behind the large tree, Su Chen's hand glowed with white light, and he swung his sword. Crack! With the enhancement of the Power Mat bracelet, the green sword effortlessly severed the large tree in half. Thud! Along with the tree being cut down, the tree spirit hiding in the trunk was also severed. Squeak! The tree spirit, resembling a monkey, let out a strange cry as it was split in 2. Boom! The large tree, which required 3 people to embrace, crashed to the ground with a tremendous noise, startling the birds in the distance. Kill level 6 monster, Twisted Tree Spirit. Experience plus 1600. The half of the tree spirit's body was still in the trunk, and Su Chen reached out his hand to initiate Endless Devour on the half-corpse. Devour successful. Mental power enhanced. Mental power? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled when a clear and refreshing sensation surged through his mind. This made Su Chen feel incredibly comfortable. He sensed that his mind had become clearer. If he manipulated clones now, it would definitely be more effortless. It seemed that the tree spirit's strong suit was mental power, which was why he had absorbed this attribute. Moreover, Su Chen could feel that this mental power attribute was much more precious than the defensive attribute. Unfortunately, he had only encountered this one monster that could provide the mental power attribute. After his mental power increased, Su Chen looked at a green mark next to the tree spirit's corpse. The last forest element mark. A smile appeared on his face. After picking up the mark, Su Chen took out the element fusion device from his spatial ring. He placed the forest mark into it. Buzz! The moment it was inserted, the 3 elemental marks released dazzling light. Blue, yellow, and green lights began to spin rapidly in the disc, gradually merging into one. Whoosh! Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of Su-Chen. Please select the elemental ability you want to synthesize. Forest element, elemental. Ability is the source of life, can heal the target's injuries after release. Desert element, elemental ability is the sand's protection, creates a defensive sand wall around the body when used. Snowfield element, elemental. Ability is frost freeze, can freeze enemies and cause damage when used. Note, using elemental abilities consumes mental power, and the effects are comparable to sea-level talents of the same type. Su-Chen looked at the descriptions and pondered. The forest element ability did not enhance combat power. Moreover, he still had the healing holy medicine, the ice crystal snow lotus, so this elemental ability held no appeal for him. The desert element ability, which summoned a defensive sand wall, overlapped with the defensive pendant he had, so it was also not in his consideration. That left only the frost freeze, which significantly enhanced combat. Furthermore, it could be used not only in battle but also to escape from pursuers. Soon, Su-Chen decided to choose frost freeze. After confirming, the black disc spun again. Buzz. Finally, the three colors completely merged into blue, and the blue light directly entered Su-Chen's mind. Su-Chen closed his eyes, carefully feeling the elemental ability of frost freeze. After a moment, the blue light disappeared, and Su-Chen opened his eyes. He extended his right hand, and translucent snowflakes appeared in his palm, continuously spreading outward. Then, he reached out towards the trees ahead. Crack! A layer of ice appeared at the center of the large tree and began to spread outward. Within a few seconds, Su-Chen quickly withdrew his hand and rubbed his forehead. Just that short moment had consumed a significant amount of his mental power. It seems that the strength of this elemental ability is linked to mental power. If Su-Chen's mental power were strong enough, he could completely freeze the entire tree ahead. Unfortunately, his mental power was still relatively weak, making it impossible to achieve such strong freezing ability. However, the enhancement to combat power was already substantial, being able to freeze opponents out of nowhere. Even if he couldn't freeze them directly, he could significantly reduce their combat effectiveness. After gaining the elemental ability, Su-Chen was eager to find a monster to test its effects. He walked towards the edge of the forest, planning to return to the novice village first. After all, there were only a few hours left until the collective mission began. It would take him some time to get back. After walking for a while in the forest, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in front of Su-Chen. You again? Su-Chen focused and saw that the dark cloud was made up of the level 3 monster, the blood-sucking bats, which had previously provoked him. However, this time, seeing the blood-sucking bats, his face was filled with joy, and he directly drew his sword and charged forward. The blood-sucking bats were not to be outdone, swarming towards Su-Chen in groups. Today, let you know what true strength is. Slash! 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 Blue light flickered all around, and the mangled bodies of the blood-sucking bats continuously fell from the dark cloud. With each sword strike Su-Chen made against the dark cloud, 2 or 3 blood-sucking bats lost their lives. Kill level 3 monster blood-sucking bat, experience plus 100. Kill level 3 monster blood-sucking bat, experience plus 100. Kill level 3 monster blood-sucking bat, experience plus 100. In just one encounter, more than a dozen blood-sucking bats died at Su-Chen's hands. Su-Chen also gained over 1,000 experience points, which was quite satisfying. This was equivalent to the experience he would get from killing a level 6 monster. It seemed that after leveling up, killing these low-level monsters in groups was indeed very enjoyable. The blood-sucking bats quickly sensed Su-Chen's terrifying strength and realized the gap between them and him. Immediately, these blood-sucking bats began to flee. Humph! You think you can escape? Just right, I'll use you to test the power of frost freezing. Su-Chen raised his palm, and blue crystal and frost appeared. Whoosh! He reached out forward. Crack, crack, crack! A layer of frost suddenly covered the blood-sucking bats, causing them to fall from the air one by one. The bats flying ahead paid no attention to the commotion behind them and continued to fly forward. The bats that fell behind were continuously frozen and dropped from the sky. In just a few seconds, more than 20 blood-sucking bats fell from the air. Killed level 3 monster blood-sucking bat, experience plus 100. Killed level 3 monster blood-sucking bat, experience plus 100. Some of the blood-sucking bats were frozen to death. The remaining bats that struggled on the ground were directly finished off by Su-Chen. Killed level 3 monster blood-sucking bat, experience plus 100. Killed level 3 monster blood-sucking bat, experience plus 100. In a short time, Su-Chen killed over 30 blood-sucking bats, gaining more than 3,000 experience points. Frost freezing is indeed useful. Su-Chen was quite satisfied with the effect of the frost freezing. Without this ability, he estimated he would have killed at least 10 fewer bats, which would be equivalent to losing the experience from a level 6 monster. After that, Su-Chen devoured the attributes of 3 blood-sucking bats. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2, devoured successfully. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2, devoured successfully. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. Previously, Endless Devour could only consume 3 monsters. but now it had increased to 6. After the devouring was complete, Su Chen left the place with his sword. Not far from there, he heard a commotion ahead. Chase! Make sure that kid doesn't get away. We just took the treasure that Lu Ge had his eyes on. He really is asking for trouble. Once we catch up, we must make this kid pay. Hearing these words, Su Chen understood the situation ahead. Treasure? There's actually treasure. What, Lu Ge? That belongs to you, Su Gu. Su Chen immediately gripped his sword and headed towards the source of the noise. With his current strength, he was very confident that he could walk through this intermediate monster area with ease. After walking a short distance, Su Chen saw a figure emerge from the bushes ahead. His clothes were already stained with a lot of blood, and there were many tears in his clothing, making him look quite disheveled. However, despite this, he did not show any signs of panic. Instead, his gaze was cold, like that of a fierce wolf. What surprised Su Chen the most was not this, but his identity. This disheveled person was actually Li Xiu. Seeing Li Xiu, Su Chen immediately ran over to him. Li Xiu's strength at night was far inferior to Su Chen's. He sensed someone approaching and instinctively changed direction, running away to the other side. Su Chen immediately called out, Li Xiu, it's me, Su Chen. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Xiu stopped and glanced in Su Chen's direction, saying, hurry up, they're about to catch up. He didn't have time to explain much to Su Chen, and didn't want to drag him into trouble, so he ran off in another direction. At that moment, the pursuers behind Li Xiu caught up, and one of them threw a spear directly at him. Whoosh! The spear turned into a shadow, flying rapidly towards Li Xiu. Swish! Li Xiu quickly dodged to the side. Although he evaded just in time, he was still grazed by the spear. Thud! The spear sliced through the outer side of Li Xiu's thigh and plunged directly into the ground ahead. Bang! Li Xiu stumbled and fell to the ground. The three pursuers immediately rushed over, and the leader among them was very fast. Taking advantage of Li Xiu not having gotten up yet, he placed a knife against his neck. Humph! You can run pretty well, huh? Said the burly man wielding a large axe, panting heavily. The leader among the three, holding a big knife, pointed at the fallen Li Xiu and said, hand over the stuff. Otherwise, I'll take your life with one slash. Big brother, kill him, the treasure will still be ours, said the thin man like a stick. He then retrieved the spear back into his hands. Makes sense, the leader nodded, raising his big knife. Li Xiu also placed his hands on his twin daggers, ready to counterattack at any moment. Wait! A sudden voice rang out behind the four. Su Chen's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Damn! Where did this kid come from? Trying to be a hero, huh? Really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, the knife-wielding leader scoffed. The burly man with the axe spoke up. Big brother, let me teach this kid a lesson. Saying this, he strode towards Su Chen with his large axe. Li Xiu watched Su Chen nervously from the ground. Although he knew Su Chen could kill a level 6 monster, the strength of these three men was also not simple, and he had never witnessed the power of a level 6 monster. In this forest, even level 5 monsters were rare, so he had no concept of the strength of a level 6 monster. Seeing the man with the axe approaching Su Chen, he also prepared to counterattack. Unfortunately, the leader among the three was very shrewd, keeping the big knife pressed against Li Xiu's neck, leaving him no chance to fight back. The man with the axe was named Peng Hu, and he swaggered towards Su Chen. The three of them were the top 3 on the combat power ranking in their novice village. Together, they could almost walk unchallenged in this mid-level monster area of the forest. Moreover, Peng Hu was very confident in his strength. He believed he could take Su Chen's life with one swing of his axe. Kid, be smarter in your next life and don't meddle in everything, he said, suddenly accelerating his body and swinging his axe at Su Chen. Su Chen simply drew his azure sword and waved it forward. Crack! A flash of azure light passed, and the axe handle in Peng Hu's hand snapped in two. Peng Hu's movements froze in place. Then, Su Chen effortlessly sheathed his azure sword. Thud! Blood immediately gushed from Peng Hu's neck. He dropped the axe handle to the ground, clutching his neck with both hands, his face filled with terror. Bang! Soon, he collapsed to the ground. Su Chen stepped over his corpse and walked towards the other two. At this moment, both of them were stunned, still trying to figure out what had happened when Peng Hu had already lost his life. Don't come over. If you do, I'll kill him with one knife. The leader, regaining his composure, threatened immediately. Hearing this, Su Chen's footsteps indeed came to a halt. The pale face of the leader holding the knife relaxed a bit. It seemed this guy had come to save someone. He was preparing to talk to Su Chen, hoping to resolve the conflict peacefully and end the matter just like that. But the next second, Su Chen's body vanished from the spot. Whoosh! The leader's heart jolted. He wanted to turn around to check Su Chen's figure. But at that moment, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and he couldn't help but reach for it. He discovered a long sword had pierced into his neck, and his hand was covered in blood. Put! Su Chen pulled out the long sword and directly slashed at the other skinny man. The skinny man, holding a spear, hurriedly raised it in front of him. Clang! The blue sword sparked against the metal spear handle, leaving a mark on it. The skinny man's arm went numb from the shock and he nearly dropped the spear. After just one exchange, he realized the gap in strength between him and his opponent. He knew he was no match for Su-Chen at all. If they continued fighting, he would be killed in no time. He immediately chose to turn and flee. Whoosh! But he had barely taken 2 steps when Su-Chen caught up to him and stabbed him through the heart. Too weak. Su-Chen pulled out the long sword and said disdainfully. Behind him, Li Xiu was already so shocked by the scene that he couldn't speak. When did Su-Chen become this strong? This was a completely different person from when he participated in the novice village competition. Originally, Li Xiu had thoughts of reclaiming the top spot on the combat power leaderboard. Now it seemed impossible. Su-Chen's strength was clearly far beyond his. Su-Chen didn't forget to absorb the attributes of these people while also putting the spear he had in his space ring. Absorption successful. Attack power plus 12, speed plus 5. These guys were dirt poor. Apart from their weapons, they had nothing else on them. Afterwards, Su-Chen walked over to Li Xiu and helped him up from the ground. How are you? Is your injury serious? Li Xiu had only superficial wounds and no damage to his bones, so he was fine. It's nothing, I've been hurt worse during devil training before. He had previously hinted that he was a professional killer on Blue Star. Su-Chen nodded and began collecting the spoils. He didn't ask Li Xiu what treasures he had. Arriving at the leader's corpse, Su-Chen squatted down and discreetly absorbed his attributes. Absorption successful. Attack power plus 15, speed plus 7. He then stored the leader's weapon in his space ring. Finally, Su-Chen came to the corpse of Pang, who, glancing at the axe that had been broken in two, shaking his head in regret. He needed to be more careful next time. Such a good weapon had been ruined by him. A broken weapon couldn't be converted. It was just a piece of scrap metal, so Su-Chen could only absorb its attributes. Absorption successful. Attack power plus 14, speed plus 3. At this moment, Li Xiu couldn't help but speak up. I didn't expect you to become this strong. Not bad, mainly these 3 are too weak, Su-Chen humbly remarked. This was nothing compared to the combat power of the level 6 demon beasts he had encountered. Li Xiu's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. These 3 had been beaten without any ability to fight back. Before Su-Chen could ask Li Xiu why these people were trying to kill him, the voice of the Heavenly Tao sounded again. Announcement: the 250 newbie village is about to open the newbie village combat competition. All members will be teleported to the newbie square. Combat competition? Su-Chen was somewhat taken aback that the competition came at this time. They were about to start a collective mission, yet the newbie village was still so restless. Whoosh! In the next second, Su-Chen and Li Xiu's bodies disappeared from their spot. In the square of the 250 newbie village, all the members of the newbie village, just like last time, were teleported here. Why is it the newbie village combat competition? I thought the collective mission was starting. Damn it! I was still sleeping in the wooden house, and they just teleported me to the square. Yeah, I was also resting up for the collective mission. Announcement: the winning side of this combat competition will allow all players in the newbie village to increase 20 points in attack and 15 points in speed. The losing side will have corresponding attributes deducted. What the hell? The rewards and penalties this time are so much higher than last time. God, I barely have any attack power. If we lose, won't that just send me back to square one? What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that our newbie village has the great Su-Chen? Exactly, Su-Chen can even kill level 6 demon beasts. This time, we are sure to win the combat competition. Reminder: this newbie village combat competition was initiated by the 146 newbie village, and the opponent has chosen a team will battle. What? It was initiated by the 146 newbie village? These people from the Cherry Blossom country really can't hold back. Just a bunch of defeated foes. This time, our dragon country will definitely win again. Don't be too optimistic. Since the opponent initiated the newbie village challenge, it proves they are quite confident. Whoosh! 5 beams of light appeared in the sky, shining down on the high platform. 5 figures then stepped out from the crowd. They were still the same 5 who participated in the last combat competition. After all, they were still the top 5 on the combat power list, with the only change being that Joey had moved up to 3rd place, pushing Longwu down to 4th. His sea-level growth talent had already shown its advantages. Zhang Yuanshan remained in 5th place, his talent grade being lower and not improving his efficiency in killing demon beasts. When the crowd saw Su-Chen's figure, they immediately erupted in excitement. Great Su-Chen! You must lead our newbie village to victory. Brother Su-Chen! My little sister's attribute points all depend on you. Great Su-Chen! Show these Cherry Blossom country fools our strength. Unlike the last combat competition, this time everyone in the audience was shouting Su-Chen's name. After all, Su-Chen had turned the tide in the previous 2 newbie village combats. They believed that this time Su-Chen could still lead them to victory. Su-Chen himself was naturally very confident. He smiled and nodded at the crowd before walking towards the beams of light. Whoosh! The 5 beams of light teleported the 5 onto the arena. A light screen appeared in the newbie village square, allowing the people there to see the scene on the arena. The 5 who arrived on the arena also began to observe their surroundings. This arena was the same as the last one. In front of the 5 was still a transparent wall that blocked them. Joey stretched his arms and yawned, sighing, it's the familiar place again. But this time, the opponents we face might be stronger, Zhang Yuanshan rationally analyzed. After all, both sides had just participated in a killing challenge. Upon learning that they could kill a level 6 monster, the other side still dared to initiate a challenge match. One can only say they are truly confident. Are they strong? We're not to be underestimated either. Since they dare to challenge us, let them pay the price, Long Wu said, clenching his fists. Li Shou remained silent, glancing at Su Chen beside him, who had just witnessed Su Chen's terrifying strength. With him around, he felt at ease. That's right, this time let them know that the Sakura Kingdom will always be our Dragon Kingdom's defeated foe. Su Chen's words boosted their confidence even more. After all, he was their greatest asset for victory. At that moment, 5 figures appeared on the opposite side. These 5 were the participants from the 146 novice village, including Su Chen's acquaintance Fuji Ichiro. Once everyone was present, the Heavenly Tao announced the rules again. The meaning of the wheel battle was simple. 5 people would take turns to fight. Being knocked off the stage, killed, or forfeiting would all result in elimination. The winning side could choose to remain on the stage and fight against the remaining opponents. Both sides have 3 minutes to determine the order of appearance. After hearing the rules, the 5 looked at each other. They were indifferent about the order of appearance. Su Chen spoke first. Let me be the first to fight. He wanted to overturn the opponent by himself, thus avoiding any accidents for Zhang Yuanshan and the others on the stage. However, the other 4 shook their heads upon hearing this suggestion. Su Chen, you are our biggest trump card. How can you be the first to appear? You should save it for the finale. Yeah, if you go first and something goes wrong, that would be terrible. Let us pave the way for you. The 3 expressed their opinions, and even Li Shou silently nodded. Seeing this, Su Chen had no choice but to agree. From the perspective of winning, it was indeed the safest to appear last. Alright, I'll go last, but if you can't handle it, you can forfeit directly. I'll back you up. Then fine. Let me go first. Long Wu volunteered. His strength was average among the 5, not too strong nor too weak, making him the most suitable to lead the charge. Soon, they agreed on the order of battle. Long Wu would fight first, followed by Li Shou, Joey, Zhang Yuan, and finally, Su Chen as the anchor. They then confirmed the battle list with the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, Su Chen pointed to Fuji Ichiro in the opposing crowd and said, "That one with the knife over there is quite strong. His talent allows for a short burst of power, so be careful." Upon hearing his reminder, the other 4 nodded. Previously, Su Chen had mentioned in the chat channel that Fuji Ichiro was his defeated foe. Therefore, knowing this now did not surprise them. Note, the winning side will still enjoy the blessings of the Heavenly Tao. The blessings of the Heavenly Tao? This meant that no matter how severe the injuries, they could recover instantly. With this, they need not fear being injured in the challenge match, which could affect subsequent group tasks. This also allowed them to fight without holding back. However, the losing side would not have such good luck. 3 minutes quickly passed and a beam of light teleported Long Wu away. On the other side, the combatants from the 146 newbie village were also teleported up. There stood a person wrapped in a black robe, concealing their body completely. It was impossible to discern their figure, only their extremely pale face was visible. Wrapped up so tightly, are you afraid to face anyone? Long Wu scoffed, holding his large blade. The other party ignored his taunt and directly took out a flaming magic orb from their robe. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it on fire? Joey asked, frowning in confusion. Not just him, but the others from the 250 newbie village were equally puzzled upon seeing this object. Su Chen had already scanned it with his inside eye. Special item, Fire Spirit Pearl, contains incredibly powerful fire energy, can release various fire attacks when activated. Note, the Fire Spirit Pearl is a consumable. It will disappear after exhausting its contained energy. A Fire Spirit Pearl? It's actually a consumable. Generally, such items have very powerful functions. Su Chen's defensive pendant around his neck is also a consumable, and its defensive capability is quite strong. On the arena, Long Wu sensed something was off when he saw the opponent take out the Fire Spirit Pearl. He immediately charged towards the opponent with his blade. The black-robed man, with a thought, made the Fire Spirit Pearl float in front of him. Whoosh! In the next second, flames erupted from the Fire Spirit Pearl, rushing directly towards Long Wu. The flames formed a wall of fire, aiming to engulf Long Wu completely. Come on! Long Wu fearlessly swung his blade at the flames. Seeing his action, the 4 spectators from Sakura country burst into laughter. Ha, what a foolish dragon person, trying to split the flames with his knife. Yeah, do all dragon people think like him? TSK TSK TSK. But we can't say that. After all, they have no means to resist the Fire Spirit Pearl. I think Master Kong Xian alone is enough to deal with all 5 of them. On the arena. Boom! Long Wu, swinging his blade at the flames, was instantly engulfed by them. The flames began to scorch his body. The piercing pain made Long Wu grit his teeth, yet he still did not cry out. He transformed into a fiery figure, wielding his blade and striking at the opponent. The 4 onlookers could no longer laugh. They had initially thought Long Wu would roll on the ground, burned by the flames. But the result was that Long Wu completely ignored the flames on his body, enduring the excruciating pain to continue fighting. This required terrifying willpower, and none of them could likely achieve that. On Su Chen's side, they were all tense, their faces filled with anxiety as they watched the battle on the arena. The black-robed Kong Xianyi drew a fine iron sword from his robe to confront Long Wu. Clang! Clang! The weapons of both sides clashed, creating sparks. Kong Xianyi's close combat ability was not inferior to Long Wu's at all. Meanwhile, Long Wu was still being burned by the flames on his body. I wonder how much longer you can hold on, Kong Xianyi said with a cruel smile. A faint smell of roasted meat could already be detected on the arena. Long Wu was indeed suffering severe burns. This was the gap between those with abilities and those without. If Long Wu had a talent, he might have been able to turn the tide. But without talent or abilities, he could only swing his blade at the opponent. Moreover, he didn't want to give up without doing anything. At the very least, he wanted to drag the opponent down with him. With this thought, Long Wu's attacks became even more ferocious. Bang! 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 But all his attacks were defended against by Kong Xianyi, and his injuries were worsening. If it weren't for Kong Xianyi conserving energy from the Fire Spirit Pearl, he probably wouldn't even be able to get close to him. Forfeit, Long Wu. Su Chen immediately shouted towards the arena. Long Wu, leave this guy to us. That's right, let me zap this little brat. Others chimed in as well. Long Wu could hear their voices and knew he posed no threat to Kong Xianyi. Dragging it out would only lead to his pointless demise here. He wasn't a stubborn person, and at this moment he could only forfeit. Whoosh! He was then directly teleported back to the square of the 250 novice village. Upon arriving in the square, he was covered in burns, with large areas of his skin charred. Seeing this scene, the people in the 250 novice village felt as if their hearts were blocked, making it hard to breathe. Some girls, upon seeing Long Wu's injuries, even began to quietly sob. Even Gu Haitan's eyes turned red, and she immediately used her healing on Long Wu. Unfortunately, her healing talent was limited and could not heal such severe injuries. She could only prevent his condition from worsening. At this moment, in the square of the 146 novice village, laughter echoed. Ha, this Fire Spirit Pearl is really powerful. This time we are sure to win. Last time, those Dragon Country people were so arrogant. This time we will let them know the strength of Sakura Country. This Fire Spirit Pearl was their greatest reliance for daring to challenge the 250 novice village. Previously, Kong Xianyi had already demonstrated the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl to them. If fully activated, not even a dozen people could get close to him. On the arena, Li Xiu had already been teleported up. His injuries had been treated by Gu Haitang while in the square, and they currently did not affect his combat ability. At this moment, anger was hidden in his eyes. Long Wu's encounter had made them all extremely furious. Whoosh! As soon as Li Xiu was teleported onto the arena, he unleashed all his strength and charged towards Kong Xianyi. He had no long-range attack methods, and to defeat Kong Xianyi, he could only engage in close combat. His speed was a notch faster than Long Wu's, and the Gale twin daggers in his hands were already drawn. Seeing this, Kong Xianyi once again urged the Fire Spirit Pearl. Whoosh! A sea of flames enveloped Li Xiu, leaving him nowhere to hide. Whoosh! Facing the raging flames, he chose to roll directly on the ground, minimizing the area of his body that came into contact with the fire. This proved to be very effective, as the flames only scorched his back. After rolling up from the ground, he gripped his twin daggers and leaped directly towards Kong Xianyi, landing right in front of him. Li Xiu's movements were fluid and dazzling, befitting a professional assassin. Slash! Arriving in front of Kong Xianyi, Li Xiu's twin daggers slashed out in an instant. Kong Xianyi was startled by Li Xiu's actions. In a panic, he immediately drew his longsword to block. Clang! Clang! Kong Xianyi was forced to retreat step by step. Not only was Li Xiu's speed and attack higher than Long Wu's, but his swordsmanship was also exceptionally refined. Seeing this, the people in the 250 novice village all wore smiles. Li Xiu, great job! Li Xiu, make sure to teach this scoundrel a good lesson. Meanwhile, the people from the 146 novice village, including the 4 watching from the opposite side, showed no signs of worry. Instead, they revealed cold smiles. On the arena, Kong Xianyi faced Li Xiu's relentless attacks, a fierce expression on his face. Fine, you forced my hand. He stepped back and took out the Fire Spirit Pearl once more. Just as he was about to activate it, Li Xiu immediately slashed out with his twin blades, but Kong Xianyi was still a bit faster. Whoosh! Flames surged from the Fire Spirit Pearl, rushing directly towards Li Xiu. He quickly crossed his twin blades in front of him and lowered his head. Boom! The searing flames engulfed Li Xiu, and intense pain followed. However, Li Xiu was not deterred. After withstanding the wave of flames, he charged at Kong Xuani again with his blades. Whoosh! But the next moment, the fire spirit pearl unleashed flames once more, spraying towards Li Xiu. Seeing this, Li Xiu rolled on the ground and charged at Kong Xuani. This time, Kong Xuani also retreated quickly, while activating the fire spirit pearl again. Whoosh! The fire spirit pearl erupted with a torrent of flames. Realizing that he couldn't block all these flames, Li Xiu chose to ignore them and aimed to attack Kong Xuani, to prevent him from continuing to unleash fire. Boom! The flames surged over him and he burst through the fire, charging towards Kong Xuani. But Kong Xuani had already retreated far back while Li Xiu was occupied with the flames. He also understood Li Xiu's intentions, so he no longer conserved the energy in the fire spirit pearl and activated it with full force. Boom! The fire spirit pearl seemed to contain endless energy, sending waves of flames crashing towards Li Xiu. Faced with such fierce flames, Li Xiu could not simply ignore them. He could only crouch down, placing his twin blades in front of him, trying to withstand this wave of fiery assault. Damn! What the hell is this? Are these flames unlimited? This is so unfair. If that's the case, how can we win? This is like cheating. It's over. We're done for. No wonder the opponent dared to challenge us. They have such a treasure. Kong Xuani continuously unleashed flames on the arena, making the people from the 250 newbie village feel that victory was nearly impossible. This was like a cheat. Even Zhou Yi's lightning couldn't be released continuously. On the arena, the flames continued to rage, preventing Li Xiu from even lifting his head. Soon, his body disappeared from the arena. He had reached his limit. Yet, the flames showed no sign of weakening, and he could only choose to forfeit, leaving it to the remaining brothers. Upon seeing Li Xiu forfeit, Kong Xuani instantly stopped activating the fire spirit pearl. The energy of the fire spirit pearl had been significantly consumed from the earlier activation, and its color had dimmed somewhat. Damn it! That little bastard! I will make them taste my lightning. Joey clenched his fists, ready for action. Su Chen reminded him, if you're not sure, just forfeit. He regretted not being the first to fight, otherwise he could have taken this guy down with one sword strike. Joey nodded, alright, but I definitely have to take this guy down with lightning. Currently, they had already been eliminated by 2 members, while the opposing 5 were still intact. If he didn't take this guy down, it would be difficult for their newbie village to win. Whoosh! After 30 seconds, Joey was teleported to the arena. As soon as his body appeared on the arena, he immediately used his talent, lightning. Crack! A thick white lightning bolt struck down from the sky. This unexpected attack caught Kong Xuani off guard, but he was still controlling the fire spirit pearl, so he reacted immediately. Boom! Flames surged from the fire spirit pearl again, but these flames did not rush towards Zhou Yi. Instead, they formed a protective shield above his head. Boom! Lightning struck the protective shield formed by the flames, scattering them in all directions. But it did not harm Kong Xuani. What? Zhou Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected these flames to have defensive capabilities. At that moment, his talent was in cooldown. Kong Xuani activated the fire spirit pearl again, this time exerting all his strength. Boom! Waves of flames surged towards Joey like ripples in water. Seeing these flames, Joey felt a surge of fear. He crouched down like Li Xiu to block the flames. Boom! The flames quickly reached him, and the moment he made contact, he felt unbearable pain. Ah! The intense pain forced him to forfeit immediately, choosing to leave the arena. The 4 opponents across from him finally saw a normal person and immediately began to mock him. Haha, is this the level of the Dragon Kingdom? Master Kong Xian can defeat all of you by himself. Weak Dragon Kingdom people, do you really think winning once means you've won completely? Now you know the gap, right? Meanwhile, on the side of the 250 newbie village, with Joey's forfeit, their hearts sank to the bottom. Joey was their best hope against Kong Xiani. After all, he could attack from a distance. But now he had been eliminated. Although they all knew Su Chen was strong, he had no talent and could only be forced back by the flames like Li Xiu and Long Wu. Zhang Yuanshan's talent was defensive, posing no threat to the opponent. At this moment, the people of 250 newbie village felt a wave of despair, even more than when they saw Sandao Ci Lang last time. On the arena, Zhang Yuanshan was about to take the stage. Su Chen suddenly said to him, if you trust me, you can forfeit directly, just leave the rest to me. Zhang Yuanshan looked at Su Chen in surprise and nodded, I believe you. Then he self-deprecatingly smiled and said, but I will still give it my all. Even though he knew he was definitely no match for Kong Xiani, he still wanted to fight. Whoosh! His body was teleported up. Upon arriving on the arena, he immediately chose to charge at Kong Xiani. Kong Xiani no longer tested him and immediately activated the fire spirit pearl with full force. Whoosh! Waves of flames surged out from the fire spirit pearl. Just as the flames were about to engulf Zhang Yuanshan, a protective shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The first wave of flames crashed in, all blocked by the defensive halo. Then came the second wave, the third wave, and soon the defensive halo could no longer hold. Bang! Finally, under the relentless onslaught of flames, the defensive halo shattered. Whoosh! The flames directly engulfed Zhang Yuanshan, momentarily freezing his movements. A fierce burning sensation erupted on his skin. Only by experiencing it could one understand the terror of these flames. Zhang Yuanshan was a person of willpower. He gritted his teeth, sword in hand, ready to charge at Kong Xianyi. But the opponent gave him no chance to get close, exerting full force on the fire spirit pearl. Boom! Waves of flames continued to assault Zhang Yuanshan, and he found it hard to resist any longer, choosing to forfeit. Whoosh! His body disappeared from the arena. With his withdrawal, only Su Chen remained in the 250 novice village. The people of the 250 novice village were in despair, with only a few still holding hope for Su Chen. Meanwhile, the 4 from the 146 novice village on the arena were laughing arrogantly. Ha, is this the strength of you Dragon Country people? Our master Kong Xian alone can handle all of you. Trash is just trash, you Dragon Country should be trampled under our feet. Not only that, they also made various mocking gestures towards Su Chen. This infuriated the people of the 250 novice village. Damn it! Su Chen, it's up to you now, give them a good lesson. These bastards, they really make me furious. It's just because of a fire orb, right? Without that fire orb, what are they? Sigh, but with just that one fire orb, we have no way to deal with them. I wonder if Su Chen can handle him. Now they no longer hoped for Su Chen to win, they just wanted him to defeat the guy with the fireball. Facing the mockery, Su Chen sneered, "Humph, laugh all you want, let's see if you can still laugh later." He drew his Qingguang sword, looking at the countdown timer above, ready to make his move. Kong Xianyi on the arena watched Su Chen, prepared to activate the fire spirit orb at any moment. Only one left. He planned to unleash the fire spirit orb as soon as Su Chen stepped onto the stage. Earlier, Fuji Ichiro had mentioned that this kid's strength was not simple and seemed to possess 2 talents. There was also a teleportation ability. He must not let Su Chen come within 5 meters of him, or he wouldn't be able to defend against Su Chen's attack. The energy in the fire spirit orb in his hand was nearly depleted after the previous battles. However, it should be enough to support this final fight. The 30-second countdown quickly ended. Under the tense gaze of the people from the 250 novice village, Su Chen's figure was teleported up. Whoosh! The moment his body appeared on the arena, he rushed towards Kong Xianyi at an incredible speed, much faster than before, even several times faster than Li Xiao. Kong Xianyi was taken aback and immediately activated the fire spirit orb. Boom! Flames surged towards Su Chen, but unfortunately, he was already very close to Kong Xianyi. Whoosh! A wave of flames swept by, and Kong Xianyi did not see Su Chen charging out from the flames, letting out a sigh of relief. But the next second, a long sword pierced through his neck from behind. Put! Kong Xianyi's eyes widened as he struggled to look down, only to see a bloodied blade protruding from his neck. Crack! Su Chen retracted the sword. Bang! Kong Xianyi knelt on the ground, collapsing as blood spread from his body. The fire spirit orb in front of him rolled away. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and took the fire spirit orb in his hand. The energy in the fire spirit orb was already low. Su Chen did not plan to continue using it and put it in his pocket. He didn't need to use the fire spirit orb to deal with these people, especially since he also had the elemental ability of frost freezing. Then, Su Chen immediately turned around and used Endless Devour on Kong Xianyi. An incredibly refreshing aura entered Su Chen's mind. Devour successful. Mental strength enhanced. Great! It was mental strength again. It seemed this guy's mental strength was his strong suit. No wonder he could unleash so many flames. Fully activating the fire spirit orb required strong mental strength, something ordinary people could not continuously do like he did. At this moment, all the spectators were shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. The invincible Kong Xianyi on the arena was actually killed instantly by Su Chen. This is a true instant kill. Kong Xianyi probably never expected that he wouldn't even be able to block a single sword strike from Su Chen. Damn! Su Chen is amazing. Incredible. So incredible. This is what a real boss looks like. Su Chen. 1 against 5. Take him down. The 250 novice village instantly erupted in excitement. Even Long Wu, who had been badly burned, stood up and cheered. Meanwhile, the 146 novice village was shrouded in dead silence. They were left speechless. Even the 4 on the preparation bench had their expressions frozen. Just a second ago, they were mocking Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom, but the next second, Kong Xianyi died right before their eyes. Although his melee ability wasn't the strongest, he shouldn't have been killed by a single sword strike. It must be that Kong Xianyi was too careless. That's why this guy got lucky. Everyone, don't be afraid. Someone immediately stood up to stabilize the morale. They couldn't show fear before the battle had even begun. "That's right, just watch, I'm going to take his head," said a burly man. The next second, his body was teleported to the arena. Everyone focused intently on the arena, eager to see if Su Chen's strength was really that formidable. Whoosh! As soon as his body appeared on the arena, Su Chen charged at him. The burly man, unwilling to back down, rushed at Su Chen with a long-handled broadsword. Whoosh! When the distance was close enough, Su Chen used teleportation to appear behind him. He had learned from Kong Xuani's lesson and knew that Su Chen had this ability. The moment Su Chen vanished, he swung his sword backward. Clang! Su Chen's sword struck the swinging broadsword. The burly man immediately felt a tremendous force coming from his hand, causing the broadsword to slip from his grip. Su Chen's strike sent the burly man's broadsword flying. Just as the broadsword was still in the air, Su Chen slashed out again. Thud! This sword cut across the man's throat, leaving a gruesome gash, and blood gushed forth. He stared with wide eyes, kneeling on the ground, one hand clutching his neck, the other propping himself up. Then, while he still had some consciousness, he immediately chose to forfeit. The next second, his body vanished from the arena. The three spectators were filled with shock. This was another instant kill. Their strongest fighter, Xiong Ben, was also killed in just 2 moves. At this moment, a sense of fear spread among them, sending chills down their spines. What terrified them was not the inability to defeat Su Chen, but the overwhelming strength he displayed, leaving them with no chance to forfeit. Unless they chose to forfeit right from the start, they wouldn't even give Su Chen a chance to strike. But if they did that, they would not only be mocked by the opponent but also scorned by their own novice village, losing face for their Sakura kingdom. However, in their hearts, survival was still the priority. The next contestant, Koyota, was filled with fear and panic on his face. At that moment, Su Chen on the stage revealed a cold smile and beckoned him with a finger. Su Chen remembered that just a moment ago, this kid had been the one mocking the most, yet now he was scared to this extent. Seeing Su Chen beckoning him, Koyota became even more frightened. He immediately lowered his head and decided that as soon as he entered the arena, he would forfeit. Who cares about honor? Surviving was the most important thing. The crowd in the novice village felt quite relieved after witnessing this. Ha, those little brats from Sakura country can't laugh now, can they? Exactly, keep laughing. Let's see if Su Chen can slay all of you. Meanwhile, only Koyota, Ichiro Fuji, and Nakano Kimura remained in the preparation area. Nakano Kimura was the strongest among them, and seeing Su Chen's arrogant provocation, he was instantly furious. He immediately said to Koyota, "You better force out his talent when you go up there." Koyota glanced at him and nodded helplessly. However, in his heart, he had already decided to forfeit as soon as he got up there. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't risk his life to test Su Chen's strength, nor did he have the ability to force Su Chen to use his clone talent. Whoosh! The countdown ended, and Koyota was teleported to the arena. Upon arriving, he saw Su Chen transforming into a shadow, continuing to approach him. The distance between them was rapidly closing, and he was alarmed, preparing to forfeit immediately. If he was late and Su Chen, who had teleported, killed him with a sword, it would be disastrous. But at that moment, he saw Su Chen extend a hand, emitting blue ice crystals. Crack! At that moment, Koyota felt a severe chill above his head. Simultaneously, his thoughts seemed to freeze, and he couldn't even conceive the idea of forfeiting. Moreover, his brain couldn't control his body. He could only watch helplessly as Su Chen approached him with his sword. Damn it! What is Koyota doing? Standing there like a statue, waiting to die? Nakano Kimura couldn't help but curse. No, his head seems to be frozen. Ichiro Fuji noticed the problem. At this point, a thin layer of frost had appeared on Koyota's hair, and there was also a layer of ice crystals on his face, making it impossible for his eyes to move. Su Chen didn't use teleportation. He simply rushed right in front of him, allowing him to witness his impending doom. Swish! With a single sword strike, Koyota's frozen head was directly severed. Bang! The head fell to the ground, and much of the ice crystals were shattered. He never expected that. Facing Su Chen, he wouldn't even have the ability to surrender. Was the gap between them already this vast? What? He actually has such means. Why didn't you say so earlier? Nakano Kimura looked at Ichiro Fuji. How would I know? This must be a skill he just acquired not long ago. At this moment, Ichiro Fuji was also quite frightened, as he was next. After witnessing Koyota's fate, fear also surfaced in his heart. In the novice square, there was a cheer. They had originally thought they were bound to lose this contest, but unexpectedly, Su Chen's strength was so formidable, once again turning the tide. He was simply abnormally strong, and they had also gleaned some clues from the previous battle. They realized that Su Chen was the 4th talent awakener in the novice village. Ha! Su Chen really is hiding his strength, possessing such a powerful talent. Yeah, in the last contest, Su Chen didn't even use his talent. It can only be said that Santaro's strength is not enough to make Su Chen use his talent. Of course, at that time, Su Chen had not yet acquired the teleportation talent. On the stage, Su Chen directly absorbed Koyota's attributes. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 16, speed plus 9, and he stored his weapon in the space ring. The crowd in the novice village 250 looked on with envy. The big shot is really something, even has a space ring. Su Chen's sword is really cool. I wonder how much attack power it adds. I think it might add 20 points of attack power. After all, such a weapon looks extraordinary. 20 points? I think it's at least 25 points. Whoosh! Soon, the next contestant, Ichiro Fuji, was teleported to the arena. Su Chen smirked. We meet again, defeated opponent. Are you not going to surrender? Although Ichiro Fuji couldn't understand what Su Chen was saying, he knew he was being insulted. This ignited his desire to fight on, and he didn't choose to surrender directly. Baka! Today, I will show you what a samurai from Sakura country is capable of. Ichiro Fuji raised his sword, and his whole body turned bright red in an instant. He chose to use his talent even though it wouldn't last long. However, if he didn't use his talent, he feared being killed by Su Chen in an instant. He then charged at Su Chen with his sword. Su Chen met him with his own sword. Clang! 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 The swords clashed continuously, creating a flurry of blades and lights around them. With his talent activated, Ichiro Fuji's combat power soared to a terrifying level. He became the first person in the arena who could exchange a few blows with Su Chen. This gave the people of Novice Village 146 a glimmer of hope. For victory, being able to exchange a few moves was already impressive. Previously, Su Chen's displayed strength made them feel he was invincible. Of course, this was also because Su Chen hadn't used any tricks, purely relying on brute force in battle. He wanted to kill Ichiro Fuji in the arena to devour his talent. However, after Ichiro Fuji activated his talent, his attack power and speed rose to a formidable level. This made it impossible for Su Chen to achieve a one-hit kill, so he needed to find a good opportunity to prevent Ichiro Fuji from surrendering. Ding! Ding! The two swords clashed again, but it was clear that Ichiro Fuji was not his match. The skin on his hands was already cracked, and he was being pushed back step by step. After just a few exchanges, he was almost unable to withstand Su Chen's assault. Clang! Su Chen struck again, forcing Ichiro Fuji to retreat several steps. Instead of pursuing the attack, he used teleportation to appear behind Ichiro Fuji. At this moment, Ichiro Fuji would surely think Su Chen was going to attack from the front, focusing on defending against that, neglecting his rear defense. Sure enough, after being pushed back, Ichiro Fuji immediately raised his sword in front of him. But at that moment, he realized there was no sign of Su Chen in front of him, and he was shocked, wanting to forfeit and leave. However, an incredibly cold chill descended from above, freezing his thoughts. Crack! The blue light sword slashed in from the side, about to slice through his neck and behead him. Yet, his talent effect hadn't ended. Although the frost froze his thoughts of action, it couldn't stop the idea of forfeiting that was transmitted from the heavenly path. Whoosh! His body suddenly vanished from the arena. Crack! The blue light sword only slashed through the air ahead, and in the end, Fuji Aikiru managed to escape. Damn it! This guy's will is quite strong. The main reason was that Fuji Aikiru's talent played a crucial role. His talent allowed his body to reach its limits in various aspects in a short time. This was what led him to entertain the thought of surrender. Although he felt a wave of disappointment in his heart, the 250 novice village was already filled with joy. In contrast, over at the 146 novice village, the people from Sakura country had begun to angrily curse Kong Xuani and others. This is infuriating. We're about to lose 35 points in attributes. Who the hell started this competition? Kong Xuani is such an idiot. With such a treasure, he still gets killed in an instant. The collective mission is about to start. If everyone loses 35 points in attributes, then we might as well wait to die. But not everyone had lost confidence. We might not necessarily lose. Don't forget, we still have Lord Kimura who hasn't taken the stage yet. That's right, Kimura Nakano is the number 1 on our novice village's power ranking. Once he takes the stage, he will definitely defeat this dragon country person. Since the power ranking was announced, Kimura Nakano had always been first, but he was incredibly low-key. Outsiders thought that the strongest in their novice village was Fuji Aikiru, who had used his talent, and Kong Xuani had only accidentally obtained a treasure like the Fire Spirit Pearl, which gave him such strength. Without the Fire Spirit Pearl, his strength would only be at the top 5 level. Kimura Nakano had never revealed his talent, leaving people completely unaware of whether he had awakened any talent. Yet, he had always been at the top of the power ranking. At this moment, Su Chen on the arena also looked towards Kimura Nakano at the preparation area. A hint of seriousness finally appeared on his face. In Su Chen's impression, this guy had never shown a flustered expression after witnessing his strength. Just this mindset made Su Chen feel that this guy was not simple. He was either very confident in his own strength, believing he could fight Su Chen, or he had the confidence to choose to forfeit before Su Chen made a move, having the ability to save his life. And since he was the last one chosen to take the stage, his strength must not be weak. Kimura Nakano felt Su Chen's gaze and also raised his head, fearlessly locking eyes with Su Chen. It seemed this guy was very confident in his own strength. Su Chen became interested. The previous opponents had not forced him to use his full strength at all. He wondered if this guy had the ability to make him have a good fight. Whoosh! 30 seconds passed and Kimura Nakano's body appeared on the arena. His weapons were two steel claws attached to the back of his hands. He crossed his hands in front of him, fingers tightly clenched. Crack! The two steel claws shot out from the back of his hands. "Let me see your strength," Su Chen said as he charged towards Kimura Nakano with the blue light sword. Kimura Nakano also rushed towards Su Chen. The distance between them closed rapidly and Su Chen swung his sword down at Kimura Nakano. Bang! Kimura Nakano crossed his arms and the two steel claws directly blocked Su Chen's sword. However, his arms dropped down and his expression turned grim. It was evident that he had a hard time blocking Su Chen's strike. From this exchange, he realized the gap between him and Su Chen. However, he also had his own way to win. Su Chen withdrew his sword and continued the attack. Crack! This sword thrust straight towards Kimura Nakano's chest. To Su Chen's astonishment, Kimura Nakano did not choose to defend. He directly dropped his blocking claws and attacked Su Chen instead. What's going on? Is this guy seeking death? Do you really want to injure me? These two claws definitely wouldn't take Su Chen's life. At most, he would suffer some injuries. Moreover, Su Chen was wearing soft armor, so the wounds wouldn't be too severe. Seeing this scene, Su Chen chose not to retract the Qingguang sword in his hand and directly lunged at Mu Ciyuan Zhengye. Swoosh! Su Chen's Qingguang sword was ultimately a step faster, piercing directly into Mu Ciyuan Zhengye's chest. Clang! To everyone's surprise, Su Chen's sword not only failed to penetrate but also produced a sound of metal clashing. What? He was immediately shocked. Did this guy wear some kind of extremely strong armor inside? But upon closer inspection, he saw that the spot where the sword had struck revealed a patch of golden skin. At this moment, Su Chen had no time to think further as Mu Ciyuan Zhengye's claws were already swiping towards him. Since Su Chen had chosen not to defend or evade earlier, the claws were now mere inches away from him. He had no time to dodge. Whoosh! Su Chen immediately used teleportation, evading the claws while appearing behind Mu Ciyuan Zhengye. Swoosh! Su Chen swung his sword down towards Mu Ciyuan Zhengye's back. Clang! The blade grazed his back, cutting through his clothing, but it did not penetrate his skin. Instead, it sparked. Mu Ciyuan Zhengye absorbed the force and rolled forward, creating distance between them. This time, Su Chen clearly saw that what could withstand his attack was not armor. It was Mu Ciyuan Zhengye's skin, but how could his defense be so abnormal? Su Chen immediately activated his inside eye to examine Mu Ciyuan Zhengye and discovered he was using a talent. Talent, Golden Body, can turn parts of one's skin into indestructible. Gold Stone. Golden Body? It really is a talent. Ha! Lord Mu Ciyuan Zhengye is indeed formidable. The Dragon Kingdom person can't even break through his defense. Go, Lord Mu. Take down this Dragon Kingdom person. This time, we are sure to win. Lord Mu will avenge our past humiliation. The people of the novice village once again saw hope for victory, their expressions changing once more. In the novice square. How could this be? Why is this person's body so hard? I can't even touch him. This must be his talent. If we can't hit him, how can we win? Don't worry, I believe that Su Chen will definitely defeat this guy. On the arena, Mu Ciyuan Zhengye charged at Su Chen again, swinging his claws. Su Chen noticed that he wouldn't use his talent before engaging. Only during combat would parts of his body turn golden. It seemed that he couldn't keep this talent activated all the time. There must be limitations. Since that was the case, Su Chen no longer held back. He split his body into three. Three Su Chens stood in three pa. Seeing this scene, everyone in the 250 novice village was dumbfounded. My god! Isn't that the talent of the Cherry Blossom Country person from last time? How can Su Chen have it too? Damn! This is too strong. Su Chen actually has so many talents. So fierce. How can Su Chen lose now? Our novice village only has 4 talents including him, and now he has several by himself. Zhou Yi and the others were also stunned by this scene. Although Zhang Yuanshan had seen Su Chen use teleportation before and knew his guess was correct, it was still within his expectations. However, seeing him possess so many talents, he couldn't calm his heart. In the 146 novice village, there was another wave of lamentations. On the arena, the 3 Su Chens were all stronger than Mu Kunzhangai and had formed a siege against him. Bang! 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 Facing such an onslaught, Mu Kunzhangai couldn't even spare a hand to attack and was beaten without the power to fight back. After a fierce battle, his body was already covered in sword marks and his clothes were torn, revealing his golden skin underneath. If it weren't for this talent, he didn't know how many times he would have died by now. Facing the 3-pronged attack from Su Chen, Mu Kunzhangai knew that if he didn't attack soon, once the talent ended, he would have To forfeit. Ah, come on. I'll fight you. He roared angrily and charged directly at the Su-Chen in front, completely ignoring the attacks from the others. Clang! Clang! The long sword kept striking him, but he didn't care about his injuries at all. Although these attacks couldn't harm him at the moment, once the talent ended, he would still suffer from the damage he had taken while in the golden body state. Someone like Mu Kunzhangai, who disregarded everything, would definitely be severely injured once his talent ended. In response to Mu Kunzhangai's attack, the Su-Chen in front chose to retreat, allowing the Su-Chens on both sides to attack him. Mu Kunzhangai's speed couldn't match Su-Chen's, which infuriated him. Coward. Is running all you can do? Su-Chen saw his frustration and also noticed a flaw in his golden body. Although most of his body was in the golden body state, his hands with steel claws were not wrapped in gold. He must have thought that with these steel claws for protection, there was no need to waste talent on his hands. Alright, then I'll give you what you want. Take my sword. This time, Su-Chen didn't continue to retreat. He directly gripped the azure sword and activated the attack frenzy bracelet on his wrist. Buzz! A burst of white light emanated from his wrist and, with the white light, Su-Chen's sword slashed down. Mu Kunzhangai also realized that this sword from Su-Chen was not simple. He immediately raised his steel claws to block the strike. Crack! A flash of light passed and the azure sword sliced through the steel claws on Mu Kunzhangai's hand, severing one of his hands completely. Ah! Mu Kunzhangai clutched his severed arm and couldn't help but scream. Su-Chen continued to grip his sword and slashed forward. I want to see just how hard your turtle shell really is. In an instant, the three Su-Chens launched their attacks simultaneously. Although their attacks couldn't break through Mu Kunzhangai's defense, Su-Chen could still feel that it caused him damage. Whoosh! After losing one hand, Mu Kunzhangai lost the will to continue fighting and chose to forfeit and leave. You really run fast. Su-Chen, having missed with his sword, retracted his two clones back into his body. He had long predicted this outcome. After all, this guy's defensive talent was maxed out. Su-Chen had no way to catch him off guard and kill him, even using frost. To freeze him would only delay his thoughts and actions, but wouldn't cause him fatal damage, instead accelerating his desire to forfeit. With the abstention of Nakano Kimura, there were no more participants from the 146 newbie village. The 250 newbie village had also won this competition. Su-Chen achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 5 opponents alone. Although it sounded incredible, it was not difficult for him. Whoosh! After winning, the heavenly Tao transported him back to the newbie square. Ha ha! Su-Chen is amazing. Incredible. So impressive. 1 against 5. Great. Our dragon country has won again. Su-Chen is truly powerful. The 250 newbie village erupted in cheers, and Su-Chen once again became their hero. His reputation in the 250 newbie village reached its peak. Many wanted to rush to the stage and lift Su-Chen high in celebration. At that moment, the heavenly Tao's blessing descended from the sky, and the injuries of the other 4 were rapidly healing. The burned skin on their bodies quickly returned to normal, and even their clothes became brand new. Ha ha, I'm back to full health. Longwu got up from the ground, bouncing around, and then planned to join the others in lifting Su-Chen. Su-Chen, on the other hand, had not been injured at all. He had only exhausted some stamina, which the heavenly Tao had replenished. Faced with such enthusiastic members of the newbie village, he felt a bit shy yet welcoming. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao had distributed the attributes gained from the victory in the competition. This made them all start to feel the enhancement the attributes brought to them, and Su-Chen took the opportunity to slip away from the crowd. Ha, I just gained 20 points in attack and 15 points in speed all at once. That's even more than I get from leveling up. Ha, with this much increase in attributes, I feel like I can take on a level 2 monster by myself. Yeah, my strength has also skyrocketed. This is amazing. The rewards this time were even more generous, greatly enhancing the overall strength of the 250 newbie village. At this moment, everyone was filled with confidence for the upcoming collective task. The victories in the 2 competitions had strengthened their collective power. Su-Chen naturally also received these 35 attribute points. He opened his panel to check his attributes. Attack 793, defense 90, speed 555. Level 10 11430/20000. Elemental ability Frost Freeze talent Endless Devour. Super transformation Eye of Insight. Teleportation Shadow Clone technique. His strength had far surpassed that of the other villagers, and he was very confident about the upcoming collective task. Moreover, he had also obtained the Fire Spirit Pearl, although the energy inside was running low. But this was a powerful area attack weapon. If Su-Chen encountered a swarm of rodents or bats again, he could incinerate them all with the Fire Spirit Pearl. Reminder, the collective task is about to begin. All members of the newbie village should prepare. The rewards for the battle power rankings will now be distributed. 10 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the 10 members on the battle power rankings. In front of Su-Chen, a silver-white treasure chest appeared. Is this the silver treasure chest? I wonder what it will open. Su Chen's heart raced with anticipation. This was the highest quality treasure chest he had ever encountered. Whoosh! The silver treasure chest opened and a burst of light shone forth. When the light faded, Su Chen saw a brown pill lying inside the chest. Supreme Ningxin pill. Consuming it can cause a qualitative change in the player's mental strength with a chance to become a revered mental strength mage. A supreme pill? One that enhances mental strength. Su Chen reached out and picked up the pill from the chest, and a refreshing fragrance immediately spread. Just the scent of the pill was invigorating. A chance to become a mental strength mage? What is a mental strength mage? Su Chen was puzzled. Ah, whatever, since it enhances mental strength, it must be a good thing. Su Chen swallowed the pill in one gulp. But to his surprise, instead of feeling comfortable, his body felt extremely uncomfortable. A powerful force surged through Su Chen's mind and chest, causing his head to throb and his heart to be constantly impacted. What a strong medicinal effect. Su Chen's expression twisted, one hand bracing against the ground as he half knelt. This discomfort was more intense than when he had been seriously injured. However, this feeling quickly dissipated, replaced by a strange sensation. It felt as if everything around him was within his control. His perception ability had greatly increased. Even from across the street, Su Chen could sense someone moving on the other side. In the dark corners, a few mice were rummaging through boxes, and he could hear the crowd in the novice square discussing something clearly. This was something Su Chen had never possessed before. It seemed this was the change after the qualitative shift in his mental strength. After experiencing the enhancement of his perception ability, Su Chen eagerly began to experiment with his frost freeze. He extended his hand towards the mice in the corner, and a blue, shimmering light appeared in his palm. Crack! The mice, along with the discarded boxes, were instantly frozen into blocks of ice. The power of frost freeze is indeed greater than before, and it seems to consume less mental strength. It must be due to the change in my mental strength. If Su Chen were to use his talent Fuji Aikiru to activate frost freeze again now, he would definitely not be able to escape. As time passed, the mood of the people in the novice village gradually calmed down. They had returned to their wooden houses to recover their strength, preparing to face the collective task in their best condition. The sky had also brightened completely. They had been teleported here the morning before yesterday, and now 2 days were about to pass, with the collective task about to begin. This was their greatest concern and the reason they were striving to enhance their strength. After all, the consequences of failing the task were something they could not afford to bear. Amidst the nervous and anxious feelings of everyone, the Heavenly Tao finally opened the collective task for the novice village. Reminder: the difficulty of the collective task is divided into easy, normal, hard, hell, nightmare. Each novice village will randomly draw a difficulty level. Oh my, there are so many difficulty levels, and it's random. Now I'm even more nervous. Amit Ba. May the Bodhisattva bless us. We must draw an easy difficulty collective task. Knowing the Heavenly Tao, even an easy task won't be simple. If they give us a hard difficulty right away, we might as well go wash up and sleep. Bring it on. I, Dragon Lord, am not afraid. I hope to fight to my heart's content. After receiving the blessings of the Heavenly Tao, Long Wu's fighting spirit sword. In the chat channel, everyone was chatting excitedly, many praying for an easier collective task. Su Chen didn't pay much attention. As long as it wasn't hell or nightmare difficulty, everything else was fine for him. This was his confidence in his own strength, and they had also won the novice village competition twice, so their overall strength was not weak. Announcement: starting to draw collective tasks for 250 novice village. Upon seeing this announcement, everyone held their breath, nervously waiting for the draw results. Soon, the Heavenly Tao announced the results. Congratulations to the 250 novice village for drawing a hell-level collective task. Resist the invasion of demonic creatures. What the hell? Congratulations my ass. They actually gave us a hell difficulty task. Damn it. You bastard Heavenly Tao. This is intentional, right? We're done for. Hell difficulty. Are we really going to hell? In the chat channel, many people began to curse, not caring whether the Heavenly Tao could hear them, as this task was related to their lives and deaths. Now, Su Chen's expression also turned grim. It was truly a case of fearing what would come, as they had indeed drawn a hell difficulty collective task. Joey also joined in cursing the Heavenly Tao. Immediately after, the Heavenly Tao announced the task details. Task objective: kill all the demonic soldiers and creatures that burst out from the spatial rift, and defend the anti-magic crystal in the novice village from being destroyed. What are these demonic soldiers and creatures? And the anti-magic crystal in the novice village? I've never seen any crystal in the novice village. There's no spatial rift either. Did the Heavenly Tao make a mistake? At this moment, many people walked out of the wooden houses and began to wander around the novice village. Boom! At that moment, a large hole appeared in the square of the novice village. A blue crystal, taller than a person, slowly rose from the hole, emitting a warm glow. What the hell? Is this the anti-magic crystal? Someone exclaimed. Then, where's the spatial rift? Sizzle! A sound of space tearing echoed through the sky. A purple-black rift, 7 or 8 meters high and 3 meters wide, appeared at the entrance of the novice village. It appeared. The spatial rift has appeared at the entrance of the novice village. Someone discovered it and immediately relayed the information to the chat channel. Curiously, he cautiously walked towards the strangely shaped rift. Li Quan, be careful, monsters might come out of here, someone behind reminded him. The man named Li Quan turned back and smiled. It's fine, I'm Li Quan, a strong one in this. But at that moment, a long tongue shot out from the rift, moving at incredible speed towards Li Quan. Whoosh! Watch out! Li Quan heard his companions shout and quickly turned around. Unfortunately, it was too late. The tongue had already wrapped around him and swiftly pulled him back into the rift. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Li Quan was dragged into the rift. His companions, seeing this, were so frightened that they immediately ran back to the novice village. A large, over 3 meter tall, purple-skinned, armored giant with a hideous face emerged from the crack. On his belly was a massive mouth that was constantly chewing on something. It was this big mouth that had just swallowed Li Quan. After stepping out of the crack, he sniffed with his nose and then looked towards the novice village ahead. His two mouths suddenly stretched into an astonishing arc, laughing, "Ha, there's so much blood. Food here." With a whoosh, from the crack behind him, a swarm of small demon soldiers emerged. These soldiers belonged to the same tribe as the giant in front. Their skin was also purple, clad in armor, wielding machetes. Their faces had small eyes and noses, but their mouths were enormous, taking up most of their faces, with long tongues hanging out. The mouth on the giant's belly grinned menacingly. "Ha, this crack opened right at the doorstep of the human race. It's simply a gift from the great demon god. Charge! Eat them all!" The giant raised his wolf-toothed club and shouted. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as dozens of demon soldiers roared, raising their weapons and charging towards the novice village. On the side of the novice village, everyone had already begun to gather at the village entrance. Some of the closer individuals had arrived, armed and ready to defend. At the entrance, one demon soldier charged the fastest, being the first to enter the novice village. Whoosh! An arrow flew in like lightning, piercing through the soldier's head. Well done! Seeing this scene, many people applauded. Originally, these terrifying demons had instilled fear in many, but this arrow had significantly boosted the morale of the novice village. The one who shot it was Su Lang, ranked 9th on the power leaderboard. With his already impressive strength, he had received a more powerful bow and arrow as a reward. These demons aren't that great, he said, quickly knocking a second arrow and shooting it out. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, and yet another demon fell. At this moment, the demon soldiers had already rushed over, and the villagers began to engage them in battle. Clang! 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 In an instant, the entrance was filled with the glint of blades as dozens of demon soldiers clashed with dozens of humans. Of course, more villagers were continuously arriving. Those with weaker abilities, clearly unable to match the demon soldiers, retreated to the back, allowing the stronger ones to take the front. The strength of these demon soldiers was comparable to some stronger level 2 beasts, but they wore armor, giving them strong defenses. Su Chen was still quite far from the village entrance, but he was fast, and after a mad dash, he was quickly nearing the entrance. However, the demon leader was the first to join the battlefield, its strength far surpassing that of ordinary demon soldiers. A novice village member wielding a large knife had already slain several demon soldiers, growing more courageous with each battle. Just as he was about to choose his next target, he was locked onto by the giant demon. Die. It strode forward, swinging its large wolf-toothed club directly at him. Chen Gang saw this massive creature charging at him and quickly raised his large knife to strike. Ugly monster. Take this blade. Bang! The wolf-toothed club instantly knocked the large knife away while continuing to smash towards Chen Gang's head. Boom! With a loud explosion, Chen Gang's head shattered like a watermelon, surrounding him in a spray of crimson. After killing Chen Gang, the giant began searching for its next target, and there was currently no one here who could withstand a single blow from it. Soon, it had killed several more novice village members. Su Lang, who was busy hunting demon soldiers, noticed this scene and immediately raised his bow and arrow to shoot at the giant. Whoosh! An arrow flew towards it, and the giant quickly dodged. But its body was large, and the arrow ultimately struck its belly. Roar! The big guy let out an angry roar in pain. It immediately reached down to pull the feathered arrow from its belly, while directly throwing the wolf-tooth club in its hand at Su Lang. Whoosh! The wolf-tooth club flew at high speed, creating a sound of breaking wind around. Su Lang had not expected that the opponent would use this move. Seeing the club rapidly approaching him, he had nowhere to hide. Su Lang's pupils dilated, his body trembled slightly, as if he could already see himself being struck by the wolf-tooth club, his body shattering. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Clang! A flash of blue light passed, and the wolf-tooth club was directly slashed away. Su Chin! Looking at the figure, Su Lang couldn't help but shout his name. At this moment, Su Chen's face was extremely grim. He had just witnessed this guy slaughtering his own kind, and anger was boiling within him. The big guy's face showed confusion. This skinny little guy was actually able to slash away the wolf-tooth club he had thrown, which was quite strange. Moreover, he had appeared here in an instant. What kind of technique was that? Before it could think more, Su Chen had already transformed into an afterimage and charged at him. Come on, let me swallow you. The big guy opened its massive mouth and extended its long tongue towards Su Chen. Whoosh! Seeing the tongue flying towards him, Su Chen slashed out with his sword. Crack! Blood splattered. Its tongue was directly severed. Ah! The demon leader's big mouth on its belly let out a wail, and its body involuntarily twisted. Su Chen arrived in front of the demon leader and executed a jumping slash. Slash! Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast, and the sword was even faster, as he beheaded the head above its body in one strike. Clap! At the same time, his body had also moved to the back of the demon leader. The demon leader's head rolled down, its face filled with disbelief. Roar! It let out a roar from its big mouth, its two arms spread wide. After landing, Su Chen immediately turned over and thrust his sword into its back. Thud! The sword pierced through its body, emerging directly from its massive mouth in front. This strike also silenced its roar, and its arms froze in place. Bang! Then, its massive body fell down with a loud crash. Kill level 5 demon leader. Experience plus 1000. The surrounding demon minions, seeing their boss killed, were instantly terrified to the core. Those who could still move retreated towards the cracks. But how could Su Chen let them escape easily? Gripping the blue sword, he charged towards the demon minions and began to slash. Slash! 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 Waves of blue light flashed, and these demon minions were harvested by Su Chen like cabbages. With each sword strike, whether it was the armor or weapons of the demon minions, they all shattered cleanly. Kill level 2 demon minion. Experience plus 100. Kill level 2 demon minion. Experience plus 100. Kill level 2 demon minion. Experience plus 100. Su Chen fought his way towards the crack, quickly carving a bloody path to its location. Turning around, he blocked the small demon soldiers from advancing. These ugly demon soldiers, seeing Su Chen daring to stand alone against them, shrieked and charged at him. 4 or 5 of them, armed with various weapons, surrounded Su Chen. Gripping his azure sword, Su Chen slashed forward. Swish! A flash of azure light passed, and the 5 demon soldiers were cut cleanly in half. Kill level 2 demon soldier. Experience plus 100. Kill level 2 demon soldier. Experience plus 100. Another wave of experience harvested. Seeing Su Chen's terrifying strength, the demon soldiers were once again frightened and retreated. They could only rush back to the novice village. At this moment, the strong players from the novice village had already arrived at the village entrance. These demon soldiers were no match for them. Su Chen chased after them, delivering several more slashes, cutting them down like harvesting straw. With the combined efforts of Su Chen and the novice village members, the number of demon soldiers dwindled rapidly. Soon, dozens of demon soldiers were slaughtered. Su Chen alone had killed 20 to 30 demon soldiers, earning 2 to 3,000 experience points plus 1,000 points from the demon leader, totaling 3 to 4,000 experience points. These monsters were even stronger than the same level beasts, providing slightly higher experience. Ah, we won. The strength of these demon soldiers isn't that impressive. This is hell difficulty? It's nothing special. We can only say our strength is too strong. Many in the novice village cheered for victory, but hell level difficulty was not that simple. Su Chen did not celebrate. Instead, he began to absorb the attributes of these demon soldiers. Although these soldiers looked disgusting, fortunately, absorbing attributes did not require contact with them. Absorption successful. Attack plus 4, speed plus 2, absorption successful. Attack plus 4, speed plus 2, absorption successful. Attack plus 4, speed plus 2. The attributes of 6 demon soldiers were quickly absorbed by Su Chen, and then he moved towards the corpse of the demon leader. At this time, many began to clean the battlefield, picking up the weapons of the demon soldiers for use. Although these weapons were not strong, they were better than basic weapons. Hey, Lu Chang, what are you doing? A burly man was stripping the armor off a fallen demon soldier. This armor is a good thing. Of course, I'm taking it for myself, Lu Chang said as he stripped it off. The surrounding novice village members showed disdain. But at that moment, the corpses of the demon soldiers on the ground began to disappear, along with their weapons. Although some weapons had already been picked up by the novice village members. Damn! My armor! The armor Lu Chang had just put on vanished. The massive corpse of the demon leader also disappeared from the spot. Su Chen hadn't had the chance to absorb its attributes. The corpses can actually disappear. Su Chen hadn't expected this. Had he known, he would have absorbed it right after killing the demon leader. With the corpses gone, does that mean we successfully defended? Is the hell level task Over? I think so. That big guy was really strong. If it weren't for Su Chen, we would have had a tough time. But the crack hasn't disappeared. Yet, someone raised a question. Su Chen certainly didn't think the hell-level task would be that simple, and many shared the same thought. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and said, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. Since the crack hasn't disappeared, it means the task isn't over yet. It makes sense. This should just be the first wave of the demon clan's attack. I wonder when the second wave will come." Before the words were finished, there was movement again from the crack. Whoosh! An ugly little demon soldier was the first to cross the crack and appeared at the village entrance. This little demon soldier looked somewhat different from the previous ones, but it was still very ugly. Whoosh! An arrow shot swiftly towards it. Thud! The little demon soldier didn't have time to observe its surroundings before being shot through the head by an arrow. But at that moment, a louder noise came from the crack, followed by a rumbling sound. A group of demon soldiers rushed out from the crack, wearing tattered armor and wielding weapons, charging towards the novice village. "Come on, let me have a good kill." Longwu raised his big knife and charged towards the demon soldiers. Crack! A thick white lightning bolt fell from the sky. Zap! Several demon soldiers were instantly charred, and more around them were incapacitated by the electricity. Li Xiu drew his twin blades and rushed towards the demon army at an even faster speed. Slash! 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 His twin blades continuously swung at the bodies of these demons, with each strike landing mostly on their throats and other unprotected areas. Wherever he passed, demon soldiers kept falling. Zhang Yuanshan and some other strong players from the novice village formed a defensive wall in front of the other villagers. They prevented the demon soldiers from breaking through, thus protecting some ranged attackers behind them. They held bows and arrows, continuously attacking the demon army. Su Chen directly unleashed the clone technique, splitting his body into three. The three Su Chens stood in a row and pushed horizontally towards the demon army. These little demon soldiers simply couldn't withstand his assault. The number of demon soldiers he killed was more than what Li Xiu and the others combined. Kill second level demon soldier. Experience plus 100. Kill second level demon soldier. Experience plus 100. The demon army couldn't break into the novice village under their interception. Especially in the section defended by Su Chen, they were already frightened by his strength and even wanted to retreat. But at that moment, two demon leaders emerged from the crack. They were over 3 meters tall, and their bodies had grown 3 heads, with an extra head on each shoulder. They wore simple armor and held machetes and shields, striding forward. "It's the demon leaders. Everyone, activate them." Zhang Yuanshan immediately instructed the archers behind him. Whoosh! 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 Arrows shot towards the two of them, but only a small portion of the arrows could inflict damage. Most players had low attack power and couldn't harm the demon leaders. Moreover, they had shields. The two demon leaders raised their shields in front of them, continuously fending off the arrows and marching towards the novice village. Su Chen saw that one of the demon leaders was relatively close to him, and his main body immediately rushed towards it. The demon leader spotted a human charging towards it and immediately let out a howl, then sprinted wildly towards Su Chen. At this moment, the archers also abandoned their attack on the demon leader, as it had no effect on them. Su Chen's speed was much faster than that of the demon leader. He leaped first and swung his sword down towards the demon leader's central head. The demon leader raised the shield in its hand, trying to block Su Chen's strike. Whoosh! But Su Chen's body suddenly appeared behind it. Put! A flash of blue light passed, and the demon leader's central head flew off, blood gushing from its neck. Ah! The other two heads let out howls. However, its body was not affected at all, still able to stand and turn around, swinging its large blade towards Su Chen. "Is this the benefit of having 3 heads?" Su Chen exclaimed, leaping to dodge the blow. Clang! The large blade struck the ground directly, and Su Chen seized the opportunity, using the demon leader's arm as a springboard. First, he jumped onto its arm, then leaped again to its shoulder. Put! With a swing of his sword, another head was severed. With only one head left, the demon leader struggled to maintain its movements, unable to attack Su Chen on its shoulder. Seizing the moment, Su Chen swung his sword and directly cut off its last head. Put! As this head fell, the headless corpse of the demon leader crashed heavily to the ground. Kill level 5 demon leader. Experience plus 1100. Meanwhile, another demon leader was being besieged by Li Xiu and others. Longwu wielded a large blade, holding it back from the front. Clang! The demon leader struck Longwu, forcing him to stagger back several steps, his arm barely able to lift. The demon leader attempted to pursue the advantage. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, scorching one of its heads black, causing its movements to freeze, unable to chase immediately. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Xiu leaped up from its back, dual blades slashing out. Put! The scorched head of the demon leader was directly severed. With one head lost, the demon leader's body began to sway, continuously roaring. The remaining Zhang Yuanshan, Zhao Zhuo, and others rushed in, quickly surrounding and killing this demon leader. The remaining demon minions, seeing both leaders slain, immediately retreated like a tide. Ha ha, hurry back to your hometown. These demon races aren't that strong. With Su Chen and the others here, this hell-level task isn't difficult at all, and we can gain experience. This wave of demon invasion had caused no casualties in their novice village. After all, they had set up their formation, with the strong at the front and the weak picking up the spoils behind. Seeing the demons retreat, Su Chen quickly devoured the attributes of this demon leader to prevent its corpse from disappearing again. Devour successful. Attack plus 13, speed plus 6, defense plus 2. In this wave, Su Chen had also killed about 20 demon minions, gaining 2,000 experience points. Now, he was level 10, 19030/20,000, and about to level up. It must be said that these demon minions were simply a source of experience for Su Chen. However, since this was a hell-level task, it certainly wouldn't be that simple. Boom! Indeed, there was movement again from the crack ahead, and the people of the novice village immediately prepared for battle. From the crack, large, muscular demon soldiers emerged. They stood nearly 2 meters tall, with developed muscles, mostly clad in black armor. The strength of these demon soldiers was clearly superior to that of the previous soldiers. Su Chen immediately used his inside eye to look over. Level 3 demon soldier, the main force of the demon race, relatively strong, so it was a level 3 soldier. These level 3 soldiers are much harder to deal with than those level 2 ones, especially for the people from the novice village. Dozens of level 3 demon soldiers rushed out from the crack, but it wasn't over yet. The ground suddenly began to shake. Boom! A black giant beast with a single horn on its head leaped out from the crack, and on its back was a demon holding a spear. Su Chen used his inside eye to look again. It turned out to be a level 4 demon knight, and there was more than one. Behind the level 3 demon soldiers followed a group of level 4 demon knights. They charged towards the novice village with overwhelming momentum, enough to scare people half to death. The weaker individuals in the novice village at the back were so frightened that they lost the courage to continue fighting. Even the strong ones at the front were nearly overwhelmed by this pressure. They could no longer claim that the hell-level task was just this. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the very front of the novice village. Facing the many rushing demons, this figure drew the long sword in his hand. One person, one sword, standing straight at the forefront, showing no signs of fear or retreat. Seeing this figure, the 250 people from the novice village felt a glimmer of hope, and their fighting spirit was reignited. Su Chen alone gripped his sword and charged towards the demon army, exuding the aura of a single man holding back 1,000. His presence alone was not inferior to the dozens of demons opposite him. The 2 level 3 demon soldiers at the front swung their weapons at Su Chen. But before their blades could touch him, a flash of green light appeared. Slash! The heads of the 2 demon soldiers flew up. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Su Chen did not linger with these demon soldiers. He leaped over their heads and landed in front of the level 4 demon knights behind them. The level 3 demon soldiers posed no threat to the novice village. The real challenge was these level 4 demon knights. Whoosh! As soon as Su Chen landed, a spear came thrusting towards him. He quickly dodged, but at that moment, the horned giant beast charged at him. Facing the charging beast, Su Chen directly thrust his sword forward. Thud! The long sword pierced straight into the beast's head, impaling it. Then, he swiftly withdrew his sword and leaped onto the beast's back. Slash! With one sword strike, he decapitated the demon riding on the beast. Kill level 4 demon knight. Experience plus 500. Devour successful. Attack plus 5, speed plus 3. A demon knight was thus dealt with by Su Chen in 2 strikes. The remaining knights were taken aback. They stopped their charge and began to deal with this intruding Su Chen. Su Chen's body split into 3, and he started weaving between the knights. While dodging attacks, he also hunted these knights. His main body leaped behind a demon knight and pierced it with his sword. Kill level 4 demon knight. Experience plus 500. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 11. Attack plus 60, speed plus 55, defense plus 20, mental power increased. Upgraded. Su Chen's whole body trembled, and with the increase in level and attributes, he felt a surge of power filling him. His mind also became incredibly clear. He didn't expect that this upgrade would also enhance his mental strength. With his level raised, Su Chen found it even easier to deal with these demon knights, growing braver with each battle. He single-handedly held back this group of knights, while the level 3 demon soldiers that charged in posed no threat to the strong ones led by Zhang Yuanshan and Li Xiao. Moreover, there were plenty of ranged attacks providing support from behind. The dozen or so demon soldiers were quickly dealt with. Meanwhile, Su Chen had also slain 4 or 5 demon knights, and the remaining 5 or 6 were all injured. After witnessing Su Chen's terrifying strength, they immediately lost the courage to continue fighting. One by one, they began to retreat towards the rift. They rode on giant beasts and were not far from the rift, quickly making their escape. Under Su Chen's heroic efforts, their novice village finally withstood this wave of attack. Now, no one showed any signs of joy or contempt. Instead, everyone wore an extremely serious expression. If it hadn't been for Su Chen intercepting those level 4 demon knights up front, they would have likely suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, the rift had not disappeared, which meant there would be another wave of attacks. Each wave of attack was more terrifying than the last, and what kind of demons would appear in the next wave, whether they could withstand their strength, all remained unknown. Su Chen didn't dwell on these thoughts. He immediately began to devour the attributes of the surrounding demon knights. Devour successful. Attack power +5, speed +3, devour successful. Attack power +5, speed +3, devour successful. Attack power +5, speed +3. After completing the devouring, Su Chen could feel that his strength had increased a bit compared to when the collective task had just started. He opened his panel to check. Attack 896, defense 112, speed 620, level 11, 2930/40,000. Now, his panel attributes were already quite impressive. With such strength, he could dominate among these demon knights. Players of the same level as him were far behind in strength. Swish! A sound of space tearing echoed through the sky again. Look! Another rift has appeared to the north of the novice village. What? Another rift has appeared? Oh no! It's already tough enough to deal with one rift, and now there's another one. What should we do? Su Chen quickly looked to the north, and sure enough, a sizable space rift had appeared. Without hesitation, he ran towards the rift. I'll guard that rift. You all stay here. Currently, almost everyone in the novice village had gathered here. If they didn't manage to defend the rift in time and let the monsters inside destroy the crystal in the novice square, they would all be finished. And Su Chen was the fastest. He could get there first. But can you handle it alone? Someone raised a question. They had seen Su Chen's strength, but having him guard a rift alone was still too difficult. Don't worry, if I can't hold it, I'll notify you in the chat channel. Leaving this sentence behind, Su Chen turned into a blur and dashed towards the rift. The village was surrounded by wooden stake walls, but these walls could not withstand the fierce onslaught of the demon race. As soon as the rift appeared to the north of the novice village, ripples formed on its surface. Then, a tall, armored demon emerged from the rift. The demon leader stepped out, looked around, and then fixed its gaze ahead. In front of it stood the wooden walls of the novice village. Looking at the wall, the demon general gripped a long-handled, ghost-headed blade in its hand and swung it down horizontally. Boom! Wood chips flew, and a row of wooden stakes was directly severed in half. Whoosh! It jumped over the broken wall and entered the novice village. I scanned the surroundings and sensed an unusual aura. As a demon general, it quickly identified the source of the disturbance. The aura of the anti-magic crystal? No wonder my demon army couldn't cross the rift to come here. It turns out this thing is causing trouble. It was about to follow the aura towards the novice square when a figure appeared ahead, blocking its path. Only a single demon? Su Chen was clearly surprised. He had expected to face many demon soldiers. Level 6 demon general commands hundreds of demon soldiers, possesses considerable strength itself. No wonder there was only one. It turned out to be a level 6 demon. Level 6 beasts were already quite difficult to deal with. He wondered how strong this level 6 demon was. Human? Die! The demon general charged at Su Chen, wielding its ghost-headed blade. It was large in stature but surprisingly fast, much quicker than an ordinary level 6 beast. Whoosh! Su Chen dodged to the side to avoid the full-force strike. But at that moment, the demon general exerted force. Again, swinging the originally vertical blade horizontally towards Su Chen. Clang! Su Chen quickly raised his azure sword to block the strike but was still knocked back several steps by the force of the blade. The demon general looked at Su Chen in surprise. The seemingly frail human had actually taken its blow head-on. It swung the ghost-headed blade again, charging at Su Chen. At this point, Su Chen decided not to hold back and directly used the clone technique. He immediately split into 2 clones, and the 3 of them surrounded the demon general, launching an attack from 3 directions. Clang! Clang! Faced with the siege, the demon general could only defend passively, but it couldn't guard against attacks from all 3 directions. The armor on its body was pierced by Su Chen's azure sword, stabbing into its flesh. The demon general, suffering increasing damage, could no longer endure. It disregarded the attacks from the 2 clones and swung its blade with all its might towards Su Chen's main body. Su Chen, seeing the demon general wielding the blade and slashing down at him, chose neither to defend nor dodge. The demon general was overjoyed, swinging down its blade without hesitation. Su Chen watched as the ghost-headed blade drew closer until the demon general could no longer retract the strike. Whoosh! He immediately used teleportation, appearing in midair right in front of the demon general. Seeing Su Chen suddenly appear before it, The demon general's pupils dilated. It had no time to raise its blade in defense. Su Chen thrust his azure sword forward. Thud! The sword pierced into the demon general's forehead, penetrating through its skull. The demon general was completely encased in armor, with a helmet that protected the back of its neck. Su Chen could only choose to kill it head-on. Bang! The demon general, pierced by a sword, fell straight to the ground. Kill level 6 Demon General. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. After devouring, the demon general's corpse began to slowly disappear. Su Chen also learned from the chat channel that the demon attack at the village entrance had been successfully defended. Of course, without Su Chen there, the novice village still suffered some casualties. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they held the defense, it would be bad if those demons rushed into the village. Whoosh! The sound of space tearing echoed through the sky again. To the south of the village, another space crack appeared, this one even larger and containing stronger demonic energy. What the hell? Is another crack really appearing? How are we supposed to survive with so many cracks to defend? Is this what hell difficulty is like? It's truly despairing. 2 cracks had already made it difficult for them to resist, and now another one had appeared. The hearts of the novice village's people were nearly filled with despair, but they would never choose to give up. Soon, Zhang Yuanshan stood up to organize everyone to defend the newly appeared crack. Since that crack looked very large, it would definitely be hard to deal with. So Zhou Yi and Li Shou took most of the strong players to defend there. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan, along with Long Wu and Gu Haitang, took the remaining strong players and the rest of the novice village to defend here. Although they had the most people here, most of those players were relatively weak and couldn't help much in battle. Su Chen continued to defend the crack to the north alone. Just as Li Shou and Zhou Yi led their people to the newly appeared crack, the next wave of attack began. A ripple appeared in the crack before Su Chen. He gripped his blue sword tightly, his gaze resolute as he looked at the crack before him. Whoosh! A completely black demon with a massive bull's head stepped out of the crack. This demon had a bull's head and a human body, wielding a giant axe, its blood-red eyes fixed on Su Chen. Immediately after, a second one emerged. Level 6 Demon Bull, demon creature, strong physique, incredible strength. There were actually 2 level 6 demon creatures. This meant that the demons appearing from the other 2 cracks wouldn't be any weaker. A single level 6 demon creature was already difficult for the novice village to handle, and now there were 2 more. Moreover, the strong players from the novice village had been divided into 2 groups, making it even harder for Zhang Yuanshan and the others to hold their ground. Su Chen immediately decided to end the fight quickly and then go support Zhang Yuanshan and the others. Whoosh! Su Chen charged towards the 2 demon bulls with his sword raised. Whoosh! A huge plume of white steam erupted from one of the demon bull's nostrils as it swung its giant axe, lunging its head towards Su Chen. Bang! 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 The demon bull's massive hooves stomped the ground, creating a thunderous sound, exuding an unstoppable force. Su Chen met it head-on with his sword. The other demon bull displayed a smug expression, not expecting this human to be so overconfident. Daring to compete in strength with them, it was truly seeking death. But just as the 2 sides were about to collide, Su Chen's body suddenly vanished. Whoosh! He instantly appeared in front of the other demon bull and slashed out with his sword. The demon bull was completely unprepared and was struck in the chest by Su Chen's sword. Whoosh! The sword cleaved through its armor, leaving a gruesome gash. Blood immediately gushed out, and the bleeding effect of the blue sword began to take effect. Ah! The demon bull clutched its chest and staggered backward. On the other side, the demon bull charging towards Su Chen could not control itself and crashed directly into the wooden house. Boom! The wooden house collapsed under its impact, burying its body beneath the fallen debris. After injuring the demon bull with a sword strike, Su Chen continued to thrust forward, his hand emitting a blue, crystalline glow. The demon bull attempted to raise its massive axe to block Su Chen's strike, but its arm seemed frozen, moving extremely slowly, leaving it helpless to watch as Su Chen's sword came piercing through. Thud! The sword pierced through the demon bull's body. Then, Su Chen withdrew his long sword and struck again, sealing the demon bull's fate, completely eliminating it. Kill level 6 Demon Bull. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 6, defense plus 2. Roar. Behind Su Chen, a roar echoed. The demon bull had emerged from the ruins of the wooden house, and as soon as it did, it saw its companion slain by this human. Hiss! This time, white vapor billowed from its nostrils and ears, and its body gradually turned red. Anyone could see that this demon bull was truly enraged. You look really angry. Let me cool you down. Su Chen's palm emitted blue ice crystals. He couldn't let the demon bull charge at him again, or he wouldn't be able to stop it. Meanwhile, the demon bull's hooves began to freeze to the ground. The demon bull was startled. It lowered its head and saw the ice crystals spreading up from its hooves, quickly threatening to freeze its legs. It immediately struggled fiercely, trying to pull its legs free from the ice. But at that moment, Su Chen had already rushed over with his sword. Roar! The demon bull bellowed, disregarding the frost beneath its feet, raising its massive axe to strike at Su Chen. Whoosh! Su Chen sidestepped and thrust his long sword forward. Bang! The demon bull's axe smashed into the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath. Thud! However, Su Chen's strike accurately hit the immobilized demon bull. Knowing it couldn't evade the attack, the demon bull tried to keep Su Chen there with it. Its other hand firmly grasped the blue glowing sword embedded in Su Chen's chest. At the same time, its arm holding the massive axe lifted again, preparing to strike down at Su Chen. Su Chen exerted force to pull the sword out, but the demon bull's brute strength was overwhelming, keeping the blue glowing sword firmly in its grip. Just then, Su Chen's body suddenly split into two clones. One clone wielded a sword and slashed at the demon bull's arm that was swinging the axe. The other clone thrust a sword towards the demon bull's throat. At that moment, the demon bull's eyes widened in shock, never expecting Su Chen to have such a trick up his sleeve. But its hooves were frozen, rendering it immobile, and its hands were occupied. Crack! One of Su Chen's clones severed the arm wielding the massive axe. Thud! The other clone pierced through its throat. The hand gripping the blue glowing sword finally lost its strength. Crack! Su Chen yanked the blue glowing sword out and kicked the demon bull's body. Bang! The massive body of the demon bull crashed to the ground. Kill level 6 demon bull. Experience plus 1800. Devour. Successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 6, defense plus 2. After the battle ended, Su Chen hurried towards the crack at the village entrance. There were already many cries of anguish coming from there, and it seemed the situation was very grim. At the village entrance, a demon general with a lion's head wielded a pair of hammers, relentlessly smashing the surrounding humans. Bang! 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 With each swing of its hammer, a human was sent flying. This demon general was being besieged by Long Wu and his group. The other level 6 demon was a large fat creature with a mouth on its belly, likely a relative of the demon leader that had appeared earlier. At this moment, its large mouth was continuously devouring the nearby humans, as if its bloated belly could never be satisfied. It was being dealt with by Zhang Yuanshan and his team, but ultimately they were no match for these two demons, and casualties were mounting. Meanwhile, the novice village was unable to pose any threat to them. Damn it! At this rate, we'll be worn down and killed by these two monsters. Long Wu, covered in blood, stepped forward and said, "I'll hold off this demon and distract its attacks. You all go and surround it." Long Wu gripped his knife and charged directly at the demon general with the lion's head. Initially, they had been using a flanking strategy to take on these two level 6 demons, leveraging their numerical advantage to surround them. But even that would still lead to being caught and killed by the demon generals, as no one here could withstand their attacks head-on. Now, however, Long Wu took on the role of a direct distraction, creating an opportunity for others to attack. Take this! Long Wu swung his knife at the demon general. The demon general showed a disdainful expression and casually swung a hammer in response. Bang! Long Wu's arms went numb, his palms cracked, and his knife nearly slipped from his grip as his body staggered backward. But he chose not to retreat. Further, instead, he steadied his stance and continued to strike at the demon general. The others followed suit, joining him in the assault on the demon general. Long Wu led the charge again, rushing toward it. The demon general, now enraged, swung both hammers down at Long Wu. Knowing he couldn't withstand it, Long Wu hurriedly retreated. Bang! The ground was smashed into a large pit, and the stone slabs cracked. Long Wu was shaken by the force, struggling to stay upright, and the demon general seized the opportunity to strike. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Long Wu's chest, sending him flying. Thud! Upon hitting the ground, his chest caved in. Several ribs likely broken, blood and flesh a mess. But at this moment, the area around the demon general was already surrounded by the strong from the novice village. They had taken advantage of the demon general, focusing all its efforts on Long Wu to close in. Now, they unleashed all their attacks on the demon general. Some thrust their swords at its waist, others swung axes at its calves, and some jabbed spears at its neck. However, the demon general seemed to have anticipated this. It gathered its strength in its chest and then opened its bloody mouth to let out a roar. Roar! The sound pierced the heavens, and a shockwave of sound spread from its mouth. Boom! The crowd surrounding it was all blown back by the shockwave, with the closest few bleeding from their ears and nostrils. Seeing this, even Long Wu felt a surge of despair. They had given their all, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The demon general raised its massive hammer, ready to smash down on one of the fallen. The person on the ground showed no fear, only calmness, his eyes flickering with memories, as if his death was already a foregone conclusion. Having just witnessed his teammates and companions continuously dying, he knew he was about to follow in their footsteps. But the massive hammer that the demon general had raised did not come down. He focused and realized that the arm it had raised was frozen in ice. At that moment, Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of the demon general. Swish! A flash of blue light passed by and the lion-like head of the demon general flew off. Bang! Its tall body fell back helplessly while the frozen arm remained raised high. At that moment, an indescribable feeling rose in everyone's hearts. The seemingly invincible demon general had its head taken by Su-chan with a single sword strike. Kill level 6 demon general. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 12, defense plus 1. After killing this demon general, Su-chan charged towards another demon general that was still devouring humans. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were doing their utmost to fend off its attacks. Whoosh! The demon general extended its tongue, ready to swallow a human. Zhang Yuanshan once again overexerted himself to use the defensive aura. Bang! The defensive aura blocked the rapidly extending tongue, but it was already covered in countless cracks. The demon general retracted its tongue and began to swing the wolf fang club in its hand, smashing it towards the nearby humans. Bang! Bang! Still, no one could withstand its assault. Every strike sent a human flying. Many people's hearts had already sunk into despair. Such a monster was simply beyond their ability to fight. At that moment, the demon general's gaze fell upon the novice village. It no longer wanted to entangle with these humans. Destroying the crystal in the village to allow its main force to enter was the most important thing. Roar! The large mouth on the demon general's belly let out a roar as it charged towards the novice village with all its might. Bang! Bang! The humans in its path were either knocked aside by its powerful body or smashed away by the wolf fang club in its hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan chose not to retreat. This was already the last line of defense at their village entrance. If they ran now, it would be equivalent to allowing it to break into the novice village. If this demon general entered the novice village, the weaklings there would become its targets for slaughter. It could not only head to other rifts to ambush novice village members but could also destroy the crystal, causing them to fail their mission. Although Zhang Yuanshan knew he was absolutely no match for it, he still chose to charge forward with his sword. Kill! Zhang Yuanshan shouted, raising his sword and leading the charge towards the demon general. The others followed him without hesitation, rushing towards the demon general. Beside them, Zhou Xiaoka's heart trembled. She seemed to foresee Zhang Yuanshan's fate as he rushed forward. He would either be swallowed by this monster or smashed into serious injury by the wolf fang club, ultimately unable to escape death. She wanted to say something to Zhang Yuanshan, but the words were stuck in her throat. A stream of tears traced down her face. She still couldn't accept that Zhang Yuanshan would die just like that. Next to her, Gu Haitang, who was healing others, saw Zhang Yuanshan actively charging towards the demon general, and a ripple appeared on her cold face as her eyes fixed intently on that direction. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes revealed a resolute and unwilling expression, his face no longer bearing the usual calm demeanor. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die. He had not yet fully experienced this world, nor had he appreciated the powers of the strong. There were still too many things he had not done. Kill! With a mix of determination and unwillingness, Zhang Yuanshan shouted and thrust his sword into the gaping mouth of the demon clan leader. But at that moment, the demon clan leader swung a bloodied wolf-toothed club, still dripping with flesh, towards him. Whoosh! It seemed about to smash Zhang Yuanshan away, but its arm gradually slowed down. It even came to a stop beside Zhang Yuanshan. He paid no attention to this, his eyes were only on the demon's large mouth. Thud! He thrust his sword deep into the demon clan leader's mouth, blood gushing out. Swish! At that moment, another figure flashed above the demon, Su-chan slashing down with his sword. Crack! The demon clan leader's head was severed cleanly. Only then did Zhang Yuanshan see that the wolf-toothed club was now very close to him. Its arm was frozen, unable to move. However, the demon clan leader was not completely dead yet. With Zhang Yuanshan's strength, he could not deal a fatal blow. After landing, Su-chan hurried to the demon clan leader and thrust his sword forward. Thud! The green light sword plunged deep into its massive mouth. This was many times more powerful than Zhang Yuanshan's strike. Bang! The demon clan leader fell silent, lifeless. Kill level 6 demon clan leader. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. Su-chan wasted no time, killing and devouring in one swift motion. You all take care of your injuries, I'll go support Li Shou and the others. After saying this, his body turned into an afterimage and rushed southward, arriving quickly and leaving just as fast. Zhang Yuanshan had just walked through the gates of death and had not yet recovered when he saw Su-chan leaving again. He knew that Su-chan was heading to support the larger rift in the south. Although there were more strong fighters there, the demons were also more powerful. Time is life. If he arrived late, more people would die. At the rift south of the novice village, the situation was even worse than at the village entrance, with many bodies of novice village strong fighters lying on the ground. Zhou Yi beside him was pale, his body swaying as if he were about to faint. He had overexerted himself multiple times with lightning, and together with Li Shou and others, they had managed to kill a level 6 demon. but there were still 2 level 6 demons slaughtering the crowd. Li Xiu's frail body was covered in wounds and his dual blades were already chipped and battered. They had sacrificed so many people, and even he and Zhou Yi were on the verge of losing their combat ability, only managing to kill 1 level 6 demon. Yet now 2 level 6 demons remained, and they had basically no strength left to deal with them. One of the demons, a horned bull, swung its massive axe, unstoppable, and was about to break through their defenses and charge into the novice village. "This is bad. We can't hold on much longer," someone said in despair. A glimmer of determination flashed across Li Xiu's exhausted face as he dragged his injured body, gripping his knife, and walked towards the demon bull. Zhou Yi took out the last spirit fruit from his body, consumed it, and prepared to unleash lightning to hinder the bull's advance. Although the spirit fruit could help him recover some stamina, his body could not withstand such intense use of his talent. But there was no other way. He had to use lightning to restrain the bull. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the bull's back, causing sparks to fly and leaving it charred. But this only paralyzed its body for a short while, without causing any substantial harm. Zhou Yi's strength was far too different from that of the demon bull. The lightning couldn't even injure the demon bull. However, the demon bull was momentarily stunned, and the others seized the opportunity to attack it. Clang! Clang! Several swords and knives struck the demon bull. Some attacks were blocked by its armor, while others landed on its fur, merely causing superficial scratches. Roar! The demon bull was instantly awakened, swinging its massive axe at the surrounding humans. Bang! The circle of attackers was sent flying by its swing. Watching the humans being knocked away, the demon bull let out a laugh. Hee hee, humans are like ants. It disdainfully glanced at the humans it had sent flying. Yet, it completely failed to notice a figure rapidly approaching it. By the time it noticed Su Chen, it was already too late. Whoosh! Su Chen used teleportation to arrive at its neck. Slash! A flash of blue light passed, and the demon bull's enormous head flew off. Clap! Su Chen's body landed first, followed by the severed head. This is the price you pay for underestimating humans. Kill level 6 demon bull. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 20. Speed plus 6. Defense plus 2. Li Xiu, who was ready to attack the demon bull, breathed a huge sigh of relief upon seeing it killed by Su Chen. He had been prepared to risk his life to fight the demon bull, but thankfully Su Chen arrived just in time. Zhou Yi, seeing Su Chen's appearance, sat down on the ground, sweating profusely and gasping for breath, saying, "Ha! We're saved now." The remaining level 6 demon leader was still fighting fiercely among the crowd, pushing the novice village back step by step. Unbeknownst to it, Su Chen was steadily closing in. Ding! The demon leader knocked a weapon out of a man's hand in front of him with a single strike, sending him crashing to the ground. The demon leader immediately swung its blade down at him. Whoosh! Just as he was about to lose his life under the blade, Su Chen arrived in time, thrusting his sword to parry the demon leader's large blade. Clang! One sword strike neutralized the demon leader's attack, forcing it to step back 2 paces. The demon leader's face was filled with disbelief. A human could actually push him back head-on? Good! Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. The demon leader raised its large blade and struck down at Su Chen again. Su Chen directly raised his sword to block. Clang! He firmly caught the demon leader's strike. His attack power had significantly increased after the previous devouring. Engaging the demon leader head-on without using any abilities was no problem at all. But Su Chen wasn't there to spar fairly. Whoosh! Suddenly, Su Chen's body split into 2 clones. One to the left and one behind, attacking the demon leader again. What? The demon leader was startled by this sudden turn of events and immediately readied its blade to defend. Clang! Clang! The demon leader barely managed to fend off the attacks from the 2 clones. However, the real Su Chen seized the opportunity and thrust his sword forward. Thrust! The blue light sword pierced through the demon leader's chest armor, impaling its torso. Ah! The demon clan general roared, swinging his large blade towards Su Chen in front of him, forcing him to retract his long sword and dodge backward. But the 2 avatars on either side charged forward again, launching an attack from the left and right. Clang! In a hurry, the demon clan general could only block one avatar's attack. Put! The other avatar slashed at its arm, nearly severing it. At this moment, Su Chen, having dodged, turned back and swung his sword at the demon clan general again, moving at incredible speed. Faced with the relentless attacks from the 3, the demon clan general was overwhelmed and could no longer defend against Su Chen's assault. This strike was aimed at the demon clan general's neck. Put! The green light sword drew a green semicircle in the air, and the demon clan general's head flew off in an instant. Bang! Its headless corpse fell to the ground. Kill level 6 demon clan general. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. The nearby strong players from the novice village were all dumbfounded. Su Chen had casually killed 2 level 6 demons. Although they had witnessed Su Chen's strength in the previous competition arena, they now realized that he hadn't even shown his full power there. This is too strong. Su Chen is on a completely different level from us. Our novice village can withstand this wave of attacks all thanks to Su Chen. This was true, there were a total of 7 level 6 demons in this wave of attack. Su Chen single-handedly killed 6 of them. It seems this is a hell-level task. Without Su Chen, we would have been completely wiped out. Even though, with Su Chen's help, this wave of demon attacks was repelled, the faces of the novice village's people still showed no smiles. They knew that if the demons launched another wave of attacks, given their current state, they could only wait for death. After all, among the strong in the novice village, those who could fight level 6 demons had suffered heavy casualties. Long Wu was left with only half his life, completely losing his combat ability. Zhang Yuanshan, Gu Haitang, and Zhou Yi, the 3 gifted individuals, could no longer use their talents. Li Xiu was also at his limit. Not only severely injured but also exhausted most of his stamina. Only Su Chen was still in good condition, having sustained little injury, just some fatigue. Everyone nervously watched the spatial rift, praying in their hearts that no more demons would appear. It seemed that the heavens had heard their prayers, as the 2 rifts at the village entrance and to the north actually began to close. It's closing. The rift is starting to close. Ha ha, great. Does this mean we've completed the task? Phew. Truly worthy of a hell-level task, it really is tough. The faces of the people at the novice village entrance were filled with joy, but those guarding the southern rift couldn't smile. Because the rift in front of them showed no signs of closing, instead, it was expanding around them. In an instant, the spatial rift here grew larger. Announcement: Spatial rift has undergone a mutation. Task objective has changed. What does this mean? The task has changed. Do we no longer need to defend against the demon attacks? A thought arose in everyone's minds, but when they heard the next words from the heavens, they realized they were overthinking. 250 Novice Village Collective Task: Withstand the Demon Clan's attack until reinforcements from Luoshui City arrive. What the hell? We still have to continue fighting against the demon attacks. This is going to be disastrous. What is Luoshui City? Will they send people to help us? This damn heaven. Not explaining anything clearly. How long do we have to hold on? Su Chen was equally filled with confusion. Could the reinforcements from Luoshui City be the natives of this world? If so, this world not only had demon beasts but also humans, possibly similar to NPCs in a game? Although the Heavenly Tao referred to this as a game, Su Chen felt that this was a real world. While everyone complained verbally, they still gathered at the rift, preparing to face the upcoming fierce battle. Luoshui City Mission Hall. An urgent mission was directly assigned to a guild team. What the hell? Why did a new mission suddenly appear in my task list? Said a young man in a green robe. Beside him, a long-haired beauty in light armor carrying a silver longbow said, "Mine has one too. It's a support mission for the 250 Novice Village." They then looked at another teammate nearby. He nodded and said, "I have one too. It seems this is a task directly issued to us by the Heavenly Tao, and we can't cancel it." The green-robed man complained, "Seriously, we just finished a mission and I was planning to enjoy some time off." The other two ignored his complaints and opened the task details to check. Another demon invasion. The frequency of demon invasions has been increasing lately. Now even novice villages are being invaded, said a man in silver armor holding a sword. The long-haired woman said, "I wonder what level of spatial rift has appeared this time. What else could it be? At most, it's just a beginner rift. By the time we get there, we can finish the battle in no time," the green-robed man said casually. They had already checked. The 250 novice village was just a newly appeared village that had been around for 2 days. The people inside were the latest batch sent by the Heavenly Tao, and a beginner rift was enough for them to handle. As the three talked, they walked towards the nearby teleportation array. At that moment, the long-haired woman suddenly stopped, her face showing a look of shock. "What's wrong?" The sword-wielding man turned to look at her. She raised her head and murmured to the two, "The rift appearing in the 250 novice village is not a beginner rift." The green-robed man looked slightly surprised and said, "No way. Could it be an intermediate rift? Are they really sending a village that just appeared 2 days ago to deal with a rift that might spawn level 6 demons?" To his surprise, the long-haired woman shook her head again and said, "No, the rift appearing in the 250 novice village is a high-level rift, one that will spawn level 6 and above demons." Upon hearing this, even the usually calm sword-wielding man raised his voice a few notches. "What? The 250 novice village is actually facing a high-level rift? Damn! Is the Heavenly Tao crazy? This village just appeared 2 days ago, and it has to face level 7 demons?" The two had not carefully checked the task details earlier, thinking that a support mission for a novice village would surely be easy. The Heavenly Tao had assigned them such a simple task, but now they realized that the difficulty of this task was anything but simple. If a level 7 demon appeared, that would be manageable, but if an 8-level demon showed up, it would be disastrous. Sigh, this novice village is really unlucky. I wonder how many people will still be alive by the time we get there. The three walked towards the teleportation array, heading to the 250 novice village. 250 newbie village. Everyone had gathered at the crack, their faces tense as they stared at the obviously larger fissure before them. No one knew what kind of demon would emerge from it in the next moment. Finally, the surface of the crack rippled, and a level 3 demon soldier stepped out first. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several arrows shot out immediately, and the demon soldier fell to the ground. However, in the next second, a torrent of demon soldiers surged out of the crack. Boom! 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 The ground shook with a loud noise as these demon soldiers poured out in numbers several times greater than last time, continuously flooding from the fissure. Seeing this, Suchen took out the fire spirit pearl from his spatial ring. He infused his mental energy into the fire spirit pearl, causing it to float in front of him. At the same time, he stepped forward. Whoosh! Under the impetus of his mental energy, the fire spirit pearl unleashed a torrent of flames, which surged like a wave directly toward the demon army. Boom! The demon soldiers at the front were instantly engulfed in flames, and screams erupted. Many demon soldiers on fire rolled on the ground or ran wildly, disrupting the formation of their side. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. A series of kill notifications appeared before Su Chen, but these flames only burned the soldiers at the very front. The others were merely scorched, temporarily losing their combat ability. Su Chen did not stop and continued to use his mental energy to drive the fire spirit pearl. Whoosh! Another wave of flames surged toward the demon army, igniting the demon soldiers who had rushed back up. Ah! The demon soldiers in front fell again in droves, and everyone in Newbie Village marveled at how powerful Su Chen was. One person had caused such heavy casualties to the demon army. His mental energy was much stronger than that of Kong Xianyi, and the power generated by the fire spirit pearl was also greater. However, after Su Chen's 2 full force activations, the energy contained in the fire spirit pearl was already running low. Its color gradually faded, about to turn into a transparent ordinary pearl. At that moment, the appearance of demon soldiers from the crack finally stopped. 2 level 6 demon generals stepped out from the fissure. Seeing only 2 demon generals, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This lineup was not too difficult to deal with. However, after these 2 level 6 demon generals emerged, they stood on either side, clearing a path. The crack rippled again, and a much taller demon stepped out. This demon resembled a human more closely, but stood 3 meters tall, with purple skin. Clad in black armor, it wore a cloak on its back, wielding a bloodstained spear in one hand and a finely crafted large knife at its waist. It looked like a human general, exuding an aura of cold, iron-blooded authority. The 2 level 6 demon generals stood respectfully on either side. After stepping out of the crack, it scanned the surroundings, and a grin split its face, revealing sharp teeth inside. What good luck! This is just a human village. Generally, high-level fissures capable of allowing its descent into the human world would only appear near cities. It had prepared to engage with the powerful humans in the city, but unexpectedly, the fissure connected to a mere village. What strong individuals could there be in a village? The real strong ones were all in the city. The lion-headed general beside it said, "General, there are demon restraining crystals in this village. As long as we destroy the crystals, our commander can lead more demons in." The demon general nodded, a smile appearing on his face. It seems Igu will achieve great merit for the demon clan. Su Chen used his insight eye to look at the demon general. Level 8 demon general Igu, skilled in blades, guns, and martial arts, with immense strength. Level 8 demon? Su Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He hadn't even encountered a level 7 beast before. Now, an 8-level demon had appeared, and the pressure in Su Chen's heart increased significantly. Everyone be careful, that demon is our greatest enemy. Zhang Yuanshan pointed at the demon general and said. Li Shou also added, that demon feels extremely dangerous to me. An 8-level demon is certainly very dangerous. However, Su Chen didn't voice this. Such words would only add to the despair of the novice village. It was enough for them to know that this demon general was strong. Charge! Take them down! With a wave of the demon general's hand, 2 level 6 demon generals led the charge. The demon general followed behind, thinking that perhaps he wouldn't even need to make a move. These humans simply couldn't withstand his subordinates. Facing the demon's charge once again, Su Chen put away the fire spirit pearl. The energy contained in the fire spirit pearl was only enough for one more full release, and Su Chen decided to save it for dealing with the demon general. Now, he needed to take advantage of the fact that the demon general hadn't made a move and eliminate these 2 level 6 demon generals first. Whoosh! Su Chen's body vanished from the spot, rushing towards one of the demon generals who wore a human skull and wielded a large blade. The demon general, seeing a human daring to provoke him, showed disdain and swung his large blade forward. Whoosh! Su Chen didn't hold back on his talent, using teleportation to dodge the strike and appearing behind the demon general. Slash! A sword pierced out, directly stabbing into the back of the demon general's neck, completely penetrating it. The demon general's eyes widened in shock. He never expected to die at the hands of a human so easily. After devouring numerous demon attributes, Su Chen's attack power had exceeded 1,000 and his speed was extremely fast, with the blue light sword having armor-piercing effects. Despite the protective scales on the demon general's neck, Su Chen's sword still pierced through. Killed level 6 demon general. Experience plus 1800, devoured successfully. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. The scene of Su Chen killing the demon general boosted the morale of the novice village, erupting in cheers. The demon general Igu, witnessing this, immediately retracted his dismissive expression and charged forward with his spear. Su Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. Was this the kind of power a village should possess? After killing the demon general with a single sword strike, Su Chen extended his hand and instantly devoured its attributes. Then, he immediately rushed towards the lion-headed general. The lion-head general, seeing his comrade's tragic death, showed a look of panic on his face and dared not engage Su Chen. He quickly gathered his energy to his chest and then opened his massive mouth to unleash a lion's roar towards the approaching Su Chen. Roar! Waves of sound transformed into shockwaves that surged towards Su Chen, even sending the surrounding demon soldiers flying. Su Chen's teleportation was still on cooldown and his mental energy surged into his defensive pendant. Whoosh! An orange defensive barrier appeared in front of Su Chen. Bang! The sound waves collided with the barrier, unable to advance even a fraction, and Su Chen seized this opportunity to close in on the Lionhead General. This Lionhead General wielded two large axes, raising them to strike directly at Su Chen. Of course, Su Chen would not match brute force with him. A nimble turn allowed him to successfully evade the attack. He then turned back and slashed with his sword. Ding! The sword struck the general's arm guard, leaving a sword mark and a trail of blood. The Lionhead General, wielding his dual axes, angrily swung at Su Chen repeatedly, but all were dodged. Su Chen evaded while looking for opportunities to counterattack, and he had already inflicted multiple wounds on the general. The Lionhead General was furious but could do nothing to Su Chen. Some demon soldiers nearby tried to surround Su Chen, but any demon soldier that approached was slain by Su Chen's sword. Now, they dared not interfere in this battle and rushed towards the novice village. But at that moment, the demon general Igu was already nearing the scene. Su Chen knew he had to finish this quickly. He had been waiting for his teleportation ability to cool down, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Lionhead General. Roar! The Lionhead General roared again, smashing his dual axes towards Su Chen. Su Chen jumped back to evade. Bang! The ground was shattered by the massive axes, sending debris flying. At this moment, Su Chen's teleportation cooldown had ended. Whoosh! Su Chen immediately used teleportation to appear right in front of the Lionhead General. It was a perfect opportunity. The general had just slammed his axes into the ground. Faced with Su Chen's sudden appearance, he had no time to react. Just as he was about to lift the axes he had driven into the ground. Slash! A flash of blue light passed and his furry head flew off, stained with blood. Kill level 6 Demon General. Experience plus 1800, devour successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 12, defense plus 1. Just after devouring the attributes, Su Chen sensed a wave of danger approaching. He had no time to think and quickly retreated. Whoosh! A long spear fell from the sky, directly smashing into the spot where Su Chen had just stood. Bang! The spear struck the ground, causing it to tremble and sending sand and stones flying. Boom! Then, the demon General Igu descended from the sky, landing beside the spear. He pulled the spear from the ground, twirled it in his hand, and then gripped it, looking down at Su Chen. Su Chen raised his sword, fearlessly meeting his gaze. The surrounding demon soldiers dared not interfere in their battle and rushed towards the novice village. Igu looked at Su Chen and said, "I didn't expect to find such a master in a small village. But the outcome will be the same. You will soon become a corpse here." He spoke in the demon language, which Su Chen could not understand, so he paid no attention. In the next moment, Igu sprang forward, his feet pushing off the ground, rapidly advancing towards Su Chen, thrusting the spear forward. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past as Igu's spear shot towards Su Chen, moving at incredible speed with great force. Su Chen knew he could not withstand it and quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the thrust. But just as Su Chen dodged, the spear swept horizontally again. Whoosh! This time, Su Chen had no way to avoid it and could only raise his long sword to block it in front of him. Clang! The long spear instantly swept across the azure sword, bending the blade. At the same time, the spear, as if unaffected by any resistance, slammed directly into Su Chen's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Chen's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Many people in the novice village were watching the battle, as the outcome of the fight between the two could greatly change the course of the entire situation. They never expected that with just one exchange, Su-chen would be sent flying. The power of both sides seemed to be on completely different levels. How can this demon race be so strong? It's simply monstrous. Zhou Xiaoke couldn't believe her eyes. Li Shou also showed an expression of disbelief. Zhang Yuanshan immediately commanded, "No, if Su-chen loses, we'll be in trouble. Zhou, Su Lang, get ready to support him." Both of them were ranged attackers and could harass the demon general at this level of combat. Others would probably be killed instantly if they got too close. The two immediately looked for an opportunity to attack Igu. Su-chen, lying on the ground, felt as if he had been hit by a train. His chest was in severe pain and his arm was numb. He was sure that several of his ribs were broken, but he knew he couldn't just lie on the ground and wait to die. He struggled to get up, using the azure sword to prop himself up. Igu, holding the long spear, was almost charging right in front of Su-chen. However, his teleportation was still a bit slow, and the defensive pendant would definitely not withstand Igu's attack. He was even less able to engage Igu in a direct confrontation now. The attack power of these demon races was absurdly strong, and Su-chen's attack power was only slightly higher than that of a level 6 demon general. But he was no match for this level 8 Igu. Su-chen immediately used Frost Freeze, releasing it with all his might towards Igu's feet. Crack! Ice crystals appeared on Igu's feet, almost freezing them. But Igu let out a roar and stomped 1 foot hard on the ground. Bang! The ice crystals on his foot were instantly crushed. However, this did buy Su-chen a little time, keeping Igu in place. In the distance, Joey and Su Lang found an opportunity. One released lightning, while the other shot an arrow from his hand. Crack! The lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Igu's shoulder directly. But Igu had shoulder armor, which successfully absorbed the lightning attack. Whoosh! Another arrow flew towards Igu's head. But at that moment he had already sensed it and twisted his body to dodge the arrow. However, the arrow still grazed his purplish-black face, leaving a faint trace of blood. This made his expression turn extremely ugly. He had actually been injured by a weak human like an ant. Moreover, it was a wound on his face, which was a great humiliation for him. Ah! Igu roared in furious anger, then channeled his power into his right arm, throwing the long spear in his hand towards Su Lang with all his might. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a shadow, flying towards Su Lang with tremendous force. Be careful! Zhang Yuanshan immediately raised a defensive halo for Su Lang. Su Lang wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! Zhang Yuanshan's defensive halo couldn't hold for even a second before it shattered. Put! The long spear pierced through Su Lang's body, and the force of the spear was not diminished at all. Whoosh! The spear continued to penetrate Su Lang's body and flew backward for a while. Bang! Then the spear heavily struck the ground, pinning Su Lang down. Blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes gradually losing their luster, and his vitality was rapidly fading. Su Lang! Zhang Yuanshan and the others looked blankly at Su Lang on the ground, their teammate who had been with them day and night. Su Lang's eyes were filled with unwillingness, perhaps still harboring unfulfilled wishes in his heart. Gu Haitang stepped forward with tears in her eyes to treat Su Lang's injuries, but it was already futile. Igu looked at Su Lang, pinned to the ground, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! Behind him, Su-chen propped himself up and charged at Igu with his sword. Igu sensed the movement behind him, drawing the large knife at his waist and turning to slash. At that moment, Su-chen used his teleportation again. Whoosh! His body once again appeared behind Igu. Whoosh! Igu's slash naturally missed. Su-chen arrived behind Igu and directly swung his sword at its neck. Clang! Igu's neck was still protected by armor, and the azure sword struck it, creating a shower of sparks, but it still cut in. Put! The long sword carved a gruesome gash in its neck, but it couldn't inflict fatal damage. Feeling a sharp pain in its neck, Igu was both shocked and angry, immediately turning around again and swinging the large knife at Su-chen. After successfully landing a hit, Su-chen couldn't pull back in time to avoid Igu's strike. He quickly activated his defensive pendant, causing a defensive light screen to appear in front of him. Bang! Igu's large knife shattered the defensive light screen, but it also successfully blocked part of the knife's force. Su-chen once again positioned the azure sword in front of him. Clang! The large knife struck the azure sword, and Su-chen's body was pushed back repeatedly. Thud! Thud! Su-chen left several deep footprints on the ground, finally dissipating the force of the blow. After cleaving through Su-chen, Igu reached for its neck and immediately felt the blood. Looking at the bright red on its hand, Igu's face showed anger once more. Fighting these weak humans had caused it to be injured repeatedly, which it could not tolerate. Ah! Igu let out a loud roar, raising the large knife in its hand and charging at Su-chen. Thud! 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 The ground shook under its towering body. Seeing Igu charging at him, Su-chen's teleportation was still on cooldown. He also couldn't casually use the clone technique, as his strength was far inferior to Igu's. Two clones would not be able to hold Igu off for long and would instead be destroyed by it. This clone technique could only be used as an offensive means. With this in mind, Su-Chen immediately took out the fire spirit pearl, pouring his mental energy into it and activating it with all his might. Boom! Flames surged from the fire spirit pearl, forming a pillar of fire that rushed toward Igu. Igu immediately crossed the large knife in front of him, one hand gripping the handle and the other supporting the blade. Boom! The fire pillar collided with the large knife, halting Igu's advance, while the knife in its hand quickly turned red. Some flames also scorched its armor. The energy in the fire spirit pearl was being rapidly consumed and would soon be depleted. Igu had no intention of sitting idly by. It retracted the large knife, gripping it in one hand, and raised an arm in front of itself as it charged wildly at Su-Chen. Crack! Just as it was about to get close to Su-Chen, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It hit Igu directly, causing its movements to freeze, and its raised arm involuntarily dropped. Boom! The flames instantly burned its face, causing burns to its face and eyes. In the distance, Zhou face was pale, his right hand crackling with electricity, hanging limply. Just moments ago, Su Lang had been beside him, pierced through by a spear and nailed to the ground, splattering him with blood. But he was not afraid. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Roar! In a fit of rage, Igu let out a roar, its entire body emanating a domineering purple-black demonic aura. The surge of demonic energy successfully dispelled the flames on its body, making it even more terrifying. The energy in the fire spirit pearl was completely exhausted, falling from midair into Su-Chen's hand, transforming into a transparent orb devoid of any energy. Su-Chen placed it back into his spatial ring, gripping his sword as he looked at the transformed Igu. He saw that Igu was enveloped in thick demonic energy, its eyes shifting from blood red to purple, slowly approaching Su-Chen. Su-Chen immediately took a petal from the ice crystal snow lotus out of his spatial ring and consumed it directly. After the previous battle, the injury to his fractured ribs was worsening. He had to use the ice crystal snow lotus to heal himself, bringing him back to peak condition, because he was about to unleash his ultimate technique and confront this Igu. After swallowing the ice crystal petal, Su-Chen felt his body rapidly recovering, the broken ribs knitting back together. At that moment, Igu raised its large blade and swung it down at Su-Chen. Su-Chen's insight. I had already predicted the movement in advance. He swiftly rolled back to evade the strike. However, Igu, being a general of the demon race, followed up with another swing of the blade. Like a relentless curse, it gave Su-Chen no chance to catch his breath. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su-Chen barely managed to dodge the large blade with the help of his inside eye and his own incredible speed. Ha! After several consecutive strikes from Igu were evaded by Su-Chen, it became even more enraged, swinging the large blade with greater force, further compressing Su-Chen's evasion space. But Su-Chen was waiting for this opportunity. The larger the swing, the slower the retraction for defense. Whoosh! Seizing the moment, Su-Chen used teleportation to appear directly above Igu. At the same time, he immediately employed the clone technique, splitting into two clones. All three of them simultaneously thrust their swords toward Igu's neck. This all happened in an instant, too quick for an ordinary person to react. But Igu, being a battle-hardened general of the demon race, quickly made the best response. It abandoned the large blade in its hand and used both fists to smash against the incoming sword blades. At the same time, it twisted its head to evade the final sword attack, avoiding a fatal strike. Bang! Bang! The long swords in the hands of the two clones were knocked away by Igu's fists, their bodies also sent flying. Su-Chen's true self, however, did not strike Igu's neck. Instead, it was evaded and pierced into the collarbone. Put! With a thrust, blood gushed from Igu's collarbone. But it immediately retaliated with an iron fist aimed at Su-Chen. Whoosh! A fierce wind from the punch forced Su-Chen to retract his long sword and dodge the blow. Igu's punch created a thunderous sound in the air. Its martial prowess was equally formidable. In this level of confrontation, Su-Chen had no opportunity to use the Power Frenzy bracelet. If he activated the bracelet and lost the chance to attack his opponent, it would be a loss. After forcing Su-Chen back, Igu quickly retrieved the large blade that had fallen to the ground with its foot. Then, gripping the large blade, it charged at Su-Chen again, its movement showing no signs of pause, giving Su-Chen no chance to recover. As soon as Su-Chen landed, he had to face the aggressive onslaught of the ancient beasts once again. Whoosh! Whoosh! It seemed the ancient beasts knew that Su-Chen could not use teleportation for a short time. Thus, their sword techniques were wide and fierce, and with two strikes, they had nearly forced Su-Chen into a corner. Su-Chen knew he could not wait any longer, and his two clones had already rushed back. He needed to create an opportunity for his clones to attack the ancient beasts, but that could only be done by confronting them head-on. Whoosh! The ancient beasts raised their large blade and slashed down diagonally from above. This time, Su-Chen did not choose to evade. He activated the power bracelet on his wrist. Buzz! A burst of white light erupted, enveloping Su-Chen's arm and the azure sword. Crack! Su-Chen felt a surge of vigorous power filling his arm as he raised the azure sword to strike at the ancient beast's large blade. Clang! The sword and blade collided, sending out a ripple of energy. Suchen felt a tremendous force coming from the arm that held the sword, as if it were going to crush him. The ancient beast's blade struck Suchen's sword but could not push down even a fraction, which surprised them. This human had suddenly gained strength comparable to their own? Their methods were truly endless. With a gritted jaw, Suchen summoned all his strength and successfully swung the sword. Clang! The blade in the ancient beast's hand flew backward, causing them to stagger. After swinging that sword, Suchen's arm dropped limply, as if that strike had drained all his energy, leaving his arm feeling weak. This also created an opportunity for the two clones beside him, who lunged at the ancient beasts with their swords from either side. The staggered ancient beasts could only defend against one side, swinging their blade with all their might at one of the clones. The clone immediately raised its long sword to defend. Clang! But with that strike, its body and long sword were once again sent flying. Meanwhile, the other clone's long sword had already thrust forward. Crack! This sword aimed for the neck of the ancient beasts. After the ancient beasts swung their blade, they reached out with their other hand to grab the clone's long sword. Thud! The long sword pierced the neck of the ancient beasts while their hand grasped the clone's long sword. Blood gushed from their neck and palm, but the long sword only penetrated the surface of the ancient beast's neck. Since the long sword was caught in their grip, it could not advance any further. With one hand holding the long sword, the ancient beasts swung their large blade at the clone again with incredible speed. Boom! The clone was instantly sliced into pieces, vanishing from sight. Even the long sword embedded in its neck disappeared without a trace. However, the long sword left a bloody hole in the ancient beast's neck, and a deep gash appeared on their palm, revealing the stark white bone inside. Now, the ancient beasts truly sensed the threat, and they began to take Suchen seriously as an opponent. Suchen's expression also grew grave. His previous tactics had not severely injured the ancient beasts, and he had lost a clone. The situation was dire. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed in, and the large blade in the ancient beast's hand flew toward him. Suchen's legs exploded with power, narrowly dodging the sudden attack. Bang! The large blade struck the ground not far behind Suchen. Whoosh! The gust of wind came again, and the ancient beasts charged at him with incredible speed, throwing a punch. Boom! The wind gathered around the ancient beast's fist, forming a fierce gale that slammed down toward Suchen. Suchen swung his sword to counter while activating the defensive pendant on his chest, creating a protective light screen in front of him. Bang! The fist crashed into the defensive light screen, instantly creating a web of cracks, and in a moment, the light screen shattered completely. A crack also appeared on the defensive pendant hanging around Suchen's neck. The ancient fist continued to descend, and Suchen slashed upward with his sword. Clang! The azure sword left a white mark on its fist, but Suchen was directly blasted back several steps. Before he could steady himself, the ancient being followed up again, this time raising its right leg and swinging it directly at him. Whoosh! This attack was even more ferocious, and Suchen could only use his defensive pendant to raise a protective light screen. Bang! As expected, the defensive light screen was shattered by the ancient being's kick. But at that moment, after the light screen broke, another defensive light circle appeared. Boom! Although it was still shattered by the ancient being's kick, after two defensive blocks, the speed and power of this kick had been greatly reduced. Suchen raised his sword to block the kick while simultaneously thrusting his sword forward toward the ancient being. The ancient being swung its arm, trying to knock Suchen's sword away. Ping! The sword tip was bent by the ancient being's strike, but it did not fly away, it remained embedded in its body. Put! The azure sword pierced through the armor on its body and into its skin, but it lacked the strength to go deeper. Suchen knew this was a good opportunity, so after landing the hit, he chose not to withdraw his sword and dodge. Instead, he exerted force with his arm, driving the azure sword deeper into the ancient being's body. Because of this, Suchen missed the chance to evade, and the ancient being grabbed the sword blade, preventing the azure sword from going deeper while also stopping Suchen from withdrawing and escaping. With its other hand, it threw a punch towards Suchen. Suchen felt the force of the ancient being gripping the azure sword and knew he couldn't pull it out. He decisively abandoned the azure sword, letting go and dodging the punch. Whoosh! The punch struck the air ahead, causing a shockwave that rippled through the surrounding atmosphere. Seeing Suchen abandon his sword to evade, a cold smile appeared on its face. Without the azure sword, Suchen had nothing to fear. Without the azure sword, he probably couldn't even break through his own armor. The ancient being exerted force, pulling the azure sword out of its body, wearing a look of assured victory. But Suchen also revealed a cold smile. He immediately used teleportation to appear behind the ancient being. The ancient being didn't take it seriously. In its view, Suchen, who had lost his weapon, posed no threat at all. But the next second, Suchen took out the Xian iron sword from his spatial ring. The moment he gripped the Xian iron sword, he thrust it toward the ancient being's nape. The armor here had already been cut open by the azure sword, leaving a deep scar on its nape. Slash! The Xian iron sword also activated its piercing effect. A cold light flashed. The ancient being felt a chill at its nape and something piercing through its neck. It looked down and saw the sword blade protruding from its throat, the tip of the sword visible, with blood gushing uncontrollably. How could he still have a sword? Igu had never considered that Su Chen possessed a spatial treasure. The Igu, pierced through the throat, did not fall immediately but instead turned to grab at Su Chen behind him. Su Chen quickly withdrew his sword and retreated. Whoosh! Igu's claw naturally grasped at nothing, while its neck was a bloody mess, continuously oozing blood. However, it became even more frenzied, pouncing at Su Chen like a wild beast with both hands. Su Chen knew it was at the end of its strength. The fatal wound on its neck would surely cost it its life, so he began to maneuver around it. Swish! But in its frenzied state, Igu was faster and more ferocious, forcing Su Chen to retreat repeatedly. At the same time, as Igu lost its rationality, openings began to appear, and Su Chen, using his insightful eye, keenly caught a moment to strike, decisively thrusting his mysterious iron sword forward. Slash! The piercing effect of the mysterious iron sword was activated, and it pierced through. Put! The frenzied Igu directly reached out to grab the mysterious iron sword that Su Chen had thrust. Its other fist came crashing down towards Su Chen. In an instant, Su Chen let go, while his other hand reached for the azure sword embedded in Igu's chest, pulling it out and retreating. Whoosh! This punch once again missed. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen stepped forward and slashed at Igu's neck with his sword. Crack! Igu's head, bearing a frenzied expression, flew off in an instant. It finally came to a stop, its hands drooping. Weakly, its tall and robust body first kneeling to the ground, then collapsing flat. Kill level 8 Demon General Igu. Experience plus 6,000. Su Chen exhaled. This guy was finally dead, and his vitality was indeed tenacious. After being pierced in the neck, Igu had fought solely on willpower. After killing Igu, Su Chen extended his hand towards its corpse and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Gained the essence of Igu's weapon mastery and hand-to-hand combat essence. In the next moment, the weapon mastery and hand-to-hand combat experience flooded into Su Chen's mind like a sudden enlightenment. This transformed Su Chen into a seasoned warrior. Previously, when he fought enemies, he relied on his exceptional attacks, extraordinary speed, and the foresight of his insightful eye. In reality, without these advantages, his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary person. But now, having mastered these essences and gained this experience, even without those advantages, he could easily take down several strong men. His own combat power had also significantly increased. The essences gained from devouring Igu were far more useful than any attributes. Moreover, these things were generally only attainable through time spent understanding and learning in battle. If it weren't for Su Chen's endless devour, he would likely have to fight for many years to grasp these essences. After dealing with Igu, Su Chen looked up at the surrounding battlefield. There were still quite a few level 3 demon soldiers here, and their battle with the novice village was also very brutal. Both sides had suffered massive casualties, but the novice village had the advantage in numbers, and victory was only a matter of time. However, Su Chen had no intention of standing by. He took the mysterious iron sword from Igu and returned it to his spatial ring. Gripping the azure sword, he charged towards the demon army. Whoosh! Waves of azure light flashed, and the heads of the demon soldiers flew up one by one. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. After devouring Igu, Su Chen's efficiency in slaying these demon soldiers became even faster and more effortless. He transformed into a god of slaughter on the battlefield, leaving a trail of annihilation in his wake. In the novice village, seeing Su Chen defeat the demon general and come to their aid, everyone was filled with excitement and exhilaration. In contrast, the demons were terrified by Su Chen's strength and began to retreat into the rift. In an instant, the demon army was in complete rout. Su Chen, still not satisfied with the killing, chased after the demon soldiers and continued to slay them until he drove them all back to the rift before finally stopping. At that moment, he stood alone at the edge of the rift, his hands and sword drenched in demon blood, resembling a true god of slaughter. The people from the novice village stood behind him, silent for a long time, as Su Chen once again turned the tide, leaving them deeply shaken. Announcement. Congratulations to the 250 novice village for completing the Hell level collective task. Rewards will be distributed shortly. This announcement pulled the people of the novice village out of their shock, and they began to cheer and celebrate. Wow! By the side of the magic restraining crystal in the deserted novice square, 3 figures were teleported down. Reminder: the task has ended. Please return to the city as soon as possible. As soon as the 3 were teleported down, they saw this reminder. What? The task is over? The young man in the green robe exclaimed in surprise. The long-haired beauty sighed. Alas, it seems this novice village couldn't hold on. We arrived a step too late. The man in silver armor said. To have held on for so long is quite impressive. After all, level 7 demons are not something they could handle. The other two nodded in agreement. It made sense. So, we came for nothing. The long-haired beauty looked at the two. No, we can't leave empty-handed. Let's kill a few demons to gain some experience before we go. Saying this, the young man in the green robe took out a staff and walked towards the rift. The other two clearly did not want to leave just like that and immediately followed him. Before they reached the rift, they heard a wave of cheers, with most people shouting Su Chen's name. What's going on? Are there still humans alive here? The young man in the green robe asked in confusion. From the sound of it, there seemed to be quite a few, the silver-armored man said. But didn't the task end? How can there still be so many humans? The three wanted to figure out what was happening and quickened their pace towards the rift. Soon, they saw a large number of novice village people cheering. The ground was covered in blood, and there were corpses of demon soldiers and humans everywhere. It was clear that a fierce battle had just taken place here, with heavy losses on both sides. But now, standing here were humans, not demons, so the answer was clear. The humans of the novice village had won this battle. What's going on? The novice village actually won. Could it be that no level 6 or above demons appeared in the high-level rift? The young man in the green robe asked in disbelief. Impossible. If a high-level rift appeared, it would definitely have them. But the young man in the green robe hesitated. At that moment, some people from the novice village noticed them. What kind of people are you? They aren't from our novice village. They can't be from the demon race, can they? This statement immediately put some around on high alert. They put away their excited expressions and raised their weapons towards the three. But the three showed no signs of panic at all. The man in the green robe stepped forward and said, "Hey, how can you talk like that? Have you ever seen such a handsome demon?" "Yeah, they look just like humans," someone said. "Humph, they might be demons in disguise, deliberately trying to confuse us. We must remain vigilant." But didn't the Heavenly Tao just say that our mission is complete and we've dealt with the demon race? We won. Well, it's also possible that the Heavenly Tao is playing tricks on us. The situation here quickly caught the attention of others from the novice village who gathered around. Zhang Yuanshan also walked over. It was needless to say that everyone knew these three were not from their novice village. This was evident from their attire. The three were dressed in what could be described as luxurious clothing. Most people in the novice village wore the standard-issued cloth garments, with only a few lucky ones having obtained armor from monster drops. The clothing of these three was anything but simple, and their weapons and accessories were impressive as well. Perhaps only Su Chun from the novice village could compare to them. The villagers immediately surrounded them, their eyes filled with caution and curiosity. The man in silver armor stepped forward and smiled. "Don't worry, we are not demons, we are here to support you, but it seems we won't be needed after all." Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more curious. "Support us? Are you from another novice village?" "No, we are from Luoxue City," the long-haired beauty replied. "Luoxue City? You are reinforcements from Luoxue City?" The man in silver armor nodded. "We were forced to take on the rescue mission for 250 novice villages and came to support you." Hearing this, the villagers finally believed they were human. After all, the previous mission had stated that reinforcements from Luoxue City would come. Now they had finally met people from Luoxue City. "That's right. Now you know, we are here to help you, and you still called me a demon," the young man in the green robe said. For a moment, all that remained in the villagers' eyes was curiosity. They wondered if these three were natives of this world or perhaps NPCs from the game. The man in silver armor seemed to sense their thoughts and smiled. "No need to look at us like that, we are just like you, all. From the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom." "Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? You are also from Blue Star?" "No, you are also from the Dragon Kingdom?" Someone was so excited they stumbled over their words. Others were equally thrilled. The people from Luoxue City were actually their fellow countrymen from the Dragon Kingdom. The young man in the green robe said, "Yes, we just arrived in this damned place a bit earlier than you." Upon hearing this, the crowd showed thoughtful expressions. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and asked, "Arrived here earlier? You are part of the group from the Dragon Kingdom that went missing." Before them, many people had mysteriously disappeared from Blue Star, but they had no idea where those people had gone. Now they knew that these people, like themselves, had come to this world. "That's right, many came before us, and I estimate that more Blue Star people will be teleported here later." Upon hearing the silver-armored man's response, Zhang Yuanshan lowered his head and murmured, "What exactly does the Heavenly Tao want to achieve by doing this?" The silver-armored man smiled. "That's not something we should worry about. I have questions for you." The young man in the green robe couldn't wait to say, "Yes, I've been holding this in for a long time. Did a level 7 demon appear here just now? If there is, how did you defeat it?" He had just scanned the area and found no particularly powerful figures here. Although the three of them could easily handle a level 7 demon, it was incredibly difficult for a novice village to resist a level 7 demon. Zhang Yuanshan recalled the demon general that Su Chen had just slain. He answered seriously, I don't know the level of that demon, but its strength was very formidable. The reason we were able to win was entirely due to Su Chen's power. Su Chen? The three of them had also heard the villagers cheering for this name just now. Where is he? Can we meet him? The long-haired beauty asked. The other two also showed expressions of anticipation. Zhang Yuanshan remained silent and stepped aside to clear a path, and the others gathered around did the same. Soon, a path was opened, and Su Chen's figure appeared ahead. He was standing next to a human corpse, which was Han Ji, whom he had rescued from the belly of a swamp frog earlier. At this moment, he had his eyes wide open, gripping his bow and arrow tightly, still fighting until the last moment of his life. Su Chen stepped forward and closed his eyes. Although he had witnessed a lot of death since coming to this world, the death of someone he had interacted with and was familiar with still made it hard for Su Chen to calm his emotions. Fortunately, Lin Xiaolu had not died in this battle. Like most people, she was recuperating not far away. Although they had won this battle, it came at a very painful cost. At this moment, Su Chen noticed someone watching him from behind. He turned around and saw the three from Luoshui City. Su Chen knew they would definitely want to ask something, and he also wanted to learn some information about Luoshui City, this world, and the demons. So, he walked towards the crowd. The other villagers looked at Su Chen with admiration and respect. You are Su Chen? The young man in a green robe kept sizing him up. Just from his appearance, Su Chen's strength was definitely not simple. Yes, Su Chen nodded. The silver-armored man stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, I am Qi Yushan from Luoshui City. He then introduced the long-haired beauty. This is Li Rue. Li Rue nodded at Su Chen. Before Qi Yushan could introduce the young man in the green robe, he smiled and said, Yu Zi Cheng. Being able to handle a level 7 demon alone, they had already regarded Su Chen as a powerful figure on the same level as themselves. Moreover, the other party had only been in this world for 2 days and had reached this level. His future achievements were limitless. Therefore, their attitude was very serious. As soon as the introductions were finished, Yu Ziqing couldn't wait to ask, Hey, Su Chen, what level are you? How did you kill the level 7 demon? What kind of level 7 demon was it? Was it strong? Yu Ziqing's questions came out like a rapid-fire barrage, and anyone could tell he was eager to understand the situation. In response to these questions, Su Chen casually replied, Level 7 demon? I killed a level 8 demon. Hearing Su Chen's words, the three of them were stunned on the spot. Although there was only a 1-level difference between level 7 and level 8, the higher the level of the demon race, the greater the gap between each level. The difference between a level 8 demon and a level 7 demon was indeed very significant. Level 8 demon? You killed a level 8 demon? Yu Ziqing couldn't help but confirm again, his voice rising a few notches. The people from the novice village were also hearing for the first time that Su Chen had killed a level 8 demon, and they were all equally shocked. They had to use all their means to deal with a level 6 demon, suffering heavy casualties before taking it down. Yet Su Chen had single-handedly killed a level 8 demon, a feat that surpassed all of their combined strength. Su Chen nodded and continued, Yes, it was a level 8 demon. I think it was called Igu. Igu? You killed Igu? Is it really true that you killed Igu? This time, the three exclaimed in unison, even more shocked than when they heard Su Chen had killed a level 8 demon. Seeing their astonished expressions, Su Chen felt puzzled. Wasn't it just killing a level 8 demon? Was it necessary to make such a fuss? He had thought that people from these big places would have some experience. Yet now, killing a level 8 demon had shocked him so much. Yes, I killed it. Is there something special about this Igu? Su Chen asked. Qi Yushan suppressed his shock and explained, This Igu is one of the generals of the demon race attacking our Luoshui City, and it has a high profile in Luoshui City. I didn't expect it to appear here and be killed by you. Li Rue added, The bounty on it in Luoshui City is quite high. Killing it can earn you a lot of military merit. Bounty? There's actually a bounty for killing it? What is military merit? Su Chen burst out with a bunch of questions. Not just him, the people from the novice village were also confused. They had not encountered a single NPC since arriving in this world, nor had they seen any trading systems, markets, or guilds. In response, Li Rue simply said, You'll understand once you get to the city. As for how to enter the city, that completely depends on the heavenly Tao. Depends on the heavenly Tao? What does that mean? Su Chen asked. He knew that the city must be a much larger place, with more powerful beings and more resources. It was a bigger stage. Of course, Su Chen wanted to go there. Li Rue continued to explain, The city and the novice village are like two different worlds. People in the city can only travel to various novice villages through teleportation arrays. Moreover, you can only use the teleportation array to come here when you receive the corresponding task. As for wanting to go from the novice village to the city, that completely depends on the heavenly Tao. Su Chen understood from her words that they had come here using a teleportation array. However, she still hadn't said how to actually enter the city. Before Su Chen could ask further, Shi Yushan began to explain. What depends on the heavenly Tao means that the criteria for each person to enter the city are different. Most people will obtain the qualification to go to the city at level 5, but of course, this is only after completing a collective task. A small number of people will gain the qualification to enter the city after level 5. It is said that the higher the level, the stronger the strength and the higher the talent. So that's how it is. Su Chen suddenly understood. It wasn't that his strength didn't meet the standard, but that the heavenly Tao's requirements for him were too high. Then he added, of course, there are also some who haven't awakened their talents but will gain qualification after level 5. This is because their inherent strength is very strong, not weaker than some talented individuals. Su Chen understood what this meant. It was like people such as Li Shou and Sandao Ci Lang. One was an assassin, the other a warrior. Long Wu was also not an ordinary person. They all possessed abilities that ordinary people could hardly match. And these people may very well surpass those with innate abilities in the future, for example, by obtaining opportunities that can enhance their strength or by becoming mental power mages. In the city, you can take on various tasks or join the city guard and other forces to fight against the demon race. There are many dangers, but there are also more opportunities. Shi Yushan's words ignited a fighting spirit in Li Xiu's eyes and restored confidence in Zhang Yuanshan, a low-level innate ability user. The faces of the others also showed expressions of anticipation for the city. At that moment, someone asked, "So at what level did you enter the city?" Hearing this, Shi Yushan said with a hint of pride, "Li Rue and I both obtained the qualification to enter the city at level 7. Level 7 could be considered top tier in the city. Most people were at level 5, and level 6 was a watershed, while level 7 was even rarer. It should be noted that the experience required to level up was almost double that of the previous level." Yu Ziqing then eagerly said, "I only obtained the qualification at level 8. Level 8 already belonged to the genius category and was highly sought after in various guilds. Yu Ziqing's talent is excellent. He is already a mental power mage, which is quite rare in our Luoshui city, and his future achievements are limitless." Shi Yushan affirmed Yu Ziqing's talent. Yu Ziqing humbly waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing. Our Luoshui city's #1 genius, Zhang Yang, only obtained the qualification to enter the city at level 9. Although he appeared humble on the surface, he simultaneously hinted to everyone that he was only one level behind the top genius in the city." Su Chen stroked his chin, pondering, "I'm already level 11, yet I still haven't obtained the qualification to enter the city." At this moment, Shi Yushan turned his gaze to Su Chen and asked, "I think Su Brothers' talent level must be quite high, right?" Being able to kill the level 8 demon General Ligu was no longer just a matter of level. Even a human in their teens, without talent or with weak talent, would not be able to defeat Ligu, let alone kill it. Su Chen's talent must be very powerful, and he speculated that this kind of talent, which could provide immense combat power in the early stages, likely had low growth potential. "It's okay," Su Chen nodded perfunctorily and then asked, "You just mentioned that this Ligu has a bounty in military merit. How do I claim these things?" Shi Yushan explained, "You can only claim them in the city, and even if you obtain these things now, there's no place to exchange for items." Su Chen nodded, understood. Shi Yushan looked around at the tragic scene, feeling a surge of emotions within him as memories flooded his mind. He stared blankly ahead. "When we were doing collective tasks in our novice village, I was nowhere near as strong as you are now, and I could only watch as my teammates fell one by one before me. At that time, 2 level 6 demon creatures almost wiped out our novice village. Our final victory was entirely due to sacrificing lives to win." Silence fell around them, and from his words, everyone could imagine the brutal scene of that time. At the same time, their admiration for Su Chen grew even deeper. If it weren't for Su Chen today, even if they had sacrificed lives, they probably wouldn't have been able to kill the level 8 demon general. The other two were in a similar situation. They were originally the strongest in their novice village, which was why they survived until the end. Su Chen also learned that in this world, the demon race was the greatest enemy of the human race. After chatting for a while longer, Su Chen and the people from the novice village gained a deeper understanding of the city. "All right, we should go now. Our task here is complete, and we can't linger." After bidding farewell, the three were teleported away in a beam of light before the crowd of the novice village. The villagers fell into discussion again, as the earlier conversation had revealed to them that there was a much broader world outside. Su Chen showed a thoughtful expression. He wanted to enter the city as soon as possible, so he needed to work hard to level up. Since there was a mid-level beast area, there must also be a high-level beast area. He planned to finish things here, collect his rewards, and then pass through the mid-level beast area to hunt beasts in the high-level beast area to level up. Whoosh! The three appeared in the teleportation array of the task hall. "Hey, do you really think that Su Chen killed the level 8 ancient creature all by himself?" Li Rue still found it hard to believe such a thing could happen. Yeah, if he could kill a level 8 ancient creature, how strong must he be? Yu Ziqing also had doubts. Even the three of them together found it difficult to kill an ancient creature. At most they could defeat it. Yet, a novice village player who hadn't even entered the city managed to kill an ancient creature. This completely overturned their understanding. If you have doubts, then let's go see if the bounty for the ancient creature is still up. Shi Yushan also wanted to confirm whether Su Chen had indeed killed the ancient creature. As a result, before the three of them reached the massive light screen for posting tasks, they heard a series of exclamations. Wow! The ancient creature on the bounty notice has actually been killed. That's a level 8 demon general. Who has such capability? I remember this ancient creature has been on the bounty notice for a long time, and now it has been slain. Do we even need to ask? It must be those big shots from Jianyang, only they have that kind of strength. The three, who were heading towards the task light screen, stopped in their tracks and exchanged glances. The ancient creature was really dead, which meant it was indeed Su Chen who had killed it. However, they still leaned towards the idea that Su Chen had accidentally obtained a treasure, and it was with that treasure that he managed to kill the ancient creature that seemed more reasonable. After all, there are always some exceptionally lucky individuals who acquire a powerful weapon during the novice village stage. 250 Novice Village. Su Chen naturally had no idea what was happening in Luoshui City. As a player who had not yet reached the city, he had already caused quite a stir there. After the recent battle, the novice village was almost entirely filled with injured players, but fortunately, the novice wooden houses had a certain healing effect. Many people were recuperating and regaining their strength in their wooden houses. 250 Novice Village has completed the collective task. Rewards will be distributed to everyone. Note, rewards will be based on kill contributions. 2 beams of light descended from the sky, landing in front of Su Chen. 1 beam contained a longbow and a quiver of arrows. Cold Frost. Longbow, excellent tier 1 weapon, attack power plus 25, applies a slowing effect upon hitting enemies with arrows. It was actually an excellent tier 1 weapon, and Su Chen immediately used super transformation on it. Transformation successful. Cold Frost Longbow has been transformed into Snowfall Longbow, attack power plus 55, with slowing and piercing effects. Snowfall Longbow, excellent tier 2 weapon, 55 points of attack. It was actually 5 points higher than the Azure Light Sword. However, this slight increase in attack power didn't matter much, as Su Chen's own attack power was already very high. The key was the effects that came with the weapon, like the armor-breaking effect of the Azure Light Sword. Against high-armored monsters, it might be even more effective than having over 100 points of attack power. After the transformation, the originally light blue bow turned snow white, looking even more impressive. Su Chen currently lacked means for ranged attacks, and with this longbow he could kill enemies from a distance. Moreover, he had just obtained the essence of ancient weapons, giving him high proficiency with bows and arrows. Next, he looked at the items in the other beam of light. It was a piece of light armor for the upper body, which looked very lightweight and not cumbersome at all. This light armor was very suitable for him. It wouldn't affect his speed and could provide a certain level of defense. Excellent tier 1 warrior light armor, defense plus 20. Su Chen used super transformation again. Transformation successful. Warrior light armor has been transformed into champion light armor, defense plus 35. Champion light armor, excellent tier 2 armor. Su Chen immediately put on the light armor, which adjusted to fit his body perfectly. It was just the right size and did not conflict with the soft armor he was already wearing. The soft armor was like clothing and could be worn underneath the light armor. The other members of the novice village also received their deserved rewards. Because this collective task was of hell level difficulty, even those who hadn't killed many demons received generous rewards. With this weapon I can easily kill level 3 monsters, and level 5 is just around the corner. I got armor, and it feels much safer wearing it. I won't have to worry about getting hurt when fighting monsters. This reward is really generous. With these rewards, I won't take long to reach level 5, and then I can enter the city. The rewards from the collective task lifted the gloom in the hearts of the novice village members. Their faces were no longer clouded. Whoosh! A breeze blew through. The corpses of the demons and humans on the ground all vanished. Even the bodies of the novice village members who had died earlier disappeared. The huge rift also disappeared. The novice village and everything around it returned to a state of tranquility, the sun still blazing in the sky and the spring breeze blowing gently. Only the scattered debris on the ground told the tale of what had just happened. Wearing light armor, Su Chen looked even more valiant and charismatic. At that moment, Zhang Yuanshan walked over to him, wielding a golden-sheathed tang knife that seemed to suit him quite well. When he learned that Su Chen was about to set off again to venture deeper into the monster zone to level up, admiration appeared on his face. The battle here had just ended, and Su Chen had sustained significant injuries before embarking on another journey of combat. It must be said that Su Chen's current strength, while greatly related to his talent, was also a result of his own hard work. Well then, I won't delay your time. I believe it won't be long before you can enter the city, and I'm afraid we'll be left far behind by you, Zhang Yuanshan said with a self-deprecating smile. That's for sure. With Su Chen's strength, even when he reaches the city, he will definitely be a big shot. At that time, I can boast to others that Su Chen and I are from the same novice village. Ha, Su Chen. When you get to the city, you must take care of us. Su Chen, you will always be the big shot of our novice village. The others from the novice village chimed in, knowing that with Su Chen's strength, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the city. They would eventually level up to level 5 and enter the city as well, and just knowing such a big shot would be a point of pride for them. Su Chen smiled and responded to each of them. Finally, he smiled and said, then see you in Luoshui City. He had already decided to head to the high-level monster zone this time to level up, and once his level was sufficient, he would go directly to the city. In the low-level monster zone, in front of a giant white spirit fruit tree, Su Chen's figure appeared. He was there to pick fruits. Although these white spirit fruits could no longer provide him with attributes, they were excellent for restoring stamina. Naturally, Su Chen was unwilling to waste them. The surrounding white spirit birds, seeing this human come to steal fruits again, immediately flocked towards Su Chen. But this time, Su Chen was not there to steal, he was there to pick them. Openly facing the charge of these white spirit birds, Su Chen extended his right hand, and blue crystal and ice appeared. Crack! One by one, the flying birds were frozen by Su Chen and then fell to the ground. Kill. 1 level white spirit bird, experience plus 20. Kill 1 level white spirit bird, experience plus 20. Kill 1 level white spirit bird, experience plus 20. The experience from these white spirit birds was pitifully low. If they hadn't charged at him, Su Chen wouldn't have bothered to deal with them. Chirp, chirp. Seeing Su Chen's miraculous methods, the white spirit birds were frightened and flew away. Su Chen directly picked all the ripe white spirit fruits from the tree. After consuming a couple of them, he stored the remaining fruits in his space ring. A warm sensation spread through Su Chen's body, restoring some of his stamina. The first time he consumed a white spirit fruit, it could fully restore his stamina. But now, Su Chen's stamina had far exceeded that time, so he only restored a portion. However, back in the novice village, he had consumed all the spirit fruits he had, so his stamina was still relatively sufficient. After picking the spirit fruits, Su Chen continued on his way to the intermediate monster zone. Now, his speed was faster, and it didn't take long for him to arrive in the desert of the intermediate monster zone. While rushing at full speed, he didn't care about the experience and attributes provided by these low-level monsters, so he didn't deliberately engage with them along the way. However, just as he was traversing the desert, the ground ahead began to shake violently. Boom! A massive desert worm burst out of the ground, escaping while lunging towards Su Chen. Swish! Su Chen leaped from the ground, dodging the desert worm's bite while swinging the azure sword towards its head. Put! The azure sword effortlessly carved a deep gash on its head. Hiss! Blood gushed from the desert worm's head, and its body writhed on the ground. The once formidable desert worm was now something Su Chen could easily kill in an instant. Whoosh! Instead of stepping forward to deliver a killing blow, Su Chen used teleportation to create distance and took out the falling snow longbow from his spatial ring. He wanted to test the power of this longbow using the desert worm. Boom! Boom! The desert worm's body was still convulsing violently, and the surrounding yellow sand was kicked up. However, Su Chen had just devoured the ancient relic and gained mastery over weapons, allowing him to skillfully use the bow and arrow. He knocked an arrow on the longbow, aimed at the worm's head, and shot. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly through the worm's head, leaving a bloody hole. The falling snow longbow granted the arrow a penetrating effect, greatly increasing its power. The worm's writhing body finally came to a stop, and its raised head fell directly to the ground. Killed level 6 monster desert worm. Experience plus 1500, not bad. With this longbow, I can attack monsters from a distance, Su Chen said, satisfied with the power of the falling snow longbow. He approached the worm's corpse and reached out to absorb its attributes. Absorption successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8, defense plus 3. After that, he set off again towards the high-level monster area. Crossing the desert, he arrived at the snowy plains, where several small mountains covered in ice and snow lay ahead. It seemed that to reach the high-level monster area, he would have to pass through these small mountains. Su Chen pressed on without stopping, as he still had white spirit fruits on him to replenish his stamina at any time. Not long after, Su Chen spotted a white figure darting back and forth on a cliff ahead, moving very quickly. He focused his gaze and realized it was a snow leopard climbing the snowy mountain. Level 6 monster. Frost snow leopard, agile, strong for defense, adept at biting and pouncing. At this moment, the level 6 frost snow leopard was moving rapidly, and Su Chen's longbow would likely have difficulty hitting it. Nevertheless, Su Chen took out the falling snow longbow from his spatial ring. However, he did not choose to shoot directly. Even the best archers would find it hard to hit a fast-moving snow leopard. Instead, he used his Mental power to cast Frost Freeze on the snow leopard. Crack! The leaping snow leopard found its paws frozen to the ground. Before it could react, a streak of light in the form of an arrow shot towards it. Whoosh! The arrow horizontally pierced through the snow leopard's head. Bang! Its body fell against the cliff, blood staining the ground and melting the white snow. Killed level 6 monster Frost Snow Leopard. Experience plus 1,500. After killing the snow leopard, Su-Chen immediately set off towards the corpse of the snow leopard. He still needed to absorb the attributes of the snow leopard, and he wanted to cross the snow mountain. This was also a necessary path, so it wasn't a waste of time. When he reached the snow leopard's corpse, he discovered that a complete snow leopard pelt had appeared here. Su-Chen picked up the pelt. Frost Snow Leopard Pelt. Wearing it can keep you warm. Defense plus 6. One of the main materials for crafting armor. This should have dropped from killing the Frost Snow Leopard. Su-Chen then used super conversion on the pelt. Conversion successful. Frost Snow Leopard Pelt has been converted to high quality snow leopard. Pelt defense plus 10 points of defense. Not bad. Just as Su-Chen was about to wrap it around himself, he found that this pelt actually overlapped with his light armor, allowing only one piece of armor's attributes. He immediately gave up wearing the pelt. He wasn't cold now, and it would just be a hindrance. However, since this item was a crafting material, it should also be quite valuable, so Su-Chen stored it in his space ring. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 13. Speed plus 10, defense plus 1. After that, he devoured the snow leopard's familiarity and set off again. After some effort, he finally climbed to the top of this small snow mountain. However, upon reaching the summit, the scene ahead left Su-Chen stunned. Before him were small volcanoes spewing lava, with the ground covered in black rocks and streams of lava. Waves of heat surged into the sky. The scene ahead formed a more striking contrast with this place. On one side, snowflakes danced in the icy world, while on the other, flames erupted and heat waves soared. And the boundary between the two places was merely a small stream, this magical stream separating the icy and fiery realms. It seems the advanced monster area is ahead. The aura is indeed different. This clear boundary was immediately noticeable. Su-Chen rushed down from the snow mountain and arrived at the bank of the stream. Glancing at the distance across the stream, Su-Chen jumped and used teleportation, directly appearing in the advanced monster area. Boom! As soon as he stepped in, Su-Chen felt a wave of heat hit him, as if he were in a giant steamer. This cold and hot, ordinary people really can't stand it. After all, Su-Chen was not an ordinary person. He had eaten so many spirit fruits before, and his physique had also strengthened. Moreover, the increase in multiple attributes could also enhance his physique. Reminder: you have entered the advanced monster area. This area will have level 7 to 9 monsters. Great. The experience from level 6 monsters was no longer sufficient for Su-Chen. He was now looking for these high-level monsters. Su-Chen took out the Qingguang sword from his space ring and held it in his hand, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Generally speaking, upon entering the advanced monster area, only level 7 monsters should appear here. Such monsters were not a threat to Su-Chen. Even level 8 monsters he could handle. After all, he had even killed level 8 ancient beasts, and these level 8 monsters couldn't possibly be stronger than ancient beasts. While Su-Chen was advancing, he suddenly heard a series of faint sounds coming from behind a huge black rock ahead. Then, several black giant dogs with bloodied mouths walked out from behind the stone. Level 7 monster Flamehound. Sensitive sense of smell. Attacks have a burning effect. These flamehounds had flames burning on their backs, directly connecting to their tails. Their pupils were all golden, and flames were also burning in the gaps of their claws. Rustle, rustle, rustle. 3 flamehounds approached Su-Chen, having already regarded him as prey. One of them jumped onto a nearby black giant rock, occupying the high ground. Su-Chen showed no signs of panic, drawing the Qingguang sword, ready to fight. Just a few dogs. Killing them was like killing dogs. Whoosh! Standing on the stone, the flamehound took the initiative to attack, pouncing down towards Su-Chen from the sky. The 2 hounds on the ground also charged at Su-Chen simultaneously, working together with remarkable coordination. Su-Chen raised his sword and slashed at the flamehound in the air. Crack! The blue light sword emitted a beam of azure light, while the flamehound's claws in the air also unleashed a claw-shaped flame. Bang! The two collided instantly, but Su-Chen's azure light sword proved superior, sending the flamehound flying backward, with blood dripping from its claws. After knocking the flamehound away, the 2 flamehounds on the ground were already very close to Su-Chen. Su-Chen extended his right hand, triggering the frost freeze. Crack, crack. Ice crystals appeared on the hot ground, freezing the 4 paws of the 2 flamehounds to the ground. Whimper. The 2 flamehounds let out whimpering sounds and began to struggle to free their frozen limbs. Snap. Just as the 2 flamehounds managed to break free from the ground, Su-Chen had already rushed in with his sword. He slashed down, directly striking one of the flamehounds' heads. Splatter! Blood splattered as its skull was cleaved in 2. Kill level 7 flamehound. Experience plus 2500. After all, the Flamehound is not known for its defense, its defensive power is quite low. The other Flamehound, seeing Su Chen's terrifying strength, immediately lost the courage to continue fighting. It flicked its tail at Su Chen and turned to run. Boom! As its tail swung, a wave of flames surged towards Su Chen. Su Chen immediately activated his defensive pendant and an orange defensive shield blocked the flames' attack. At this moment, the Flamehound had already created some distance from Su Chen. Su Chen quickly exchanged for the snowfall longbow from his spatial ring, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the Flamehound. Whoosh! An arrow struck the running Flamehound's back, causing it to tumble down. Su Chen burst into speed, catching up in 2 or 3 steps, then drew the azure light sword again and finished off the Flamehound with a single strike. Kill level 7 Flamehound. Experience plus 2500. He was now able to skillfully exchange weapons back and forth from his spatial ring, wasting almost no time. At this moment, the Flamehound that had been knocked away by Su Chen earlier got up from the ground, shook its head, and saw that its 2 companions had been slain. Fear arose in its heart and it began to run away. However, the longbow in Su Chen's hand had already locked onto it. Whoosh! Another arrow flew out, striking the Flamehound's hind leg, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground. It struggled to get up and continue running, but Su Chen had already reached its side, thrusting his sword forward. Splatter! The sword pierced through the Flamehound's throat. Kill level 7. Flamehound. Experience plus 2500. The experience from level 7 beasts was indeed substantial. In such a short time, Su Chen had gained 7,500 experience points. His level had now reached level 11340000/40,000. A few more kills would allow him to level up. He wondered if he would receive an invitation to enter the city upon reaching level 12. Su Chen pulled the sword and feather arrow from the Flamehound's body and absorbed its attributes. Absorption successful. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. He then approached the bodies of the other 2 Flamehounds. Absorption successful. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. Absorption successful. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. Not bad. These high-level beasts provided a lot of attributes when absorbed. Su Chen was just about to leave when he thought of something. He immediately went to the back of the stone where the 3 fiery hounds had appeared earlier. What came into view was actually the corpse of a giant red bird, which the fiery hounds had been gnawing on. It seemed this was also a beast from the high-level monster area. Su Chen reached out and devoured the giant red bird as well. Devoured successfully. Attack power plus 20, speed plus 14. After that, he continued to walk forward. Ahead was a volcano that was spewing lava, and the further he walked, the higher the temperature became. However, Su Chen's physique and defense could still withstand this heat. In this high-level monster area, there was hardly any green vegetation to be seen. Everything around was made up of black boulders, dark ground, and flowing streams of lava. The monsters that could survive here were all primarily fire attribute beasts. Boom! As Su Chen was heading towards the volcano, he heard a rumbling sound around him. He quickly looked towards the source of the noise and saw that the surrounding black boulders were actually starting to gather together. The boulders gradually formed a black stone giant that stood 7 to 8 meters tall. Its face was hideous, and its eyes and mouth emitted a golden glow, as if magma was flowing inside. Bang! After the fusion was complete, it clashed its fists together. Level 8 Monster Lava Giant. Body composed of lava boulders, extremely strong defense, and can continuously convert boulders into its own body. An 8-level lava giant. Its entire body was made of stone, which must be incredibly hard. Just looking at its boulder-formed body made Su Chen worry about how to deal with it. Thud! Thud! While Su Chen was still pondering, the lava giant had already started running towards him. Whoosh! It jumped up and smashed a fist down at Su Chen. Swish! Su Chen quickly jumped back, dodging the punch. Bang! The punch shattered the ground, causing a tremor around. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen swung his sword at the giant's arm. Clang! The green sword struck the giant, creating a shower of sparks and leaving only a sword mark on it, shattering a small amount of boulders. This hardly caused any damage to the lava giant. Whoosh! The lava giant's other fist came crashing down again, and Su Chen had to continue dodging. Fortunately, while this guy's defense and attack power were both monstrous, its speed was not particularly fast. Su Chen was still able to evade its attacks. Damn! The stones on this guy are not ordinary stones. Otherwise, with Su Chen's current attack power, he could shatter even stone. However, the stones on it were lava that had been tempered by magma. Nearby, level 8 monsters were indeed not simple. Whoosh! The giant's attack fell again, and Su Chen easily dodged with a sidestep. Just like that, the giant kept chasing Su Chen and smashing down, while Su Chen continuously dodged and looked for the giant's weak points. In just a short while, the area around them had been turned into a mess, with traces of destruction all over the ground. Bang! Bang! The lava giant, unable to do anything to Su Chen, angrily smashed its fists together. Then, it picked up a boulder from the ground and hurled it at Su Chen. Whoosh! The massive stone whistled through the air and Su Chen hurriedly dodged. Boom! The boulder crashed to the ground with a loud noise, sending dust flying. If such a huge stone hit Su Chen, even with his high defense, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Wow! This guy has gotten smart. Throwing boulders could attack Su Chen over a larger area and had greater lethality. Su Chen could not afford any mistakes, otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured if hit. Just as he dodged the boulder and wanted to catch his breath, he found another boulder flying towards him. Swish! He could only dodge again. Bang! In an instant, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with dust swirling everywhere. But Su Chen also saw the weakness of the lava giant. When it lifted the boulder, the joints of the giant stones on its body were exposed. After all, it was made up of large stones, and it couldn't fit them together perfectly. At the joints were some orange-yellow substances resembling lava, which combined these large stones to form the lava giant. So that's how it is. After finding the giant's weakness, Su Chen no longer hesitated and immediately charged towards it. The giant was not to be outdone, lifting a boulder and smashing it towards Su Chen again. This time, Su Chen did not choose to dodge but continued to sprint towards the giant. Whoosh! Just as the boulder was about to crush Su Chen, a smug cold smile appeared on the lava giant's face. Swish! But in the next second, Su Chen's body passed through the boulder and instantly appeared in the air in front of the lava giant. Crack! Su Chen swung his sword at the joint between the giant's arm and shoulder. Put! The giant's arm was neatly severed, falling to the ground and turning into a pile of rubble. At the same time, orange-yellow blood, resembling lava, dripped down. Success! Su Chen felt a surge of joy. These joints were indeed very fragile. Whoosh! The giant's other fist came roaring in, forcing Su Chen back. A look of pain appeared on its face, but the next scene left Su Chen dumbfounded. He saw it once again manipulate the fallen stones on the ground, and these stones reformed into an arm, attaching to its severed shoulder. What the? Su Chen finally realized what the introduction of the lava giant he saw with the Eye of Insight meant. This guy could continuously use the boulders to regenerate its body. The giant, whose arm had been severed, clearly became even angrier. It picked up more rubble from the ground and hurled it at Su Chen. Whoosh! 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 These rubble pieces flew like cannonballs, extremely dense and fast. Su Chen was quick on his feet, immediately running behind a stone to take cover. Bang! 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 The rubble fell like raindrops. What now? This guy can heal infinitely. Unless I can kill it in one strike, it can't be killed at all. Hiding behind the stone, Su Chen felt anxious. The main issue was that he couldn't find a weakness to slay it with a single sword strike. Because its head and body were connected, the neck was entirely made of stone, and it couldn't be severed at all. Boom! At that moment, with his back against the boulder, Su Chen suddenly felt a tremendous commotion behind him. He turned around to see the lava giant had come here and was lifting this boulder. It raised the boulder and smashed it down towards Su Chen. Whoo! The giant rock came roaring in, and this time Su Chen did not choose to dodge backward but charged toward the lava giant. Bang! The rock smashed into the ground with a tremendous noise. Su Chen had already raised his sword and struck at the giant's arm again, and the slow-moving giant still had not reacted. Put! Its arm was neatly severed once more, falling to the ground and turning into scattered stones. The giant was furious, and after forcing Su Chen back with a punch, it attempted to restore its arm. However, not far away, Su Chen used frost freezing on the broken shoulder. Crack! The severed limb, originally containing orange-yellow liquid, began to freeze, forming a patch of blue ice crystals. Now, the severed arm could not be reattached. It was indeed effective. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was the method he had just thought of in the heat of the moment. The giant, seeing that its arm could not be restored, was both anxious and angry, knowing that Su Chen was behind this. Thud thud. It immediately took large strides toward Su Chen. But, with both arms ineffective against Su Chen, now with one arm, it was even less likely to pose a threat. Bang! It punched down where Su Chen had been standing, while Su Chen jumped onto its arm. At the connection of its arm, he swung his sword again. Put! This arm was also severed, and debris fell to the ground. At the moment its arm was severed, Su Chen used frost freezing again to freeze the break in its shoulder. The lava giant, having lost both arms, instantly lost its means of attack. In this situation, it actually turned its head and began to run away. But how could Su Chen let it escape? He immediately raised his sword and chased after it. Slash! He struck at the connection of the lava giant's leg, severing a section of its stone-formed leg. Bang! The lava giant's body fell to the ground, shaking the earth. Now, it had no way out. Both arms and one leg had been cut off by Su Chen. It could only lie on the ground, struggling to crawl forward. Whoosh! But Su Chen's body appeared in front of it, and he thrust his sword into its glowing eye socket. Put! The blue sword plunged deep into its eye, directly entering the brain encased in stone. Instantly, the orange-yellow light flickering from its eyes and mouth disappeared. The stones on its body lost their vitality, turning into scattered ordinary stones. Kill level 8 monster lava giant. Experience plus 5,000. 5,000 experience. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. After gaining this 5,000 experience, his experience points had reached 39,000, just needing another 1,000 points to level up to level 12. By then, he could head to the city. With a slightly excited mood, Su Chen activated Endless Devour on the fallen lava giant. Devour successful. Attack. Plus 30, speed plus 6, defense plus 5. The attributes of the level 8 monster were indeed high, and Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. His strength had improved a bit compared to when he fought against the ancient beings. At this moment, Su Chen also noticed that a round ball glowing with orange-yellow light had dropped beside the lava giant. Could this be the thing that controlled the giant rocks inside the lava giant? Su Chen stepped forward and picked it up. Lava giant core, a high-level refining material, relatively rare, so it was a dropped refining material. The real lava giant must have perished under my sword just now. However, this item's value should not be low, and Su Chen used super transformation on it. Transformation successful. The core of the lava giant has been transformed into a special lava giant core. Special lava giant core. Extremely rare, a treasure that can be encountered but not sought, belongs to top-tier refining materials. Top-tier refining materials. If this thing were to be sold in the city, it should fetch quite a bit of money. Perhaps he could exchange it for a higher-grade sword. After storing the special core in his spatial ring, Su Chen continued on his way. Looking at the volcano ahead, Su Chen felt a bit troubled. How was he supposed to get past it? He could climb the snowy mountains, but he really didn't have the courage to climb a volcano that spewed lava. However, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Upon reaching the volcano, Su Chen discovered that there was actually a cave at the base of the volcano. This cave was like a tunnel that directly pierced through the volcano, allowing passage through it. It seemed this was the path specially prepared for players by the heavens, and it was the only way to reach the depths of the high-level monster area. Moreover, after stepping into the high-level monster area, Su Chen found that the space here was not large. Instead, it became quite cramped. It was not only smaller than the intermediate monster area but also smaller than the beginner monster area. There must be very few people who can come here, Su Chen thought, which is why the high-level monster area was so small. After all, those who could enter the intermediate monster area were already a rare breed from the novice village. Most people probably wouldn't even step into the intermediate monster area, heading straight to the city after reaching level 5 in the beginner monster area. After all, a level 5 human could barely protect themselves at the outskirts of the intermediate monster area. They wouldn't spend so much time exploring here. Heading directly to the larger and more expansive city would be the best choice. If he could go straight to the city now, he wouldn't choose to continue exploring here. Once in the city, his strength would surely grow faster. Without thinking too much, he immediately set off towards the cave. Boom! Upon entering the cave, the temperature here was even higher, with waves of scorching heat rushing towards him. Su Chen could see the flowing lava ahead and the scalding heat waves emanating from it. Crack! Su Chen took a white spirit fruit from his spatial ring and began to eat it heartily. He didn't know what kind of monsters he would encounter here later, so maintaining his stamina was the most important thing. After walking for a while, Su Chen arrived at the very center of the volcano, where the temperature was even higher. A large amount of lava and flames appeared on both sides, creating an even more intense fire energy. This was much stronger than the flames emitted by the fire spirit pearl before. Su Chen felt that if he got too close, he would surely suffer. Right, the fire spirit pearl. It suddenly occurred to Su Chen that his fire spirit pearl had run out of energy when dealing with the ancient anomaly before. It had turned into an ordinary transparent pearl, and he wondered if he could still infuse it with flames. Su Chen immediately prepared to take out the remaining shell of the fire spirit pearl to give it a try. Su Chen took out the transparent bead, pinched it between his fingers, and walked towards the flames that were burning wildly on both sides. Boom! These flames burned in the air, as if they existed in this area in the form of energy. Therefore, Su Chen thought of using the fire spirit bead to absorb the energy here. However, when Su Chen held the fire spirit bead in his hand, he discovered that he could actually use super transformation on it. Previously, when Su Chen had just obtained it, he was unable to use super transformation on it. But during this time, Su Chen hadn't leveled up, so how could he use super transformation now? Su Chen stared at the transparent bead for a while and suddenly understood. It seems that it's because the fire energy inside has been exhausted. Now it has truly become an item. Previously, the fire spirit bead contained fire energy, and Su Chen was temporarily unable to use super transformation on that fire energy, so he couldn't transform the fire spirit bead. With the fire energy inside gone, Su Chen could naturally use super transformation on it. Transformation successful. The fire spirit bead has been transformed into the blazing fire spirit bead, capable of containing more and stronger fire energy. More and stronger? Su Chen looked at the surrounding fire energy. This energy was indeed stronger than the energy in the previous fire spirit bead. If he didn't transform it, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb this fire energy. Now, it shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen held the bead and walked towards the fire energy. Buzz! As he got closer, the blazing fire spirit bead indeed made a sound and began to shake. Su Chen immediately infused a portion of his mental power into the blazing fire spirit bead, controlling it to start absorbing the surrounding fire energy. Whoosh! The surrounding fire energy quickly entered the blazing fire spirit bead, causing it to gradually change from transparent to fiery red. Although the blazing fire spirit bead was not large, its capacity was very great, continuously devouring the surrounding fire energy. As the fire energy flowed into the fire spirit bead, the temperature around began to drop. Even the flowing orange-yellow lava started to show some black, as if it was beginning to solidify. Buzz! Finally, after a round of devouring, the blazing fire spirit bead emitted a rumbling sound and it completely turned fiery red. Whew! Su Chen exhaled. The capacity of this fire spirit bead was indeed large, and just the act of devouring had exhausted him. Oh! At this moment, Su Chen noticed that the temperature around had dropped significantly, and the previous burning sensation was gone. The flowing lava was also about to freeze, and the surrounding fire energy was nearly depleted. It seemed that the heat here was due to the abundance of fire energy. Su Chen could feel that above him, on the volcano, there was even more powerful fire energy. It was likely that the reason this high-level monster area was like this was all due to this fire energy. Boom! At that moment, the ground where he stood shook violently, as if something was about to drill up from underground. Whoosh! Su Chen immediately used teleportation to quickly distance himself from the area. Bang! A giant beast, resembling a bear, with 2 horns on its head and covered in thick black skin, emerged from the ground. Level 8 monster. Fire explosive. Beast loves to devour fire energy and can use flame abilities. After it emerged from the ground, it glanced around and found that the surrounding fire energy had indeed decreased. Then, it locked its gaze on the blazing fire spirit bead in Su Chen's hand. Roar! It opened its arms and let out a roar at Su Chen. Originally, the fire energy here was all transported from the mountain by it and stored here. But now, most of that fire energy had been devoured by the blazing fire spirit bead in Su Chen's hand, which made it furious. Whoosh! With the roar, flames ignited on its back and it charged towards Su Chen. The energy of fire? Could it be that this fire energy is stored here? Su Chen suddenly understood. Fire energy does not appear for no reason. It usually exists in hotter places such as the magma at the mountain's mouth. If it were in such a place, Su Chen would have no way to approach and absorb the fire energy. This time, being able to fill the fire energy in the blazing fire spirit pearl was all thanks to this fiery beast. Thump, thump, thump. Facing the furious fiery beast, Su Chen chose not to confront it head-on but instead turned and ran outside. The space here was too cramped and there was magma everywhere, making it a poor battlefield for Su Chen. After unleashing his full power, his speed was no slower than that of the rampaging fiery beast. The man and the beast quickly moved toward the cave's exit. When the fiery beast saw it couldn't catch up to Su Chen, it stopped and began to channel energy from its chest to its mouth. Buzz! Red flames began to appear in patterns on its chest, spreading to its face and mouth. Boom! A fireball shot out from its mouth, flying toward Su Chen. As Su Chen ran ahead, he kept an eye on the movements behind him and quickly noticed the fireball coming his way. He hurriedly dodged. Bang! The fireball struck the ground ahead, creating a hole that continued to burn with flames. Just as Su Chen had dodged the fireball, the fiery beast spat out another fireball from its mouth. Boom! 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 This time, it unleashed 3 fireballs in quick succession, all speeding toward Su Chen. Su Chen used teleportation, instantly moving 10 meters forward. Bang! 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 All 3 fireballs hit the ground, leaving marks of fireballs on the surface. Not only did he dodge these 3 fireballs, but he also created distance from the fiery beast. This made it difficult for the beast to hit him again, forcing it to run on all fours as it continued to chase Su Chen. Soon, Su Chen burst out of the volcano first. Outside the volcano were scattered rocks and paths. Su Chen could easily take any route to completely shake off the fiery beast. However, he chose not to leave but instead circled to the side and climbed above the cave's exit, waiting quietly. After all, he came to this high-level monster area to hunt beasts. How could he let this one go? Moreover, if he could kill this beast, he would level up to level 12 and perhaps he could directly enter the city then. Thump, thump. The footsteps of the fiery beast grew closer and soon it charged out of the cave. Once outside, the fiery beast turned its head from side to side, unsure of which direction to pursue. Roar! It let out an angry roar, then, feeling frustrated, turned back toward the cave. Just then, a gust of wind rushed above its head. Whoosh! A figure rapidly descended from above. Suddenly, Suchin gripped his sword with both hands and slashed down at the head of the fire beast. Whoosh! At the same time, he activated his power bracelet, raising his attack power to the highest level. However, the fire beast still noticed him and shifted its body to the side. Put! The sword struck the fire beast's shoulder, leaving a deep scar that nearly severed one of its arms. Awooh! The fire beast howled in pain, standing upright and retreating while clutching its shoulder. Although it didn't lose its arm, that shoulder was nearly rendered useless for combat. With one arm gone, the fire beast's combat power significantly decreased. After the slash, Suchen continued to pursue, seizing the opportunity to strike. The fire beast, of course, noticed Suchen charging at it again and immediately summoned the fire energy within its body, surging to its mouth. Whoosh! Flames erupted from its mouth, rushing towards Suchen. Seeing the flames approaching, Suchen could feel that their intensity was even stronger than the previous fire spirit pearl, likely comparable to his current fire spirit pearl. He quickly raised the defensive pendant's protective shield. Boom! The flames hit the protective shield, scorching it and causing it to flicker as if it were melting. Faced with such fierce flames, Suchen chose not to withstand it. The moment he used the protective shield to block the flames, he teleported away from the attack and appeared behind the fire beast. The fire beast was still spewing flames forward, and when it saw the protective shield disappear, it thought Suchen had been overwhelmed and consumed by its fire. But the next moment, it felt a chill at the back of its neck. Put! A long sword pierced into its nape, but its skin was very tough, blocking most of the force. This prevented the azure sword from penetrating deeply, causing no fatal damage to the fire beast. However, the fire beast still sensed the threat of death and immediately extended its intact arm to slap backward. Boom! Its palm, infused with flames, formed a fiery imprint as it struck down at Suchen. Suchen quickly drew the azure sword and held it horizontally in front of him to block the blow. Bang! The fiery palm hit Suchen's sword, sending his body flying backwards several meters. Fortunately, his body was agile and his ancient martial arts skills came into play, allowing him to land gracefully. At the same time, his strong defense meant he suffered no injuries from that blow. This level 8 demon beast is indeed difficult to deal with. The previous lava giant would have been impossible to defeat if Suchen hadn't mastered the frost freeze technique. And now, this fire beast had even more tricks up its sleeve, utilizing fire abilities. If it weren't for Suchen's own diverse skills, he might not have been its match. Whoosh! After sending Suchen flying, the fire beast once again summoned the fire energy within its body to launch fireballs at him. Now, it dared not breathe fire directly at Suchen, as that would block his approach, and it wouldn't know when he would appear behind it. Facing the fireballs, Suchen dodged with a quick movement and charged toward the fire beast. Whoosh! Another fireball was shot out, but Suchen evaded it again, getting even closer to the fire beast. He jumped up and slashed down at the fire beast. But the fire beast also launched another fireball from its mouth. Whoosh! The fireball shot toward Suchen in midair, leaving him with no leverage to dodge. However, Suchen had no intention of continuing to evade. Instead, he swung his sword at the fireball. Bang! The fireball was struck by the azure sword, shattering and scattering its flames. A ball of fire formed in midair. As Suchen emerged from the flames, he wielded his sword and thrust it towards the head of the fire beast. The fire beast immediately swung its massive paw, flames surging once again. Faced with the fiery power of the giant paw, Suchen first activated his defensive pendant, causing a protective light screen to appear in front of him. Then, he activated the fire energy within the fiery spirit pearl. Whoosh! A burst of flames erupted from the fiery spirit pearl, enveloping Suchen and forming a protective shield. He continued to thrust his sword towards the fire beast. As long as he withstood this blow, the one who would die would be the fire beast. At this moment, the fire beast sensed Suchen's intention, but it was too late to retract its massive paw. Now, it could only hope to knock Suchen away with a single strike. Bang! Its giant paw first struck the orange defensive light screen, which immediately cracked with numerous fissures before shattering. A crack appeared again on the orange pendant on Suchen's chest, which was on the verge of complete destruction. Then, the fire beast's paw slammed into the flame shield formed by the fiery spirit pearl. Boom! This strike caused the flame shield to cave in, nearly scorching Suchen. If it had been the previous shield formed by the fire spirit pearl, it would have likely been destroyed. Fortunately, this shield was formed by a stronger fire energy, allowing it to withstand the fire beast's attack. Just as it seemed that this shield could not hold against the fire beast's assault, Suchen's sword had already reached its target. Thrust! The sword pierced directly into the fire beast's forehead, penetrating its brain. The paw it had swung at Suchen fell limply. Suchen also retracted the flame shield formed by the fiery spirit pearl. Bang! The massive body of the fire beast toppled backward. Kill level 8 fire beast. Experience plus 5,000. Congratulations, player level increased to level 12, attack plus 80, speed plus 60, defense plus 20, significant enhancement in stamina and constitution. Level up. Suchen felt a surge of excitement, and this time the level up also enhanced his stamina and constitution. Originally, these two attributes were linked to defense. Each increase in defense would provide a certain boost to stamina and constitution. But this time, it was a direct enhancement of stamina and constitution, far exceeding the increase from defense. Suchin could clearly feel this. Now his stamina and constitution were far beyond what they had just been. He opened his attribute panel to take a look. Attack 1274, defense 187, speed 818, level 12 4000/80,000, elemental ability Frost Freeze, talent Endless Devour, super transformation Eye of Insight, teleportation, shadow, clone technique. Not bad. Suchen was quite satisfied. His attributes were now terrifyingly strong. However, he understood that these attributes were just the basic enhancements to combat power. The attributes of those demon beasts were inherently high, far exceeding those of humans. Moreover, the combat power brought by certain talents and skills was even more crucial than these attributes. For example, even if Su Chen had more attributes but lacked all talents and items, he still wouldn't be able to kill the fire beast and the lava giant. Of course, attributes are fundamental. Without strong attributes, the combat power brought by talents would also be very limited. But at this moment, Su Chen discovered a crucial problem. Although he had leveled up, he still had not obtained the qualification to enter the city. No way? Do I really have to wait until I reach level 13 to qualify? But how long will that take? Leveling up to 13 required 80,000 experience points. Did that mean he would have to stay here for a long time? Suchen felt a wave of frustration, but despite his annoyance, he still planned to head deeper into the high-level monster area first. Generally, there were various opportunities deeper in, and gaining opportunities to level up and increase strength would be faster. The opportunities in the high-level monster area should be even more abundant. Su Chen reached out and absorbed the attributes of the explosive beast. Absorption successful. Attack plus 25, speed plus 14, defense plus 4. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that a challenge token for the rookie leaderboard had dropped beside the explosive beast. Challenge token. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't paid attention to the rookie leaderboard for a long time. This was mainly because no one had challenged him, and he didn't have a challenge token himself. Now, his strength had greatly increased, and since he had obtained a challenge token, he definitely wanted to challenge the highest ranked player. His current rank was 87, and he could challenge the one ranked 77. The player in 77th place was a man named Lu Xian, and Su Chen directly chose him. Challenge invitation sent. Waiting for the other party's response. If the other party had the option to refuse and chose to do so, Su Chen would have to continue selecting the next opponent. Lu Xian accepts the challenge. Rookie leaderboard challenge officially begins. Wow! A beam of teleportation light transported Su Chen to the arena. The next moment, a figure appeared opposite him, dressed in a long white robe, arms crossed in front of his chest, with a gaze that revealed disdain, exuding an air of a transcendent master. However, he was not very old, looking about the same age as Su Chen. "Humph, kid, daring to challenge me means you're destined to fail," Lu Xian said dismissively. "Really?" Su Chen drew his azure sword and smiled. His strength compared to the last rookie challenge was not just a little stronger. He felt that he could end the battle in 2 or 3 moves this time. Lu Xian said leisurely, "Of course. You'd better surrender now, otherwise if I injure you, you'll waste time and money on treatment." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Su Chen charging at him with his sword drawn, moving at a terrifying speed. "What the? You don't follow the rules of martial arts." He no longer had the previous nonchalance, hurriedly pulling out a sword from his spatial ring. Just as Lu Xian took out his sword, Su Chen was already in front of him. He didn't even have time to draw his sword and simply blocked with it in front of him. Clang! The azure sword struck his sword sheath directly, knocking his sword away. The next moment, the azure sword was at his neck. "No, no, no! Brother, spare me!" Lu Xian, startled and frightened, quickly raised his hands, signaling his surrender. "Then, why don't you forfeit?" Su Chen asked. Now, as long as he thought about it and chose to admit defeat, the heavenly Tao would teleport him back. This guy was either waiting for an opportunity to defeat Su Chen or had some issues with his brain. However, Su Chen had just defeated him without using any talents or abilities, relying solely on his attributes to easily overpower him. He wasn't worried about any hidden tricks Lu Xian might have. After all, his strength was much greater than Lu Xian's, and he didn't think Lu Xian had more tricks up his sleeve than he did. Moreover, Su Chen was not someone who indiscriminately harmed the innocent, especially since the other party was also from the Dragon Kingdom. Unless Lu Xian did something heinous, Su Chen couldn't bring himself to strike. A smile squeezed onto Lu Xian's face. "Brother, I am from the Luoshui Guild in Luoshui City, and I like to make friends with strong people. How about we get to know each other?" Luoshui City? Upon hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised at the coincidence of meeting someone from Luoshui City. "You are from Luoshui City? Do you know Qi, Yushan, Yuziching, and the others?" Lu Xian immediately nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Of course, how could I not know them? And Li Rue, the three of them are all from our Luoshui guild. So it's like the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. Since you know Qi Yushan and the others, we are like family. How about you put down your sword and we talk? Su Chen was not one to hesitate, decisively putting down his long sword. Seeing Su Chen lower his sword, Lu Xian's smile became even more sincere. At the same time, he asked very familiarly, Big brother, you were so strong, why is your ranking so low? Is it because you disdain the rookie rankings? Let me tell you, the rookie rankings in our Luoshui city are a symbol of identity and status, with many benefits, and, faced with Lu Xian's incessant chatter, Su Chen silently said, I just don't have a challenge token. Lu Xian was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Challenge token? You can buy that in the mall, don't you know? Su Chen certainly didn't know, as he was not from the city and was still in the novice village stage. I don't know. I'm still in the novice village, mainly trying to understand the situation in Luoshui city. Su Chen didn't want to waste more time listening to his rambling, so he straightforwardly stated his situation. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Xian was instantly stunned, his first thought being, wow, I've been beaten by a rookie from the novice village. Originally, he thought Su Chen was a powerful guild leader from another city or a strong human. You're not joking, are you? You really are from the novice village? Lu Xian looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Seeing Su Chen nod, he immediately asked eagerly, what level are you? Haven't you qualified to enter the city yet? After witnessing Su Chen's strength earlier, Lu Xian felt that the other party was likely around level 17 or 18. It was even possible he was at level 20, as his basic combat power was stronger than many high-level people he had seen. Before Su Chen could respond, the next moment, the Heavenly Dao unexpectedly teleported them back. In Luoshui city. Whoosh! Lu Xian was directly teleported back. What's going on? Is the Heavenly Dao not allowing me to make friends? He was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, a strong person like Su Chen would definitely soar in the future. If he got to know him in advance, there would be many benefits. Should I report this to the guild? A strong person from the novice village. If he comes to Luoshui city and joins our guild, he would definitely be a pillar of support. As soon as this thought emerged, Lu Xian immediately dismissed it. Forget it. If they find out I was beaten by a rookie from the novice village, they would laugh at me for a lifetime. Besides, he might not even be assigned to our Luoshui city. There are many cities in the Dragon Kingdom, why create trouble for myself? Challenge successful. Currently ranked 77 on the rookie leaderboard. The voice of the Heavenly Dao echoed in Su Chen's mind. That's good. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been bad if the Heavenly Dao had deemed this challenge void. It seems that the Heavenly Dao is still supervising the challenge, and if the two did not fight and just stayed there, they would be expelled. The only regret is that Su Chen couldn't extract any information from that guy. He doesn't know if there are other ways to enter the city. However, he did learn a bit of information. Challenge tokens can be purchased in the city's marketplace. When the time comes, Su Chen will definitely buy some challenge tokens to climb to the top of the rookie leaderboard. The further up he goes, the more generous the rewards. But for now, aside from the first time he climbs the rookie leaderboard, rewards are distributed daily. Subsequent rewards will only be distributed once every 3 days. However, Su Chen is not in a hurry. When the time for rewards approaches, he can push his ranking up a bit more, thus obtaining even higher rewards. But now is not the time to think about these things. Su Chen drew his sword and continued walking forward. He wanted to see what else lay outside the high-level beast area, as there was no other way to reach the city from here. The scene ahead was much more vibrant than the place Su Chen had just passed, with a small amount of vegetation appearing around, and even the temperature was not as scorching. But this does not mean it is safer. On the contrary, such places are more suitable for beasts to survive, and the dangers are greater. Roar! Sure enough, a deafening roar came from ahead, along with some chaotic animal sounds. Su Chen immediately gripped his sword and charged forward. It sounded like a fierce beast was battling ahead. Such a situation, where a fisherman profits, could not be missed by Su Chen. Climbing over a raised hill, Su Chen saw the scene ahead. A massive, majestic lion was fighting a pack of fiery red wolves. Roar! The lion's body was already marked with multiple wounds from the wolf pack, but its emerald green eyes showed no signs of defeat, still exuding a commanding aura. Su Chen used his inside eye to look at the lion. Level 8 beast, Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion, King of Beasts, can unleash firepower. Then Su Chen looked at the fiery red wolves surrounding the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion. Level 7 beast, Fire Cloud Wolf, agile, sharp fangs and claws with burning effect. The burning effect could be seen on the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion. Several of the wounds inflicted by the Fire Cloud Wolves had turned charred black. Whoosh! The Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion opened its mouth wide, and flames erupted from it, surging directly toward the wolf pack. Awoof! Several Fire Cloud Wolves were instantly engulfed by the flames, falling to the ground with howls of anguish. But soon, the remaining Fire Cloud Wolves charged toward the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion. The Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion had no choice but to abandon its flame attack and swung its massive paw at the charging Fire Cloud Wolves. Whoosh! Its claws, mixed with flames, left a fiery claw mark in the air, successfully forcing back the Fire Cloud Wolves. Although the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion was exceptionally fierce, it could not withstand the sheer number of Fire Cloud Wolves. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion became their meal. Suchen did not intend to wait any longer. If the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion fell to the wolves, it would be difficult for him to deal with so many Fire Cloud Wolves alone. Right now, the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion was seriously injured, and the Fire Cloud Wolves had also suffered some casualties. Now was the best time to strike against the pack of Fire Cloud Wolves. Suchen charged out with his sword, and both the distant wolf pack and the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of a human. He swung his sword at a Fire Cloud Wolf that was relatively close to him. This Fire Cloud Wolf had just been heavily injured by the Emerald-Eyed Fire Lion's paw and was now resting on the outskirts of the wolf pack. Who would have thought that at this moment, Suchen would burst onto the scene? Before it could react, it was pierced through the body by a sword. Put! The blood of the Fire Cloud Wolf gushed out along with the blade, and the already heavily injured Fire Cloud Wolf was killed instantly by this strike. Killed level 7 monster Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience plus 2600, devoured successfully. Attack plus 24, speed plus 12. After the kill, Suchen directly absorbed its attributes. Ha! Several other Fire Cloud Wolves immediately charged towards Suchen. Whoosh! Suchen chose not to confront the pack head-on and used teleportation to retreat 10 meters away. He feared that the pack would abandon the blue-eyed Fire Lion and surround him instead. After he retreated, the Fire Cloud Wolf pack did not choose to let Suchen go. After all, he had just killed one of their companions. However, they did not launch a full-scale attack on Suchen. In their eyes, the blue-eyed Fire Lion was their greatest enemy. Therefore, a few Fire Cloud Wolves split off and charged towards Suchen. Watching the Fire Cloud Wolves rushing towards him, Suchen took out the Fire Spirit Pearl and held it in his hand. His mental energy entered the Fire Spirit Pearl, beginning to activate it. Whoosh! A pillar of fire erupted from the Fire Spirit Pearl, directly surging towards the two Fire Cloud Wolves at the front. Boom! The two Fire Cloud Wolves were immediately knocked to the ground by the fire pillar, and the formation of the pack was thrown into disarray. They began to scatter and attack Suchen from various directions to avoid being blocked by the fire pillar. Suchen had not fully activated the Fire Spirit Pearl earlier because he did not want to reveal all his strength at once, otherwise the pack would definitely see him as a formidable enemy. Roar! With a few wolves diverted to deal with Suchen, the pressure on the blue-eyed Fire Lion was somewhat reduced. Its massive body continued to crash through the pack. After activating the Fire Spirit Pearl once, Suchen put it away. He had just used the Fire Spirit Pearl to disrupt the formation of the Fire Cloud Wolves charging at him, aiming to take them down one by one. Whoosh! Suchen charged towards a lone wolf in one direction, and the Fire Cloud Wolf rushed towards him as well. But a shimmering blue light flashed in his hand. Crack! The body and paws of the Fire Cloud Wolf were almost frozen. Its speed immediately slowed down, leaving it helpless as Suchen swung his sword down. Slash! A flash of green light passed, and Suchen swung his long sword, decapitating the wolf. Killed level 7 monster Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience plus 2600, devoured successfully. Attack plus 24, speed plus 12, another one. Suchen's face lit up with joy. If he could absorb the attributes of 6 Fire Cloud Wolves, it would significantly enhance his strength. Whoo! In the blink of an eye, 2 more Fire Cloud Wolves pounced towards him. Suchen swung his palm, and blue ice crystals appeared. Crack! The bodies of the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves instantly became incredibly slow, as if they had been frozen in place. Suchen immediately stepped forward with his sword to reap the rewards. Slash! Slash! 2 swords struck out, and the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves were killed instantly. Killed level 7 monster Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience plus 2600. Killed level 7 monster Fire Cloud Wolf. Experience plus 2600. Devour successful. Attack plus 24, speed plus 12. Devour successful. Attack plus 24, speed plus 12. A smile appeared on Suchen's face. This was simply a bountiful harvest. Using Frost Freeze to deal with these speed-type monsters was incredibly easy. Even if they couldn't be frozen instantly, their speed was greatly reduced. A Fire Cloud Wolf that lost its speed could only become Suchen's prey. After killing these 2 Fire Cloud Wolves, only 2 more remained not far away. Upon seeing Suchen's strength, these 2 Fire Cloud Wolves hesitated and dared not charge forward again. Suchen immediately took out the Snowfall longbow from his spatial ring and activated Frost Freeze again against the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves. Crack! Ice crystals appeared on the bodies of the 2 Fire Cloud Wolves, and their blood seemed to be frozen, making their movements incredibly slow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Chen shot 2 arrows in quick succession, the feathered arrows transforming into streaks of light aimed at the necks of the fire cloud wolves. Thud! Both arrows hit precisely, striking the necks of the slow-moving fire cloud wolves. Bang! Bang! The 2 fire cloud wolves fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks. The attack power of the snowfall longbow was not inferior to that of the Qingguang sword, and most importantly, it had a penetrating effect, allowing it to strike the fire cloud wolves at their weakest point, the neck, naturally leading to their demise. Killed level 7 monster fire cloud wolf. Experience plus 2600. Killed level 7 monster fire cloud wolf. Experience plus 2600. Another 2 experience points gained. Su Chen immediately walked towards the corpses of the 2 fire cloud wolves. Devour successful. Attack plus 24, speed plus 12. Devour successful. Attack plus 24, speed plus 12. After devouring the corpses of the 2 fire cloud wolves, he then looked towards the battle between the wolf pack and the azurite fire lion. The scene was chaotic, with more claw marks appearing on the azurite fire lion, its body drenched in blood and looking severely injured. The fire cloud wolf pack was not faring well either, with most of the wolves heavily injured or dead at the lion's jaws. Only a few fire cloud wolves still retained their fighting strength. Now was the perfect opportunity for him to benefit as a bystander, and he immediately charged towards the wolf pack with his sword. Upon seeing that Su Chen had already killed the previous fire cloud wolves, the pack's expression changed to one of fear, and the lead wolf howled to the sky. The fire cloud wolf pack immediately began to retreat. Su Chen quickly used teleportation to close the distance and employed frost freeze to keep some of the heavily injured, lagging fire cloud wolves in place. Then, he took out the snowfall longbow and drew the bowstring towards these fire cloud wolves. Whoosh! 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 3 already heavily injured fire cloud wolves were immediately struck by arrows and fell to the ground, unable to rise. Killed level 7 monster fire cloud wolf. Experience plus 2600. Killed level 7 monster fire cloud wolf. Experience plus 2600. Killed level 7 monster fire cloud wolf. Experience plus 2600. The remaining fire cloud wolves immediately fled out of Su Chen's attack range. At this moment, there were many fire cloud wolf corpses on the ground, all killed by the azurite fire lion. However, Su Chen had reached his limit for devouring fire cloud wolves, and these corpses were of no use to him. The azurite fire lion, covered in blood, lay on the ground, barely alive. Although it was very powerful, after being besieged by so many fire cloud wolves for so long, it was ultimately on the verge of collapse. Su Chen slowly walked towards it with his sword raised. Since you're about to die, let me give you a quick end. After saying this, Su Chen suddenly accelerated and thrust his sword down at the emerald-eyed fire lion. Put! The emerald-eyed fire lion ultimately had no ability to resist and was killed by Su Chen's sword. Killed level 8 monster emerald-eyed fire lion. Experience plus 5000. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 28, speed plus 20, defense plus 2. Now, Su Chen's body received a significant boost again. These attributes were even more than what he gained from leveling up. Su Chen also felt the growth of his own strength. After dealing with the monsters here, Su Chen planned to leave and continue forward. But at that moment, he heard a bird's call from the sky. Chirp! A large red bird was circling continuously in the sky. Su Chen immediately recognized this type of bird. It was the same kind as the giant bird he had discovered behind the rock earlier. Level 7 monster, blazing firebird, fast speed, body wrapped in fiery feathers, providing certain attack and defense capabilities. Watching the bird circle nearby, Su Chen understood that it must want to devour the corpses here. After all, these fire cloud wolves and emerald-eyed fire lions had just died, and their meat was quite fresh, similar to its recently hunted prey. After circling for a while, it confirmed that there were no other threats around except for Su Chen. It regarded Su Chen as an easy target and decided to deal with him first before feasting on the food here. Whoosh! The blazing firebird found an excellent position and swooped down towards Su Chen on the ground. But it had miscalculated. Su Chen was no soft target. Facing the blazing firebird diving towards him, Su Chen held his sword in one hand while the other was ready to use frost to freeze. Whoosh! The high-speed diving blazing firebird transformed into a fiery red bird-shaped flame, its feathers radiating scorching flames as it crashed towards Su Chen. Just as it was about to get close to Su Chen, he extended his left hand, which was covered in ice crystals. Crack! The head of the blazing firebird began to freeze, and the ice crystals spread across its body. The flames on it started to recede, and the once fierce high-altitude diving attack not only lost much of its power but also slowed down significantly. Su Chen immediately leaped up with his sword and slashed down at the blazing firebird's head. Put! The blazing firebird's defense was slightly stronger than that of the fire cloud wolf, but it still couldn't escape the fate of being slain by a single sword strike. Killed level 7 monster, blazing firebird. Experience plus 2400. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. Not bad. Another monster delivered right to him. After devouring the attributes of the blazing firebird, Su-chen was quite satisfied. With so many monster corpses here, the smell of blood must spread far. If I wait here, I should be able to kill quite a few more monsters. The blazing firebird was a lesson learned. Su-chen immediately decided to wait here for a while to see if any more monsters would come. Sure enough, after a while, several flamehounds crept over, casually finding a corpse of a fire cloud wolf to gnaw on. Hearing the commotion, Su-chen immediately got up and looked towards the flamehounds. It seems this dog's nose is indeed very keen. The first ones to arrive are you. The flamehounds also saw Su-chen. They were naturally cautious, and if they weren't sure, they would never initiate an attack. However, at the same time, they were unwilling to give up the abundant food on the ground. If Su-chen didn't come to trouble them, they wouldn't provoke him either. But Su-chen was here waiting for them. He drew his Qingguang sword and walked towards the several flamehounds. Grr! The flamehounds let out a low growl, trying to warn Su-chen not to come any closer. Instead of stopping, Su-chen suddenly quickened his pace and charged at them. A few flamehounds immediately took up a fighting stance, ready to pounce on Su-chen. Crack! But the next moment, part of their bodies froze and their speed slowed down drastically. Su-chen's body split into three, striking towards the heads of three flamehounds. Slash! 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 The main body directly killed one flamehound, while the clones also injured two others, and with two swords, he took down his opponents. Killed level 7 flamehound. Experience plus 2500. Killed level 7 flamehound. Experience plus 2500. Killed level 7 flamehound. Experience plus 2500. The three flamehounds were easily slain by Su-chen. Devour successful. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. Devour successful. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. Devour successful. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12. After devouring their attributes, Su-chen's strength increased again. Waiting here for the demon beasts to come to him was much more efficient than searching for them. Plus, he wouldn't waste energy on the way. During this time, Su-chen had been trekking long distances and his stamina had been significantly depleted. He was almost out of white spirit fruits. Nearby, Su-chen casually found a smooth stone and lay down on it, quietly waiting for the demon beasts to arrive, feeling incredibly comfortable. By now, his mental strength was already quite strong, and he could sense any disturbances around him. This time, after waiting for a long while, no other demon beasts came following the scent of blood. The sky gradually darkened, but the distant volcano and lava illuminated the area like neon lights, significantly improving visibility. Even ordinary people could see their surroundings clearly in such conditions, not to mention Su-chen, who possessed the Eye of Insight. After lying here for a long time without the arrival of any demon beasts, Su-chen decided to get up and leave. Resting here had allowed his stamina to recover almost completely. Lying here for a while is really comfortable, Su-chen said as he stood up from the stone and stretched. Since coming to this world, Su-chen had hardly rested. He had always relied on spirit fruits or the blessings of the heavenly Tao to recover his stamina. He was almost forgetting what it felt like to sleep. Once I reach the city, I must have a good sleep. Reluctantly, Su-chen left a large stone he had used as a bed. Next, he needed to head deeper into the high-level demon beast area. There was a larger volcano there, which looked even more magnificent under the night sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the sky behind Su-chen, and he quickly drew his Qingguang sword to look back. A massive shadow flew over his head. Level 8 Demon Beast Night Owl appears at night, can merge its body into the darkness with extremely strong concealment abilities, and level 8 Demon Beast. And it excels at concealment? No wonder Su-chen didn't notice it at first, he only sensed it when it was right above him. Whoosh! After flying forward, the night owl disappeared again into the sky. Su-chen's heart raced. With alarm as he immediately took out the Fire Spirit Pearl, sword in hand, ready to use frost to freeze at any moment. Whoosh! The dark figure of the night owl appeared next to the corpse of the emerald-eyed fire lion, beginning to feast. It turned out that it had been attracted by the corpse on the ground and had completely disregarded Su-chen. Su-chen cautiously approached it with his sword. Since it was an 8th level beast, it would definitely be difficult to deal with. He decided to go all out and eliminate this blackbird in one go. But the night owl was no fool. Noticing Su-chen getting closer, it immediately flapped its massive wings and flew into the sky. Whoosh! The night owl vanished into the dark sky. It soared above, its eyes revealing a disdainful expression. It had originally wanted to enjoy its meal and completely ignored this ant. But unexpectedly, the ant had dared to approach it, so it would send him on his way. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded around Su-chen as he immediately activated the Fire Spirit Pearl with all his might. Whoosh! A ball of flame surged from the Fire Spirit Pearl, spreading in all directions. The night owl, diving down towards Su-chen, was instantly enveloped by the flames, engulfing its entire body. Its feathers ignited in an instant. Caw! The night owl let out a sharp cry in midair, its body transforming into a firebird, exceptionally conspicuous in the sky. but it was an 8th level beast, its overall strength far surpassing that of a 7th level beast. It spun in the air, extinguishing almost all the flames on its body. But it was too late. Su Chen had already pinpointed its location, and a blue shimmer flashed in his hand. Crack! One of the night owl's wings suddenly became unable to flap, losing balance, and it immediately plummeted from the sky. The falling night owl could not control its body at all. This was a perfect opportunity. Su Chen quickly chased after the spot where the night owl was falling. When he was close enough, he immediately used teleportation, arriving beneath the night owl's descent. Whoosh! At the same time, he activated the attack bracelet, white light enveloping his arm as he wielded the azure sword, slashing upward from below. Put! The azure sword drew a brilliant arc in the air, directly slicing through the night owl's black body, splitting it in two. Crack! Crack! 2 black objects fell from the sky, and then Su Chen's figure followed suit. Kill 8th level beast night owl. Experience plus 5000, devour successful. Attack plus 27, speed plus 24, defense plus 1, gain certain night concealment ability. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had even obtained the night owl's concealment ability. With a thought, he activated it. Whoosh! His body gradually faded in the darkness, but he could still be seen. The effect was not as good as Su Chen had anticipated, but it was not bad. At a distance, others would not be able to notice him. At that moment, Su Chen also discovered a red token appearing next to the night owl's corpse. He immediately picked up the token. Fire element token, special item, only one in each high-level beast area. Wow. So rare? In such a large high-level beast area, there is only this one, and he has obtained it himself. However, it is also understandable he is the only one in this entire high-level beast area. Most others are still fighting in the low-level beast area, and a small number have entered the intermediate beast area, but they simply do not have the strength to go deeper. Let alone coming to the high-level beast area. Most people in those cities probably do not have the strength to enter here. Su Chen continued to examine the function of the token. Fire element token, infuse fire energy into it. When the energy is sufficient, the owner can randomly gain 1 fire element ability. Fire element ability? The elemental ability Su Chen currently possesses is frost freezing, which should strictly be considered an ice element ability. Now, getting a fire element ability would be simply amazing. Moreover, he already has fire energy. He immediately took out the fire spirit pearl and used his mental power to infuse the energy from the fire spirit pearl into the fire element token. Buzz! Fire energy continuously flowed into the token, and soon more than half of the energy from the fire spirit pearl had been transmitted. However, the fire energy in the token was filled to less than 1/10. Su Chen immediately stopped. If he continued, even if he transferred all the energy from the fire spirit pearl, it would still be far from enough. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The fire element token could allow him to permanently gain a fire element ability, which is much stronger than the fire spirit pearl. It seems he needs to find more fire energy. Su Chen's gaze immediately locked onto the distant volcano. There must be more fire energy there. He set off towards the volcano. Boom! Near the volcano, magma erupted, shooting flames into the sky. The glowing magma dispelled the darkness, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Su Chen kept his distance from the magma and walked up the mountain, as the temperature of the magma was extremely high. If he fell in, he would be melted in an instant. Fortunately, there was a path leading up the mountain, and Su Chen walked along this path. Chirp! 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 The sound of birds echoed, and a group of firebirds appeared on the mountain, circling around the volcano. Su Chen did not take them seriously. If they dared to provoke him, they would be delivering experience points. Roar! At that moment, a soul-shaking roar echoed from the volcano. Su Chen instinctively tightened his grip on the Qingguang sword. His intuition told him that the beast that made this roar was definitely not simple. Bang! At the mountain's peak, a fire dragon soared into the sky, spitting flames at the firebirds flying around. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted from its mouth, engulfing all the firebirds. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the firebirds' corpses fell from the sky, their bodies charred black. Wow! What a powerful dragon! Due to the distance, Su Chen could not check the dragon's level and information. However, judging from its earlier attack, this guy was very likely already at level 9. In any case, its strength was far superior to that of the Azurite Fire Lion. After easily killing the firebirds, the dragon returned to the mountain peak. Bang! Bang! Before Su Chen could think much, the corpses of 2 firebirds fell near him. Without hesitation, he devoured the attributes of these 2 firebirds. These were the attributes of level 7 beasts, and each one provided a significant boost. Devouring. Successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. Devouring successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he arrived in the high-level monster area, having devoured quite a few monster attributes. This greatly enhanced his strength, and now, with his attributes, he could face the ancient beasts head-on without falling behind. He was quite confident in battling the flying dragon that had appeared on the mountaintop earlier. Moreover, if he couldn't win, he was confident in his ability to escape. Suchen continued along the path toward the mountaintop, feeling that this road must have been created by the will of heaven. Furthermore, this was the only path leading deep into the high-level monster area and up to the mountaintop. The higher he climbed, the hotter it became, which further convinced Suchen that there was definitely a rich source of fire energy at the summit. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed from the mountaintop again, and Suchen suddenly looked up. He sensed that the flying dragon was coming out once more. Clang! Suchen drew his azure sword, ready for battle, believing that this flying dragon was definitely coming for him. Roar! But at that moment, another beast's roar came from the mountaintop. Following that was a series of fighting sounds and the sound of flames being spewed, causing the temperature at the summit to rise again. Who is this flying dragon fighting now? Suchen quickened his pace, wanting to reach the top to see what was happening, while also activating his night concealment ability, making his body less noticeable. Soon, he climbed to the summit, where the terrain was rugged and uneven. In the center was an orange-yellow volcanic crater emanating a scorching heat. The crater was not very large, but the surrounding area was filled with black rocks and uneven ground. Roar! Boom! A tremor shook the ground ahead, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Suchen moved forward and hid behind a rock to observe. He saw a giant beast standing 7 to 8 meters tall, engaged in a fierce battle with the flying dragon in the sky. This giant beast was entirely black, its skin resembling black rock, with a body that looked like a bear but also like a majestic lizard standing upright. It had rock-like bone spines on its back and could also spew flames from its mouth. The flying dragon circling in the sky was no smaller, and the flames it emitted were clearly more intense. Suchen quickly used his insight eye to check. Level 9 monster, Flame Explosion Beast, an evolved form of the Fire Explosion Beast that enjoys consuming fire energy, with a hard rock-like skin and the ability to use fire abilities. A level 9 monster. No wonder it looked somewhat familiar. Suchen then looked up at the flying dragon in the sky. This time the distance was sufficient. Level 9 monster, Crimson Flame Flying Dragon, contains some dragon bloodline, stronger than other monsters of the same level, enjoys consuming fire energy. Crimson Flame Flying Dragon. Indeed. It was also a level 9 monster. Moreover, it had dragon bloodline within, looking quite formidable. Both sides enjoyed devouring fire energy, so it seemed they were fighting over the fire energy on this mountain. Suchen looked towards the volcano, where indeed flames of fire energy were overflowing. Roar! He saw the crimson flame dragon in the sky once again shooting flames at the flame burst beast. Boom! The scorching flames burned the skin of the flame burst beast until it turned red. Yet, it had no way to deal with the crimson flame dragon above, unable to even hit the dragon that was flying at high speed with its own flames. Boom! After circling around, the crimson flame dragon came back again towards the flame burst beast. Although its defense was strong, it couldn't withstand being burned like this. No, if this continues, the flame burst beast won't be able to hold on. Suchen planned to secretly help the flame burst beast. A mutual defeat would be the best outcome for him. If the situation tilted too much in one direction, he would have to face a fully powered crimson flame dragon. Whoosh! The crimson flame dragon, after changing direction, flew back towards the flame burst beast. Just as it was about to unleash its flames, it suddenly felt its wings stiffen, losing balance and crashing down towards the ground. It immediately struggled to flap its wings. Crack! Some ice crystals fell from its wings. It was these ice crystals that had frozen its wings, hindering its flight. After shaking off all the ice crystals, it wanted to fly up again. But the flame burst beast would not let it succeed. It jumped directly, pulling the already low-flying crimson flame dragon down. Bang! The crimson flame dragon was immediately slammed to the ground by the flame burst beast. Roar! It let out an angry roar and directly shot flames at the flame burst beast. Boom! The flame burst beast immediately raised its arms in front of itself, bracing against the flames as it charged towards the crimson flame dragon. Bang! Bang! The two sides immediately engaged in fierce combat, starting a melee. Boom! Boom! Both of their bodies were incredibly strong, shaking the ground with their blows. After the crimson flame dragon fell to the ground, losing its advantage in the sky, the two sides fought together, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Seeing them fighting so fiercely, Suchen figured they wouldn't have time to pay attention to other places. He immediately headed towards the volcano. It would be great if he could fill the fire energy needed for the elemental token first. Suchen did not swagger directly to the volcano but used the surrounding rocks as cover, activating his concealment technique to quietly approach the volcano. Buzz! Before Suchen reached the volcano, a wave of heat hit him directly. This heat was much higher than the waves he had encountered before, but he braved the heat and continued towards the volcano. Finally, relying on his impressive physique and strong defenses, he arrived near the volcano, which was about the size of a football field. The heat waves soared, and as Su Chen had imagined, it was filled with an incredibly rich and countless amount of fire energy. This crimson flame dragon is too stingy, it can't possibly consume all this fire energy by itself. The fire energy here was abundant, enough to support many beasts absorbing it together. But the crimson flame dragon treated this place as its territory, not allowing other beasts to approach. Su Chen took out the fire elemental token found, a spot blocked by a giant rock, and began to absorb the fire energy there. Whoosh! As Su Chen's mental power activated, the elemental token seemed to transform into a black hole, continuously devouring the fire energy emanating from the surroundings. The fire energy here was exceptionally rich, and the elemental token absorbed it very quickly. Soon, he had absorbed 20%. Roar! Not far away, the sounds of fierce fighting continued, allowing Su Chen to absorb the fire energy with peace of mind. Feeling the fire energy filling the elemental token, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. 30, 40, 50. At this moment, the sounds of battle became less intense, as if entering a heated stage where the two sides were about to determine the victor. Who would win? Su Chen absorbed the energy while pondering who the next enemy would be. The overall strength of the Crimson Flame Dragon far surpassed that of the Flame Burst Beast, but the Flame Burst Beast had astonishing defense and was not weak in power either. In close combat, the outcome was truly uncertain. Howl! A piercing cry rang out, announcing the end of the battle. Whoosh! A dragon cloaked in flames soared into the air, flapping its massive wings. Roar! Once in the sky, it let out a roar towards the heavens. The victor of this battle was indeed the Crimson Flame Dragon. On the ground, the body of the Flame Burst Beast was covered in claw marks, with its neck bitten through. The Crimson Flame Dragon also bore several wounds, but compared to the injuries on the Flame Burst Beast, they were nothing at all. Even in close combat, its strength surpassed that of the Flame Burst Beast. Su Chen heard the roar of the Crimson Flame Dragon and knew it had finished off the Flame Burst Beast and was surely heading this way. At that moment, the fire element in his hand had absorbed 70% of its energy. However, he did not greedily continue to absorb but hid behind a rock. Right now, taking down this dragon was the most crucial task. Once it was dealt with, he could absorb all the fire energy here at will. Whoosh! The Crimson Flame Dragon flapped its enormous wings and flew next to the volcano's mouth. The area was still filled with rich fire energy, and the amount Su Chen had absorbed was negligible in comparison. The Crimson Flame Dragon did not even notice the decrease in energy. It opened its large mouth, and the surrounding fire energy surged wildly into it. After just having fought a battle, it had consumed a lot of energy and needed to replenish it immediately. Moreover, it had wounds, and this fire energy could also help heal it. Seeing the Crimson Flame Dragon focused on absorbing fire energy, Su Chen decided to take action. He crouched down, using his stealth ability, and circled around to the back of the Crimson Flame Dragon. As he got closer, Su Chen noticed that the Crimson Flame Dragon was covered in tiny golden scales, providing it with immense defense. No wonder its injuries were not severe after defeating the Flame Burst Beast. The places where it had been attacked by the Flame Burst Beast only had broken scales, without causing any serious wounds. However, the Azure Sword in Su Chen's hand had armor-piercing effects, and with the Power Madness Bracelet, as long as he struck a vital spot, he should be able to deal it a heavy blow. Su Chen arrived behind a shelter that was closest to the fire dragon, but it was still about 15 meters away. His teleportation had a maximum range of only 10 meters, so if he launched a surprise attack from here, the Crimson Flame Dragon would have a 5-meter reaction distance. A distance of 5 meters was enough for it to react and defend itself. If this sword strike was blocked by the dragon, his chances of winning would be greatly diminished. To defeat the dragon, he needed to severely injure it and trigger the bleeding effect of the Azure Light Sword. Watching the dragon consume fire energy, Su Chen decided to take a risk. He activated his stealth ability and quietly approached the dragon. Su Chen needed to close the 5-meter gap before using teleportation to launch his attack. However, if the dragon discovered him and turned to unleash flames, even with the protection of his defensive pendant and the Fire Spirit Pearl, he would still suffer. As Su Chen slowly moved forward, he carefully observed the Crimson Flame Dragon. At the slightest movement from it, he would immediately teleport back behind the boulder. If he forced an attack without enough distance and failed to severely injure the dragon, he would lose his ability to escape. For a short time, if he found himself in such a situation, it would be disastrous. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Su Chen held his breath, taking slow steps forward. When he reached 4 meters, just about to launch his attack, the Crimson Flame Dragon suddenly stopped absorbing energy, raised its long neck, and lifted its head. Without thinking, Su Chen took a powerful final step, propelling his body forward over a great distance. At the same time, he swung the Azure Light Sword, striking fiercely ahead. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body appeared at the dragon's raised neck, white light enveloping his arm. Crack! With a single strike, the scales on the dragon's neck shattered and the blade cut deep into its flesh. Thud! This sword struck heavily against the dragon's neck, nearly cleaving it in two, but was stopped by the bone inside. Roar! The crimson flame dragon let out a furious roar, sensing its life was in danger. Without even looking back, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Su Chen chose not to stay on it any longer, pulling out his sword and jumping down. If he was thrown from the sky, he would surely die. Whoosh! The crimson flame dragon flew into the sky, blood pouring from its neck. Once it reached a high altitude, it realized that the one who had severely injured it was just a human. Its eyes filled with rage, and as soon as it soared into the air, it dove down towards Su Chen on the ground. The injury on its neck could not be delayed any longer. It felt the blood rapidly draining from its neck, an abnormal rate of loss, especially since the sword had struck its neck. If it didn't quickly kill this detestable human and absorb fire energy to heal, it could very well perish. Whoosh! As soon as the crimson flame dragon flew into the sky, Su Chen took out the snowfall longbow. However, it was difficult to hit the dragon while it was flying. But soon, the dragon dove down from the sky, making it much easier to hit. Aiming carefully, Su Chen released the bowstring, shooting an arrow. Whoosh! The feathered arrow transformed into a streak of light, directly hitting the diving crimson flame dragon. Sizzle! The arrow struck its scales, creating a shower of sparks, and the tip pierced into its flesh. The crimson flame dragon felt a sharp pain but did not give up the opportunity to attack Su Chen. Whoosh! Intense flames erupted from its mouth, the heat seemingly capable of melting rock. Su Chen did not dare to be careless and immediately leaped off the boulder to evade the fiery blast. Boom! The flames shot directly onto the boulder, engulfing the surroundings. Su Chen immediately used the defensive pendant and the fire spirit pearl, forming two layers of defense. Boom! The light screen formed by the defensive pendant was instantly melted away by the flames. Then Su Chen felt a lightness around his neck, and even the defensive pendant completely disappeared. Whoosh! The flames spewed by the fire dragon collided with the flame shield formed by the fire spirit pearl, creating a fierce clash. However, the fire dragon's flames were clearly more powerful, but soon the flames it exhaled gradually diminished. Whoosh! The crimson flame dragon flew over Su Chen's head, then soared again, preparing for another dive attack. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately returned to the boulder, raised his snowfall longbow, and shot at the crimson flame dragon. Whoosh! The arrow missed. The high-speed flying crimson flame dragon was not so easy to hit. But soon, Su Chen readied his next arrow and used frost freeze. Crack! The crimson flame dragon, circling above Su Chen, suddenly froze in its movements. However, it quickly shook its wings, shaking off all the ice crystals from its body, and its speed returned to its peak. The frost freeze had little effect on this level 9 demon beast. The previous good effect was because the crimson flame dragon had not reacted in time. It was the first time it had been frozen by frost freeze. Moreover, it was in a diving state at that time, and the freeze caused its body to lose balance. But just at that moment when its movement slowed, the feathered arrow in Su Chen's hand shot out. Whoosh! A feathered arrow, like a streak of light, rushed toward the crimson flame dragon, causing it to tremble in its movements. This arrow still hit it, adding another wound to its body. At the same time, it realized that attacking Su Chen from the sky would not gain any advantage and could only rely on its powerful physique to engage in close combat. Whoosh! The crimson flame dragon spun in the sky and then charged directly at Su Chen. This time it dove straight down from the sky, faster and fiercer than before. Su Chen knew he couldn't take this hit head-on and quickly rolled off the stone. Bang! The sharp claws of the crimson flame dragon shattered the very stone where Su Chen had just stood and continued to swipe at him. Whoosh! This power was unstoppable. Only by truly engaging with the crimson flame dragon could one understand how formidable it was. Whoosh! Su Chen immediately used teleportation to create distance, dodging its subsequent attack. After creating distance, Su Chen quickly raised his snowfall longbow and shot an arrow at the crimson flame dragon. Whoosh! The feathered arrow approached it at high speed, about to hit. Bang! But it was swatted away by a flap of its wing. Whoosh! Then, it stopped absorbing energy and charged directly toward Su Chen's position. Su Chen immediately rolled over and jumped down from the rock, using his agile and compact body to maneuver among the chaotic stones. Bang! 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 The crimson flame dragon used its powerful body to smash through one giant rock after another. The distance between them grew smaller, but every time it was about to catch up to Su Chen, he would use his teleportation to toy with it. The flames it spewed were mostly blocked by the surrounding boulders, and the flames that reached Su Chen had lost much of their power. For a moment, unable to take down Su Chen, the crimson flame dragon became increasingly agitated. Su Chen had time to wear it down, but it had little time left. The sword wound on its neck was still oozing blood. Its movements gradually slowed down. Finally, it could no longer hold on and flapped its massive wings towards the volcano's mouth. It wanted to consume fire energy to heal its wounds. But Su-Chen would not let it have its way. He took out the falling snow longbow and began to attack the crimson flame dragon from a distance. Whoosh! The long feathered arrow sliced through the air, aiming for the wound on the dragon's neck. Swish! The crimson flame dragon immediately twisted its body to dodge the arrow, but this successfully interrupted its energy consumption. Whoosh! After dodging, the crimson flame dragon wanted to continue consuming energy, but another arrow was already shooting towards it. This arrow struck its back, shattering the scales and piercing into its flesh. At this moment, it was already riddled with arrows, and it was thoroughly enraged. Roar! The crimson flame dragon spread its wings and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Whoosh! 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 The arrows on its body were directly shaken off. Boom! The crimson flame dragon spun around and charged at Su-Chen. It was ready for a final showdown. Faced with the severely injured crimson flame dragon, Su-Chen naturally would not back down. He drew the Qingguang sword and charged towards the dragon. The battle was about to erupt. Whoosh! The crimson flame dragon spewed flames, completely engulfing Su-Chen's figure. But just before the flames reached him, he used teleportation to appear at the dragon's neck. Su-Chen swung his sword down at its wound. Put! With one strike, the already deep wound on its neck instantly severed. Bang! The massive body of the crimson flame dragon crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su-Chen's figure appeared behind the dragon, standing straight on a rock. The outcome of the battle was already clear. The dragon's eyes revealed unwillingness. It could not believe it had died at the hands of this human. It had not even faced this human directly and had been defeated by some small tricks. Filled with resentment and anger, the crimson flame dragon let out one last sorrowful roar. Roar! The sound shattered the clouds and echoed around the volcano. As the roar ended, it finally fell. Killed level 9 monster crimson flame dragon. Experience plus 9,000. Ding! Su-Chen sheathed his sword, exhaled, and walked towards the massive corpse of the crimson flame dragon. A level 9 monster actually gives 9,000 experience. I wonder what attributes I'll gain after devouring it. He eagerly used Endless Devour on the dragon's corpse. Devour successful. Attack plus 55, speed plus 30, defense plus 8, gained part of dragon bloodline. After devouring, Su-Chen felt his blood boiling. It was a very strange sensation. It was as if some essence within him had changed. Player has gained a trace of dragon bloodline. Attack plus 20, speed plus 15, defense plus 3, constitution enhanced. Reminder: when the player gains enough dragon bloodline, they will awaken dragon talents. He actually gained a trace of dragon bloodline. Su-Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. If he could obtain enough of this thing, he might awaken the dragon clan's talents in the future. His strength had also increased a bit after absorbing the attributes of the crimson flame dragon. The most crucial part was that all the fire energy at the mountain peak now belonged to him. He could fill the energy in the fire element token and master a new elemental ability. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about the flame burst beast that had been killed by the crimson flame dragon before he began his absorption. Approaching the corpse of the flame burst beast, which was as large as a small mountain, Su-Chen extended his hand. Absorption successful. Attack power plus 45, speed plus 20, defense plus 10. The defense of the flame burst beast was indeed very high, even stronger than that of the crimson flame dragon. If Su-Chen had to deal with a fully healthy flame burst beast, it would probably be more difficult than facing the crimson flame dragon. After all, his sneak attack would likely have little effect on the flame burst beast, and the key to defeating the crimson flame dragon was that Su-Chen had heavily injured it first. Otherwise, the outcome would still be uncertain. A level 9 monster was still very formidable. After dealing with the crimson flame dragon, Su-Chen could finally absorb the fire energy with peace of mind. He approached the volcano's mouth, activated the fire element token, and a continuous stream of fire energy began to surge into the fire element token. 80%, 90, 100. Buzz. At the moment the energy absorption was complete, the fire element token in mid-air emitted a dazzling light, as if some shackles had been unlocked. Whoosh! As the light gradually faded, the fire element token transformed into a special ball of flame energy. Then, this ball of flame directly entered Su-Chen's forehead. Congratulations, player, for activating the fire element token. Gained fire element ability, flame control. Su-Chen closed his eyes, and with a thought, a ball of flame appeared in his right hand. He suddenly thrust his right hand forward. Boom! A fireball shot out from his palm, directly blasting a hole in the rock ahead. Then, he controlled the flames to create a defensive wall made of fire in front of his body. Flame control? Not bad, Su-Chen said with a slight smile. The effect of this elemental ability was much greater than that of frost freezing, and its lethality was even stronger. Its utility could be said to surpass that of the fiery spirit pearl. Then, with another thought, a ball of flame appeared in his right hand, and a shard of ice crystal appeared in his left hand. Now, he had two major elemental abilities at his disposal and could use them simultaneously. This greatly enhanced his combat power. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a sudden noise came from the edge of the mountain peak. Su Chen retracted the flames and ice crystals in his hands, looking warily towards the mountain's edge. Could it be that besides the level 9 Crimson Flame Dragon, there were other monsters lurking here? Su Chen drew out the Azure Light Sword, fully prepared for battle. He had just killed the Crimson Flame Dragon through a sneak attack. If a level 9 monster appeared now and confronted Su Chen head-on, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Suddenly, a bear-like fire beast climbed up from the other side. Clearly, Su Chen had overthought it. This place had long been occupied by the Crimson Flame Dragon, and there wouldn't be any other monsters residing here. However, just before its death, the Crimson Flame Dragon had let out a roar that many surrounding monsters heard, and they knew that the Crimson Flame Dragon might have met with misfortune. They wanted to come here to check things out. If the Crimson Flame Dragon was really dead, then the fire energy here might belong to them. This fire beast thought the same way. If it were given enough fire energy, it could evolve into a flame burst beast. At this moment, monsters from all directions of the volcano were climbing up to investigate the situation. An 8th level fire beast? Su Chen looked at it, a smile appearing on his lips. Wasn't this just coming to give him experience and attributes? Su Chen drew his azure sword and charged directly at the fire beast. The fire beast, which had just climbed to the top of the mountain, was still trying to figure out the situation when it saw Su Chen rushing towards it with great momentum. Whoosh! It immediately spat out a fireball at Su Chen. Su Chen also shot out a fireball from his hand. Bang! The two fireballs collided, creating a burst of flames that obscured the fire beast's vision. At the same time, it was filled with confusion. How could a human also launch fireballs? Whoosh! Su Chen's body emerged from the flames, swinging his sword at the fire beast. The fire beast raised one arm to block Su Chen's strike while preparing to swat him away with the other. But Su Chen was no longer at the same level as when he first encountered the fire beast. During this time, he had devoured many demon beasts and his strength had increased significantly. Thud! The sword sliced into the fire beast's arm, its renowned defensive skin crumbling before Su Chen. Howl! The fire beast yelped in pain, but its other arm still swung down at Su Chen. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed in, and it seemed Su Chen could not dodge, but in the next moment his body vanished into thin air. The fire beast's paw struck nothing but air, and a look of bewilderment appeared in its eyes. Thud! In the next instant, a long sword pierced through its neck from behind. Bang! The massive body of the fire beast collapsed to the ground, its eyes filled with even more confusion. It never expected to die not at the hands of the Crimson Flame Dragon, but rather at the hands of a human. Kill level 8 Demon Beast Fire Beast. Experience plus 5000, Devour successful. Attack plus 25, Speed plus 14, Defense plus 4. Su Chen stood on the fire beast's corpse, pulling out his azure sword. Now, dealing with level 8 demon beasts was no longer a challenge for him. This was all due to the many attributes he had absorbed from demon beasts during this time. In this high-level demon beast area, his strength had grown rapidly. Now, he no longer felt the urge to go to the city. Continuing to hunt demon beasts here to crazily enhance his strength seemed quite appealing. Whoosh! At this moment, several fire birds appeared in the sky. Again, having come to investigate after hearing the call of the Crimson Flame Dragon. Previously, some of their kind had approached this area and were roasted by the Crimson Flame Dragon's flames. Now, they had reached the mountaintop, and since the Crimson Flame Dragon had not yet appeared, they relaxed their guard. However, a human even more dangerous than the Crimson Flame Dragon was approaching them. Crack! Without warning, ice crystals appeared on the bodies of the 4 firebirds, freezing them in the air for a moment. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows, like streaks of light, flew towards 3 of the firebirds. Thud! 2 of the firebirds were pierced through the head, dying on the spot. 1 more was hit in the wing and fell to the ground. The remaining firebird finally reacted. It immediately shook off the ice crystals and fled frantically into the distance. On the ground, Su Chen had already aimed at it and shot another arrow. Whoosh! This arrow struck it down, causing it to fall from the sky. Even without arrow wounds, it would die from the fall. Su Chen easily killed the 4 firebirds. Kill level 7 Demon Beast Firebird. Experience plus 2400. Kill level 7 Demon Beast Firebird. Experience plus 2400. Kill level 7 Demon Beast Firebird. Experience plus 2400. Kill level 7 Demon Beast Firebird. Experience plus 2400. Afterwards, he walked over to the corpses of the 2 firebirds and absorbed their attributes. Devour successful. Attack plus 20, Speed plus 10, Defense plus 1. Devour successful. Attack plus 20, Speed plus 10, Defense plus 1. Previously, Su Chen had already devoured the attributes of 4 firebirds, so he could only devour 2 more now. Nevertheless, his strength had surged during this time. Many demon beasts had come to deliver attributes to him, and these high-level demon beasts provided even more attributes. Roar! Just after devouring the attributes of the firebirds, Su Chen heard a lion's roar behind him. He turned around to see a blue-eyed fire lion had arrived. It seemed it also wanted to consume fire energy to become stronger. The blue-eyed fire lion looked at Su Chen, licked its teeth, and slowly approached him. At this moment, it was a bit hungry and planned to use Su Chen to fill its stomach before going to consume fire energy. After all, while fire energy could enhance its strength and heal its wounds, it could not solve its hunger. Whoosh! The blue-eyed fire lion suddenly burst forth with incredible speed, charging towards Su Chen. It did not use fire to attack Su Chen from a distance, as it believed it could kill Su Chen directly without any extra effort. Facing the charging blue-eyed fire lion, Su Chen used teleportation, arriving in front of it before it could pounce. He thrust the green light sword forward, aiming directly at the blue-eyed fire lion's eye. The blue-eyed fire lion did not expect Su Chen to appear suddenly and had no time to react. Thud! The green light sword pierced into one of the blue-eyed fire lion's eyes, the long blade sinking deep into its head. The pupil of the other eye of the blue-eyed fire lion instantly dilated, and before it could react, Su Chen had killed it with a single strike. Killed level 8 demon beast blue-eyed fire lion. Experience plus 5000, devoured successfully. Attack plus 28, speed plus 20, defense plus 2. After killing the blue-eyed fire lion, Su Chen was about to level up again. He originally thought it would take a long time to reach level 13, but now it seemed it wouldn't be long before he achieved it. His attributes were also increasing rapidly. Su Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Su Chen attack 1819 defense 226 speed 1117 level 12 73300/80,000. Elemental abilities: Frost Freeze, Flame Control. With the growth of his attributes, Su Chen felt a significant boost in his strength. Now, he only needed to kill 2 more level 8 demon beasts to level up. However, as these demon beasts that had reached the mountaintop continued to die, those below or climbing the mountain began to feel fear. One by one, they started to retreat down the mountain. These demon beasts understood that there were creatures on the mountaintop more terrifying than the Crimson Flame Dragon. As they retreated, Su Chen also found that no more demon beasts were coming to the mountaintop. Unable to wait for the demon beast, Su Chen went to fill the energy in the fire spirit pearl, then walked down the volcano towards the high-level demon beast area. If it weren't for the limited space in the fire spirit pearl, he would have drained all the fire energy here. After walking down from the volcano, Su Chen noticed that the scene ahead had changed. A glass-like wall blocked his path of exploration. He looked up and saw that this wall resembled a giant pot lid covering the entire demon beast area. At that moment, he was gazing up beneath this massive dome. Just as he was puzzled, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his ears. Congratulations, player, you have reached the end of the novice area, completed the exploration, and obtained the qualification to enter the city. The end of the novice area? Su Chen placed his hand on the protective shield, a thoughtful smile appearing on his face. He hadn't expected it to come so suddenly. He hadn't entered the city based on his level but had instead completed the exploration of the novice area to gain the qualification. In fact, there had always been 2 ways to enter the city, but almost no one could fully explore the entire novice area. Since he had already completed the exploration, Su Chen did not intend to stay here any longer. Once he entered the city, there would definitely be more demon beasts to kill, and it would be a much larger stage. He turned back for one last look at the high-level demon beast area before choosing to enter the city directly. Whoosh! A beam of light descended from the sky, teleporting Su Chen away. At this point, there was no trace of Su Chen in the high-level demon beast area or the entire novice area. Su Chen felt a wave of darkness around him as he moved rapidly. Buzz! Before long, the surroundings regained their brightness and Su Chen discovered that he was standing on a strange magic array. The ground was composed of stone runes, and several huge stone pillars with runes stood around. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people on this magic array. They all looked like they did in the novice village, dressed in simple clothes and holding basic weapons. Only a few of them wore armor and held decent weapons. Su Chen was naturally one of them, but he had stored his green light sword in his space ring. It seemed they had all come here from the novice village, just like Su Chen. Is this the city? Wow! This city is amazing. Are those buildings in the distance real? They are more spectacular than in the movies. And these high walls around, no demon beast can break in here. In the distance, there were many ancient and magnificent buildings, causing these people to exclaim in awe. Hey! Novice village newbies! Follow me! A man in armor, carrying a sword on his back, said impatiently. Why should we follow you? Someone questioned. Xiao San sneered, pointing to some dilapidated wooden houses nearby, and said, if you want to live here in the future, you can stay. These wooden houses hadn't been inhabited for who knows how many years, and the environment was much worse than the wooden houses in the novice village. Moreover, although this was also inside the city walls, the surrounding environment clearly looked like the suburbs, incomparable to the bustling areas in the city center. They had finally arrived at the city, so they naturally didn't want to live in such a desolate place. Then, Xiao San pointed to those ancient building-like structures and said, "If you want to live there, just follow me." "Why can we live there if we follow you?" a pretty girl asked. Seeing the beauty, Xiao San's attitude softened a bit. "That is the residence of the guild members. As long as you are selected by the guild, you can live there. So that's how it is. Looks like I'll be living there in the future. Ha, this city is great. The living conditions are much better than in the novice village." Hearing this, the faces of the crowd revealed their expressions, while Xiao San couldn't help but laugh. These people really thought they would be chosen by the guild. How naive. Nowadays, every day, countless people are teleported from the novice village, and it's already considered good if 1 out of 100 can join a guild. Moreover, it's those second-rate guilds, which can't compare to the treatment of the big guilds in any aspect. What? If we aren't chosen? Then you'll have to stay here, or join the city guard and live in the barracks, or pay to stay at an inn. In short, you'll have to find a place to stay on your own. Xiao San impatiently explained, then began to lead the way. "Alright, enough chit-chat, follow me." Everyone understood what was going on and followed him forward, with Su Chen at the back of the crowd. A petite girl widened her eyes and asked, "So, you're the guide? Are you an NPC here?" Hearing this, Xiao San was furious. "NPC my ass. I'm here to take on a mission and guide you newbies." "Oh, I see," the girl said innocently. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This girl really dared to ask anything. "Hey, when we join the guild later, do you think we can be chosen?" someone nearby whispered, their face full of tension. "Pfft, I'm definitely going to be chosen. I've been invincible in the novice village, that's why I came to the city. Yeah, I can even take down the strongest level 3 monsters by myself. I'm sure I'll be chosen." Su Chen was a bit surprised to hear this. Were these people's strengths really that impressive? He couldn't help but ask, "What kind of monsters have you all killed?" The speaker glanced at him. "What's there to ask? Of course, it's the strongest level 3 monsters. I can easily take on a level 3 monster. I'm one of the top players in our novice village." Su Chen immediately understood that these guys hadn't even been to the intermediate monster zone, only fighting in the beginner monster zone. But then again, they probably all got their city entry qualifications at level 5, so they never had the chance to enter the intermediate monster zone. What a bunch of bumpkins. They haven't even been to the intermediate monster zone and dare to brag here, a fair-skinned young man said. Intermediate monster zone? What's that? This question left them dumbfounded. Most people here didn't know what the intermediate monster zone was. Looking at their confused expressions, Li Jun proudly said, "In the intermediate monster zone, there are monsters above level 3, with the highest level reaching a terrifying level 6. Level 6? Many people gasped. The power increase between each level of monsters was enormous. Level 3 monsters were already very strong for them. They couldn't even imagine the power of level 6 monsters. They originally thought these monsters would only be encountered after entering the city, but unexpectedly, some had already encountered them in the novice village. "Big brother, have you killed a level 6 monster?" the beautiful girl asked. Hearing the girl's question, Li Jun felt a rush of excitement. Although he had never even seen a level 6 monster, he had to act big in front of the beauty. "Of course, I've killed level 6 monsters, and quite a few of them," Li Jun said proudly. The people around him looked at him with admiration. Su Chen glanced at him and knew he was bragging. Someone like him would struggle to kill even a level 4 monster. Soon, under the leadership of Xiao San, the group arrived at the inner city. It was like the great ancient metropolises, with ancient towers standing tall and streets neatly arranged. Ahead, the signs of various major guilds stood there, with the signs of the Luoshui Guild and the Longyan Guild being the largest. There were also a dozen or so smaller guilds scattered about. In front of each sign, there were quite a few people crowded, except for the Luoshui Guild and the Longyan Guild, which were completely empty. "Alright, I've brought you all here. If you want to join a guild, go sign up at whichever one you prefer," Xiao San said, preparing to turn and leave. "Hey, Xiaogu, wait a minute, which guild is the best here?" one of the men asked with a flattering expression. Without hesitation, Xiao San replied, "That would definitely be the Luoshui Guild and the Longyan Guild. The Luoshui Guild is formed by the strong of this city and is considered the strongest guild in Luoshui City. And the Longyan Guild has an even bigger background, as it is a branch established by the Longyan General Guild in Luoshui City." Xiao San then looked him over and said, "But you shouldn't think about joining these two major guilds. It's better to find a guild that will actually accept you." Su Chen, on the other hand, had no intention of joining any guild. Joining a guild was simply a waste of his time. Just then, a message popped up in everyone's chat channel. The Demon General Gamey is challenging outside the city, and the president of the Fengyan Guild, Xuefeng, is ready to fight. This was announced through a loudspeaker purchased in the marketplace, allowing everyone in the city to see the message. A demon general named Gamey? I wonder who is stronger, him or Igu, Su Chen thought. What is a demon general? The people around, who had just come from the novice village, were once again confused. They had never encountered demons during their collective tasks. Only those from the guilds and cities looked excited. "Ha, now we can watch Big battle again. It's been a long time since any demons dared to come out and challenge us. These demons actually dare to show their faces again. President Shui will definitely make this gamey regret it. Of course, President Shui is the head of the guild. He can surely defeat this unknown demon general. Xiao San also looked pleased and waved his hand to the crowd, saying, "Let's go, I'll take you to see the world and show you what a strong person is." With that, he ran directly towards the city wall, and everyone followed suit. Su Chen couldn't contain his curiosity and followed along. When they reached the city wall, it was already packed with people, all of whom had come to watch the battle. Outside the city gate, Shui Feng, the president of the Fengyan Guild, was clad in armor, holding a spear, fully armed and stepping forward to prepare for battle. Ahead, a massive rift stood tall. Surrounding the rift were demon soldiers, but they chose not to advance and instead stood in neat formation. At the forefront of the demon army stood a tall demon general, its face ugly, clad in armor, holding a bone-war knife. This was the demon general Gamey, making his first appearance before the people of Luoshui City after stepping out of the rift. His name had already been marked on the bounty notice by the Heavenly Tao. Gamey was sent by the higher-ups of the demon race to replace Igu, and his strength was even greater than Igu's. The people of Luoshui City had some guesses about his strength. After all, his bounty was not lower than Igu's. At the city gate, several leaders and high-ranking members of small guilds were present. The president of the Yaoyin Guild, dressed in a golden robe and plump, stroking his chubby chin, said, "How long has it been since the demons dared to come out? This time, President Shui must give them a taste of their own medicine. Yes, you must give us in Luoshui City some face. This goes without saying, with President Shui taking the field. What demon general? They're all trash." Shui Feng was the strongest among them, which is why he would take to the battlefield at this moment. However, he naturally wouldn't take these flattery-laden words to heart. These people probably couldn't wait for him to lose. If that happened, their Wind and Cloud Guild would definitely struggle to survive. But if he won, their guild's reputation would immediately overshadow those second and third-rate guilds. At that time, a new batch of strong players would flock to their guild, and they might even rise to become a first-rate guild, second only to the Luoshui and Longyan guilds. After all, with Zhang Yang and the others not in the city, he represented the face of Luoshui City. If he won, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. You all watch closely. Shui Feng brandished his spear and walked straight ahead, while cheers erupted from the city wall behind him. Luoshui City will win. President Shui will win. President Shui, take down that demon and boost our human morale. Listening to the momentum behind him, Shui Feng's belief in victory grew even stronger. On the city wall, Su Chen used his inside eye to look at Shui Feng, but found that his level was higher than his own, making it impossible to check. However, this was to be expected. The other party had certainly spent a lot of time in the city and was the guild leader, so he must have many channels to level up. On the opposite side, Gai Mia saw Shui Feng step out and placed his bone knife on his shoulder, striding forward. The demon army remained in place, roaring to cheer Gai Mia on. Both sides had fought at the front more than once and were very clear about the rules. Each side would send out a representative to fight one-on-one until one side was too afraid to send anyone else. When both sides reached a certain distance, there was no formal exchange, they simply charged at each other. Shui Feng gripped his spear and rushed towards Gai Mia, who also gripped his knife to meet the challenge. The crowd on the city wall fell silent, watching the battle with utmost seriousness. Whoosh! Shui Feng leaped into the air, his body towering as he thrust his spear forward. Gai Mia blocked with his bone knife. Clang! The spear struck the bone knife, sending sparks flying and forcing Gai Mia back several steps. Shui Feng pressed the attack, his spear shadowing Gai Mia, continuously suppressing him. The crowd on the city wall erupted in cheers filled with excitement. Meanwhile, at the city gate, those who had previously praised Shui Feng suddenly looked less than pleased. They hadn't expected Gai Mia to be so weak, truly allowing Shui Feng to suppress him. Had they known, they might have joined in and perhaps could have won. Bang! Bang! Clang! Shui Feng kept forcing Gai Mia to retreat, leaving him with no choice but to defend passively. From a distance on the city wall, Su Chen couldn't discern the true strength of their battle. However, he did see that Gai Mia's level was the same as Igu's, both at level 8. But an 8th level demon general's strength was already comparable to that of a 9th level beast. At this moment, he was completely suppressed by Shui Feng, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before he would be defeated. Shui Feng's face revealed a smug smile as he saw Gai Mia being beaten to the point of not being able to fight back, and his attacks became even more ferocious. However, Gai Mia, who was on the defensive, showed a hint of a cold smile. He had been feigning weakness all along to make his opponent lower their guard and attack with full force, hoping to expose a flaw. Now, under Shui Feng's fierce assault, he finally revealed a weakness. Whoosh! Seizing this opportunity, Gai Mia erupted from his defensive stance, his body radiating a chilling demonic aura, his momentum and strength rising several levels. Clang! With one strike, he knocked Shui Feng's spear off to the side, and then another strike landed directly on his arm. Put! The bone blade instantly severed Xuefeng's arm. Ah! Xuefeng flew backward, blood gushing from his left arm, instantly losing more than half of his combat power. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the city wall, who had been cheering just moments ago, fell silent. No one expected the turnaround to come so quickly. Xuefeng, who had been pressing Gaimia, was suddenly disarmed of an arm. At this moment, Gaimia swung his bone blade and charged toward Xuefeng. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Xuefeng's eyes flashed with determination. Boom! Boom! Green vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around Gaimia's body, immobilizing him. This was his awakened talent, originally intended for a final strike to kill Gaimia here. But unexpectedly, Gaimia's strength was so formidable, far beyond his expectations, and now he could only use it to escape. Roar! Gaimia, entangled by the vines, let out a furious roar, and his demonic energy erupted once more. Crack! The vines wrapped around him were instantly shattered, posing no threat at all. Xuefeng immediately scrambled to his feet and ran toward the city wall, looking utterly disheveled. Although he knew this might tarnish his reputation and jeopardize the guild's future, it was not the time to worry about that. Survival was paramount. Gaimia had been hiding his strength all along. Even in his prime, Xuefeng was no match for him. Continuing to fight would only lead to death. Seeing Xuefeng turned to flee, Gaimia hurled his bone blade at Xuefeng's back. Whoosh! The bone blade flew toward Xuefeng with incredible speed. Hearing the sound of wind slicing behind him, Xuefeng immediately swung his spear backward with his right arm. Bang! The moment his spear met the bone blade, he felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, knocking the spear out of his hands and sending him crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, Xuefeng scrambled desperately to get up, wanting to continue his escape. Bang! But at that moment, a loud crash sounded behind him. In an instant, Gaimia had caught up, jumping right behind Xuefeng. Feeling the presence behind him, Xuefeng threw a right punch backward. Bang! His fist struck Gaimia's body, but Gaimia's form didn't budge, as if he had hit a wall. The flesh of the demon race was far stronger than that of humans, and using fists in close combat would yield no advantage. Bang! Gaimia retaliated with a punch to Xuefeng's face, deforming it. It's over, now President Xue is going to fall at the hands of Gaimia, muttered the chubby member of the Yaojin Guild, rubbing his forehead. The others looked equally sorrowful. They had known Xuefeng for a long time and never expected he would meet his end here today. While they didn't want to see Xuefeng win, they certainly didn't want to see him die at the hands of the demon race. Because Xuefeng had pursued too deeply, they couldn't rush to his aid in time. They simply couldn't reach him. Bang! 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 In the melee, Gaimia killed Xuefeng with just a few punches, trampling his corpse underfoot. With his hands on his hips, he looked smugly at the humans on the city wall. At this moment, many people from the novice village on the city wall could no longer bear to watch. Those belonging to Luoshui City gritted their teeth, wishing they had the strength to rush up. Damn it! Just when Zhang Yang and the others are not in the city, otherwise, we would definitely make this gamey pay. It's fine, when Zhang Yang and those big shots arrive, we will definitely chop off this guy's head. I think this guy is just taking advantage of their absence to act so arrogantly. By the time they return, this guy will have left. Really cunning. Gaming indeed received news that some strong individuals from Luoshui City had gone elsewhere to complete tasks, which is why he dared to appear here to provoke. Of course, there were also strong individuals among their demon clan in this rift of Luoshui City who could contend with Zhang Yang. If those strong individuals had come out to challenge today, these humans would definitely not have fought. Only with this unfamiliar face provoking would there be humans willing to battle. Now, after killing Xuefeng, he continued to provoke outside the city, wanting to see if any humans could not resist and come out to fight him. Let's go, close the city gates, we should head back. The fat man from the Yaojin Guild turned around and walked away, directly ignoring Gamey's provocation. But while he could endure it, some could not. Are we really just going to leave like this? So many people on the city wall are watching. The fat man glanced at him and snorted coldly. Even our strongest, Xuefeng, has died there. Do you want to go and die too? At that point, it won't be boosting our human morale, but rather encouraging the demon clan's arrogance. Exactly, let's wait for Zhang Yang and the others to return. The others understood this reasoning as well. After witnessing Gamey's strength, they did not want to go to their deaths. On the city wall, Su Chen felt restless as no one from the human side was willing to fight. Beside him, the beautiful girl who had come with Su Chen turned pale and said to Li Jun, "Wow, the demon clan here is too terrifying. Li Jun, let's hurry and leave." Li Jun nodded repeatedly. The scene of Gamey crushing Xuefeng had frightened him greatly, and his face was still pale. The people from Luoshui City on the city wall were also preparing to leave. Even Xuefeng had died at the hands of that demon. The number of people in Luoshui City who could defeat Gamey was already very few. They were all busy in various places and would not normally appear in Luoshui City. Now it seemed that no one from the human side could fight. Su Chen took out the Qingguang's sword from his spatial ring, pressed his hand against the city wall, and leaped down directly. Whoosh! Beside him, Li Jun and the girl were stunned. What was he doing? Unable to bear the bloody scene, was he going to jump down to commit suicide? Bang! Su Chen used a teleportation skill to land gracefully, and after jumping down from the city wall, he walked towards Gamey with his sword in hand. Ah! You guys, look quickly! What's wrong? Someone is going into battle. The crowd, which had been gradually dispersing, instantly regrouped and turned to look at the battlefield ahead. At the city gate, several guild leaders also turned their heads. Who is this person? I've never seen them before. The fat man shielded his eyes with his hand, observing. I haven't seen them either, they seem like a newcomer. Could it be that someone called for reinforcements from another city? The people on the city wall of Luoshui City also didn't recognize Su Chen, only those who had come with him knew. Damn! Isn't that the kid who came with me? Xiao San's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. A newcomer who had just come from the novice village was now going to represent Luoshui City in battle. If this got out, no one would believe it. After all, those who had just come from the novice village were trembling in fear after witnessing the earlier scene. Even if they knew it was real, they would think this person had lost their mind. Gamey saw someone charging towards it and a smile crept across its lips. At the same time, it grabbed Xuefeng's corpse from the ground and threw it towards the demon army behind. Crack! Crack! Xuefeng's body was instantly torn to pieces by the demons behind it, becoming their food. Gamey did this to instill fear in its opponent, making them aware of the fate that awaited them after losing. Seeing this scene, even the small guild leaders like Jean de Fatty felt a chill run down their spines. Not to mention the people on the city wall. But all Su Chen felt was anger. Gamey's actions had completely enraged him. He drew his Qingguang sword and walked step by step towards Gamey. Swish! Gamey, holding its bone knife, took the initiative to attack, charging directly at Su Chen. Su Chen still held his sword, walking forward at a steady pace. In the blink of an eye, Gamey was in front of Su Chen, swinging its bone knife. Everyone in Luoshui City held their breath. Watching this scene, most of them didn't believe Su Chen could win. They even thought he would be lucky to withstand 2 strikes from Gamey before meeting his end. After all, even Xuefeng was far from being Gamey's opponent, let alone this unknown person who had appeared out of nowhere. Swish! Facing Gamey's powerful strike with the bone knife, Su Chen used instant movement. Whoosh! Gamey's knife struck empty air and Su Chen appeared behind it. Su Chen swung his sword down towards Gamey's neck, moving at incredible speed. Such a sudden change would be unnoticeable to most, but Gamey had been through many battles. After realizing something was wrong when its knife struck empty, it immediately dodged to the left. Puff! Since Gamey dodged at the first moment, Su Chen's sword struck its back. The Qingguang sword sliced through Gamey's back armor, leaving a trail of blood. Seeing this, the people of Luoshui City were momentarily stunned, then they erupted in cheers. It should be noted that although Xuefeng had been suppressing Gamey earlier, he had not inflicted any damage. Yet Su Chen had landed a hit right away, giving them hope for victory. After being struck, Gamey grimaced in pain, gritting its teeth as it raised the bone knife to strike at Su Chen again. However, when it swung the knife down, its hands became uncontrollably stiff in midair. Crack! Crack! Pieces of blue ice crystals froze around its wrists, immobilizing its hands. Just as it was about to unleash its demonic energy to shake off the ice crystals, it saw Su Chen already charging at it with his sword. Whoosh! Su Chen activated his attack bracelet, and his arm was instantly enveloped in white light. He swung his sword forward. Crack! Gamey's 2 frozen hands, along with the bone knife, flew high into the air. The surroundings sparkled with ice crystals. His hands were severed cleanly, falling to the ground still encased in ice crystals. The expression of terror instantly appeared on Gamey's face. He never expected that Su Chen would be this strong. It was simply outrageous, and he was completely outmatched. He raised his head just in time to meet Su Chen's resolute gaze and the long sword in his hand. However, despite losing his hands, Gamey still refused to give up resisting. Facing the sword that Su Chen thrust towards him, he sidestepped and clamped the blade with one arm. With the other arm, he swung directly at Su Chen. But in the next moment, Su Chen's body split into 2 clones. Clang! One clone raised its sword to block Gamey's arm, while the other clone swung a sword towards Gamey's neck. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Gamey's pupils dilated in shock. He never expected Su Chen to be not only powerful but also to have so many tricks up his sleeve. At that moment, he had already used all his skills, and he could no longer resist Su Chen's sword. Thud! The long sword sliced through Gamey's neck, severing his head. Without his head, Gamey's arms fell limply to his sides, and his body toppled backward. Bang! His head remained wide-eyed, unable to believe that he had died at Su Chen's hands. Kill the 8th level Demon General Gamey. Experience plus 6,500. Swish! Su Chen's 2 clones returned to his main body, and he extended his hand towards Gamey to use Endless Devour. Devour successful. Acquired demon skill, demon chi enhancement. Su Chen was taken aback. He had actually gained a skill and immediately began to check it. Demon chi enhancement can temporarily increase a small portion of one's own strength and remove negative states. Su Chen quickly understood Gamey had used the skill against Xuefeng earlier. However, his strength had not merely increased by a small portion but had received a tremendous boost. It seemed that the skills obtained through devouring had some discrepancies and could not be fully inherited. The remaining demon army, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with panic and fled back into the rift. The people of Luoshui City watched in stunned silence as Su Chen effortlessly severed Gamey's head with a single sword strike. They could hardly believe their eyes. Even Xuefeng, who had seemed so powerful in their eyes, had died at Gamey's hands, and now Gamey was easily slain by this nameless individual. No, he was no longer nameless. His name would soon spread throughout Luoshui City. My god, this is too strong. He killed Gamey in just a few moves. Ha ha, those demons fled like stray dogs. We, Luoshui City, have won. The boss is mighty. After witnessing Su Chen's victory, the crowd shook off their previous gloom, their faces filled with joy and excitement. On the city wall, Xiao San's expression was even more exaggerated. He waved his hands and said, "Wow, did you see that? This big shot was brought here by me, Xiao San. I picked him up from the novice village." Some people nearby, hearing this, showed expressions of disbelief. What did you say? This big shot just came from the novice village? Are you joking? I'm not joking. It's true, they can testify for me. Xiao San pointed at those who came with Su Chen. Immediately, they surrounded Xiao San and his group, wanting to clarify things. So impressive. The guild leaders at the city gate all widened their eyes, watching Su Chen walk towards the gate. Wow, so powerful. If we could recruit him into our guild, I, as the leader, would be willing to serve him. Recruit him into your guild? Don't even think about it. He must be a strong player from another city here to help. He might even be the leader of a guild himself. Yeah, if he were a strong player from our Luoshui city, how could we not have seen him before? At this moment, Su Chen had already walked over with his sword in hand, and the quick-witted Jin Pangzi immediately stepped forward. His chubby face was filled with smiles as he clasped his hands and said, "This brother has such strong abilities. May I ask how to address you?" As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Seeing his beaming smile, Su Chen replied, "Su Chen." Upon hearing this name, Jin Pangzi realized he definitely wasn't from Luoshui City. However, getting to know such a powerful figure, even if he wasn't from Luoshui City, would still be very beneficial. "So it's Brother Su. I've long admired you," Jin Pangzi continued, clasping his hands, even though he had never heard of Su Chen's name before. "I am Jin Fusheng, the president of the Yaojin Guild in Luoshui City. You can call me Jin Pangzi," he said, extending his hand with a big smile. At this moment, other guild leaders also came over. "Brother Su is truly impressive. He killed that demon general in just a few moves. Yes, with Brother Su's strength, he would definitely be a prominent figure even in other cities. I am the president of the Lantian Guild, Brother Su." They surrounded Su Chen, each introducing themselves, eager to get to know him. Faced with such enthusiastic people, Su Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. He directly used teleportation and vanished before their eyes. Hey, where did Brother Su go? Wow, he just disappeared like that? He came without a trace and left without a trace. Looks like this is one of Brother Su's techniques. He truly is a big shot. These people were left in a daze, unable to find Su Chen. Whoosh! Su Chen appeared 10 meters behind them, but the area was crowded. They had just been standing at the back, and now they were pushing forward to catch a glimpse of this big shot. Little did they know, Su Chen still passed by them unnoticed. He opened the map, which marked the locations of the city's marketplace, the quest hall, and various guilds. Su Chen decided to check out the marketplace first to see what he could buy. Moreover, he still had over a dozen weapons on him and wanted to see if he could sell them. At this time, there weren't many people in the city. Most of the onlookers had gone to the city wall to watch the battle. The outcome of the battle had already been announced by someone using a loudspeaker. Now everyone knew that the demon general was defeated by someone named Su Chun. Furthermore, news spread that this Su Chen was a newcomer who had just arrived from the novice village. However, as soon as this was said, countless people immediately refuted it, as they simply could not believe that a newcomer from the novice village could kill a powerful demon like that. Su Chen was also paying attention to the chat channel and didn't expect that someone would reveal his identity so quickly. It wouldn't be long before his identity as a newcomer in the village would be confirmed. By then, a whole bunch of guild members might come looking for him, which would be a real hassle. If this thought were to reach the ears of the other newcomers in the village, they would probably be furious. They came to the city seeking to join a guild, while Su Chen was trying to avoid them. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't been found yet, he immediately made his way to the mall in the city. As soon as he entered the mall, a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. It was filled with a dazzling array of various items. The panel displayed everything in the mall, but the actual items were arranged around it, making it more convenient to view. However, most of these were just basic weapons, ordinary weapons, and some healing and stamina recovery pills. But these pills were quite expensive. A regular stamina recovery pill cost 100 gold coins, while a basic weapon only cost 10 gold coins. Reminder: player has killed the demon General Igu. Reward: 5,000 gold. Player has killed the demon General Gamey. Reward: 5,000 gold. The Igu that Suchen had killed earlier and the Gamey he had just killed both had bounties on them. Together, Suchen already had 10,000 gold coins. Not bad. A smile appeared on Suchen's face. He had been worried about what to do if he couldn't sell his weapons and ran out of money. However, the weapons and items here were all of very low quality and couldn't meet Suchen's needs at all. It shouldn't be like this. This was a city, and there should be plenty of good things. But now, Suchen saw nothing but scrap metal. On the panel. Hey, you there! Get the hell out of my way! A voice filled with impatience suddenly rang out behind Suchen. He turned around to see a man in purple clothes looking at him with disdain. Suchen frowned slightly. He didn't want to cause trouble in the city, but this guy's tone was really infuriating. However, he couldn't act against humans in the city. That was the rule, or he would be exiled outside. Hey, I'm talking to you, kid. Didn't you hear our guild leader telling you to get lost? The lackey behind the purple-clothed man said rudely. After glancing at the two, Suchen stepped aside. With his strength, he had many ways to deal with these two, and there was no need to resort to violence right away. Seeing Suchen obediently step aside, the purple-clothed man showed a look of disdain. You're smart enough. If you dare to delay me from attending the auction, you'll regret it. Auction? Suchen was a bit confused. The mall actually held auctions? What a country bumpkin, not even knowing about the auction. No wonder you're wandering around here on the first floor, the purple-clothed man sneered, shaking his head. Even the lackey beside him cast a disdainful glance at Suchen. Then, the two of them headed straight for the second floor of the mall. After they left, Suchen looked around but found that there wasn't a single staff member here. Transactions were entirely reliant on the system of the Heavenly Dao. As long as you paid the money, you could obtain the corresponding weapons and items. However, nothing here caught Suchen's eye, and he also couldn't find a place to sell weapons. So, Suchen headed up to the second floor. Upon arriving on the second floor, Suchen discovered that it was indeed a place for auctioning items. In front was a high platform displaying items, with quite a few people seated below. The man in purple who had just mocked Suchen was among them. The auction had not yet started, so Suchen casually found a place to sit. Since there was nothing he wanted on the first floor, he was curious about the items at the auction on the second floor. At that moment, the purple-clad man's lackey noticed Suchen and immediately shouted at him, "Oh, isn't this the bumpkin from downstairs? What are you doing here?" Suchen replied indifferently, "If a dogleg like you can come, why can't I?" You. After being called a dogleg, his face instantly turned red. The purple-clad man, Zhou Qiang, also turned to look at Suchen, with both of them sitting not far apart. "Bumpkin, this is your first time at an auction, right? Can you afford anything here?" Suchen calmly said, "To be precise, this is my first time at a mall. As for whether I can afford it, you'll find out soon enough." He currently had 10,000 gold coins on him, which was already at the top level among players in Luoshui City. After all, a typical ordinary quest only rewarded a few dozen gold coins, and only more challenging tasks that required combat and killing monsters would offer more. Suchen had already slain 2 demon generals upon starting, earning their bounties, something even many guild leaders couldn't achieve. Hearing Suchen's words, Zhou Qiang was momentarily stunned. Then a mocking smile appeared on his face. "I see, so you're just a naive kid who just came from the novice village. No wonder you dared to talk to me like that." Zhou Chang's lackey, upon learning Suchen's identity, laughed recklessly. A piece of trash from the novice village really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth." He then introduced Zhou Chang's identity to Suchen. "This guy is the vice president of our Luoshui City's Yaojin Guild. If you offend him, no guild in Luoshui City will dare to take you in." "Is that so?" Suchen sneered, then suddenly remembered something and said softly, "Yaojin Guild? That name sounds a bit familiar." Zhou Chang's lackey immediately showed a proud expression. Our Yaojin Guild is famous in Luoshui City. Who doesn't know about it?" Zhou Qiang looked at Suchen with pride and said, "Kid, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I might still forgive your earlier rudeness." In his view, after revealing his identity, Suchen would surely be frightened. How could a rookie just out of the novice village dare to offend a vice president like him? "Oh, I remember now, I just met your guild leader. He wanted to befriend me, but I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention," Suchen said, stroking his chin in realization. "Put. Kid, you really know how to boast. Our guild leader wants to befriend you? How could the guild leader want to befriend a bumpkin just out of the novice village?" Zhou Qiang and his lackey immediately burst into unrestrained laughter. This drew the attention of several people around, but they all knew that Zhou Qian was a vice president and had some status in Luoshui City, so no one dared to say anything. Soon, some people turned their gaze back to Su Chen. Among them, a member of a guild suddenly felt that Su Chen's appearance and attire closely resembled that of the powerful figure who had defeated the Annihilator. Although he didn't go to the scene to watch, the chat channel in the guild was constantly discussing his appearance and features, because they had confirmed that Su Chen had indeed come from the novice village to the city. Nowadays, almost all the guilds in Luoshui City were looking for Su Chen, wanting him to join their guild. Upon discovering this, the guild members immediately sent this finding to the guild's chat channel, urging the guild to send someone to confirm. Zhou Qiang and the others laughed heartily, while Su Chen looked expressionlessly at the stage. Because the auction had already begun, and under the beam of light, a long knife appeared directly on the stage. This was still being operated by Tian Dao, and Su Chen had yet to see any staff from the mall. The information about the long knife on the stage was also displayed. This was a fine, first-tier weapon, with a starting bid of 500 gold coins. Su Chen immediately became interested, not because he was interested in the knife itself, but because the items at the auction were indeed much stronger than those weapons below. With that in mind, Su Chen felt he should be able to find good things here. Weapons and armor had always been the hottest items at the auction, with many people bidding. Soon, the knife was auctioned off for 1,000 gold coins. Next up was a piece of armor, but its effect was similar to what Su Chen was wearing. Su Chen did not bid, but Zhou Qiang became interested. However, he eventually gave up due to the high price. The next item up for auction was a space ring, with a capacity of 6 squares, starting at 1,000 gold coins. Space rings were even more popular in the city than these weapons. After all, they were rarer than weapons and armor. As soon as the space ring was announced, everyone began to bid. Zhou Qiang looked at Su Chen and said, "Kid, you probably haven't seen a space ring before, have you?" The lackey sneered. "Isn't that obvious, President Zhou? This bumpkin has definitely never seen one. He probably hasn't even heard of space rings before. Truly inexperienced." Before he could finish, he saw Su Chen extend his right hand, revealing a shining space ring, and judging by the patterns on it, this ring was even more impressive than the one being auctioned and of a higher grade than the one Zhou Qiang had. Zhou Qiang showed an expression of surprise. "Humph. Kid, you have pretty good luck. You actually managed to get one." The value of space rings is very high. Generally, only high-ranking members of the guild have the financial strength to purchase them. At the same time, it is also a symbol of status and identity. This bumpkin is lucky." The lackey echoed, clearly displeased, and he was very jealous. "Seeing how you defend your master, I wonder if he bought you a space ring?" Su Chen retorted. The lackey was immediately left speechless and glanced at Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang then said with a gloomy face, "Do you know what it means to have a jewel and suffer for it?" Then, in front of Su Chen, Zhou Qiang said to his lackey, "Wait a moment, I'll find a way to get that space ring on his hand onto yours." The lackey's face immediately lit up with excitement. A space ring was a valuable item, and if he had it, he would have face wherever he went in the future. Zhou Qiang also had his eyes on the equipment Su Chen was wearing, not only light armor but also a bracelet on his wrist. He then called a few people in the guild's chat channel, preparing to have them keep an eye on Su Chen. As soon as he left the city to do tasks elsewhere, they would find an opportunity to kill him and loot his belongings. After all, Su Chen was a newcomer who had just arrived in the city, and he definitely had no guild backing him. Killing him would raise no suspicions. This was very common in the city. The weak, without any background, would go unnoticed even if they died outside. Upon hearing his words, Su Chen smiled. It seemed this guy was preparing to gift him equipment and attributes. Still daring to smile? Let's see if you can still smile later, Zhou Qiang thought to himself. He had already decided to find an opportunity to kill Su Chen and rob him of his possessions. Soon, the next auction item appeared on stage accompanied by a beam of light. This crimson spirit fruit emitted a glow like burning flames. Crimson flame fruit. Consuming it can increase the intensity of fire energy within the body, enhancing the consumer's fire skills. The information about the crimson flame fruit was displayed by the Heavenly Dao. The starting bid for this fruit was 1,005 gold coins. Enhancing fire skills? What use is this to us? We don't have any talent. Yeah, this thing is only useful for those with fire talent, and it's priced so high. Besides, those who awaken talents are rare, let alone those with fire talent. Who would spend so much money on this? For a moment, no one in the audience placed a bid, not only because this item offered no enhancement for them, but also because the price of the crimson flame fruit was too high. However, Su Chen immediately became interested. This item was very useful for him. Although his talent wasn't fire skills, he possessed fire elemental abilities, specifically flame control. If he consumed this crimson flame fruit, his flame control would surely improve. He hadn't expected such a spirit fruit to exist. Seeing that no one was bidding, he was about to speak up when Zhou Qiang in front of him beat him to it. This crimson flame fruit is quite interesting. I'll bid 1,006, Zhou Qiang said, maintaining a neutral expression. but at that moment he was quite excited, not because he had fire talent but because he knew the president of the Sunflame Guild possessed fire talent. Moreover, the president's combat power largely came from his talent, making this crimson flame fruit extremely important to him. If he bought it and then sold it to him, even if he priced it at 10,000, he would probably buy it. President, we have no use for this item, and besides, it's not worth that price, the lackey advised from the side. He knew Zhou Chang's talent had nothing to do with fire, and their guild had no fire talent users. Spending so much money on a useless spirit fruit was simply a waste. Shut up. What do you know? 1006 for such a spirit fruit is a huge profit. Zhou Qiang thought about how he could sell it later, not only making a good profit but also gaining a favor from the Sunflame Guild. The Sunflame Guild was much stronger than theirs. It was one of the top guilds aside from the Luoshui Guild and the Longyan Guild. I bid 1008. A sudden voice shattered his dreams. Zhou Qiang was instantly furious and turned to see who was so blind as to dare snatch the item he had set his sights on. He turned his head and was shocked to find that the one bidding was Su Chen. His face was filled with disbelief. Damn, how come it's you? You brat? Do you have money? Just daring to make a random bid. Country bumpkin. With a price that high, can you afford it? His lackey chimed in. Su Chen shifted his gaze from the crimson flame fruit to the two of them, and uttered two words, foolish dog. Damn, you dare to insult me. Zhou Qiang immediately stood up in anger, raising his fist as if to hit Su Chen. The lackey, with good sense, stopped him. President Zhou, don't be impulsive. We're still in the city. Besides, why bother getting your hands dirty with this brat? Zhou Qiang calmed down, nodded, and said viciously, Brat, you'd better never leave the city in your life or it'll be the end for you. The others around also looked over, surprised that someone dared to insult a vice president of a guild to his face. One could only say that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but in the end he would definitely be the one to suffer. Not only would he be unable to leave the city, but his life in the city would also be difficult. Su Chen showed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly said, after the auction, I'll be waiting for you outside the city. Don't be afraid to come. Zhou Qiang was extremely excited upon hearing this and immediately said, Good, you said it. Whoever runs away is a grandson. In his view, as long as Su Chen left the city, it would be a dead end for him. The auction did not stop due to the conflict between the two, and in the end, with no one raising the bid, Su Chen bought the crimson flame fruit for 18 gold coins. Wow! A beam of light illuminated the room, and the crimson flame fruit appeared directly on the small table in front of Su Chen. At the same time, the system deducted 18 gold coins from Su Chen's balance, leaving him with 8,200 gold coins. Su Chen picked up the crimson flame fruit from the table. It was only the size of half a fist, but the fire energy contained within made Su Chen's heart race. Moreover, this fire energy was very special, different from any fire energy Su Chen had encountered before. Brat! Make sure to keep the crimson flame fruit safe, don't lose it. Zhou Qiang turned around and reminded him. He had already regarded this crimson flame fruit as his own. Once he killed Su Chen outside the city, it would be his. Su Chen looked at Zhou Qiang as if he were an idiot, then directly swallowed the crimson flame fruit in one bite. Buzz! After consuming it, a wave of energy swept through Su Chen's entire body. He felt his elemental skill, flame control, continuously rising, its power far surpassing frost freeze. It was even stronger than Zhou Yi's thunder strike at the same level. This became a new killing move for Su Chen. No wonder the starting bid was 1500. The effect is so good. This was a significant boost to Su Chen's flame control, and even at a price of 5,000, it would be worth it. For those with fire abilities, the attraction was even greater. You actually dare to eat my crimson flame fruit? Zhou Qiang pointed at Su Chen, his finger trembling, clearly furious. The red flame fruit was eaten by Su Chen, and Zhou Chang's dream of getting rich was shattered. If he had known earlier, he would have sold everything to buy that spirit fruit and then resell it at a high price to the president of the Sun Flame Guild. But now it was too late to say anything. He was already furious at Su Chen. If it weren't for being in the city, he would have already taken action. Kid, you're quite something, daring to court death like this. I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. The series of events had pushed Zhou Chang's patience to the limit. He resolved in his heart that no matter what it took, he would kill this kid. Su Chen, on the other hand, completely ignored him. Just a bug, he thought. Once outside the city, he could crush him with a single step. He continued to watch to see if any good items would be auctioned next. However, the next few items were all weapons and armor, which Su Chen found uninteresting. It seemed that truly good items had to be obtained through luck or other means. It wasn't realistic to expect to buy them directly. Nevertheless, those weapons and armor were quickly snatched up by others. After all, they weren't like Su Chen, who could kill so many monsters, and they didn't have super transformation, so they naturally needed these weapons. After the auction ended, Zhou Qiang and his two lackeys stared intently at Su Chen, afraid he might slip away. Su Chen sneered and said, Let's go. Don't you want the items on me? I'll give you a chance. With that, he walked outside. Zhou Qiang immediately followed, telling his lackey, "Come on, let's keep up with him." The lackey hesitated and said, "President Zhou, but our people haven't arrived yet. Should we wait?" Before he could finish, Zhou Qiang angrily scolded, "Idiot! He's just a rookie who just came from the novice village. Do we need to wait for them? I can handle him alone, you just watch from the side." Saying this, Zhou Qiang quickened his pace, fearing Su Chen might escape. The lackey didn't think much more and followed along. Although his own strength wasn't impressive, it was still better than a newcomer from the novice village. Besides, Zhou Qiang was considered a strong player in the city, and with his talent, the two of them should be more than enough to deal with Su Chen. After leaving the mall, Su Chen headed towards the city gates, allowing the two to follow him. There were 4 city gates in Luoshui City, located in the east, west, south, and north. Su Chen walked towards the nearest gate but noticed that many people were staring at him. They found Su Chen somewhat familiar, as news of his battle against the Gaimia outside the city was spreading. Even though these people hadn't seen Su Chen, they felt he looked very familiar based on descriptions. This was bad. If he was recognized, wouldn't these two be scared off? Then they would lose all the items and attributes on them. Thinking this, Su Chen immediately quickened his pace and ran towards the city gate. Zhou Qiang, seeing Su Chen suddenly speed up, immediately chased after him, shouting, "Kid, I knew you would run, but I've already memorized your face. Let's see how far you can run." Zhou Qiang wasn't slow, but he was still far behind Su Chen. Su Chen could easily shake him off, but he was worried about Zhou Qiang not keeping up, so he deliberately slowed down to keep the distance manageable. However, Zhou Chang's lackey wasn't as fast and was left behind, desperately chasing after them. He was still thinking about the space ring on Su Chen's hand, which Zhou Qiang had promised to give him. Soon, Su Chen led them outside the city and into a forest. They had already left the city limits, where players could freely engage in combat. Su Chen, who was running ahead, suddenly stopped. Behind him, Zhou Qiang was panting heavily. Seeing Su Chen stop, he immediately sneered, "Humph. Kid, you were running pretty fast, huh? Can't run anymore now, can you?" Then, he casually continued, "Hand over everything on you, and I'll give you a quick end." Su Chen turned around and looked at him, saying, "It seems this isn't your first time doing this." Zhou Qiang chuckled and replied, "You figured that out, huh? I can also tell you that those who didn't obediently listen before all ended up in a terrible state. So, you should know what to do." Su Chen sighed, "I was still considering whether to spare your life, but it seems now that you must die. Still putting on a brave front when death is imminent. Looks like you've chosen to be tortured to death by me." A hint of cruelty flashed across Zhou Qiang's face. He pulled out 2 short blades from his spatial ring, gripping them in reverse. "I'll let you taste the feeling of your bones being broken." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qiang charged forward with the short blades in hand. Su Chen stood still, a cold smile on his face. He didn't even need a sword to deal with such trash. Zhou Chang's smile grew wider. In his eyes, Su Chen was already a dead man, and how he would die was entirely up to him. At this moment, Su Chen was already within his talent range. Swish! Zhou Chang's body suddenly flew forward a long distance. Originally, he was still over 10 meters away from Su Chen, but this flight brought him right in front of Su Chen. Slash! The dual blades in his hands fell simultaneously, aimed at Su Chen's arms. Zhou Qiang didn't want to kill Su Chen right away. He wanted to first make Su Chen lose his ability to resist. Crack! Suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling cold in his hands, and the raised blades were unable to fall. At that moment, terror filled his face. Seeing his terrified expression, Su Chen swung his right fist. Bang! This punch landed directly on his chest, caving in his entire ribcage, and his body flew backward. He flew 7 or 8 meters before hitting the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from Zhou Chang's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered by that punch. You just came from the novice village. How can you be this strong? Who exactly are you?" Zhou Chang's eyes widened as he looked at Su Chen, who was walking towards him. Su Chen didn't answer. He walked right up to him. Zhou Qiang, terrified, still managed to say, "I am the vice president of the Yaojin Guild. You can't kill me, or our Yaojin Guild won't let you off." At that moment, footsteps were heard not far away. His lackeys had finally caught up. But upon seeing the scene before them, they were instantly stunned. Zhou Qiang lay on the ground, severely injured, while Su Chen stood there unscathed, looking over at them. The lackey realized something was wrong and immediately ran back. Crack! A sound of ice crystals freezing echoed, and he felt as if his feet were weighed down by 10,000 pounds, unable to lift them at all. Looking down, he discovered that his feet were frozen to the ground. Whoosh! A burst of flames shot out from Su Chen's hand, directly rushing towards him. The immobile lackey turned his head to see a ball of fire enveloping him. At that moment, his face was filled with despair, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Boom! The flames instantly ignited him, and within just a few seconds, he was reduced to ashes. Zhou Qiang, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. It was at this moment that he understood why Su Chen had bought the crimson flame fruit earlier. Moreover, how could he have so many powerful methods? After effortlessly killing the lackey, Su Chen turned to Zhou Qiang, a faint smile appearing on his face. It's your turn. Zhou Chang's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of fear rising from the depths of his heart. He was genuinely afraid, trembling as he said, "Big shot, spare me, I can be your servant. I don't need a servant like you." As he spoke, a ball of fire surged from Su Chen's hand, enveloping Zhou Chang's body. Ah! In an instant, a piercing scream echoed, but it gradually weakened. Su Chen didn't fully unleash the flames on him, not only because he didn't want him to die so easily, but also because he was afraid of burning away the treasures on him. Yet even so, Zhou Qian couldn't hold on for long before he met his end. This enhanced control over fire is indeed much more powerful, Su Chen sighed. Then, he used Endless Devour on Zhou Qian, who had just used his talent. This talent was somewhat similar to his teleportation, but much weaker. Devour. Successful. Congratulations, player has obtained E-rank talent, Rapid Displacement Reminder. This talent is a speed-type talent. Would you like to combine it with teleportation? Su Chen immediately chose to combine them. This talent wasn't as powerful as teleportation, so it was better to enhance teleportation after merging. Fusion successful. E-rank talent teleportation can be used twice in succession and upgraded to D-rank talent. Can it be used consecutively? Su Chen immediately tested teleportation. Whoosh! His figure appeared on a tree, and then he used teleportation again. Whoosh! He returned to his original spot. Not bad. With these two uses of teleportation, I can launch 2 surprise attacks in succession. He then turned his gaze to the spatial ring on Zhou Chang's body. Since the player had a spatial ring, he would definitely have stored all his belongings inside. Su Chen held the spatial ring in his hand and sent his mental energy inside. Most of it contained healing pills and stamina recovery pills, which should be essential items for players. Su Chen had wanted to buy some at the market, but now it seemed unnecessary. The rest included a token from the Radiant Gold Guild, 2 ordinary weapons, and a basic teleportation scroll. This guy is really poor. Su Chen shook his head, feeling quite disappointed. How could he be the vice president with such meager possessions? However, this was normal in the city, as most people would spend their money to enhance their strength rather than keep a lot of resources on them. It's a pity I can't inherit the gold coins under his name. Su Chen stored his weapons in the spatial ring and also put on his spatial ring. Then, he walked towards Zhou Chang's lackey. Devour successful. Attack power plus 20, speed plus 12. This lackey was even poorer, not even having a spatial ring, so he definitely wouldn't have anything good. Moreover, Su Chen had already burned him to ashes. Su Chen opened the map to see what other good places he hadn't visited in the city. Soon after, he saw the mission hall, the place to accept tasks. Su Chen immediately planned to go over and take a look. Doing some tasks should help him improve his strength faster, right? The city was as bustling as ever, with many people discussing the recent event where a big shot named Su Chen had slain the demon general. The protagonist of this event didn't take it to heart at all. He had already arrived at the mission hall, and upon entering, a huge mission board hung on the wall in front of him. It was filled with a dazzling array of tasks, but most of these were trivial tasks released by the guild. They could be completed within the city and required little strength, with pitiful rewards. Su Chen didn't even look at these tasks, he focused on the ones at the top. The tasks here were sorted from high to low difficulty, with the hardest ones at the top, which were also the tasks released by the Heavenly Tao. In the northern part of Luoshui City, Shizhai village is being oppressed by bandits. Go to Shizhai and help them defeat the bandits. Task reward 2,000 gold coins. Is it really that simple? The task reward is decent too. Su Chen immediately chose this task, and in the next moment, a task token appeared in his hand. Holding this token, he could use the teleportation array to be sent directly to the task location for free. He walked towards the teleportation array with the task token. At that moment, 3 people approached from the front, 1 man and 2 women, all of whom looked remarkable. Did you also take this task? Oh, the tall girl asked. Yeah. Are you guys too? Su Chen felt a bit strange. Did they have to execute the task together? The man smiled and said, that's right, this task is a team task that requires 4 people to complete, but the difficulty is still not low, so you should think carefully. Is this task really that hard? Su Chen was unaware. The task description didn't mention how strong these bandits were. The 3 exchanged glances and realized Su Chen was a newcomer. The shorter girl said, then I advise you not to take this task, just give it up. The man patiently explained, there has always been a group of bandits in the northern part of Luoshui City, and these bandits are quite strong, with some reaching level 6. Their levels are based on the standards of demon beasts and demons. A level 6 bandit can kill a level 6 demon beast. Generally, a level 10 human without any talents or skills is not a match for a level 6 bandit. Su Chen nodded, I understand now, these bandits aren't players, they're equivalent to demon beasts in this world. If that's the case, killing them would definitely yield experience. Seeing that Su Chen understood The man said, then you should just withdraw from the task, it won't cause you any loss. But Su Chen replied, why withdraw? Let's hurry and complete the task, if we go late, Shizai will suffer. Saying this, he walked towards the teleportation array. The shorter girl pouted and said, hey, did you even understand? Those are level 6 bandits, and the bandit leader might even be level 7. The other two looked dumbfounded. Su Chen seemed like a complete novice, yet he showed no signs of retreating upon hearing about the level 6 bandits and instead stepped onto the teleportation array. Whoosh! The teleportation array activated, sending Su Chen directly to Shizai. The remaining three had no choice. They had originally hoped to wait for a strong teammate to join them in dealing with the bandits at Shizai. After all, this was a team mission and they could work together. But now there was no way out, having ended up with such a reckless fool. The three walked towards the teleportation array and were transported to Shizai together. Whoosh! Su Chen's body landed first and he was directly teleported to the center of the village in Shizai. This village seemed even smaller than the novice village Su Chen had been in, and the houses were quite dilapidated. The streets were completely deserted. Only from the direction of the village entrance came the sounds of villagers crying and shouting. Su Chen immediately rushed towards the entrance. At the entrance, all the able-bodied men of Shizai had gathered, wielding farming tools, like hoes and shovels as weapons. Opposite them stood a group of menacing bandits holding bloody knives and swords. On the ground lay several corpses of villagers, the blood staining the earth red. The women and children in the village were weeping as they clutched the bodies. Old man, if you don't hand over the people, do you really want me to wash your village in blood? A bandit leader on horseback looked down at the crowd and said. The old man at the front of the crowd forced a smile and said, Master Ma-san, we will give you all the grain from the village, just spare Chinger. Village chief, that's our entire year's harvest, someone in the back said reluctantly. This was already the most valuable thing in their village. Damn it! What I want is women. You think you can fool me with some grain? Slap! Master Ma-san slapped the village chief to the ground. The village chief's face immediately swelled up, clear fingerprints appearing, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The villagers quickly helped him up, and the able-bodied men behind him gritted their teeth in anger. Among the crowd, a burly man with a dark face waved his hoe and said, Village chief, these bandits are too much, let's fight them. Master Ma-san on horseback glanced at the man who had just spoken, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He directly took the whip from his waist and swung it at the burly man. Crack! The whip struck his face, instantly splitting the skin and leaving a thick blood mark. Ah! The burly man cried out in pain, covering his face. Zhuang! The able-bodied men in the village raised their weapons and moved forward. Damn it! Are you trying to rebel? Are you all tired of living? Master Ma-san roared. And the bandits behind him looked at the villagers with cold smiles, holding their knives and swords. Don't be impulsive. Everyone, calm down. The village chief immediately tried to soothe the villagers. He knew very well what would happen if both sides started fighting. Although they had more people, the speed and strength of the bandits far exceeded theirs. If a fight broke out, they would be the ones slaughtered. Master Ma-san looked at the villagers of Shizai with a cold smile. He enjoyed seeing these people angry but unable to do anything about it. With an arrogant expression, he threatened, I'll give you 15 minutes to hand over Lin Xinger and the grain you just mentioned, or I'll take matters into my own hands. This time, he wanted not only people but also the grain from Shizai. The village was furious. He had been patient, but these bandits had become increasingly rampant. You act this way, and the heroes in the city won't spare you. He brought out the players from Luoshui City. They had also come to this area to do tasks, leaving a sense of justice in the villagers' hearts. Hearing this, Master Ma-san immediately laughed. Ha, you still expect them? Let me tell you, our boss is brothers with the strong ones in the city. Even if they send someone, it will be to help us. What? The villagers' faces changed. If that were true, they really had no other way out in Shizai. The village chief glared angrily, pointing at Ma-san and saying furiously, Humph. No matter what, I will never hand Xinger over to a beast like you. Damn. Old fool, you're asking for death. Ma-san immediately raised the whip in his hand, ready to strike down. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air like a streak of light, precisely hitting Ma-san's palm and piercing through it. Ah! Ma-san let out a scream, dropping the whip from his hand. Who is shooting from the shadows? The bandits nearby looked around, trying to locate the hidden archer. Whoosh! Another arrow flew in, directly hitting the forehead of a bandit next to Ma-san. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew faster and faster, each one hitting the vital points of the bandits. In the blink of an eye, 4 bandits had fallen, and they finally discerned the direction from which the arrows were being shot, from behind the crowd. Kill level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. With the experience gained from killing the level 3 bandits, Su Chen's level also increased. Congratulations! Player level has risen to level 13, attack plus 100, speed plus 70, defense plus 30. Endless Devour has been enhanced, automatically devouring the attributes of defeated enemies. As Su Chen moved forward, he pulled back the bowstring in his hand. All the bandits on horseback, except for Ma San, had fallen. With Su Chen's kills, Endless Devour directly consumed the attributes of the bandits he had slain. Devour successful. Attack plus 4, speed plus 2, Devour successful. Attack plus 4, speed plus 2, Devour successful. Attack plus 4, speed plus 2. At this moment, the villagers also noticed Su Chen behind them, and they immediately made way for him. Well, you Stone Village actually dared to collude with people from the city to deal with us. You have some guts, just wait to be slaughtered. Ma San covered his hand and spat out harsh words, then he squeezed his legs and tried to escape on his horse. Whoosh! In an instant, Su Chen reached Ma San's side and kicked him off the horse. Bang! Ma San fell to the ground, losing 2 front teeth and bleeding profusely. Su Chen stood on the horse's back. Dare to touch Third Master. Brothers, kill him. A dozen bandits brandished their swords and charged at Su Chen. Su Chen raised his right hand and pressed forward. Whoosh! Flames erupted from his palm, instantly turning the area ahead into a sea of fire, engulfing all the bandits. Ah! The screams rose and fell, but soon they were reduced to ashes. Kill level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. Kill level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. A series of kill notifications flooded Su Chen's panel again. Behind him, the villagers from Stone Village stared blankly at the scene. Their shock was beyond words. In their eyes, the vicious bandits had all been killed in an instant by Su Chen. At this moment, Ma San, who was lying on the ground, was equally shocked. The strong figures he had seen in the city were nothing compared to this. Bang! Su Chen appeared in front of him, stepping on his face, forcing it against the ground. Yet he did not dare to show any anger, no longer the arrogant figure he once was. Master, let's talk it over. Please don't kill me. Ma San pleaded on the ground. Su Chen placed one foot on his head and leaned down to ask, you just said that there are strong figures in the city who are brothers with your boss? This was the reason Su Chen spared his life. Someone in Luoshui City was actually colluding with bandits. Ma San immediately replied, yes, that's right. Maybe that strong figure you know too. We are all family. The flood washed away. Su Chen interrupted sharply, who is it? I don't know who he is. Not saying, huh? Without another word, Su Chen took out the Qingguang sword and swung it down. Put. One of Ma San's arms was cleanly severed. Ah! The villagers behind watched, feeling an immense sense of relief. This Ma San had killed many of their villagers, but due to the strong bandit forces and Ma San's own considerable strength, they had to endure. Now, seeing Ma San treated this way, they felt utterly satisfied. After a series of piercing screams, Ma San, drenched in sweat, weakly said, I really don't know. I don't know him at all. Then it seems you are of no use, Su Chen said coldly. Ma San hurriedly replied, no, our boss must know. I can take you to see our boss. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked up at the villagers and asked, do you know where their bandit den is? Many people were taken aback by Su Chen's sudden inquiry. The village chief immediately stepped forward and said, yes. Su Chen nodded and swung his sword down without hesitation. Put. Ma San's eyes widened instantly, blood gushing from the severed neck. Kill level 6. Bandit Ma San. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 18, speed plus 10. After killing Ma San, the villagers let out a long sigh of relief, but some showed worried expressions. At this moment, Su Chen looked up at them. The village chief immediately took the lead and said, thank you, young hero, for saving us. As he spoke, he prepared to kneel before Su Chen, and the villagers behind him immediately followed suit. It was just a small effort. Su Chen quickly stepped forward to help the village chief up before he could kneel. Oh, you are truly our great benefactor in Shizhai. If it weren't for you today, our Shizhai would have been in trouble, the village chief said gratefully. At this time, the three from Luoshui City finally arrived. Seeing the villagers thanking Su Chen, they were momentarily stunned. What about the bandits? One of the men couldn't help but ask. They were all killed by this hero. Yes, he saved our village, the villagers chimed in. The three looked behind Su Chen and only saw a bandit's corpse and a patch of charred ashes. What happened? They had only been a little late and all the bandits were killed? Successfully repelled the bandit invasion. Mission completed. Each person rewarded with 500 gold coins. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in their ears, indicating that their mission was indeed complete. This was entirely accomplished by Su Chen alone, and he had killed all the bandits in such a short time. The three found it hard to imagine how Su Chen did it, only able to deduce from the ashes on the ground that he must have awakened a powerful fire attribute talent. However, upon learning of Su Chen's formidable strength, their attitudes changed. The man walked towards Su Chen with a smile on his face. I really didn't expect your strength to be this strong, defeating these bandits all by yourself. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Xiao Yang. He then introduced Su Chen to the other two, a tall girl named Lu Shuang and a shorter one named Chen Xiaonan, all from the same guild. Su Chen stated his name. However, the three of them had been in the mission hall earlier, so they hadn't heard about Su Chen's feat of killing the Annihilator outside the city. Xiao Yang nodded and smiled, asking, with such strong abilities, why haven't I heard of you in the city before? Such strength was at least that of a top guild's expert or the leader of an ordinary guild. Before Su Chen could respond, a clear and melodious voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Grandpa, have those bandits left? A beautiful girl, graceful and dignified, walked towards the village chief from the crowd. Her appearance was nothing like that of the villagers, her skin was fair and smooth, and her demeanor was gentle, as if she were a young lady from a wealthy family in the city. The village chief, seeing her, panicked and said, "Why are you out here? Didn't I tell you to stay hidden? I heard it was quiet outside, so..." "Grandpa, what happened to your face?" She noticed the handprint on the village chief's face. "Oh, my face is fine." Saying this, the village chief directly pulled her in front of Su Chen. "Hurry! This young hero is our benefactor from Shizhai village. He saved our village, so you should thank him." Lin Qinger blinked her bright eyes, looked at Su Chen, then bowed and said, "Thank you, young hero." Gained Lin Qinger's favorability. Plus 20 reminder, when the target's favorability reaches a certain level, additional rewards will be granted. Current favorability, 20/100. Su Chen's brow twitched. What was this? Favorability? Did it mean he had to cultivate feelings with her? Su Chen internally complained he had no time for such things. Besides, with his looks, it was usually the girls chasing after him, not the other way around. However, he did admit she was quite beautiful. At this moment, after Lin Qinger stood up, she continued to stare at Su Chen. "Alright, we've completed our tasks, let's go," Xiao Yang said, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing they were leaving, the villagers immediately showed panic on their faces. Someone in the crowd said, "Those bandits will definitely come back. If you leave, we'll be in trouble." Yes, with Ma San and the others dead here, those bandits won't let us off. In an instant, the villagers were anxious. If Su Chen and the others left, their fate was easy to imagine. The village chief looked at Su Chen with a pleading expression, hoping he would stay and help them fight against the bandits. Xiao Yang's face flashed with a strange expression. "Don't worry, I will completely eradicate this group of bandits," Su Chen said. He could easily deal with those bandits. Now, ordinary bandits were merely a way for him to gain experience, while the bandit leaders could provide him with more attributes. Moreover, he wouldn't allow these bandits to retaliate against the villagers at will. Hearing this, the village chief's wrinkled face broke into a smile, and the villagers behind him also felt relieved. At this moment, Xiao Yang couldn't help but lean closer to Su Chen and whispered, "Brother Su, our mission is already complete. Continuing is just a waste of time." Waste of time? Su Chen didn't think much of it. The experience and attributes he gained from these bandits were already worth much more than the mission's reward. Besides, the bandits in their lair are much stronger than these people, and the bandit leader is very powerful. "Brother Su, there's no need for you to take risks." Lin Qinger, standing not far away, heard Xiao Yang's words clearly and looked at Su Chen with a worried expression. If Su Chen chose to leave now, their village would surely face severe retaliation from the bandits, and they had no means to resist. Su Chen glanced at him and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm definitely going to that bandit lair." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinger's face lit up with a smile, and the heavy stone in her heart was lifted. Gained Lin Qinger. Favorability plus 10. Wow. This works too? Su Chen was suddenly a bit surprised. However, Xiao Yang still didn't give up on persuading him and continued, "Brother Su, the situation in the bandit lair is unclear. If you just go there, it could easily lead to unexpected incidents." Su Chen turned to look at him again. This Xiao Yang was acting very strangely. They weren't familiar with each other, so why was he repeatedly trying to stop him from exterminating the bandits? Yes, that bandit leader is very strong. Several powerful people from the city have died at his hands before. Lu Shuang also spoke up. But at that moment, Chen Xiaonan murmured, "But what? If we ignore these bandits, what will happen to Shizhai village?" And Chen Xiaonan's voice grew smaller until she finally shut her mouth because Xiao Yang was looking at her, his gaze becoming sharper. Su Chen sensed something was off and stopped wasting words with them, turning to the village chief. "Chief, you just said you know where the bandits' lair is. Can you find someone to lead me there?" The village chief nodded excitedly and shouted behind him, "Erlang Zi." A young man with a simple face and a silly grin walked out from the crowd. The village chief immediately introduced, "This is our village's Erlang Zi. Don't be fooled by his silliness. No one knows the roads better than him." Su Chen nodded skeptically. Looking at Erlang Zi, it was hard for him to believe the village chief's words. Good benefactor." Erlang Zi scratched his head, still wearing a silly smile. "Do you know where the bandits' lair is?" Su Chen asked. I know, it's right, Erlang Zi stammered for a long time but couldn't name a place, instead wearing a silly grin, seemingly lost in thought. The The village chief looked embarrassed. Why did Erling Z have to act up at this moment? Seeing the scene, Suchen couldn't help but doubt whether this guy would lead him into a trap. Lin Qinger took the initiative to speak. Grandpa, let me lead the way. I happen to know where the bandits' lair is. Upon hearing this, the village chief became troubled. The bandits had come to their door precisely because Lin Qinger had accidentally run to the entrance of their lair and was spotted by them. Seeing such a beautiful young girl, the bandits had ill intentions. Fortunately, she had managed to escape back through the forest, temporarily avoiding disaster, but the bandits still came to Shizhai to demand people. If Lin Qinger were to lead the way, the village chief was still somewhat uneasy. However, there were no other hands available. Most of them only knew the general direction of the bandits' lair but had never been there. Seeing that the village chief couldn't find anyone else, Suchen noticed his worry and said, "Chief, don't worry, I'll bring the person back to you safely." The village chief recalled the strength Suchen had just displayed and knew he had the capability, so he agreed. Just as the two were about to set off, Xiaoyang approached them again, but this time there was no smile on his face. "This matter is not as simple as you think. I advise you to back off now, or the consequences will be beyond what you can bear." When Xiaoyang said this, his face was grim, not at all like a reminder, but more like a warning. Hearing this, Suchen smiled. "So, you know exactly what this is all about. You wouldn't happen to be the brother that Ma San mentioned, would you?" He had been somewhat puzzled before. Although these bandits were not weak, it was hard to believe that no one in Luoshui City could handle them. It seemed they had backing in the city. At this moment, Lin Qinger also looked at Xiao Yang with hostility. Xiao Yang met Su Chen's smiling eyes and felt a chill rise in his heart. He sensed a faint killing intent from the depths of Su Chen's gaze and immediately said, "Don't slander me. I just know a bit more and was kindly reminding you." After giving him a glance, Su Chen turned and said, "Well then, thank you for your reminder." With that, he followed Lin Qinger and left. Truly stubborn," Xiao Yang scoffed as he opened the chat channel and sent a message to someone. On the way, Su Chen learned from Lin Qinger that this group of bandits had been around for a long time. They engaged in robbery in the area and collected protection fees from several nearby villages every month. This left the villages in a state of poverty. It was strange, since these bandits had been here all along. Hadn't the Heavenly Tao issued any missions to eliminate them? Or was someone in the city pulling strings? However, Su Chen didn't believe they had the ability to erase missions. As long as the mission existed, someone would definitely take it to eradicate the bandits here. In a vast Luoshui city, there were plenty of people capable of dealing with these bandits, and they couldn't all be in cahoots with them. After all, this area belonged to Luoshui City, where even the demon beasts had been slaughtered. Yet this group of bandits continued to exist, which was indeed a bit strange. While Su Chen was pondering, Lin Qinger suddenly asked from ahead, "Brother Su Chen, I heard from others in the city that you came from another world. Is that true?" "That's right, we were forcibly sent here by something called the Heavenly Tao." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, he had doubted whether this was a world created by the Heavenly Tao, whether these demon beasts and humans were real. But as he learned more about this world, Su Chen believed it was an independent world. It wasn't created by anyone, and the people here were not NPCs, but living, breathing individuals. They simply had a system created by the Heavenly Tao that set them apart from these people. In the midst of their conversation, the two quickly arrived at the bandits' hideout. The distance to Shizhai is not far, but usually, the villagers dare not come close. After their earlier conversation, Lin Qinger's favorability towards Su Chen increased by another 10 points. Current favorability, 20 out of 100, this made Su Chen sigh inwardly. This favorability is too easy to increase. He just wondered what expression Lin Qinger would have if she knew such a thing existed. Putting these thoughts aside, Su Chen said to Lin Qinger, "You hide here well. By the time I come out, this group of bandits will no longer exist." Lin Qinger nodded and hid in a nearby thicket. Su Chen walked alone towards the bandits' stronghold. The stronghold was built quite well, with walls and a gate made of sturdy trees standing 7 to 8 meters tall. However, the bandits' vigilance was very weak. At that moment, the two bandits guarding the gate were drinking and boxing at the entrance. After all, no one had ever dared to directly storm their stronghold, so their guarding was merely for show. It wasn't until Su Chen walked up to them that they noticed. Where did this kid pop up from? The bandit's face turned red as he squinted at Su Chen. Without saying a word, Su Chen took out the Qingguang sword from his spatial ring. Swish! 2 flashes of cold light passed, and the two bandits clutched their necks and fell to the ground. Killed level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. Killed level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. After that, Su Chen walked towards the open gate with his sword. Inside, the bandits were either drinking or eating meat, living quite happily, and no one noticed Su Chen. At that moment, a drunken bandit staggered over, about to bump into Su Chen. Swish! Another flash of cold light passed, and one of his arms flew off. The intense pain instantly sobered him up. Ah! The bandit fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream, which finally caught the attention of the other bandits drinking around. Damn! Someone storming our den, someone exclaimed. They immediately picked up the weapons scattered on the ground and surrounded Su Chen. Su Chen deliberately let them notice him, then charged at them to send them to their deaths, otherwise it would be too troublesome to kill them one by one. Who are you? How dare you act wild here? Do you know where this is? A fierce-looking bandit with a hatchet shouted loudly. I'm here to kill you all. Go call all the bandits here so I can deal with you all at once. Hearing Su Chen's words, the bandits all showed anger. So arrogant. Kid, today I'll let you know how to write the word death. Saying this, the bandit raised his hatchet and charged at Su Chen. Swish! The sword light flashed and the bandit's hatchet broke into two while his head rolled off his neck. Killed level 4 bandit. Experience plus 500. Damn. How dare you commit murder here, brothers? Kill him. All together. Chop him into meat paste. The other bandits around were instantly alarmed and they swung their weapons at Su Chen. Su Chen's right hand was wrapped in flames and pressed down. Boom! The flames spread out from him as the center. Whoosh! The bandits who charged in were instantly ignited, letting out shrill screams. The bandits engulfed in flames turned to ashes in an instant while the flames continued to surge towards the surrounding bandits. In an instant, the surrounding area was ablaze, illuminating the ground. The power of the flame control was already great, stronger than the freezing of frost, and Su Chen had also consumed the Chi-In fruit, which further enhanced the power of his flames. Dealing with these small bandits was effortless. Killed level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. Killed level 3 bandit. Experience plus 200. Kill third level bandit. Experience plus 200. What's going on? Is there a fire? The other bandits in the camp rushed out of the houses, only to see a huge flame spreading in all directions, with plenty of ashes left on the ground. The bandits who had just surrounded them had all turned to ashes on the ground. Whoosh! The flames began to shrink, finally hovering around Su Chen as he stepped forward. The bandits who had just come out of the house still didn't understand what was happening. A fireball was manipulated by Su Chen and smashed towards a nearby bandit. Boom! The fireball passed through the bandit's body, leaving a large hole burned by flames in his chest. Bang! His body fell to the ground and the fireball smashed into the house, igniting it. Whoosh! 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 Then more fireballs were hurled at the other bandits around. None of the bandits hit by the fireballs escaped unscathed. In the distance, the bandits finally reacted, picking up their bows and arrows to shoot at Su Chen. Whoosh! Whoosh! A wall of fire appeared in front of Su Chen, blocking all the arrows. Su Chen continued to move forward, leaving a sea of fire in his wake. In the large stronghold ahead, a group of bandit leaders were still drinking and having fun. The big boss, Su Hong, tall and strong, pointed at the table full of food and drink, saying, "This wine is good, and the dishes are good, but it still feels like something is missing." The second in command, Chen Fan, looked like a weak scholar, but anyone who knew him understood that he was extremely cunning and ruthless, with methods that were even more brutal than the big boss. The bloodshed he caused was probably greater than that of the big boss. Big brother is saying he's missing beautiful women, right? Chen Fan said with a smile, holding up his wine cup. This hit the nail on the head. For Su Hong, who pointed at Chen Fan and laughed, "Ah, it's still you, the second one, who understands me. Big brother, don't worry, Ma-san has already taken people to catch that little girl. I believe you will definitely be satisfied." Previously, Lin Qinger had been encountered by him and Ma-san, and they had witnessed her beauty. Hearing you all say this, I'm really looking forward to it, Su Hong said with a smile on his face. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise came from outside, and they also saw flames shooting up into the sky. What's going on? How could there be a fire out of nowhere? Su Hong put down his wine cup, confusion written all over his face. One of the bandit leaders immediately stood up and said, "I'll go take a look." As soon as he stepped outside, he immediately rolled back in. And no, it's bad outside. The bandit stammered, unable to get the words out. What's going on outside? Chen Fan asked with a frown. Su Hong shouted, "What are you panicking for? Speak slowly." After being yelled at by Su Hong, he quickly reacted and said, "There's someone setting fire outside." Su Hong had been extremely nervous, but upon hearing this, he immediately scoffed. Setting fire? What kind of fool dares to set fire on my territory? Just kill him. The bandit leader knew he couldn't explain clearly, so he could only say, "All my brothers have been burned to death by him. You should come out and take a look." Su Hong snorted coldly, pushed him aside, and walked outside, with Chen Fan closely following. Once outside, both men saw that their camp had either turned to ruins or was engulfed in flames. At this moment, more than half of the camp had been destroyed, yet he had been completely unaware before. The most terrifying sight was Su Chen, whose figure was constantly controlling the flames flying around like a true god. If they hadn't witnessed the talents of those strong individuals in Luoshui City, they might have mistaken Su Chen for a deity. What kind of flame is this? It's too terrifying, Chen Fan said, his face pale with fear. The houses caught in the flames turned to ashes in just a few breaths. Su Hong's face was dark and uncertain. This Su Chen had actually destroyed his camp and nearly killed all his men. Truly outrageous. If anyone else dared to do this, he would have long since gone up and struck them down. However, seeing Su Chen continuously releasing such terrifying flames, Su Hong held back his anger. He immediately shouted at Su Chen, "Stop!" Su Chen completely ignored him and set the remaining bandits ablaze. Su Hong was instantly furious. Originally, there were about 100 bandits here, and now only a few leaders remained by his side. Who exactly are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you causing trouble in my stronghold? Su Hong questioned. Su Chen walked towards them, casually saying, "I am merely a person who upholds justice. Hearing that bandits are rampant here, I came specifically to eradicate you." Su Chen's tone was flat, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Su Hong's expression darkened completely. He continued, "I know you come from Luoshui City. Let me tell you the truth. I know the big shots in your city. If they find out you are causing trouble here, you will definitely regret it." Su Chen's expression slightly changed. As he had suspected, there were indeed people behind these bandits. Seeing this, Su Hong thought his words had taken effect, and immediately added, "If you leave now, I can let you go without holding you accountable." He could tell Su Chen was very strong. He couldn't block this flame, so he planned to keep Su Chen calm for the time being. Later, he would report the situation here to that big shot and let him deal with this kid. "You know a big shot in the city? Who is it?" Su Chen asked, feigning caution. Su Hong immediately replied, "It's Zhang Ziang, the president of the Ziang Guild." The Ziang Guild. It was indeed them. Xiao Yang was from the Ziang Guild. He must know something, which is why he warned him. The Ziang Guild's status in Luoshui City far surpassed that of the Yaoyin Guild and Fengyan Guild. The Ziang Guild was a first-rate guild, its strength and status only below the Luoshui Guild and the Longyan Guild. After hearing this answer, Su Chen continued to walk forward and asked, "How do you know Zhang Ziang?" Su Hong frowned, feeling that this guy was asking too many questions. Didn't he just need to know who his backing was? But due to Su Chen's strength, he still answered honestly, "He came to find us, saying that if we provided resources and gold to their guild regularly, he would protect us." At first, when he saw Zhang Ziang, he didn't take him seriously at all. But when the other party made a move, he immediately subdued all these bandits, and afterward he had to obey him. Zhang Ziang. Su Chen remembered this name. Since he was colluding with bandits and allowing them to kill many people, Su Chen would settle the score with him. Su Hong saw that Su Chen seemed to have some reservations about Zhang Ziang, so he immediately spoke up, "Brother, you came up here without saying a word and turned our stronghold into this, killing so many of my brothers. We need to settle this account properly." Chen Fan also chimed in, "That's right. Even if we don't seek you out for revenge, Zhang Ziang will come after you." He no longer felt the fear he had before. After all, their backing was still effective. Su Chen smiled, "All right, then let's settle this account." As he spoke, flames reappeared in the palm of his right hand. What are you going to do?" Seeing this scene, Su Hong and the others were all shocked. "Of course, I'm here to uphold justice." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen thrust his right hand forward, and flames surged towards Su Hong and the others. Now that he knew who was behind them, there was no need to waste words. Whoosh! The flames fanned out from Su Chen's hand, instantly killing those ordinary bandit leaders. Kill level 4 bandit. Experience plus 500. Kill level 4 bandit. Experience plus 500. Kill level 4 bandit. Experience plus 500. Another string of experience points came in, and the endless devouring directly consumed their attributes. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 3. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 3. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 3. The bandit leaders in front held out a bit longer against the flames than the ordinary bandits, but their ultimate fate was the same. Only Su Hong was wrapped in flames but did not immediately lose his combat ability. He drew out his large knife from his waist and roared, "I'll fight you to the death." He charged straight through the flames toward Su Chen. Su Chen lowered his hand that was releasing flames and took out the Qingguang sword, gripping it in his hand. When Su Hong reached him, Su Chen swung the Qingguang sword. Slash! With one strike, he severed Su Hong's hand that held the knife. Slash! Another strike cut across Su Hong's neck, decapitating him. Su Chen's strikes were quick, precise, and ruthless, and Su Hong had already been severely injured by the flames, leaving him with no power to fight back. Bang! Su Hong's corpse fell to the ground, his neck gushing blood like a tipped-over bottle. A bandit leader who had rampaged here for a long time died at Su Chen's hands. Kill level 7 bandit Su Hong. Experience plus 2,500. Devour successful. Attack plus 24. Speed plus 12. Now, this place was empty. All the bandits had been killed by Su Chen, except for one. The bandit's second in command, Chen Fan, had fled to the back as soon as he saw Su Chen use the flames. At this moment, Chen Fan was trembling all over like a sieve, running unsteadily to the back of the village. Just as he fled, he clearly saw the people beside him being burned to ashes one by one. He couldn't care less about the gold, coins and jewels looted from the village. Escaping with his life was the priority. Crack! A sound of ice breaking echoed, and just as he was about to run away, he found that his feet were frozen, unable to lift them at all. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure appeared before him. "Did you really think I didn't notice you running away?" Su Chen sneered. The moment Chen Fan saw Su Chen, his trembling body stopped shaking and went rigid. He widened his eyes, his throat moved up and down, and he struggled to utter two words. "Spare me, put." In the next moment, a spray of blood splattered against the village wall as his head flew off. Kill level 6 bandit Chen Fan. Experience plus 1800. Devour successful. Attack plus 19, speed plus 10. On the way here, Su Chen had learned from Lin Xinger that these bandits committed all sorts of atrocities, each one stained with blood. Therefore, Su Chen showed no mercy in dealing with them. After he killed the last bandit, Chen Fan, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations player for completing the hidden mission. Successfully exterminated the bandits around Luoshui City. So it was a hidden mission. No wonder the heavenly Tao hadn't issued any tasks in Luoshui City before. Rewarding player with 6,000 gold coins, 1 piece of ice mysterious iron. Su Chen's account immediately increased by 6,000. Gold coins, and a beam of light descended, revealing a smooth, ice-like iron block before him. Ice mysterious iron, a precious material for refining. Su Chen held the ice mysterious iron in his hand, feeling a chilling coldness in his palm, and immediately used super transformation on it. Transformation successful. Ice mysterious iron has been transformed into cold ice mysterious iron. Cold ice mysterious iron was of a higher rarity and quality than ice mysterious iron. Now, Su Chen felt a bone-chilling coldness in his palm, so he tossed the cold ice mysterious iron into his spatial ring. This item was definitely worth a lot of money, and Su Chen had plenty of refining materials on him, all of which were precious materials that could be exchanged for gold coins. He then walked towards the bandits' stronghold, where the bandit leader Su Hong resided, and where the bandits held their meetings and drank. Upon entering the main hall of the stronghold, he found the leftover food and drink from the bandits. Su Chen walked further inside and discovered the treasures looted by the bandits. 2 large chests were filled with gold coins, along with some jewelry. Su Chen first looked at the 2 chests of gold coins, a total of 5,673 gold coins. Would you like to deposit them into your account? In this world, gold coins were the universal currency, and players could deposit gold coins into their accounts. When they wanted to withdraw and use them, they could directly extract them using their mental power. Su Chen chose yes, and over 5,000 gold coins were immediately deposited into his account. He then looked at the jewelry nearby. Like the gold coins, these items were considered wealth and not items from the reincarnation world. Therefore, Su Chen couldn't use super transformation on them for now. The value of this pile of jewelry was comparable to the 2 chests of gold coins, totaling around 5,000 gold coins, which Su Chen also deposited into his account, directly converting it into gold coins. Now, Su Chen had gained over 10,000 gold coins, and with the previous 6,000, he now had a total of 25,317 gold coins. This made him wealthier than the leaders of those small guilds. It was worth noting that Su Chen had only just arrived in Luoshui City not long ago, and he still hadn't joined a guild. These bandits are really wealthy. It seems the Xiang Guild must have gained quite a bit from here. The strength of the Xiang Guild surely far exceeds that of these bandits, and Su Chen did not believe they would not plunder and exploit them. Perhaps these gold coins and jewels were prepared for the Xiang Guild. Afterward, Su Chen took another look around but found no other items, so he left and set the place ablaze. Boom! The entire village was engulfed in flames, and Su Chen walked away without looking back. Burning down the entire bandit den consumed a lot of Su Chen's mental energy, but fortunately, his mental strength was strong enough to support such an act. If it were someone else, using such a powerful flame would surely deplete their mental energy in no time, forcing them to rest. In the woods outside the bandit den, Lin Xinger anxiously watched ahead. It had turned into a sea of fire, and the bandit den was almost completely burned down. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound suddenly came from behind her, startling her into turning around quickly. Who? It's me. Su Chen appeared behind her, looking as pristine as ever, completely unlike someone who had just been through a fierce battle. The bandits here have been eliminated by me. They will no longer appear. Hearing this, Lin Xinger momentarily seemed dazed, as if she couldn't quite believe it was true. A complex expression flickered in her eyes, and she couldn't help but ask again, "They are all dead?" Seeing Su Chen nod, a smile finally broke out on Lin Xinger's face. Those demon-like bandits had finally disappeared from her world. Thank you so much, brother Su Chen. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Lin Xinger's favorability plus 50. Wow. I actually gained so much favorability at once. Now, Lin Xinger's favorability towards him had reached 90 out of 100. Just 10 more points and he would receive the extra reward mentioned by the Heavenly Tao. Previously, Su Chen had never thought about maxing out the favorability, but unexpectedly, it was almost full. Let's go tell Grandpa and the others this good news together, Lin Qinger said eagerly. She wanted to let the village chief and the others know that all the bandits had been eliminated. Originally, Su Chen planned to tell Lin Qinger this news and then leave directly. After completing the task, he could choose to have the Heavenly Tao teleport him back. He wouldn't return to Shizhai village, but thinking that Lin Qinger's favorability was almost full, he thought it would be nice to chat with her on the way. Perhaps he could gain another 10 points of favorability. Alright, let's go back. Just as the two turned around, they saw two people walking towards them not far away. One of them was Xiao Yang, who had warned him earlier, and the other was dressed in purple, hands behind his back, looking at him with a smile. In the distance, Lu Shuang and Chen Xiaonan were watching them. Chen Xiaonan innocently asked, "Sister Shuang, why do you think our guild leader came personally? Those bandits are strong, but he shouldn't need to come himself, right?" She held a lower position in the guild and was completely unaware of the guild's collusion with the bandits. Lu Shuang glanced at her. "Just watch quietly, some things are not as simple as they seem." She didn't say much more to Chen Xiaonan because she didn't know much either, but she had some guesses in her heart. The man in purple and Xiao Yang continued walking towards Su Chen and Lin Qinger, with one in front and the other behind. The man in purple walked with his hands behind his back, while Xiao Yang respectfully followed. The disparity in their status was evident. At the same time, Su Chen could sense that the strength of this man in purple was certainly not weak. He wore a carefree smile throughout, which made Su Chen feel that this person was extremely confident in his own abilities. Moreover, since he was walking over with Xiao Yang, Su Chen had already formed some guesses about his identity. When the man in purple noticed Su Chen looking at him, his smile grew even wider. Lin Qinger sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. She glanced at Su Chen and then at the man in purple, appearing a bit at a loss. Soon, the man in purple, accompanied by Xiao Yang, arrived in front of Su Chen. The man in purple spoke first. "You must be Su Chen. Your name has spread throughout Luoshui City." Xiao Yang was taken aback. Su Chen's name had spread throughout Luoshui City? Had he done something remarkable? How come he had never heard of it? Su Chen replied flatly, "Then you must be Zhang Ziang from the Ziang Guild." Zhang Ziang nodded. "Indeed, that's me." Hearing this response, Su Chen's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected to encounter him so soon, especially right after he had just wiped out this group of bandits. At that moment, the scene behind Su Chen caught the attention of Zhang Ziang and Xiao Yang. They saw that the bandit stronghold had basically been burned to the ground. Even without seeing the scene, the smile on Zhang Ziang's face grew fainter. He had originally intended to come and stop Su Chen. After all, the bandits here could provide a stable income for his guild. But he hadn't expected to be too late. "Did you do all this?" Zhang Ziang asked with little expression. A cold smile appeared on Su Chen's face. "That's right, I did it. It seems you want to take revenge for them?" He was ready to unleash flames to meet Zhang Ziang's attack. Xiao Yang could sense that his guild leader was definitely in a bad mood at this moment. In his view, Su Chen was undoubtedly doomed. He immediately spoke up. "Humph. I warned you long ago not to interfere in this matter, but you wouldn't listen. Now it's all too late." Although Su Chen could wipe out this group of bandits, Xiao Yang still didn't believe Su Chen would be a match for his guild leader. To his surprise, after hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Ziang smiled again. "Revenge? You misunderstood. How could I seek revenge on you for these trash?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang was astonished. The guild leader wasn't here to seek revenge after all. Moreover, this didn't sound like something their guild leader would say. It should be known that Su Chen had directly and forcefully eliminated these bandits, which had caused significant losses for their guild. And with Su Chen displaying such an attitude, the guild leader should have taken his life by now. But now he was saying such things, leaving Xiao Yang genuinely puzzled. Su Chen was equally confused and asked, "Then what are you here for?" Zhang Ziang put away his smile and said seriously, "I want to invite you to join our guild." This truly surprised Su Chen. If it weren't for seeing his serious expression, he would have thought he was joking. Xiao Yang, however, was different. He exclaimed in shock, "Guild leader, are you joking? How can you invite him to join our guild?" Zhang Ziang turned his head and shot a cold glance at Xiao Yang. "Do you have an opinion?" Xiao Yang was immediately frightened and shook his head. He had originally thought he was accompanying the guild leader to confront Su Chen, but now he realized his assumption was wrong. The guild leader was actually here to invite the other party to join the guild. Zhang Ziang looked at Su Chen and immediately said, "As long as you are willing to join our guild, I will directly make you the vice president of the guild. You will be able to mobilize the guild's resources, greatly increasing your status in the city, standing on equal footing with those top-tier powerhouses." Vice president? Xiao Yang gasped. He never expected that their guild leader would offer Su Chen the position of vice president right away. It should be known that their guild was a top-tier guild in Luoshui City, and no one had ever become a vice president just by joining a top-tier guild. Even Jiang Yang back then did not have such treatment. Moreover, after being in the guild for so long and making so many contributions, he was still just an elite member, with the guild steward above him and then the vice president. The majority of the guild consisted of ordinary members followed by elites, and stewards were even rarer. Generally, there were only one or two vice presidents, a position just below one person. Xiao Yang cautiously suggested, "President, shouldn't you consider it again? After all, the position of vice president is too important." He knew that saying this might upset Zhang Ziang, but he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "Consider?" Zhang Ziang glanced at him, then looked at Su Chen and continued, "A powerhouse who just arrived in the city and can easily kill the demon general Gamey. What else do I need to consider? A genius like Brother Su Chen deserves such treatment. A newcomer to the city? Killing a demon general?" Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. Zhang Ziang's words contained too much information, and he needed to digest it carefully. Zhang Ziang still wore a smile as he looked at Su Chen. "So, Brother Su Chen, why not just join our guild directly? I can guarantee that the conditions offered by those other top-tier guilds cannot be better than mine." This was not an exaggeration. Directly appointing Su Chen as vice president was already the highest condition a top-tier guild could offer. "The conditions you offer are indeed very tempting," Su Chen nodded while stroking his chin. Zhang Ziang's face immediately brightened. It seemed Su Chen was genuinely interested. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such conditions from a top-tier guild? Even Jian Yang, who was now revered as the most talented, did not have such treatment back then. Then, Su Chen changed his tone. "However, since you have committed such a heinous act as colluding with bandits, I will not join your guild." The smile on Zhang Ziang's face froze. Xiao Yang was even more surprised. He wouldn't agree to be directly made vice president? Was he really that unaware of his own worth? Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Ziang's expression became somewhat strained. He had already offered such conditions, yet still faced rejection. His heart was now filled with anger. But he did not show it, still smiling as he said, "Brother Su Chen, you must think it through. As long as you join our guild, I can overlook the matter of you eliminating Tu Hong and the others." Although he said this with a smile, Su Chen could already sense something was off. Wasn't this implying that if he didn't join their guild, he would be held accountable for it? Su Chen laughed directly, "Just what I wanted. Even if you don't come looking for trouble, I will still hold you accountable. Collaborating with bandits and committing so many evil deeds, you're not a good person." Zhang Ziang, seeing Su Chen say this, stopped pretending. His face darkened, and the previous smile was nowhere to be seen. "Humph, you're really asking for death. Do you really think you're invincible in the novice village and can act so recklessly here?" Zhang Ziang took out a long sword with a gem-encrusted hilt from his spatial ring. "Today, I'll let you see the gap between you and us strong ones." Su Chen pushed Lin Qinger aside, saying, "You stay out of this." Zhang Ziang also noticed the beautiful Lin Qinger, and a wicked smile flashed across his face. Xiao Yang quickly retreated to the side, fully aware of his guild leader's strength, and was not worried that Zhang Ziang would lose. Truly unaware of the danger, a newcomer just out of the novice village dared to confront the guild leader directly. Su Chen also drew his green sword and gripped it tightly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Ziang. Swish! Zhang Ziang moved, swinging his sword down at Su Chen. Su Chen blocked with his sword in front of him. Clang! Sparks flew, and Su Chen took 2 steps back. In this exchange, both sides were testing each other's strength. Zhang Ziang's attack power was slightly stronger than Su Chen's. This shocked Zhang Ziang immensely. He had used his identity and strength as the guild leader to obtain many spiritual fruits, herbs, and pills. He had long since raised his attributes to a terrifying level, but he didn't expect that Su Chen was almost on par with him. This was against the natural order. Could it be that he had obtained some incredible opportunity? Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such high attributes. Originally, Zhang Ziang thought Su Chen's main combat power came from his control over fire, but now it seemed that Su Chen's inherent attributes were also very strong. Su Chen was equally surprised. He had devoured many beast attributes, and the opponent's attributes were actually slightly stronger than his. However, he also knew that there were spiritual herbs and fruits in the city that could enhance attributes. As long as one consumed these items, they could boost their own attributes. The problem was that these items were not sold by the Heavenly Tao. Only players who obtained them might sell them, and each could fetch a very high price. "It seems you've eaten quite a few spiritual fruits," Su Chen said. I should be saying that to you. With such high attributes, you must have had good luck," Zhang Ziang replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ziang attacked again. However, this time he did not directly strike at Su Chen. Upon realizing that Su Chen's attributes were not weaker than his, he took Su Chen seriously and prepared to attack with full force. He saw purple light surging from his palm, pressing downwards. Buzz! The purple light spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters. Once Su Chen was enveloped by this light, he felt himself becoming weaker. Both his attack and speed began to decline. In contrast, Zhang Ziang's speed increased, and he charged directly at Su Chen. Su Chen raised his sword to meet him. Ping! Ping! After just 2 exchanges, Su Chen noticed that his strength had increased significantly while his own strength had declined. This was Zhang Ziang's talent, the purple chi domain. Within the domain, one became stronger while the opponent became weaker, and the fewer opponents there were, the stronger the suppression. In group battles, this suppression was probably not as strong. Clang! Clang! Zhang Ziang struck twice more, forcing Su Chen to retreat step by step. Ha, is this all the strength you have? Zhang Ziang laughed. After being pushed back, Su Chen suddenly unleashed the demonic energy within him. Boom! In an instant, demonic energy swirled around Su Chen, resembling a descending demon god. At the same time, the suppression of the purple chi domain on him became negligible. This is the skill obtained by Su Chen through devouring and extinguishing the enhancement of demonic energy. It can slightly increase one's strength and remove negative effects. What? Isn't this a skill of the demon general? How do you have it? Zhang Ziang was even more surprised. In the distance, Xiao Yang and Lu Shuang also saw the demonic energy swirling around Su Chen. Xiao Yan widened his eyes and looked at Su Chen. This is a demon skill. Could it be that Su Chen is a demon? Lu Shuang nodded. I think it's possible, otherwise, how could his attributes surpass the president's? Whoosh! In the distance, after using the enhancement of demonic energy, Su Chen began to attack Zhang Ziang. With the suppression lifted and his strength increased, Su Chen pushed Zhang Ziang back step by step. This move of enhancing demonic energy directly negated Zhang Ziang's talent. However, he couldn't do much to Zhang Ziang as the difference in their attributes wasn't that great. Nevertheless, Su Chen had many more tricks up his sleeve. He swung his sword with all his might, forcing Zhang Ziang back. Then, a ball of flame surged from his palm. Whoosh! A pillar of blazing fire shot from Su Chen's palm towards Zhang Ziang. I expected you would use this move. Zhang Ziang took out a small golden round shield from his spatial ring. Whoosh! The round shield instantly enlarged under Zhang Ziang's mental power, blocking all the flames outside. This was a defensive item he had spent a considerable amount of gold to acquire, specifically to deal with strong opponents with aggressive talents. Don't waste your effort, your talent is ineffective against me. Zhang Ziang laughed proudly. Seeing this, Su Chen stopped using fire attacks. He had already consumed a lot of mental power dealing with those bandits earlier, and now he didn't want to waste it on Zhang Ziang. Whoosh! The moment he retracted the flames, Su Chen used teleportation and appeared directly behind Zhang Ziang. Slash! He struck down with his sword. Zhang Ziang reacted very quickly, immediately raising the round shield behind him. Clang! The azure sword struck the round shield, and after hastily blocking the blow, Zhang Ziang nearly lost grip of the shield. However, Su Chen's attack wasn't over. He used teleportation again and circled around to Zhang Ziang's back, slashing out once more. This time, Zhang Ziang could no longer defend himself and could only dodge, trying to minimize the impact of Su Chen's long sword. Put! With one strike, a blood mark appeared on Zhang Ziang's back. His purple robe was directly cut through, along with the soft armor beneath. If it weren't for his high defense, that strike would have cost him half his life. After all, human vitality is far inferior to that of demon beasts. Put! After being struck, Zhang Ziang rolled forward, then raised the round shield again towards Su Chen, always ready to defend his back, fearing another surprise attack. At this moment, he was in a sorry state, no longer possessing the confident and composed aura he had before. Zhang Ziang gritted his teeth, enduring the pain radiating from his back, and roared, "What on earth are these methods of yours?" He simply couldn't comprehend how one person could possess so many abilities. At first, he thought Su Chen's talent was just the ability to unleash flames, and that his round shield could perfectly evade them, but he didn't expect the other party to also have teleportation and a boost in magical energy. Is that all you can take? I haven't even used my full strength yet, Su Chen sneered. Immediately, his body split into 3, and the 3 figures charged towards Zhang Ziang simultaneously. Damn it! Zhang Ziang was so anxious he wanted to curse. How could one person have so many talents? Wasn't this cheating? Bang! Bang! The 3 Su Chens attacked him, and with just 1 Su Chen, he was already struggling. Now, with 3 attacking at once, it took only a few moves before Zhang Ziang couldn't hold on any longer. He immediately dropped his long sword, raised both hands, and looked at Su Chen with a tense expression. You win, I concede. It was only at this moment that he realized he had greatly underestimated Su Chen's strength. No wonder he looked down on the conditions for the vice president position he offered. It turned out Su Chen was even stronger than him. The president. In the distance, Xiao Yang and the others watched this scene, unsure of what to say. The formidable Zhang Ziang in their eyes was actually no match for Su Chen. Moreover, Zhang Ziang posed no threat to Su Chen at all. Instead, Su Chen easily took him down. Concede? Are you sure? The loser might lose their life, Su Chen asked, sword in hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziang's expression changed instantly. He said, in a deep voice, I advise you not to act impulsively. I am the president of the Ziang Guild. You, a newcomer just out of the novice village, dare to kill me? That would mean making an enemy of the entire Luoshui city. And if I die, the hundreds of people in our guild will not let you go. Zhang Xiang's heart began to race. He said so much to deter Su Chen from acting. Colluding with bandits, you deserve to die. I believe the people of Luoshui city can still distinguish right from wrong. Throughout his words, Su Chen showed no intention of letting him go. Zhang Xiang was truly panicking now. If the matter of his collusion with bandits got out, his reputation would be ruined and the guild would surely collapse. By then, if he died, very few would seek revenge for him. There might even be a bunch of people standing up to praise Su Chen for his actions. This is the importance of strength in this world where power reigns supreme. Even if Su Chen killed him, there would be no trouble at all. He might even directly take his place. His previous words were merely meant to intimidate Su Chen. Unfortunately, Su Chen was not swayed by this. In a flash, a glimmer of light shone from the spatial ring on Zhang Xiang's finger. Immediately, a blue scroll appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to infuse his mental energy into it, preparing to teleport away, whoosh! A streak of green light sliced through the air, directly targeting his wrist that held the scroll. Put! Zhang Xiang's hand, along with the teleportation scroll, flew away. Ah! He immediately clutched his severed wrist, letting out a scream. Where do you think you're going? Su Chen's cold voice rang in his ears. This made him steel his heart and take out another talisman from the spatial ring, throwing it directly at Su Chen. Whoosh! The talisman transformed into 3 sword energies in midair, slashing towards Su Chen. Su Chen immediately raised his sword to counter. Clang! 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 He sliced through all 3 sword energies. But at that moment, Su Chen noticed Zhang Xiang was once again holding a blue scroll in his hand, revealing a cold smile. Whoosh! Su Chen rushed forward, stabbing with his sword. Whoosh! But he was still a step too slow. Zhang Xiang's body had already vanished in a flash of blue light. He used a low-level teleportation scroll to leave this place. Damn it! He really got away, and this Zhang Xiang has quite a few life-saving items on him. Su Chen also had a low-level teleportation scroll, but he couldn't chase after him. After all, he didn't know where Zhang Xiang had teleported to. At this moment, in the distance, Xiaoyan, who was watching the battle, immediately turned and ran, with Lu Shuang and Chen Xiaonan following closely behind. Su Chen ignored them and looked down at the ground. There was the sword that Zhang Xiang had dropped earlier, and a low-level teleportation scroll that he was holding in his severed hand. Su Chen put the teleportation scroll into his spatial ring and then looked at the sword on the ground. The hilt and sheath of this sword were embedded with gems, and the blade looked incredibly sharp. It was also broader than the Qingguang sword in Su Chen's hand, appearing to belong to a strength type. Excellent! Second-grade weapon, Twin Star Sword, attack power plus 50, with shockwave and impact effects. It was also an excellent second-grade weapon. Moreover, it had the additional effects of shockwave and impact. No wonder when Su Chen fought against Zhang Xiang earlier, he felt that the opponent's attributes should be inferior to his own, yet the attacks were fiercer. Each collision caused Su Chen's arms to tremble and go numb. It turned out that the 2 effects of the Twin Star Sword were stronger in direct collisions. Su Chen held it in his hand and swung it a few times, discovering that it indeed had greater impact. In terms of direct confrontation, the Twin Star Sword, with its impact and shockwave effects, was clearly superior. However, when it came to killing monsters, the Qingguang sword, which had armor-piercing and bleeding effects, was more powerful. But the Twin Star Sword hadn't been transformed yet. Once it was transformed, it would definitely become an excellent first-grade weapon, and its attributes would surely surpass those of the Qingguang sword. It seemed he had a new weapon. A slight smile appeared on Su Chen's lips as he immediately used a super transformation on the Twin Star Sword. Transformation successful. The Twin Star Sword has been transformed into the Meteor Sword, attack power plus 100. With destruction effect Meteor Sword, excellent first-grade weapon. The Meteor Sword became more exquisite and overall more magnificent. An excellent first-grade weapon. Su Chen was delighted and couldn't wait to experiment with the Meteor Sword. He swung it down towards a nearby boulder. A cold light flashed, and the Meteor Sword fell like a shooting star, directly striking the boulder. Bang! At the moment of impact, the boulder shattered into pieces. Is this the effect of destruction? It's simply a combination of impact and shockwave effects, and the power is much stronger. Seeing such power, Su Chen decided to use this sword from now on. Until this moment, Lin Qinger dared to approach. She asked, "Brother Su Chen, was that person just now with the bandits?" In her words, there was still a hint of worry in her eyes, clearly afraid that Zhang Xiang would become the new bandit here. Su Chen nodded and said, "That's right, but don't worry, I won't let him go." He had already made up his mind to find an opportunity to deal with Zhang Xiang, not only because this guy was aiding the wicked, but also because from their earlier confrontation, they had already become enemies. Even if Su Chen didn't seek trouble with him, Zhang Xiang would find a way to take revenge. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinger finally felt relieved and looked at Su Chen gratefully. Lin Qinger's Favorability plus 10. Congratulations, player's favorability with Lin Qinger has reached 100. You will receive information about the Demon Realm Secret Realm. Favorability maxed out. It turned out to be information about the Secret Realm. This should be something like a dungeon. If he explored it thoroughly, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Previously, in the task hall, the highest reward he saw was just to help the Stone Village defeat the bandits, while other tasks were simpler and offered lower rewards. It simply couldn't satisfy Su Chen. Now that he had this information about the Secret Realm, entering it for exploration would enhance his strength much faster. Currently, he could be considered top tier in Luoshui City. Even the president of a first-rate guild was no match for him. At this moment, Su Chen also remembered that there was a secret realm he hadn't entered back in the novice village. He must find an opportunity to go there when he was doing tasks in the novice village. By the way, brother Su Chen, there's something I want to tell you. Lin Qinger suddenly spoke. Su Chen looked at her, knowing she was about to reveal the information about the secret realm, but still pretended to be calm and asked, "What is it?" "When I was wandering around here before, I discovered a cave, and the sights inside were very strange." Then, Lin Qinger began to describe her experiences inside. Su Chen knew this must be the entrance to the secret realm and immediately asked her for the specific location. "Brother Su Chen, that place isn't far from here. I can just take you there directly." All right. The two of them headed straight towards the cave that Lin Qinger mentioned. Before long, they indeed found the cave. At the side of a hill, its entrance wrapped in bushes. If they hadn't walked right up to it, they would never have discovered this place. "This is it." Lin Qinger led Su Chen into the cave. The cave was very shallow, and the space inside wasn't large. The only peculiar thing was that at the deepest part of the cave, there was a circular portal that flickered with light and constantly changed. "Brother Su Chen, what exactly is this?" Lin Qinger asked curiously. Su Chen slowly walked forward and said, "It's a teleportation portal connecting to another world." "Another world?" Lin Qinger was taken aback. "Demon Realm Secret Realm entrance. Demon Realm Secret Realm." It seemed that the other side of the portal should be the world where the demon race resides. Su Chen walked to the edge of the entrance and reached out his hand to probe forward. Reminder: the Demon Realm Secret Realm is extremely dangerous. A team of 3 is required to enter. A team of 3? He didn't expect that entering the secret realm would require such a condition, but he couldn't find anyone else at the moment. It seemed he could only return to Luoshui City for now. "Qinger, I have to go back first," Su Chen said to Lin Qinger as he turned around. "What? Brother Su Chen, aren't you coming back to the Stone Village with me? Our village hasn't prepared a feast to properly thank you yet. I will visit your village again when I have the chance. Goodbye." Su Chen smiled and waved at her. Lin Qinger knew she couldn't keep Su Chen and waved back. "Goodbye, brother Su Chen." As Su Chen's thoughts stirred, the heavenly Tao directly transported him back. Buzz. The moment he arrived at the task hall in Luoshui City, Su Chen saw that it was packed with people. Wow! It's really the great Su Chen. Not only is the great Su Chen so powerful, but he's also so handsome. I heard Su Chen just came from the novice village. Even Jiang Yang didn't reach such strength back then. It turned out that news of Su Chen's task had leaked, and these people were all waiting for him. "Everyone, step aside." A heavy and unquestionable voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The crowd immediately parted, and several well-dressed, imposing young men strode toward Su Chen. "Oh my! It's the people from the Sunfire Guild. Why are they suddenly here?" It should be noted that these top guild members usually do not come to the task hall to pick up tasks. They can receive tasks issued by the heavenly Tao to top guilds. Generally, only those who have not joined a guild come here. Needless to say, they must be here for Su Chen. A newcomer who hasn't even joined a guild can kill a demon general. He is definitely a target for all the major guilds. I'm so envious. I've been in the city for over a month and can't even get into a second-rate guild. It's really disheartening to compare myself to others. Yeah, and they even came personally to invite him. That's something else. However, they had nothing to say, as Su Chen had publicly killed Gai Mia, and his strength was beyond doubt. If they could do the same, they would surely be snatched up by these guilds. A young man with fair skin and an arrogant expression approached Su Chen, flanked by several others. "You must be Su Chen. I am Zhang Yan, the president of the Sunfire Guild." After saying this, Zhang Yan looked at Su Chen with pride, believing that after his introduction, Su Chen would surely greet him respectfully. With the title of a top guild president, he was treated like a star wherever he went. The crowd nearby gasped in astonishment upon hearing his words. Wow! The president of a top guild has come. Instead, Su Chen showed little reaction and calmly asked, "What do you want?" Zhang Yan was slightly taken aback by this response. The people beside him already showed dissatisfaction, feeling that Su Chen was being too arrogant and not giving their president any respect. If it weren't for the fact that they were there to invite Su Chen to join the guild, they might have already scolded him. Zhang Yan forced a smile on his face. "I would like to invite you to join our Sunfire Guild." Before Su Chen could respond, gasps of astonishment erupted around them again. Oh my! The president of a top guild personally came to extend an invitation. That's quite a show of importance. This clearly demonstrated the Sunfire Guild's seriousness. However, Su Chen replied without hesitation. Not interested. After saying this, he directly bypassed the group and walked toward the hall's exit. Wait! Zhang Yan immediately called out to stop Su Chen, his expression quite unpleasant. As the president, he had personally come to invite Su Chen in front of so many people, only to receive such a response. This was hard for his proud self to accept, but when he turned back to look at Su Chen again, he still forced to smile. After all, Su Chen's strength was formidable. If he could join their guild, it would significantly enhance their power. Brother Su, aren't you being a bit hasty? You haven't even heard the conditions I offer and already said you're not interested, Zhang Yan said with a smile. Su Chen turned to look at him. What are your conditions? He wanted to see if Zhang Yan would bring him any surprises. If joining their guild could earn him tens of thousands of gold coins, several high-quality items, or top-tier spirit fruits, that would be worth considering. As long as you join our Sunfire Guild, I can directly let you start as a steward, and as long as your strength is strong enough and you contribute to the guild, the vice president position will also be yours. Zhang Yan confidently stated his conditions. Hiss. People around gasped in surprise. He actually offered a steward position directly, which is part of the guild's management. A steward of a first-rate guild is stronger than most second- or third-rate guild leaders. In Luoshui City, this person is considered quite prominent. The two people beside Zhang Yan also spoke up. What do you think? Our president is quite sincere, right? Starting as a steward is a first for our guild. The president has made an exception for you. However, Su Chen laughed. He initially thought he would propose some generous conditions, but he didn't expect to be dismissed with just a steward position. His smile made the man next to Zhang Yan very displeased. What are you laughing at? Is this funny? Sorry, it is a bit funny, Su Chen admitted candidly. You? The man looked furious, feeling that Su Chen was too arrogant. Zhang Yan could no longer hold back and pulled a long face. Su Chen was unfazed and said, even Zhang Ziang directly offered me the vice president position. I didn't expect you to be worse than him. His words stirred up a storm. What? The president of the Ziang Guild, Zhang Ziang, offered him the vice president position? That's too exaggerated. A vice president of a first-rate guild is definitely a big shot in Luoshui City. I can't believe it, really can't believe it. President Zhang is so bold. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's expression softened. He understood why Su Chen didn't even bother to look at him. It turned out someone had already gotten ahead and offered such high conditions. Brother Ziang really offered you such conditions? You can go ask him, Su Chen said casually. What if I also offer you the vice president position? Zhang Yan immediately countered. He knew that if he didn't raise the stakes, he would definitely lose to the Ziang Guild. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the two people beside him changed instantly, just like Xiao Yang beside Zhang Ziang back then. The others around looked on with envy and jealousy. After all, directly serving as the vice president of a first-rate guild was something that had never happened before. Even Zhang Yang didn't have this treatment. Then I'm still not interested. Surprisingly, Su Chen rejected him once again. Zhang Yan said again, Brother Su, don't be too greedy. This is already the highest condition that all guilds can offer. His statement was not unreasonable. After all, the two giants, Luoshui Guild and Longyan Guild, would never allow Su Chen to directly serve as vice president. In a first-rate guild, besides the president, the vice president holds the highest position, and these presidents would naturally not give their positions to Su Chen. So, the vice president of a first-rate guild can be considered the highest position. I can also offer you gold coins and other additional conditions. We can discuss all of this. Zhang Yan really didn't want Su Chen to fall into the hands of other first-rate guilds. There were only a few first-rate guilds in Luoshui City, and they were all competitors. If Su Chen went to another first-rate guild, it would not only be a loss for them but also strengthen their rivals. To be honest, Su Chen had no interest in the vice president position of a first-rate guild. After all, he had already experienced the strength of a first-rate guild leader, and since the opponent's strength was similar to his, Su Chen naturally didn't want to be that vice president. Su Chen asked, since you are the president of the Sunfire Guild, who is stronger between you and Zhang Ziang of the Ziang Guild? Zhang Yan didn't know why Su Chen would ask such a question. Could it be that he was choosing a guild based on this? However, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he couldn't say much and could only honestly reply. Brother Ziang's domain of purple energy is very strong, but my power of blazing flames is not to be underestimated. If we really have to compare strengths, I believe I am still a cut above. In reality, his strength was about the same as Zhang Ziang's, but since he was being asked, he naturally had to claim he was stronger. After hearing his words, Su Chen immediately said, so, you and he are about equal in strength? Zhang Yan did not deny this. In that case, I won't be joining your guild. Su Chen refused again. Zhang Yan's face immediately showed a look of confusion. Su Chen said flatly, Zhang Ziang is already my defeated Opponent, your strength is about the same as his, so I could never join your guild. After all, his strength was greater than that of the leaders of these top guilds. How could he be content to be just a vice president? This statement completely stirred up the scene. What? President Zhang of the Xiang Guild is actually your defeated opponent? Su Chen, you can't just say that. If President Zhang hears it, you'll be in trouble. Yeah, it's better not to boast like that. Everyone knows President Zhang's strength. How could he possibly lose to you? Naturally, the crowd did not believe it. Zhang Xiang was a prominent figure in Luoshui City. How could he lose to a newcomer? Even Zhou Yan did not believe Su Chen's words. He was a strong player on the same level as Zhang Xiang and naturally understood their respective strengths better. Su Chen said again, what's there to boast about? I cut off one of his hands. You should be able to see it the next time you meet him. What? With this statement, the crowd was even more shocked. To say that defeating Zhang Xiang was a show of strength, being able to sever one of his hands was an entirely different level of power. Either his attributes far surpassed Zhang Xiang's, or his talent and methods were superior. Seeing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, Zhang Yan couldn't help but ask, did you really sever one of Zhang Xiang's hands? Su Chen admitted calmly, of course, otherwise he would have run away quickly and become a ghost under my sword. Hiss. Many people at the scene gasped. This newcomer from the novice village was so arrogant as to directly claim he would kill the president of a top guild. Simply outrageous. Humph. Truly brazen. And you dare say you severed Zhang Xiang's arm? I, Wang Meng, am the first not to believe it. A heavy cold snort rang out as a tall, sturdy, rough-looking man appeared. Many people at the scene changed their expressions upon seeing him, and even Zhou Yan put away his pride, looking at him with a calm face. This person was none other than Wang Meng, the president of the strongest top guild in Luoshui City, the Diamond Guild. Wang Meng immediately set his gaze on Su Chen. Humph. I just heard that a remarkable newcomer has arrived in our Luoshui City, capable of killing a demon general. I was just thinking of seeing for myself. I didn't expect it to be a braggart. Su Chen looked him up and down. Who are you, you big fool? Upon hearing this, Wang Meng glared at Su Chen with wide eyes. The others around them struggled to suppress their laughter. Su Chen was incredibly bold to say such things to Wang Meng. At this moment, Zhang Yan played the role of the good guy, stepping forward to calm Wang Meng. Brother Wang, please don't be angry. Su Xiao brother has just come from the novice village, so it's normal for him not to understand the situation. Wang Meng was not a petty person. He snorted coldly and stopped looking at Su Chen. Zhang Yan then introduced Wang Meng's identity to Su Chen. After learning about Wang Meng's identity, Su Chen did not show any signs of surprise. After all, he was just the president of a first-rate guild, and his strength was probably not much different from Zhang Xiang's. You say you can defeat Zhang Xiang? I, Wang Meng, am the first not to believe it. You even claim to have severed one of his arms. I find that even harder to believe. Wang Meng's words echoed what the others were thinking. They truly did not believe Su Chen could defeat and sever Zhang Xiang's arm. What he said is true. A tall, cold-faced woman appeared at the entrance of the mission hall. With her arrival, everyone around showed a respectful demeanor. Even the aloof Zhong Yan and the rugged Wang Meng greeted the woman respectfully. President Jiang. This was Zhang Yao, the president of the Longyan Guild's branch in Luoshui City, one of the two major powers in Luoshui City. Zhang Yao ignored the others present and directly focused her gaze on Su Chen. President Jiang, did you just say that this Su Chen really defeated Zhang Xiang? Wang Meng couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yao nodded, her red lips slightly parted. Zhang Xiang just came to see me. He indeed lost to Su Chen, and one of his arms was severed. Boom! A wave of gasps erupted on the scene. With the president of the Longyan Guild stating it, no one dared to question the truth of the matter anymore. They began to marvel at Su Chen's immense strength. A newcomer fresh from the novice village had directly defeated the president of a first-rate guild. This was undoubtedly explosive news, far more shocking than Su Chen killing Gamey. Zhang Yao looked at Su Chen with admiration and said, you are indeed a genius, much stronger than that Jiang Yang, but you are also very bold, wanting Zhang Xiang's life right after coming from the novice village. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's words, everyone was once again taken aback. They had originally thought Su Chen was just sparring with Zhang Xiang. Now, it seemed he intended to kill Zhang Xiang, which was indeed audacious. Su Chen replied calmly, he colluded with bandits to harm civilians. He truly deserves to die. The crowd erupted in an uproar again. Even Zhong Yan and Wang Meng's expressions changed. As the president of a first-rate guild, colluding with bandits was no small matter. It could lead the Xiang Guild to a point of no return. Someone from the Xiang Guild immediately stood up to refute. You have no evidence. You say our president colluded with bandits. Do you have proof? Proof? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I killed all those bandits, so I didn't leave any evidence. The Xiang Guild members immediately sneered. So you have no evidence, which means you are slandering our president? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't planned to leave any evidence anyway. In this world, everything is based on strength. Sometimes, evidence pales in comparison to power. Regardless of whether there is evidence or not, since I know Zhang Ziang colluded with bandits, I will find an opportunity to kill him. You. Hearing Su Chen's words, the members of the Ziang Guild were left speechless. Others were also marveling at Su Chen's audacity, but he indeed had the qualifications for it. Ah, that's quite bold. But I like it. Wang Meng laughed heartily. Zhang Yan also smiled. If your strength is sufficient, what evidence do you need? You can just take action yourself. Zhang Ziang was their rival, so the two were naturally pleased to see Su Chen deal with him. Moreover, after learning that Su Chen could defeat Zhang Ziang, they had also dismissed the idea of recruiting Su Chen into their guild, because they all knew that such a strong individual would definitely not submit to them. However, as soon as the two finished speaking, they felt a chill sweep over them. They saw Jiang Yao's cold gaze lingering on the two, and they immediately put away their smiles and closed their mouths. Zhang Ziang usually had close ties with the Longyan Guild, and the Ziang Guild could be considered a semi-affiliated force of the Longyan Guild. It seemed that Jiang Yao had come to trouble Su Chen this time. Then, Jiang Yao shifted her icy gaze to Su Chen. You really are quite arrogant, but I think you should know that Zhang Ziang is considered one of our Longyan Guild's people. Su Chen was slightly surprised. He indeed did not know that Zhang Ziang had such a close relationship with the Longyan Guild. He thought of a possibility and immediately asked, so, does that mean Zhang Ziang colluded with those bandits under your instructions? The man who had been silent behind Jiang Yao finally couldn't help but step forward and said, stop slandering us, our Longyan Guild would never engage in such disgraceful acts. The people around also did not believe that the Longyan Guild would do such things. After all, the Longyan Guild was large and prosperous, and they looked down on the benefits those bandits could bring them. Moreover, if this were to get out, it would have a huge impact on their guild, making it not worth the loss. Jiang Yao was not clear about whether Zhang Ziang had colluded with the bandits. She didn't care at all. She stared at Su Chen and said, what Zhang Ziang has done, I can't be bothered with, but since he has come to me seeking the protection of our Longyan Guild, I will naturally ensure his safety. Su Chen nodded, so that was it. This Zhang Ziang was quite clever, knowing he was no match and directly sought the Longyan Guild for support. Then, she surprisingly extended an olive branch to Su Chen. Additionally, your strength is impressive. I can let you join our guild, and I will apply to the headquarters for a steward position for you. Upon hearing this, even Wang Meng and Zhong Yan showed envious expressions. This was a steward of the Longyan Guild, which held an extraordinary status even in other cities. For leaders like them, even if they were the heads of first-rate guilds, they wouldn't rank in other cities, as those places had never even heard of their guilds. The Longyan Guild was different. They basically had branches in every city. Moreover, their internal trading system and task center were not available in other guilds. The main purpose for strong individuals to join a guild was to receive higher-level tasks and obtain stronger equipment and items. Su Chen had already learned that the excess items and weapons he had could not be directly recycled to the heavenly path. However, they could be traded to the members of the guild. And if those guild members obtained items they couldn't use, they could also exchange them. Therefore, the stronger the guild you joined, the better the benefits you would enjoy. I wonder if I join your guild, can I go kill Zhang Ziang? Su Chen asked. Jiang Yao frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. If you join the Dragon Flame Guild, then everyone will be on the same side, and naturally, we can turn swords into plowshares. There's no need for fighting and killing. Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head, rejecting Jiang Yao's invitation. Then I'm not interested. Jiang Yao also lost her patience, coldly saying, you need to think carefully. You are rejecting the strongest guild in Luoshui City. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. The strongest guild in Luoshui City? That's not necessarily true. Yeah, when did Sister Jiang start boasting? Two abrupt voices rang out, causing the hearts of those present to sink. Who was so bold as to say such things? But when they saw the two people approaching, everything seemed justified. A man dressed in fine clothes, calm and reserved, and a young man with a carefree demeanor and a constant smile walked over. These two were none other than Chen Chang, the president of the Luoshui Guild, and Jiang Yang, the vice president. Their arrival caused an even greater stir, as Jiang Yang was very famous in Luoshui City. Not only was he highly talented and powerful, but he had also defeated the demon race multiple times, bringing glory to Luoshui City. Oh my god, it's my idol Jiang Yang. He actually came, and he seems to have gotten even more handsome. Now it's getting lively. The presidents of the Luoshui Guild and the Dragonflame Guild are both here. You should know that the two guilds have been rivals for a long time. They must have come to compete for the new big shot Su Chen. Jiang Yang smiled and greeted the people around him, causing many girls to scream. Chen Chang walked straight over. President Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Yao glanced at Chen Chang and turned her head away, clearly unwilling to acknowledge him. Chen Chang didn't feel awkward at all and immediately said to Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, as soon as I returned to the city, I heard about you. You just came from the novice village and killed a demon. General, that's impressive. It seems that the title of the first genius in Luoshui City is going to fall on you. He wore a sincere smile, praising Su Chen right from the start. Su Chen also learned his identity from the earlier conversation and smiled. President Chen, you flatter me. Chen Chang looked at him with admiration. No, I'm not exaggerating. You're much stronger than Zhang Yang was back then. Not only did you take down a demon general, but you almost killed the president of a top guild. Your future achievements will definitely surpass ours. It was clear that he had high expectations for Su Chen. At this moment, Zhang Yao suddenly interjected. He does have that potential now, but he also needs to choose the right guild. If he chooses the wrong path, the future will be uncertain. Chen Chang frowned. President Zhang, what do you mean by that? Do you really think your Dragon Flame Guild is stronger than our Luoshui Guild? Zhang Yao sneered, her face full of pride. It's hard to say in Luoshui City, but in the entire northern region, our Dragon Flame Guild is among the best, and we will definitely have a brighter future than you. Chen Chang knew he couldn't compete with the entire Dragon Flame Guild, so he waved his hand dismissively. We're talking about Luoshui City, why bring up such distant matters? If Brother Su Chen is strong enough, we won't stop him from joining other powerful guilds. Besides, you are just a branch guild, you might not even be as well known as our Luoshui Guild. Zhang Yang also agreed, saying, exactly, your Dragon Flame Guild is strong, but this is just a branch, and in terms of strength, you can't compare to us. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room dropped several degrees. The two major guilds in Luoshui City are undoubtedly giants, but there has never been a definitive conclusion on which one is stronger. The strength of both sides is indeed very close, but it is said that Zhang Yang's power is rising rapidly, which may become the key for the Luoshui Guild to surpass the Longyan Guild. Zhang Yao's expression dimmed slightly, and the two people behind her also turned cold. So, are you saying you want to compete with our guild? Zhang Yao said. There is a stage set up by the Heavenly Dao in the city, specifically for everyone to spar. In the past, the two guilds have competed, with wins and losses on both sides, but no clear victor. However, the presidents of both guilds have never made a move. Could we finally witness a battle between the presidents now? Zhang Yang, undaunted, replied directly, sure, whenever you want. I, Zhang Yang, am always ready. Zhang Yao slowly said, no rush, the Heavenly Dao has just announced a major secret realm, and only one guild from each city can participate. We can determine the winner then. This was news that every guild had heard, but aside from the Longyan and Luoshui guilds, others did not take it to heart, as it had nothing to do with them. The final spot would definitely go to these two major guilds. Zhang Yao also received news from the headquarters that if she couldn't secure this spot, her position as president would be replaced. Alright, we will determine the winner then. Chen Chang was also determined to secure this spot. If either side could obtain it, it would not only solidify their title as the #1 guild but also significantly enhance their strength through this secret realm, truly achieving a reversal. Zhang Yao then looked at Su Chen. Have you made up your mind? Are you going to choose our guild? Her eyes still held a proud look, which Su Chen found hard to tolerate. He immediately said, I will not choose your guild. Zhang Yao's expression changed. This Su Chen actually rejected her so decisively. She rarely personally invited others to join their guild, and no one had ever turned down their invitation. You will soon regret the decision you made today, said a member of the Longyan Guild. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Brother. Su made a good choice. Following their guild will lead to no future. Currently, only these two guilds in Luoshui City are qualified to accept Su Chen, and since he did not choose the Longyan Guild, he would definitely end up in the Luoshui Guild. I hope that on the day of the duel, you can still say that. Zhang Yao shot a glance at Zhang Yang. Then, she led her people out. Since Su Chen was unwilling to join their guild, there was no need for her to stay here. After taking a few steps out, she suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at Su Chen. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Su Chen turned to look at her. At this moment, there was a warning in Zhang Yao's eyes, her tone filled with coldness. Don't ever lay a hand on Zhang Xiang again, or I will make you regret it. Everyone else was taken aback by her words. However, Su Chen was completely unafraid. Just as Zhang Yao finished speaking and turned to leave, he said, then I'll tell you this, Zhang Xiang's life is mine to take, and no one can protect him, I mean it. Zhang Yao's footsteps halted. She didn't expect Su Chen to be so bold. Instantly, a tense atmosphere spread. No one had anticipated that Su Chen would dare to confront the Dragon Flame Guild in front of so many people. Alright, I want to see just how capable you are. Don't end up falling into our hands later, she said, turning away with her people. One of her companions remarked, President, this Su Chen is too arrogant. You should have challenged him directly just now, so he knows what it means to be humble. If it had been before, Zhang Yao would not have let Su Chen off so easily and would have likely issued a challenge on the spot. But now was a critical moment. She couldn't let Chen Chang see her true strength. Everything had to wait until the competition for the secret realm quota. Nothing was more crucial than that quota. No rush. When the guild battles begin, I will personally teach him a lesson, she said. In the mission hall, after Zhang Yao left, Zhang Yang burst into laughter. Brother Su, you really dared to say that. It seems Zhang Yao is quite upset. Su Chen had the audacity to speak to Zhang Yao like that, leaving her with no face at all. Such A temperament was exactly to Jiang Yang's liking. He was also the type who feared nothing. Chen Shang laughed as well. Yes, it's rare for someone as proud as President Jiang to lose face. I didn't expect you, Brother Su, to achieve that. Besides them, others dared not discuss Jiang Yao, including Zhong Yan and Wang Meng. Although they wore smiles, they didn't dare say much. After Jiang Yao and her group left, only the Luo Shui Guild remained to compete. For Su Chen. Chen Shang glanced around and waved his hand. Brother Su, let's go talk in the guild. Jiang Yang even stepped forward to put his arm around Su Chen's shoulder. That's right, Brother Su, let me show you around the guild. Su Chen did not refuse. Joining the Luo Shui Guild seemed to be his only choice for now. Moreover, he had a good impression of both Jiang Yang and Chen Shang. Along the way, the three chatted happily. Both of them were very friendly, and Jiang Yang was particularly familiar. From their conversation, Su Chen learned that the Luo Shui Guild was not founded by them. The original founders of the Luo Shui Guild had all moved on to larger cities, venturing into a broader world. They had joined the Luo Shui Guild later and eventually became its leaders. Previously, the Luo Shui Guild was undoubtedly the #1 guild in Luo Shui City, but after the Dragon Flame Guild settled in, they sent many powerful members from their headquarters. This created a situation of equal strength between the two guilds. But our Luo Shui Guild has deep roots, and with rising talents like Jiang Yang, we will eventually crush the Dragon Flame Guild and reclaim the title of the #1 guild, Chen Shang said confidently. Su Chen couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yang, who was walking beside him. He had heard Jiang Yang's name back in the novice village, knowing he was called the #1 genius of Luo Shui City. He looked younger than Su Chen, but he had already been in this world for several months. A few months might seem long to Su Chen, but it was very short for others. To achieve such strength in just a few months and become the vice president of the Luo Shui Guild was enough to prove he was indeed a genius. But compared to Su Chen, it was nothing. After all, he had only been in this world for a few days and had already reached such a height. The three quickly arrived at the Luo Shui Guild, located in the center of the city. From the outside, it looked like the residence of an ancient noble family, but the decorations were even more luxurious, and the space was much more spacious. Su Chen scanned the surroundings and found that this was the most prosperous area in the city, with the most magnificent buildings. Suddenly, he noticed that right across from them was the Longyan Guild, with the two guilds facing each other. The remaining first-rate guilds were located a bit further away. Chen Shang explained to Su Chen, this is the best location in the city. The more powerful the guild, the closer it is to this area. Su Chen nodded. It seemed that the Longyan Guild did not want to be outdone by the Luo Shui Guild. Chen Shang led Su Chen and Jiang Yang into the guild, where many people greeted Chen Shang and Jiang Yang. At the same time, Su Chen also attracted a lot of attention. Naturally, someone who could return with the president and vice president was extraordinary. Soon, someone recognized Su Chen's identity, knowing he was the newcomer who had killed Gai Mia. And now he appeared here. His purpose was self-evident. Many people were very excited. Another talented powerhouse had joined their guild, and now they wanted to see how the Longyan Guild would compete with them. Chen Shang sent Jiang Yang away and took Su Chen to his residence, which was a courtyard with a scenic view. The two walked into a pavilion in the courtyard. Brother Su Chen, I wonder if you are satisfied with the environment of our guild? Chen Shang turned and asked. President, there's no need to be polite, just call me Su Chen, Su Chen replied with a smile. He was naturally satisfied with this place. After all, in the entire Luo Shui city, only the Longyan Guild could compare to the Luo Shui Guild, and he had just had a falling out with the president of the Longyan Guild. Chen Shang was merely asking casually, then said, alright, since you have chosen to join our Luo Shui Guild, I cannot treat you poorly. Feel free to make any requests. Now that I have joined the guild, I wonder what position the president plans to arrange for me. Su Chen asked, as this was the only thing he cared about. Hearing this question, Chen Shang became serious. Generally speaking, positions in the guild are determined by one's strength and contributions to the guild. Currently, Su Chen had not contributed to the guild, but his strength was already quite formidable, which made Chen Shang hesitate a bit. He tentatively said, Su Chen, since you were able to almost kill Zhang Ziang with such strength, there should be no one among all the stewards in the guild who can defeat you. How about this? I will directly make you the first steward of the guild, with a status only below me and Jiang Yang. What do you think? The first steward of the guild is equivalent to the third in command. This position is not low. It should be noted that the other stewards had been in the guild for a long time, some even longer than Chen Shang. Their contributions to the guild were not small, and letting Su Chen rise above them as soon as he joined was already a special exception from Chen Shang. This shows that he was indeed sincere and did not lower the conditions just because Su Chen could only join the Luo Shui Guild. First Deacon. Su Chen pondered for a moment, stroking his chin and said, I still prefer the position of vice president. Upon hearing this, Chen Shang's face immediately showed a troubled expression. He had been the president for so long and had only promoted Jiang Yang to vice president, and that was based on his talent and significant contributions to the guild. If Su Chen were to take the position of vice president right away, it would be somewhat unfair to others. Considering Jiang Yang's character, he probably wouldn't mind, but others might not think the same. Chen Sheng sighed and said somewhat helplessly, Su Chen, it's not that I don't want you to be vice president, but how about this? I promise you that as long as you can make a certain contribution to the guild, I can immediately make you vice president. It was clear that Chen Sheng was genuinely sincere towards Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, I know, but I can contribute to the guild right now. What? Chen Sheng was puzzled. I know the entrance to a secret realm that can accommodate 3 people at the same time. Chen Sheng was immediately shaken. A secret realm was a tremendous opportunity, and players could gain a lot from it. This was far more important than the tasks issued by the Heavenly Tao. It was truly incredible that Su Chen, on his first day in the city, could discover a secret realm. He changed from his previous frown to an excited expression and asked, Secret realm entrance? Are you sure that's the entrance to the secret realm? Of course, Su Chen affirmed. After staring at Su Chen excitedly for a few seconds, Chen Sheng immediately said, Alright, since it's the entrance to a secret realm, this is indeed a great contribution to the guild. Su Chen, you will be the vice president of the Luoshui Guild from now on. I will notify all guild members. He chose to trust Su Chen directly instead of waiting until they entered the secret realm to make him vice president. This showed that he was a president with great decisiveness. After that, Su Chen left Chen Sheng's residence. He said he needed to find 2 candidates and also asked Su Chen to prepare, as they would enter the secret realm soon. This was just as Su Chen had thought. The entrance to the secret realm could only be entered once, and if discovered by others, it would be troublesome. As for the 2 candidates he mentioned, Su Chen didn't need to guess. It was definitely him and Jiang Yang. As soon as he walked out of the president's residence, he saw 3 familiar faces approaching him. It was Qi Yushan, Li Rui, and Yu Ziqing who had supported the novice village back then. They were all members of the Luoshui Guild. Yu Ziqing ran excitedly towards Su Chen. Su Chen, it's really you. They recognized him as the one who had killed the guy Mia, knowing that this must be the Su Chen they were familiar with. Moreover, he had already been able to kill the demon clan general while in the novice village. Of course it's me, Su Chen smiled. Qi Yushan walked over and said, back in the novice village, I knew that with your strength, you would definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the city. Yeah, I really didn't expect you to show your skills right away. I heard that the presidents of the 2 major guilds have both invited you, Li Rui said with a smile. Seeing Su Chen appear here, Yu Ziqing immediately asked, Su Chen, have you joined our guild? What position did the president give you? Is it deacon? Are you going to be our leader from now on? He bombarded him with questions right away. However, the other 2 were also very curious and wanted to know what position Su Chen had taken. Qi Yushan and the other 2 were just elite members of the guild and did not have the qualifications to be deacons. Moreover, there were very few deacons in their guild, most of whom were outside, making it hard to see a deacon's presence. Furthermore, the deacons of their Luoshui guild held a status and strength equivalent to that of a vice president in a first-rate guild. Some of the stronger ones were even more powerful than the presidents of first-rate guilds. Su Chen smiled and denied, I am not the steward. Upon hearing this response, disappointment appeared on the faces of the 3. Qi Yushan comforted, it's okay, the president must be considering the issue of contributions, which is why he didn't let you take the position of steward. If you contribute to the guild in the future, then. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen immediately said, I am now the vice president. Qi Yushan, who was speaking, suddenly stopped. Yu Ziqing and Li Rui were also taken aback at the same time. What? Vice president? Yu Ziqing exclaimed loudly. Li Rui widened his eyes and said, Su Chen, you're not joking, are you? Looks like we'll have to call you Vice President Su from now on, Qi Yushan said with a smile, shaking his head. Just a moment ago, he had tried to comfort Su Chen, and now he felt he needed comfort himself. A newcomer who had just come from the novice village had suddenly jumped to become the vice president of the guild. The contrast was truly too great. The president is really unfair, giving away the vice president position so easily. Someone nearby had already started to complain, openly expressing their dissatisfaction with Su Chen. Yeah, we have so many stewards who have made significant contributions but haven't become vice president. Why does he get to be vice president just like that? Exactly, even brother Jiang Yang made huge contributions and surpassed many stewards to become vice president. Why does he get to stand on equal footing with brother Jiang Yang right from the start? They had all seen Chen Sheng's message in the guild chat channel, learning that Su Chen was already the vice president of their guild. Qi Yushan and the others also glanced at the guild channel, finally believing that what Su Chen said was true. Regarding these voices of dissatisfaction, Su Chen did not respond. He knew that many people would definitely be unhappy about him becoming vice president right away. But what was the use of being unhappy? He was still the vice president. Qi Yushan knew that Su Chen was new to the guild and unfamiliar with everything, so he took the initiative to say, "Vice President, let us take you around the guild to get familiar with the place." "Sure, let's go take a look." Suchin agreed happily, as he wanted to see what the guild had to offer, and it was best to have someone familiar to guide him. The three of them excitedly took Suchen to get acquainted with the environment in the guild. It was difficult for them to even see a steward, let alone the vice president. First, they took Suchen to the guild's mission hall. It was surprisingly not smaller than any of the mission halls in the city. Moreover, the tasks on the mission panel were actually more difficult than those in the city's mission hall. With even more generous rewards, these were also tasks released by the Heavenly Tao. Tasks of this difficulty would only be released to large guilds. Weak guilds and the mission halls in the city could not receive such tasks. One of the tasks is to find magic crystals, each of which can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins, making the reward extremely generous. There are also other tasks with very rich rewards, including spirit fruits and elixirs that enhance attributes as well as high-quality items. This is also why those strong individuals want to join the large guilds, as there are more opportunities to become stronger here. Even first-rate guilds cannot receive such tasks, and their strength is simply not enough to complete them. Suchen looked down and saw that the tasks below had generally become simpler, with even tasks issued by the guild's steward. Can guild members also issue tasks themselves? Su Chen asked. Chi Yushan nodded and said, "Yes, but you must at least be an elite member to issue a task." Suddenly, Suchen had an idea. He wanted to issue a task. He stepped forward and after some operations, a task was published. Chi Yushan and the others were very curious about what task Suchen would issue, but when they saw the task, they found it strange. Task: collect monster corpses, with rewards of gold coins and ordinary grade weapons based on the level of each monster. At the same time, Suchen listed several types of monster corpses he did not want, as he had temporarily reached his limit for devouring them. That's right, he wanted to collect monster corpses to devour their attributes. With the help of these guild members, he could absorb attributes very quickly, and his strength could reach a terrifying level. Perhaps he just needed to wait in the guild while the members brought back the monster corpses, allowing his strength to increase rapidly. However, he was not overly optimistic, as it had been a long time since there were any monsters around Luoshui City, let alone corpses. To kill monsters, one would have to go to the more distant, ancient forest and mountains. Moreover, the higher the level of the monsters, the larger their size. Without space-type treasures, it would be impossible to transport them back from the distant forests and mountains. Unless one happened to kill a few monsters along the way and then had their corpses teleported back by the Heavenly Tao. "Vice President, what do you want these monster corpses for? The meat isn't even good to eat," Yu Ziqing asked in confusion. Chi Yushan was shocked when he saw the reward Suchen offered. "Vice President, a level 6 monster corpse can be exchanged for an ordinary first-tier weapon or 100 gold coins? Li Rue added, "This reward is too generous. Are those monster corpses really worth that much? It's naturally useful to me, you just need to collect them," Suchen said with a smile. Right now, he had the most ordinary grade weapons and over 20,000 gold coins. Moreover, this did not even account for the funds given to him as vice president and the precious refining materials he had. If he could use these gold coins to exchange for a large number of monster corpses, his strength would see a significant boost. Li Rue reminded him, "Vice President, this task can also be published in the task hall of Luoshui City, which would allow more people to help you find the monster corpses." Su Chen had the same intention. This kind of task was not difficult, and the more people who knew about it, the greater the rewards. Just then, Chen Shang walked over, and upon seeing him, Chi Yushan and the others immediately stood up straight and respectfully said, "Hello, President." Chen Chang nodded slightly to them, then looked at Su Chen. "Are you ready, Su Chen? We are about to set off." Ready. In fact, he had nothing much to prepare, as everything was already on him. Unlike those who had been in Luoshui City for a long time, most of their items and treasures were stored at their residences. "Alright, then let's go," Chen Sheng said, nodding. At that moment, Yu Ziqing suddenly said, "Vice President, we can help you publish the task at the task center." Su Chen stopped and glanced at him, then nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll trouble you." "Not a trouble, just a small effort," Yu Ziqing replied with a sincere smile. After Su Chen and Chen Chang left, Chi Yushan looked at Yu Ziqing and said, "How come I never noticed before that you're quite good at being attentive?" "Yeah, I've never seen you fawn over anyone either." Yu Ziqing seriously analyzed for them, "TCH, others simply don't deserve my flattery. But Su Chen is someone else, he just arrived and became the vice president. His future is limitless, and if I don't flatter him now, I won't have the chance later." Li Rue couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, while Chi Yushan felt that Yu Ziqing made a lot of sense, nodding thoughtfully as he stroked his chin, realizing that missing the chance to flatter him earlier was indeed a loss. Soon, the news of Su Chen becoming the vice president of the Luoshui Guild spread throughout Luoshui City. This was even more explosive than the news of Su Chen killing the Gaimia. After all, the stewards of the Luoshui Guild could kill Gaimia, but none of those stewards had become vice president. And Su Chen had just arrived in the city and immediately became vice president. One could only imagine how the stewards would feel if they found out. Generally speaking, these stewards and the presidents of first-rate guilds were mostly not in the city. They were either out on missions or heading to the ancient forest and mountains to hunt monsters, seeking opportunities to enhance their strength. After all, if you stayed in the city, you wouldn't be able to improve your strength, you would only be surpassed by others. In the King Kong Guild, Wang Mang was taken aback by this news. From now on, Su Chen's status would be even higher than that of him, the strongest president of a first-rate guild. Zhang Yan's reaction to the news was similar. They had originally thought that Su Chen becoming a steward would be the peak for him. This would allow him to stand on equal footing with them, but now he was directly stepping over them. After Jiang Yao learned the news, she felt even more displeased. I really don't understand what Chen Chang is thinking, giving this kid the position of vice president. Previously, Su Chen had openly opposed her, and she had kept that in mind. Now that Su Chen was the vice president of the Luoshui Guild, it was indeed difficult to take action against him. However, the most displeased were the stewards of the Luoshui Guild. Some seasoned stewards were already rushing back from outside, wanting to confront Chen Chang and see just how capable this Su Chen really was. At this moment, inside the Luoshui Guild, Su Chen was brought by Chen Chang to a teleportation array. This is our guild's teleportation array. In all of Luoshui City, only we in the Dragonflame Guild across the street have a teleportation array. Other guilds haven't met the standards of the Heavenly Path. Su Chen nodded. He had just learned that there was a teleportation array within the guild, which would make traveling much more convenient. At this time, Jiang Yang was already waiting here in advance. When he saw the two approaching, he smiled and said to Su Chen, "Congratulations, our new vice president." His smile was full of sincerity, and Su Chen didn't read any other meaning from it. It seemed that Jiang Yang was indeed as Chen Chang had said, not feeling displeased because he had become vice president. Then Jiang Yang sighed. "I really didn't expect that you would know the entrance to a secret realm." "Just lucky," Su Chen replied with a smile. Jiang Yang reminded him, "I've heard that many experienced stewards from the guild are rushing back. They should be coming to trouble you." Chen Chang assured Su Chen, "Don't worry, I've appointed you as the vice president, and that won't change. Even if they come, nothing will be different." Su Chen was unconcerned. "It's fine, they just want to see if I'm qualified. When the time comes, I'll prove myself with my strength." Jiang Yang was very pleased with Su Chen's attitude. "Well said. The president's judgment is never wrong. Let them see your power then." Chen Chang nodded and said, "Let's set off quickly. You should know the exact location there, right?" After discovering that secret realm, Su Chen had paid special attention to that location and immediately selected the destination on the teleportation array. The three of them stepped into the teleportation array, and Chen Chang paid the gold coins to the Heavenly Dao, after which they were teleported away by a beam of light. These teleportation arrays require payment in gold coins to operate and charge based on the distance of the teleportation. But for wealthy people like Su Chen and Chen Chang, it was hardly worth mentioning. On a small mountain not far from the stone village, whoosh! A beam of light teleported three figures down, and the three appeared directly at the mountain's peak. Relying on his memory, Su Chen quickly found the cave wrapped in bushes. After entering the cave, they indeed saw the entrance to the demon realm's secret realm. It really is the entrance to a secret realm, and it's connected to the demon realm, Jiang Yang said excitedly. At first glance, this secret realm should be classified as a small secret realm, Chen Cheng assessed from the entrance. Small secret realm? Su Chen had no knowledge of this. Chen Cheng explained, "That's right. The other end of the secret realm leads to another world, but the area that can be explored through the secret realm is very small, or that world is just small. The size of secret realms is categorized as super small, small, medium, large, and super large." Su Chen nodded. It seemed this secret realm wasn't much, just a small one. Chen Cheng noticed what Su Chen was thinking and smiled. "Don't underestimate this small secret realm. The opportunities inside are significant. If we can complete the tasks from the Heavenly Dao and explore, it will be enough for the three of us to greatly enhance our strength." Jian Yang added, "That's right, this is still a demon realm secret realm, more dangerous than other secret realms, but with more opportunities. With our strength, exploring it is sufficient." The three stopped talking and immediately stepped into the secret realm. Boom! As the surrounding scenery shook, Su Chen and the others arrived in a completely unfamiliar area. Tall peaks surrounded them, and they found themselves in the middle of a cliff. Although this was the demon realm, it wasn't as dark and terrifying as Su Chen had imagined. Instead, it was quite similar to the scene outside Luoshui City. If he hadn't learned about it beforehand, Su Chen would have thought he was at some cliff outside the cave. On the way here, Su Chen had learned from the two that the demon race had not only invaded their reincarnation world but had also invaded many other worlds, with many of those worlds completely occupied by the demon race, becoming their territory. Generally speaking, such small secret realms would not be the main worlds of the demon race. "It seems this place hasn't been occupied by the demon race for long," Chen Cheng said, glancing around. Jiang Yang looked up, enjoying the sunlight, and stretched lazily. Yeah, green waters and blue skies, just like our world. Su Chen was not as casual as the other two. Having walked all the way from the novice village, he had developed the habit of being constantly vigilant. Jiang Yang, seeing Su Chen's cautious demeanor, immediately laughed and said, "Brother Su, there's no need to be so tense here. Generally speaking, the places we enter after entering the secret realm are absolutely safe. This is essentially a safe zone. If we want to exit the secret realm, we have to come here." Chen Chang glanced at him and said seriously, "That's only in general situations. In any case, it's better to be cautious." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang put away his playful expression and directly entered a serious state. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the minds of the three. Secret Realm Exploration Task: Kill Level 3 Demon Race 0 out of 100. Kill Level 4 Demon Race 0/50. Kill Level 5 Demon Race 0/25. Kill Level 6 Demon Race 0 out of 10. Kill Demon Race General 0 out of 5. Kill Level 10 Demon Race 0 out of 1. Additional task: Find and help General Shinwei escape from the pursuit of the Demon Race. A generous reward will be given upon completion. Wow, this secret realm task is so simple. Jiang Yang exclaimed after hearing the task described by the heavenly Tao. That's right, this kill task is indeed very simple. At the same time, Su Chen also felt that this kill task was not difficult. He could complete the first few by himself, but he was unsure about the strength of the level 10 demon race. However, the most experienced Chen Chang did not think so. He had entered the most secret realms and had dealt with the demon race the most. It's not that simple. You have to understand that this is a world of the demon race and their armies are everywhere. Then wouldn't it be even easier to kill them? Su Chen asked, as his control over fire was very effective against these groups of demon race armies. For those level 3 demons, he could kill as many as he encountered. Not all of these demon race armies are weak. Once they realize the strength of the enemy, they will immediately report to their superiors, and then very powerful demon race will come. Chen Chang had seen those powerful demon race capable of flying and burrowing, incredibly strong. This is a world belonging to the demon race and their people are everywhere. Once we start killing some of them and they discover our traces, our situation will become very dire. Chen Chang patiently explained to the two, as this was a matter of life and death for them. If this were a world where the demon race was attacking, then this kill task would be very simple, but this world has been completely occupied by the demon race and they can encircle us on a large scale. After hearing this, Su Chen and Jiang Yang nodded, their expressions no longer so relaxed. So, if we want to kill the demon race, we must not let them discover us, Su Chen said. That's right. Seeing that both of them understood their current situation, they began to walk towards the outside of the mountains, preparing to look for some isolated demon race. Now it seems that this task is indeed not simple. I was still thinking about completing that extra task. Jiang Yang was still thinking about that extra task, because he knew that the rewards for this extra task were much more generous than those for ordinary tasks. He heard that someone in another city had completed an extra task in the secret realm and directly obtained a very powerful skill, allowing him to leap from an ordinary guild member to the vice president. Chen Chang, walking ahead, said, "Don't think about that extra task. I've entered the secret realm so many times and have never seen anyone complete it." He had followed some strong individuals into the secret realm since he was very weak, and now that he had become the strongest, he still hadn't completed an extra task. "Is this extra task very difficult?" Su Chen asked. Jiang Yang replied, "It's difficult, but the benefits are also many. If we can complete it once, the rewards will be greater than entering the secret realm 10 times. Is it that exaggerated?" Su Chen was astonished. He looked over the extra task again and murmured, "The information given by the heavenly Tao is too sparse. It only mentioned a General Shinwei, and we don't even know who General Shinwei is, so how can we find him?" Chen Cheng continued, "Even if we find him, what can we do? It says here that we need to help him escape from the pursuit of the demon clan. You have to know, this is the demon realm. Asking us to help him escape from the demon clan's pursuit here is just nonsense." Chen Cheng had lost hope for such extra tasks after experiencing the secret realm many times. In his view, being able to complete the most basic ordinary task, receive the rewards, and leave directly was already quite good. However, Su Chen didn't think so. Since the rewards for the extra task were so generous, why not give it a try? The attributes of the three of them were all high, and their speed of action was also very fast. Before long, they had walked out of the mountain range. As soon as the three emerged from the mountains, they saw the camp of the demon army ahead. The three crouched on a mountain, looking down at the demon army stationed below. Jiang Yang placed a hand on his forehead, gazing ahead and said, as expected of the demon clan's world, "We haven't walked far and already see a demon camp." This demon camp was not very large, roughly estimated to have only 200 to 300 people. Most of them were level 3 demon soldiers with a few level 6 leaders, but they did not see any demon generals at the moment. As long as we wipe out the demons here, the level 3 demon kill task will definitely be completed, Suchen said. Jiang Yang confidently stated, it seems that this kill task isn't difficult at all. I alone am enough to take them down. He and Su Chen were eager to rush down and deal with these demons. Chen Shang reminded, this group of demons isn't hard to deal with, but pay attention to one thing, we must not let a single one escape. If someone gets away to report, the situation will be dire. You two will attack later, and I'll be on guard around us to ensure they can't send out any messages. Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, alright, I know. With me and Brother Su attacking, I guarantee none of them will escape. Brother Su, let's go. With that, Zhang Yang transformed into a streak of light and rapidly charged toward the demon camp below. Su Chen, surprised by his speed, was unwilling to be outdone and burst forth with incredible speed to follow. The demon soldiers on guard in the camp suddenly saw two figures rushing down from the mountain and were taken aback, wanting to alert those around them immediately. Zhang Yang suddenly swung his right hand forward and a brilliant golden light shot out from his palm. Whoosh! This golden light transformed into a golden blade, directly piercing through the demon soldier's neck, instantly killing him. Then, the sharp blade disappeared, leaving only a bloody hole on the neck of the demon soldier from which blood continued to pour out. Su Chen, who was nearby, was shocked. He was just about to take out the falling snow longbow when Zhang Yang made his move, his speed incredibly fast. Is this his talent? Such strong offensive power. The two moved swiftly, reaching the demon camp in an instant. Without saying a word, Su Chen directly unleashed his control over flames. Boom! The raging flames surged towards the nearby demon tents, turning each tent into a sea of fire. The demons still inside the tents didn't even have time to escape before being burned to ashes. Kill third level demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Kill third level demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Kill third level demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Another series of kill notifications rang out, and it was unknown how many demon soldiers perished in the sea of fire. Now it was Zhang Yang's turn to be dumbfounded. Wow! Brother Su, this fire is too strong. Chun Cheng behind them also couldn't hide his surprise. The group-killing power of this fire was terrifying. However, the demons quickly reacted, and some demon soldiers rushed out from the front tents, weapons in hand, charging towards Su Chen and Zhang Yang. Leave these demons to me. Buzz! A golden sword-shaped mark appeared on Zhang Yang's forehead, and at the same time, golden light burst forth from his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless small golden swords and blades flew out from his hands. Put! These blades, transformed from golden light, were unstoppable, piercing through the demon soldiers along with their armor. The charging demon soldiers fell in droves, and those who sensed something was wrong tried to flee, but were caught and killed by the blades. A demon leader wielding a wolf-toothed club appeared, smashing down on a golden blade. Bang! The blade instantly dissipated into the air. But at the same time, more golden blades rushed towards him. Swish, swish, swish. The demon leader was instantly pierced into a beehive. Then, these small golden swords and blades attacked other demons again. He and Su Chen won, using the overwhelming flames to indiscriminately attack the demon camp, while the other used golden blades to continuously track and pierce the scattered demons. Chen Shang stood on a high ground, taking out a silver longbow, continuously shooting down those demon soldiers trying to escape the camp. The demons in this camp had no power to resist in front of the three of them, being pushed through by the two. Even some demon leaders couldn't withstand the attacks of the flames and blades. Roar! A roar sounded, and a heavily armored demon general appeared ahead. 7th level demon general. A 7th level demon general. It seems to be the strongest in this camp. Su Chen directly used teleportation to appear in front of it and drew the meteor sword to strike at it. With the destruction effect enhancing it, the meteor sword became incredibly swift. Bang! As soon as the blade made contact with the demon general, its body was torn apart, and even the outer armor shattered into pieces. This was the power brought by the destruction effect. Kill 7th level demon general. Experience plus 2600. Devour successful. Attack plus 25. Speed plus 10. Behind Su Chen, Zhang Yang was taken aback. Although he had long suspected that Su Chen must have more than one skill, seeing him use teleportation again still sent a shock through his heart. It is important to know that for powerful beings with high attributes like them, the increase in attributes is no longer the most crucial factor. Acquiring talents and skills is the most important way to enhance strength. If you have one more means than your opponent, even if your attributes are inferior, it is still easier for you to win. After all, if he and Su Chen were facing enemies with the same attributes but without any talents or skills, they could easily annihilate them. Once the flames and blades are unleashed, if the opponent has no skills or treasures, they can only wait for death. It can be said that the more skills and stronger talents one has, the stronger their overall power. Strong attributes are equivalent to a strong physical body, but against those with powerful skills and talents, a strong physical body means nothing. In the Luoxue Guild, there are many with higher attributes than him, but none can match him in talent strength, which is why he can dominate and become the vice president. In the case of the three working together, the demon race in this camp was quickly slaughtered, having no power to fight back at all. Zhang Yang retracted all the blades into his body and said, "Brother Su, what a strong talent you have." Most of the demons here were killed by Su Chen, as his flame power had an extensive range. "Brother Jiang, your talent is also very strong. In fact, controlling flames was not his talent." However, Zhang Yang's talent was indeed very strong, capable of exerting tremendous power in both group and solo combat. Su Chen opened the kill task to check. This time we can consider the level 3 demon race kill task completed, and the level 4 demon race kill task is almost done. At that moment, Chen Chang also walked over with a silver longbow. He said, "These lower level demons are easy to kill, but those higher level demons have countless low level demon soldiers under them." Su Chen understood this reasoning. This was the world of demons, and those demon generals surely had many demon soldiers under their command. To kill the remaining 4 demon generals and 1 level 10 demon, they would probably need to kill quite a few low-level demons as well. While the three were planning where to go next, a hoarse human voice suddenly came from nearby. "Help!" The three exchanged glances and looked towards the woods outside the camp, where the voice had come from. "There are actually humans here," Zhang Yang said in surprise. Su Chen speculated, "It seems this was originally a human world. Humans should not have been completely exterminated by the demons." From what he had heard about General Shen Wei from the Heavenly Path, Su Chen felt that this should be a human world, and now this guess was confirmed. This was good news for them. "Let's go take a look." The three set off towards the woods, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. Upon entering the woods, they discovered that there were actually more than a dozen human men tied to the trees. Their upper garments had been stripped away, their bodies covered in wounds, flesh and blood in tatters, and blood was everywhere. Most of them had already lost their breath, with only 1 or 2 surviving humans barely clinging to life. "These damned demons!" Zhang Yang cursed. Su Chen summoned flames from his palm to melt the ropes binding the 2 surviving men. However, both were severely injured and lacked the strength to stand. Once released, they immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Yang took out 2 healing pills from his spatial ring and approached to give them to the 2 men. These were ordinary pills sold in the shop, essential for every player. This elixir is also used to treat injuries according to their severity. The lower the level, the better the effect. After the 2 men took the elixir, their complexion gradually improved. One of the older men raised his head to look around and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you 3 for saving us." The younger man also followed suit and expressed his gratitude. "Who are you? Why were you captured by the demon clan?" Chen Chang asked. He still wanted to understand the situation here and see how to complete the assassination mission in the safest way. Upon hearing this, the elder showed a hint of despair on his face. "We are from the Divine Might Army in the Imperial City. After our defeat, we were captured by these demons. They were the elite troops of the capital, the main force against the demon clan, but now they had fallen to such a state." Divine Might Army? The three exchanged glances upon hearing this name. They all remembered the additional mission issued by the Heavenly Tao. Chen Chang directly asked, "So, you were soldiers under the command of General Divine Might?" "Exactly." At this point, the young soldier's face revealed a proud expression. Then he asked, "Have you heard of General Divine Might?" The three looked at each other. They had only heard of this name, nothing more. Facing the young soldier's eager gaze, Su Chen said, "Yes, General Divine Might is unparalleled in martial arts, incredibly brave, killing demons as easily as drinking water. Who doesn't know that?" Su Chen's praise made both soldiers of the Divine Might Army visibly excited. Meanwhile, Chen Chang and Zhang Yang were taken aback. Su Chen's reaction and flattery skills were too impressive. "So where is General Divine Might now? He hasn't been captured by the demons, has he?" Su Chen asked. The young soldier immediately stood up and said, "No, absolutely not. Our general is so powerful, it's impossible for him to be captured by the demons." The elder added, "Although the imperial city was breached by the demons, General Divine Might led the royal family to escape from the city and was not captured by the demons." From their descriptions, the three learned about the entire invasion process of the demon clan. It turned out that not long ago, a massive spatial rift appeared in their world. As soon as the rift formed, an endless stream of demon troops poured out from within. The Divine Might Army fought hard to resist, but they simply could not withstand the continuous onslaught of the demon forces, especially some of the powerful demons among them. The human side had no choice but to scatter, evacuating everyone from the imperial city into the deep mountains, including the Divine Might Army and the royal family. They left a portion of people to resist the demons, buying time for the others. They were clearly among those who stayed behind. As for what happened later, they did not know, and they were not 100% sure that General Divine Might had not been captured. They just firmly believed in their hearts that he still existed. Establishing a conviction within themselves They believed that once the Divine Might army regrouped, they would definitely counterattack and reclaim the imperial city and the land. However, Su Chen and the others had already learned from the Heavenly Tao that this world now belonged to the Demon Clan. It would be very difficult for them to turn the tide unless the spatial rift disappeared and there were no more demon invasions, then they would have a chance to win. They were all still thinking about the extra mission, which is why they quietly listened to the elder finish his explanation. If they simply completed the kill mission, it would be a waste of this opportunity in the secret realm. Do you know which direction General Shunwei and the others retreated? Chen Chang asked. The young soldier shook his head, but the elder's expression turned serious. He clearly knew more. I think the general and the others should have retreated that way, the elder said, pointing to a forest ahead. Moreover, their whereabouts must have been discovered by the Demon Clan, otherwise, these demons wouldn't have brought us here. They had all been captured in the Imperial City but were brought here instead. The higher-ups of the Demon Clan were quite clever. They wanted to use these captives to lure out the Shunwei army, but unfortunately, they had not succeeded. Upon hearing the elder's words, the three immediately understood their current position. In front of them, the Shunwei army and the royal family were fleeing, while the Demon Clan's pursuers were behind them. They were behind the demon pursuers. To find General Shunwei, they would need to cross so many demon pursuers, and they had to be quick. The three moved aside to discuss whether to go rescue General Shunwei and complete this extra mission. Our current position is not favorable for helping General Shunwei. Just finding them is a hassle, Zhang Yang said. In his view, if they wanted to help General Shunwei escape from the Demon Clan's pursuit, they first needed to find him, then resist and kill the demon pursuers together. But Su Chen disagreed. He said, helping General Shunwei escape from pursuit doesn't require us to find him. As long as we harass the demon pursuers from behind, we can naturally relieve the pressure on the Shunwei army, allowing them to escape. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Right, if we launch sneak attacks from behind, that counts as helping them. Chen Chang expressed his concerns, but if we're not careful, we could be counterattacked by the demon pursuers. This approach was indeed very dangerous, essentially putting themselves in a perilous situation. Moreover, they couldn't use their teleportation scrolls in the secret realm. Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, "Oh come on, Lao Chen, you're being too cautious. If we can't win, we can still run. We're in the deep mountains. How can those demon troops chase us down so boldly? Besides, we were supposed to complete the kill mission anyway. Aren't there plenty of demons here just waiting for us?" Zhang Yang was very eager to complete this extra mission. Seeing Chen Chang still hesitating, he continued to persuade him. "Lao Chen, this extra mission has come right to us. If we don't find a way to complete it, that would be simply unreasonable." Chen Chang helplessly glanced at him and sighed. All right. I didn't say I wouldn't go." He was always cautious, but since this extra mission had come to them, there was indeed no reason to give it up. "Good, then let's set off quickly," Zhang Yang said with a smile, determined to succeed in this extra mission. Su Chen also valued this extra mission. After bidding farewell to the two, they immediately headed towards the demon pursuers. These demons were very shrewd. They had left many camps behind to prevent the Shunwei army from breaking through and retreating to the back of the pursuers. However, these camps were raided clean by Su Chen and the others, and the level 4 demon kill mission was nearly completed. Now Su Chen finally understood why the people in those guilds had such high levels. In this secret realm, there were demon troops everywhere, providing a wealth of experience. However, the three didn't waste too much time in these camps. After all, their main goal was still to catch up with the demon pursuers. In a mountain range ahead, the army of the demon clan resembled a massive dragon, coiling through the mountain gorge and continuously advancing. At the forefront of the demon army, two strangely shaped giant beasts pulled a grand and luxurious carriage forward. This carriage was like a small palace, surrounded on all sides by tall and imposing demon warriors guarding it. Inside the carriage, a young demon dressed in loose robes sat in the main seat, constantly drinking fine wine. Beside him stood a demon general in armor, with deep-set eyes. Below, a human man, whose robe was adorned with the pattern of a dragon, was bound and kneeling. He was a prince from the imperial city, captured by the demon clan due to a delayed retreat. His body bore the bloodline of royalty, and these demon sorcerers could use his bloodline to determine the location of the remaining royal family. It was because of this that the demons could continuously lock onto the retreating position of the divine army deep in the mountains. "Wu Jiao, how far are we from them?" the young demon asked from his throne. Beside the human prince, a hunched figure wrapped in a purple robe held a bowl of blood drawn from him. "Your Highness, we are less than 10 miles away," a hoarse voice came from beneath the robe. The young demon stood up from his throne, exuding an air of superiority. "Good. Speed up. Let's annihilate these remnants of the human race in one fell swoop, and this world will completely belong to us." His robe was luxurious, and he flowed with the royal blood of the demon clan, being a noble among demons and the highest-ranking demon in the invasion of this world. The spatial rift could not hold much longer, unable to support the entry of a large demon army. Therefore, he was determined to completely eliminate the remaining divine army and royal family. Otherwise, they would always have the possibility of a comeback. And as long as he completely wiped out these remnants, he would be the king of this world. On the other side, the three who were rushing with all their might finally caught sight of the demon pursuer's tail. Wow, there are so many of these demon soldiers, I can't see the end at all, Jiang Yang said, placing his hand on his forehead. Su Chen scanned the surroundings and said, "This is an excellent position for us to strike." All around were high mountains and forests, with only a narrow mountain path where the demon army was advancing. In this terrain, they could not form a large encirclement. After successfully launching a surprise attack, Su Chen and the others would have a significant advantage in hiding and evading their pursuers in this terrain. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go for it. Jiang Yang immediately drew his sword and charged out. Su Chen and Chen Chang followed closely behind. A demon general who was covering the rear suddenly noticed a gust of wind behind him. He immediately drew his long knife and slashed backward. Clang! A blade of golden light was shattered by his strike, but immediately after, countless golden lights pierced toward him. Swish, swish, swish. His body was instantly cut into pieces by the golden blades. Swish! The golden blades surged forward again, directly targeting the weak demon soldiers. Ah! In an instant, wails erupted from the rear of the demon army as these soldiers were unable to withstand the blades, each one being sliced into fragments. Jiang Yang urged the blades to push through. However, the demons quickly reacted, and 3 demon generals rushed back to provide support. 3 demon generals will each take one, Jiang Yang said. No problem. Su Chen took the initiative to attack one of the demon generals with his sword. Chen Chang also took out a spear from his spatial ring and pierced toward another demon general. Su Chen wielded the meteor sword while the opposing demon general held a long-handled, ghost-headed saber. The two engaged in a straightforward clash without any fancy moves. Clang! The moment the meteor sword struck the ghost-headed saber, sparks flew and the surrounding air trembled. The demon general felt his arm go numb, nearly losing grip on his saber. He couldn't imagine that a mere human could possess such strong attacking power. This was naturally also due to the destructive effect of the meteor sword. Swish! Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast. After one strike, he followed up with another. After their first clash, the demon general's arm was already numb and unbearable, and facing the second strike, he could barely raise his saber to block. Clang! This strike sent his saber flying. Swish! Su Chen swung his sword again, fast as lightning, like a shadow. Bang! This strike landed on the demon general's neck, shattering it completely, and his head fell to the ground. Killed an 8th level demon general. Experience plus 6,000, devoured successfully. Attack plus 30, speed plus 15, defense plus 3. This time, Su Chen didn't use any abilities, relying solely on his attributes. He killed a demon general in just 3 strikes. Of course, this was also related to the power of the meteor sword. If Su Chen had still been using the azure light sword, he might have needed to use teleportation to kill his opponents so quickly. When he looked to the side, he realized that Chen Chang and Jiang Yang had already finished their battles. The demon general opposite Chen Chang had his head pierced by a spear, while Jiang Yang had used the golden blades to slay his opponent. With the deaths of these 3 demon generals, there was no one left in the demon army to resist them, and many more demon soldiers were killed. However, the situation here quickly reached the carriage. What? Humans have appeared to intercept us from behind, and 3 generals have fallen? The young demon Gu Xin frowned. The tall demon general beside him stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, let me go and slay this arrogant human." Gu Xian raised his hand and said, "No, these people are not worth worrying about. They might be the Divine Might army sent to hinder our advance. Let Baal and Baru go. We will continue forward." After receiving the order, the 2 tall demon generals immediately rode their exotic beasts and left from the back of the carriage. In the rear of the demon army, Su Chen and the others were still slaughtering fiercely. These demon soldiers and generals were unable to withstand their attacks, continuously falling down. Watching the experience points keep rolling in, Jiang Yang laughed heartily. So many demons, this is such a satisfying slaughter. Su Chen also felt unprecedented satisfaction as flames surged from his palms, burning the demons into disarray. Now, they had completed the killing tasks for all demon generals and below. In the assassination mission, only 1 demon general and a level 10 demon remained. However, they all knew that among these demons, there were certainly strong ones who would not allow them to slaughter the demon army so easily. Chen Chang, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly spoke up, "Be careful, we're in for a tough fight." Ahead, 2 demon generals riding exotic beasts appeared, and when they saw a large number of their demon soldiers being killed around them, anger immediately surfaced on their faces. They did not expect that their enemy consisted of only 3 humans, yet their army had suffered such great losses. The ground was littered with bodies pierced by sharp blades and charred remains. Seeing the 2 demon generals approaching, Jiang Yang recalled all the blades surrounding them around his body. Su Chen also retracted his flames, leaving only a ball of fire in the palm of his hand. Chen Shang gripped his spear, looking coldly at the two demon generals ahead. Level 9 Demon General Ball, Level 9 Demon General Baru, Suchun used his inside eye to determine that they were both level 9 demon generals. It is known that, like demon beasts, the perception increases significantly with each level, and a level 9 demon general is much stronger than a level 8. Without saying a word, Suchun directly unleashed flames towards the demon general named Ball. Boom! The raging flames surged like a fire dragon towards Ball. At the same time, Jiang Yang also made his move. The golden blades surrounding him became even more dazzling, each blade more brilliant, and their power greatly increased. Whoosh! All the blades flew towards Baru. Roar! Ball and Baru both roared in unison, and a defensive wall formed from demonic energy appeared in front of them. Boom! The flames and blades collided with the demonic wall, creating ripples of energy. These level 9 demon generals were indeed different. It seemed that using flames and blades to kill them would be somewhat difficult. Su Chen and Jiang Yang simultaneously retracted their attacks, as such an offensive consumed a lot of their mental energy. Although both had pills and spiritual fruits to replenish their mental energy, they could not afford to waste it like this. Roar! The moment the attack ceased, Ball and Baru also retracted the demonic wall and charged forward on two massive beasts, resembling bulls. Su Chen took out the meteor sword and gripped it in his hand, while Jiang Yang also drew a slender golden longsword. The two demon generals rode their beasts at high speed, closing in rapidly. Jiang Yang, holding the golden longsword, actively charged towards Baru. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained in place, and when Ball thrust his spear towards him, whoosh! His body suddenly vanished from the spot, reappearing behind Ball. The next second, crack! The meteor sword struck down towards Ball's neck like a shooting star. Bang! The sudden attack caught Ball completely off guard, and he was directly slain beneath his mount with a single strike. Bang! Its body fell to the ground, while the armor on its nape was shattered by the meteor sword, leaving a gruesome gash that nearly crushed its spinal column. Ball's beast continued to charge forward, but was halted by a spear thrown by Chen Shang, which was pinned to the ground. After landing, Ball reacted quickly, immediately bouncing back up from the ground, showing no signs of hesitation despite the excruciating pain in its neck. Whoosh! Just as he flipped over to stand, Su Chen executed a second teleportation and struck down with another sword. In a moment of panic, Ball could only draw his heavy sword to block. Clang! Su Chen's sword forced him to stagger back several steps, but he quickly steadied himself. In the midst of the battle, he realized that Su Chen's strength was not as terrifying as he had initially thought. It was merely that the opponent's methods were too strange, and he had been too careless. With this realization, Ball's fighting spirit surged. Roar! He let out a furious roar, his demonic energy increasing and his strength continuously rising. This was a more powerful surge of demonic energy, allowing him to significantly enhance his power in a short time. But across from him, Su Chen split into two identical clones. The three of them charged towards Ball in unison, leaving him stunned. At the same time, Chen Shang, who was flanking the battle, was also taken aback. Su Chen had too many tricks up his sleeve, no wonder he could almost kill Zhang Ziang. Faced with the three Su Chen's assault, Ball hastily raised his great sword to block. However, how could one person fend off three Su Chens, especially when the real Su Chen wielded the meteor sword? Each strike left his arms numb, his entire body shaking, and his blood surging. To the side, one of Su Chen's clones wielding a green light sword had already inflicted several gashes on Ball, cutting through his hard armor. Roar! On the verge of being pushed into a corner, Ball roared again, his demonic energy and strength surging once more. This was all the demonic energy he had. He decided to go all out and fight Su Chen. But at that moment, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, his arms unable to lift. Crack! Ice crystals appeared on his shoulders and arms, freezing half of his body. At that moment, the three Su Chens attacked simultaneously. Ah! Ball desperately shattered the ice crystals on him and swung his sword forward. Whoosh! The great sword swept towards the three Su Chens, but the real Su Chen brought the meteor sword crashing down onto his great sword. He wanted to force back all three Su Chens at once, hoping for a chance to survive. Clang! The instant the great sword was struck by the meteor sword, Ball felt a sharp pain in his arm, his palm splitting, and the arm holding the great sword went limp. At that moment, the two clones had already swung their swords towards his neck. Thud! One from the left and one from the right, both swords simultaneously severed Ball's head. Kill level 9 Demon General Ball. Experience points plus 9,000. Devour successful. Gain demonic energy shield. Can use demonic energy to form a shield in front of oneself. Just now, Su Chen had already witnessed the power of the demonic energy shield. It could block flames and sharp blades, truly formidable. However, Su Chen had no demonic energy within him unless he used demonic energy enhancement to produce some within his body. This was very taxing on his mental energy, so for now, he couldn't continuously release the demonic energy shield. After killing Ball, the battle on Jiang Yang's side was also nearing its end. Baoru, wielding dual blades, was covered in wounds and could hardly withstand Jiang Yang's assault any longer. Meanwhile, Chen Chang, holding a long spear, was continuously slaying the incoming demon reinforcements. Realizing he was outmatched, Baoru, seeing that Ball had been killed by Su Chen, was suddenly filled with fear. Like Ball, he unleashed a large amount of demonic energy to enhance his strength, wanting to use all his power to escape. Clang! With his greatly increased strength, he pushed Jiang Yang back 2 steps with a single strike, then turned to withdraw. Crack! But suddenly, he felt an immense heaviness beneath his feet, as if they were glued to the ground. He exerted all his strength to lift 1 foot off the ground, shaking off a patch of ice crystals in the process. However, that brief pause allowed Jiang Yang's sword to slash toward him. Slash! Baru's head flew off, leaving only a headless corpse behind. Damn, Su brother. You can use ice skills too? That's quite a few tricks you've got, Jiang Yang remarked, glancing at Baru's frozen foot. Not far away, Chen Cheng also looked over, and indeed, his guess was correct. Su Chen had many skills. At this rate, once he grew stronger, he would definitely surpass anyone in Luoshui City, with terrifying potential. It's nothing, just a little trick, Su Chen said nonchalantly. Jiang Yang looked at Su Chen with disdain. Was that really just a little trick? The control of flames alone was comparable to his own talent, and now there was an additional ice skill. He felt he had enough tricks up his sleeve, but compared to Su Chen, he might still fall short. Su Chen approached Baru's corpse and discreetly devoured its attributes. Devouring successful. Attack plus 50, speed plus 30, defense plus 8, magic energy increased. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. The increase in magic energy meant that his use of demon skills would be even stronger. Demon skills were primarily powered by magic energy, and the stronger the magic energy, the stronger the skills. Boom! Meanwhile, Chen Chang had just thrust his spear and sent the last approaching demon flying, walking toward them. The remaining demons retreated in panic, and some began to relay the events happening here to the front lines. They actually only sent 2 level 9 demon generals. They clearly looked down on us, Jiang Yang said, retracting his sword. Should we continue? Next time, stronger demons will definitely come, Su Chen asked for their opinions. They had already thoroughly disrupted the rear of the demon army. If they continued, they would surely inflict heavy losses on the demons. However, the demons would not allow them to rampage here. Stronger enemies would likely arrive soon. Jiang Yang immediately spoke up. Of course we should continue. These demons are free experience, why not take it? Let's continue. This level shouldn't be enough to make the demons go to great lengths, and the Divine Might army won't be able to escape the pursuit, Chen Cheng said. They were quite confident in their ability to survive, believing that even if they faced a stronger demon later, they could retreat calmly. Now, their kill task was only missing a level 10 demon. The 3 of them immediately charged back into the demon army, and this time, no demon dared to fight back, all fleeing in panic. Originally, they were fearsome killing machines, but now they were terrified and being hunted down by 3 humans. However, it wasn't long before a powerful demon arrived, standing atop a flying beast, enveloped in magic energy, with the surrounding air seemingly eroded by the magic, becoming incredibly dim. This clearly demonstrated his immense strength. The speed of the flying beast was incredibly fast, and the demon general on its back drew a large bow and shot an arrow towards Chen Chang at the front. Whoosh! The arrow was enveloped in demonic energy, striking swiftly like a dragon, formed from demonic mist charging towards Chen Chang. Bang! Chen Chang swept away all the demon soldiers in front of him, then gripped his spear and thrust it forcefully towards the demonic arrow. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with the demonic arrow, producing a loud sound, while energy ripples surged around them. Chen Chang staggered back several steps before he could dissipate the full force contained in the arrow. Whoosh! The demon general, standing on the flying beast, soared over the 3 men from above. Upon reaching their rear, he leaped down, blocking their escape route. Bang! When he landed, the ground shook violently. At that moment, he scanned the surroundings with his deep-set eyes, noting that many demon soldiers had perished here. Su Chen also used his insightful eye to look at him. Level 12 Demon General Muxia. Demonic energy overwhelming, powerful strength. What? It's actually a level 12 Demon General. Even Su Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was 3 levels higher than the 2 demon generals they had just faced. He immediately informed Jiang Yang and Chen Cheng of this fact. Both were equally astonished upon hearing it. I knew he was formidable during our earlier encounter, but I didn't expect him to be a level 12 demon. It seems the demon clan is finally taking us seriously. Muxia was indeed the demon general beside the young demon Gu Xin. And this time they were sufficiently serious about Su Chen and the others. After all, Baron Balu had died here in such a short time, which was enough to demonstrate the strength of the 3. Gu Xin could no longer afford to be careless and directly sent Muxia into battle, but they continued to pursue the Divine Might army as they were about to catch up completely. After jumping off the flying beast, Muxia sheathed his longbow and drew out a battle knife from his waist. This battle knife was also surrounded by demonic energy, exuding immense power. Seeing so many of his subordinates killed by these three, an endless killing intent surged in Musia's eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body transformed into a shadow, charging directly towards the three with terrifying speed. Take this spear! Chen Shang, gripping his spear, charged ahead and thrust it towards Musia. Musia swung his battle knife, creating a blade of demonic energy in midair. Clang! Chen Shang was knocked back by the strike, but before he could pursue, a flurry of golden blades and small swords attacked him. Ah! Musia let out a roar and swung his battle knife again. Boom! A massive wave of black blade energy scattered all those sharp blades. On the other side, Su Chen had already maneuvered the flames to close in on him. Musia channeled all his demonic energy into his arms and struck forward. Boom! The overwhelming demonic energy collided with the flames, creating significant shockwaves. The demonic energy was domineering and powerful, but Su Chen's flames were equally strong, and for the moment, neither side gained the upper hand. At this point, Chen Shang had recovered and charged towards Musia again with his spear. In that instant, Musia unleashed a large amount of demonic energy, forcing Su Chen's flames back. He also freed up his hands to engage Chen Shang with his battle knife. Clang clang! The two clashed, sparks flying, and the surrounding air trembled. But this time, Chen Shang surprisingly held his ground against Musia, relying purely on attributes in battle. He was actually able to fight evenly with a level 12 demon general, leaving Su Chen utterly astonished. Could his attributes be that exaggerated? However, he quickly recalled that during their initial encounter, Chen Shang had been knocked back by a single strike. Now he must have used some means to temporarily confront Musia head-on. Let's make our move quickly, old Chen can't hold on much longer in this state. As he spoke, Zhang Yang manipulated the golden light throughout his body, slowly manifesting three golden long swords in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three long swords flew out in an instant, shining even brighter and moving faster than those golden blades and small swords. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Musia, who was engaged in battle with Chen Shang, and launched an attack at his body. Musia freed up a hand and punched the three long swords, while his demonic energy transformed into fist imprints, sending the swords flying away. However, the three long swords seemed to have a life of their own. After flying out, they turned back and lunged at Musia again. All of this was under Zhang Yang's control. Isn't this sword control technique? Looks pretty cool, Su Chen thought to himself, realizing that Zhang Yang's talent was indeed impressive, living up to the title of the #1 genius of Luoshui City. At this moment, he sought an opportunity to strike. Muxia's strength was formidable, and it would likely take all three of them to defeat him. However, he didn't use fire attacks this time, as Chen Shang was engaged with Musia, and using fire would risk injuring him. He saw a blue ice crystal appear in his left hand and waved it towards Musia. Crack, crack! Ice crystals suddenly appeared on Musia's arm that held the knife, beginning to spread towards his shoulder, threatening to freeze his entire arm. Boom! Musia shook his body, shattering all the ice crystals. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shang thrust his spear forward. Put! The spear pierced through the armor on his chest but was caught by his other hand, preventing the tip from advancing any further. Musia held the spear with one hand while swinging his battle knife down towards Chen Shang. Whoosh! An arrow, like a streak of light, shot over. Clang! The arrow struck Musia's arm that was holding the knife, creating a shower of sparks, but it did not stop his swing. At that moment, the three long swords flew back, aiming directly at his head. This forced Musia to defend with his knife, abandoning his attack on Chen Shang. Clang! He struck the flying swords back again. But at that moment, a white light emanated from Chen Shang's palm, forming a sphere that surged directly towards the spear tip. Boom! The moment the white light sphere covered the spear tip, it erupted with a powerful force, shattering the armor on Musia's chest. Simultaneously, his body was pushed back several steps. What a strong attack! What kind of technique is this? Su Chen watched in shock. This attack was somewhat similar to his own attack-enhancing bracelet, significantly boosting the power of the strike. However, after Chen Shang attacked once, the white light sphere did not disappear and remained attached to the spear tip. Whoosh! Chen Shang stepped forward and thrust his spear again. Musia swung his battle knife to counter, but this time he did not manage to deflect Chen Shang's spear. Instead, his own battle knife trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grip. At this moment, he also sensed Chen Shang's suddenly enhanced attack power, which also carried a shockwave effect. Moreover, Zhang Yang's flying swords and Su Chen's arrows were once again shooting towards him. This put Musia at a significant disadvantage. At this moment, Musia could no longer endure. He immediately unleashed all the demonic energy within him, beginning to enhance his own strength. Buzz! As the demonic energy erupted, his power continued to rise. The three of them, seeing this, attacked even more fiercely, knowing they could not allow Musia to continue to grow stronger. However, with his enhanced strength, Musia was already adept at fending off these attacks and began to counterattack directly. Even Chen Shang, aided by the white light orb, found it difficult to withstand Mu Xie's assault, being forced to retreat repeatedly. Moreover, the situation was even more dire, as Chen Shang's time to enhance his own strength was nearly up, and at that point he would be even less able to resist Mu Xie's attacks. With Mu Xie's attributes and combat power, there was currently no one on their side who could confront him head-on. Whoosh! Su Chen immediately split into 3 clones, sending one to use the falling snow longbow to continue restraining from a distance. His true self and another clone, each wielding a meteor sword and a green light sword, charged towards Mu Xie. Jiang Yang worked even harder to control 3 flying swords, continuously attacking Mu Xie. They needed to take advantage of the time while Chen Shang could still confront Mu Xie directly to defeat him completely. Clang! Mu Xie, wielding his battle knife, struck back, forcing Mu Xie to retreat. Just as he prepared to pursue the victory, Su Chen rushed forward. Whoosh! The meteor sword slashed out a purple-black light, aimed at Mu Xie's shoulder. Mu Xie immediately countered, swinging his battle knife. Clang! Mu Xie's battle knife collided with the meteor sword, creating a wave of energy around them. At the same time, the destructive effect of the meteor sword was triggered, but Mu Xie seemed unaffected, directly striking Su Chen back several steps. What? His attack power is that exaggerated? Only after confronting Mu Xie head-on did he realize how high this guy's attack could be. Just as Mu Xie forced Su Chen's true self back, another clone of Su Chen lunged at him with the green light sword. Mu Xie had no time to defend and could only sidestep to avoid a fatal blow. Thud! The sword still pierced his arm, breaking through the armor and leaving a bloody mark, purple blood flowing from the wound. Mu Xie was instantly enraged, swinging his battle knife again. Bang! With just one strike, this clone was obliterated. After this blow, he continued to swing his knife at Su Chen and Chen Shang. But at this moment, arrows and flying swords from a distance once again attacked him, restraining his movements. Chen Shang also recovered and immediately attacked Mu Xie again with his spear. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Chen seized the opportunity, using teleportation to appear directly at Mu Xie's side. Just as Mu Xie had just swung his knife, he had no time to pay attention to the suddenly appearing Su Chen. Slash! Su Chen aimed for Mu Xie's head and struck down with his sword, simultaneously activating the Power Frenzy Bracelet. He only used this tactic when he was sure the opponent could not evade and the attack would hit. The power of this strike was also maximized. If it struck Mu Xie's head, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured, likely losing half of his combat power, making him easy prey afterward. But as a level 12 demon general, Mu Xie, seasoned by countless battles, remained calm even in such a dire moment. While swinging his knife, he also stepped aside, moving his body a short distance. It was this step that caused Su Chen's sword not to strike directly at his head but instead hit his shoulder. Boom! The destructive effect of the meteor sword, combined with Su Chen's triple attack, shattered the armor on Mu Xie's shoulder, leaving a bloody mess inside. This strike could be said to have rendered his arm nearly useless, almost severing it completely. Ah! Mu Xie let out a loud scream, deflecting all the attacks in front of him with a single stroke, then wildly swung his knife at Su Chen. It was clear that he was thoroughly enraged this time. Whoosh! However, facing Mu Xie's frenzied attack, Su Chen directly used a second-level teleportation to appear behind Mu Xie. This time, he was aware of Mu Xie's astonishing reaction speed, so he chose not to continue aiming for his head. Instead, he targeted the heavily injured shoulder. Crack! The meteor sword slashed down again, carrying the power of a falling meteor. Thud! With this strike, the already mangled and unrecognizable shoulder was completely severed by Su Chen. One of his arms fell to the ground. Thud! Purple blood and overwhelming demonic energy gushed from his wound. This made Mu Xie's face turn extremely ugly. Even a battle-hardened demon general could not endure the pain of a severed arm. He immediately stopped, planted his battle knife into the ground, and gripped the broken area with one hand, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. But Chen Shang and Jiang Yang would not give him a chance to recover. The two immediately unleashed an even more ferocious attack. Whoosh! The spear in Chen Shang's hand shot forward like a dragon, piercing straight towards Mu Xie. The 3 flying swords controlled by Jiang Yang merged into one, transforming into a larger and more dazzling golden sword. Whoosh! The golden sword flew rapidly towards Mu Xie. Ah! Mu Xie let out a roar, channeling all the demonic energy in his body into his only remaining arm. This time, the demonic energy he emitted was greater than before. It was evident that he was truly pushed to the brink and was fighting back with all he had. Boom! Then he threw a punch, and the overwhelming demonic energy transformed into a massive fist imprint, smashing towards Chen Shang's spear and Jiang Yang's flying sword. Bang! With a loud crash, Chen Shang was sent flying backward, leaving several deep footprints in the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang's golden sword was directly shattered in the air by the punch. Ka! Mu Xie let out a strange cry and immediately summoned the flying beast that had brought him here. the beast arrived at his side with incredible speed and he quickly flipped over and sat on it. Still trying to run? But Su Chen would not let them escape. He immediately used his powerful mental energy to cast Frost Freeze. Crack! The flying beast was instantly covered in ice crystals, freezing it in place. Mu Xia was startled. He quickly unleashed his demonic energy to shatter all the ice crystals on the beast. But before they could leave, a fire pillar resembling a fire dragon surged towards them. Boom! The flames instantly enveloped him and the flying beast. Caw! The beast let out a mournful cry, its body completely scorched by the flames, but it struggled to fly into the sky. Whoosh! On the ground, a black spear shadow rushed towards the flying beast. This was the spear thrown by Qin Chang, which struck the beast directly as it struggled to fly under the flames. Thud! The beast's body was instantly pierced by the spear and fell to the ground. Seeing that he could not escape, Mu Xia immediately flipped off the bird and leaped down. Bang! After landing, Mu Xia used all his demonic energy to enhance his strength. He was ready to fight against Su Chen and the others. However, before he could charge at them, blades of golden light rushed towards him. Whoosh! At this moment, his physical strength could no longer withstand these attacks without demonic energy, so he could only raise his battle knife to block in front of him. Clang! 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 The blades struck his battle knife, making it ring, and left numerous wounds on his body. In an instant, his body was covered in scars, barely able to hold on. But soon, it wasn't just the blades attacking him. A fire pillar, like a fire dragon, was also unleashed by Su Chen, rushing towards him. Boom! Without demonic energy, he could not block the flames and could only let them burn him. Ah! Mu Xia let out another roar of anger. This time, he no longer defended against the attacks but charged at them, braving the blades and flames, because he knew that if he continued like this, he would only be waiting for death. Suddenly, Mu Xia transformed into a fiery figure, braving the blades, charging at the three with his knife raised. You two step back. I'll hold him off, Su Chen said to the others. At this moment, Mu Xia was incredibly furious, unafraid of any attack. He just wanted to withstand these assaults and kill Su Chen and the others here. The two knew that Su Chen had teleportation and a strong ability to survive. Don't take risks, this guy is already at the end of his rope, Qin Chang reminded. At the same time, he and Jiang Yang quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood his ground, unleashing flames at Mu Xia, making him the primary target of Mu Xia's attacks. Whoosh! The battle knife in Mu Xia's hand whistled towards Su Chen. Even though he was down to one arm, the power of his strike was not diminished in the slightest. Swish! Su Chen used teleportation to easily dodge Mu Xia's furious slash. Not far away, Jiang Yang and Chen Chang had retreated but did not give up on attacking. Each used ranged attacks against Mu Xia. Whoosh! A pure black iron feather arrow shot straight at him, but he ignored it and continued to swing his knife at Su Chen. Thud! The arrow pierced through his back and into his chest, yet it did not cause him to pause. He continued to slash at Su Chen. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed in, and Su Chen used teleportation again to evade this strike, creating distance between himself and Mu Xia. Given Mu Xia's current state, Su Chen did not dare to teleport behind him to launch an attack, because if he failed to kill him with one strike, Mu Xia would definitely attack him recklessly without regard for the consequences. That would be too dangerous. Anyway, Mu Xia definitely couldn't hold on much longer. There was no need to take risks. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, three golden flying swords rushed towards the shattered area of his chest. Thud! The three swords pierced through his chest. Finally, Mu Xia's body came to a stop. After sustaining so many injuries and holding on for so long, he could no longer endure. At this moment, his deep eyes were fixed firmly on Su Chen ahead. Roar! Suddenly, he let out a loud roar and threw the battle knife in his hand towards Su Chen. Boom! The battle knife was instantly enveloped in endless demonic energy, flying towards Su Chen like a black fierce tiger. The speed of the knife was too fast. Su Chen had no time to dodge and immediately activated a demonic energy shield in front of him. Bang! In an instant, the shield made of demonic energy was shattered by the battle knife, its momentum almost unchanged, crashing straight towards Su Chen. In a moment of crisis, Su Chen raised the meteor sword and slashed forward. Clang! The clash of blade and sword produced a loud sound. Su Chen felt an unstoppable force transmitted from his wrist, nearly causing him to lose grip on the meteor sword. But this force was directly transmitted to him, sending him flying out. The power of the battle knife was also nearly exhausted, landing on the ground and leaving cracks all over the surface. Bang! Su Chen's body crashed heavily to the ground, but fortunately, his defense was astonishing and he wasn't injured. Seeing that this strike did not kill Su Chen, Mu Xia immediately dragged his swaying tall body and charged towards Su Chen. In this state, you still want to attack me? Su Chen rolled over and stood up from the ground, gripping the meteor sword and rushing towards Mu Xia. He was not someone to be trifled with. In just 2 steps, Su Chen was in front of Mu Xia, leaping up and directly slashing down at his body with a sword. Slash! The meteor's sword easily sliced through Mu Xie's broken body, leaving a long blood mark on him. Mu Xie looked down at the blood mark that had been cut into his body. Bang! The next second, his body exploded from the blood mark, splitting in two. The two halves of his body fell directly into the pool of blood. Kill level 12 Demon General Mu Xie. Experience plus 40,000, Devour successful. Attack power plus 150, speed plus 60, defense plus 10, gained a large amount of demonic energy. Level 12 demons were indeed different, providing so much experience and attributes. Moreover, Suchen felt the demonic energy in his body rapidly increasing, several times more than before. This wave of kills significantly boosted Suchen's strength. It seemed that in the future, only by killing these high-level, powerful demons could he enhance his strength more quickly. Just at the moment Suchen killed Mu Xie in the carriage at the forefront of the demon army, the hunched figure standing beside the human prince flashed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. He immediately said to Guxian, "Your Highness, General Mu Xie has fallen in battle." Guxian, who was shaking his wineglass, suddenly smashed the cup onto the table upon hearing this news, spilling wine everywhere. "What? Mu Xie is dead?" He was one of his most capable generals. A hoarse voice came again from beneath the robe. "Your Highness, do you need me to go avenge Mu Xie right now?" As a demon wizard, he could use teleportation skills to go directly to the place where Mu Xie died to take revenge. Guxian pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. "No, we are about to catch up with them. We cannot return at this time. There are not many in the entire Shinwei army who can kill Mu Xie. This time, it might just be that General Shinwei himself took action, aiming to hinder our pursuit of their main force. In that case, we cannot waste time there. I want to make his plan completely fail." After another round of analysis, Guxian immediately ordered to pursue the Shinwei army at the fastest speed. But in reality, the Shinwei army retreating at the front did not know what was happening behind the demon army. These Shinwei soldiers, each clad in silver armor and wielding sharp weapons, were not weaker in combat power than those demon soldiers, and might even surpass them. However, the disparity in numbers between the two sides was still quite significant. Although the demon army pursuing them was not large, it was still several times their number. Not to mention the demon army that had occupied the imperial city, whose overall numbers might be about 10 times greater than theirs. Therefore, despite their stronger combat power, they still did not dare to engage in a bloody battle with the demons here. If that were the case, the demons would have a continuous stream of reinforcements, while they would be isolated and completely bogged down, unable to retreat. Ultimately, they would face total annihilation. The general known as Shinwei Xingyu was a tall, imposing man with a remarkable and fierce demeanor. At this moment, he wore a red robe underneath, a golden armor on the outside, a dragon helmet on his head, and a silver-white cloak on his back, riding at the rear of the Shinwei army to cover their retreat. "General, the demon army behind us is less than 2 miles away," a soldier riding a crimson horse reported as he caught up. A serious expression appeared on Xingyu's face. They had been moving at full speed, yet they still could not shake off the pursuing demons. Moreover, they had been advancing in these deep mountains for quite some time, yet the demons had still caught up with them. This was something he could never understand. Could it be that there are skilled trackers among these demons? Xingyu speculated in his heart. However, he had no other options left. Since the demons had caught up, they could only fight. At this moment, he turned his sharp gaze and directed his horse, saying, "Notify Deputy Zhao to take the royal family away. I will lead the troops to cover the rear." "Yes, General." Behind the demon army, the two who had killed Muxi felt utterly exhausted. Although their battle with Muxi did not last long, they had been engaged in high-intensity combat, using all their means and giving their all. "This really drained a lot of my mental energy," Zhang Yang said, rubbing his temples with 2 fingers. Although he had not fought Muxi up close, he had been controlling the flying sword to attack him, and during that time, the sword had been scattered several times. Even with the use of pills to recover, he would need at least half an hour to fully regain his strength. Suchen was even more so. He had not only exhausted a lot of mental energy but also spent considerable physical strength. Only Qinsheng seemed unaffected, showing no signs of fatigue on his face. This made Suchen sigh inwardly. No wonder he was the president of the Luoshui Guild, as he was the main force against Muxi. It was thanks to him that Zhang Yang and Suchen could attack Muxi from the side using their talents and skills. This time, the demon army finally sent a decent general to deal with us. He was indeed difficult to handle, Zhang Yang said, glancing at Muxi's corpse. The guy was covered in scars, having endured who knows how much damage before dying. Suchen also said, "Yeah, a level 12 demon general is indeed hard to deal with. I wonder if even more powerful demons will appear later," Qinsheng said, looking in the direction the demon army was advancing and remaining vigilant of their surroundings. During the time they fought Muxi, the demon soldiers behind had already followed the main force out of the valley. "If stronger demons come, they definitely won't be something we can handle," Zhang Yang sighed, already prepared to retreat at any moment. Given their current condition, even Dealing with a fully powered Muxie was difficult, let alone a more formidable demon. After a brief discussion, the three unanimously decided to temporarily withdraw from this place. After all, Muxie died here, and next time there will definitely be a more powerful demon clan. Perhaps the demon army will turn around and surround them. However, just as the three were preparing to leave, a sudden sound of battle came from ahead. Boom! A series of rumbling sounds and shouts filled with killing intent came from several miles away. Just by listening to this sound, the three knew that the demon army was definitely engaged in battle with the Divine Might Army. They actually caught up to the Divine Might Army so quickly. It seems our harassment didn't have any effect, Jiang Yang frowned and said. Chen Sheng let out a sigh of relief. That's good, at least we won't be the main focus of the demon army. The primary target of the demon clan was definitely the Divine Might Army, and they were now too preoccupied to pay attention to them. Su Chen looked towards the direction of the battle. Although he couldn't see the scene of the fight, the shouts of the Divine Might Army and the overwhelming demonic energy were rising into the sky. The demonic energy even shrouded the sky like a massive dark cloud. One could imagine that an incredibly fierce battle was taking place there. Should we go take a look? Maybe we can help the Divine Might Army shake off the demon pursuers, Su Chen suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang was immediately tempted. I was thinking the same thing. Anyway, those demons definitely won't notice us right now. Maybe we can pick up some scraps. Chang showed a thoughtful expression. Caution had always been his characteristic, but in the end, he couldn't resist Jiang Yang's persuasion. Since they were already here, they might as well take a look at this battle. The three immediately rushed towards the battlefield ahead. After leaving the valley, they found themselves on a plain, where the battlefield between the Demon Army and the Divine Might Army was located. At this moment, the battle was at its most intense. At the forefront of the battlefield, a golden-armored general of the Divine Might Army, holding a long-handled golden dragon battle knife, was fighting against a hunchback demon clad in a robe. General Qing Yu of the Divine Might Army exuded a powerful aura. Every slash seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth. The demon wizard he was fighting against wielded only a wooden staff but could easily withstand all of Qing Yu's attacks, with each finger point unleashing tremendous power. No one dared to approach the area where the two were battling, which spanned several dozen meters. Nearby, four purple-skinned demon warriors, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall and covered in muscles, led the demon army into the heart of the Divine Might Army, unstoppable. That should be General Cheng Yu. He's indeed impressive, Su Chen praised. Just from the battle, it was clear that his strength was much greater than Mu Xie's, and he was obviously skilled in martial arts and swordsmanship. Although on the surface, his attacks, speed, and other aspects couldn't compare to that of the demon wizard, he was still able to use his martial skills and sword techniques to suppress the wizard. Chen Shang's eyes sparkled as he said, the demon he's fighting is even more formidable. His strength is probably above that of General Qing Yu. Su Chen used his inside eye to look at the demon wizard, but saw that he was completely enveloped in a purple-black mist, making it impossible to discern anything. At that moment, the wizard, who was engaged in battle with Qing Yu, sensed something and glanced towards Su Chen. Whoosh! That glance made Su Chen's head spin and his body swayed. Brother Su, what's wrong? Jiang Yang quickly supported Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head, using his mental power to dispel the demonic energy that had invaded his mind. I'm fine. That demon wizard seems to have used a mental attack on me. Fortunately, his mental power was still quite strong, otherwise, this mental attack could have given him a headache for a long time. Mental attack? Both Jiang Yang and Chen Chang were startled. Even from such a distance, and while engaged in battle with General Shunwei, he could still use a mental attack on Su Chen. This wizard's strength is formidable. It seems he is not someone they can contend with. Let's be careful and try not to provoke him. This guy is terrifying. Chen Sheng possessed a treasure with a probing function, and at this moment he also felt that this wizard was not simple, and it was even possible that he had not used his full strength while fighting General Shunwei. However, at this time, the Shunwei army was already at a disadvantage, with the 4 great demon warriors leading numerous demon soldiers, wreaking havoc among the Shunwei troops. These 4 demon warriors had all reached level 10, with extremely strong combat power. The demon wizard only needed to hold up Cheng Yu, and the final victory would belong to them. However, this was not the entirety of the Shunwei army. A portion of the Shunwei troops had retreated with the royal family. Qing Yu was merely holding the rear guard, but he had no intention of escaping himself. Since he chose to stay, he was prepared to die in battle. Watching the Shunwei army fall one by one to the demons, Jiang Yang felt anxious. The Shunwei army seems to be unable to hold on. What should we do? Should we intervene? If it were just him alone at this moment, he would definitely take action, but now there were Su Chen and Chen Chang with him. If he acted, it might drag them down. Chen Chang looked at the battlefield ahead and said, but with just the 3 of us, it might be difficult to change the course of the battle. There is a chance. As long as we can take down those 4 demon warriors, the pressure on the Shunwei army will be greatly reduced, and we might even have a chance to retreat, Su Chen said. The strength of these Shinwei troops was somewhat stronger than that of the demon army as a whole, but they were vastly outnumbered. And now, it was precisely because of the presence of the 4 demon warriors that their formation was in chaos, leading to numerous casualties. Seeing that both of them were eager to take action, Chen Chang nodded and said, "Alright, then let's first deal with these 4 big guys. I've been waiting for you to say that, old Chen." Zhang Yang had long wanted to make a move. The 3 of them immediately planned to strike together, first focusing their fire to kill one demon warrior and then taking them down one by one. This would be the most efficient and least likely to lead to unexpected situations. At this moment, the demon wizard engaged with Qingyu sensed that Su Chen and the others were rushing towards the battlefield. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He knew that these 3 were definitely the culprits behind the killing of Mu Xie. If it weren't for having to deal with Qingyu, he would have already struck to kill the 3 of them, but he never expected they would dare to interfere. Meanwhile, Qingyu, who was locked in battle with the demon wizard, was also paying attention to the situation on the surrounding battlefield. Seeing those demon warriors continuously killing his subordinates made him extremely anxious. If this continued, they would undoubtedly lose. If he could free up his hands, even for a brief moment, he could eliminate those 4 demon warriors. But unfortunately, this demon wizard was very strong, not only keeping him firmly restrained but also handling the situation with ease. However, at that moment, he caught sight of 3 figures rapidly approaching one of the demon warriors, moving at incredible speed. But these 3 were clearly not from the Shinwei army. Could it be that experts from the royal city were hiding here? If they could take down the demon warriors, the pressure on the Shinwei army would surely be greatly alleviated and they wouldn't collapse so quickly. But the demon wizard he was fighting was also paying attention to the 3 of them. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures moved like phantoms, weaving through the ranks of the demon army, quickly arriving behind a demon warrior. This demon warrior was still swinging his spiked club, sending the silver-armored divine soldiers before him flying. Completely unaware the danger was silently approaching. Whoosh! Chen Chang took the lead, gripping his spear and thrusting it directly at the back of the warrior's head. It was only at this moment, as the sound of wind rushed past him, that the demon warrior sensed something amiss. He immediately turned his massive body, swinging his spiked club backward. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Chen Chang's spear was about to strike his skull. But at that moment, the surrounding air darkened and a massive surge of demonic energy appeared. Buzz! The demonic energy transformed into a gigantic hand that grasped Chen Chang's spear, preventing it from advancing any further, leaving his body suspended in mid-air. Roar! The demon warrior let out a loud roar as his spiked club came crashing down toward him. However, Zhang Yang and Su Chen had already arrived, 3 golden swords blocking Chen Chang's front. Whoosh! Su Chen's body instantly appeared beside Chen Chang, wielding the meteor sword to slash at the giant hand formed from demonic energy. Clang! The 3 golden swords momentarily blocked the spiked club, successfully buying time for Su Chen. Su Chen also severed the giant hand of demonic energy with a single strike, allowing Chen Chang to fall and evade the club's attack. Once freed, the 3 immediately launched their counterattack. Su Chen executed a second phase of teleportation, appearing directly above the demon warrior and striking down with his sword. After the 3 swords were dispersed, they reformed and charged toward the demon warrior's heart with all their might. Chen Chang, upon landing, immediately hurled his spear toward the demon warrior's throat. The already slow and massive demon warrior was utterly unable to dodge the 3 lethal attacks. Bang! Su Chen's meteor sword shattered the iron helmet atop the warrior's head, crashing down onto his skull, leaving him bloodied and cracking his skull. Put! The 3 swords simultaneously pierced his heart, then dissipated, leaving a bloody hole in his chest that oozed blood. Whoosh! The spear, like a black dragon, plunged into his throat, nearly piercing through his neck. At this moment, even a demon warrior with strong vitality could not survive such attacks to 3 vital points. Boom! Its massive body fell to the ground, and the surrounding demon soldiers, witnessing this, dared not approach the 3. These 3 warriors were simply too powerful. At this moment, the Demon Clan wizard snorted coldly in his heart, secretly cursing the Demon Clan warrior as useless. Despite his assistance, the warrior was still directly killed by the 3. He hadn't even had the chance to use his subsequent methods before dying, otherwise he could have launched a mental attack on all 3 of them at once. Humph! The one fighting him, Qingyu, let out a cold snort and instantly erupted with even greater power. He could naturally see that the Demon Clan wizard had actually freed up a hand to deal with Su Chen and the others while fighting him. This was completely disregarding him. However, the Demon Clan wizard could only use some long-range methods to attack Su Chen and the others. He was also being pressured by Qingyu, unable to break free, otherwise he would have resolved Su Chen and the others first before dealing with Qingyu. Now, with Qingyu's sudden burst of strong power, he had no choice but to respond with all his strength, unable to divert his attention to Su Chen and the others. This was also Qingyu's purpose in unleashing his power on the battlefield as the massive body of the demon Clan warrior fell. Chen Chang pulled out the spear lodged in its throat. Su Chen quietly absorbed its attributes. Absorption. Successful. Attack power plus 70, speed plus 30, defense plus 15, strength increased. As his attributes grew, Su Chen felt a surge of power flowing into his arms. The strength in his arms was enhanced, which effectively increased his attack power. Swish. After killing this demon clan warrior, the three did not hesitate and continued charging towards another demon clan warrior. They aimed to eliminate these three demon clan warriors before they could fully react. At this moment, the nearby demon clan warrior had already seen one of his companions fall. He twisted his massive body and raised the large hammer in his hand towards the three. Just as the three were about to approach him, the demon clan warrior suddenly slammed the giant hammer down onto the ground. Boom! Su Chen felt the ground shake violently and a massive crack spread from where the hammer struck, heading straight towards them. The demon clan soldiers along the way were all sent flying by this force. Chen Chang gripped his spear tightly, channeling his power to throw it towards the crack. Bang! The spear pierced the ground, completely neutralizing the force. Swish, swish, swish. The three maintained their speed and rushed towards the demon clan warrior. Chen Chang flipped, picked up the spear, and leaped to thrust it at the demon clan warrior. Su Chen's body vanished in an instant, appearing directly at the back of the demon clan warrior's neck, his meteor sword already slashing out. Jiang Yang held a golden longsword, three floating blades circling around him, all striking towards the demon clan warrior's body. At this moment, the demon clan warrior had just picked up the giant hammer he had slammed into the ground, and facing the full-on assault from the three, he could only barely swing the giant hammer forward. Although the demon clan warrior was slow and cumbersome, he was extremely powerful in terms of attack and strength. Bang! This hammer directly created a tremendous force at the front, shattering all the golden swords surrounding Jiang Yang and forcing him back. Chen Chang's spear also encountered resistance, its force greatly diminished. But his spear only managed to pierce the demon clan warrior's chest but could not go any further. This little damage was nothing to the massive demon clan warrior. However, Su Chen had already slashed out with his sword, directly striking the back of the demon clan warrior's neck. Bang! A sound of shattering echoed, and cracks appeared in the vertebrae at the back of his neck. The destructive effect of the meteor sword penetrated deep into the bone, severely injuring the demon clan warrior. Roar! He let out a loud cry, swinging the giant hammer behind him. But his speed was too slow. Su Chen had already begun to retreat, and this hammer was clearly unable to harm him. But at that moment, Su Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, and everything went dark, even his hearing and sense of smell vanished, as if he were engulfed in endless darkness. However, Su Chen knew that his current situation was extremely dangerous. Because, before being attacked by the mental force, he had seen the giant hammer of the demon race warrior swinging towards him. He exerted all his strength to break free from the mental attack used by the demon race wizard. At the same time, Xingyu, who was engaged in battle with the demon race wizard, also noticed this and immediately launched a more powerful attack against his opponent. Bang! Bang! Faced with Qingyu's frenzied assault, the demon race wizard's mental attack was finally interrupted. Su Chen also regained his senses from the darkness, but at that moment, the giant hammer of the demon race warrior was about to smash down on him. Chen Chang and Jiang Yang each used their methods to try to intercept the giant hammer. Whoosh! Whoosh! A spear and a golden sword flew towards the giant hammer. Bang! The giant hammer directly knocked the spear and sword away, but its momentum was significantly weakened. Su Chen immediately gripped the meteor sword horizontally across his body and used his flame control to form a defense in front of him, while also employing a demonic energy shield. 2 layers of defense stood before him. Bang! The giant hammer broke through the flame defense and the demonic energy shield, but it had lost a lot of its power. Clang! Finally, it struck the meteor sword in Su Chen's hands, sending him flying. Bang! Su Chen flew more than 10 meters away, landing on a battlefield filled with demon soldiers. Jiang Yang and Chen Chang were immediately worried about Su Chen's situation. However, the next moment, a burst of flames shot up into the sky, igniting all the surrounding demon soldiers. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure also burst out from the demon army, sword in his right hand and a ball of fire in his left, resembling a fire god. The two let out a sigh of relief and began to attack the demon race warrior. Chen Chang took out a purple long knife from his spatial ring, while Jiang Yang reforged his golden sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demon race warrior was suddenly unable to withstand the assault, and deep wounds appeared on its massive body. Su Chen also launched another surprise attack from behind. Exhausted from fending off Chen Chang and Jiang Yang, the demon race warrior had no time to defend against what was coming from behind. With the meteor sword in hand, Su Chen struck again at the back of its neck. Bang! A sound of shattering echoed again as the demon race warrior's spine was instantly severed, leaving a huge gash in its neck. This strike directly claimed the life of the demon race warrior, killing it on the spot. Successfully killed a level 10 demon race warrior. Experience points plus 16,000. Devour successful. Attack power plus 70, speed plus 30, defense plus 15. This time, there was no increase in strength, but just these attributes were already quite impressive. Bang! The massive body of the demon race warrior fell to the ground, and the three of them had once again killed a demon race warrior. This boosted the morale of the Divine Might Army, raising their combat power. The remaining two demon race warriors did not continue to attack the Divine Might Army. Instead, they raised their weapons and led several demon generals towards Su Chen and his companions. They had received orders from the demon race wizard to eliminate Su Chen and his two companions first. At the same time, they had just witnessed the strength of Su Chen and his companions, having already killed two demon race warriors. If they did not deal with them, it would soon be their turn. The three of them saw the demon race warriors charging towards them and stood ready. Chen Shang retrieved his spear and stood at the forefront. Flames once again flickered in Su Chen's palm, ready to unleash a fiery attack. Surrounding Jiang Yang were golden swords, each radiating a murderous aura. Boom! Two powerful warriors from the demon clan, accompanied by three level 8 demon generals, charged in with a fierce momentum. Whoosh! Chen Shang erupted with incredible speed, taking the lead and rushing forward, unleashing the same power he had displayed during his battle with Mu Xie. Su Chen and Jiang Yang launched their flame and blade attacks. However, the numerous demons joined forces, creating waves of demonic energy that successfully neutralized the flames and blades. Boom! The collision unleashed a massive wave of energy. With all his might, Chen Shang moved swiftly, darting around the two demon warriors and attacking their massive bodies with his spear. One person managed to hold back these two demon warriors. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Jiang Yang also switched to close combat with their swords. Whoosh! Su Chen used teleportation, instantly appearing in front of one of the demon generals, and activated his clone technique. Suddenly, three figures struck towards this demon general. Put! The level 8 demon general was utterly unable to withstand Su Chen's full-on assault and was instantly torn apart. Kill level 8 demon general. Experience plus 6,000. Devour successful. Attack power plus 30, speed plus 15, defense plus 3, demonic energy gained increased. One demon general was easily slain by Su Chen, while Jiang Yang also unleashed his full potential, directly killing another demon general. Devour successful. Attack power plus 30, speed plus 15, defense plus 3, demonic energy gained increased. Su Chen absorbed his attributes. In a single encounter, the two had killed two demon generals, leaving only one demon general and some lesser demons. Su Chen chose to attack the remaining demon general, while Jiang Yang used his abilities to clear out the demon leaders and soldiers. The sight of his two comrades dying before his eyes filled the remaining demon general with fear, and he turned to flee. But at that moment, Su Chen used a second teleportation, appearing in front of him and blocking his escape route. The demon general roared, gripping his war spear and striking directly at Su Chen. Clang! Su Chen swung his sword to parry, forcing the demon general to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, two clones of the demon general, wielding swords, charged in from behind. Put! Two sharp swords pierced his back, impaling his chest. Kill! Level 8 demon general. Experience plus 6,000, devour successful. Attack power plus 30, speed plus 15, defense plus 3, demonic energy gain increased. The demonic energy within Su Chen surged significantly thanks to the contributions of these three demon generals. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang had already used his abilities to clear out all the lesser demons. The two were now free to join forces against the remaining two demon warriors. After slaying them, the Divine Might Army could truly turn the tide of battle. However, at that moment, the demon sorcerer sensed something was amiss. If he allowed these three to rampage on the battlefield any longer, their demon army could very well face defeat. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! He suddenly pulled out a talisman covered in incantations from his robe and threw it towards Qingyu. Qingyu, wielding the golden dragon warblade, slashed at it. Bang! With a loud crash, the talisman shattered, releasing a massive wave of demonic energy that completely enveloped him. Qingyu was instantly restrained by this demonic energy. This was one of the sorcerer's trump cards. After holding Qingyu back, he immediately gripped his staff and drew a strange pattern on the ground. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body merged into the pattern, disappearing before Qingyu's eyes. Buzz! The next moment, the same pattern suddenly appeared behind Su Chen and the others as they battled the demon warriors. Whoosh! The demon sorcerer's body burst forth from the pattern. At this moment, Qingyu unleashed all his power, dispersing the surrounding demonic energy while shouting loudly, "Be careful!" Su Chen and the others heard the warning and suddenly looked back. They saw a demon clan wizard pointing his staff forward. Whoosh! A ghost formed from demonic energy charged towards the three, its power far surpassing the punch imprint that Mu Xie had unleashed with all his strength. At that moment, Su Chen and Chen Chang were engaged in battle with the demon clan warriors and couldn't free their hands. "I'll take you on." Jiang Yang stepped forward, transforming all the golden light around him into a massive sword, stabbing towards the ghost of demonic energy. Boom! The golden giant's sword collided with the ghost, but the sword's power was still lacking. The ghost shattered it and charged straight at Jiang Yang. Knowing he couldn't block this attack with his sword, Jiang Yang immediately took out a disc from his spatial ring. He infused his mental energy into it, and the disc instantly produced a series of circular light rings in front of him. Bang! 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 The ghost of demonic energy shattered one ring after another, rushing towards Jiang Yang. However, after facing multiple obstacles, the ghost's power had weakened significantly. Jiang Yang swung his sword directly at the ghost. Bang! With one strike, the ghost of demonic energy vanished into thin air. Just as Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a demonic hand formed from demonic energy slapping towards him. Not good! Jiang Yang! Su Chen and Chen Chang shouted simultaneously. Bang! The hand moved too quickly, slamming into Jiang Yang and sending him flying. Next, the Demon Clan wizard was about to attack Su Chen and Chen Chang, but the two were still entangled with the Demon Clan warriors. His demonic energy attacks easily struck the Demon Clan warriors, so he directly unleashed a mental attack on both of them. Whoosh! Both Su Chen and Chen Chang's vision went black, losing contact with the outside world. The power of the Demon Clan wizard was terrifying. Even using a mental attack against them left them unable to resist. However, soon, Xingyu charged over with his blade. As the Divine Might General, his mental energy was already strong, and his mental will was incredibly powerful, so he was not afraid of the Demon Clan wizard's mental attack. Whoosh! He rushed in with his blade, breaking the wizard's mental attack with one strike. Su Chen and Chen Chang were freed from the mental attack, but as soon as they recovered, they saw the Demon Clan warriors attacking them. Whoosh! Su Chen used teleportation to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, Chen Chang braced himself with his spear to take the blow from the Demon Clan warrior. Bang! Their weapons clashed with a loud noise, and Chen Chang's body sank into the ground. But as if unaffected, he leaped up from the ground and attacked the Demon Clan warrior. Again, this time even more fiercely. After all, Jiang Yang had been sent flying by the Demon Clan wizard, and his situation was unclear. He wanted to quickly deal with the Demon Clan warrior in front of him to rescue Jiang Yang. Su Chen felt the same. After dodging the attack with teleportation, he used a second teleportation to strike at the Demon Clan warrior's vital points. Bang! One sword strike severely injured the Demon Clan warrior, and soon he was slain. Kill a level 10 Demon Clan warrior. Experience plus 16,000, Devour successful. Attack power plus 70, speed plus 30, defense plus 15. After killing the Demon Clan warrior, Su Chen rushed towards the place where Jiang Yang had been sent flying. At this moment, the demon soldiers had not yet approached. They had been frightened away by the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. Coming to Jiang Yang's side, Su Chen found that his outer robe was torn and the soft armor he wore underneath was also damaged. His body was surrounded by demonic energy, his complexion was very poor, and he was even lying on the ground unable to stand up. How are you? Su Chen leaned in to ask. Jiang Yang's lips were purple, and he weakly said, I'm fine, I just took a healing pill, my injuries shouldn't worsen. But for a short time, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you fight. The demon warrior has already been killed by us, you don't need to fight anymore. As he spoke, Su Chen looked around. The demon soldiers had already surrounded them, watching them with fierce eyes. However, they had also witnessed Su Chen's strength, so they dared not approach. This place is not safe, I'll take you out first. Su Chen hoisted Jiang Yang onto his shoulder and began to retreat outside the battlefield. Given Jiang Yang's current state, even a few demon soldiers could take his life. Staying here was too dangerous. After all, this was the demon's territory, surrounded by demon soldiers everywhere. Whoosh! Su Chen carried Jiang Yang's body, moving swiftly, weaving through the demon territory while dodging attacks and using fire to clear a path. Just then, a level 7 demon general suddenly appeared ahead, blocking Su Chen's way with a sword. Looking for death, Su Chen charged forward, and with one sword strike, he sent the general flying, his body becoming mangled. Killed level 7 demon general. Experience plus 2600 devoured successfully. Attack plus 25, speed plus 10. Wow, brother Su, you're so fierce even while carrying me, Jiang Yang said weakly from Su Chen's back. You're in this state, so stop talking, Su Chen said, somewhat impressed by Jiang Yang's chatter. Whoosh! Just as Su Chen was carving a bloody path through the demon army, a strange pattern suddenly appeared ahead. Oh no! Seeing this pattern, Su Chen's heart sank. Whoosh! Sure enough, the next second, the figure of a demon wizard appeared on the pattern. He held a staff and pointed it forward again. Whoosh! A ball of demonic energy rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen focused his mental energy, placing 2 layers of defense in front of him. Boom! The fire defense and the demonic energy shield were shattered by the demonic energy ball, but its power was significantly weakened. Crack! Su Chen slashed the magic ball into pieces with his sword. But soon, the demon wizard extended a bony hand from his robe and reached forward. Whoosh! A claw mark formed from demonic energy attacked again. His attacks were incredibly fast and each strike required Su Chen to exert all his strength to deflect. But now, Su Chen was temporarily unable to use defensive measures and could only rely on the meteor sword to block. Jiang Yang suddenly said from his back, "Quick, put me down, I can still block this old guy's attack, you go first." Su Chen ignored his words and resolutely swung his sword. Bang! The moment he struck the demon claw, he felt a tremendous force hit him, pushing his body back several meters. His arms went numb and it became very difficult to lift them. However, he still managed to block the claw with great difficulty. Whoosh! At this moment, the demon wizard began to draw patterns in the air with his staff, preparing a more terrifying attack. It was known that a casual strike from him could render Su Chen temporarily powerless, and a full-force attack would surely be hard to withstand. Jiang Yang spoke again, "This guy is not someone we can deal with. If you don't leave now, we all won't be able to escape." General Qin Yu was once again trapped in place by the talisman, unable to come to their aid, and his teleportation was still on cooldown. "You're in such a state. Now, if you resist, you might not survive." Su Chen turned his head and glanced at Jiang Yang. At this moment, Jiang Yang was already seriously injured. When he mentioned resisting an attack, it was likely that he was risking his life. "It's better to lose one than two." Jiang Yang's tone became urgent. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't expect that this seemingly cynical and unruly Jiang Yang would show a side of self-sacrifice at a critical moment. Although this was the most correct choice at present, who could give up the hope of living, even if it was just a glimmer? Staying behind to block the demon clan wizard would certainly lead to death. But Su Chen did not give up on escaping alone. Although they had known each other for a short time, Su Chen had already regarded them as companions. At such a moment, how could he abandon his companion and flee alone? Whoosh! The demon clan wizard used his staff to draw strange symbols in the air, directly smashing them towards Su Chen. Su Chen was about to brace himself and step forward to block the attack. Swish! Chen Cheng's figure suddenly appeared in front. He had killed the demon clan warrior and fought his way out of the demon army's encirclement, finally arriving here. "Old Chen, you finally made it," Jiang Yang exclaimed, almost in tears. Chen Cheng held a spear aimed at the symbol, formed by demonic energy, and thrust it forward. At the same time, he activated his innate talent, and a ball of white light appeared at the tip of the spear. Bang! The symbol instantly shattered into a mass of demonic energy, and Chen Cheng's body was pushed back a few steps, coming to stand beside Su Chen and Jiang Yang. "You guys go first, I'll stay behind to hold him off." After saying this, Chen Cheng took the initiative to charge towards the demon clan wizard with his spear. This time, Su Chen did not try to be brave. He quickly carried Jiang Yang away from the place. Bang! After several exchanges with the demon clan wizard, Chen Cheng fell into a disadvantage and probably couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, Qin Yu successfully broke free and rushed over with his battle knife. He was the only one present who could face the demon clan wizard head-on. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Cheng also extricated himself from the battle. The fight between the demon clan wizard and Qin Yu was something he couldn't intervene in. Not far from the battlefield, on a mountain peak, Su Chen ran here with Jiang Yang on his back. Jiang Yang kept talking. "Damn, that was really close." Luckily, old Chen arrived just in time. He suddenly felt a sense of having survived a disaster. Su Chen set him down, also relieved. This demon clan wizard is indeed very strong. The healing pill Jiang Yang had taken was starting to take effect, and his complexion began to improve. He wholeheartedly agreed with Su Chen's words. "He's ridiculously strong. I could barely withstand 2 of his attacks." Su Chen had 2 shields and could only endure 2 of his attacks. If it weren't for Chen Cheng's arrival on the 3rd, he would have been injured at the very least. Whoosh! Chen Cheng's figure arrived with a gust of wind. He too had withdrawn from the battlefield. "Old Chen, you're okay?" "That's great," Jiang Yang exclaimed in delight upon seeing Chen Cheng unharmed. "I'm fine, but the Divine Might Army might be in trouble," Chen Cheng said, looking towards the battlefield. Although they had killed 4 of the demon race's warriors, relieving some pressure on the Divine Might Army and preventing the situation from becoming completely one-sided, the number of demon troops was still too great. If this continued, the Divine Might Army would soon be annihilated. General Divine Might was further entangled by the demon race's sorcerers, who were no longer holding back their means, unleashing various spells. At this moment, Qin Yu had already fallen into a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. If this continued, their additional mission would surely be in vain. Jiang Yang sighed. "Alas, I didn't expect this additional mission to be so difficult. With our strength, we can't complete it." Their strength was absolutely top-notch in Luoshui City, yet they were no match for the demon race's sorcerers. Su Chen suddenly said, "No, we still have a chance." Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the other 2 turned to look at Su Chen in unison. "Brother Su, you don't mean to go after that demon sorcerer, do you?" Jiang Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Chen Cheng frowned and said, "That's too dangerous. We can't risk our lives to complete this additional mission, and even if we all go together, we won't be able to hold off the demon sorcerer long enough for the Divine Might Army to retreat. Su Chen's gaze remained on the battlefield as he suddenly pointed to a spot and said, "We can do a surround way to rescue Zhao." The two followed his finger to look. There, behind the demon army, a huge and luxurious carriage was parked, surrounded by heavily armed demon soldiers guarding it. That place must be where the leader of the demon army is staying. Su Chen had already checked this with his inside eye. Moreover, the carriage was quite far from where the demon sorcerer was fighting Qingyu, so even if the demon sorcerer wanted to rush to the carriage, it would take some time. It had to be said, this was indeed a good plan. But what if there are stronger demons there? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Chen Chang raised a concern. Right. Zhang Yang also realized this. Su Chen had thought of this too, he explained. If there were stronger demons there, they would have come out long ago to deal with us in general divine might, and then chase after those royal family members. Exactly. Zhang Yang felt Su Chen was right. At this moment, the battlefield was still quite tense, and the demons were unlikely to end the fight quickly. If there were a more powerful demon, they would have acted long ago instead of waiting for those royal family members to escape further. After pondering this, the three immediately prepared to take action, while Zhang Yang, still injured, stayed behind to observe the situation. Su Chen and Chen Chang stealthily approached the massive carriage. Bang! 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 The battle between the demon sorcerer and Qingyu grew increasingly intense, fueled by the sorcerer's frustration at not being able to subdue Qingyu for so long. He began to unleash all his means, going all out against Qingyu, wanting to resolve him quickly and then sweep the battlefield with his own strength. Originally, he didn't need to be in such a hurry. After all, as long as he held off Qingyu, the four great warriors of the demon race could overturn the Divine Might Army. Unfortunately, 3 humans had emerged midway and killed all the demon warriors. This turned into Qingyu fully holding him back, buying time for the royal family's retreat. Bang! Under his furious attacks, Qingyu finally exposed a flaw and was struck in the chest by the sorcerer's staff. Qingyu's body was sent flying backward, his internal organs churning violently. However, having been through many battles, he quickly steadied himself, suppressing his injuries and continuing to swing his blade at the demon sorcerer. I wonder how long you can hold on, the demon sorcerer thought with a cold smile, intensifying his attacks. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Zhang Yang had already circled around to the rear of the demon army with incredible speed. The massive carriage, resembling a small palace, was parked there, originally pulled by the 4 great demon warriors and a huge demon beast. Nowadays, there are 2 level 8 demon generals and over 100 demon soldiers guarding this place. Just a moment ago, several demon generals were stationed here, but they were all dispatched to the battlefield by Guxin. He also wanted to end the battle quickly and pursue those royal family members. After all, if anything unexpected happened here, the demon wizards could arrive swiftly. In the carriage, Guxin sat by the window, watching the entire battlefield. They were now in a position of assured victory. Even if the remaining Divine Might Army fled far with the royal family, as long as they had this royal member in their hands, the demon wizards could use him to locate the royal family. As long as he eliminated all these royals and the Divine Might Army, this world would be his territory. At the same time, he thought about how, after taking this world, he could stand tall in the royal court. He could also prove to his father that he was no worse than those legitimate royal members. Guxin held a wineglass, took a gentle sip, and a smile appeared on his face. However, before he could enjoy his happiness for long, loud shouts erupted near the carriage. Su Chen and Chen Chang appeared in front of the carriage. The 2 demon generals, along with their subordinates, immediately surrounded them. Boom! Without saying a word, Su Chen unleashed flames from his palm, releasing them in all directions. Whoosh! The surrounding demon soldiers were instantly scorched by the flames, and the outer demon soldiers were forced back. Roar! The 2 demon generals drew their heavy swords and charged at Su Chen and his companion. Chen Chang directly bypassed the 2 and rushed towards the carriage to prevent Guxin from escaping. Su Chen engaged the 2 demon generals in battle, which was a plan they had made beforehand. Whoosh! Su Chen used teleportation, appearing directly behind the 2 demon generals. Slash! A sword strike was unleashed, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Bang! The armor on the back of one demon general was instantly torn apart by destructive power, and his body suffered extensive damage, a bloody mess. He was severely injured by Su Chen's sword and fell to the ground. The other demon general reacted quickly, turning his giant sword towards Su Chen. Whoosh! Su Chen's body once again appeared behind him, delivering another similar sword strike. Bang! His back armor was also shattered, suffering severe injuries, destined to meet the same fate as the previous demon general. These demon generals were fully armored, but that was of no use to Su Chen now. At this moment, the demon soldiers brought by the 2 charged towards them. Boom! Su Chen struck back with his right palm, instantly incinerating them with a wave of flames. Kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200, kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200, kill level 3 demon soldier. Experience plus 200. Then, he raised his sword and easily killed the 2 demon generals. Kill level 8 demon general. Experience plus 6000, devour successful. Attack plus 30, speed plus 15, defense plus 3. Kill level 8 demon general. Experience plus 6000, devour successful. Attack plus 30, speed plus 15, defense plus 3. All the heavy soldiers guarding near the carriage were killed by Su Chen. He then rushed towards the carriage alongside Chen Chang. At this moment, the demon wizard engaged in a fierce battle with Qingyu felt a sense of foreboding. After repelling Qingyu with a palm strike, he glanced towards the carriage. All the demons guarding it had been slain. And indeed, something had gone wrong with the carriage. He could not continue to entangle himself with Chen Chang. He unleashed his last talisman, successfully trapping Qingyu in place once more. Then, he began to draw a strange pattern on the ground, preparing to teleport directly to the carriage. However, Qingyu would not allow him to escape again. Ignoring the encroaching demonic energy, he swung his battle knife at the demon wizard. Bang! The demon wizard's spell was abruptly interrupted, and he could only raise his staff to block Qingyu's attack. But at that moment, as Qingyu disregarded the attack from the demonic energy talisman, his body was invaded by the demonic energy, suffering significant hidden injuries. His face turned ashen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The interrupted demon wizard was immediately furious. Since you don't value your life, then I'll take care of you first. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon wizard launched a more ferocious attack, forcing Qingyu to retreat step by step. Inside the carriage, Gu Xian saw Su Chen and Chen Chang charging towards him. Instead of choosing to flee, he took out his weapon and stood in the center of the carriage, waiting for their arrival. After Su Chen and Chen Chang boarded the carriage, they were greeted by an extremely luxurious scene. It seemed that these demons, like them, also knew how to enjoy life. In the corner, a human man was bound there, but he had already lost consciousness. In the center, Gu Xian held a purple gold war spear, looking proudly at the 2 intruders. You don't think my strength is weak, do you? You think you can treat me like a soft persimmon? Gu Xian said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Chen Chang were taken aback. This demon could actually speak human language. They had encountered demons before, all of whom spoke the demon tongue, so it seemed that the leader of this demon army was indeed extraordinary. Su Chen also used his insight eye to look at him. Demon Gu Xian, a descendant of the royal bloodline of the Blood Demon King, inheriting the powerful self-healing ability of the Blood Demon lineage. So he was a descendant of the demon royal family. It sounded like he held a high status among the demons. It seems you are the leader of this demon army. I didn't expect you to speak human language, Chen Chang said with interest. This being his first encounter with a demon who could speak like a human. Gu Xian, holding the war spear, flashed a hint of disdainful smile. I am of noble royal blood, knowing a language of you answers nothing. Strange. Enough talk, let me see what you're capable of. Su Chen, wielding the meteor sword, charged at him. The demon wizard could return at any moment. This guy might be stalling for time, creating a diversion. Gu Xian's gaze sharpened, and he swung his war spear forward. Clang! The meteor sword clashed with the war spear, sending ripples of energy around them. Both of them were pushed back simultaneously. From this strike, it was evident that Gu Xian's attributes were similar to Su Chen's. Of course, this was also under the enhancement of the meteor sword and the strength of his arms. In reality, Gu Xian's attack power was still somewhat higher. But if he was at this level, then he would not escape death today. Just after Su Chen had exchanged blows with him, Chen Chang had already charged forward with a spear in hand, simultaneously activating his talents and attribute enhancements, going all out for a quick resolution. Clang! Clang! Faced with Chen Chang's full-on assault, Gu Xian found it much less easy, completely being pressed back. Su Chen also rejoined the battle, this time using a teleportation strike to appear behind Gu Xian, slashing out with his sword. Sensing an attack from behind, Gu Xian immediately activated a protective treasure. Buzz! His body was suddenly enveloped in golden light. Clang! The meteor sword was blocked by this golden light, unable to advance an inch. At the same time, Chen Chang's spear also failed to break through this layer of defense, and both were forced back by the golden light. Do you really think you can kill me? What a dream, Gu Xian sneered. Although his strength was not strong, the treasures on him were quite formidable. Gu Xian threatened again. By the time Wu Jiu arrives, none of you will escape. Su Chen said, you should worry about yourself. Who knows, we might have already killed you before he gets here. He had already noticed that although the golden light defense on Gu Xian was strong, it could not be maintained indefinitely. After the attacks from him and Chen Chang, the golden light around Gu Xian had already faded, indicating that the defense could be broken. Whoosh! Su Chen's body moved again, charging straight at Gu Xian, and Chen Chang followed suit without hesitation. Clang! 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 Under the siege of the two, the energy in Gu Xian's defensive treasure quickly depleted. Without the protection of the golden light, Gu Xian was completely unable to withstand their attacks, and multiple wounds appeared on his body. Although he summoned several treasures, they were of little use in the face of absolute strength. Moreover, both Su Chen and Chen Shang had their own means. Bang! Chen Shang's spear struck horizontally against Gu Xian's chest, caving in his ribs and sending his body flying backward. Boom! His flying body smashed through the table behind him. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his robe torn, and blood was splattered all over him, making him look utterly disheveled, no longer possessing the aura of the royal family of the demon race. He slowly raised his head, stood up from the ruins, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fierce, staring intently at Su Chen and Chen Shang, gritting his teeth and saying, "You forced me to this." Su Chen and Chen Shang immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed forward, wanting to eliminate Gu Xian directly. But it was too late. Gu Xian took out a small statue from his robe. Boom! The statue immediately emitted a terrifying demonic aura, sending both Su Chen and Chen Shang flying. Whoosh! Then, the demonic energy pouring out from the statue transformed into a demon shadow with 2 horns on its head. This shadow exerted immense pressure on Su Chen and Chen Shang, both feeling the strength of this apparition. Disheveled, Gu Xian let out a hysterical laugh. Ha ha, Lord Blood Demon King, crush these 2 ants. The demonic energy shadow presented by the statue was indeed the Blood Demon King of the demon race. However, it was merely an apparition inheriting a trace of the Blood Demon King's power, lacking any consciousness. Wow! As soon as the Blood Demon King's magical shadow took form, it charged forward fiercely. Chen Shang, the first to bear the brunt, raised his spear and thrust it forward. The Blood Demon King swung his iron fist and smashed it down. Bang! In an instant, Chen Shang was sent flying by the Blood Demon King's punch, crashing heavily against the wall of the carriage. Whoosh! After sending Chen Shang flying, the Blood Demon King's shadow turned and charged at Su Chen with immense power. Su Chen immediately unleashed 2 layers of defense. Bang! The Blood Demon King shattered Su Chen's defensive measures with a single punch, simultaneously striking the meteor sword that was crossed in front of him. Su Chen's body was also sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, his defense was quite strong, so he wasn't injured by that punch. However, he still felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart and his internal organs were churning violently. After sending Su Chen flying, the Blood Demon King decisively attacked again, clearly not intending to give him a chance to catch his breath. Seeing the Blood Demon King charging at him once more, Su Chen felt a wave of despair. This guy's strength was too overwhelming. He and Chen Shang were simply no match for him. Faced with the next attack, Su Chen had no defensive measures left to deploy. Ha, you like ruining my good plans, huh? Today, both of you will die here. Gu Xian's loud laughter came from the side as he still controlled the statue in his hands. Su Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he could kill him, wouldn't the Blood Demon King's shadow disappear? He immediately charged towards Gu Xian. Gu Xian naturally saw through Su Chen's intentions and coldly snorted, "With the Blood Demon King here, do you think you can hurt me?" Whoosh! The Blood Demon King behind Su Chen suddenly increased its speed, catching up to him in the blink of an eye and throwing another punch. In a split second, Su Chen swung the meteor sword backward. Bang! At the moment of impact between fist and sword, Su Chen felt an overwhelming force surge through his arms, sending him flying again. This time, without the cushioning of flames and magical energy, Su Chen crashed against the wall of the carriage, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Die! Gu Xian commanded the shadow, charging at Su Chen once more. Faced with the ferocious attack of the Blood Demon King's shadow, Su Chen could no longer withstand it. However, at that moment, Chen Shang suddenly appeared behind Gu Xian and thrust his spear forward. Clang! But Gu Xian reacted quickly, one hand holding the statue and the other wielding the war spear to block the thrust. However, with Chen Shang wielding the spear like a dragon, Gu Xian soon found it hard to defend. He could only call the Blood Demon King's shadow back, which allowed him to push Chen Shang back. Su Chen thus caught a breath, otherwise, if the shadow had locked onto him, he would have been severely injured in no time. Gu Xian watched as the shadow overwhelmed Chen Shang, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Since you're so eager to die, let me deal with you first before going to kill that kid." With a sneer, Gu Xian glanced at the spot where Su Chen had been sent flying. Turning his head back, he suddenly looked again at the mark left by Su Chen's crash against the wall. It was now completely empty. What? Where did that kid go? Gu Xian was taken aback, a wave of unease rising in his heart. Whoosh! In the next second, Su Chen's figure appeared before him, sword raised. Faced with this strike, Gu Xian hurriedly lifted his war spear to block. Clang! Already injured, Gu Xian barely managed to deflect Su Chen's sword, but he was forced to take several steps back. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen pressed the attack, swinging the meteor sword continuously, making it difficult for Gu Xian to defend. He could only summon the magical shadow back again. This gave Chen Shang, who was on the verge of being severely injured, a moment to breathe. Gu Xian, who had been continuously attacked by the two, showed an expression of anger on his face. You like to take action against me, huh? Today, none of you will leave. Here. As he spoke, Gu Xian's body retreated violently, positioning himself in a relatively safe spot, while the shadow of demonic energy charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen did not pursue immediately, instead, he pretended to be exhausted. Watching Gu Xian slip away from him as the shadow of demonic energy rushed towards him. But in reality, he was brewing his next lethal move. Both he and Chen Chang were already injured and could not withstand a few more strikes from this shadow of demonic energy. Dragging it out would be detrimental to both of them. Kid, out of strength, If you dare to confront me, be prepared to die here. Gu Xian sneered. At that moment, the shadow of demonic energy had reached Su Chen and had already thrown a punch. Just as the punch was about to hit Su Chen, he made no defensive move but instead prepared to strike with his sword. Swish! In the next second, Su Chen's body vanished into thin air, successfully dodging the punch from the shadow of demonic energy. His body reappeared in front of Gu Xian, who had retreated to a distance that was still a few meters away from Su Chen. For Su Chen, those few meters were nothing. In the blink of an eye, he charged in front of Gu Xian. Whoosh! A beam of white light surged from his wrist, enveloping his entire arm. Crack! The meteor sword fell, and with 3 times the attack power, the might of this strike was unstoppable. Even if Gu Xian exerted all his strength, he would likely end up dead or severely injured under this sword. However, at that moment, Gu Xian showed no signs of panic. Instead, he sneered coldly. I anticipated you would use this move. When Su Chen was on the battlefield, he had already demonstrated his teleportation, so Gu Xian was naturally prepared. He pulled out a talisman of demonic energy from his robe and threw it towards Su Chen. Buzz! The talisman instantly transformed into a shield of demonic energy, blocking Su Chen's lethal sword strike. This talisman was given to him by Wu Jiu, but his demonic energy was limited and he could not unleash the same power as Wu Jiu with the talisman. However, it was enough to block Su Chen's sword. Bang! Su Chen's sword was blocked, but the demonic energy shield had not been completely shattered. It seemed capable of withstanding several more of Su Chen's strikes. At that moment, the shadow of demonic energy had already turned around and was rushing towards Su Chen. I told you, you all will die here today. Gu Xian regained his previous arrogant demeanor, as if victory was already in his grasp. Is that so? Su Chen revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! A black spear sliced through the air, tearing through the atmosphere at an incredible speed towards him. Put! In an instant, Gu Xian was pierced in the back by the spear, which then penetrated through his chest. The moment he was hit, he instinctively lowered his head to check, completely overlooking Su Chen in front of him. Swish! Su Chen executed the second phase of his teleportation, bypassing the demonic energy shield and arriving behind him. Next time, don't get too complacent too early. Put! Before his words fell, Su Chen's sword swung out, directly severing his head. Gu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around. He could not believe that he had died just like that. Boom! Before the demonic shadow could rush in front of Su Chen, it instantly dissipated with the death of Gu Xian. Su Chen looked at Gu Xian's wide-eyed head and said, "You probably won't have another chance. Kill the demon." Clan member Gu Xian. Experience points plus 20,000. Devour successful. Attack power plus 100, speed plus 40, defense plus 5. Gained a trace of the royal bloodline of the demon clan. Self-healing ability enhanced. The Blood Demon King lineage is known for its self-healing ability, and he himself has already reached the realm of blood rebirth. Now, after killing Gu Xian, Su Chen has absorbed the self-healing effect from his bloodline. Previously, after killing the Crimson Flame Dragon, he had absorbed a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, enhancing his physique. Now he has obtained a trace of the Blood Demon King's bloodline. If he could kill those special-bodied monsters and demons, wouldn't his physique become invincible? Su Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. At that time, he would surely become the strongest physique in the world, possessing various powerful physical traits. Congratulations to the player for killing the royal member of the demon clan, Gu Xian. Special reward, golden treasure chest ×1, a golden treasure chest. Su Chen was overjoyed. Previously, he had only received a silver treasure chest for ranking first on the power list in the novice village. Now he was rewarded with a golden treasure chest. Whoosh! The treasure chest did not appear directly but was stored with the Heavenly Dao, which could be opened at any time. This was mainly to prevent players from being unable to open it while in battle. And now, they indeed had no time. After killing Gu Xian, they needed to quickly evacuate this place. Otherwise, when Wu Jiu arrived, there would be no easy way out. While Su Chen was lost in thought, listening to the Heavenly Dao's rewards, Chen Chang also seemed a bit dazed. Clearly, he had also received a reward from the Heavenly Dao. After all, Gu Xian was killed by the two of them working together. Although the experience was counted towards Su Chen, Chen Chang would also receive a reward. Chen Chang quickly walked over, pulled out the spear from Gu Xian's body, and said, "Let's hurry." believed that after his death that Demon Clan wizard should have no intention to continue fighting. Okay. Su Chen nodded. The two were about to leave when a weak voice sounded. Help me. Su Chen and Chen Cheng suddenly looked towards the corner where the human prince was still bound. They almost forgot about him. Since he was still alive, they couldn't just leave him to die. Swish! Su Chen stepped forward, quickly cutting all the ropes, binding him and hoisting him onto his shoulder. Chen Cheng charged out of the carriage first. At this moment, many demon soldiers had already surrounded outside. Chen Cheng, holding the spear, cleared the way in front. These demon soldiers couldn't stop him at all. Each one was sent flying. Su Chen, carrying the human prince, followed closely behind him at a good speed. At this time, the voice of the heavenly Tao rang in his ears. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the hidden mission. Take the human prince to a safe place and the player will receive generous rewards. A hidden mission? He didn't expect that by saving him he would trigger a hidden quest. Moreover, it was only necessary to carry him to a safe place, which was not difficult for Su Chen. Now, among these demon soldiers, apart from Wu Jiu, no one could stop them. But just as this thought flashed through Su Chen's mind, a strange pattern reappeared on the ground ahead. Chen Cheng and Su Chen's hearts sank at the sight. General Shunwei Qingyu was already severely injured and unable to stop Wu Jiu from teleporting. Of course, this was also due to Wu Jiu's overwhelming methods. Whoosh! The next second, Wu Jiu's body appeared on the pattern. He looked sharply at the three humans in front of him, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Wu Jiu turned to look at the carriage again. He could no longer sense Gu Xayan's aura, which greatly enraged him. If the Guxin family knew he died here, he would definitely not escape death himself. Now, the only chance to save his life was to bring these two murderers back. None of you are leaving today. Wu Jiu shouted hysterically, then discarded his staff, releasing a massive amount of magical energy from his body. Bang! The oversized robe he wore was instantly torn apart by the expanding magical energy, revealing skin beneath that resembled old tree bark. At the same time, two emaciated arms sprouted from his back and his entire body twisted, with all four hands transforming into sharp claws and menacing fangs growing in his mouth. He had turned into an ugly monster. This was his final form, abandoning sorcery attacks to enhance his body with all his magical energy. Awoke! Wu Jiu dropped to all fours and charged at Chen Cheng with incredible speed. This was clearly much faster than when he was a wizard. Faced with such a monster, Chen Cheng could only give it his all, unleashing his strongest power to confront him. Bang! However, the moment they clashed, Chen Cheng was sent flying by Wu Jiu's claw. The two were simply not on the same level. You find a chance to run, Su Chen said to the human prince beside him. Saying this, he drew his sword and prepared to engage Wu Jiu, otherwise Chen Cheng would be torn apart by this monster in no time. No, I can't leave now. You two should hurry and run, the human prince said, his face pale. He had already lost a lot of blood and was extremely weak. Su Chen looked at him in confusion. His words implied that he wanted to stay behind to fight Wu Jiu, allowing him and Chen Cheng to escape. But judging by his condition, he would probably struggle against a mere demon soldier, let alone Wu Jiu. Thank you for coming to save me, the prince said sincerely, looking at Su Chen. He thought Su Chen and Chen Cheng had come specifically to rescue him from the carriage. However, if I get caught by him again, then my mother and my sister won't escape either. At the same time, the prince knew that Wu Jiu had been using his fresh blood to locate other members of the royal family. If he were caught again, his relatives and the entire royal family would be doomed. But Su Chen couldn't understand what he was saying. He didn't have time to explain. He directly yanked the golden dragon jade pendant hanging around his neck. Tell my sister not to wait for me anymore. I will have to break my promise to buy her the dumplings. He had been captured by the demon clan while trying to buy dumplings for his sister in the royal city, but he had never regretted it. The prince's voice gradually faded, but his gaze became more resolute and his aura continued to grow. Now, Su Chen believed he had the strength to contend with Wu Jiu. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Even in such a state, he still possessed such power. In the next moment, the golden dragon jade pendant merged into his body, causing every inch of his skin to shine with golden light. The radiance illuminated the entire battlefield. In the distance, Qingyu, who had just broken free from the shackles of demonic energy, looked over and murmured, "The third prince. This is the golden light burning body technique." The current emperor had given each prince a golden dragon jade pendant, allowing them to burn their life force at a critical moment to unleash a final strike. As members of the royal family, they would rather stand and die than kneel and live. The prince, positioned at the center of the golden light, suddenly turned to Su Chen beside him. He took out a blood-stained paper bag from his bosom. "I almost forgot. If you have the chance, please give this to my sister. Her name is Ning Jinyao." The prince's face was filled with pleading. Su Chen immediately took the paper bag. Inside were cold and lifeless bean buns. Player has received a side quest. Deliver the bean buns to Princess Jinyao for extra rewards. At that moment, Wu Jiao, transformed into a monster, was also drawn by the golden light and turned his gaze this way. He immediately changed direction and charged over. "Thank you, I hope you can help me fulfill this last wish." After saying this, the prince looked ahead at Wu Jiao and resolutely walked towards him. After receiving the items, Suchen suddenly asked, "By the way, I haven't asked your name." "Ningji, my name is Ningji." His figure came from the golden light. At this point, Suchen could no longer see his figure, only the vast golden light remained. Soon, Ningji, transformed into golden light, collided with the monstrous Wu Jiao. Boom! The golden light instantly injured Wu Jiao, sending his entire body flying backward. Howl! At the same time, Wu Jiao's scream echoed through the sky and all the surrounding demonic soldiers were knocked away. The area fell into silence, with only the golden light lingering. Suchen hurried to Chen Chang's side, relieved to find he wasn't seriously injured. The two quickly retreated from the area. Once they reached a safe location, Chen Chang sighed in relief and said, "I didn't expect that by saving him, we actually saved ourselves. If they hadn't rescued Ningji, they wouldn't have been able to escape from Wu Jiao's grasp. They would likely have perished here." Yeah, Suchen felt a surge of emotions. Ningji's desperate gamble was also out of fear of falling back into Wu Jiao's hands, becoming a tool for him to pursue the royal family. Gradually, the golden light dissipated, along with Ningji's figure. Only Wu Jiao's grotesque body remained, but he was not faring well either. His body was marked with burns from the golden light, and both arms on his back were broken. Even with the golden light clone technique, Ningji couldn't kill him. After all, the power gap between them was still too great. In the distance, Qingyu saw this and quickly ordered a retreat. Their objective had been achieved, and he believed Vice General Zhao had already led the royal family far away from here. Staying any longer would only lead to unnecessary deaths, even though Wu Jiao had sustained some injuries. However, his wounds were far more severe than Wu Jiao's. Under his cover, the Divine Might Army successfully retreated. With Ningji's death, the demon clan had no means to track them again. In this environment, they would soon shake off their pursuers. Congratulations, player, for completing all main quests in the secret realm. You can now choose to leave. Directly. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the minds of the three. Who? Chen Chang let out a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. Finally, it's over. This extra task was really dangerous. We can't take such risks. Next time. Alright, let's choose to leave directly. Saying this, he looked at Su Chen beside him. However, Su Chen was still thinking about something else, and Chen Chang noticed his unusual demeanor, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" After a moment of thought, Su Chen replied, "You and Zhang Yang go back first. I still have something to do." This is Ningji's last wish. He feels it is necessary to find Ningji now and hand over the things to her. Is there anything else? The mission is complete. What else could there be? Chen Chang was greatly puzzled. Su Chen explained, "It's about Ningji, the one who just saved us." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang understood and said, "Directly, then let's go together. Don't forget we are companions. How can I abandon a companion?" Wow! Just as the two were speaking, a strange pattern suddenly appeared on the ground in front of them. I can't believe it. How did he find this place? Su Chen and Chen Chang were instantly startled. The ugly and terrifying body of Wu Jiao crawled out from the pattern, his face twisted in a grimace as he looked at the two. Chen Chang and Su Chen exchanged glances and said, "Don't hesitate. If we don't leave now, we will die here and accomplish nothing." Su Chen was not a rigid person. With Wu Jiao right in front of them, staying any longer would indeed mean death. With a thought, the two chose to leave the secret realm at the same time. Swish! Wu Jiao lunged at the two, extending his sharp claws. However, at that moment, the figures of Su Chen and Chen Chang became blurry and then instantly disappeared from their spot. Bang! Wu Jiao's claws struck where the two had just stood. Immediately, sand and stones flew, and his claws dug into the ground, but unfortunately, he did not catch the two. A hint of confusion appeared on his terrifying face. It was surprising that someone could escape from him using such a method. Buzz! After a distortion of space, Su Chen and Chen Chang were sent to the entrance of the secret realm. At this location, Zhang Yang had been waiting for a long time. "You two are really slow. The mission is complete, yet you still can't bear to leave," Zhang Yang teased. His injuries nearly healed. This was also because he had spent a lot consuming all the life-saving pills he had on him. Upon returning here, Chen Chang sighed in relief. "We almost got caught and crushed by that demon wizard. It was extremely dangerous." Beside him, Su Chen's eyes were vacant, as if he was pondering something. Zhang Yang sensed something was off and asked, "What exactly happened? The mission is complete. Shouldn't you have returned immediately?" Chen Chang looked at Su Chen. Su Chen took the initiative to say, "I inadvertently received a side quest, so I wanted to finish it before coming back, but unfortunately." "I see." Zhang Yang nodded while stroking his chin, but he quickly smiled and said, "Oh, it's just a side quest. It's no big deal. This time, we completed the extra tasks and have already made a huge profit. Although it was dangerous this time, the rewards would definitely be very generous." Chen Chang remarked. The person who entrusted Su Chen risked his life to save us, but we couldn't fulfill his last wish. Jiang Yang fell silent for a moment. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm behind them had disappeared. Such hidden realms in the wild were one-time entrances. The truly large secret realm entrances were controlled by the heavenly path and required a great cost to enter. For Su Chen to enter the secret realm again next time would be very difficult unless he had extraordinary luck. Congratulations to the player for completing the secret realm kill task. Reward 5,000 gold coins, experience points 20,000. Congratulations to the player for completing the secret realm additional task. The player will receive 2 each of the attack pill, extreme shadow pill, defense pill, and spirit pill. With the rewards from the 2 tasks, Su Chen's experience points were also maxed out. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 14. Attack plus 150, speed plus 90, defense plus 40. Endless Devour can use mental power for remote devouring. The upper limit for the same type of demon beasts and demon races is increased to 10. Super transformation can increase the conversion of items. The increase in level also enhanced Su Chen's talents once again. Wow, it really is an additional task. The rewards are so generous. This time we really hit the jackpot, Jiang Yang said excitedly. Even the steady Chen Shang couldn't hide his smile. Only Su Chen remained expressionless, as he still didn't know what effects these pills had. Seeing the excited expressions of the two, he began to check the pills rewarded by the Heavenly Tao. Attack pill increases attack power by plus 100 after consumption. Extreme Shadow pill increases speed by plus 60 after consumption. Defense pill increases defense power by plus 30 after consumption. Spirit pill greatly enhances players' mental power. After reading, Su Chen's face also lit up with excitement. These pills could increase so many attributes, and this time they even received 2 of each. No wonder he saw that Chen Shang's attributes were so strong. It seemed he had consumed a lot of these types of pills. The pill that increases mental power was even more impressive, as mental power is the most effective means to enhance talent. With the enhancement of mental power, not only would his senses become exceptionally sharp, but various attack talents would also be greatly enhanced. The 3 of them wasted no time and directly consumed the pills. Consumption successful. Attack power plus 200. Consumption successful. Speed plus 120. Consumption successful. Defense plus 60. Consumption successful. Mental power increased. As the pills entered their bodies, a surge of energy swept through them. This secret realm had significantly boosted his strength. Not only did he have the support of these pills, but he also gained attributes from devouring after killing the demon race. This made him eager to look at his attribute panel. Attack 3170, defense 382, speed 1780, level 14 10,000/300000. This attribute, even in Luoshui City, few could achieve. Su Chen could now be considered one of the top few in terms of strength in Luoshui City. After consuming all the pills, the mood of the 3 was greatly improved. Even Chen Shang, who had been in Luoshui City for so long, was experiencing such great benefits in the secret realm for the first time. Moreover, he and Su Chen had teamed up to kill Gu Xian, and both received a golden treasure chest. This was also a considerable gain. However, the 2 chose not to open the treasure chest here but planned to return to the guild first. What? You 2 each got a golden treasure chest? Jiang Yang regretted greatly upon hearing this. If he had known, he should have gone along, and maybe he could have snagged a treasure chest too. Chen Shang comforted him. Alright, don't dwell on the treasure chest. If you had gone, you might have been killed by that crazy demon race wizard. Jiang Yang nodded. That's true. However, at that moment, Jiang Yang's expression suddenly changed, and he said to Su Chen beside him, Brother Su, it seems you have trouble. Su Chen quickly understood what trouble he was referring to, because when they returned here, he saw that the guild's chat channel was filled with discontented remarks about him. Most of this was instigated by those powerful and experienced stewards who believed he was unqualified to serve as the vice president of the Luoshui Guild. Some even openly questioned Chen Shang's decision in the chat channel, believing that his handling of the matter was too unfair. Now, these seasoned stewards had united to protest, demanding an explanation within the guild. We're about to compete with the Longyan Guild for first place, and instead of focusing on improving their strength, these guys are causing such a ruckus. Aren't they just making a fool of themselves? After seeing these messages, Chen Shang was furious and said to Su Chen, Don't worry, appointing you as vice president was my decision, and no one can change that. Su Chen nodded. He was not interested in such matters, considering it a waste of time. And it was enough for Chen Shang to handle it. No matter how dissatisfied these people were with him, he was still the vice president, and that was an unchangeable fact. In Luoshui City, in the hall of the Luoshui Guild, several senior stewards were waiting there, knowing that Chen Shang and Su Chen had gone out. They were waiting for their return to demand an explanation. They either wanted Su Chen removed from the vice president position or for all of them to be promoted to vice president. Otherwise, having a rookie who just arrived in the city riding on their heads was very displeasing to them. However, someone expressed concern, aren't we going a bit too far? After all, Chen Chang is the president, this is too disrespectful to him. But an older middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully, so what if he's the president? He joined the guild later than I did, in front of me, he's just a younger brother. If it weren't for his luck and quick rise in strength, could he have become president? A graceful woman added, exactly, what's so great about the president? Many of us here have much deeper qualifications than he does, he should at least respect our opinions. Most of these people were guild stewards, considered the backbone of the guild, and gathered together, they naturally did not fear the president's authority. At that moment, a young man in fine clothes stepped forward and said, I advise everyone not to cause trouble here. The president's decision must have its reasons, if this continues, none of you will come out well. He was one of Chen Chang's trusted aides and one of the stronger stewards in the Luoshui Guild. Most of the stewards present were not as strong as he was. The most senior and strongest steward present was a sinister old man, the organizer behind this disturbance, Taiyan. He had joined the guild even earlier. When he became a steward, Chen Chang had just joined. Now, Chen Chang was already the president, but he was still just a steward. This made him very displeased, and over time, his strength had grown significantly, even rivaling that of Chen Chang when he first became president. Unfortunately, the previous president, seeing Chen Chang's potential, had given the position to him instead of Taiyan, which he had held a grudge about ever since, always trying to find ways to oppose Chen Chang. At this moment, he spoke in a deep voice, his reasons? What nonsense! The man in the brocade suddenly frowned, surprised that someone dared to show such disrespect to the president within the guild. He wanted to scold them, but seeing that it was Taiyan who spoke, he closed his mouth. This old fellow was very strong, the third most powerful person in their guild after Chen Chang and Jiang Yang, and the strongest steward, holding a very high position in the entire Luoshui city. Back then, I accepted it when he made that young brat Jiang Yang the vice president. As he spoke, Taiyan's voice suddenly rose, but now, letting a newcomer who just arrived in the city become the vice president, how can I tolerate that? Does that mean anyone can just come in and step on us? Do they really think we are easy to bully? This statement stirred up the emotions of the stewards who had come to protest. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the man in the brocade continued, our guild is about to face the Long Yen Guild, so everyone should refrain from causing trouble at this critical moment. Taiyan looked at the man in the brocade and snorted coldly, you know that our guild is about to face the Long Yen Guild, yet at this critical moment, Chen Chang creates such a situation. Please inform Chen Chang that if we do not receive a satisfactory response regarding today's matter, we will have no choice but to join the Long Yen. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed drastically. Were they really planning to defect from the Luoshui Guild? Even those who had originally stood with Taiyan changed their expressions. They had not intended to leave the Luoshui Guild. They had come here out of dissatisfaction, spurred on by Taiyan. But now, given the situation, it was difficult to stand up and refute Taiyan. The expression of the man in the brocade turned grim. At such a critical moment before the confrontation with the Long Yen Guild, Taiyan actually said such things. If they really defected from the Luoshui Guild and joined Long Yen, then with such a reduction and addition, they would definitely not be a match for Long Yen. And Taiyan intended to use this to threaten Chen Chang. Meanwhile, at the Long Yen Guild across the way, what's going on over there? It seems quite lively, asked Zhang Yao, who had just entered the guild. The young man behind her smiled and said, they're having an internal conflict, led by that old fellow Taiyan. Hearing this name, Zhang Yao raised her eyebrows. This guy, no wonder after all these years. He's still just a steward. The young man continued, but this time, Chen Chang did indeed make some mistakes by directly appointing that newcomer as vice president. Anyone would be unhappy about that. President, I think this commotion is quite significant. Should we look for an opportunity to bring them into our guild? If so, our chances in the first guild competition would increase greatly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao immediately refused. No, I absolutely will not allow someone like Taiyan to appear in the Long Yen Guild. Although his strength is decent, it's all built up over time, with no potential whatsoever. Besides, you don't really think that competing for positions relies on these guys, do you? What do you mean? Zhang Yao raised her jade hand and slowly clenched it. As long as the top combat power is strong enough, it can determine everything. Not long after, Su Chen and the others returned to the guild. As soon as they entered the guild hall, they saw the scene before them. Wow, it's really lively here, Jiang Yang said, with a smile. Seeing the president return, the stewards present immediately began to complain, losing their previous arrogance. President, you finally came. President, regarding the appointment of Su Chen as vice president, please reconsider. Yes, in terms of qualifications and strength, how can we compare to a newcomer? Is it just because he killed a demon general? We could do that too. The complaints quickly drowned out the three of them. Su Chen listened with an expressionless face, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Jiang Yang looked on with amusement. He knew that Su Chen's current strength was even greater than his own, making it easy to deal with these 1,000-year-old deacons. Chen Chang spoke in a deep voice. It was my decision to appoint Su Chen as the vice president. If anyone disagrees with this decision, you are free to leave the guild. This was a statement Chun Chang had prepared long ago. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. They hadn't expected the president to defend Su Chen so staunchly. Even Tai Yan, who had been shouting about leaving earlier, had nothing to say now. Su Chen saw that Chun Chang had stabilized the situation with just one sentence and felt a bit of admiration. He then stepped forward to leave, heading back to his residence in the guild. Chun Chang had arranged it for him earlier, but he had never been there. However, at that moment, Tai Yan's voice rang out. "Stop, Su." Chen halted and looked at him, having been the only one walking just now. "Are you calling me?" Tai Yan looked at Su Chen with a cold expression. "What do you think?" Since he couldn't confront Chun Chang directly, he could use Su Chen as a buffer, venting his anger on him to show Chun Chang his attitude. But he had picked the wrong person. Su Chen was no soft persimmon. He sized up Tai Yan and said, "Old man, how can you speak to the vice president like that?" As soon as the words fell, the scene fell silent, with some people not even daring to breathe. "You." Hearing this address, veins bulged on Tai Yan's forehead and a surge of anger seemed ready to explode. In Luoshui City, no one had ever dared to address him like that in front of him. Even Chen Chang had to respectfully call him Elder Tai. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Yang laughed heartily. Without restraint, Tai Yan, already in a fit of anger, turned his gaze to Jiang Yang. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Yang stopped laughing but still wore a smile. "What? Does the vice president need to report to you before he can laugh?" This only fueled Tai Yan's anger further, but he knew he was no match for Jiang Yang, so he held it in. He turned to Su Chen, gritting his teeth and saying, "Kid, when I joined the Luoshui Guild, you didn't even know where you were. Now you dare to be so disrespectful to me. Are you tired of living?" Su Chen replied without holding back. "After being in the guild for so long, you're still just a deacon. So all these years, have you been living like a dog?" As soon as this was said, many deacons present felt embarrassed, but fortunately, none of them had been in the guild as long as Tai Yan. "Good, very good." Tai Yan nodded with a flushed face, then looked at Chun Chang. "President Chen, this kid is so disrespectful to the guild elders. Are you just going to stand by and watch?" Chun Chang glanced at him and said, "Su Chen is the vice president of the guild, while you are just a steward. You are the one who has overstepped your bounds first." He is merely responding. "Fine, since you won't take action, I'll find a way to seek justice for us myself." Tai Yan had long anticipated that Chun Chang would say this. He turned to Su Chen and said, "I challenge you now. As the vice president, you shouldn't refuse a challenge from a steward, right?" This was the ultimate goal for them stewards, to have Tai Yan challenge Su Chen. With Tai Yan's strength, defeating a newcomer from the novice village should be more than enough. Even if he could kill him, Su Chen would still not be Tai Yan's match. As long as Tai Yan won against Su Chen, he would definitely be too embarrassed to continue as vice president. They had already prepared a set of arguments. No matter what, they had to make Su Chen agree. Otherwise, if Su Chen refused the challenge, all their efforts would be in vain. To prevent Su Chen from declining, Tai Yan quickly added, "If you refuse, alright, I accept your challenge." Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. This left the stewards who had prepared other arguments momentarily stunned. Even Tai Yan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After a brief moment of shock, a smile appeared on Tai Yan's face. He didn't expect this kid to fall right into the trap. "Then let's go to the challenge arena in Luoshui City and let everyone in the city witness it." By then, everyone in Luoshui City would know that Su Chen's strength was inferior to his, and Chen Chang would have no face to let someone weaker than a steward continue as vice president. "Steward Tai, our guild has an arena. Why do we need to go there?" Jiang Yang spoke up. Upon hearing that the guild had an arena, Su Chen, who already found it troublesome, immediately said, "Let's do it in the guild. I don't want to waste time." Hearing this, Tai Yan's prepared argument could finally be used. "You aren't afraid, are you? You're afraid that everyone in the city will know that your strength is not as good as mine, and you're scared that everyone will find out that a vice president's strength is inferior to that of a steward. Stop. Then let's go. Since you want to embarrass yourself in public, I'll help you with that." Seeing that Tai Yan was relentless, Su Chen directly agreed. Now, the stewards present all wore smug smiles. They had achieved their goal. Soon, the news of Tai Yan challenging Su Chen spread out from them, causing another uproar in Luoshui City. On one side was Su Chen, who had just gained fame in the city, and on the other was Tai Yan, who had been well known for many years in the Luoshui Guild. Both were from the same guild, and this was considered a top-tier confrontation in Luoshui City. It was definitely more exciting than Su Chen's battle against Gaimia, as this was a higher-level duel. In no time, everyone rushed to the arena in the city. Even Jian Yao became interested and planned to go watch. "President, what's so interesting about this battle?" "Tai Yan's strength is just SOSO, said Lu Qingyuan, the vice president of the Longyan Guild. Jian Yao shot him a glance. "Am I going to watch him? This time, he is challenging Su Chen. Currently, he is the only one in Luoshui City who can pique my interest." "Su Chen, that newcomer? President, you don't really Think this kid can beat Tai Yan, do you? He then analyzed, although Tai Yan doesn't have much potential after so many years of accumulation, he shouldn't be something a newcomer can contend with. I didn't say he could win against Tai Yan, but I believe Chen Chang isn't a fool. Since Chen Chang appointed Su Chen as the vice president, he must have the ability to suppress these issues. She is quite clear about her old rival. I admit Su Chen has great potential, but turning potential into strength also takes time. In the long run, Su Chen's value will far exceed Tai Yan's. I think this is the key reason why Chen Chang appointed him as vice president. Zhang Yao spoke. The crux of the matter, if it weren't for seeing Su Chen's immense potential at that time, even if he contributed the entrance to the secret realm, Chen Chang wouldn't have appointed Su Chen as vice president. Lu Qingyuan sighed and said, it's a pity that this kid, young and impulsive, fell into Tai Yan's trap. After losing, I really want to see how Chen Chang will wrap this up. However, he managed to almost kill Zhang Ziang and dared to accept the challenge, so his strength shouldn't be too bad. It's good to go see. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the arena in the city. When others saw the two of them, they immediately respectfully stepped aside, giving them the best viewing position. At this moment, the area around the arena was already packed with people, with no empty seats. Su Chen versus Tai Yan, this is definitely going to be an exciting showdown. Yeah, this is interesting. One is a newcomer who just arrived in Luoshui City not long ago, and the other is an old-timer who has been here the longest. In my opinion, Su Chen is still too young. Tai Yan is an old hand in our Luoshui City. I don't know how long he has been here, but his strength is very formidable. Most people present were optimistic about Tai Yan. This duel had attracted the attention of almost all players in Luoshui City, even the top guild members. Wang Meng and Zhang Yan came to watch in person. They were well aware of Tai Yan's strength, which was not inferior to either of them, and this battle would give them a clearer understanding of Tai Yan's capabilities. Wow! It's even more lively here, Zhang Yang exclaimed. He walked energetically at the front, with Su Chen and Chen Chang behind him, while Tai Yan and the stewards followed at the back. When the crowd saw the main characters arrive, they immediately erupted in excitement, parting to make way for them. This arena was presided over by the Heavenly Tao and was specifically prepared for player duels in the city, ensuring absolute fairness. Usually, only players from ordinary guilds would come here to spar. It was rare to see strong fighters like Tai Yan and Su Chen. After the two arrived at the foot of the arena, Su Chen decisively leaped onto the stage. Tai Yan turned around, facing the crowd, and said, everyone, today I am challenging Su Chen, and it is not me bullying the weak. Rather, this Su Chen is simply too arrogant, and I am left with no choice but to teach him a lesson so he knows what it means to respect his seniors. Beside him, Zhang Yang muttered, why does this guy have so much to say? He really thinks he will win. I can't wait to see his expression when he loses to Brother Su. A faint smile was also on Chen Chang's face. Ever since Tai Yan became the president, he had not stopped secretly making trouble. Now, it would be good for him to take a big fall, especially since he chose to duel Su Chen in front of everyone. In the distance, Zhang Yaodai raised an eyebrow. Something's not right. How can Chen Chang still be smiling? Does he really think Su Chen can win against Tai Yan? On the arena, Su Chen was starting to get a bit impatient. Hey, are you done talking? Tai Yan glanced at Su Chen with a sidelong look and coldly snorted, young people are so impatient. Since you're so eager to lose to me, I'll grant you that. With that, he jumped directly onto the arena. As the two confirmed the rules with the Heavenly Tao, the battle officially began. A layer of transparent light screen rose at the edge of the arena to prevent interference from the spectators below. Tai Yan took out a pair of gem-encrusted purple iron gauntlets from his spatial ring and put them on. This was his weapon. Those familiar with him knew that Tai Yan excelled in attacks and had a set of boxing techniques. Su Chen was somewhat aware of this, though he didn't want to know, but he couldn't escape Zhang Yang's incessant chatter along the way. You go first, or you won't have a chance. Su Chen took out the meteor sword and said, arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind surged beneath Tai Yan's feet. He wouldn't be polite with Su Chen. With Tai Yan's rapid movement, the onlookers held their breath. Whoosh! Tai Yan's body, accompanied by a whirlwind, rushed to Su Chen in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch. Boom! The purple iron gauntlet carried immense force as it smashed toward Su Chen. Swish! Su Chen's body suddenly vanished from the spot, appearing directly behind him the next second. Tai Yan had anticipated this. He had investigated Su Chen beforehand and knew he had used teleportation during his battle with Gai Mie. Whoosh! The punch he had thrown turned sharply into a hook aimed at Su Chen's back. At that moment, Su Chen's sword had already slashed down, and he activated his attack bracelet. Buzz! A burst of white light shone, tripling the attack power instantly on Su Chen's arm. Bang! The purple iron gauntlet collided with Su Chen's meteor sword. In that instant, Tai Yan felt an overwhelming force crashing against him, his fist being pushed back and his body involuntarily retreated. Swish! After knocking Tai Yan back, With a sword strike, Su Chen used teleportation again to follow up with another slash. At this point, Taiyan's right fist was already half incapacitated, unable to exert any strength. Even the purple iron gauntlet bore a massive sword mark and cracks, showing signs of imminent shattering. He could only raise his left fist to block, but suddenly he felt his left fist stiffen and couldn't lift it at all. Crack! In an instant, Su Chen had frozen his entire left arm. With his mental power enhanced, Su Chen's frost freezing effect was even stronger. Whoosh! The meteor sword fell like a shooting star, directly slashing toward his forehead. At that moment, Taiyan's mind went blank. He felt death approaching. Without even unleashing his innate talent, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Slash! The meteor sword stopped as it touched his hair, cutting off a few strands. If Su Chen hadn't held back, that strike would have been enough to split his head in half. At this moment, the meteor sword was resting on Taiyan's head, while Taiyan sat on the ground, his eyes vacant and spirit lost. The outcome was clear. It was evident that Su Chen had won. The scene was silent, as the two had only exchanged blows for a few breaths. Su Chen had only struck twice, yet he had easily defeated the long-established Taiyan. If he hadn't held back at the end, he might have already killed him. This left the spectators, who had prepared to witness an epic battle, somewhat disappointed, but their shock was even more intense. They had originally thought this would be a fierce fight. Even if it was a crushing defeat, it should have been Taiyan crushing Su Chen. But in the end, the result was like this. My god, did I see that right? Su Chen actually won? With two swords defeating the master Taiyan, Su Chen truly deserves the position of vice president of the Luo Shui Guild. This is not just deserving, I think his strength can already be compared to that of the two presidents. On the arena, Taiyan still sat slumped there, while Su Chen had already sheathed his long sword. I lost? He found it hard to accept this outcome, having never considered that he would lose. He also hadn't expected Su Chen's strength to be so formidable. Just based on attributes, he could crush him, and after using his talent, he was instantly defeated. Damn! This Taiyan didn't even use his talent and was killed like this? Lu Qingyuan's eyes were nearly popping out. Beside him, Jiang Yao stood there with a serious expression, exuding a cold aura. This Su Chen would definitely be her great enemy in the future, not to mention he was the vice president of the Luo Shui Guild. They had already clashed before. No, he was already her great enemy now. Seeing Su Chen's strength, Jiang Yao felt an immense pressure. On the other side, Wang Mang and Zhong Yan from the first-rate guild both gasped. Earlier, when Su Chen almost killed Zhang Ziang, they thought it must have been due to luck. But now it seemed that if Su Chen wanted to kill them, they might not have a chance to escape. Zhang Yang shook his head and commented, "Sigh, this is really boring. Taiyan couldn't even use his talent. I had overestimated him." Previously, he had predicted in front of Chen Chang that Taiyan should be able to withstand 5 or 6 moves, but unexpectedly, he was taken down in just 2. Chen Chang, on the other hand, wore a broad smile. Seeing Su Chen so strong made him even more delighted. On the arena, Su Chen crossed his arms and looked at the fallen Taiyan, asking, "Now, you shouldn't have any objections to me being vice president, right?" Taiyan quickly shook his head. How could he dare to have any objections after almost dying under his sword? Su Chen then turned to the deacons who had caused trouble with him. Before he could speak, the deacons all chimed in. Su Chen is powerful. He is truly deserving of this vice president position. Now they had no more feelings of discontent towards Su Chen. With such a strong vice president in the guild, they were more than happy. This confrontation ended abruptly. However, Su Chen's name once again spread throughout Luo Shui City, and everyone knew that there was now another truly formidable figure in Luo Shui City. After Su Chen, Chen Shang, and the others returned to the guild, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Yu Ziqing, who had run over in a hurry and hadn't noticed Chen Chang beside Su Chen. He immediately said nervously, "P. President. What is it?" Chen Chang glanced at him. Yu Ziqing quickly looked at Su Chen. Su Chen knew he was here to find him, so he said to Chen Chang, "He's looking for me." Chen Chang nodded and didn't ask further as he walked towards his residence. Instead, Jiang Yang stayed behind, looking curious as he asked, "What do you need him for? Why the rush?" Yu Ziqing immediately replied, "It's about the task Vice President Su entrusted us with. There's been progress." "Really? Where is it? Take me there quickly." Su Chen became excited upon hearing this. He had previously posted a task in the guild to find the corpses of demon beasts and had asked Yu Ziqing to publish it in the task hall. Yu Ziqing quickly led Su Chen to the guild square, where there were already more than a dozen demon beast corpses, varying in size. However, the levels of these demon beasts were not high. The highest was only level 7. After all, those who came to do these small tasks were players with relatively weak abilities. But this was still good for Su Chen, as it could provide him with a lot of attributes. At that moment, a guild member passed by and frowned, saying, "What the hell? Who put the demon beast corpses here? That's really inconsiderate." A few female guild members covered their noses, looking disgusted at the bloody, already starting to smell corpses. "Yeah, it stinks. It was indeed inappropriate to leave the dirty demon beast corpses here, so Suchen quickly stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry. I'll move these corpses to my yard right now. As a result, the few people who had just spoken turned pale upon seeing Suchen. The Vice President Su? These demon beast corpses are yours? Yes, sorry for the trouble. The few people shook their heads. Repeatedly, no. That's not what we meant. It's not a bother at all, just leave them here. Right. I love this smell so much, I wish I could smell it every day. Vice President Su, if you can't fit them here, I have space in my yard, feel free to put them there. Faced with the sudden change in attitude from the few people, Suchen and Yu Ziqing were slightly taken aback. Despite the enthusiasm of the few, Suchen still chose not to leave the demon beast corpses here. He didn't want to reveal his talent just yet. A talent that could enhance his attributes as long as there were demon beast corpses was simply too overpowered. If it got exposed, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. In the end, under the strong insistence of the guild members, they personally moved the demon beast corpses to Suchen's yard. What are you collecting demon beast corpses for? Zhang Yang, who had followed them, asked in confusion. Yu Ziqing, standing nearby, also perked up his ears. Although he was helping Suchen collect these demon beast corpses, he didn't understand what he intended to do with them. I'm doing research, you guys don't need to hang around here. Suchen pretended to be seriously studying a demon beast corpse while also giving the two a hint to leave. What's there to research about these things? Zhang Yang, uninterested, directly left. Yu Ziqing didn't dare to stay longer and followed him out. Looking at the demon beast corpses in front of him, Suchen's lips curled slightly. These demon beast corpses had only cost him over 2,000 gold coins and a few ordinary weapons, yet they could provide him with a lot of attributes. He then used Endless Devour on the pile of demon beast corpses. Devour successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 10, defense plus 5, Devour successful. Attack plus 8, speed plus 4, Devour successful. Attack plus 22, speed plus 12, Devour successful. Attack plus 16, speed plus 10, defense plus 1. In an instant, the attributes of more than a dozen demon beasts were completely devoured by Suchen, adding over 200 points to his attributes. It was comparable to 2 or 3 pills that increased attributes. However, Suchen was still not particularly satisfied. It seems that under this price, everyone is not very enthusiastic. After thinking for a moment, Suchen decided to double the conditions he originally proposed for the task, estimating that more players would collect demon beast corpses. He first went to the guild to double the task rewards, then personally made a trip to the task hall in Luoxue City. Once the task was released, it attracted everyone's attention. Wow! Who is so generous to spend a lot of money to collect demon beast corpses? It's Suchen, the new vice president of the Luoxue Guild, who just easily defeated Tai Yan in the arena. So it's him. This big guild is indeed wealthy. Many players began searching for and killing demon beasts upon seeing the rewards for the task. However, some of the demon beasts were marked by Suchen. Those were the ones he had devoured to reach his limit. With such high rewards and a simple task, the news quickly spread throughout Luoxue City. Many people started looking for and killing demon beasts, not only to enhance their own strength but also to exchange for gold coins and weapons with Suchen. If it weren't for not wanting to expose his super transformation, Suchen would have liked to save gold coins and transform weapons for each person providing demon beast corpses. This way, he wouldn't need to spend gold coins, but Suchen wasn't lacking in gold coins at the moment. After becoming the vice president of the Luoxue Guild, Chen Sheng directly gave Suchen 20,000 gold coins, and now he had over 40,000 gold coins in total. Subsequently, Suchen began to wander around Luoxue City, as he only needed to wait here, and naturally, someone would bring the demon beast corpses to the guild. After browsing them all, Suchen bought some healing and stamina replenishing pills, as he didn't care for anything else. The next auction would still be several days away. However, he put up for sale all the things he didn't need. Among them were the refining materials he had obtained earlier in some weapons, but he kept the fire spirit pearl. This was a good item, although it was of no use to him now. It was a treasure for those players with weaker strength. If he put it up for sale, many players would probably go bankrupt trying to buy it. In the Dragon Flame Guild, the news of Suchen spending a high price to buy demon beast corpses also reached Zhang Yao's ears. What does he want these demon beast corpses for? Zhang Yao did not understand Suchen's actions, but it was certain that these demon beast corpses must be of great use to Suchen. She immediately called her subordinates and instructed them. Soon after, the Dragon Flame Guild released another task in the task hall. This task was similar to the one released by Suchen, but the rewards were higher. Once this task was published, it stirred up a wave in Luoxue City. Everyone knew that this was definitely the Dragonflame Guild targeting Suchen and even the Luoxue Guild. With this task from the Dragonflame Guild, those who obtained demon beast corpses would definitely not come to Suchen anymore. They wanted to see what Suchen would do next, whether he would raise the price even higher. After learning this news, Suchen's expression darkened. Damn it, the Dragon Flame Guild is looking for trouble. He was very angry in his heart. He immediately raised the rewards for his published task even higher. However, the Dragon Flame Guild was also quick, and after Su Chen raised the price, they followed suit, still offering a higher price than Su Chen's. Humph. You like to compete with me, I just want to ruin your plans. Jiang Yao wore a smug smile on her face, already imagining Su Chen's angry expression. Although she also didn't know what Su Chen's plan for collecting the corpses of the demon beasts was. Nowadays, the rivalry between the two major guilds has reignited. This is not just a battle for the corpses of demon beasts, it also concerns the face of the two guilds. However, the Dragon Flame Guild has the backing of the headquarters, which has always been richer and more resourceful than the Luo Shui Guild. Everyone believes that this time the Luo Shui Guild should concede. But the members of the Luo Shui Guild are unwilling, they are rallying in the chat channel to support Su Chen, with many expressing their willingness to contribute money to help him win this demon beast acquisition battle. Zhang Yang even directly told him, "Brother Su, don't be afraid. Go for it. I'll cover any shortfall." However, at this moment, Su Chen did not blindly raise his bid, as the price of the demon beast corpses had already been driven very high. Although he could still offer a higher price, he did not want to be taken advantage of. Moreover, a plan had already begun to form in his mind. You like to snatch my demon beasts, huh? Let's see what you can do with the high-priced corpses after you acquire them. The Dragon Flame Guild's actions were clearly aimed at Su Chen. They had no real need for these demon beast corpses. Once they had them, they would be of no use, while Su Chen only needed to devour them. As long as he could find an opportunity to sneak into the Dragon Flame Guild and devour these demon beast corpses, it would be as if the Dragon Flame Guild was helping him collect them. Let you collect them for now. Under such high-priced temptation, many people directly spent money to use the teleportation array to go to the mountains and forests to hunt demon beasts. Many powerful members of first-rate guilds were directly mobilized. When everyone saw that Su Chen had not raised his bid for a long time, they knew he must have given up. Just as he returned to the guild, Zhang Yang ran over. "Brother Su, why did you back down? I said I'd help you with the money, not just talk." Su Chen smiled and said, "This isn't backing down. Since someone is willing to pay to help me collect the demon beast corpses, why not take advantage of it?" Zhang Yang stroked his chin and speculated, "What do you mean? Are you planning to sneak into the Dragon Flame Guild for research?" He had to admit, his guess was quite accurate. Since the demon beast corpses were of no use to the Dragon Flame Guild, they certainly wouldn't treat them like treasures. Besides, they couldn't possibly hide so many demon beast corpses. That's about the idea, but sneaking into the Dragon Flame Guild is a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang burst into laughter. "Huh, I was wondering why you stopped bidding. Turns out you were just holding back. You're really cunning." Su Chen felt a bit exasperated. That didn't sound like a compliment. "Stop laughing. Do you have any ideas?" He had come back to see if the guild could provide some assistance to help him infiltrate the Dragon Flame Guild. After all, to enter the guild's interior, one needed the corresponding guild token. Now, Su Chen already had the vice president's token of the Luo Shui Guild, allowing him to enter and exit every corner of the guild except for Qin Cheng's courtyard. All of this was controlled by the Heavenly Dao, so without a token, one simply couldn't get in. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's face showed a confident smile. "Of course we have a way. We've been rivals with the Dragon Flame Guild for so long. What tricks haven't we used?" He then whispered to Su Chen, "And let me tell you that witch Jiang Yao is a neat freak. She definitely wouldn't keep those demon beast corpses in a very important place." After hearing this, Su Chen realized that their guild had an undercover agent in the Dragon Flame Guild. Moreover, their guild also had an undercover agent from the other side. Getting a token to enter the Dragon Flame Guild is simple, and you have teleportation. I'll give you an internal map of the Dragon Flame Guild later. You'll definitely be able to come and go easily. After that, Zhang Yang went to get the token, as the Dragon Flame Guild had not yet acquired any demon beast corpses. However, under such high prices, it was believed that the Dragon Flame Guild would soon receive many demon beast corpses. At this moment, Su Chen called Yuzi Qing over again, asking him to send the corpses of the demon beasts from his yard to the Dragon Flame Guild. "Vice President Su, aren't you going to study these demon beast corpses?" Yuzi Qing was somewhat surprised. These were all bought at a high price by Su Chen, and now he was selling them off just like that. Although the price was higher, Su Chen could no longer buy demon beast corpses. "I've already studied all of these, so feel free to sell them to that group of fools at the Dragon Flame Guild," Su Chen said with a smile. Since they wanted the demon beast corpses, he would give them to them. Yuzi Qing didn't ask further and directly called someone to handle it. However, he naturally couldn't personally deliver these demon beasts to the Dragon Flame Guild. Instead, he called some other players from the city. Although he was just an elite member of the Luo Shui Guild, this status was already quite impressive in Luo Shui City. The vast majority of first-rate guild stewards did not have a higher status than him, so he naturally had some subordinates to take care of these matters. Meanwhile, Su Chen could make a big profit from this. Soon, under the high-price temptation of the Dragon Flame Guild, they received quite a few demon beast corpses. The guild's square was almost filled with them, even with specific requirements for the types and quantities of demon beasts. At this time, the stench of the demon beast corpses and the smell of blood filled the Dragon Flame Guild. Jiang Yao pinched her nose as she approached the pile of demon beast corpses, frowning as she looked at them. These demon beast corpses stink to high heaven. I really don't know what Su Chen wants these things for. Beside her, Lu Qingyuan also covered his nose. President, should we continue to collect demon beast corpses? If we keep collecting, the guild won't have enough space. Collect? Of course we should collect. I want to gather all the demon beast corpses we can find nearby for him, otherwise it would be a wasted effort. Jiang Yao had already made up her mind to ensure that Su Chen wouldn't get a single demon beast corpse, driving him crazy. After saying that, she turned and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Lu Qingyuan could only shake his head helplessly. Collecting these demon beast corpses had cost their guild quite a bit of money. Although they were wealthy, they couldn't afford to spend like this endlessly. Luo Shui Guild. Su Chen saw that the timing was almost right, took the elite token from Jiang Yang, and used teleportation to sneak into the Dragonflame Guild. Once inside, he walked on the rooftops to avoid being recognized. Having already seen the internal map of the Dragonflame Guild, he easily made his way to the square. Sure enough, dozens of demon beast corpses were laid out here, emitting an overwhelming stench. In the entire guild, no one was willing to come to this place. Many people would take a detour upon smelling the foul odor. However, when Su Chen saw these corpses, his eyes lit up. What seemed useless to others was a treasure for him to enhance his attributes. He flipped over and jumped down from the rooftop, arriving at the center of the square, looking at the surrounding corpses with a slight smile on his lips. At the same time, he extended his hand and activated Endless Devour. Buzz! Instantly, the surrounding attribute points surged towards him. With his level increase, the impact of Endless Devour had become less noticeable. However, even so, the scene around him was still astonishing as he absorbed so many attributes. Spheres of light seemed to be drawn to him, rushing towards Su Chen. Devour successful. Attack +6, speed +4, defense +1, devour successful. Speed +4, attack +3, devour successful. Attack power +8, devour successful. Attack +24, speed +12. The massive devouring caused drastic changes in Su Chen's body. He could feel his strength continuously growing. In the blink of an eye, he had absorbed all the attributes from the corpses of the demon beasts around him. After devouring, these demon beast corpses had directly added 300 to 400 points to his attributes, mostly in attack. To think there are so many attributes, Su Chen was overjoyed. Having absorbed only half, he had gained 300 to 400 points. If he were to devour all these demon beast corpses, he couldn't imagine how many attributes he would gain. He then jumped again to the other side of the square and continued to devour. Devour successful. Attack +12, speed +6. Once again, a large number of attribute points flowed into Su Chen's body. Devour successful. Mental power increased. Su Chen was delighted. He had been worried about not having a comprehensive increase in strength, but unexpectedly, there was a demon beast that could enhance his mental power. It was a purple-black flying creature, but its body was exceptionally smooth, without any feathers. It was this demon beast's corpse that provided the mental power. In no time, Su Chen had devoured all the demon beast corpses piled here, gaining over 600 points. In attributes, a tremendous harvest. At this moment, he excitedly opened his attribute panel to check. Attack 3596, defense 423, speed 2154, level 14 10,000/300000. With these attributes, Su Chen felt he was almost on par with Chun Chang, and he assumed that Jiang Yao from the Dragonflame Guild was also about his level. If the two were to duel, Su Chen was confident he could defeat her. Haha, I never expected that. The Dragonflame Guild would spend so much money targeting me, only to end up making me a wedding dress. Su Chen couldn't hide his joy. After all, who wouldn't be elated after gaining such a significant advantage? Who's there? A startled voice came from behind, startling Su Chen. He immediately turned around to find Jiang Yao, the president of the Dragonflame Guild, standing behind him. Seeing Su Chen, she was equally shocked. Su Chen? What are you doing here? Su Chen glanced at the nearby demon beast corpses and blurted out, I came to see if the demon beast corpses you collected are up to standard. Jiang Yao immediately understood and scolded, you came to steal the demon beast corpses? Well, you little thief. Su Chen replied with righteous indignation, I didn't steal anything. If you don't believe me, count your demon beast corpses and see if any are missing. You mustn't wrongfully accuse me. He was quite confident about this because he didn't need to move or touch the demon beast corpses to devour them. Seeing him so calm, Jiang Yao scanned the surroundings but found no signs of the demon beast corpses being moved or reduced. However, she wasn't foolish. Su Chen's presence here was already a significant problem. No matter what, you sneaked into our guild, so you definitely have bad intentions. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly burst forth with a purple light. Su Chen sensed something was wrong and prepared to use teleportation to escape, but at that moment he felt as if his body had been petrified, unable to move from his spot. Even his talents and skills were rendered useless. Damn! Is this another mental attack? Su Chen found himself unable to break free from her mental control. This shocked him. Jiang Yao's mental power was terrifyingly strong. It should be noted that Su Chen's mental power had been enhanced many times and was already quite formidable, yet he still couldn't resist Jiang Yao's control. Whoosh! While controlling Su Chen with her mental power, Jiang Yao took out a purple crescent blade from her spatial ring. What the hell? What are you doing, you female demon? I just came to visit your guild. I can't possibly deserve death for that. At this point, Su Chen had broken through some of the mental control and was able to speak. My Dragon Flame Guild is not a place you can come and go as you please. Since you're here, you'd better behave and then let Chen Cheng come to redeem you. As she spoke, she had already rushed in front of Su Chen, gripping the purple crescent blade. Boom! The demonic energy on Su Chen suddenly surged, dispelling the surrounding purple light. It was precisely because he used his demonic energy enhancement at a critical moment that he was able to break free from the mental control. Just a moment ago, he couldn't even use his talents, but now he could finally unleash his demonic energy. Looking at Su Chen, who was radiating demonic energy, Jiang Yao wore a look of astonishment. Su Chen didn't want to use the skills of the demon race unless absolutely necessary, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings. But he was even less willing to be captured by a woman, especially when it would require the guild leader to come and redeem him. That would be too embarrassing. Whoosh! Su Chen used teleportation to create a 10-meter gap. He had no intention of lingering in battle. This was someone else's territory, and he would definitely be at a disadvantage if a fight broke out. Don't even think about running, Jiang Yao shouted, gripping her blade as she chased after him, a faint blue light appearing beneath her feet, greatly increasing her speed. Whoosh! Su Chen used teleportation again, pulling away another 10 meters. Behind him, Jiang Yao was enveloped in purple light, her hair billowing in the wind, fiercely pursuing Su Chen. Without teleportation, Su Chen's speed couldn't match hers, and the distance between them was closing rapidly. The others from the Dragon Flame Guild couldn't see the figures of the two clearly. Upon witnessing the overwhelming aura they emitted, they all retreated to the side. With their speed, they quickly burst out of the Dragon Flame Guild, and it looked like Su Chen was about to enter the Luo Shui Guild. Jiang Yao extended her jade hand and clawed forward. Whoosh! An invisible force gripped Su Chen's back, pulling him backward. Then, Jiang Yao extended her hand forward. Again. Crack! A thick purple lightning bolt shot out from her fingertip, heading straight for Su Chen's back. Sensing the immense energy approaching from behind, Su Chen didn't dare to be careless and quickly raised a flame barrier for defense. Boom! The purple lightning struck the flame barrier, creating a tremendous noise. This attracted the attention of both guilds. As they emerged, they saw Su Chen and Jiang Yao standing by the road, engaged in a magical duel. Both of them held significant status, and the Heavenly Dao was very lenient towards their actions. As long as no lives were lost, the Heavenly Dao would not interfere. Today, I will definitely catch you and take you back, Jiang Yao said with great confidence. At this moment, her long hair flowed freely, surrounded by a purple glow, looking extremely imposing. Su Chen casually entered and exited their guild. If he could still leave unscathed, what face would they have left? You can't catch me, Su Chen replied with a smile. Now that he had left the Dragon Flame Guild, he had nothing to fear. That's not for you to decide. Jiang Yao formed seals with her fingers, and purple light beams appeared around Su Chen's body, trapping him in place. At this moment, Su Chen also took out the meteor sword from his spatial ring and swung it at the purple light beams surrounding him. Bang! Bang! After a few strikes, the surrounding purple light beams showed cracks. However, Jiang Yao would not let Su Chen escape her control. She unleashed purple lightning again. Crack! Su Chen extended his right hand forward, and a ball of flame collided with the lightning. Boom! After the collision, both the lightning and the flame disappeared, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, a figure burst out from the Dragon Flame Guild, rushing towards Su Chen with dual swords in hand. This person was Lu Qingyuan, the vice president of the Dragon Flame Guild. Only his strength could participate in the battle between the two. You think you can bully us just because no one from the Luo Shui Guild is here? Zhang Yang's figure appeared at the entrance of the Luo Shui Guild. Whoosh! He controlled a golden long sword and thrust it towards Lu Qingyuan, successfully intercepting him. Meanwhile, Su Chen shattered all the purple light beams around him, breaking free and moving to the Luo Shui Guild's side. At this moment, people from both guilds were gathering. Although both sides had stopped fighting, they were now in a greater standoff. Chen Chang was also alerted and walked over, saying, President Zhang, are you trying to initiate a confrontation between the two guilds ahead of time? Jiang Yao gritted her teeth and angrily replied, It was clearly your people who intruded into our guild, coveting the beast corpses we collected. Don't try to turn the tables. I didn't touch your beast corpses, Su Chen said. Jiang Yao glared at Su Chen. Whether you did or not, only you know. Don't slander me. If you don't believe me, have someone check, Su Chen insisted, as he indeed had not touched those corpses. They were all still neatly placed. Jiang Yao certainly knew that those corpses had not been disturbed. She had already scanned them with her mental power. She would not let anyone check again. But who knew if Su Chen had done anything else to those beast corpses? Jiang Yao raised her head and said proudly, regardless, the fact remains that you intruded into our Dragon Flame Guild and you must pay the price. But the fact that you didn't leave Su Chen behind is also true. Since that's the case, let's just leave it at that. Chen Shang waved his hand. He knew they were in the wrong and understood that Jiang Yao's so-called price was likely to demand compensation from them. However, the two sides were natural enemies. How could they possibly compensate them? They were quite happy to see the Dragon Flame Guild suffer. What are you joking about? How could it just end like this? Jiang Yao was naturally unwilling. At this moment, Chen Shang also showed his domineering side. So what do you want? Send someone to our guild for a visit? I welcome that any time, but we'll have to see if they have the strength to escape. Su Chen can come and go from your guild. That's his ability. Let's leave it at that. If you want to fight, I'm ready to accompany you. After saying this, he turned and walked into the guild. He was certain that Jiang Yao would not choose to fight him at this moment. Fine, when the guilds face off, I will settle this score. Jiang Yao angrily returned to the Dragon Flame Guild, with Lu Qingyuan closely following. The members of both guilds had unsightly expressions, revealing a confrontational demeanor, but as the two guild leaders left, they all dispersed. President, don't be too angry. The demon beast corpses are still here, and we haven't suffered much loss, Lu Qingyuan comforted, following Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was still fuming. Who knows if he did anything to those demon beast corpses? Then she said to Lu Qingyuan, from now on, cancel the task of purchasing demon beast corpses. Ha! Are we not going to compete with them? Seeing these demon beast corpses makes me angry. What's there to compete about? Quickly burn them all, they can't fall into Su Chen's hands. After saying that, Jiang Yao stormed off. On the other side, outside the Luoshui Guild, Zhang Yang looked at Su Chen with anticipation. So, did you succeed? Did you manage to study those demon beast corpses? Su Chen nodded and said, not a single one was missed, I studied them all. Zhang Yang immediately burst into laughter. Ha, that's great. If that young girl finds out, she'll be furious. But there's one thing I don't understand. I just joined their guild not long ago. How was I discovered? Su Chen was quite cautious, yet he had just devoured the demon beast corpses when he was found out. Speaking of this, Zhang Yang remembered, oh right, I forgot to remind you. Jiang Yao is a mental power mage, and her mental power is very strong. She must have discovered you. Mental power mage? Su Chen understood. No wonder her fighting style was different from others, always casting skills from a distance and even managing to pin herself in place. It seemed this was the power of a mental power mage. Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, and her strength is formidable. It's said she has only truly fought twice since coming to Luoshui City. Once was defeating the previous president of the Dragon Flame Guild, and the other was defeating the previous president of the Luoshui Guild. Su Chen's expression changed slightly in surprise. She had actually defeated the previous presidents of the two major guilds, so her strength must be very strong. But I think she's not that impressive. Generally speaking, mental power mages have low attributes, and once someone gets close, they're in trouble. Su Chen didn't think so. Judging from their earlier encounter, getting close to Jiang Yao would not be easy, and he didn't know if she had other means. Moreover, Su Chen remembered the powerful aura she exuded when she took out that purple crescent blade. From this point, her attributes were not low either. Originally, Su Chen thought that after devouring so many attributes, he should be invincible in Luoshui City. But now, it seemed there were still one or two who could challenge him, yet he could still walk confidently in Luoshui City. Speaking of which, you were actually able to escape from her and didn't suffer much loss. That's quite impressive, Zhang Yang said with an envious look. He and Chen Chang could sense that Su Chen's strength was rapidly advancing, which might be related to his research on the demon beast corpses. However, he didn't ask further. Soon, the Dragon Flame Guild announced the cancellation of the task to collect the corpses of demon beasts. Su Chen immediately posted his original task again, still at the previous price. But this was already quite a lot. Although many had collected before, it was still significant. If he were to charge according to the Dragon Flame Guild's prices, even Su Chen would find it a bit overwhelming. It was better to take a steady approach. Once he had enough gold coins, he could offer a high price to collect a wave, but now there were not many demon beasts left for Su Chen to devour. He had already devoured nearly all the demon beasts below level 6, reaching his limit. Moreover, the attributes the demon beasts below level 6 could provide were not much to begin with. Su Chen's main goal now was to acquire the corpses of demon beasts above level 6. The news of Su Chen's confrontation with Jiang Yao spread rapidly. The two fought in the street, and Su Chen surprisingly did not fall behind at all, even showcasing his fire attribute talent and immense strength. This made everyone re-evaluate their perception of him. He was now a figure standing at the pinnacle of Luoshui City, and he had just arrived in Luoshui City, which left everyone feeling somewhat dreamlike. In a corner of Luoshui City, a figure wrapped tightly looked at the news proclaiming Su Chen's battle with Jiang Yao, feeling a deep sense of despair. This person was the hidden Zhang Ziang, who realized after his encounter with Su Chen that he was not someone he could provoke. He believed that Su Chen's future achievements would far exceed his own, and thinking of this, he wanted to reconcile with Su Chen. But Su Chen was resolute in his killing intent. He had no choice but to bring all the resources of the Ziang Guild and seek refuge with the Dragon Flame Guild, hoping to gain Jiang Yao's protection. However, now Su Chen had already reached a level where he could confront Jiang Yao. When Su Chen fought against himself, he was definitely not this strong, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped. This indicated that Su Chen had significantly improved his strength in such a short time. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, Zhang Ziang immediately planned to leave Luoshui City and head to other cities. Although this would cost a lot of gold coins and he would have to start over, it could save his life. However, what he did not know was that Su Chen had already posted a task to track him in the guild and task hall. In Luoshui City, it was quite simple for the Luoshui Guild to find someone. As soon as he stepped into the teleportation array of Luoshui City, someone immediately informed Su Chen of his movements. To save some gold coins, Zhang Ziang did not choose to teleport directly to another city. That was too extravagant. Even though he had once been the president of a top guild, he did not dare to spend like that. Whoosh! A beam of light descended, and he arrived on a spacious official road. Following this road, he headed towards the nearest Qiang city. Whoosh! Not long after, a beam of light descended in front of him. After the light beam disappeared, Su Chen's figure appeared there. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhang Ziang's legs went weak with fear, and he hurriedly pulled out a teleportation scroll from his spatial ring, wanting to escape. Crack! Before he could act, his arm was frozen by frost, rendering him completely immobile. Terror filled Zhang Ziang's face as he gasped, Spare me, we have no enmity, you don't need to kill me. I can give you everything I have." Faced with the pressure from Su Chen, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Feeling that this plea was useless, he immediately added, "I know you have a conflict with Jiang Yao. I can help you deal with her, and I know many of her weaknesses." "I can." Before he could finish, Su Chen interrupted, "No need, I will defeat her openly." Hearing this, Zhang Ziang's survival instinct kicked in, and he quickly said, "I also know of a hidden task from the Heavenly Tao, and the rewards are very generous." "Hidden task? Where?" After hearing this, Su Chen indeed became somewhat interested. "If I tell you, can I live?" Su Chen took out the meteor sword and walked towards him. "If you don't speak now, you will die." Upon hearing this, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flashed in Zhang Ziang's eyes. "Fine, I'll tell you right now, the hidden mission is actually..." Whoosh! Zhang Ziang suddenly erupted, shattering the frost that had frozen him, and the purple chi domain unfolded. At the same time, he drew a long sword and lunged at Su Chen. He had no idea what the hidden mission was. He only said that to make Su Chen lower his guard and take a chance. But he still underestimated Su Chen's strength too much. Whoosh! Before his sword could even stab out, Su Chen was already behind him. Slash! With one sword strike, Zhang Ziang was killed on the spot. In Luoshui City, he had relied on his identity and strength to kill many players and seize their treasures. Moreover, he had harmed many of the indigenous human race in this world. Reminder: player has killed the villain Zhang Ziang, gaining 10 merit points. Merit points? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. This was something that could only be obtained by eliminating certain villains among players. After gaining merit points, players would have greater authority in the city. Furthermore, once merit points reached a certain level, one could obtain a position granted by the Heavenly Tao to punish evil players. He didn't expect that killing Zhang Ziang would actually grant him merit points. It seemed this guy had indeed committed many evils. Subsequently, Su Chen activated Endless Devour on his corpse. Devour. Successful. Congratulations, player has obtained C-level talent Purple Chi Domain. Purple Chi Domain? Su Chen's mind stirred, and a purple domain spread out from him as the center. His mental strength was much stronger than Zhang Ziang's, so the effect of the talent was also significantly enhanced. Within the domain, Su Chen's overall strength increased by about 50%. He didn't know how much it would weaken his enemies. However, such a talent was a tremendous boost to Su Chen's power. The only problem was that he couldn't use it in front of others, as everyone knew this was Zhang Ziang's talent. Now that he was dead, the talent had fallen into Su Chen's hands, and others would probably think he killed Zhang Ziang just for the talent. Moreover, if people found out he could devour others' talents, he would likely be seen as an outlier, and everyone would be on guard against him. This talent was too terrifying. If exposed, it could make him an enemy of the world. Therefore, Su Chen didn't want to go on a killing spree just for the talent that would only turn him into a demon of slaughter. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Having a talent he couldn't use was also a headache. Now, He could only use the purple chi domain when dealing with demon beasts and the demon race. Su Chen picked up Zhang Xiang's spatial ring and probed inside with his mental strength. There wasn't anything valuable inside, just some basic pills. And a few worthless items. The truly valuable things had all been exchanged for gold coins. This was the habit of all players. No one would keep important items on them. Everything usable had been used, and what couldn't be used had been exchanged for gold coins. Because after being killed, the gold coins in the account wouldn't transfer to others. This greatly reduced the occurrence of killing for treasure. After putting away the spatial ring, Su Chen returned to Luoshui City. Soon, the news of Zhang Xiang's death spread throughout the city, as his avatar in the Xiang Guild turned gray. This also meant that the Heavenly Path had announced his death. Many people applauded this, as this guy had caused a lot of trouble for the players in the city. Moreover, he was very cunning, treating the strong with great respect while being ruthless towards the weak. That was how he managed to thrive in Luoshui City, but he never expected to encounter Su Chen. Many insiders knew that Zhang Xiang had died at his hands. The news naturally reached Zhang Yao, but she no longer had the mind to deal with Su Chen. Her previous encounter with Su Chen had already left her shaken. He was a significant asset to the Luoshui Guild. Zhang Yao now needed to prepare with all her might for the decisive battle against the Luoshui Guild. The pressure Su Chen brought her was too great, and her previous preparations were clearly insufficient. It seemed she would need to summon some strong members from the Dragon Flame Association. She was determined to secure the title of the first guild in Luoshui City and the quota for the secret realm, Luoshui Guild. After Su Chen returned, he was called over by Qin Chang, who took him to a secret chamber. The walls here were dark all around. Qin Chang introduced, "This is one of the most important places in our Luoshui Guild, the body refinement chamber, which only members of the guild at the rank of steward or above can enter. After training here once, you can gain a comprehensive enhancement of your attributes." Su Chen was taken aback and asked in astonishment, "It can directly enhance attributes? That's amazing." It should be noted that it was already very difficult to increase attributes by leveling up, as each level required a massive amount of experience. Being able to directly enhance attributes was a treasure among treasures. Chen Sheng said proudly, "That's right, such a place is only owned by our guild in the entire Luoshui City. Not even the Dragon Flame Guild has it?" Chen Sheng shook his head but said, "However, they have a similar place that can also enhance attributes, but it requires spending a lot of gold. Entering here once costs 20,000 gold, and the more times you enter, the less effective it becomes." Su Chen knew that entering such a place would definitely require a significant cost. However, upon hearing this number, he still gasped. 20,000 gold was not a small amount, and many guild leaders couldn't come up with it. And this was just the price for entering the secret chamber once. Fortunately, Su Chen was still relatively wealthy, with over 50,000 gold on him. Chen Chang continued, "However, as our guild's vice president, you can enter for free once. The 20,000 gold cost would be covered by their guild." Naturally, Su Chen would not be polite upon hearing this. He immediately chose to activate the secret chamber. He wanted to see how much he could enhance his attributes this time, wondering if it would be more than what he gained from killing beasts and devouring their attributes. After paying the gold, Chen Chang left the place. The temperature in the secret chamber began to rise rapidly, as if it had turned into a steam room. The scorching power made Su Chen's skin feel a stinging sensation, but it was just within the range he could accept. The burning sensation did not last long. A wave of coolness swept in, followed by a biting cold. In this alternating heat and cold, Su Chen's defense attributes and mental will were both being honed. Defense attribute +1, defense attribute +1, defense attribute +1. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen's defense attribute had increased by more than 20 points. The sensations of hot and cold completely disappeared, and black shadows began to appear in the secret chamber. These shadows were all armed and rushed towards Su Chen. However, they were not strong, and Su Chen quickly dealt with them. But for every batch that fell, another batch came, and their strength was increasing. Moreover, Su Chen discovered that he could not use his talents and skills. However, he quickly understood that this was to train his attack and speed, so his talents and skills were restricted. During this process, his attack and speed attributes were rapidly increasing. Attack +5, attack +4, speed +3, speed +2. Su Chen continuously battled with these shadows, taking them down in waves. But their speed became increasingly faster, and their attacks grew stronger. Finally, after an unknown number of waves of shadows, Su Chen was hit by the encircling shadows. Boom! In an instant, all the shadows vanished. Su Chen knew that the challenge of the shadows had ended, and he felt somewhat exhausted. However, when he looked at the attributes he had gained, a smile appeared on his face. During this fierce battle with the shadows, his attack power had increased by more than 150 points, and his speed had enhanced by around 90 points. No wonder it cost 20,000 gold coins to enter once. Just these attributes were worth that price. When he thought the challenge in the secret chamber should be over, the scene before him changed dramatically. His mind seemed to fall into an extremely torturous state. The previous ice, fire, and shadows were all training his attributes. Now, the mental torment was enhancing and training his mental strength. In this state, Suchin could hardly feel the passage of time, so he had no idea how long this mental strength enhancement took. He only knew it was a long and excruciating period. In this state, Suchin felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, as if his mental strength could barely hold on. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the scene before him gradually brightened. The mental strength training had ended. Mental strength has been enhanced. Reminder: player's mental strength has reached the level of a mental strength master. Mental strength master? Suchin was somewhat confused. At this moment, the heavenly Tao infused the levels of mental strength into Suchin's mind. The levels of mental strength ranged from Mage, Mental Strength Master, to Earth Master and Heaven Master, with each level having a significant gap. His mental strength had been enhanced many times, and now he had just reached the level of a Mental Strength Master. This greatly improved his talents and skills. Mental Strength Mages were already top tier in Luoshui City, and Mental Strength Masters were extremely rare. Even the president of the Dragon Flame Guild, Zhang Yao, was only a Mental Strength Mage, but from their last encounter, it was clear that her mental strength surpassed Suchin at that time, at least making her a top-tier mental strength mage, and it was even possible that she hadn't used her full strength, being a hidden mental strength master. However, now, Suchin was confident that he could break through her mental strength control. Even without using demonic energy to enhance himself, he could move freely. Thus, Suchin's opportunity for body refinement had come to an end, and he stepped out from it. The sun was still high outside, the sunlight bright and cheerful. Suchin remembered that it was this time when he entered the secret room, and now that he had come out, it was still the same. Could it be that he had only been inside for a short while? Su brother, you finally came out. If you hadn't, both Lao Chen and I would have gone in to rescue you. Zhang Yan walked over. Suchin realized he might have been inside for a long time and asked, how long have I been in there? Zhang Yang held up a finger and said, a full day and night. You're really impressive. I only stayed in for a whole day the first time. You've doubled that. Suchin rubbed his forehead and said, mainly because the mental strength trial took too long. Even now, he still felt fatigued in his mental strength. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's mouth dropped open. You experienced the mental strength trial on your first entry. What's wrong? Is it that difficult? Suchin thought everyone should have gone through the mental strength trial. Zhang Yang looked at Suchin as if he were a monster, nodded, and said, that's true. Your strength is already abnormal, and your mental strength is terrifying. It's normal to have that. It's known that most people who enter the secret room have not experienced the mental strength trial. Most people's mental strength isn't strong enough, and after going through the first two trials, they can't hold on and naturally won't continue to train their mental strength. Zhang Yang only got his trial after his mental strength improved later on. Who would have thought that Suchin would have it on his first entry? But thinking about it, it made sense since Suchin's strength and mental strength were up to par. Enough of this. Let's hurry to the outskirts of the city. Zhang Yang thought about it and felt uncomfortable. He was originally hailed as the #1 genius of Luoshui City, but compared to Suchin, he felt like a mediocre talent. What are we going to the outskirts for? Suchin asked. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious as he said, there's a spatial rift outside, and the demon clan is causing trouble, challenging us. Upon hearing this, Suchin lost interest and waved his hand, saying, what's the point? Just let the guild send a couple of people to deal with it. This time is different. The ones challenging us aren't just any random demons, but top-tier level 12. Demon generals. Level 12? Suchin frowned. The wooden evil they dealt with in the secret realm was also level 12 and very strong. If it were a one-on-one situation, it would indeed be hard to say. So, there shouldn't be many people in Luoshui City who can handle a level 12 demon general, Suchin said. A demon of such strength could probably kill the leaders of first-rate guilds in just 2 or 3 moves, not counting talent. Jiang Yang said, exactly, that's why Lao Chen asked me to bring you along to take him down, so everyone can see our guild's strength. Suchin immediately became interested. As long as they could kill this level 12 demon general and then devour him, the attributes gained would be very high. Moreover, his strength had greatly improved during this time, and he was looking for an opponent to test his own strength. Alright, let me tidy up a bit. After going through the 3 trials, he was covered in sweat and had to change into some fresh clothes and clean up a bit. Hurry up, everyone in Luoshui City is waiting for us. Before long, Suchin reappeared. In a white outfit, looking heroic and imposing. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Suchin explained, since we're going to show off later, how can I not prepare properly? This outfit was the most expensive type he bought from the shop, costing a full 500 gold coins. I didn't expect you to be even more showy than me, Zhang Yang said, sizing up Suchin. He couldn't bear to spend so much gold on a single piece of clothing. Long Yan, Guild President, are you really not going to take action? This is a great opportunity to boost our guild's morale. Jiang Yao had naturally received the news of the Demon Clan's challenge outside the city, but she did not intend to take action. The level 12 demon general could only be defeated by her in Xinjiang and Luoshui City, but that would require all their means. She had hidden her strength for so long, she couldn't reveal it. At such a critical moment, we are about to go to war with the Luoshui Guild. I can't expose my strength now. Moreover, she was a mental power mage, and if others learned about her skills and methods, it would be easy for them to prepare against her abilities. Therefore, she rarely took action, but every time she did, it had a tremendous impact. This had earned her the current status in Luoshui City. A glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. We can go see how strong Chen Shang is. With his temperament, he will definitely take action. On the city wall, everyone was waiting for the representatives of the two major guilds to arrive. Outside the spatial rift, the demon army stood in formation, more than 10 times more spectacular than the last challenge. This time, there were 5 level 12 demon generals, and at the forefront was the level 12 demon general Qi Ying, who had come to provoke them. His head was worth 40,000 gold coins on the Heavenly Dao's bounty list. He was one of the most notorious demons in all of Luoshui City, known for having the highest bounty. However, hardly anyone thought about claiming the bounty, because even Chen Shang and Jiang Yao would find it quite tricky to deal with a level 12 demon general, let alone kill him. I didn't expect a level 12 demon to come and provoke us. I haven't even seen a level 9 demon strength. Yeah, a level 12 demon appearing is really frightening. I wonder if anyone in Luoshui City can defeat him. It seems that this time, only the leaders of the two major guilds can possibly defeat him. The faces of the people in Luoshui City were filled with worry. A level 12 demon had never challenged them before. Previously, the highest level demon they had encountered was only level 10, and it took both major guilds to defeat it. Now, the leaders of those top guilds were all watching quietly from the city wall, not daring to take action. They're here. The people from the Dragonflame Guild have arrived. A shout instantly raised the morale of the people in Luoshui City. Jiang Yao, with her long hair cascading down and a cold expression, led the members of the Dragonflame Guild to the central position on the city wall. President Jiang, please take action to defeat this arrogant demon, someone in the crowd shouted. Jiang Yao fixed her gaze on the demon general Qi Ying ahead and said, this kind of small matter is better left to Chen Shang. Her words were filled with disdain, as if she didn't regard the level 12 demon general at all. President Jiang, are you afraid? Chen Shang approached with Su Chen and others from the other side. Afraid? Jiang Yao's face immediately revealed a cold smile. Chen Shang, have you forgotten how your last president was defeated by me? You love to show off so much. I just wanted to give you this opportunity, but if no one from your guild dares to fight, then I'll step in. But if that's the case, you shouldn't call it the Luoshui Guild anymore, just call it the Turtle Guild, all a bunch of shrinking turtles. After saying this, the members of the Longyan Guild burst into laughter. Jiang Yao knew that by saying this, Chen Shang would definitely step up to fight, and then she could see just how strong he really was. She knew that with Chen Shang's strength, he could definitely defeat Qi Ying if he went all out, but he would have to use all his tricks and reveal all his cards. What are you laughing at? You can keep being your shrinking turtles, we're going to fight now, Jiang Yang snorted coldly. Fight? Lu Qingyuan had a faint smile on his face. Alright, then let's see President Chen's strength. Jiang Yang looked at him with indignation. Who told you our president is going to fight? As soon as these words were spoken, even Jiang Yao turned her gaze over, her face filled with confusion. President Chen isn't stepping in? Then who from your side will fight? Lu Qingyuan asked the question on everyone's mind. Facing a level 12 demon general, does the Luoshui Guild have anyone besides the president who is confident they can defeat him? Everyone immediately focused their attention on Jiang Yang. In their view, he should be the one most likely to fight besides Chen Shang. Even the members of the Luoshui Guild didn't expect that the president wouldn't step in. What are you looking at me for? You don't think I'm going to fight, do you? Jiang Yang shot a glance at the members of the Longyan Guild. At the city gate, Su Chen looked ahead at the demon army, where the level 12 demon general Qi Ying held a black war spear, looking down on everyone with an imposing presence. However, he showed no fear, holding the meteor sword in his hand as he walked slowly towards him. Soon, everyone on the city wall also saw Su Chen, dressed in white. Who is this person? Is he really going to face the level 12 demon general? Oh my! It's Vice President Su. I didn't expect him to represent our Luoshui city in battle. What? It's actually him, but didn't he just join our Luoshui city? No one expected that in the end, it would be Su Chen stepping up to face Qi Ying. He had only arrived in the city a few days ago, and during these days, every piece of news had been reshaping everyone's perception of him. Although they knew that Su Chen had not been at a disadvantage when he fought Jiang Yao before, they still thought there was a certain amount of luck involved. Moreover, Su Chen had also been the one being chased and beaten. On the city wall, Jiang Yao looked serious, her eyes fixed on the white figure that was gradually moving away. Lu Qingyuan. showed disdain. A newcomer dares to represent the Luoshui Guild in battle. He's really courting death. In his view, even if Chen Chang fought, there was still a chance of defeat. Now, letting Su Chen fight was simply unbelievable. At this moment, even Jiang Yang and Chen Chang had some worries in their hearts. Although Su Chen had already said before coming that he was confident he could defeat this level 12 demon general, the gap in strength between the two sides was not large and unexpected events could still occur. However, Su Chen, who walked forward alone, had no worries in his heart. After returning to the city, he had devoured so many demon beasts and experienced the secret room training. His strength had increased significantly. Although he might still be inferior to the level 12 demon general in basic attributes, his mental strength had already reached the level of a human master, and the skills he was using had greatly increased in power. With these, he was very confident he could kill Qi Ying. That's right, his goal was to kill Qi Ying, not just to defeat him. On the other side, Qi Ying looked at Su Chen, who was walking towards him with a cold expression, gripping his war spear. Qi Ying's height was almost the same as that of a normal human, making him appear quite short among the demon race. However, the imposing aura he exuded made the demon generals behind him, who were 2 to 3 meters tall, unable to lift their heads. No one would underestimate his strength because of his height. Instead, they could all sense the terror of his power. Qi Ying looked at Su Chen with pride, completely disregarding this human before him. Before coming here to challenge, he had already known that the only strong opponents who could threaten him from the side of Luoshui City were Chen Chang and Jiang Yao. Now, they had sent someone who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, which was simply a sign of disrespect towards him. Qi Ying had already decided in his heart to directly slay Su Chen to show those humans the strength of Qi Ying. Swish! As the two reached a distance where they could engage, Qi Ying charged at Su Chen like lightning. He aimed to kill Su Chen as quickly as possible, instilling fear in the humans on the city wall. Facing the rapidly approaching Qi Ying, Su Chen showed no signs of panic. He drew the meteor sword and slashed horizontally. Clang! The black war spear instantly collided with the meteor sword. Su Chen's body was violently pushed back, retreating several steps before coming to a stop. From this simple exchange, everyone could see that Su Chen's attributes were definitely inferior to Qi Ying's. On the city wall, many people displayed expressions of disappointment. In their eyes, even if Su Chen's attack was not as strong as Qi Ying's, the gap was too large. How could he possibly win against Qi Ying? However, Jiang Yao, Chen Chang, and others did not think so. The earlier clash had already left them shocked by Su Chen's displayed strength. Having fought against level 12 demons before, they knew how strong these demons' attributes were, making it difficult for humans to compete in a direct confrontation. They relied on powerful talents and skills to defeat these demons. Qi Ying's heart was stirred with immense waves. He had originally thought he would take down his opponent in one strike. Unexpectedly, the attack was met head-on. This indicated that the opponent's attributes were definitely strong, probably comparable to those of the two presidents. After being pushed back, Su Chen chose not to advance for another attack. Whoosh! Flames surged from his palm as he charged towards Qi Ying, resembling a fire dragon. Facing the fierce flames, Qi Ying channeled demonic energy into his war spear and swung it forward. Boom! The demonic energy formed a spear mark that collided with the flames. The black spear mark was instantly engulfed by the fire, and the raging flames surged towards his body. Qi Ying was taken aback. The flames were much stronger than he had imagined. He immediately stomped his foot down. Bang! The ground shook, accompanied by a surge of demonic energy spreading outward. The demonic energy quickly rushed to Su Chen's feet, and he immediately felt a heaviness in his body, as if all his strength had been sapped away. Domain! Su Chen immediately realized that this was Qi Ying's skill, the demon energy domain. While Qi Ying was within the demon energy domain, her speed and strength were greatly enhanced in all aspects. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Qi Ying burst out from the flames, wielding her war spear and smashing it down towards Su Chen. Su Chen could only stop controlling the flames and retreat rapidly. Bang! The war spear struck the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Swish! Qi Ying immediately raised her war spear and continued to attack Su Chen, who could only defend while retreating, searching for an opportunity. At this moment, Qi Ying had also been burned by the flames earlier, and now Su Chen's control over the flames had become incredibly powerful. Even with her armor, Qi Ying could not withstand it. In the demon energy domain, Su Chen not only had his own strength greatly reduced, but the surrounding black demon energy also limited his opponent's vision. Fortunately, Su Chen possessed the Eye of Insight, so the demon energy did not affect his vision too much. However, the spectators on the city wall could not see the battle clearly. They could only see two figures constantly intertwining within the demon energy. Moreover, the two figures were of similar size, making it impossible to tell who was overpowering whom. Realizing this, Su Chen immediately released a purple energy domain. Buzz! A beam of purple light spread out from beneath Su Chen's feet, merging with the surrounding demon energy domain. This transformed the originally expanded demon energy domain into a purple-black color, making the battlefield even more bizarre. The purple energy domain successfully countered the demon energy domain, while outsiders could not discern what kind of technique this was. Boom! Just after releasing the purple energy domain, Su-Chen used the demon energy to enhance himself, boosting his strength and breaking through the suppression of the demon energy domain. Seeing this scene, a flicker of surprise flashed in Qi Ying's eyes and her movements paused. A human actually could use their demon clan skills. Swish! Just as she was stunned, Su-Chen used teleportation, appearing directly above her. Whoosh! Then, Su-Chen's body split into three, with three Su-Chens appearing in three different positions, each thrusting a sword towards Qi Ying. This sudden killing move left Qi Ying no time to react. She could only swing her war spear forward. Clang! This strike successfully pushed back the Su-Chen in front. Put! However, the other two Su-Chens had already thrust their swords into her body. Qi Ying gritted her teeth and swung her war spear in a circle behind her, knocking back all three figures around her. Now, she finally realized that the Su-Chen before her was incredibly strong, with techniques that terrified her. Su-Chen's strength was definitely not weaker than Chen Chang and Zhang Yao, whom she had seen in the intelligence reports. Swish! The Su-Chen who had just been pushed back charged forward again, not giving her a moment to breathe. Clang clang! Faced with the siege of three, Qi Ying could only defend with all her might. At this point, she was already feeling the urge to retreat, but Su-Chen had her tightly entangled, making it impossible to escape. Surrounded by three Su-Chens, even if she could push back two, the remaining one would immediately step forward to restrain her. Moreover, she had two sword wounds on her body, affecting her combat power. At this moment, her heart sank, and she felt the need to break through with all her strength. Clang clang clang! Qi Ying's attack suddenly became fierce. Su-Chen knew she was planning to go all out. Put! Qi Ying took a sword strike from Su-Chen head-on, then pushed back the two clones and quickly retreated. Crack crack! However, at this moment, her feet were completely frozen by ice crystals, and her body became stiff in place. Swish! Su-Chen instantly appeared in front of her, activating his attack bracelet and slashing down at the immobile Qi Ying with a sword. Qi Ying hurriedly raised her war spear to block this terrifying strike. Clang! In an instant, sparks flew, and Qi Ying could not withstand this sword. The war spear in her hand flew out of her grasp. Slash! Without giving the opponent time to react, Su-Chen struck again with his sword, aiming directly at Qi Ying's head. With his weapon lost, Qi Ying could only use his arm to block the blow. Bang! The meteor sword shattered the armor on Qi Ying's arm, leaving it a bloody mess, with signs of crushed bone appearing. Taking this opportunity, Qi Ying exerted all his strength to break free from his frozen legs. Boom! As he broke free with all his might, the ice crystals shattered, and he successfully escaped control, charging backward. Su-Chen was simply too terrifying for him. These methods filled him with dread. Whoosh! At that moment, Su-Chen's two clones had already arrived, each thrusting a sword from different directions. Despair filled Qi Ying's heart as he had lost his weapon. He could only extend his hands to grasp the incoming blades. Put! His hands were instantly drenched in blood, but he managed to block the two swords. Then, with a shake of his hands, he directly repelled the two clones. However, at that moment, Su-Chen had already rushed over with his sword drawn. Facing the weaponless, severely injured Qi Ying, he delivered a simple yet powerful strike. Slash! With that strike, Qi Ying's neck shattered, and his head rolled away. Killed level 12 Demon General Qi Ying. Experience plus 40,000. Player killed Demon General Qi Ying. Reward 40,000 bounty devoured successfully. Attack plus 130, speed plus 50, defense plus 8. Gain Demon Chi Domain skill. Reminder: Demon Chi Domain and Purple Chi Domain belong to the same type of talent skill. Do you choose to merge? Su-Chen felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected that talents could also merge with demon skills. This way, he could use the domain without restraint in front of others. Su-Chen immediately chose to merge. Merge. Successful. Talent has transformed into B-level talent Purple Demon Domain, which can greatly enhance one's strength, weaken opponent attributes, and mental power upon release. B-level talent. Moreover, it could weaken the opponent's mental power. This enhancement was truly significant. Su-Chen was overjoyed. This trip was not in vain. Not only had he made a name for himself, but he had also gained a large amount of attributes in gold, along with such a powerful talent. On the city wall, due to the concealment of the Demon Chi Domain and Purple Chi Domain on the battlefield, everyone couldn't see who had won at first. But with Qi Ying's death, the Demon Chi Domain and Purple Chi Domain dissipated. Everyone saw Su-Chen, dressed in white, standing there with the meteor sword in hand. On the ground, Qi Ying's headless corpse was continuously bleeding. Oh my! He killed him. Su-Chen killed the Demon General. My god, I can't believe it. A level 12 Demon General just died at Su-Chen's hands. Su-Chen is amazing. The crowd on the city wall erupted in cheers, while the leaders of the top guilds stood frozen in place. At this moment, even Jiang Yao couldn't believe what she was seeing ahead. The fact that the Luoshui guild had chosen to let Su-Chen fight had already exceeded her expectations. She never imagined that he not only defeated the demon general but also killed him outright. This indicated that his current strength was definitely not weaker than Chen Chang, whom she knew. She felt an immense pressure wash over her. Su Chen had grown to this extent. This made her immediately make a decision, and she walked towards the Luo Shui guild. Brother Su is really amazing. He actually killed this demon general, truly bringing honor to our guild. Zhang Yang was so excited that he was jumping around, full of energy, and the others in the guild were also infected by his enthusiasm, creating a scene of chaos. President Chen. A cold voice interrupted everyone's cheers, and everyone turned to look. Chen Shang, seeing Su Chen kill Qi Ying, couldn't hide his smile and said, President Zhang, is there something you need? However, there was no joy on Zhang Yao's face, only coldness. I do have something to discuss with you. What is it? Are you also scared after seeing how fierce my brother Su is that you want to surrender early? Zhang Yang interjected. Zhang Yao shot him a sideways glance and looked back at Chen Shang. I want to move our two guilds duel up to tomorrow. How does that sound? Chen Shang's expression froze as he instantly understood. It seemed she was frightened by Su Chen's rapid increase in strength, worried that in a few days he would become even stronger. Jiang Yang laughed directly. You really are scared, but our guild's duel has already been scheduled and it can't be easily changed. Chen Shang remained silent as Zhang Yang had already expressed their guild's stance. Jiang Yao naturally knew that proposing such a condition they would definitely not agree. So she continued, if you agree to hold the duel tomorrow and win, I can provide you with 3 training slots from the main guild in Daxia City. The members of the Luo Shui guild who had originally dismissed Zhang Yao's words all put away their smiles upon hearing this. Really? 3 slots? Zhang Yang asked in surprise. Zhang Yao nodded, of course, Zhang Yao, keep my word. Lu Qingyuan beside her couldn't help but advise, President, these 3 slots. Zhang Yao immediately looked at him and said coldly, as the president of Luo Shui City, I still have this authority, right? Lu Qingyuan immediately lowered his head and shut his mouth. The training slots Zhang Yao mentioned were for the secret training room of the Longyan Guild's main guild. The opportunities and benefits of that secret room were several times better than those of their own secret room. The reason Zhang Yao had such strong strength was that she had been sent over from the main guild and had previously entered the main guild's secret training room. Lu Qingyuan had never had the chance to enter the secret room, and now Zhang Yao was directly offering 3 slots as a condition. Both Zhang Yang and Chen Shang were moved. Entering the Longyan Guild's secret room would surely allow their strength to advance by leaps and bounds. So, what do you think? 3 slots are the maximum I can offer, and I think this condition should be sincere enough, right? This was indeed the highest condition she could offer, and she did so because she had enough confidence to win this duel. Zhang Yang looked at Chen Shang with excitement. His attitude was already very clear. Such a condition was hard for anyone to refuse. Chen Shang was also tempted, but he still maintained a calm expression and said, I need to consult Su Chen's opinion first. Su Chen was their guild's vice president and the main force against the Longyan Guild, so they naturally needed to hear his suggestion. Jiang Yao nodded. Alright, you all discuss it well, and let me know when you have a result. After saying that, she left with the people from the Longyan Guild. In the distance, the army of the demon clan looked at the corpse of Qianying on the ground, each one deeply shocked. The 5 demon generals at the forefront, upon witnessing this scene, immediately led the demon army back into the rift. Soon, Su Chen returned to the city gate, where Chen Chang and the others from the Luo Shui Guild were waiting for him. Vice President, you were truly heroic just now, fighting that demon general until the sky turned dark. Yeah, we couldn't see clearly from our side, many people were sweating for you. Vice President, you are really amazing, easily slaying a level 12 demon general. Everyone immediately began to praise him, but these were all heartfelt thoughts. With the strength Su Chen had just displayed, he was even stronger than the previous guild leader. Stop the flattery, let's get to the point. Zhang Yang couldn't wait to tell Su Chen about the advancement of the guild duel. The duel is moved up? Su Chen frowned slightly. He was still thinking of taking this time to visit the ancient wilderness forest to further enhance his strength. That's right, but it's not without benefits. If we win, it will be a huge gain for us. Zhang Yang recounted the conditions proposed by Jiang Yao and emphasized how important the secret chamber training in the Dragonflame Guild was. Su Chen had just experienced the secret chamber training of the Luo Shui Guild, so he naturally knew its benefits, and it was also the Dragonflame Guild. He was somewhat tempted. However, Jiang Yao has seen my strength today. If she dares to propose a duel tomorrow, it shows she is quite confident. But Su Chen also had concerns. Their Luo Shui Guild's strength was already laid bare. On the contrary, they still didn't know which strong members of the Dragonflame Guild would participate. That's right, Jiang Yao's strength must have improved, and she might even recruit reinforcements from the Dragonflame Guild. Chen Shang had anticipated this, but he still confidently said, however, our Luo Shui Guild also has hidden cards, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to fight them for so long. Hearing This, Su Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that the Luoshui Guild had hidden strong members? But this also indicated that Chen Shang wanted to agree. After all, those 3 slots to enter the Dragon Flame Guild were extremely important. Su Chen smiled and said, in that case, what is there to worry about? Let's go for it. Good. Zhang Yang had been waiting for this response for a long time. He turned to a nearby steward and said, go tell Zhang Yao that the duel is set for tomorrow and she must prepare the 3 slots. She can't go back on her word. Soon, the news of the duel between the Luoshui Guild and the Dragonflame Guild spread. This was a battle of honor between the 2 major guilds, vying for the title of the #1 guild in Luoshui City. It was also a battle for the slots in the secret realm of the Heavenly Path. The city was instantly in an uproar. This was even more sensational than the Demon Clan's challenge. It should be noted that the 2 major guilds had been secretly competing for many years but had never truly determined a winner. It seemed this time they would finally decide a true #1, Dragon Flame Guild. When Zhang Yao heard that the Luoshui Guild had agreed, a smile immediately appeared on her lips. They really couldn't resist a temptation. Beside her, Lu Qingyuan said with a worried expression, President, you really shouldn't use the training quota from the headquarters as a condition. Zhang Yao looked at him coldly. If I don't use this to tempt them, how would they take the bait? But if we lose, then that quota will go to them, and you might be recalled by the headquarters. Lu Qingyuan knew well how wasteful it was to give the training quotas of the 3 headquarters to outsiders. After all, their headquarters training chambers couldn't be opened just with gold coins. Zhang Yao smiled slightly. Lose? I never thought I would lose. Lu Qingyuan was somewhat puzzled. They had just seen Su Chen's strength. This was definitely at the president level, capable of being the leader of the strongest guild in any ordinary city. This was also their standard for measuring these strong individuals, and Zhang Yao's strength was certainly above the president level. However, the opponent also had Chen Shang, who had reached the president level long ago, and his strength must have improved since then. His strength was only at the standard vice president level, possibly not even able to defeat Zhang Yang. Zhang Yao noticed his worries and said, don't worry, how could I offer such conditions without being sure? I just called over Elder Ji from the headquarters to help. Elder Ji? Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened instantly, then he exclaimed, you mean Ji Zai? Are there any other elders with the surname Ji in the headquarters? Zhang Yao retorted. Lu Qingyuan's face immediately broke into a smile. Ha, President, no wonder you're so confident. It turns out you have Elder Ji's assistance. In the Dragon Flame Guild, an elder's status was equivalent to that of a branch guild leader in other cities, and their strength was at least at that level. Ji Zai was also one of the best among the elders, so his strength was naturally unquestionable. This was like calling over the leader of a powerful guild to help. Now, Lu Qingyuan had no more concerns. Instead, he felt optimistic, and they could now wait for the Dragon Flame Guild to become the #1 guild in Luoshui City. On the other side, Su Chen, back at the guild, devoured all the beast corpses he had collected recently. In total, he only gained about 100 points of attributes. Mainly, the types of beasts Su Chen needed were becoming fewer. Those common beasts had mostly been devoured to their limits. At this moment, Su Chen remembered that he still had a golden treasure chest that he hadn't opened. He had been too busy before to open it, but now he finally had the time. He immediately took out the golden treasure chest from the Tao of Heaven and chose to open it directly. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shone from the chest, and as the light dissipated, Su Chen quickly looked inside. In the golden chest lay a fruit radiating a ghostly blue glow. Spirit fruit? Su Chen quickly used his inside eye to check. Qingxian fruit. Consuming it can enhance all attributes and increase stamina limits. It can enhance attributes and increase stamina limits. Not bad. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this and immediately used super transformation on the Qingxian fruit. Transformation successful. Qingxian fruit has been transformed into Qingming fruit. The transformed Qingming fruit had doubled in all aspects and could also enhance mental strength. For Su Chen, these enhancements were the most important and the best way to increase his strength. He directly consumed the Qingming fruit and his body began to change, feeling as if all his muscles and bones were being tempered. Successfully consumed Qingming fruit. Stamina limit increased. Attack plus 200, speed plus 120, defense plus 30, mental strength increased. Now, Su Chen's attributes have seen a significant increase. Even his mental strength has improved a lot. However, he is still not very satisfied with his current strength. Although there has been an enhancement compared to before, there hasn't been a substantial improvement. If this continues, there might be unexpected events in tomorrow's guild duel. He immediately planned to use the teleportation array to head deep into the ancient forest to hunt down those high-level monsters, devour their attributes, and enhance his strength. After all, he still had a whole day ahead of him. As he walked towards the guild's teleportation array, he saw the task hall of the guild crowded with people discussing something. My goodness, an 11-level rare monster. I've never heard of it before. Yeah, let Alone a rare monster. I haven't even seen an 11-level monster. What rare monster? Su Chen approached. Seeing Su Chen, the person next to him immediately exclaimed excitedly, Vice President. Someone spotted an 11-level rare monster in the ancient forest, and many guilds are mobilizing their members to encircle and eliminate this special monster. An 11-level rare monster? Su Chen remembered that when he was in the novice village he had killed a level 1 rare monster, a white wolf, and received an extra reward, a basic teleportation scroll. Yes, this is the highest level of rare monster ever. Discovered in our Luoshui city, the man said with an excited expression. Previously, someone from the Longyan Guild killed a level 10 rare monster, and the Heavenly Tao rewarded him with a very powerful skill, directly promoting him to the headquarters. The rewards for this 11-level rare monster will definitely be even more generous. Now, almost all guilds had sent people out, and some weaker guilds had joined forces with other powerful guilds. Their Luoshui guild also had members heading out, but Jiang Yang and Chen Cheng were preparing for tomorrow's decisive battle, so they had no plans to go. Vice President, we were just about to inform you. Su Chen nodded, indicating that he would go, as he originally planned to head to the ancient forest. And hearing this news was just a bonus. However, finding a rare monster in the vast area of the ancient forest would be quite difficult. He didn't hold out too much hope. If he happened to encounter one, that would be fine, but he wouldn't deliberately search for it, as that would be too much of a waste of time. It would be better to look for and kill those high-level monsters. Arriving at the teleportation array, he paid a certain amount of gold coins, and the teleportation was activated. Whoosh! In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, and within just a few breaths, Su Chen found himself at the outskirts of the ancient forest. This was already the deepest point the teleportation array could reach. After all, it couldn't directly teleport people to the dangerous depths of the ancient forest. Surrounding him were tall and majestic trees, each ancient tree towering high, competing for glory. These trees looked like they had grown for a long time, giving off a more ancient feel compared to the forest in the novice village. Ancient forest. This was Su Chen's first time coming to the beast area outside the city, and he felt a sense of familiarity. However, the strength and level of the beasts here far exceeded those in the novice village's beast area. Moreover, the deeper one went, the stronger the beasts became, and no one from Luoshui city had ever explored to the deepest part. Therefore, no one knew what the highest level of beasts in the ancient forest was. The reason Su Chen came here on the eve of the duel was to kill the high-level beasts and devour their attributes to enhance his strength. Su Chen walked far into the outskirts of the ancient forest without encountering a single beast. On the contrary, he saw many players active in the area. They had all come to search for traces of rare beasts after hearing the news. Naturally, with their strength, they couldn't deal with rare beasts. However, many guilds had offered high rewards for anyone who could provide traces of rare beasts, which mobilized many people to search together. But for those on the outskirts, it was ultimately difficult to gain anything. Su Chen quickened his pace, heading deeper into the forest. The further he went, the more primitive the surroundings became, and he could already see traces of beast activity. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed, and a massive, fierce giant tiger, as solid as a copper wall, lay on a boulder, watching Su Chen. Level 8 beast, Dragon Eye Giant Tiger, contains a trace of dragon blood. Astonishing physique. The Dragon Eye Giant Tiger perched on the boulder, staring at Su Chen with its golden eyes. It seemed to sense Su Chen's powerful aura and immediately felt a sense of retreat, slowly backing away on its 4 paws. The beasts here were much more cunning than those in the novice village, otherwise, they would have been mostly killed by the strong in Luoshui city long ago. Whoosh! Su Chen would not let it escape. The Dragon Eye Giant Tiger was relatively rare among level 8 beasts, and he had only devoured the attributes of one before. Just as the Dragon Eye Giant Tiger took 2 steps back, it found that Su Chen had suddenly appeared in front of it, and the meteor sword in his hand had already slashed down from above. Bang! This sword directly shattered the Dragon Eye Giant Tiger's head, leaving it on the brink of death. Now, his attributes were incredibly strong, enough to kill a level 8 beast in one hit. However, the Dragon Eye Giant Tiger, possessing a trace of dragon blood, indeed had an astonishing physique. One sword strike did not kill it, so Su Chen delivered another. Killed level 8 Dragon Eye Giant Tiger. Experience plus 6,000, devoured successfully. Attack plus 28, speed plus 15, defense plus 8, gained a trace of dragon blood. Dragon blood enhancement. Attack plus 10, speed plus 7, defense plus 3, physique enhanced. He gained dragon blood again. Su Chen remembered that he had also obtained dragon blood when he devoured the scarlet flame-flying dragon last time. When the bloodline accumulates enough, one can gain dragon skills, and the physique will also undergo a qualitative improvement. However, he did not gain dragon blood when he devoured the Dragon Eye Giant Tiger last time. It seemed to depend on probability. Perhaps the dragon blood within the Dragon Eye Giant Tiger was too thin. After all, the bloodline obtained this time was not as much as that from the scarlet flame-flying dragon. After killing the Dragon-eyed giant tiger. Su Chen continued forward, but not long after he heard a commotion ahead. When he walked closer, he found that many people had gathered. Logically, this was no longer the outskirts of the ancient forest, so there shouldn't be so many people here. Su Chen also saw a few acquaintances from the guild among the crowd, so he walked over directly to see what was happening. The people from the Luoshui guild occupied the most central position, while the others kept their distance. Vice President. The steward of the Luoshui guild rushed over excitedly upon seeing Su Chen. Vice President, why did you come in person? The steward's face was filled with joy. The Vice President is now a prominent figure in Luoshui City. With him around, the probability of their guild killing rare demon beasts has increased a bit. I was just passing by. Why are there so many people here? Su Chen asked. A hint of disappointment flashed across the steward's face, and he immediately replied, someone just saw a rare demon beast appear here, and we all rushed over to speculate on its movements. So that's how it is. Su Chen nodded. He hadn't intended to search for rare demon beasts, but unexpectedly he encountered traces of one. Subsequently, under the steward's introduction, he learned that this rare demon beast was actually a silver-white leopard radiating with lightning. Now all the guilds are organizing people to search everywhere. Then he whispered to Su Chen, it is said that even President Zhang of the Dragonflame Guild has come. She is here too? Su Chen was a bit surprised. Tomorrow is the showdown between the two major guilds, and she still has time to focus on this. It seems she is quite confident about the duel. Alright, I understand. If there is an accurate location of the rare demon beast, you can call me in the guild chat channel. Yes. Vice President, the steward immediately replied respectfully. After that, Su Chen continued deeper into the ancient forest. Since traces of the rare demon beast had been found here, there were still quite a few people around. With so many people searching, the demon beasts were either scared away or directly killed. Su Chen found it difficult to locate any demon beasts nearby, so he could only quicken his pace. Ah! A chilling and piercing scream echoed, and just hearing the sound could make one's hair stand on end. One could imagine the horrific situation the victim was experiencing. Soon after, several more screams rang out, but this time accompanied by a strange howl. Awoke! It sounded like a hellish ghost wailing. Su Chen knew someone had encountered a demon beast attack, and he immediately rushed toward the source of the cries. Passing through tree after tree, Su Chen saw ahead a humanoid creature covered in black fur tearing at a petite woman. Sensing someone behind it, the black humanoid creature suddenly turned its head. The moment Su Chen saw its face, he couldn't help but gasp. It was a black giant ape 2 to 3 meters tall, covered in long black fur, and beneath the fur were scales glimmering with a dark sheen, surrounded by a menacing aura. The most terrifying aspect was its hideous face. Its entire body was pitch black, yet it had a white, ghastly face. Its teeth were all exposed, with crimson gums, a snow-white face, and dark green eyes. Just this appearance could send chills down anyone's spine. Level 10 Demon Beast, Devil Ape, terrifying appearance, cruel and bloodthirsty, extremely violent by nature, loves killing. At this moment, the Devil Ape was glaring at Su Chen with resentful eyes, tightly holding a severely injured woman in its hands. She had already been disemboweled by the Devil Ape's claw, which was like an iron hook, and her life was rapidly fading. If she didn't take healing pills soon, even a deity would find it hard to save her. Put her down. Su Chen pointed his sword at the Devil Ape. He didn't know if this creature could understand him, but it was the only way to save the woman. The Devil Ape seemed oblivious to Su Chen's intent as it looked at the bloodied woman in its grasp. With a sudden motion, it crushed her body, its claws emerging from within her. After killing her, it tossed her corpse aside and focused entirely on Su Chen. Su Chen's expression darkened completely, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This Devil Ape had thoroughly enraged him. With a whoosh, fueled by anger, Su Chen charged at it with the meteor sword in hand. The Devil Ape extended its claws and swung at Su Chen, a foul wind rushing toward him. Bang! The meteor sword struck the Devil Ape's claws, sending sparks flying and shattering its claws, blood gushing forth. Roar! The Devil Ape howled in pain, stumbling backward. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted from Su Chen's palm, instantly engulfing the Devil Ape. Ah! This time, it was the Devil Ape's turn to scream. Its long black fur was instantly ignited, burning away completely. The scales on its body turned red from the flames, sizzling like iron plates as they roasted its flesh. Su Chen intensified the flames, aiming to burn the beast alive. But the Devil Ape, realizing it was outmatched, hurriedly tried to flee. Still want to run? Su Chen extinguished the flames, gripping the meteor sword and pursuing it again. Slash! One sword strike landed on the Devil Ape's back. Its scales, weakened by the fire, were no longer as tough. At that moment, Su Chen's sword struck true, shattering the scales and embedding the blade into its flesh, leaving a gaping, hideous wound on its back. Roar! After being struck, the Devil Ape could no longer escape and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Chen's next strike came swiftly. Crack! This sword severed one of its arms cleanly, blood gushing from the stump. Huff! Su Chen leaped onto the devil ape, staring directly into its eyes. Roar! The devil ape let out another furious roar, raising its other arm to claw at Su Chen. However, as soon as its arm swung through the air, it was instantly frozen. Put! Su Chen raised the meteor sword and plunged it directly into the devil ape's pale, terrifying face. The sword pierced through its entire face, nailing its head to the ground. Instantly, blood stained the ground and a sword protruded from the devil ape's face. Kill level 10 devil ape. Experience plus 16,000, Devour successful. Attack plus 60, speed plus 40, defense plus 10. After slaying the devil ape, the surrounding strong individuals followed the commotion and approached. Once they saw the devil ape had been killed, they immediately came forward respectfully to greet him. Vice President Su. Vice President Su. Su Chen withdrew the meteor sword and walked toward the corpses of those killed by the devil ape. At that moment, a group of people surrounded the bodies. They were from the top guild, Golden Morning Guild, in Luoshui City, each one looking incredibly arrogant. What the hell? These people just died like that? They're really weak. Damn it, I have to find new recruits again. Don't worry, there are plenty of people on the outskirts, we can just grab some more. Listening to their words, Su Chen quickly understood what was happening. He had long noticed that these people were weak, none could escape the devil ape, and they shouldn't have been in the depths of the ancient forest. It turned out they were the ones causing trouble behind the scenes. What Su Chen despised the most was the strong bullying the weak. Allowing these people to explore the depths of the ancient forest was no different from sending them to their deaths. He walked over. Did you all capture these people? The vice president of the Golden Morning Guild impatiently turned his head, wanting to see who was meddling, but when he saw Su Chen, his body trembled in fear. Su, Vice President Su? The vice president of Golden Morning immediately put on a smiling face. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. They are all willing. We have paid gold coins. I heard everything you just said, and does anyone really come to die for gold coins? Su Chen looked at him. The vice president was instantly rendered speechless, and a wave of fear surged in his heart, afraid that Su Chen would take his anger out on him. The consequences would be severe. They could send those weaklings to their deaths, and Su Chen could just as easily send them to their deaths too. Su Chen scanned the crowd around him and slowly spoke. I do not wish to see such things continue here. I hope you can relay this to your guild. With his current status and strength, no one dared to ignore his words. Although this was indeed a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, Su Chen could not stand by and watch others be directly forced onto the path of death. Su Chen, aren't you being a bit too meddlesome? A tall figure approached. It was Wang Mang, the president of the Iron Fist Guild, also the leader of the strongest first-rate guild. Clearly, their guild had also forced some people to help them search for traces of rare monsters. Su Chen looked at him and sneered. It seems a bit too meddlesome, but you can choose not to listen. That said, everyone around could feel a chill in the air, which was clearly an intimidation tactic. The normally hot-tempered Wang Mang at this moment didn't even dare to utter a word of dissent. Only Wang Mang felt an immense pressure. He thought that if he said another word, Su Chen could draw his sword and strike him down. And he certainly was no match for Su Chen. If a fight broke out, the outcome was predictable. Seeing Su Chen still looking at him, Wang Mang immediately turned to his subordinates and ordered them to disperse those who had been forced to search for rare monsters. The higher-ups of other guilds, seeing Wang Mang do this, also ordered their subordinates to send those weaklings away. This was a world where strength was respected. With a single word from Su Chen, many guilds complied without question. If he were just the vice president of the Luoshui Guild, he certainly wouldn't have such weight. But Su Chen had just killed a level 12 demon general outside Luoshui City, and they all saw it with their own eyes. No one dared to defy him at this critical moment. It should be noted that this was a powerful figure at the level of the guild president. After dropping this statement, Su Chen directly left, continuing his exploration deeper into the ancient wilderness forest. He believed that after saying such words, no one would die in vain. But soon, he realized he was wrong. He hadn't walked far inside when he saw a group of people. These individuals were not strong, and some were even wearing the cloth garments issued in the novice village. Clearly, they were newcomers who had just come from the novice village, not expecting to be brought to such a dangerous place. If they encountered a high-level monster, they could be completely wiped out. The mental strength of these people is far inferior to Su Chen's, and they didn't even notice him watching them from a distance. These guild members are really overbearing, forcing us to come to this godforsaken place. Damn it, I heard them say there might be beasts above level 6 here. If that's the case, we won't stand a chance. Oh my god, beasts above level 6? Isn't that just sending us to our deaths? They didn't even know what kind of place this was. They were all newcomers who had just arrived in the city, yet they were brought here by the guild members to search for rare beasts. Suddenly, Su Chen spotted a few familiar figures. In the crowd, they were his companions from the same novice village, Zhang Yuanshan, Zhou Yi, and Li Xiao. He didn't expect them to have also come to Luoshui City. Whoosh! Upon seeing them, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement and rushed over. The three only felt a gust of wind before Su Chen's figure appeared in front of them. Su Chen? It's really you. The three were momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Encountering acquaintances in such an unfamiliar place was the happiest thing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Chen asked, "Are you the only three from our novice village who entered the city?" "No, there are also Gu Haitang and Long Wu," Li Xiu replied. Zhang Yuanshan added, "Those two were picked by other guilds. We have now joined the Yaijin Guild to search for a rare beast for them." Yaijin Guild? Su Chen remembered that when he first arrived in the city, he had killed their vice president, and this guild was indeed not a good one. A second-rate guild actually dared to ignore what he said. Su Chen naturally understood their purpose here. So he said, "It's very dangerous here, you should leave quickly." "We know it's dangerous, but that damned Yaijin Guild won't let us leave," Joey said angrily. When he was in the novice village, he had never been treated like this. He didn't expect to be forced like this as soon as he arrived in the city. Su Chen immediately said, "I'll take you out." He still vividly remembered the few who died at the hands of the devil ape. He didn't want to see his former companions meet the same fate. Zhang Yuanshan frowned and said, "But the Yaijin Guild has a strong influence in Luoshui City. It's better not to conflict with them." The other two shared the same thought. They had already witnessed the strength of the powerful members in the Yaijin Guild, which was much greater than theirs. Moreover, they thought that Su Chen had only just arrived in Luoshui City a few days ago. Although he was strong, he certainly couldn't take on a guild. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. "It's just a small Yaijin Guild. If they dare to stop us, I'll make this guild disappear." Su Chen was very confident about this. If a second-rate guild dared to jump out, it proved they really didn't want to survive. The three were taken aback by Su Chen's words. The others around thought Su Chen was bragging. They had all witnessed the strength of the fat president of the Yaijin Guild, which was very formidable. "What are you all doing?" A cold shout rang out as the president of the Yaijin Guild, the fatty Jin, waddled over with his round belly. "I told you to come here to find beasts, not to chat idly." He was accompanied by several stewards, exuding an air of authority. "President Jin, you really have a great presence." Su Chen stepped out from the crowd. Upon seeing this scene, Fatty Jin's eyelids twitched, and he stared at Su Chen without blinking. "Vice President Su?" Fatty Jin was instantly frightened. He had just been thinking to himself, not to be discovered by Su Chen. He didn't expect to run into him right away. "What are you doing here?" "You don't have to call me president, just call me Xiao Jin." The fat man immediately bent down, his chubby face filled with smiles as he walked towards Su Chen. Upon seeing the scene, Zhang Yuanshan and the others instantly believed what Su Chen had just said. It seemed that Su Chen's status in Luoshui City had far exceeded their imagination. Others were also bewildered. The domineering fat man, in their eyes, was showing such a demeanor in front of Su Chen. Su Chen coldly said, "President Jin, you are even more formidable than the presidents of those top guilds. There are things they dare not do, but you dare to do them." The fat man naturally knew what Su Chen was referring to, and he immediately explained, "Master Su, it's like this. When I heard your words, I planned to send them all back right away. But someone wouldn't let me do that." A troubled expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Who?" Su Chen asked. The fat man hesitated and said, "It's Lu Qingyuan, the vice president of the Longyan Guild. He is the vice president, and you are the vice president too, so it's quite difficult for me." "So you listen to him and not to me?" Su Chen's voice gradually turned cold. The fat man was immediately frightened and shook his head repeatedly. No, Master Su, that's not what I meant. At that time, I had no choice. I dare not disobey your orders, but I also dare not disobey his orders." The fat man put on a look of being caught in a dilemma, but in reality he had already informed Lu Qingyuan when he saw Su Chen. This was a matter between their two guilds, and he had no need to get involved. The fat man was quite slick in his dealings. Lu Qingyuan was nearby, and after receiving the news, he quickly rushed over. "Vice President Su really has great power. Just having killed a level 12 demon general makes a difference. Even our Longyan Guild's matters are under your control." Lu Qingyuan approached with a cold smile on his face. The fat man felt relieved and immediately stepped aside, leaving the battlefield to Su Chen and Lu Qingyuan. "Is this your guild's matter?" "I would say this is our Luoshui Guild's matter. Why is your Longyan Guild interfering?" Su Chen questioned. Lu Qingyuan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I see you are looking for trouble. Do you really think your Luoshui Guild is our opponent? Then let's see who is stronger. I've long been displeased with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen drew the meteor sword and transformed into a shadow, charging forward. Lu Qingyuan was taken aback, never expecting Su Chen to be so decisive and ready to fight. He immediately took out his twin swords from his spatial ring, preparing to engage. Meanwhile, the fat man was so frightened that he kept retreating, afraid of being dragged into the conflict. The others also retreated far away. Even those from the Longyan Guild beside Lu Qingyuan did not dare to intervene. Clang! Su Chen's sword struck Lu Qingyuan's twin swords, sending sparks flying and forcing him to retreat several steps, his arms going numb. This was only their first clash, and he was already completely unable to withstand it. This forced him to immediately use his talent. Buzz! In an instant, his body was surrounded by a fierce wind, his speed skyrocketing, and blades of wind appeared on both swords. His talent could enhance his speed and add wind blades to his attacks, significantly boosting his power. Whoosh! With his speed greatly increased, Lu Qingyuan took the initiative to attack Su Chen with his twin swords. You're fast, huh? Let's see you calm down. Su Chen extended his left hand, and blue ice crystals emerged from his palm, instantly freezing Lu Qingyuan's legs. No matter how fast he was, with his legs immobilized, he could only stand there dumbfounded. With Su Chen's current mental power, the frost he used was naturally incredibly powerful. Clang! Clang! Su Chen struck out with one sword after another, although Lu Qingyuan managed to block. Then with his twin swords, his palms were already shattered, blood flowing from them. Lu Qingyuan knew he couldn't just stand there and let Su Chen attack, otherwise he wouldn't be able to leverage his speed advantage at all. He immediately unleashed all his strength, breaking free from the ice crystals. Just as he prepared to use his speed to launch a frenzied assault on Su Chen, he found that Su Chen had already raised the meteor sword glowing with white light and slashed down at him. With this strike, Su Chen activated the attack frenzy bracelet. Lu Qingyuan immediately burst forth with all his speed, retreating backward, seemingly successfully evading the range of the attack. But the next moment, Su Chen used teleportation, appearing directly in front of him. Slash! With one sword strike, Lu Qingyuan had nowhere to retreat, raising his twin swords to block in front of him. Clang! A sound that seemed capable of shattering space rang out, and the twin swords in Lu Qingyuan's hands were directly knocked to the ground. His arms trembled continuously, and excruciating pain surged through them. Bang! As the swords fell, Su Chen kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backward. Boom! After hitting the ground, Lu Qingyuan felt a wave of intense pain throughout his body, especially in his hands, which felt as if they had lost all sensation. But he knew he couldn't stay there, otherwise he would undoubtedly be defeated. Just as he was about to get up from the ground, Su Chen appeared directly in front of him, stepping on his chest and pushing him back down. Lu Qingyuan was instantly filled with rage, ready to take out other means from his spatial ring. Whoosh! The meteor sword pressed against his throat, forcing him to abandon all struggle. Many people were watching from around, and at that moment, Lu Qingyuan was being stepped on by Su Chen, with a sword against his neck. Both were vice presidents of two major guilds, and this situation instantly humiliated the Dragonflame Guild while greatly boosting the reputation of the Luoshui Guild. You're weaker than I imagined. I only used 50% of my strength to take you down. If Su Chen had used the purple demon domain from the start, Lu Qingyuan probably wouldn't have had the ability to resist at all and would have been killed instantly. Hearing this, Lu Qingyuan's face turned even uglier. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of humiliation. Their statuses were equal, yet he was now being stepped on by Su Chen, his life and the others. Control. Not far away, Jin Pingzi looked at the scene before him, his face filled with shock, not expecting the gap in strength between the two to be so vast. It seemed Su Chen had truly reached the level of a guild leader and could already take on the role of a major guild president. Zhang Yuanshan and the others also couldn't believe that Su Chen's strength had become so formidable. He was so strong that when he fought others, they couldn't even see clearly. Now, I want to take them away. Do you have any objections? Su Chen said, stepping on Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan, humiliated and angry, turned his head to the side, with a sword at his throat. How could he dare to object? Suddenly, Su Chen sensed something and immediately raised his head to look ahead. Whoosh! A beam of purple light pierced through to the front, gradually dissipating into the figure of Jiang Yao. Upon seeing her appear, the surrounding crowd immediately held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Now that Lu Qingyuan was under Su Chen's foot, it was equivalent to humiliating their Longyan guild. No one knew what Jiang Yao would do now that she was here. Jiang Yao coldly stared at Su Chen and uttered three words, "Let him go." Are you ordering me? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had no intention of killing Lu Qingyuan, but Jiang Yao's tone annoyed him. I'm reminding you that if you don't let him go, you will definitely regret it, Jiang Yao said icily. A tense atmosphere spread once again. Whoosh! Neither of them wasted words. The battle was about to erupt. Jiang Yao immediately used the mental power skill she had used to control Su Chen last time. But this time, she could no longer control Su Chen. Crack! Su Chen thrust the meteor sword against Lu Qingyuan's throat, suddenly stabbing down. Put! The blade instantly pierced the ground beside Lu Qingyuan's neck, scaring him into a cold sweat, his eyes wide open. It was just an inch away from piercing his throat. Don't act recklessly. Do you really not want Lu Qingyuan to live? Su Chen said, gripping the sword. Now, with just a swipe, Lu Qingyuan would be decapitated. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. Last time she used this skill, she could control Su Chen for a moment, but now it had no effect at all. This indicated that Su Chen's mental power had surpassed hers, reaching a terrifying level. Could he also be a mental power master? Jiang Yao found it hard to accept. She had been in the city for so long and had many opportunities to elevate her mental power to the level of a master. Lu Qingyuan lay on the ground, looking at Jiang Yao with pleading eyes. He wanted her to stop. This was a gamble with his life. Jiang Yao also knew that she couldn't do anything to Su Chen, and she didn't want to expose her strength at this critical moment. Speak, what will it take for you to let Lu Qingyuan go? Jiang Yao said, putting away the purple light and crossing her arms. The onlookers were immediately in an uproar. The usually strong Jiang Yao had actually compromised this time. This Su vice president was indeed formidable, able to make President Zhang yield. Moreover, although the two guilds had always been at odds, they had never directly clashed. Su Chen had only been here for a few days and had already fought with the Longyan Guild several times. Let all the players you forced to search for rare monsters go back, Su Chen stated his condition. Jiang Yao immediately understood the reason for their conflict. She had never inquired about these trivial matters, leaving everything to Lu Qingyuan. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan quickly sent messages to his subordinates and the leaders of other guilds, urging them to comply. I've already notified them, Lu Qingyuan said. Su Chen withdrew his foot from Lu Qingyuan's chest and pulled out the meteor sword. Next time you see me, be more obedient or I'll teach you a lesson again. Lu Qingyuan's face instantly flushed red. He had really embarrassed himself this time. From now on, he might have to be more cautious around him, especially since this guy acted without hesitation. He immediately got up and returned to Jiang Yao's side. Go back and work on improving your strength. Don't embarrass yourself again, Jiang Yao said coldly as she looked at him. Lu Qingyuan lowered his head and said nothing, but his heart was filled with resentment towards Su Chen. Once he won the duel tomorrow and secured a spot in the secret realm, he would definitely be able to distance himself from Su Chen, and then he would take revenge for this humiliation. Jiang Yao glanced at Su Chen but said no more, leading the members of the Dragonflame Guild away. She had brought a special treasure for hunting demon beasts from the guild, and now she needed to hurry and search for traces of rare demon beasts. She couldn't waste time here. As soon as they left, the fat man appeared and began to flatter Su Chen. Oh, Vice President Su, your strength is truly remarkable. I was in awe just now, you have no idea. Su Chen glanced at him impatiently, and the fat man immediately understood and shut his mouth. Su Chen walked over to Zhang Yuanshan and the others. You guys should leave here quickly and wait for me at the Luoshui Guild in Luoshui City. Okay. The three of them realized that Su Chen's current strength and status were top-notch in Luoshui City. Having such a backing would make their future much easier. The fat man's eyes lit up as he said, Oh, Vice President Su, are these three your friends? That's right. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, he clapped his hands and said, Oh, then we are truly fated. These three are now members of my guild, and since they are friends of Vice President Su, I will promote them right now. Let's make them vice presidents directly, just in time. We don't have any vice presidents in our guild. The fat man generously assigned each of the three a vice president position. Su Chen had originally wanted them to join the Luoshui Guild, but with their strength, they would just be at the bottom there. It was better for them to be vice presidents in the Yaojin Guild. This way, they could thrive. The others, upon learning that they were Su Chen's friends, dared not express any dissatisfaction. It must be said that the fat man was very good at managing relationships. This was equivalent to getting closer to Su Chen. Moreover, with Su Chen's friends as vice presidents in their guild, those top-tier guilds would surely think twice before causing trouble for them. This was essentially their guild currying favor with Su Chen as a powerful ally. Zhang Yuanshan and the others were bewildered. They had just been coerced into searching for demon beasts existing at the lowest level of the guild. And now, they had suddenly become vice presidents, with even the president treating them politely. Of course, all of this was thanks to Su Chen's current strength. In the end, the fat man personally took the three back. Su Chen continued forward, killing demon beasts to increase his strength. Along the way, he killed several level 8 and 9 demon beasts, gaining experience and enhancing his attributes. When he passed through a depression, he discovered a fresh demon beast corpse. It was a massive bovine demon beast, with signs of being gnawed on, and the blood had not yet congealed. It was clear that it had just been killed by other demon beasts. Su Chen reached out and devoured its attributes. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 35, speed plus 10, defense plus 8. After devouring it, Su Chen was about to leave, but the wounds on the water buffalo caught his attention. There was a charred patch on the back of the black water buffalo, which was clearly a sign of being electrocuted. Su Chen suddenly remembered the characteristics of that rare demon beast, which was a white leopard surrounded by lightning. He looked at the footprints in the depression, and sure enough, they were the tracks of a leopard. He hadn't originally planned to hunt this rare demon beast, but unexpectedly, its clues had come right to him. Su Chen followed the footprints and tracked them down. An 11th level rare beast was still very appealing to him. However, he had not been following for long when the footprints and traces disappeared. What a cunning beast! Suchen squatted down to examine. With his mental strength, he could detect even the tiniest traces, but here he couldn't see a single sign. At that moment, a commotion came from ahead. President, we've been chasing for so long, yet we haven't even seen a shadow of the thundercloud leopard. Is the purple cloud mirror malfunctioning? A cold female voice rang out. What are you so anxious about? Must be nearby. I'll use the purple cloud mirror to scan again. Hearing this voice, Suchen's expression changed slightly. Wasn't that Jiang Yao? What a coincidence to run into her here. Suchen cautiously approached and indeed saw Jiang Yao, Lu Qingyuan, and the members of the Dragonflame Guild. Jiang Yao was surrounded by everyone, with a mirror glowing purple in front of her, the images on it constantly shifting. Jiang Yao had her eyes tightly shut, pouring all her mental strength into it, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly exhausting a lot of mental energy. I didn't expect the Dragonflame Guild to have such a treasure. No wonder Jiang Yao came personally. Their Luoshui Guild certainly didn't have it, otherwise Chen Chang would have come too. Whoosh! Jiang Yao suddenly opened her eyes and dashed in a certain direction. The others immediately followed suit. Suchen stealthily trailed behind. It seemed the Dragonflame Guild was putting in a lot of effort to find the rare beast. Jiang Yao was incredibly fast, leaving the others far behind, with only Lu Qingyuan managing to keep up with her using his talent. Suchen didn't want to expose himself, so he could only follow slowly behind the members of the Dragonflame Guild. Soon, a brilliant purple light erupted ahead, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Suchen knew that Jiang Yao must have caught up with the rare beast. Following behind the stewards of the Dragonflame Guild, Suchen felt a bit anxious. Their speed was too slow. If they delayed any longer, the rare beast might be killed by Jiang Yao. Fortunately, this 11th level rare beast was not so easily killed, and its escape ability and speed were very fast. Jiang Yao didn't dare to attack with full force and could only use skills to control it first. When Suchen arrived, he saw a silver-white leopard, taller than a person, trapped in place by several purple light beams used by Jiang Yao. She had used this trick against Suchen before, but he had broken it with his sword. Roar! At this moment, the thundercloud leopard, trapped by the purple light beams, became extremely agitated, constantly using its claws to tear at the beams. Its claws were also charged with electricity, continuously damaging the purple beams. But the purple beams always reformed just as they were about to be destroyed. Jiang Yao even gave up on attacking, focusing all her efforts on repairing the damaged purple beams to prevent the thundercloud leopard from escaping. I've trapped it, you all hurry up and attack. Jiang Yao urged the members of the Dragonflame Guild, including Lu Qingyuan. The others from the guild immediately used ranged attacks. Whoosh! The attacks came pouring down on the thundercloud leopard like raindrops. Boom! But the rare demon beast truly lived up to its name. The lightning coiling around it not only provided powerful attacks but also offered a certain level of defense, rendering some weaker attacks ineffective against it. Only Lu Qingyuan and a few other stewards could inflict damage on the thundercloud leopard. However, that was enough. The thundercloud leopard was confined by Jiang Yao's light column to a small space, unable to fight back. In the distance, Suchen watched anxiously. At this rate, the thundercloud leopard would surely be killed by Jiang Yao, unless he could provide some assistance from afar. Suchen was also looking for that opportunity. He had no intention of directly stepping out to kill the thundercloud leopard. Doing so would put his own escape in jeopardy. He feared that the members of the Dragonflame Guild would relentlessly pursue him afterward. Whoosh! Arrows and hidden weapons flew toward the thunder cloud leopard like raindrops, causing it to wail in pain. Jiang Yao continuously cast the purple light sealing technique, watching as the thundercloud leopard's breath gradually weakened, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. This level 11 rare demon beast was already in her grasp. Killing it was just a matter of time. She wondered what rewards the heavenly Tao would grant her for its defeat. Imagining the generous rewards she was about to receive, a broad smile emerged on her face, a rare sight for her, revealing the joy in her heart. However, at that moment, a powerful arrow broke through the barrage of attacks and struck one of the purple light columns. Bang! The light column shattered instantly, and the thundercloud leopard seized the fleeting opportunity, leaping out of the sealing technique and dashing away like a bolt of lightning. The sudden turn of events left the members of the Dragonflame Guild momentarily stunned. Whoosh! Jiang Yao was the first to react, immediately sprinting toward the spot where the thundercloud leopard had vanished. Damn it! Who has such poor aim? If you can't shoot straight, then stop shooting blindly. Lu Qingyuan cursed angrily and followed suit. Whoosh! Up ahead, the speed of the lightning began to slow down. The thundercloud leopard was now severely injured and unable to run at full speed. Seeing this, Jiang Yao finally relaxed her tense emotions. If she let this duck fly away, she would go crazy. However, just as she was rushing forward, about to catch up to the thundercloud leopard, ice crystals suddenly began to appear around her, as if trying to freeze her in place. The sudden appearance of the ice crystals shocked Jiang Yao, and she quickly stopped to purify all the ice crystals on her body. What's going on? Can the thundercloud leopard use ice attribute skills? She was momentarily stunned but quickly resumed her pursuit. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was advancing nearby, used frost freeze on her again. Jiang Yao was forced to stop once more, and at that moment, she had fallen behind the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Even a severely injured Thunder Cloud Leopard was faster than an ordinary person. Jiang Yao had to exert herself fully to keep up. Now, having been interrupted twice by Su Chen, she was about to be shaken off by the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Who's messing around in the shadows? Jiang Yao shouted angrily, having realized that someone was using skills against her, deliberately allowing the Thunder Cloud Leopard to escape. This infuriated Jiang Yao. How dare someone lay hands on her, the guild leader in Luoshui City? They clearly had no regard for the Dragon Flame Guild. Moreover, she couldn't recall anyone in Luoshui possessing freezing skills. It was likely another hidden powerhouse. During Su Chen's previous battle with Qi Ying, the entire fight had been covered by a domain, and those outside couldn't see what methods Su Chen had employed. Jiang Yao had not thought of Su Chen for the moment. You better not let me catch you. After dropping that harsh remark, Jiang Yao quickened her pace to continue the chase, but her words had no effect whatsoever. The frost descended once more, and this time the freezing power was even greater, causing Jiang Yao's body to come to a complete stop as she exerted all her effort to purify the frost within her. This pause allowed the Thunder Cloud Leopard to completely vanish from her sight. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth in frustration, her heart filled with rage, almost murderous. Meanwhile, after fully activating the frost freeze, Su Chen used his teleportation ability twice in a row, finally catching sight of the Thunder Cloud Leopard. However, there was still a certain distance between them, and Su Chen was also keen on letting it run a bit longer, hoping to completely shake off Jiang Yao. Thus, a person and a leopard chased each other through the forest. Su Chen's speed was about the same as the heavily injured Thunder Cloud Leopard, but he had the advantage of teleportation. Each time, he was able to close the distance, and it wouldn't be long before he caught up to the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Behind him, Jiang Yao, having been shaken off by the Thunder Cloud Leopard, was so furious that she gritted her teeth, but she did not lose her composure. She took out the purple cloud mirror to continue tracking the Thunder Cloud Leopard's whereabouts. President, where's the Thunder Cloud Leopard? Lu Qingyuan had caught up at this moment and quickly looked around. At this moment, Jiang Yao's face was frighteningly dark, her long hair swirling in the air, and her aura suddenly became extremely powerful, her gaze fixed intensely on the purple cloud mirror. Whoosh! A storm of mental energy erupted around her, forcing Lu Qingyuan to stay back. He had never seen such a powerful Jiang Yao. Her mental energy seemed to have doubled. Under Jiang Yao's control, with her mental energy doubled, the purple cloud mirror quickly locked onto the Thunder Cloud Leopard's position again. The moment she confirmed it, Jiang Yao took off in pursuit. She possessed a skill that allowed her to wrap her entire body in mental energy to enhance her speed, and in this state, Jiang Yao's speed became even more terrifying. In an instant, she left Lu Qingyuan far behind. At this point, she no longer hid her intentions, and compared to the Thunder Cloud Leopard, she was now more intent on killing the one who had used the freezing skill on her. In the jungle, Su Chen was still chasing the Thunder Cloud Leopard, but the distance between them was less than 10 meters, and his teleportation skill had also cooled down. Whoosh! Su Chen, holding the meteor sword, appeared above the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Slash! With one stroke, he dispersed all the lightning that surrounded the Thunder Cloud Leopard's body, and the blade fell directly onto its head. Bang! The meteor sword left a blood mark on its forehead and knocked it over. The toppled Thunder Cloud Leopard had no desire to fight, having just been besieged by so many. It was left with a psychological shadow, fearing they would come after it again. Moreover, it was no match for Su Chen. Whoosh! The Thunder Cloud Leopard flipped over and stood up from the ground, dragging its battered body as it continued to flee. Whoosh! But Su Chen activated his second teleportation, appearing once again above the Thunder Cloud Leopard. This time, he activated his attack bracelet and aimed a sword strike down at the Thunder Cloud Leopard's head.